Li Yunpeng slowly opened his eyes, and what came into view was a pile of messy documents, and the computer monitor in front of him emitted a dazzling white light. He squinted his eyes and saw that it was exactly 2 o'clock in the afternoon. As his consciousness gradually cleared, his memory slowly returned. His name is Li Yunpeng. A few days ago, he was dissatisfied with his boss's exploitation and resigned angrily and went home to rest. With nothing to do, he stayed at home, playing games all night for several days, and stayed awake for several nights in a row. Finally, his eyes went black and he fell to the ground. But when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an unfamiliar environment, an office, with people moving around, all busy. Ding! The system is starting up. An ethereal and mysterious electronic voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Li Yunpeng was startled, and then the voice came again. Hello, host. This is TUS Star, Blue Dragon Country. A biochemical virus has been detected spreading here. In 48 hours, the virus will complete its final evolution, and some humans will mutate into zombies. The current situation is extremely critical. The system has specially equipped you with the Red Alert Chariot system, which has cleared the virus from your body. From now on, please lead humanity in its efforts to survive, young man. After the voice fell, Li Yunpeng immediately pinched his thigh. The intense pain came instantly, telling him that this was not a dream. He suddenly fell into despair. He had just lived a few days of peace and tranquility, but ended up being transported to a strange world. He was no stranger to the end of the world, having long known about that tragic situation through novels and movies on Earth. The tide of corpses swept in like a mountain and sea, and the survivors were struggling like stray dogs. The darkness of human nature was completely torn apart under extreme oppression, and the whole world was like purgatory. In such an extreme environment, simply surviving is a challenge, let alone saving the world. But now that things have come to this, there's no choice but to forge ahead. Hey, what on earth can you do with that tank system? Explain it clearly. I was dragged to this damn place even though I was staying here properly. What sin did I commit? Li Yunpeng complained to himself. The system quickly responded. This system comes with a base vehicle. Please drive the base vehicle immediately to find an open location for deployment. The relevant functions will be fully displayed in the base. As soon as he finished speaking, a mark of a place appeared in his mind, not far away. Li Yunpeng rested at his desk for a while, and when he felt that he had regained some strength, he slowly sat up and began to look around the office. This place is several hundred square meters, with rows of simple desks closely arranged. There are many employees, but it is surprisingly quiet. Everyone is concentrating on their work and there is no noise at all. He turned off the monitor, and his own appearance was reflected in the dark screen, a thin young man with sharp features. The messy hair and sunken eye sockets made this face obviously not his original self, but he had no memory of this body at all. However, it was a good thing to have no memories of the past, as it saved him from worrying about his relatives and friends in this apocalypse. He took a sip of water and felt much better. The earlier weakness was caused by a virus in the body. Now the system has cleared the virus and the body is recovering rapidly. Just as he was trying to sort out his situation, he suddenly heard a roar from behind him. Li Yunpeng, turn off your computer during working hours. What do you want to do? This sudden shout was particularly abrupt in the silent office and immediately attracted everyone's attention. Some people looked at him with sympathy, while others chuckled softly. He looked back and saw a bald, middle-aged man with a big belly, a distorted face, and eyes wide open staring at him. He glanced at the work ID on the man's chest. Sales Director, Ma Fun. Director Ma, I'm not feeling well and would like to ask for leave. Li Yunpeng said calmly. At this moment, he just wanted to get out as quickly as possible and find the base vehicle that the system prompted. Time was really tight, so how could he have the mind to stay here? Unexpectedly, Ma Fun pointed at his nose and yelled, if your performance this month doesn't meet the target, don't even think about leaving the company. Li Yunpeng slowly stood up, staring coldly at the man who was a head shorter than him, and said firmly, if you don't give me leave, then I can resign, right? Ma Fun obviously did not expect that Li Yunpeng, who was usually timid, would dare to contradict him in public, and he was immediately furious. He stepped forward, pushed Li Yunpeng back into his chair, and threatened him fiercely. If you resign, you won't get a penny of salary. Li Yunpeng certainly didn't care about the salary. With the end of the world approaching, this little profit was no longer important. But he didn't expect Ma Fun to actually start fighting right away. Ma Fun reached out to push again, but Li Yunpeng, enraged, shook his hand off. Try touching me again. You're such a rebel. Ma Fun rolled up his sleeves, slapped him hard on the head, and roared, I'm just touching you. What can you, a piece of shit, do to me? After being humiliated in public 3 times in a row, Li Yunpeng could no longer tolerate it even though he was still weak. He felt his blood rushing to his head, and he picked up the glass of water on the table and smashed it towards Ma Fan's head. Bang! A loud noise mixed with screams rang out in the office. Blood mixed with tea dripped down Ma Fan's neck, staining his white shirt red. Ma Fan covered his head, bared his teeth, and cursed with gritted teeth. Li Yunpeng, just wait for me. Li Yunpeng was too lazy to pay attention to his verbal attacks. He just snorted coldly and walked out of the office. After leaving the office building, he looked at the urban scene with tall buildings and bustling crowds, and couldn't help frowning. If the end of the world really comes, and he is in the center of such a city, he will be unable to escape. At this moment, the phone rang and a message popped up. Brother Peng, I heard that you beat up Ma Fan. You should be careful recently. Ma Fan's cousin is no ordinary person. No one in Wuzhou dares to mess with him. How did you offend such a person? Why don't you just go out and hide? This message came from an unfamiliar number, and there was not even a note in the address book, making it difficult to tell whether it was true or false. But for Li Yunpeng, it didn't matter. Even if cousin Ma Fan was the king of the world, it was still unclear whether he could survive the apocalypse in 2 days. Despite the dire situation, Li Yunpeng couldn't care less. He quickly followed the system's prompts and found the so-called heavy truck. The car looks like a chariot from a science fiction movie. It is about 20 meters long and 5 meters wide, with a very high ground clearance. It is equipped with more than 10 huge tires, each of which is at least 2 meters in diameter. The front of the car is equipped with a 50-centimeter thick anti-collision steel plate, while the rear of the car looks like a cargo box welded from steel plates, with hard lines and a futuristic sense of technology. Standing in front of the huge car, Li Yunpeng didn't know where to start for a moment. The tires of the car were much taller than him. At this moment, a familiar electronic voice sounded in my ears. The red alert tank is being activated for you. As soon as he finished speaking, the huge steel chariot suddenly started up, and the low engine sound was like the roar of a beast, shocking everyone. The cockpit door opened automatically, and Li Yunpeng walked in along the metal stairs. There was a metal box on the co-pilot seat with the words Commander's Basic Equipment printed on the lid. Out of curiosity, he picked up the heavy box, and the moment he opened it, his pupils suddenly contracted. There was a pistol inside. Li Yunpeng recognized this type of gun. As someone who frequented weapon forums for many years, he recognized it at a glance. This was the classic Colt 1911, with 3 magazines neatly placed next to it, containing a total of 21 bullets. Seeing a real gun for the first time, his heart was filled with turmoil. He picked up the pistol carefully, and the cold metal touch and heavy feel made his heart tremble. After properly storing his guns, he began to study how to drive this steel beast. After some operation, he was surprised to find that the vehicle was an automatic transmission. He engaged the forward gear, stepped on the accelerator lightly, and the heavy truck started slowly. It was Li Yunpeng's first day in this strange world, and he was completely lost. As he drove, he pondered what kind of place he should find as a base for survival in the apocalypse. Judging from the terrain, the company should be located in an industrial park. The road is close to the river, with dense buildings on one side and relatively empty on the other side. After weighing the pros and cons, he decided to head for the other side. At least there was a river across the river, which might offer some protection from the zombies. Without hesitation, he drove across the bridge and quickly reached the other side. After getting off the paved road, the heavy truck demonstrated its amazing off-road capabilities. It drove for a few more minutes and finally stopped in a flat and open area. The system prompt then sounded. We have arrived at the appropriate location. Would you like to deploy the red alert tank as a base? Note, after deployment, if you need to revert to tank form, it will consume a large amount of points. Li Yunpeng gave the order without hesitation. Deploy. Before he finished speaking, the world in front of him changed rapidly. A complex mechanical sound was heard, and the cockpit was surrounded by thick steel plates. Then the entire cockpit began to split and extend. A moment later, Li Yunpeng found himself sitting safely in a spacious and bright hall. The system prompt continued to sound. Congratulations, host. The red alert base has officially been activated. 3 guard soldiers will be given as a gift. The current base level is 1. Kill zombies and rescue survivors to upgrade your base and unlock more facilities. Currently, you can use points to build the following facilities. Barracks upgradable, wall upgradable, arsenal upgradable, machine gun bunker non-upgradable. 5,000 points are required to build defensive facilities. After observing for a while, Li Yunpeng found that the first 3 facilities could be upgraded, except for the machine gun bunker. However, the most important thing at this moment wasn't the facilities, but the manpower. He checked the system panel in his mind, and the score column clearly showed 0, meaning nothing could be built. He then asked, "How do I earn points?" The system replied, "Killing zombies and mutants earns points, while killing hostile humans earns a smaller amount. Currently, money can be exchanged for points at a 1-to-1 ratio." Li Yunpeng shook his head and smiled bitterly. "We haven't even officially entered the end of the world yet. Who can we kill? It seems that we can only exchange it for money. We need to see how much money we have left." Just as he was pondering this, he suddenly heard the sound of orderly footsteps from inside the base. "Commander, Guard Soldiers 1, 2, and 3 report to you. Please give us your instructions." 3 burly soldiers appeared in front of him, fully equipped with camouflage uniforms, combat boots, and M16 automatic rifles. They performed a standard military salute with standardized movements. Li Yunpeng quickly issued an order. "Number 3, guard the base. No one is allowed to approach. Number 1 and Number 2, put down your guns and follow me." "Yes," the 3 responded in unison. After everything was arranged, Li Yunpeng and the 2 soldiers set out on their way back to the park. Looking at the 2 sturdy soldiers following him like shadows, he felt more at ease. In this world on the verge of collapse, his only support was the system. But even so, as an ordinary person, he still feels uncertain about the future and has anxiety and fear deep in his heart. After returning to the vicinity of the company, he immediately went to a bank branch and checked his balance after entering his ID card information. Only more than 2,900 yuan, which meant he only had 2,900 points. This was obviously not enough. Just as he was racking his brains to think of how to raise money, someone suddenly patted his shoulder. He turned around and saw a thin young man carrying food, smiling and greeting him. "Brother Peng, I heard you beat up Ma Fun. Did you see the message I sent?" Li Yunpeng was stunned for a moment. He had no impression of this person in his mind. Then he asked in a low voice, "Who are you?" The young man rolled his eyes. "Brother Peng, I'm Resigned, your colleague and roommate. What are you doing here?" Li Yunpeng continued to ask. "You ungrateful bastard, I'm here to feed you. I buy you food every day, and you pretend not to know me." Resigned looked helpless. Li Yunpeng then roughly understood that it was this roommate who had been taking care of him when he was sick during this period, and he suddenly felt a bit of good impression of him. He scratched his head and pretended to be stupid and said, "Haha, I was just kidding you." Resigned rolled his eyes at him and said, "You're still joking? It seems you've recovered well. You were limping this morning." Li Yunpeng secretly thought that maybe he could borrow some money from this guy. So he asked cautiously, Can you lend me some money?" "How much do you want?" Resigned asked. "Borrow as much as you can. Use it for 2 days. Don't ask why." Resigned pondered for a moment and nodded. "I can lend you 10,000 yuan. Li Yunpeng was stunned and thought to himself, "This guy has a close relationship with the former Li Yunpeng. He dares to lend me 10,000 yuan. I must repay him well someday." Resigned immediately took out his phone and transferred 10,000 yuan to his account. At this moment, a harsh voice came from the side. "Detsy, you're giving me money for free with no interest. What are you trying to do?" Resigned turned around and frowned slightly when he saw the person coming. He said impatiently, "Pan Hui, you have to control who I borrow money from." Li Yunpeng asked quietly, "Who is this?" "Pan Hui, a colleague at the company, is a loan shark." Resigned replied. Li Yunpeng's eyes lit up. He was worried that no one would lend him money. Isn't this an opportunity? He immediately saved Resigned's number, walked towards Pan Hui, and said with a smile, "I want to discuss something. Can you lend me some money?" Pan Hui studied him for a moment and said slowly, "It's not impossible to borrow money, but you've offended your boss, so the risk is too high. Lend me 1,000 and pay me back 2,000 next month." Li Yunpeng cursed inwardly. How wicked! But the end of the world was nigh, and he had no intention of repaying such a debt. He simply nodded and agreed. "Okay, no problem." Finally, he borrowed another 20,000 from Pan Hui. Li Yunpeng looked at the familiar figures in his account and felt very happy. Together with the previous funds, he already had 30,000 points. This amount of money was enough for him to build new facilities and purchase a large amount of supplies and soldiers. It was a world of difference compared to the predicament of having only a few soldiers and a few guns. He decided not to waste time asking for help anymore. The remaining Lickspittle colleagues were not reliable at all. Besides, time was precious and could not be wasted. After everything was arranged, Li Yunpeng asked the 2 guards to return to the base, while he and Resigned returned to the residence they shared. It was a small, 2-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment. Though simply painted, the white walls had yellowed, and traces of mold could be seen in the corners. There was no decent furniture, and the only appliances were a water heater and a fan. After dinner, Li Yunpeng lay on the bed. The brief excitement he felt from obtaining funds was quickly dispelled by the impending doomsday crisis. The end of the world was something that only existed in movies and novels before, but now he has to experience it personally, which makes him feel a little worried. Under such heavy pressure, he couldn't sleep all night. Between sleep and wakefulness, he kept calculating the allocation of funds and the reserve plan of supplies, and even conceived emergency strategies in his dreams. The next morning, just as the sky was getting light, Li Yunpeng got out of bed with dark circles under his eyes. He knew that time was running out, and there was no room for delay. After returning to the base, he took 2 guards, number 1 and number 2, and planned to visit the nearby wholesale market. When passing a construction site near the base, Li Yunpeng used 500 yuan to persuade the driver who stayed behind to help him haul some goods. The wholesale market was still bustling with people, mostly merchants buying. Li Yunpeng spent some of his cash at a rice shop, buying 80 bags of rice. It wasn't that he didn't want to buy more, but rather that he needed to allocate his funds wisely. He reserved 20,000 yuan for more important purposes, and used the remaining money to buy some daily necessities, vegetables and fruits, and a telescope. When everything was ready, he contacted the construction site driver, who drove a truck and loaded the rice onto it, and sent it back to the base. The Red Alert base, when deployed, resembled a tall, vaulted factory building, surrounded by several unusual supporting facilities. Although curious, the truck driver didn't ask any further questions. He unloaded the cargo, took his payment, and left. The world is already showing signs of apocalypse, with more and more people contracting strange diseases. No one wants to stay out any longer. Looking at the mountain of rice in front of him, Li Yunpeng felt a little relieved. He sat on the rice bag, called up the interface, and converted the remaining 20,000 yuan into points. Then he said to the system, "Build a barracks." The system prompt sounded, "This construction consumes 2,000 points. Please select the construction location." Then, a map of the base with a radius of 500 meters appeared in Li Yunpeng's mind. He selected the green area on one side of the base, which the system indicated was suitable for construction. He silently chanted "Build" in his mind, and a double-arched connected building suddenly appeared beside the base. At the same time, a set of barracks attribute information appeared in his mind. Barracks, 1 guard soldier can be summoned for every 1,000 points, with a maximum speed of 3 people per hour. A maximum of 500 people can be summoned at the current level. Guards, standard weapons, M16 automatic rifle, 2 magazines, 60 rounds in total, and a military bayonet dagger. After reading the introduction, Li Yunpeng had a general understanding of the functions of the barracks. Then, he spent another 2,000 points to build an arsenal next to the barracks. Arsenal, you can redeem points for various military supplies. He then summoned 11 guards and exchanged them for 1,400 rounds of ammunition, completely using up his remaining 18,000 points. The points bar returned to 0. It takes more than 3 hours to fully recruit 11 soldiers, and bullets are quickly rolled out of the arsenal. When all the busyness ended, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and there were still 24 hours before the end of the world. While waiting for the soldiers, Li Yunpeng began to familiarize himself with the gun, repeatedly disassembling and reassembling it, and practicing loading and unloading, which is a life-saving skill. He also tried a portion of the individual rations, which tasted quite good. After eating, he returned to the base commander's lounge to take a nap. Before going to sleep, he subconsciously took out his phone to browse the news. A piece of global news caught his attention. Latest news: nearly 200 million people worldwide have been infected with the same disease. Patients generally experience mania, coma, and extreme aggression. Li Yunpeng knew clearly that this was a sign of the coming of the end of the world. The more obvious the symptoms were, the closer it was to the outbreak. He imagined that if most people could survive the first wave of infection at home, the situation might not be too bad. By then, as long as there were enough people alive, there would still be a chance to work together to eliminate the zombies. So, Li Yunpeng decided to do something. He registered an account and wrote a detailed article, accurately recording everything that was about to happen, including the outbreak time, a list of recommended supplies, as well as apocalypse survival skills, zombie weaknesses, and collective defense methods. He posted this lengthy article on the largest forum in China. Unfortunately, there were so many similar posts online that his article fell on deaf ears, failing to stir up any buzz. Li Yunpeng wasn't upset. He wasn't a saint. He was just doing the best he could. Having done his best, he put down his phone and went to sleep peacefully. When he woke up again, a group of soldiers had gathered at the barracks gate. Seeing him walk out of the lounge, the soldiers quickly stood up and lined up in a neat row within 3 seconds. Together with the 3 soldiers he had previously captured, there were now a total of 14 people, each standing in a straight military posture, holding a rifle, and exuding extraordinary momentum. These people were Li Yunpeng's greatest confidence in this world that was about to collapse. He issued 100 rounds of ammunition to each soldier, giving him a total of 160 rounds, which was the basic combat configuration. The base was located on the east bank of the river, while his former company campus was on the west bank, densely built up. Further west lay the city of Wuzhou, with a population exceeding 1 million, a huge threat in the future. Fortunately, there was at least a large river as a barrier. The east coast was an undeveloped expanse, with only a few scattered construction sites and a sparsely populated area. 5 kilometers away lay a few scattered villages and towns, estimated to have a population in the tens of thousands. A major city lay a few hundred kilometers further east. Overall, the current location wasn't too bad. He ordered his soldiers to use shovels to dig 4 2-meter-high mounds at the 4 corners of the base and set up simple defensive positions on them. This not only improved the observation field of view, but also expanded the defense line. The setting sun cast a golden glow across the river, and the weeds swayed in the wind like waves. If it weren't for the impending apocalypse, this would have been a soothing sight. Li Yunpeng sat by the river, lit a cigarette, and flipped through the map on his phone, studying the distribution of surrounding villages and towns. Suddenly, a news push caught his eye. Just 5 minutes ago, 30 of the world's top medical experts issued a joint statement. The patient's condition has worsened, and their aggressiveness has increased significantly. Even scratches from patients can cause infection. All of humanity should prepare for a long-term struggle. Those 2 short lines made Li Yunpeng's heart tighten. He knew that for the general public, the shorter the news, the more serious the incident. And releasing such an official statement now clearly meant that a true disaster was imminent. He had originally hoped that people would stay at home to weather the first wave of the crisis, but now everything seemed uncertain. If a large number of people were still outdoors when the apocalypse broke out, it would be an irreversible catastrophe. Chapter 5. The end of the world begins. The next day, the first thing Li Yunpeng did after getting up was to open his mobile phone and read the news. The news showed that the situation in various places was deteriorating rapidly. People lined up all night to buy supplies, and order broke down on the streets. He knew that it was too late to do anything now, and the world was about to collapse completely. The sun was bright and dazzling, and the weather was surprisingly good, forming a stark contrast to the impending disaster. Looking at the base standing in the distance, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have doubted that the end of the world would really come. Li Yunpeng felt like he hadn't done anything yet, but he couldn't remember what it was. It wasn't until noon that he suddenly remembered that Lu Zide, whom he had just met yesterday, was still stuck at the company. He immediately pulled out his phone and dialed. He heard rapid breathing on the other end. "Brother Peng, where are you? There's a fight going on here. It's a complete mess outside the supermarket." Li Yunpeng immediately interrupted him. "Don't grab the supplies. Hurry to the factory on the other side of the company. You can see it after crossing the bridge. But if you don't grab them now, there will be nothing to eat. Wait a minute." Before he could finish his words, the call was disconnected, and then a blinding flash of light streaked across the sky. Li Yunpeng subconsciously closed his eyes, the bright light bringing tears to his eyes. When he opened his eyes, the world was calm again, but his phone had no signal. He realized that the flash of light wasn't just ordinary lightning, but a sign of the apocalypse. It was already 1 in the afternoon, with only an hour left before the full explosion. Unable to contact Lu Zide, he could only silently wish him good luck. Even though he had lent him 10,000 yuan, they had only known each other for a day. At this moment, Li Yunpeng was more concerned about his own safety and the safety of the base. After all, he only had 14 soldiers. If they were truly trapped in the zombie swarm, no one would be able to escape. He faintly heard roars and screams coming from the park on the other side. It must be a fierce conflict that broke out in the supermarket. When faced with life and death, humanity's inner strength begins to crumble, revealing its true nature. The number of cars on the road increases, starting with a sparse scramble and then becoming a long, drawn-out gridlock. Li Yunpeng was horrified. If the apocalypse broke out, wouldn't the entire vehicle be transformed into zombies? He immediately ordered his soldiers to raise the earthen walls, leaving only one exit leading directly to the base. Climbing onto the base's roof, he raised his binoculars to observe the situation on the other side. Sure enough, a large truck had lost control and overturned, blocking the entire road and leaving him stranded. With more and more cars approaching, he dared not make any noise, fearing that the base's location would be exposed. At 2 p.m., a woman in the opposite convoy suddenly collapsed. Someone went to check, and Li Yunpeng began to count silently. 1, 2, 3. When he reached 600 seconds, or 10 minutes, the woman's body suddenly twisted. The angle was weird, and it was completely unlike anything a normal person could do. Everyone around was too frightened to get close. She began to spit out black liquid from her mouth, and she grabbed her cheeks with both hands and tore them apart, tearing off one side of her face. The sight of the exposed white jawbone was terrifying. Suddenly, she stopped and staggered to her feet, the black blood from her mouth soaking her entire chest. The people around her stepped back in fear. Some even took out their phones to record the scene with trembling hands. Then she pounced on a middle-aged man with astonishing speed, knocking him down almost instantly. She opened her mouth and bit the man's neck, sending blood spurting out over 2 feet high. The crowd instantly screamed and fled in all directions. But this wasn't the most terrifying thing. People in other places around them were also beginning to mutate. The convoy was in chaos, a cacophony of cries, roars, and screams. Zombies were slightly faster than ordinary people, and once targeted, few could escape. Only a handful of strong young men could manage to keep their distance. Li Yunpeng crouched on the roof, his stomach churning. Even though he'd been prepared, the sight of zombies devouring people was still nauseating. The people in the car thought they could take shelter, but the glass was as fragile as paper under the zombies' grasp. The car was breached in the blink of an eye, and blood soon flowed into the car, with screams everywhere. He finally couldn't help it and lay on the roof and vomited, retching so hard that his stomach cramped. But he forced himself to continue observing, because this scene would become a daily occurrence. The crowd began to disperse. Some rushed to the park, some jumped into the river, and some ran towards the bridge. Those who jumped into the river had a chance of survival, while the zombies mostly sank to the bottom. Those who could swim became the chosen ones. Few people escaped to the bridge, as most were caught up and eaten by the zombies. Only a handful of nimble souls managed to cross the bridge. Li Yunpeng ordered his soldiers not to fire, as the sound would attract zombies. As some ran toward the base, he ordered his soldiers to fix their bayonets and prepare for close combat. Leaving only 4 men on guard, the others hid behind cover and waited for the opportunity. He loaded his pistol, ready for any emergency. A moment later, 5 men ran up to the base and frantically banged on the door. "Open the door. Please open the door," Li Yunpeng shouted in a low voice. "Stop shooting. If you continue to shoot and attract zombies, I will kill you. Get behind." Several people looked up and saw him holding a gun, and quickly did as they were told and hid behind the base. Turning back, he saw 10 more heavily armed soldiers behind him, and his heart finally settled. Then, 5 zombies rushed into the base, each stabbed in the head by the soldiers. Black liquid flowed from the bayonets, and the bodies collapsed to the ground. Li Yunpeng checked his points and saw they had increased by 1,000, meaning each zombie was worth 200 points. He decisively used his points to summon new soldiers to replenish his combat power. He jumped off the base and slowly walked towards the corpse, leaning against the wall. His legs felt a little weak. These zombies had hideous faces, bloody and mangled, with sharp nails, fibrotic muscles, and exposed teeth. Seeing that the situation had stabilized, the 5 people behind the base cautiously walked out. Most of them were young people, and there was also a middle-aged woman. They were all sweating profusely and looked terrified. Li Yunpeng said coldly, "If you come to my territory, you must obey my orders. Otherwise, get out or die." One of them protested, "Why do you do that? The army is..." Before he could finish his words, Li Yunpeng had already put the gun to his head. "The army is mine. You have a problem." At the beginning of the apocalypse, Li Yunpeng knew that he couldn't pamper them. They had to learn the rules. Everyone else was frightened, but the middle-aged woman still looked at him with contempt. The young man felt the coldness of the gun muzzle and his voice trembled. "I'm sorry, sir. I was wrong." Li Yunpeng saw that his goal had been achieved and retracted the gun. "You guys, throw these zombies into the river." "Oh, that's too scary," someone protested. Before they could finish, a zombie rushed in and was decisively dispatched by a soldier with a single blow. Li Yunpeng turned and said, "There are 6 of them now. If you can't handle them before nightfall, get out." He ignored them and climbed back up onto the base's roof. The 5 of them looked at each other, circling the corpse, but none of them dared to attack. Li Yunpeng was not in a hurry. There were almost no living people on the national highway now, only wandering zombies. Most of them had already followed the crowd into the depths of the park. He sighed and whispered, "Alas, I'm afraid Lu Zide is in great danger." Chapter 6. Zombie Siege. Li Yunpeng lay on the roof for nearly 20 minutes, and finally another guard soldier walked out of the barracks. His men had grown to 15, providing a slight boost in combat power. The other side of the river gradually quieted down, but the screams from the park continued. The first round of the apocalyptic purge was unfolding. a scene of hell on earth unfolding not just before his eyes, but across the entire world. Some of those forced into the river by the zombies managed to swim to the other side, while those with less physical strength had disappeared without a trace. The survivors on shore, upon seeing the base, quietly gathered around. Each person who was accepted was given an order by Li Yunpeng, and then they obediently hid against the wall, not daring to make a sound. These people had just escaped death, were soaked to the skin, exhausted, and terrified. Some even squatted and cried quietly. As dusk approached, Li Yunpeng confirmed that there were no more survivors on the river and came down from the roof. He took a quick look and found that there were only about a dozen people in the camp. But the 6 zombies on the ground hadn't been dealt with yet. Li Yunpeng said grimly, "Did you just ignore my words? There's strength in numbers. A dozen people should be able to carry the bodies away and throw them into the river, right?" But everyone just stared at each other, unwilling to move. The first person to speak up never showed up. He glanced around and said in a deep voice, "If you don't want to do this, you can get out now." At this time, a middle-aged woman came out. She looked mean and arrogant. She squinted at Li Yunpeng and said, "Your rank is not high, right? You speak so harshly. Isn't this what you soldiers do?" The woman was clearly restless, and even pulled a few others to join in. Li Yunpeng sneered and said calmly, "First of all, I'm not a soldier. These people are my personal armed forces. Your inclusion is a favor from me, not a matter of course. Now that you're in this territory, you have to work." The woman snorted coldly. "Private armed forces? How dare you act recklessly in a society ruled by law? Do you believe I'll call the police?" Halfway through her words, she remembered that her phone had no signal. Her tone shifted, but she remained domineering. "You'd better provide us with the supplies we need, or I'll make you regret it later." She clearly hadn't realized the world had changed. Although Li Yunpeng was upset, he remained calm and said, "No matter how influential your background was, this is your final warning. Either obey or get out." The woman immediately exploded. "Let me go? Who are you? A country girl? You look down on people. A small fry like you will die sooner or later without even knowing how." Li Yunpeng's face changed when he heard the loud shouting and cursing. The screams in this open space were almost like a loudspeaker, which could really bring the zombies to the scene. He quickly glanced around and whispered, "Shut up. If you scream again, the zombies will come." But the woman didn't care at all and continued to scream. "Who the hell are you? You have no manners. Your mother used to." Before she could finish her words, Li Yunpeng lost his patience and pulled out his pistol, pointing it at her head. "Shut up," he roared. The woman wasn't afraid at all. Instead, she challenged him with a smile. "Just shoot if you dare. Do you think I've never seen a gun?" At that moment, a guard soldier came running over to report, "Commander, zombies are gathering towards the base." Li Yunpeng's face changed drastically when he heard this. He glared at the woman, furious. "Shut the fuck up. If you yell again, I'll beat you to death." But the woman was still yelling. "What are you afraid of? You have guns, so why are you afraid of them? You are a coward." Bang! The gunshot interrupted her mouth, and there was still disbelief in her eyes. There was a bullet hole in her forehead, and the back of her head was torn open. Blood and brain matter mixed together and splattered all over the floor. She had never imagined that someone in this world would dare to actually shoot a gun. This was Li Yunpeng's first time killing someone. Blood sprayed all over his face, and his stomach churned violently. Everyone around him was so frightened that their faces turned pale and they didn't dare to move. Li Yunpeng had no time to pay attention. He immediately climbed onto the roof and looked around with a telescope. His face instantly turned pale. Zombies appeared from all 3 directions and rushed towards the base. "Damn woman," he cursed fiercely. Using cold weapons was completely useless now. He roughly estimated that there were at least 70 or 80 zombies, and the number was increasing as they rushed from the bridge. "All guards, take your positions. Shoot immediately when the zombies enter the range." "Yes." The soldiers quickly took up their positions, pulled the bolts of their guns, and entered combat status. When the first zombies rushed into the 400-meter range, the soldiers opened fire. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire rang out all around the base, but due to the long distance, the hit rate was extremely low. Although bullets hitting the body can slow down the zombies, they cannot completely stop them. Only when the zombies approach within 200 meters, the hit rate will increase significantly. But a distance of 200 meters was only 20 seconds for the zombies. Li Yunpeng grew increasingly anxious as he watched, shooting while observing closely. Many zombies fell to the ground after being shot in the head, but they continued to press forward in waves. The zombies on the other side of the bridge were gathering at an accelerating rate. He was furious, cursing the woman's ancestors for 18 generations. He quickly exchanged for a rifle and tried to join the shooting. But his first shot was empty, and he couldn't hit the running targets at all. Seeing that he couldn't help, he could only open the system panel to check the points. In just a few minutes, his points had nearly reached 10,000. He immediately used some of them to exchange for 1,000 rounds of ammunition. Everyone, listen up. If you don't want to die, quickly help the soldiers transport bullets and load magazines. Seeing the zombies closing in around them, the survivors panicked and finally began to help. They brought ammunition from the warehouse and headed to various positions. With their support, the soldiers were able to maintain their firepower. Magazines were restocked by a dedicated person, significantly improving rotation efficiency. Meanwhile, the barracks had received another soldier. Li Yunpeng was overjoyed. Now, there were 4 people defending each direction. But the zombies were already within 100 meters, their numbers still increasing. He was worried that if he continued fighting like this, he would eventually be unable to hold on. He flipped through the system interface again and suddenly thought of the wall. His points had risen to over 20,000, so he immediately chose to build a wall. A map appeared in his mind, and he quickly traced a 50-meter square. After confirming the situation, a red brick wall, 2 meters high and 1 meter thick, suddenly appeared around the base. Seeing this sudden wall, the survivors were stunned for a moment. They wondered if they were dreaming. The world seemed too unreal. Li Yunpeng breathed a sigh of relief, jumped off the roof, and walked to the wall to continue fighting. He concentrated his fire on the nearest zombies. Although his marksmanship was still shaky, a few more shots could take one out. As time passed, the zombies on the 3 sides of the base gradually decreased. Only the zombies from the bridge continued to pour in. He immediately adjusted his deployment, leaving 2 men on each side and transferring the rest of his forces to the bridgehead defense line. A row of automatic rifles continued to fire, the sound of gunfire never stopping. The zombies were getting closer and closer, most of them within 50 meters. A few even pounced directly at the wall. Li Yunpeng was almost scared to death by the zombies that pounced on him. He knew that if the zombies broke through the wall, the battle would collapse instantly. The base would be completely overwhelmed in minutes. For the first time, he felt so vividly that death was so close to him. He turned to look at the bridge. Hordes of zombies continued to pour in. New zombies also continued to emerge from the park. This isn't going to work. Sooner or later, we'll fall. Chapter 7. Build the base into a fortress. If we want to build a fortress, we have to build a machine gun bunker. Li Yunpeng had an idea and immediately spent 10,000 points to build 2 machine gun bunkers outside the walls on both sides facing the bridge. These 2 circular bunkers look very solid. They are 2 meters in diameter and made of reinforced concrete. There are shooting holes all around, providing 360-degree defense without blind spots. Each fortress was equipped with an M60 general-purpose machine gun and 2 ammunition belts, each containing 100 rounds. He then spent 10,000 points to exchange for 10,000 machine gun bullets to ensure uninterrupted firepower. He then dispatched 2 soldiers into the bunker, and the firepower immediately increased. As the machine guns opened fire, the approaching zombies were directly smashed into pieces. The scene was bloody and shocking. However, the rate of fire was too high. The M60 could fire 600 rounds a minute, and more than half of them were empty in just 5 minutes. Fortunately, the effect was significant, and in a short period of time, the zombie horde was successfully pushed back to a distance of 100 meters. Li Yunpeng immediately ordered the machine gun crew to cease firing and conserve their ammunition for follow-up fire support. By this time, his points had already reached 100,000, so Li Yunpeng simply increased his investment. He spent another 50,000 points to redeem 10,000 rounds of ammunition. The survivors took turns transporting ammunition to various positions. For a while, there were figures moving back and forth, and the atmosphere was tense. From then on, rifles became the main firepower, accurate and bullet-saving. Machine guns were only used as a suppression measure when necessary. The barracks kept calling out, and soldiers came out one after another. When the number reached 17, Li Yunpeng was practically in a battle frenzy. I just don't believe it. Do you have more zombies than me? His confidence grew, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. An hour later, his men finally numbered 20, and the zombie horde was forced back 200 meters. The fire suppression was effective, and the gunfire became less frequent. By this time, the number of zombies coming over the bridge had become sporadic, and Li Yunpeng ordered everyone to cease firing. The 2 machine gun emplacements also withdrew their soldiers back to the walls for guard duty, conserving ammunition. As the sky darkened, distant scenery became blurred, and the arrival of night meant greater danger. He decided to change his strategy, ordering his soldiers to attach bayonets and focus on close combat to deal with the remaining zombies. Once the gunfire stopped, The zombies swarming from the park gradually thinned out. With the wall blocking the way, the zombies couldn't reach the soldiers, becoming targets instead. He dispatched them one by one with a single blow. When the last zombie that reached the wall was killed, Li Yunpeng slumped down on the wall like a deflated ball. While most of the soldiers were still full of energy, the survivors were already slumped to the ground, some lying there gasping for breath, others leaning against the wall motionless. Finally, we've survived this first wave of the apocalypse, he thought to himself. Looking back, he saw fallen bodies everywhere on the road leading from the base to the bridge. Many body parts were still smoking, and the air was filled with a foul stench. Seeing this scene, some survivors couldn't help but cover their mouths and vomit violently, their stomachs churning. Li Yunpeng also felt uncomfortable, but he forced himself to hold it in, not letting himself show his weakness. After all, the prestige he had just established couldn't be destroyed by such a scene. By this time, it was completely dark, and the number of soldiers had reached 23. He arranged the soldiers who would take turns guarding, then jumped down the wall and returned to the arsenal. They exchanged for a batch of individual rations and began distributing them to the survivors. These people hadn't eaten all afternoon and were already pale with hunger. Upon seeing the food, their eyes lit up with awe and gratitude, and they lined up to receive their meals. Those who had been given food found a place to sit down and devoured it without a word. The soldiers took turns returning to the barracks to rest, and Li Yunpeng opened the gate to the base. Facing the eager eyes of the survivors, he walked in without looking back. The moment the door closed, he was finally alone, sat down heavily on the sofa, and tore off his combat uniform. Only then did he dare to admit that he was still terrified, his hands trembling slightly. He calmed himself and opened the system panel. Current points balance, 150,000. Nearly 50,000 rounds of ammunition had been consumed today, and an estimated 2,000 zombies had been killed. Li Yunpeng consoled himself by thinking, even if the hit rate isn't high, it's still better than historical figures. After all, during World War II, it took an average of 1,000 rounds to kill a person. This time, 25 rounds to kill a zombie was quite cost-effective. Furthermore, with ammunition and firepower plentiful, there was no need to worry about wasting time. With 150,000 points, he could have directly recruited 150 soldiers. However, he decided to adopt a more comprehensive approach, planning to recruit 50 soldiers first and use the rest for base construction. Once the system sets the recruitment plan, the barracks will automatically generate new soldiers until they are full. He then opened the map and built machine gun emplacements at the two remaining corners of the wall. This provided him with firepower from all sides, making his base more secure. But he knew full well that a 50-meter square wall was too small and would not be sufficient in the future. So he planned to build a larger wall on the outer circle to form a double line of defense. He spent 80,000 points to build a new wall with a side length of 200 meters. Although 2 meters high wasn't very tall, it could still withstand the first wave of zombies. He then invested another 20,000 points and built 4 machine gun bunkers on each side of the new wall. After all this, only a few hundred points remained in his account, but Li Yunpeng wasn't distressed at all. No matter how many points he had, they were useless. The key was converting them into combat power. It would be a shame to die without spending all the money. With everything arranged, he walked out of the base to inspect the situation. The system displayed the current number of soldiers at 25. When he appeared on the wall, the survivors who were resting on the ground immediately stood up. He walked up to one of the men in his 30s and asked, "What's your name?" "Sir, my name is Zhang Tao." The man was a little nervous and gave a weird military salute. Li Yunpeng nodded. "From now on, you are the team leader of the logistics team, responsible for today's group of people." "Yes," Zhang Tao responded excitedly. After a day of life and death, he knew that only with a backer could he survive longer in the apocalypse. Li Yunpeng glanced at everyone and said in a serious tone, "I know you have doubts in your hearts, but remember one thing. You must obey at the base, otherwise." He didn't say anything else, merely glancing at the corpse of the middle-aged woman whose head had been shot. Everyone was shocked, and in unison, they pledged their absolute obedience. He told them to rest while he took another round of inspection. Standing on the wall, looking at the inner and outer lines of defense, I finally felt a little more at ease. There were still many bodies lying between the inner and outer walls, but I would deal with them tomorrow. "Captain, do you need to arrange a night guard?" A soldier stepped forward to report, startling Li Yunpeng. Soldier number 7 spoke fluently and was a proactive thinker, unlike the others. He immediately checked his stats and discovered that number 7 had been upgraded to squad leader, giving him command capabilities. "Okay, Captain number 7, arrange for a 24-hour guard duty. If you encounter a small group of zombies, use bayonets to deal with them. If a large group attacks, report it immediately. Also, all new survivors must wait outside the outer wall until daybreak. Yes, rest assured, sir. Number 7 stood at attention and saluted. Li Yunpeng looked very satisfied. The base currently had 2 layers of walls and automatic machine gun firepower. The number of soldiers would be increased to 50 by tomorrow morning. Although it was a difficult first day, they held on. He returned to the base, took a hot shower, and washed off the blood. Then he went into the bedroom designated for the commander and finally laid down in peace. While the room wasn't large, it was sturdy, with thick steel walls, making it very safe. The base's power supply was functioning properly, and the lighting was flawless, giving me peace of mind at night. The intense day finally ended, and after relaxing, fatigue set in. Li Yunpeng closed his eyes and quickly fell asleep. In his dream, he built his base into an impenetrable fortress that no zombie army could break through. He led his army across the land, saving countless lives and creating hope for humanity. But in reality, his base's firepower did save many people. A group of people in the supermarket in the park who were about to be overwhelmed were able to survive because the base's gunfire attracted zombies. On the first night of the apocalypse, the once brightly lit city plunged into darkness. Power lines shut down due to fuel depletion, leaving only scattered lights. These faint lights often served not as hope, but as traps attracting the undead. Chapter 8. Collecting building materials in the quiet and enclosed environment of the base, Li Yunpeng slept soundly. It was not until 10 o'clock the next morning, when sunlight streamed into the bedroom, that he slowly opened his eyes. Shit, it's already 10 o'clock, and they haven't given breakfast to the survivors yet. He jumped out of bed, washed his face, and hurried out the door. The sun was already high in the sky, and it was scorching hot outside. A group of soldiers gathered in front of the barracks, obviously more in number than yesterday. He checked the system panel. Adding the original troops, the total number had reached 50. However, there wasn't a single survivor in the base. The zombies and the body of the middle-aged woman from yesterday were also gone. Just as Li Yunpeng was wondering, Zhang Tao and his men entered through the outer gate. Everyone was pale, and some women were retching. "Did you clean up the bodies?" Li Yunpeng asked. Zhang Tao nodded immediately. "Yes, sir. We will adapt to this world as soon as possible." Li Yunpeng nodded with satisfaction. "Well done. There are rations at the entrance of the arsenal. Go and eat something before you work." When they heard the word, eat, the group of people immediately became energetic, bowed slightly to him, and hurried to line up to get food. Number 7. Li Yunpeng shouted to the soldiers. "Here, sir, please give me your instructions." Number 7 quickly ran out of the team and stood straight, waiting for orders. "How many men can you lead?" Li Yunpeng asked. "Report, I can manage 50 men in a non-combat situation and a maximum of 30 in combat." "Very good. After dinner, arrange for someone to clean up the remains within the wall and dispose of them all in the canal." "Yes." Number 7 immediately followed the order. Li Yunpeng climbed onto the roof and took up his binoculars to survey the surroundings. From the direction of the park, the occasional roar of zombies mixed with human screams could be heard. It was clear someone was in danger. He saw zombies scurrying around in the distance, but they weren't approaching the base. While zombies had poor eyesight, they had sharp hearing and were easily attracted by the slightest noise. After observing for a moment, Li Yunpeng jumped off the roof. He knew now was not the right time to conduct a large-scale search. Although he had 50 soldiers, if they really went deep into the park and opened fire, a wave of zombies would descend upon them. He decided to continue accumulating points, first improving his military strength, and then making plans. Number 1, Number 2, come out. Here. 2 figures jumped down from the wall and landed steadily. You 2 go out and kill those wandering zombies on the periphery. You are not allowed to come back until you reach level 1. Yes. The 2 turned around and left without hesitation, their actions decisive and straightforward. Li Yunpeng looked at their backs and sighed in his heart. The products of the system are strong, and they are completely obedient without any questions. Such an army is the core that can truly conquer the world in the end times. He planned to train more upgraded non-commissioned officers, keeping command firmly in the hands of the system soldiers. Ordinary survivors were forbidden from interfering with military power. The distribution of ammunition could only be safely handled by him. Zhang Tao, who had just finished his meal, immediately ran over. "Clear all the bodies inside the outer wall and prepare to set up a temporary camp." "Yes, sir." While sleeping outdoors is tolerable, the rain can be a problem. If you want to build a house, you must first secure the building materials. There are several construction sites nearby, with minimal manpower and abundant resources, perfect for your ideal location. Li Yunpeng asked Number 7 to bring 30 soldiers with him. and he himself was fully armed. An M16 rifle, 3 magazines, a pistol on his waist, and a neatly worn tactical combat uniform. Team leader number 7 stayed close by, and the other soldiers dispersed around him to form a protective shield. They opened the gate and cautiously headed east. The construction site was not far away, surrounded by vast wasteland and few zombies. The occasional zombies that appeared were quickly dispatched by the soldiers without delay. 20 minutes later, they reached the entrance to the construction site. Li Yunpeng peeked through the crack in the door. It was eerily quiet inside, with only a dozen or so zombies scurrying about. He had the gate tied up beforehand, then knocked on it with the butt of his rifle. The sound immediately attracted the zombies. Several zombies rushed over, but were stopped by the ropes and crowded in front of the door, threatening to attack. Li Yunpeng glanced at the weapon in his hand, turned around, and said, "I'll take care of these." As the base commander, he couldn't just talk without taking action, especially in close combat with a bayonet. That was the moment that truly tested one's mental strength. He raised his rifle and took a deep breath. Puff! The first blow pierced the zombie's face. The dull sensation of the blow piercing the skull, accompanied by a sickening stench, made his stomach churn. But he gritted his teeth and persevered, stabbing the remaining 15 to death one by one until he was drenched in sweat. It took him a while to recover. The soldiers opened the gate to the construction site and moved the bodies to a corner. Li Yunpeng led the team onto the site, inventorying supplies while searching for zombie remnants. The construction site was large, a residential project that hadn't yet been topped out, and was filled with various building materials. Several groups of 3 soldiers began clearing the makeshift shelters, finding numerous car keys. Almost all of these keys belonged to vehicles within the construction site. A sweep revealed no survivors, suggesting no one had escaped the outbreak that day. Li Yunpeng picked up an off-road vehicle and returned with 4 soldiers, while the rest stayed behind to sort out the supplies. They attracted a few zombies along the way, but they didn't care and just left them to the outer wall soldiers to deal with. Upon returning to base, he discovered that number 1 and number 2 had completed their missions and were both promoted to first-class sergeants. He immediately assigned number 1 a 20-man squad, with number 2 as his adjutant. This hunt also earned him 10,000 points, so he decisively summoned 10 new soldiers. The zombies between the inner and outer walls of the base were also cleared out. Zhang Tao's team was well organized, so he arranged for the remaining soldiers and the survivors to return to the construction site to transport construction materials. Li Yunpeng took advantage of the opportunity to start exercising. His poor physical condition would make him vulnerable in the apocalypse. He ran around the inner wall a few times, then lay down when he was tired, caught his breath, and continued running. After a long day of work, my hands were shaking even when I was holding food. In the evening, the transport team returned with a lot of machinery and building materials. The inner and outer walls were piled high with stuff. Several vehicles were also brought in, allowing the survivors to finally rest in their vehicles instead of sleeping in the open. Li Yunpeng planned to begin construction of dormitories, building 2 rows outside the inner wall with separate genders for easier management. He glanced at the system interface. The upgrade requirements for the Red Alert tank were clearly written. 500,000 points plus 50,000 population. Damn system. You need population to upgrade. Are you forcing me to be the savior? The system said, "Commander, please note that insulting the system will result in point deductions." First warning. Chapter 9. The park at Doomsday. After a week of training, Li Yunpeng's body has adapted to the high-intensity training. The soreness has basically disappeared, and his whole body is in a brand new state. He was busy during this time, dispatching his soldiers to hunt down lone zombies nearby every day, earning points and recruiting new soldiers. As this cycle continued day after day, his army rapidly expanded and now comprised a total of 120 guards. One of them was promoted to team leader, and 4 teams were officially formed. With the continued cleanup, the highway near the base was now completely clear of corpses, and the surroundings became eerily quiet. "We can't wait any longer," Li Yunpeng pondered from the rooftop. "Upgrading requires manpower, and sitting here at the base will never get us there." He decided to take the initiative, targeting the nearby industrial park. Leaving a small team behind to defend the compound, he led the remaining 90 heavily armed soldiers. Each carried 200 rounds of ammunition and 3 grenades, ready for a surprise attack. The moment he left the base, he took a deep breath. The dangers of the apocalypse were unavoidable, so he had to face them proactively. He first sent out a scouting group of 10, then quietly advanced with the main force. The scattered zombies encountered along the way were dealt with bayonets, trying to make as little noise as possible. Soon, the group arrived at the east gate of the park. He had the soldiers hide against the wall while he peered through the gap to observe the situation inside. There were still plenty of zombies in the park. It seemed this area had attracted a large number of roaming monsters. Trying to sneak in quietly was nearly impossible, and a forceful attack was too risky. After weighing the pros and cons, Li Yunpeng decided to climb over the wall of the stadium in the northeast corner. It was open, with dense grass and, crucially, close to the dormitories, offering a breakthrough point. The team quietly moved to a corner of the stadium. Soldiers formed a human ladder and sent a small group inside to guard the wall. Li Yunpeng then climbed over the wall using a human ladder. All the soldiers crouched throughout, alert to any movement. Hiding among the weeds, they successfully infiltrated the park without alerting any zombies. After the last soldier entered, Li Yunpeng led the team to quietly move towards the dormitory. Just as they were about to reach their target, an unexpected incident occurred. A girl on the 5th floor of the dormitory building spotted them at the window, excitedly waving a towel and shouting, "The army is coming. We're here." Holy crap! Li Yunpeng's face turned green. Shouts from upstairs echoed throughout the empty park, and the previously stagnant zombies instantly trembled and rushed towards them. "Charge!" Li Yunpeng roared, raised his hand to pull the bolt, and led the charge downstairs to the dormitory building. Dozens of zombies instantly gathered at the door, and gunfire suddenly broke out. Bang, bang, bang. Intense rifle fire instantly cleared out the zombies downstairs. One squad quickly rushed into the 1st floor and began clearing out the interior. The other 2 squads took up positions on either side of the dormitory gate, providing cover and fire support. But the situation inside the building was more complicated than expected. A zombie jumped directly from the upper floor, and a melee broke out. The 2 soldiers were thrown to the ground. Although they were immediately killed by their comrades, they were also seriously bitten. The wound had already turned black, a sign of mutation, essentially untreatable. Li Yunpeng's heart was heavy, his face livid. He immediately ordered the soldiers to block the dormitory door with debris to prevent more zombies from rushing in. The doorway was quickly blocked by tables and chairs, preventing the zombies from breaking through for a short time. He walked towards the 2 wounded, an indescribable sadness in his eyes. "Number 1, he whispered. "Here." The squad leader responded, standing at attention. "Send them on their way." "Understood." Without hesitation, without ceremony, the soldiers pulled the 2 men to a corner, saluted, and then shot them dead. This was the first time Li Yunpeng had lost a soldier. Though they were cyborgs summoned by the system, they had supported each other in battle. Now that they had fallen, his heart was inevitably pierced. He suppressed his emotions and ordered his teams to clear the entire dormitory, while he led a small team straight up to the 5th floor. He wanted to meet the girl who'd excitedly called for help. After clearing the 5th floor, he knocked on the familiar dormitory door. He opened the small window first, then confirmed it was a soldier before opening the main door. The girl rushed out excitedly, but Li Yunpeng raised his hand and slapped her hard in the face. The girl was stunned and looked at him with tears in her eyes. "Because of that shout, I lost 2 brothers, Li Yunpeng said coldly. The girl's eyes were filled with self-blame, and she didn't dare to refute a word. At this time, a neatly dressed man with an arrogant look walked over and said, "You are a soldier? How can you hit someone?" The woman's face darkened when she heard this. This man was Chao Chun, the wealthy boy who had been pestering her and looked down on everyone because of his family's wealth. "Chao Chun, shut up. This is my fault," she whispered. Li Yunpeng sneered. "Who the hell are you?" Chao Chun was enraged. "You broken soldier. I'll ask someone to strip you of your rank later." Li Yunpeng's face was gloomy. He suddenly grabbed his collar and dragged him to the window. "I'll give you one last chance. Kneel down and apologize, otherwise you'll be dead today." Chao Chun said stubbornly. I won't apologize. Wait for me." Before he could finish his words, Li Yunpeng pushed him down. The zombies downstairs roared, and in a moment, Chao Chun's body was gone. Turning around, Li Yunpeng looked at the girl. "What's your name?" "Lu Hui." The girl shuddered and answered in a low voice. What happened on the day the incident happened in the park? Everyone followed the notice and went to grab food. As a result, the large number of people caused a riot, and then the zombies suddenly broke out. Her words were consistent with the situation reported by the team leader later. There were only a dozen survivors left in the entire dormitory. It looked like most of the others had gone to the supermarket. Li Yunpeng leaned against the window, quietly observing the situation outside. Downstairs, zombies were swarming, estimated to be several thousand, surrounding the building completely. A figure was vaguely visible on the 2nd floor of the supermarket across the street, seemingly noticing the battle. Suddenly, he caught sight of a familiar figure, a mocking smile playing on his lips. "Ma Fun, you're still alive? You're incredibly lucky." Although only 100 meters away, the zombie hordes were overwhelming, making it nearly impossible to get past them. He pondered for a moment, then summoned several squad leaders to assign tasks. 2 squads prepared for the assault on the first floor, while the other squad gathered all their grenades and stood by. When everything was ready, Li Yunpeng picked up an iron basin and knocked on the window. Dang dang dang. The zombies were attracted and swarmed in, quickly surrounding the place tightly. 5 minutes later, Li Yunpeng ordered, "Throw." Dozens of grenades flew out of the window one after another. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions thundered, flames shot into the sky, and dense shrapnel swept through the corpses. Although grenades couldn't kill with precision, this round of throwing had already caused a huge loss of life. As one group flew away, another surged in. Li Yunpeng gritted his teeth and ordered more grenades to be thrown. After throwing over 200 grenades, a gap was finally torn open in the swarm of zombies. "Attack!" he shouted, and the 2 teams rushed out like arrows, embarking on a journey towards the supermarket. Chapter 10: The Transformation of Human Nature. Seeing that the passage downstairs was opened, Li Yunpeng hurried downstairs with the guards and survivors. The soldiers who rushed out in front had already reached the entrance of the supermarket and used a human wall to open a path to the cafeteria. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Li Yunpeng immediately ran over and was the first to reach the supermarket entrance. Then he turned around and half-crouched to shoot to support the retreating soldiers behind him. There was a burst of intense gunfire, and at the cost of 5 soldiers, everyone finally gathered at the supermarket entrance. Just when the fierce fighting was going on, suddenly, the rolling door was opened from the inside. Li Yunpeng led the soldiers to fight and retreat. When the last soldier retreated into the supermarket, the rolling door was closed. The zombies, having lost their fire suppression, soon arrived at the door and slammed the rolling door. Li Yunpeng quickly directed the soldiers to use shelves to hold up the rolling door. After a long while, the zombies calmed down after losing their target. Li Yunpeng turned around and looked at the young man who opened the door. He saw that he was tall and strong, with a steady look in his eyes. He looked like a brave and calm man. "What's your name?" Li Yunpeng asked while sitting on a chair nearby. "My name is Wu Gang," he answered simply and concisely. "Well, you're great that you dare to open the rolling door. What's going on here?" Li Yunpeng asked. "Do you mean the first floor or the second floor?" Wu Gang asked. Li Yunpeng was puzzled. Was the situation on the first and second floors of the supermarket different? "Tell me what happened," Li Yunpeng asked. Wu Gang thought for a moment and said, "On the day of the apocalypse, manhwa, along with the management and security, moved most of the edibles upstairs and sealed the entrance. Most of the remaining people could only hide on the first floor and struggle to survive." Li Yunpeng had no doubt that manhwa was capable of doing this. Since he had fallen into his trap today, he must deal with him properly. However, it would not be too late to find out the situation on the first floor before dealing with him. Li Yunpeng was followed by a group of soldiers who began to patrol the first floor. The windows were blocked and the light was dim. The men were listless and the women had disheveled hair. They gathered in 2s and 3s. When they saw him coming, there was hope in their eyes. A rough count showed that there were about 200 to 300 people scattered everywhere. "Betsy." Li Yunpeng found a familiar face in the crowd. When Lu Zide heard someone calling him, he looked up blankly and saw a young man in military uniform who looked familiar. After taking a closer look, he realized that this was his gay friend Li Yunpeng. "Peng, brother Peng? Is that you?" Lu Zide slowly stood up and asked uncertainly. Li Yunpeng walked over and pulled him up, saying, "It's me. You're lucky, kid. It's good to be alive." When Lu Zide saw him, he burst into tears. "Brother Peng, I thought I would never see you again. There are only man-eating monsters outside, just like zombies." Li Yunpeng patted him on the shoulder and said, "Don't be afraid. Just follow me and don't run around, and you'll be fine." Lu Zide nodded solemnly. Although he didn't know how his former colleague had become an officer, it was still a good thing. Only when I got closer did I see that there were bruises on the corners of Lu Zide's mouth and his forehead was a little swollen. "Betsy, what happened to your head?" Li Yunpeng asked. Lu Zide sighed and said, "Manhwa fell in love with Wang Shiyan. After trying to seduce her but failing, he came down to snatch her away. Several of us were injured in trying to protect her. Manhwa is a beast. He is the one who loses his humanity the fastest when he is not around to take care of his subordinates." Li Yunpeng cursed. Then he asked, "What did he use to tempt you?" Lu Zide said, "Manhwa moved most of the food upstairs, and Wu Gang distributed the remaining supplies equally to everyone. We survived on what little we had. 3 days ago, Manhwa suggested that women trade their bodies for food. Soon, some people, starving, went upstairs to trade, but the women who went up never came down again. What surprised Li Yunpeng was that Wu Gang was able to achieve equal distribution under such circumstances, which was not easy. The situation was basically clear, and Li Yunpeng was too lazy to say more. He walked up the stairs to the second floor. As expected, the end of the stairs was blocked by some shelves. Li Yunpeng called over a team, and they dismantled the shelves in no time. He went up to the second floor, which was in a mess. Various food packages were scattered on the ground. There was a strong smell of cigarettes and alcohol. Several half-naked women were huddled in the corner, and many of them were drunk. Li Yunpeng frowned and looked around, and saw Ma Fan hiding behind the crowd. "Director Ma, come here, come here." Li Yunpeng pointed at Ma Fan and shouted. Ma Fan's eyes were shining, and he walked forward with a nod and a bow. Before he even arrived, he stretched out his arm and handed over the cigarette. Li Yunpeng took the cigarette, and Ma Fan happily lit it for him. Li Yunpeng took a deep breath and said, "Why is Director Ma suddenly so polite?" Ma Fan smiled flatteringly and said, "Serving the commander is my duty." "Haha, Director Ma's memory is not very good. You don't recognize me so quickly," Li Yunpeng said with a smile. Ma Fan looked at him carefully after hearing this. The young man in front of him was wearing a military uniform and looked familiar. He seemed to have seen him somewhere, but he couldn't remember where. "You. Bang!" Li Yunpeng kicked him to the ground and cursed him with a smile. "What the hell are you talking about? You're just a pig-headed person. Didn't you ask me to meet the sales target a week ago? Didn't you stop me from going to the hospital?" Ma Fan took a look and recognized him. Who else could it be but Li Yunpeng? He was immediately shocked. Wasn't he his salesman? How could he lead such a group of soldiers? Li Yunpeng threw his cigarette butt to the ground, stood up, and began punching and kicking Ma Fan, cursing, "You're a beast. As a company leader, you don't care about the lives of your employees, and you use the resources at your disposal to seduce and insult women. It's only the end of the world, and you've already disregarded ethics and laws." Ma Fan rolled on the ground and wailed after being beaten. His group of disheveled lackeys and security guards were all stunned. Although they were usually arrogant, they became cowards when facing the soldiers armed with live ammunition. Li Yunpeng fought for a while, and after he had calmed down a bit, he turned and walked downstairs, saying to the group of people, "Come here, women. There are a few women upstairs who are not wearing clothes." Hearing Li Yunpeng's words, everyone was stunned and hesitated to move. At this time, a woman with delicate features and a soft and charming figure walked out from the crowd. Although her face was pale, she had a kind of morbid beauty. She silently picked up 2 sets of clothes and went upstairs. "Betsy, who is that woman?" Li Yunpeng asked. Lu Zide said, "Brother Peng, what's wrong with you? You don't even recognize Wang Shiyan? She's the most beautiful woman in our park." Li Yunpeng thought to himself, "I've never seen you before, and you're the only one I know after traveling through time." After a while, Wang Shiyan helped the women upstairs down one by one. Behind them was a fawning pretty boy who kept saying something to Wang Shiyan. "Shiyan, Ma Fan and I are really not in the same group. I went up there to plead for you guys and get some food." Being close, Li Yunpeng heard the pretty boy's last words. He felt strange, and the voice sounded familiar. After careful recollection, he realized that this was Pan Hui, the lone shark. "Stay away from me. I feel sick when I see you." Wang Shiyan had a look of disgust on her face. When she went upstairs and saw the appearance of the women, she realized what had happened. These people were worse than beasts. "Pan Hui, what a coincidence," Li Yunpeng said jokingly. Pan Hui heard someone calling him and looked in the direction of the voice. Li Yunpeng." Pan Hui looked at the fully armed Li Yunpeng in surprise. "Yes, I still owe you 40,000 yuan in principal and interest." Pan Hui rolled his eyes and said, "Hey, Brother Peng, what are you talking about? You don't have to pay me back. Just take care of me more in the future." "Ha, get upstairs." Li Yunpeng smiled first, then said with a serious face. Pan Hui was choked when he saw his expression change so quickly. He didn't dare to say anything more and walked upstairs, looking back every few steps. After coming down, several women buried their faces in their legs and let out suppressed cries. After comforting them for a long time, one of the women finally told them what had happened in the past few days. After the apocalypse, Ma Fan and his companions saw zombies all over the world upstairs, and they knew that the apocalypse had come. They had no intention of leaving here alive, so they lured some women up to serve as a platform for dozens of men to vent their anger. The women who came up were not only not fed enough, but were also tortured for several days. Ma Fan had long coveted Wang Shiyan's beauty, but at first he was still concerned about her father, the vice president of the group. It was not until yesterday that he came down desperately to snatch her away, but fortunately he was stopped by Lu Zide and his gang. Li Yunpeng went upstairs again, and Ma Fan and a group of people sat on the ground trembling with fear. "Everyone downstairs, come up. All the food is free to eat." Li Yunpeng shouted. The survivors who had not eaten enough for several days suddenly rushed forward, eating biscuits, instant noodles, snacks, and other things without being picky, and stuffed whatever they saw into their mouths. Li Yunpeng did this because he was afraid that these people would not have enough physical strength to escape later. After all, they would have more strength if they were well-fed and well-drinking. Li Yunpeng observed the situation outside, then squatted in front of Ma Fun, smiled evilly, and said, "Director Ma, it's time for you to contribute to your colleagues." Chapter 11 Breaking Out of the Jedi. Ma Fun sat on the ground and trembled. The smile of the young man in front of him made him feel creepy. There are densely packed zombies outside the supermarket, and someone must attract their attention to have a chance to break out. Li Yunpeng continued, "I'll give you a chance to live. Take your men and leave here. I won't pursue the matter." When Ma Fun heard about leaving, he immediately grabbed Li Yunpeng's trouser leg, tears streaming down his face. "Commander, please spare me. There are man-eating monsters outside. I will die if I go out." Li Yunpeng kicked him away, took a look at the situation downstairs, and turned around and said in an unquestionable tone, "I'll give you half an hour to prepare. After half an hour, either you choose a direction to run, or I'll have someone throw you down from the building." Ma Fun and the others immediately looked ashen. They had no doubt that Li Yunpeng could do this, so they all huddled together to discuss something. "Wu Gang," Li Yunpeng called out, and Wu Gang quickly dropped the food in his hands and ran over. Li Yunpeng said to him, "Tell everyone to pack up. We will break out in 40 minutes. "Okay, I'll go and inform them right away." Wu Gang turned to leave, but Li Yunpeng held him back and said, "One thing you need to be careful about. Don't carry too much stuff. If anyone falls behind during the breakout, I won't wait for them even for a second." Wu Gang nodded to show that he understood, and then left to inform the survivors to prepare. Li Yunpeng asked the team leaders to lead the soldiers to wait at the first-floor gate, check the weapons and ammunition, and prepare to break out. He was observing the situation alone by the window. Most of the zombies were now gathered between the supermarket and the dormitory. There were more zombies in the distance that were attracted by the previous explosion. The distance was about a few hundred meters. After observing for half an hour, Li Yunpeng walked up to Ma Fun. "Now it's time for you to set out and run for your lives." Ma Fun and his gang stood there motionless, as if they hadn't heard anything. Li Yunpeng had anticipated this situation. These people would not cry until they saw the coffin. He pulled out his pistol, loaded it, picked up a piece of rag on the ground, and wrapped it around the muzzle of the gun to silence it. Then he pointed at Ma Fun and said, "I'll count to 3. If you don't act, I don't mind killing you right now." 1. Everyone looked at Li Yunpeng's fierce eyes and felt that he was not joking. They were so scared that their legs were shaking. 2. Li Yunpeng had already put the muzzle of the gun against Ma Fun's head. Just as he was about to pronounce the number 3, Ma Fun shuddered with fear and gritted his teeth, saying, "I'm leaving. I'm leaving. Don't shoot. It's death anyway. Maybe there's a chance of survival if I run away." After saying that, he glanced at his companions and walked downstairs. Li Yunpeng moved the muzzle of the gun horizontally and pointed it at other people. Everyone who was pointed at lowered their heads and followed him down the stairs. Ma Fun led a group of people to the corner of the first floor, cracked the window a little, and looked outside for a while. Then he turned around and said, "We are doomed today, but we still have a glimmer of hope. There are not many zombies outside. Let's sneak out. There is a bridge as long as we run out of the east gate. There will be few people after crossing the bridge, so we may be able to survive." The others knew that they were all in the same boat. They had done many bad things with Ma Fun, and their fates were now linked together. They all expressed their willingness to obey Ma Fun's arrangements. Seeing that everyone was convinced, Ma Fun continued, "If we can survive this day, we will be brothers who have been through thick and thin together. From now on, regardless of age, we will be friends as equals." "Good," everyone agreed. In the heroic atmosphere, a person who was a little braver climbed out of the window first, then looked around and said it was safe inside, and then the others climbed out one after another. The direction Ma Fun found was really good. The zombies were attracted to the middle of the supermarket and the dormitory. There was not a single zombie here. The group walked towards the east gate in fear. Seeing a group of people sneaking around the zombies, Li Yunpeng sneered in his heart, took off the tattered clothes wrapped around the muzzle of the gun, and stuck the muzzle out of the window. Bang! 2 gunshots were heard. Ma Fun and his group were sneaking carefully when they suddenly heard the crisp sound of gunfire. They were almost scared to death. The zombies were awakened by the gunshots and suddenly became irritable. They soon discovered the figures of Ma Fun and his group. "Run! We've been discovered by zombies." Ma Fun roared, not bothering to sneak, and strode forward with his arms wide open. His running attracted the attention of more zombies, who chased after them roaring, "Ah! Fuck! These people had lost 2 of their 3 souls, so how could they care about others? They rushed eastward one after another. Those who were still drunk ran slowly and were knocked down by zombies first. They didn't even have a chance to turn into zombies before they were eaten up. Manhwa had a big belly, and although he was running in the front, he was slowly being overtaken by the people around him. He was very anxious and was about to fall behind. He grabbed the collar of the person in front of him and pulled it hard from side to side. The man fell to the ground. Manhwa passed him and ran forward without looking back. Manhwa, you up. Before he could say anything, his neck was torn apart by the zombies that were chasing him, and in just a few breaths his face was torn beyond recognition. This man never thought until his death that he was just discussing his brothers, but in the blink of an eye he was betrayed by Manhwa. Li Yunpeng watched everything coldly from upstairs. Manhwa was born to climb up by stepping on everything around him. He would kill everyone around him for a chance of survival. Seeing that the zombies surrounding the supermarket entrance were lured away by Manhwa and his group, Li Yunpeng walked downstairs and said to everyone, Team 1 will be the vanguard, Team 2 will provide firepower for the vanguard and guard the flanks, and Team 3 will be the rearguard. We will sandwich the survivors in the middle and break out to the base. Yes. All the men obeyed the order in unison. Everyone pay attention. If anyone falls behind, you're on your own. I won't send anyone to rescue you, so be careful. Li Yunpeng warned. Wu Gang organized the survivors to wait on the side, and when they heard Li Yunpeng's words, they nodded to show that they understood. Set off. Li Yunpeng waved his hand, and someone next to him opened the rolling door. 2 teams rushed out first. Li Yunpeng took Lu Zide with him and followed the team in front. The survivors in the middle followed behind Li Yunpeng. A team of guardsmen stayed behind and quietly walked out of the supermarket door. Although the zombies at the door were attracted away by Manhwa and others, some of them were attracted from farther away. When they saw the crowd, they pounced on them immediately, and the soldiers in the front row opened fire first. Bang, 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 bang. As soon as the gunshots rang out, all the zombies around were immediately attracted over. Li Yunpeng and his group quickly headed towards the east gate of the park. Fortunately, there were not many zombies on the east side and the resistance to their advance was small. However, the zombies surrounding them from the north and south sides were getting closer and closer, and even Li Yunpeng had to shoot while walking. The guard soldiers cooperated well with each other and automatically divided into 2 groups, shooting alternately to avoid fire gaps. But even so, 2 zombies rushed into the team. Although they were quickly eliminated, more than a dozen survivors and 2 soldiers were still lost. The vanguard team arrived at the east gate first. There were no zombies outside, so they stood guard on both sides of the gate and supported the team behind them. With the fire support from the front, the people behind them finally rushed out of the park without any danger. Quick, follow the bridge and run to the opposite base. Li Yunpeng shouted to the survivors that there were too many zombies gathered in the park. The zombies in the front were blocked by firepower, and the zombies behind were directly jumping over the heads of the front row of zombies, like a rolling wave, with an astonishing momentum. As soon as the words fell, the survivors used all their strength to run towards the other side, and at this moment they only regretted that their parents had not given them 2 more legs. I won't leave, I'll help you, Lu Zide said with gritted teeth. The situation was urgent. Although Li Yunpeng was touched, he kicked him in the ass and said, Get the hell out of here. You can't help a damn thing. Brother Peng. Roll. Lu Zide thought about it carefully and realized that he really couldn't help much here. His calves would cramp when the zombies approached him. He was simply a burden. He gritted his teeth, turned around, and followed the survivors to run towards the other side. After driving Lu Zide away, Li Yunpeng continued to assign tasks. Block in sections and evacuate in an orderly manner. Li Yunpeng shouted and led half of the soldiers to run towards the bridgehead, while the remaining soldiers blocked the attack on the spot. When Li Yunpeng and more than 40 soldiers took up shooting positions at the bridgehead, the soldiers behind him began to retreat. The blocking mission was handed over to the bridgehead position. The withdrawn soldiers crossed the bridgehead and ran to the end of the bridge to establish a blocking position. More and more zombies rushed out of the gate. Because the gate was narrow, many zombies crowded around the courtyard wall, stacked up like a pyramid, and climbed over the wall directly. Li Yunpeng looked at the overwhelming tide of zombies in front of him, and his hand holding the gun was shaking slightly. The scene was so shocking that he felt like a small boat in front of the zombie tide, which could be swallowed up at any time. Chapter 12. Escape from Death. The terrain here is open, and the firepower of the guards is no match for the zombie army. Withdraw, Li Yunpeng shouted and ran towards the end of the bridge. The team at the end of the bridge had just arrived at the position and hurriedly assumed a shooting stance. Li Yunpeng led the soldiers to retreat along the side of the bridge, making room for the soldiers at the end of the bridge to shoot and let the zombies into the bridge. In the narrow space, the guard's firepower was brought into play to its greatest advantage. But seeing that half of the ammunition was used up and it was not suitable for a long-term blocking, Li Yunpeng crossed the end of the bridge and ran towards the base. On the outer wall of the base, 30 soldiers have taken up shooting stances, waiting for the zombies to come into range. Li Yunpeng led the team halfway and stopped again to support the position at the end of the bridge. At this time, the bridge was crowded with zombies, densely packed, at least 2 or 3 layers. Many zombies were squeezed into the river, stirring up waves on the water surface, like dumplings being dropped into the water. From a distance, the bridge looked more like a huge wave sweeping over. The guard soldiers at the end of the bridge retreated quickly after emptying their magazines. When the two teams met, Li Yunpeng did not stop and ran towards the base. If there were no soldiers turning back and shooting from time to block the way, Li Yunpeng would not have been able to outrun the zombies. When he ran into the base, the zombies behind him were less than 50 meters away from the base. The wall suddenly opened fire, and 4 tongues of fire shot out from the machine gun bunker below, and the group of zombies was suppressed in an instant. After Li Yunpeng ran into the base, he sat down on the ground and gasped violently. It was his first time to fight such a large-scale zombie battle. His heart was in his throat. It was so fucking exciting. After a while, he stood up with his gun, climbed onto the wall, and looked through the telescope. Zombies were still pouring out of the park crazily, and the road from the park to the base was crowded. The students who escaped to the base were still in shock, but there was no time for them to rest. Li Yunpeng directly exchanged 200,000 bullets, and then used all the remaining points to summon soldiers. Then he mobilized everyone, with the men moving bullets and the women replenishing empty magazines for the soldiers. The battle was fierce. The women on the wall looked at the zombie tide coming towards them. Their faces turned pale, and their hands were shaking when they were loading bullets. They didn't know if the zombies would break through their defenses in the next second and kill them. In the critical moment, Li Yunpeng didn't care about anything else. He thought that one more person meant more strength, so he raised his rifle and joined the battle. All machine guns fired at their highest rate of fire, maintaining a fire output of 500 to 600 rounds per minute. The front of the zombie tide was forced back to about 100 meters. The killed zombies were spread on the ground, layer by layer, slowly forming a wall of corpses. The zombies behind climbed over the wall of corpses and continued to rush towards the base. Although the wall of corpses slows down the zombies' attack speed, it also increases the difficulty of shooting, and bullets cannot hit the zombies behind them at all. Li Yunpeng was anxious. He knew that a new wall of corpses would soon be piled up closer to the base, and the zombie army would continue until it approached the base. His prediction turned out to be correct. Only half an hour later, the zombies were blocked 80 meters away from the base. Gradually, another wall of corpses rose up, and the soldier only summoned one person. This is not a solution. Soon the wall of corpses will be right in front of us. Due to the obstruction of the 2 walls of corpses, the zombies' attack speed slowed down a little compared to before, and there was surplus firepower on the outer wall. Li Yunpeng quickly ordered 3 teams to retreat to the inner wall for alert. With this kind of fighting style, the outer wall will definitely not be able to be defended. We can only pray that there are not too many zombies left in the park. After the fierce battle lasted for more than an hour, the nearest zombies were less than 20 meters away from the base, and the corpses had piled up more than 3 meters high. Li Yunpeng quickly ordered the survivors to stop supplying ammunition to the outer wall and prepare sufficient ammunition for the inner wall. If we wait until the zombies come to the wall before retreating, we will definitely be bitten by the tail. The soldiers are fully equipped and slower than the zombies, so it is time to retreat. The soldiers at the machine gun position could not go back. Once the machine gun stopped, a tide of zombies would come instantly. If they rushed into the team, they would be wiped out in a few minutes. Keep firing from the machine gun positions. Everyone else retreat to the second wall. Li Yunpeng gave a difficult order. For the first time, he realized the cruelty of war. Someone had to sacrifice in order to buy precious time for his comrades. After giving the order, Li Yunpeng jumped off the wall and ran towards the inner wall of the base, and the other soldiers followed almost at the same time. Having lost the rifle firepower, only 4 machine guns were roaring. Li Yunpeng led the soldiers and ran wildly. As soon as they climbed up the inner wall, the sounds of the 4 machine guns went out one by one. He knew that the guards who had bought time for them to retreat had sacrificed their lives. Regardless of his sadness, he ordered all soldiers to prepare for battle. He still had a glimmer of hope in his heart, hoping that the zombies would stop after losing their target, but this dream was soon shattered. Zombies kept roaring and climbing over the outer wall. The distance between the inner and outer walls was less than 100 meters. Beat! Li Yunpeng roared and opened fire first. The two machine gun bunkers outside the inner wall and more than 100 automatic rifles opened fire at the same time. The zombies that climbed over were killed one after another, and soon they piled up into a thick layer at the base of the wall. At this moment, Li Yunpeng was on the verge of life and death. He had no fear or panic in his heart. He just mechanically pulled the trigger to eliminate the zombies that appeared in front of him. Because the distance was too close, some zombies would slip through the net and rush under the wall from time to time. Li Yunpeng arranged 5 soldiers not to participate in the battle, but to be on guard against the approaching zombies. This was not a waste of combat power. If some zombies rushed into the team and broke the defense, it would be a disaster. Soon, several layers of corpses were piled up between the inner and outer walls, filling the open space in the middle, and the height was almost level with the wall, which means that the wall had now lost its protective effect. However, Li Yunpeng did not expect that the zombie corpses piled between the inner and outer walls actually gave him a chance to breathe, because the zombies rushing over could not run steadily on the corpses of their companions, and their speed was extremely slow, with 1 step deep and 1 step shallow. This created good shooting conditions for the soldiers. The battle situation took a dramatic turn at the last moment. Li Yunpeng shouted, "Hit me hard. There aren't many zombies left." It was not until dark that the gunfire gradually subsided and the soldiers switched to precise shooting. The battle lasted from noon to dusk. No more zombies ran out of the park. Li Yunpeng shook his numb shoulders and felt relieved. This hurdle was finally over. After dealing with the remaining hundreds of zombies, the battlefield filled with smoke was littered with corpses. In this battle, Li Yunpeng lost nearly 30 soldiers and used up 300,000 rounds of bullets. He killed more than 10,000 zombies in total and rescued more than 300 survivors, which greatly accelerated the upgrade progress. The zombies near the park were basically wiped out. The huge industrial park was like a naked girl, opening its arms to Li Yunpeng, and he was free to take all the resources. There should be survivors trapped in the dormitory, and they could only be dealt with later. Although this battle was brutal, it basically solved the initial survival problem of the base. Not only did it eliminate the nearby threats, but also after deducting the millions of points consumed, the panel showed that there were more than 500,000 points remaining, so there was no need to worry about points in the short term. Li Yunpeng jumped off the wall. More than 300 dusty survivors were exhausted and looked at him with awe when they saw him coming down. They automatically made way for him. Even Lu Zide's eyes were different from before, revealing a respect for the strong. He struggled to accept the fact that his former buddy and colleague led a group of elite soldiers into the park to rescue people. Li Yunpeng ignored the expressions of these people. After the battle, not only was his whole body sore, but his nerves, which had been tense all day, were also extremely tired. He exchanged several thousand individual rations and placed them at the entrance of the arsenal, and sent 2 soldiers to distribute them according to the quantity. Then he walked into the base alone, took a shower, and lay on the bed without wanting to move a finger. Although his body didn't want to move, Li Yunpeng's brain was still working at high speed, thinking about the next development direction. The current scale of the base is still too small and needs to be upgraded as soon as possible. There are still more survivors hiding in various corners of the park. We must get these people out quickly while the zombie group is eliminated. Maybe in a few days, the zombie groups in the city will wander here again. Chapter 13: Establishing an Order of Survivors. The survivors who had not had a full meal for a week ate up their individual rations cleanly. After eating, they felt even more tired, and many of them just lay down on the ground and fell asleep. Wang Shiyan stared at the gate of the base in a daze, his mind full of the thin but majestic man. He walked into the house and never came out again, nor did he invite anyone in. He even left Lu Zide, who seemed to have a good relationship with him, outside. What she didn't know was that the resolute man in her impression was actually lying on the bed at this moment, with half a biscuit in his mouth and a vitamin drink in his hand, and he fell asleep. Li Yunpeng was exhausted. He recalled that he had never been so tired even when he worked all night in the club. The next morning, Li Yunpeng woke up slowly and opened the gate of the base. The open space outside was full of people lying in all directions. He had no embarrassment. Although the conditions were simple, in this cruel doomsday, being able to survive was already a great fortune, not to mention that they were provided with a safe place to stay. Survivors who have experienced a life-and-death escape also understand that the current safety is hard-earned. When they saw Li Yunpeng coming out, they all got up from the ground and stood quietly. Li Yunpeng cleared his throat and said, "Today, our main task is to clear the bodies between the inner and outer walls, and then build the house. Everyone must adapt to the living environment of the end times. I don't want anyone to ignore my words. Otherwise, I can rescue you." but I can also drive you out. No one dared to refute. They had finally found a place to settle down. By driving Ma Fun and his gang out as bait, the survivors were greatly frightened. Li Yunpeng was definitely not a merciful person. Even Wang Shiyan is no exception. Li Yunpeng did not treat her differently just because she is pretty. Now is the end of the world, and one still has to go through some things to see everyone's character. After breakfast, Li Yunpeng arranged a small team of soldiers to lead everyone to move the corpses. The truck that had been brought from the construction site was parked nearby. Thousands of zombie corpses were piled together. The scene was very shocking. Densely packed heads and broken limbs were piled up in a mess. Many survivors covered their mouths and vomited violently before they even got close. Wang Shiyan has lived a life of luxury since he was a child. He has never even seen a dead person, let alone having to carry the corpses of zombies. He vomited bile so much. Even the first group of survivors, including Zhang Tao, were pale. They had dealt with 6 corpses before, but compared with the scene before them, it was completely different. Lu Zide walked up to Li Yunpeng and whispered, "Brother Peng, do you think, cannot?" Li Yunpeng interrupted his unreasonable fantasy with an expressionless face. Lu Zide, "Fuck, you're so heartless." Ignoring Lu Zide's bitter face, Li Yunpeng turned around and climbed up the wall. This is also for his own good. Now is the end of the world. From now on, there will be no absolutely safe refuge in the world. Sooner or later, he will have to take this step. He stood on the city wall and looked at everything indifferently, ignoring the pleading eyes of all the women. Although the base needed population to upgrade, he would not keep useless people here and did not even dare to touch the corpses. In case of a crisis and mass panic, the base would be in chaos from the inside. Li Yunpeng yelled, "You can dawdle, but when you finish dealing with the body, you can have your next meal." He ordered the guards to pile up food at the foot of the city and stand guard with guns. When everyone heard this, no matter how reluctant they were, they had to go ahead. Zhang Tao gritted his teeth, took the lead in climbing onto the pile of corpses, and while suppressing the urge to vomit, he dragged a zombie to the side of the truck. When the first group of survivors saw him taking action, they all came forward to help and lifted the corpse onto the truck. Seeing that the first group of people had already started, Wu Gang called out to his companions to take the lead in carrying the corpses. Since someone was taking the lead, the rest of the people had to start working in order to have their next meal. The men basically worked in groups of 2. Although they were filled with fear and nausea at first, they got used to it after moving a few times. It was different for women. Those who mustered up the courage to work were grouped in 4, and 3 of them were crying while working. There were still a dozen or so survivors who were indifferent. The women just squatted on the ground and cried, while the men had a look of fear on their faces and refused to touch the corpses. Li Yunpeng was quite satisfied with the situation and turned around and shouted, "Number 1, come here." Squad leader number 1 trotted over, stopped, and said, "Commander, please give me your instructions. Ask someone to remember those who didn't work, and don't let them eat lunch or dinner." "Yes." Number 1 saluted, then called the team members over and assigned them the tasks assigned by Li Yunpeng. The dozen or so survivors who did not take action only dared to occasionally peek through their fingers at the survivors who were carrying corpses back and forth, and then gathered together and trembled. It took the whole morning to load all the bodies between the inner and outer walls into trucks and take them outside the base to be burned. Only when thick smoke rose did the survivors breathe a sigh of relief. By the end, the men were basically numb, and although the women looked unhappy, at least few of them were scared to tears. After cleaning up the inside of the base, everyone lined up to receive food. The dozen or so people who had not been working saw that the meal was about to start and wanted to take advantage of the chaos to sneak into the team. The other survivors had shared the same hardship and naturally despised those who were timid and wanted to get something for nothing. Anyone who had the audacity to cut in line was squeezed out. More than a dozen people had no choice but to line up at the end of the line. They thought they could get away with it, so they lined up at the end of the line, craning their necks to look forward, calculating how long it would take to get their food. At this time, squad leader number 1 came over with a group of soldiers. These people lowered their heads guiltily or turned sideways to avoid being discovered. But what they didn't know was that the first squad had already sent someone to keep an eye on them, and their every move was under the surveillance of the soldiers. By order of the commander, no one who has not participated in the cleanup of the base will be allowed to eat. Please, everyone. Team leader number 1 spoke sternly and coldly, but between saving face and saving their stomachs, these people tacitly chose the latter and ignored team leader number 1's words. Seeing this, number 1 did not hesitate. He waved his right hand, and his soldiers rushed forward and pulled these people out of the team. Some people are extremely cowardly when facing a crisis, But after the crisis, they cannot see the situation clearly, and suddenly some people begin to resist. Why can't we eat? We also pay taxes. Someone shouted loudly. Zhang Tao and others who came in the first group sneered in their hearts when they heard this. They knew Li Yunpeng's style of doing things too well. Using such tricks to use a tiger's skin and a big banner on him is simply courting death. Li Yunpeng just happened to hear it and walked over slowly. He took a look at the person shouting. He was a thin, middle-aged man with a middle-parted hair, wearing narrow-rimmed black-framed glasses, and his small eyes were rolling around. What's your name? Li Yunpeng asked. My name is Zhao Hai, sir. We can discuss other matters, but we have to eat this meal. Li Yunpeng was too lazy to listen to his nonsense and said to the soldiers on his left and right, blast them out. After saying that, he turned and left. The soldiers received the order and took action immediately, escorting a group of people towards the gate of the base. Seeing that they were about to be kicked out, everyone struggled and screamed desperately, but in front of the strong physique of the guards, any struggle was futile. More than a dozen people were ruthlessly thrown out of the base. Looking at the locked gate, they felt angry and regretful. Chapter 14. Improving Base Construction. Most of the survivors had no objection to Li Yunpeng's actions, but a small number of them felt that Li Yunpeng was too ruthless. After all, it was difficult for ordinary people without weapons to survive outside the base, and this move was tantamount to taking their lives. No matter what people think, one thing is consistent, that is, it is best to do what the young man, called commander by the soldiers, says. Li Yunpeng walked to the gate of the arsenal, took out 2 individual rations, and called out Lu Zide from the team. The 2 walked aside, and Li Yunpeng handed him a piece of food and said, Detsi, do you think my actions are cruel? Lu Zide took the rations and said, Brother Peng, I feel like you've become completely different from before. Li Yunpeng thought, it's strange that we're the same. I'm not the same person at all. Then he said, Detsi, this is the end of the world. Any mindless tolerance will bring us disaster. The reason why I asked you to clean up the base with the other survivors is to help you adapt as quickly as possible. This world is different from before. Everything will start over. If you want to survive, you have to make changes. After saying this, Li Yunpeng patted his shoulder and walked back to the base alone. Lu Zide stood there with his rations in his hand, thinking seriously about what Li Yunpeng said. The world had indeed changed. There were man-eating monsters everywhere outside, and all order had collapsed. Perhaps what Brother Peng said was right. He clenched his fists and made up his mind secretly. Li Yunpeng returned to the base and checked the current troop deployment. After more than 20 hours of continuous summoning, the number of soldiers had reached 180, and there were 400,000 points left. To recruit 500 soldiers, 320,000 points were needed. The military and civilians in the base consumed about 500 points of food every day and 15,000 points a month. The remaining points were not enough to support a battle like yesterday's. In the end, Li Yunpeng only summoned 120 soldiers, bringing the total strength to 300, leaving more than 200,000 points as a reserve in case of emergencies. After planning the points distribution plan, Li Yunpeng began to think about rescuing the survivors in the park, but he would have to wait until the force reached 300 people in 2 days before taking action. The houses in the base must be built as soon as possible, otherwise it will not be a good idea for the survivors to sleep on the ground every day, and it will be a big problem if it rains or is cloudy. So they called Wu Gang and Zhang Tao, divided the survivors into 2 groups, and each of them led a group to build houses. When the 2 heard the task assigned by Li Yunpeng, they were ecstatic and secretly vowed to do it well. This was a test given by the base leader, and there would be benefits if they did it well. Time was running out, so after lunch in the afternoon, the 2 led the survivors to start building a house. There were survivors from an engineering company in the park who were responsible for designing the structure of the house. The house was built for themselves. Under the command of the 2, the survivors worked with all their might. They could no longer bear the days of having the sky as a blanket and the ground as a bed. The survivors were busy building houses for themselves. Li Yunpeng ordered 3 teams of soldiers to build 2 warehouses outside the inner city, next to the wall, one for storing food and the other for storing weapons and ammunition. The inner city will become his own exclusive territory in the future. There are too many important facilities here, so it is better for outsiders not to get close. With people working day and night, the construction speed was surprisingly fast. In 3 days, 2 rows of houses enough to accommodate hundreds of people were built. Although they were still unfinished, they could at least shelter them from wind and rain. Li Yunpeng walked out of the inner wall, followed by Wu Gang and Zhang Tao, to inspect the results of the past few days. The survivors passing by saluted him respectfully when they saw him, and Li Yunpeng nodded slightly in return. Two rows of houses were located on both sides of the road between the inner and outer wall gates. With these two rows of houses, the entire base became more lively and no longer desolate and empty. When he reached the middle, he saw Wang Shiyan moving bricks with a dusty face, and she didn't notice his arrival. It was her companion next to her who pulled her, and then she turned around and saw Li Yunpeng. She put down the red brick in a panic and greeted Li Yunpeng like everyone else. Her father is the vice president of the group, a typical rich second generation, but she is not domineering. After graduation, she honestly joined the company and started as an intern. Except for those at the director level and above and a few good friends who knew her identity, everyone else treated her as an ordinary colleague. Li Yunpeng saw that she was covered in dust, but it could not hide her graceful figure. The dust and sweat mixed on her beautiful oval face, but it had a unique charm. Her nose was straight, and her eyes were charming and lively, like a clear spring. He had heard Lu Zide talk about Wang Shiyan's situation. He didn't expect that a girl from such a wealthy family could adapt to life in the apocalypse so quickly, and she didn't seem to have any complaints on her face. "What major did you study before?" Li Yunpeng asked. Wang Shiyan was stunned. Why was he asked this out of the blue? But she answered honestly, I majored in accounting and just graduated this year." Li Yunpeng thought for a moment and said, "How about this? I'm just short of someone to manage daily supplies. You can take the lead and organize a few people to take charge." Wang Shiyan was a little confused. "Oh, then, okay, who should I ask to help me?" Li Yunpeng wanted to laugh at her silly and cute appearance, and said to Wu Gang and Zhang Tao, "Pick a few honest and loyal people from your two groups to help Wang Shiyan." "Yes." After hearing this, the two of them gladly accepted the order. They were not stupid. Wang Shiyan had stunning beauty, and the commander had supreme power. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that something unspeakable was bound to happen between them. As for Wang Shiyan's affairs, they would definitely treat them as Li Yunpeng's affairs. The survivors around looked at Wang Shiyan with some envy. Clinging to the commander's thigh would be like reaching the sky in one step. Wang Shiyan couldn't stand the gazes of the crowd, and her face turned red with shame. After Li Yunpeng finished his instructions, he turned around and went back to the inner city. The soldiers had been summoned, a total of 300 people. After several battles, there were already 20 officers at the squad leader level. The first 10 people were selected in order of number and redistributed. He ordered squad leader number 7 to summon the soldiers. Except for those on duty, everyone gathered in the open space in front of the base for a meeting. The guards moved quickly. In less than 5 minutes, 270 people formed a neat line and stood in front of Li Yunpeng like a benchmark. Li Yunpeng said solemnly, "I order that all team leaders who are promoted to level 1 will have their surnames changed to Li. For example, team leader number 1 will be called Li Yi, and so on." "Yes, sir." All the soldiers accepted the order in unison. Li Yunpeng continued, "Now, I officially appoint Li Qi, Li Yi, Li Er, Li Bai, and 10 others as squad leaders, each with 29 soldiers assigned to them. I also appoint Li Erqi, Li Sanwo, Li Shirlu, and 10 others as deputy squad leaders." "Yes." Everyone saluted again and received the order. Then Li Yunpeng ordered the soldiers to return to their respective defense areas. He sat alone at the gate of the base, watching the 300 elite soldiers leaving. He felt a sense of command in his heart, but when he thought of the billions of zombies in the world, he shuddered instantly. Chapter 15. Please give me a chance to reform. Li Yunpeng built 2 warehouses against the outside of the inner wall, one of which was used as a material warehouse, and the other as a war preparation warehouse. Ever since Wang Shiyan took over the supply warehouse, Li Yunpeng no longer had to worry about the survivors' food problem. He exchanged enough rations for everyone to eat for a month at one time and put them in the warehouse. The war preparation warehouse was always guarded by a small team of armed soldiers, and they sternly warned that anyone who approached would be killed without mercy. Li Yunpeng exchanged 20,000 rounds of ammunition and 100 rifles and stored them in the war preparedness warehouse for daily combat readiness consumption. Wang Shiyan's team consists of people of good character who were nominated by everyone, among whom Lu Zide is prominently listed. Of course, he was not nominated. Wu Gang knew that he had a good relationship with Li Yunpeng, so he specially gave him a place. Li Yunpeng called Wang Shiyan's team the logistics department. They were not only responsible for distributing food, but also for summarizing and storing the collected supplies with her, and then withdrawing them as needed. A small number of others stayed behind to continue repairing the houses, digging drainage ditches, building public toilets, and other infrastructure. The rest, led by Wu Gang and Zhang Tao, went to clear the corpses outside the base. Otherwise, it would be terrible if the corpses rotted and a plague broke out. The survivors were not so resistant this time. The larger piles of corpses were burned on the spot, and the other scattered corpses were gathered together and burned. Some of those who were kicked out before were so hungry that they secretly ran out to look for food and eventually lost their lives. The rest did not dare to leave the base at all and could only lean on both sides of the gate, praying that the people inside would give them some food. Among them was Zhao Hai. When he saw Wu Gang coming out, he knelt down with tears and snot, begging for mercy. "Brother Wu, please give us something to eat. We brothers are almost starving to death." Although Wu Gang felt reluctant, after all, they were all human beings. They worked in the same industrial park not long ago and saw each other every day. But Li Yunpeng ordered not to give them food, and he did not dare to break the ban. Otherwise, he would make Li Yunpeng unhappy, and the position he had worked so hard to obtain would be lost. "Zhao Hai, you disobeyed the commander's order, and I can't help you," Wu Gang said. Zhao Hai's outstretched hand fell powerlessly, and after a pause, he suddenly hugged Wu Gang's thigh and cried, "Brother Wu, please help me talk to the commander. I am willing to carry the bodies. Give me another chance. I don't want to die. I don't want to die." Wu Gang felt sorry for him and felt a little embarrassed. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Get up first. I can ask for you, but it's not up to me to decide what the commander will think." When Zhao Hai heard that there was a chance of recovery, he immediately stopped crying and said hurriedly, Okay, Brother Wu, thank you so much. If you can save my life, I will treat you as my real father from now on." Wu Gang felt a little disgusted when he saw his flattering look, but the words had already been said, and it would be bad to regret it. He said a few perfunctory words and turned back to the base, but was stopped by the guards at the inner city gate. "Captain Shi, I have something to discuss with the commander. Please let him know," Wu Gang said with a smile. Li Qi looked at him expressionlessly and said, "Wait." He turned around and went back to the base to report to Li Yunpeng, who was exercising. Li Yunpeng panted heavily. After doing 50 push-ups, he stood up, wiped the sweat off his face, and said, "Bring him in." "Yes." Li Qi turned around and walked out, walked up to Wu Gang, searched him from head to toe, and then let him go. Li Yunpeng sat on a chair, drinking tea with a cup of water. Wu Gang walked over, stopped 3 steps away from Li Yunpeng, and bowed, saying, "Commander, I have something to report to you." Li Yunpeng said, "If you have anything to say, just say it directly. There is no need to beat around the bush." Wu Gang chuckled and said, "Of the group you kicked out a few days ago, a few are still hanging around outside the base. They've been starving to death these past few days. One of them, Zhao Hai, said he wants you to give him a chance to redeem himself, and he's willing to carry the bodies." Wu Gang only brought words. Li Yunpeng did not see Zhao Hai's fawning and humble appearance outside. Since he wanted to reform himself, it would be no harm to give him a chance and see how he did. So he said, "You can handle this matter. I don't know him well." "Okay, Commander, I understand. If nothing else, I'll be out." Wu Gang was grateful to see Li Yunpeng give up his power, but he didn't expect that his request would be agreed to by the commander. "Go ahead." Li Yunpeng sent Wu Gang away and continued training. He didn't care much about such trivial matters. It was extremely difficult for an ordinary person to make some waves under his nose. With the growth of military strength, he was not as cautious as before. This might be the confidence brought by strength. Wu Gang walked out of the inner city, and Zhao Hai was lying outside the base gate looking inside. He asked anxiously, "Wu Angkor, how is it?" Wu Gang glanced at him, unsure whether his action was right or wrong. He said calmly, "The commander is kind-hearted and willing to give you a chance, but it depends on your future performance. I have some rations here. After you divide them, get to work quickly. I will personally monitor you. If you fail to live up to the commander's expectations, I will deal with you personally." Zhao Hai and the others quickly said, "We dare not, we dare not." Then he happily took the food from Wu Gang's hand, stuffed it into his mouth frantically, and drank a small bottle of drink in one gulp. Wu Gang saw that they had finished eating and said, "Hurry up and get back to work after you finish eating. You haven't eaten much these past few days. How many of you can carry a corpse? I mainly want to see your attitude." After Zhao Hai and his companions had eaten their fill, they began to hesitate again. However, the feeling of hunger was really unbearable. They were so hungry that they felt panicked and wanted to bite everything they saw. They wanted to die, but they couldn't. They also couldn't live. They were barely hanging on with just a few breaths left. A few people muttered a few words and started walking towards the nearest corpse. When they got close, their stomachs twitched, but they all covered their mouths tightly, trying hard not to vomit out the food in their stomachs. After adapting for a while, he stretched out his hand tremblingly, closed his eyes, and grabbed the zombie's body. As soon as he touched it, he retracted it like lightning. This repeated several times. Finally, Zhao Hai and others gritted their teeth and dragged the corpse towards the fire. Wu Gang found these people's funny behavior a little funny. Some people are naturally timid and can scare themselves to death. It seems that these people fought hard to survive and finally broke through themselves when their lives were threatened. Once there is a first time, there will be a second time. Once things happen for the first time, they will become simpler afterwards. Although Zhao Hai and the others were still weak in their legs and feet, at least they had passed this hurdle in their hearts. It was not until the evening that they were qualified to return to the base with other survivors. Zhao Hai held the distributed food, tears streaming down his face. He felt sad. When had he ever suffered such a hardship, risking his life just for a bite to eat? Chapter 16: Rescuing Other Survivors. After more than a week of exercise, Li Yunpeng felt that his physical condition was much stronger than before. The zombie corpses near the base have been dealt with, and the infrastructure of the entire base is also being constructed in an orderly manner. The biggest project was digging a well. Although the water in the river can be boiled to kill the virus and is drinkable, there are so many zombies in the river that it's disgusting to think about it. Every day, 2 teams go out to hunt lone zombies near the hunting base, which not only ensures the safety of the base, but also brings Li Yunpeng an income of 20,000 points every day. Li Yunpeng used the hundreds of thousands of points he earned in the past few days to exchange for another 28,000 bullets to enrich the war preparedness warehouse. In addition, he had to go to the park to clean up the remaining zombies. In case of any accidents, a lot of ammunition would definitely be consumed. Li Yunpeng summoned all the team leaders and deputy team leaders to the base and assigned them the tasks they would be responsible for. 3 teams of soldiers were left to guard the base, and the remaining 210 soldiers were led by their respective team leaders to the park to clear out the zombies and rescue the survivors. Li Yunpeng ordered that no shooting was allowed unless necessary, and bayonets should be used to avoid attracting nearby zombie groups. The soldiers received the order and dispersed. Li Yunpeng did not plan to go there in person this time. As a commander, he would avoid unnecessary risks if possible. In the past few days, the 2 survivor engineering teams built 4 6-meter-high watchtowers in the base, located at the 4 corners of the base. The watchtower built this time is more complete. It not only has a shed to provide shade and shelter from the sun and rain, but also has battlements, shooting holes, and machine gun positions, providing an extremely wide field of view. Each watchtower is manned by at least 3 soldiers, who are replaced every 6 hours to maintain 24-hour alert. Li Yunpeng climbed up the watchtower and observed the situation with a telescope. As sporadic gunshots rang out, the guards began to clear the zombies in the park. An hour later, survivors began to flee in panic from the east gate of the park, and soldiers began to be reduced in number on the system panel. This is also inevitable. The internal environment of the building is narrow and various emergencies emerge one after another. Even if the guards are of high quality, they can still make mistakes when facing the fearless attacks of zombies. Although Li Yunpeng was heartbroken, he had no choice but to continue summoning soldiers and keep the troop strength at around 300 people. After 2 days of cleaning, the points consumed have reached 500,000. Although it seems like a lot, the ammunition consumed in a battle can easily reach millions of points. In addition, the base space needs to be expanded, so the points required are also huge. The guards rescued more than 600 ragged survivors from all corners of the park. Most of these people were struggling on the brink of death, barely surviving until now with the little food they had. When they arrived at the base and saw the walls and fully armed soldiers, they finally recovered from their shock. During this period, they didn't even dare to fart, for fear that the slightest noise would attract zombies. Many people sat on the ground and cried. The survivors of the first 2 groups who arrived at the base were secretly glad when they saw their miserable appearance. They came to the base at the beginning of the apocalypse or shortly after it began, and did not experience much of the cruelty of the apocalypse. Li Yunpeng didn't know how long this group of people hadn't eaten, so he ordered the soldiers to bring a bag of rice and asked Wang Shiyan to send someone to cook it into rice porridge and distribute it to the new survivors. When the new survivors saw the food, they were like dying wolves, with greed in their eyes. Wu Gang quickly organized people to maintain order and drove all those who rushed to the food recklessly to the end of the team. After a while of chaos, he barely lined up the hungry people into 2 teams and distributed food in order. Wang Shiyan looked at the 2 rows of people who were desperate for a bowl of porridge, and was once again shocked by the cruelty of the end of the world. He also sincerely felt how happy it was to live in the base. Although the food was rather monotonous, people still ate it with relish. They no longer had to fight for a piece of bread or sell their bodies for half a steamed bun. The hungry people who got the food squatted aside and gulped down the porridge, then went to the end of the line again. With a bowl of porridge at the end, They were not as impatient as before and stood on tiptoe to calculate how many people would wait before it was their turn. Li Yunpeng ordered everyone to drink no more than 2 bowls. If there was no limit, he was afraid that someone would eat too much and die. That night, the hungry people, with food in their stomachs, spent the first night after the apocalypse without being woken by hunger. Although they envied those who had houses to live in, they also knew that they were newcomers and it was impossible for them to be allocated houses. Fortunately, it was summer now, and sleeping in the open air for a night was not a big problem. People who hadn't had a good night's sleep in days fell asleep quickly. Although they were just lying on the ground, they felt extremely safe. However, in the middle of the night, a burst of crying and shouting came from the base. Li Yunpeng was suddenly awakened, his face pale with fear. Are these zombies coming again? He rushed out with his gun in hand. After leaving the inner city, he found that the patrol team on the wall was still, as usual. There was nothing unusual. He was relieved. As long as it wasn't a zombie swarm, it would be fine. The original residents of the base were also awakened by the fright and walked out of their rooms. They were relieved when they saw that there were no zombies attacking. Following the sound, he saw one of the new survivors crying out. Startled, Li Yunpeng shouted coldly, "Shut the fuck up, you guys. You're still awake in the middle of the night, and you're crying for no reason." Everyone was so frightened by Li Yunpeng's roar that they dared not utter a word. After careful questioning, he learned that these newly arrived hungry people had not dared to fall into a deep sleep before, and slept more deeply after arriving at the base. As a result, many of them, who had experienced the horror of the apocalypse, had nightmares, dreaming that their throats were bitten off by zombies and their bodies were torn to pieces. Li Yunpeng was speechless. It was the middle of the night, and the noise was making it impossible for people to sleep. Fortunately, the zombies nearby had been almost cleared out. If this had happened when the apocalypse had just begun, it would have probably brought a devastating disaster to the base. He said coldly, "All of you, sleep in groups of 5. If anyone has a nightmare, the people next to them must cover their mouths. If I hear ghosts howling again in a group, everyone in that group will be kicked out." The hungry people were frightened into silence by Li Yunpeng's roar. If they were driven out, would they still have a chance to survive? After saying this, he returned to the inner city. Sure enough, no crying was heard that night. Whenever someone was found moving around or mumbling, the people around would cover his mouth with clothes before waking him up, for fear that he would anger the big shots in the inner city and be driven out. The next morning, Li Yunpeng opened his eyes. Although he had a temporary place to stay in the end times, he was always worried about encountering greater dangers. His mind could not relax at any time. It was far from the prosperity and stability of his previous life. Especially the feeling of loneliness, as if he was the only one who was an alien. As the controller of the base, he could not be too close to the people below, otherwise he would lose his dignity. After all, he was just an ordinary person before and needed to confide in his friends. The more secrets a person hides in his heart, the more painful it will be. This thought did not last long before he forced it out of his mind. There was no point in complaining about himself. The first priority was to find a way to make himself stronger and build the base into a solid fortress. Otherwise, if they encountered a large group of zombies, everyone would die here. The population of the base has exceeded 1,000. I opened the system to check. In order to upgrade the barracks to level 1, the population requirement is 2,000 people. It has taken so long to complete half of it, and the survivors around have been searched almost all. It seems that it is time to explore further. Chapter 17, Exploring the Outside World. Li Yunpeng tidied up briefly and called Wang Shiyan, Wu Gang, and Zhang Tao to a meeting. Wang Shiyan blushed when she saw Li Yunpeng. She occasionally heard people talking about how the commander must have taken a liking to her, which was why he gave her such an important task. She didn't take it too seriously once or twice, but after hearing such remarks so often, she began to doubt whether the commander really fell in love with her. Li Yunpeng saw her blushing face, but he didn't care. He cleared his throat and said, "Our base now has a population of over 1,000. Eating individual rations all the time is not a solution. From today on, those who don't have jobs will go to the park to collect daily necessities. I will arrange 2 teams of guards to accompany them. For those who don't want to go, they will only be given a bowl of porridge every day. Just make sure they don't starve to death." Zhang Tao immediately stood up and said solemnly, "Please rest assured, Commander. I will personally lead a team to collect supplies." Li Yunpeng was a little surprised. Zhang Tao was the one who came to the base at the beginning of the apocalypse and had never left the base since then. Now he actually had the courage to go out in person. In fact, Zhang Tao knew in his heart that sooner or later he would have to face these things in order to survive in the apocalypse. Now he was lucky and was appreciated by the commander, so he must cherish this hard-won opportunity and strive to be the first in everything. If he was timid, he would be replaced sooner or later. Seeing him take the initiative to express his opinion, Wu Gang also stood up and said, I will also lead a team to ensure that the task assigned by the commander is completed. There were only 3 managers attending the meeting. Seeing that both of them had expressed their opinions, Wang Shiyan bit her lower lip and stood up, saying with a stiff upper lip, Commander, I also. Li Yunpeng had a headache and quickly interrupted. Please sit down. Why are you joining in the fun? What kind of supplies can your 3 or 5 men bring back? With the population exploding, your department must provide good logistical support. Wang Shiyan felt awkward for a moment after hearing this, then said obediently, Oh, okay. Wu Gang and Zhang Tao wanted to laugh when they saw Wang Shiyan's cute look, but they didn't dare to and tried hard to hold it back. Seeing the 2 men trying hard to suppress their twitching lips, Li Yunpeng glared at them and said, Don't just stand there like idiots. Bring back everything you can use. Yes. The 2 men were as if they had been pardoned. They saluted and turned around and left in a hurry. After they left, only Li Yunpeng and Wang Shiyan were left in the backstage. Wang Shiyan was a little nervous and sat there clutching the corners of his clothes with both hands, looking at a loss. Li Yunpeng felt strange and asked, Shiyan, do you have anything else to say? Wang Shiyan finally reacted and said, Oh no, it's okay. I'll leave then. He stood up, saluted quickly, and ran out in a panic. This woman is a bit weird, Li Yunpeng said to himself as he watched her figure running away in panic. After arranging the collection of supplies, Li Yunpeng called all the team leaders. 10 burly men stood in a row, as still as mountains. After reaching level 1, their thinking becomes more flexible, just like that of ordinary people. Li Yunpeng stood in front of them and said, Next, we will explore outside. Let's assign our respective tasks today. The team leaders stood at attention in an instant and listened to the orders with solemn expressions. Li Er, you are responsible for guarding the base. You must not make any mistakes. If you encounter anyone disrupting the order of the base, if warnings are ineffective, they will be killed on the spot. Yes, please rest assured, Commander, the 2 men answered. Li Yunpeng nodded and continued. Li Shilu, Li Sanwu, the 2 of you will lead your respective teams to escort the supply collection team. Yes, I promise to complete the task. Li Qi, Li Bai, the 4 of you teams will follow me to explore the east. The remaining 2 teams will patrol 1 to 2 kilometers away from the base to ensure its safety. Yes. Several people responded in unison. That's it, go prepare yourselves. After Li Yunpeng gave the order, the team leaders went to prepare themselves. After a while, the team following Li Yunpeng, each carrying 200 rounds of ammunition, 5 grenades, and 3 days of rations, stood at the gate ready to go. When the people in the base saw more than 100 fully armed soldiers standing by at the door, they were curious. What big move was going on? However, seeing these soldiers, people felt very safe and looked at them with respect. Not long after, Li Yunpeng, wearing a combat uniform, a steel gun slung across his shoulder, and a combat backpack on his back, strode over, looking awe-inspiring and heroic. When people saw that the commander was about to leave with the team, they all greeted him. The older man said earnestly, Commander, please be careful and come back safely. A young and strong man with a passion for military service said, Commander, please let me go with the team. I want to join the army. Brainless nymphomaniac girl. Commander, I want to give birth to a baby for you. Li Yunpeng represents the soul of the entire base. The first 2 groups of people who came supported him from the bottom of their hearts. Although he was sometimes cold and ruthless, the survivors who came back understood that the commander was doing it for their own good. If they wanted to survive in the apocalypse, they must first adapt. Although the commander appears cold and ruthless, he does not rely on his powerful military force to bully the weak. In the end times, things like raping women, beating and scolding the elderly and children, and looting supplies are happening all the time. In comparison, the base seems like a paradise. People gradually understood his character and were determined to carry out his orders resolutely. The commander did not care about his harmless jokes. Li Yunpeng waved to the crowd, strode to the front of the team, and said, Let's go. The entire team marched in neat steps, following Li Yunpeng towards the east side of the base. People kept their eyes on the team until they disappeared from their sight. Li Yunpeng dispersed the team, with 1 team exploring the way ahead, 1 team following him, and 1 team on each side guarding the flanks. After walking more than 10 kilometers to the east, the guards would stay away from any large groups of zombies they discovered in advance, and would kill the scattered ones with bayonets. After a safe journey, 2 soldiers from the vanguard team returned and reported, Commander, we've discovered a village ahead. Since there was a village, Li Yunpeng immediately gathered his team and groped forward. He lay far away outside the village, looking inside with a telescope. After watching for a while, he didn't see a single zombie. This is strange. Is it possible that there is no one in this village during the apocalypse? Li Yunpeng looked around and saw a few low houses next to the farmland outside the village. He thought about it and asked Li Qi to take people to clean them up as they planned to camp there today. Soon, Li Qi gestured towards this side to indicate safety. Li Yunpeng led everyone there. It looked like a farmer's vegetable greenhouse. There was no one here when the apocalypse happened. No one had moved the furnishings in the house, and the furniture was covered with a thick layer of dust. After arranging the light and dark sentries, Li Yunpeng climbed onto the roof and looked into the village. This was a village with hundreds of households, so it shouldn't be so quiet. Chapter 18: Entering the Village. Li Yunpeng calculated in his mind that for such a large village, the permanent population before the apocalypse must have been several thousand people. Even if they all turned into zombies, there would still be a trace. Now there are no living people and no zombies. It's really strange. Li Yunpeng climbed up to a high place and looked into the distance. The layout of the entire village was different from what he usually saw. There is a 3-story building at the center, and 2 main roads, one horizontal and one vertical, intersect in front of the building. The rest of the houses radiate outward in sequence. If you want to enter the village, taking the main road is undoubtedly the most convenient and open option. If there is any unusual movement, there will be enough time to respond. If you take a narrow path, you may not even have time to react if an accident happens. The best-case scenario would be to find a local to ask what this strange village is all about. But now there is not a single ghost around. Where can I find fellow villagers who are familiar with the situation? Although Li Yunpeng has more than 100 soldiers, he is still in danger of being destroyed if he is surrounded by thousands of zombies in the complex terrain with no strategic locations to defend. I originally thought of sending 2 soldiers into the village to investigate the situation, but before Li Yunpeng could speak, a gunshot broke the silence. The bullet hit the roof 1 meter away from Li Yunpeng, and the stirred-up dirt particles burst into his mouth. Li Yunpeng jumped down from the roof. The guards around him have already formed battle formation. At 11 o'clock, the gray-white house, cover with fire. Li Qi gave the order immediately. Da-da-da. Fierce gunfire rang out, and the target house was immediately riddled with holes and dust. Uft. Li Yunpeng spat out the dirt in his mouth. Stop, stop, stop. Everyone stop. Damn, there are people in the village. Commander, I will take a team in to kill them. Li Qi volunteered. Li Yunpeng thought for a moment. Don't worry. Since they saw us and dared to attack us, they must have something to rely on. Do you see the 4 entrances and exits of the 2 main roads? Divide into 4 teams and surround this village first. Yes. Li Yunpeng moved to a more secluded spot and continued observing each house. He found that most of the doors were wide open, with only a few in the center of the village tightly shut. Those doors were all reinforced with thick wooden planks, 3 layers deep and 3 layers deep. Who could it be? After a while, a figure appeared in his sight. He bent over, curled up into a ball, and hurriedly walked from one house to another, being cautious all the way, for fear of attracting other people's attention. The presence of people indicates that the zombies in the village have been cleared or attracted away. Li Yunpeng was a little surprised that besides himself, there was actually someone who could clean up the zombies. It seemed not easy. He observed for an hour, during which time someone was carefully wandering around the houses from time to time. Through observation, it can be basically determined that this is a human settlement, but the situation inside is unknown. Li Yunpeng concluded his observation and said, order the teams guarding the exits to organize small teams to conduct tentative attacks and first find out the enemy's firepower. Yes. Although he knew that the people here had guns, Li Yunpeng had no idea how many guns they had, how many people there were, or what their tactical skills were, so collecting intelligence was crucial. Before the guards could take action, a loudspeaker suddenly blared in the village. Li Yunpeng, right? Don't think you can act so arrogant just because you have 100 men. If you dare to enter the village, I will kill you. Li Yunpeng was stunned. The voice sounded familiar. The man's voice mixed with the electronic sound effects made him unable to remember where he had heard it before. Who are you? How do you know my name? Ha ha ha. Li Yunpeng. Thanks to you, I almost died. But I'm a lucky guy. I made it all the way here alive from the park. Aren't you awesome? Come in if you have the guts. Oh. When he said this, Li Yunpeng suddenly remembered. When they were in the park supermarket, they drove Ma Fun and others out to attract the attention of the zombies. I didn't expect that this grandson could actually run out alive. It was simply a miracle. Ma Fun, don't think I'm afraid of you just because you're playing tricks in this village. Get out of here if you know what's good for you, or I'll lead my men to attack. Ha 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 ha. Come on, whoever doesn't come is a grandson. Ma Fun cursed. Okay, just wait for me. Li Yunpeng said harshly. Tisk, you're just a useless guy who can only talk big. Ma Fan simply disdained his threats. Li Yunpeng thought about it and decided not to be angered by Ma Fan's words. He still had to implement the plan step by step. Li Qi, take some people to the village to conduct reconnaissance. We must find out the enemy's details, including their personnel, firepower, and trump cards. Yes, I promise to complete the task. Li Qi saluted, then selected a few capable men, quietly left the team, and disappeared. Although they are not professional scouts, the reconnaissance level of the guards is not inferior to that of ordinary scouts. Li Qi and his companions were agile and landed silently, sneaking into the village quietly. They found secret sentries in some hidden places and dealt with them easily. Looking for an opportunity to capture a few captives in secluded places, Li Qi used some tricks and soon obtained some preliminary information. Although this village is small, it has a strict layout. They are located in the periphery and have no idea about the situation in the central area. In the central area, there is a wide circular road that divides the village into inner and outer layers, and these sentinels have limited understanding of the situation inside. After easily dealing with the prisoners, Li Qi led the team forward. The outermost part of the team was moving smoothly. The militia-level sentries and covert sentries were simply heads delivered to Li Qi and others. The 10-man team went all the way through the narrow path between the houses and went straight to the center of the village. Not long after, they saw a road more than 30 meters wide, which stopped everyone. The road was wide and visible, and it was almost impossible to cross it quietly. However, the core secret of this village should be in the central area. In order to complete the commander's order, Li Qi immediately began to make arrangements. Divide into 3 groups. One group creates a disturbance, the second group provides cover, and the third group moves through to scout the central area. Yes, the soldiers whispered. The 3 groups immediately took action. A few minutes later, an explosion was suddenly heard in another direction, attracting the attention of everyone on the opposite side. Li Qi knew that the opportunity had come when he heard it. Team 2, cover, everyone else, follow me. Yes. After saying that, Li Qi and his men crouched down and ran quickly across the street. Suddenly, there was a crisp click sound under my feet. Everyone immediately took a fighting stance. Li Qi turned around and saw a soldier stepping on some device. What the hell? Landmines. Is this shabby village so high-end? He checked it carefully and found that it was not a mine, but a device of unknown purpose. Li Qi had just breathed a sigh of relief when a shrill electric bell suddenly rang. Fuck, the alarm device. They were in the middle of the road at this time, and Li Qi reacted immediately. Prepare for battle. Ha 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 ha. Fight your uncle. Don't you even look at what's buried under your feet. Chapter 19. A shocking change in the village. A man standing on the 3rd floor opposite shouted loudly. Li Qi and others immediately turned their guns and pointed them at this person. This person was very calm in facing the gunpoint. Li Qi felt a chill in his heart and quickly signaled the soldiers to investigate. The guards carefully checked and found that there was indeed loose soil in some places. After gently digging it away, they revealed bundles of detonators connected to fuses. At this time, the man opposite said calmly, "What do you think? Why don't you put down your guns? Otherwise, I will send you to hell." The man shook the remote control in his hand as he spoke. Li Qi gritted his teeth and did not move. He secretly considered in his mind whether it was possible to knock his hand or remote control away before he got excited. Unexpectedly, this person seemed to see through his thoughts. Don't play tricks. We have multiple remote controls. If you knock this one out of my hand, the others will explode immediately. Li Qi. The man was afraid that the night would be too long, and he pointed at him and said, "You and the few people hiding behind you. Put down your guns and come in together." No matter how strong the military skills of Li Qi and others are, there is nothing they can do if they step on someone else's landmine, but they must not put down their guns. What they have in their hands are military automatic rifles. Once they fall into the hands of the enemy, they will pose a serious threat to the commander. Even if I die, I can't let these people succeed. Damn, are you still dithering? Do you believe I will detonate the detonator right now? The man began to get impatient. Li Qi slowly raised his hands, and the man's eyes were indeed calmer than before. When he was halfway up, he suddenly shouted, "Everyone, dismantle your guns and throw them back." The guards obey orders strictly, and their subordinates will not hesitate at all. Crash. Everyone immediately began to dismantle their weapons, and within a dozen seconds, the rifles were reduced to parts. Hey, you guys. The man was a little confused. Throw it. Li Qi shouted loudly. Whoosh. A large number of key gun parts and magazines were thrown back across the street. Fuck. Are you looking for death? The man was furious. These people actually stepped on a landmine and dismantled their guns in front of him. Someone, lock them up. A group of people suddenly jumped out from the bottom of the 3-story building, each holding a gun and pointing it at Li Qi and others. Li Qi took a closer look and found that most of the guns in these people's hands were simple homemade gunpowder weapons, probably used to shoot steel balls or stones. However, we should not underestimate these homemade guns. Although they have poor accuracy at long distances, they can also easily kill people at close range. Relying on the weapons in their hands, this group of people stepped forward and surrounded Li Qi and others. Walk. While cursing, he pushed Li Qi and 7 others into the inner courtyard. As Li Qi walked, he lowered his head and secretly observed his surroundings, hoping that if there was a chance to escape, he could pass on the local terrain information. Except for the 3 members of Li Qi's team who were responsible for attracting attention, the other 7 members were all held hostage because they were in a minefield. The situation was quickly reported to Li Yunpeng. What? Where did they get so many detonators? Commander, they are using detonators used for mining. There must have been a mine here before. Li Yunpeng began to think in his mind that it would be difficult to deal with if the other party had deployed a large number of explosives in advance. Although their weapons and equipment were more advanced, they were still unfamiliar with the environment and had no idea where the detonators were buried. If they entered rashly, they would suffer heavy losses. So, send 1 squad to stand guard across the street from where Li Qi was captured and wait for my orders. The other squads gather here. Once we've come up with a plan, we'll concentrate our forces and charge in to take them out. Yes. The team responsible for vigilance quickly sent people back. Commander, we found minigun parts near the ambush site. They must have dismantled them and thrown them away before Li Qi and his men were captured. They were probably afraid the guns would fall into the hands of the enemy. Li Yunpeng gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it. We must rescue Li Qi." Afternoon. All the teams have basically assembled. Li Yunpeng stood on the wide road separating the inner and outer areas and looked across. The central area of the village is more like an isolated island. Logically speaking, such a big village should have a lot of people living there, and it is impossible that there is not a single zombie to be seen. How did these people do it? According to the report from the returning team members of Li Qi's team, there was a minefield across the road. Li Yunpeng said, "Come on, throw 2 grenades into the center of the minefield." Yes. Immediately, 2 soldiers pulled out the grenade fuse and threw it towards the area designated by Li Yunpeng. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. First there was an explosion, followed by a series of even more violent explosions. The dust on the ground was directly blown up, covering a large area around it. It's done. Li Yunpeng praised secretly. The use of grenades to clear the way was indeed effective, thus solving the problem of the enemy laying mines. After the explosion, the other side was obviously in a panic. Li Yunpeng ordered his men to take the opportunity to kill several enemies who showed up, and only then did the situation calm down. Li Yunpeng looked at the sky, and it was almost dusk. If we act quickly enough, we might be able to finish this off before sunset. Everyone listen up, use grenades to clear the way, and let me attack. Yes. Across the street, guards had already built a fire position to provide fire cover for the charging soldiers. Anyone who dared to show their head would be met with an intensive rain of bullets. Soon a team rushed across the road and occupied the advantageous terrain on the opposite side to cover their comrades behind them. Li Yunpeng led the remaining soldiers across the road one by one and assembled behind a bunker. He had just gained his footing when suddenly many Molotov cocktails were thrown at him from the front. When there are enough of these things, they can form a sea of fire in a small area. 2 guard soldiers were burned by the flames. Li Yunpeng cursed inwardly, pulled out a grenade, and threw it towards the yard where the Molotov cocktail flew out. The soldiers under his command followed suit and threw out more than a dozen grenades in the blink of an eye. Boom, boom, boom. Oh! In the yard, explosions mixed with screams were heard. Brothers, be careful with the detonators. Go over there and kill them. Yes. The guards infiltrated forward along the wall in groups, and from time to time, enemies who poked their heads out were shot in the head by the guards. Li Yunpeng looked at the situation and found that there was basically no problem. It was only a matter of time to kill these bastards. He glanced at his watch. It was already past 7 in the evening, with only a glimmer of sunset remaining. Let the brothers be more efficient. They are familiar with the terrain. We will be at a disadvantage if it gets dark. Yes. However, before the order could be passed on, a sudden roar broke through the dusk. Chapter 20 Inspiration comes. Roar. Li Yunpeng was very familiar with this roar. Fuck zombies. Quick, everyone gather here. Li Yunpeng shouted loudly. In such a complicated alley, encountering a large number of zombies would be a real disaster. The gun in your hand will be completely restricted by the terrain, and zombies may rush out from any corner and rush into the team. After hearing the zombies roar, the guards immediately stopped attacking and retreated in an orderly manner. After all, compared to annihilating the enemy, the safety of the commander is the most important thing to them. Soon, zombies appeared around. Da-da-da. The soldiers responsible for guarding various intersections are frantically fighting off the zombies that are rushing towards them. Seeing that most people had gathered, Li Yunpeng immediately ordered, "Retreat! Evacuate the village!" Yes. The guard squads blocked the way in sections, covering the commander's retreat in batches. During the retreat, Li Yunpeng was very puzzled. Where did these zombies come from? After spending so much time in the village, I didn't even see a shadow of a zombie. As a result, just as the attack on the central area was launched, a group of zombies suddenly rushed out of the village. This was definitely not a coincidence. Could it be that this group of people can control zombies? How is this possible? The fierce gunfire from the rear gradually died down. Li Yunpeng and others had already evacuated the village, and then suddenly heard a burst of dense screams in the village, and then the zombies retreated like a tide. This series of changes left Li Yunpeng confused. What the hell? Come and go as you please? Is there really someone controlling it? No doubt about it, they can control zombies. Suddenly, a woman's voice came from behind Li Yunpeng. Li Yunpeng was so focused on the front that he didn't even notice someone approaching from behind. The guards immediately turned their guns around. Stop! Who is it? Li Yunpeng turned his head and saw that there were about 10 to 20 people coming, and they were all women. The leader was wearing a tight leather jacket, had a muscular body, a thick ponytail, an oval face, and grease paint on his face. However, judging by his facial features, he should be quite handsome, especially his eyes, which were deep and sharp. The most eye-catching thing is that the woman is carrying a large recurved bow on her back. Judging from her bow limbs and bowstring, the poundage should be quite high. Looking at the others, most of them were holding compound bows. Anyone who knows about bows and arrows knows that compound bows are easy to operate, highly accurate, and do not require very strict technical skills. The recurved bow requires a lot of practice to achieve accuracy. Li Yunpeng understood. It seemed that this woman in leather jacket was also an expert in archery. However, in today's world, Li Yunpeng doesn't care about her background. Strangers, especially armed strangers, are not allowed to approach. What are you trying to do hiding in the back? Li Yunpeng shouted coldly. The woman in leather jacket slowly untied her recurved bow, put down her quiver, and slowly raised her hands. Don't be nervous, I don't mean any harm. I saw that you and Huang Hu's group were enemies, so I showed up because I have a grudge against him too. Li Yunpeng raised his hand, signaling his men to lower their guns so as not to accidentally fire and kill the woman who was suspected to be a friendly force. Tell me about your situation. If you can't convince me, leave here as soon as possible. The woman in the leather jacket said, My name is Huofeng'er. I'm a senior member of a women's archery club. These sisters behind me are from the same club as me. Before the apocalypse began, we were holding a membership event. Li Yunpeng nodded. In the apocalypse, this group of archery masters are the luckiest. Shooting with bows and arrows is silent and has a high lethality. Moreover, the arrows can be reused, making them the most suitable for survival in the apocalypse. How did you get into conflict with the people here? When Li Yunpeng asked this, he could clearly feel the hatred on the faces of the group of women opposite him. Huofeng'er said, Huang Hu is the leader here. He is lewd and cruel. He has captured one of our sisters. Our goal is to rescue her and kill Huang Hu. Li Yunpeng roughly understood the whole story, but he did not believe them. Do you know what's going on inside? Huofeng'er nodded. Besides the leader Huang Hu, there's also his deputy Ma Fun and dozens of his men. There are also nearly 100 innocent people in the village. Do you know why they can control the zombies? Li Yunpeng shook his head, indicating that he didn't know, but he was very interested in this question. Please explain clearly, Miss Hua. To control the zombies, this group captured an entire family and used their children to force them to slit their arteries, leading the zombies into the basement. Once they encountered an enemy, they released everyone, fought them off, and then used the same method to lure the zombies back. Fuck. Li Yunpeng was completely stunned. Damn, it's only been a short time since the end of the world, and people have already lost their humanity to this extent? These bastards are so evil. So, please let us join you and take down the Yellow Tiger gang together. Li Yunpeng looked at her and thought to himself that the enemy was indeed a common enemy, but no one said that if we had a common enemy, you wouldn't stab me in the back. Okay, how about this? You guys just set up camp nearby while I think of a solution. These bastards have a lot of detonators and explosives, and we'd probably suffer if we rush in rashly. Okay, if you need any help, feel free to call us. Okay. After Huofeng'er and her group left, Li Yunpeng couldn't think of a good solution for a moment, so he simply moved a chair to the yard to watch the sunset and clear his mind. Under the blood-stained sunset, Li Yunpeng's figure was stretched out, and the cool evening breeze blew. Gurgle. Fuck. What did you eat that gave you diarrhea? Li Yunpeng quickly ran to the toilet. The public toilet of the village was not far from the base. Li Yunpeng rushed in, and within 2 seconds, he ran out at the speed of 3 footprints every 100 meters. He ran while panting heavily. Oh my god, this horse is poisonous. The scene in the dry toilet was hard to describe. Amidst the devastation, there were 2 dead zombies torn into pieces. There is no other choice but to fight in the wild. Li Yunpeng squatted in the grass, still a little frightened. The scene just now was really too scary. Li Yunpeng, holding the secret documents, suddenly had an idea. That scene? If possible, if we move it to the village, what would it be like? Chapter 21. Wait 2 days, and it will be dried up. The more Li Yunpeng thought about it, the brighter his eyes became. You bunch of bastards, aren't you going to come out? Well then, I will turn where you are into a dry toilet on earth. Just do it when you think of it. Li Yunpeng pulled up his pants, stood up, and ran back. Assemble, everyone assemble. The guards quickly gathered together. Huofeng'er also heard the noise from a distance and looked over from a high place. Li Yunpeng gathered the soldiers together and said something in front of them with a lively expression on his face. It seemed that he was making tactical deployments. Sisters, they should be taking action soon. We must be ready to cooperate at any time. Yes. Li Yunpeng described his idea, and the team leaders' faces turned dark. However, no matter what orders the commander gives, they will carry them out resolutely. Do you understand? I understand. Well, let's do it. Then, the guards split into 2 groups, one to make temporary catapults, and the other to collect cannonballs from public toilets. I was busy until midnight, and it was basically finished. Huofeng'er and the others lay in the grass for hours, but no action was taken. Their waists and knees were sore, and their buttocks were cold. Captain, why don't you go over and ask? I feel like if I lie down any longer, I'm going to get my period. Huofeng'er. The ground was still quite cold at night. Okay, wait a minute, I'll go over and ask. Li Yunpeng, who had just finished all his preparations, saw Huofeng'er coming and was a little confused. In the middle of the night. Captain Fire, is everything all right? Captain Li, we've been waiting for several hours. When will the operation begin? Li Yunpeng. Action? What action? Huofeng'er. You've been messing around for hours. Are you still having fun? Li Yunpeng suddenly realized. Oh, you're talking about this. Tomorrow morning. But this operation may not be suitable for you to participate. Huofeng'er frowned slightly. Captain Li, who says women are inferior to men? Please don't discriminate based on gender. When Li Yunpeng heard this, he thought, since everyone said so, what else can he do? All right then, tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, when the sun rises, the operation will begin. Huofeng'er nodded and said, okay, I'll make sure the team members have enough food and drink in advance, so we can have a great fight then. After saying that, he turned and left. Li Yunpeng stretched out his hand, wanting to remind her not to eat. But then I thought, if I tell them, will people think I'm actually a woman? Just forget it. Since he said so, he should be capable. Why should I worry about it? Everyone, arrange the sentries and take turns to rest. Yes. Nothing happened that night. The next morning, before the fog had dissipated, Li Yunpeng got up to observe the situation in the village. What he didn't expect was that Huofeng'er also got up early and brought the team to the nearby area. Captain Li, why do we have to wait until 8 o'clock? Li Yunpeng replied. Because the power of the shells can only be fully exerted at 8 o'clock. Huofeng'er's mind was in a state of confusion. What the hell was this cannonball? Its power depended on the time of day. Was he crazy, or was I? Seeing that Li Yunpeng didn't say anything more, she didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he waited aside, re-waxed the bowstring, checked the condition of each component, and did some warm-up exercises. After all, with an 80-pound strong bow, he could easily hurt himself if he was not careful. The bow with this poundage shows Huofeng'er's extraordinary talent. So far, she has not seen another woman who can draw an 80-pound bow. Time soon came to 8 o'clock in the morning. The scorching sun evaporated the dust and fog, and the temperature rose rapidly. Li Yunpeng was delighted. Everyone get ready. Yes. The guards took their positions and removed their camouflage. Huofeng'er was bewildered. What the hell is this? A trebuchet? Are you playing the Stone Age with me? Looking at the so-called shells on the catapult, there are buckets, pots, basins and other things, all covered with lids. Is this Plants vs. Zombies? Li, Commander Li. This? Are you sure you're not joking? Li Yunpeng was stunned. Are you kidding? This is a serious biological weapon. If you don't believe me, go and see it. After getting permission, Huofeng'er led her team and walked forward with great doubt. Open the cover of the cannonball. Then the scene suddenly became quiet. I saw green gas rising from the bucket, and some magical creatures swimming inside. Vomit. Ugh ugh. Wow. Huofeng'er and the others vomited out all the food they had eaten in the morning, which added more fuel to the biochemical battle. Then more than 20 people, like walking fountains, ran and vomited, spraying out all the leftover food. Li Yunpeng pinched his nose and said to himself, "What's the saying? Curiosity kills the pig. Hey, everyone fire." At this moment, Huofeng'er finally understood what Li Yunpeng said, why the bomb must be launched at noon to be effective. The higher the temperature, the stronger the smell. Immediately afterwards, a bunch of biological and chemical bombs crossed the road and flew directly into the center of the village. Not long after, I heard shouting and cursing inside. Fuck, who the hell is shitting on the roof? Oh my god, this is killing me. What the hell is this? Is it hitting my head? Soon, the entire center of the village was filled with shouting, cursing, and vomiting sounds, and it was in chaos. Some who were weak in endurance ran away directly, vomiting bile. They had no fighting power at all, and were easily captured by the guards. Huofeng'er and the others wiped their tears and were stunned. Although the method is a bit low-key, the effect is undeniable. It does not require any soldiers to be deployed, and we can just wait for the enemy to run out on their own. Li Yunpeng is such a talent, someone exclaimed. However, the good times did not last long. As more and more people fled, Ma Fun and others used thundering methods and killed 2 of his men who wanted to escape in succession before stabilizing the situation. Whoever runs away again, I'll kill him. Even if he dies, he has to die here. Sure enough, under the threat of death, people's ability to withstand it has also increased. What are they afraid of? How much shit can there be in the village toilet? They will soon be in a situation where there is nothing left to use. Although no one could hear what was said, no one dared to run away. The situation was exactly as Ma Fun said. The resources in the public toilet were quickly used up. Li Yunpeng stared at the quiet village and the almost dead ammunition, and was speechless. Then, the sound of a loudspeaker was heard from the front. Li Yunpeng, you're so delusional that you're trying to force us out with this method. Come on, why don't you come again? Ugh. After a long moment, Ma Fun's voice rang out. You think this stuff is useful? I just have to endure it for 2 days, and it will be dried up. It won't have any smell at all, and you can even use it as firewood. Isn't that infuriating? Ha ha ha. Li Yunpeng. Chapter 22 High-Pressure Sewage Suction and Water Spraying Truck. Li Yunpeng thought for a moment and said, leave a small team behind to ambush the surrounding area to prevent the enemy from escaping. The rest of you, follow me back to the base. Yes. Huofeng'er seemed to be hesitant to speak. After all, she was not very familiar with Li Yunpeng, and it would seem inappropriate to ask too many questions. Li Yunpeng also saw her dilemma. As his base needed to increase its population, he took the initiative to ask, do you want to come back to the base with me? As soon as these words were spoken, the dozen or so women behind Huofeng'er suddenly became nervous. Li Yunpeng was a little confused. What's wrong? Our base is a legitimate base. Huofeng'er. Ahem. Commander Li misunderstood. Some of the sisters escaped from the Yellow Tiger gathering place. There is already a natural fear in their gathering place, so... Oh, I see. I understand. You guys stay here then. Huofeng'er. Commander Li, please give us a chance to join your settlement. Li Yunpeng was very surprised. Oh, aren't you afraid that I might end up like Huang Hu? Huofeng'er shook her head. Captain Li, according to your armed forces, there is nothing you can't get in this apocalypse. But you don't have any intention of forcing me, so I bet you're a good person. Li Yunpeng felt like 1,000 divine beasts were flying through his mind. Was he just given a good guy card? Okay, if you want to go, just follow me. I'm a democratic person and I never force anyone. Huofeng'er nodded secretly, believing in Li Yunpeng's words without a doubt. I never thought that if someone heard this sentence several years later, they would have a completely different understanding. The reason why Li Yunpeng went back was to replenish biological and chemical ammunition. The terrain in the center of the village is complex, and every household has a basement. Grenades mainly rely on shrapnel to kill, and it is difficult to pose much threat to enemies hiding underground. In addition, Huang Hu and others buried a large number of detonators in the village, so the best solution is to force them out. Didn't Huang Hu say that the biological bombs were used up? Then I will mobilize so many people from the base to continue producing biological and chemical bombs. I want to see if you can hold on. On the way back, there were not many thrills. The sporadic zombies that appeared were easily killed by the guards in close combat. Huofeng'er and others were stunned. He had never seen anyone who could kill zombies so easily with just a dagger. Are these people professional soldiers? But they don't look like it. From what the commander said, he seemed like a joke. Soon, the group returned to the base. Huofeng'er and others were dumbfounded. She had seen a lot of cruelty and tragedy in the apocalypse. But it was the first time I saw an orderly human settlement. Every survivor here has his or her own job and works hard to build the settlement. There was no sign of oppression on their faces. On the contrary, everyone had a rosy complexion and hope in their eyes. After returning to the base, Li Yunpeng asked Huofeng'er to find Wang Shiyan to register her identity information, and then he ordered someone to call Zhang Tao and Wu Gang. The two were also confused as to why the commander came back so soon. Wu Gang, Zhang Tao. I'm here. I order you to find me 2 sewage suction trucks and high-pressure water guns, Li Yunpeng said. Wu Gang and Zhang Tao exchanged a glance, their confusion deepening. A sewage truck and a high-pressure water gun. These weren't even part of a set of equipment. What? Is it difficult? Li Yunpeng asked. No, it's not difficult. We'll do it right away. The two of them hurriedly agreed and hurried to find a sewage suction truck and a high-pressure water gun as requested by the commander. It was not difficult to find these 2 types of machines around the base. Before that evening, 2 sewage suction trucks plus high-pressure water guns modified according to Li Yunpeng's requirements were completed. While Li Yunpeng was waiting for the equipment demonstration, he saw Wang Shiyan and Huofeng'er walking towards him, talking and laughing. It seems like these two get along pretty well. Before I could think about it, 2 cars roared towards me. They stopped in front of Li Yunpeng one by one. Li Yunpeng directly ordered, "Come on, show." Wu Gang replied, "Yes." Then I saw a thick pipe extending from the rear of his sewage truck and inserted into the pool beside it. A large amount of pool water was sucked into the truck. Then the person holding the high-pressure water gun on the truck pressed the switch, and the water in the car sprayed out again. Li Yunpeng led the applause. Good stuff. Everyone applauded, but they were confused in their hearts. What is this thing for? Firefighting. Why is it so complicated? Can't a pump just pump water? Only Huofeng'er understood Li Yunpeng's intention instantly after seeing the 3 big words, sewage suction truck. Vomit. Wang Shiyan was a little surprised when he saw Huofeng'er vomit directly. Sister Feng'er, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Huofeng'er waved her hands. No, it's okay, maybe. I caught a cold. Li Yunpeng was very happy. Great. Wu Gang, Zhang Tao, drain the water from the car and go to the septic tank in the base's public toilet and fill it up with biochemical substances. Wu Gang and Zhang Tao were praised and had smiles on their faces, but when they heard what Li Yunpeng said next, they were stunned. Go suck in the septic tank. I'm mowing the lawn. The people watching nearby also understood what was happening. They looked at the suction pipe of the sewage truck, then at the high-pressure water gun, and thought of the septic tank. Vomit. With 2 magical tools, Li Yunpeng is full of confidence. Huang Hu, I'm asking you to dry out the sun. I don't know if 2 cars are enough for you to dry out the sun. After some replenishment, Li Yunpeng led the team out again. The difference from the last time they left the base was that this time, there were 2 fully loaded sewage suction trucks in the team. No one was willing to get close to the 2 cars within 100 meters, and Li Yunpeng even ordered the drivers to keep the maximum distance from him at all times. This thing is really delicious. What's even more amazing is that along the way, we didn't encounter a single zombie, not even the shadow of a zombie. Li Yunpeng was puzzled, not knowing whether they had been killed in one trip or if the 2 sewage trucks had. The fragrance was so strong. A few hours later, Li Yunpeng and others came to the village again. During the time he was away, Huang Hu organized some people to go out and investigate, but after discovering that the guards were lying in ambush, they retreated again. Li Yunpeng came to the entrance of the village, chose a location with upwind direction, and ordered 2 sewage suction trucks to take turns. Before he started, he shouted through a loudspeaker. Huang Hu, I heard you like to hang shit out in the sun, so I sent 2 trucks just for you. Come out and pick them up. Huang Hu. What the hell is this about drying shit? Your whole family likes to dry shit. Li Yunpeng was not angry at all. Huang Hu, you have 2 choices now. Either you bring my people out obediently, or you prepare to receive the goods. There was no response from the center of the village. Li Yunpeng was furious. Damn, you dare to ignore me? After he walked away, he shouted, spray it all over the village. Yes. The guard soldier on the sewage suction truck, wearing an 8-layer mask, decisively pressed the switch of the high-pressure water gun. A long green dragon shot out, and although Huofeng'er and the others were mentally prepared, their defense was still broken in an instant. In the village, the situation is even more tragic. A group of people were rolling on the muddy ground. The power of the high-pressure feces gun was so strong that ordinary people could not stand. The sentry looked at the long green dragon flying towards him, standing there with his mouth open. Then, impartially, Gulu. Not only him, but also Huang, whose brother's outside. Each of them ate only half full. Huang, who kept yelling in the basement, block it now. However, the green liquid seeping in from the cracks had already reached everyone's ankles. Li Yunpeng nearly rolled over with joy. Ha ha ha. This is so fucking funny. I'm a genius. It took a manure truck more than 40 minutes to spray out all 10 tons of biochemical liquid. Li Yunpeng shouted, Stop. Stop the second car. Use this empty car to draw half a truckload of cold water for me. Then have the guards boil some water for me. Everyone. After some effort, the sewage suction truck loaded with warm water started spraying again. When biochemicals meet warm water, not only is the penetration effect better, but the power is also directly increased by several orders of magnitude. Chapter 23 Hard Turtle Shell. Huang Hu, Ma Fun and others had already given up struggling and leaned against the wall half dead. We looked at each other and wanted to laugh, but we really didn't feel like it because we were all the same. Tiger, brother Tiger, what should I do? Vomit. Let's retreat. I can't take it anymore. I feel like if I stay any longer, I'll die. What should we do with the detonator? How should we explain this to Brother Long? Don't worry about it. It's better than dying. Damn. Li Yunpeng is a poisonous bastard. Li Yunpeng didn't even use the second sewage truck because even the dogs in the village stopped barking. Ahem. Can anyone tell me? This thing shouldn't be fatal. Li Qi is still inside. Everyone was speechless. Are you thinking of Li Qi now? You were the one who called out to him the most cheerfully just now. As for whether this thing can kill people, no one has studied it, so there is no way to give him a definite answer. After waiting for another half an hour, there was still no movement in the village. Li Yunpeng thought about it and felt that this was the perfect time to attack. But, no matter what, everyone, put on 5 layers of masks. Go. Yes. Some of the guards put on gas masks. Li Yunpeng struggled with his thoughts for a long time, but finally decided to go. All experiences are a test, and retreating will only narrow the road. Hua Feng'er watched him rush over with his soldiers and couldn't help but give him a thumbs up in her heart. A real man, I'll do it even if it means stepping on shit. Li Yunpeng felt the soft and warm touch under his feet. Although he couldn't smell anything because he was wearing a gas mask, he still felt nauseous. Use grenades to defuse the bomb and create a safe passage. Yes. Boom, 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 boom. Without mine-clearing equipment, Li Yunpeng could only choose to blow up the mines as he walked, detonating all the detonators on the path. Finally, the guards crossed the complex minefield and entered the center of the village. Everywhere you look, you see people lying in all directions. Li Yunpeng ordered his men to investigate, but they all fainted from the smoke. But he wasn't really suffocated to death. The guards tied up all these people and continued their search. In the central 3-story building, Li Qi and a group of guard soldiers were found who had also fainted. Li Yunpeng felt them and found that they were not in danger of life, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Then he arranged for soldiers to search everywhere for Huang Hu, Ma Fun, and the like. But after searching the entire center of the village, we still couldn't find these people. It was not until the end that a soldier discovered a tunnel leading to the outside world in a warehouse where a large number of detonators were stored. Only then did Li Yunpeng realize that these grandsons had run away. Li Yunpeng looked down upon detonators and explosives and ordered the soldiers to throw all of them into the basement where the zombies were imprisoned, waiting to detonate them when they left and earn some points by the way. There were still dozens of survivors, most of whom fainted due to the disaster. After a while, Hua Feng'er and a dozen sisters came running over and vomiting as they went. Li Yunpeng was speechless. Why bother? Ugh. Li, Commander Li, have you seen us sisters? Li Yunpeng said. The dead and the living are all here. You can find them yourself. Yes. Ugh. After a while, Li Yunpeng heard the crying of several girls. He knew that these people's sisters had probably met with an accident. In the hands of these people, a young and beautiful woman would probably not be in a good situation. After a rough cleanup, Li Yunpeng led his men out of here. After a deafening explosion, his score panel jumped sharply, and finally all the zombies were dealt with. Li Yunpeng looked at Hua Feng'er and the others and asked, I'm going to track down Huang Hu. Are you guys going back to the base? Hua Feng'er recovered and said angrily, No, I want to go with you. I must kill that bastard Huang Hu with my own hands. Since they were going, Li Yunpeng had no objection. These women were not afraid of death and seemed capable of protecting themselves. So Li Yunpeng woke up a few of Huang Hu's little brothers, and after a little trickery, they told him Huang Hu's whereabouts. Li Yunpeng's supplies were basically full, so he took a few luos to lead the way, and the group rushed to Huang Hu's lair, a granary. After walking around for a whole morning to cover a distance of 10 kilometers and climbing over a hill, the soldier in front reported that they had found the target. Li Yunpeng lay on the mountain and looked down. There were more than a dozen huge granaries on the flat area, surrounded by iron railings, and there were underground passages inside. The area was vast and sparsely populated, with no worries about food and drink. It was a natural refuge where one could attack or defend. There were figures flashing in the granary. There were actually quite a few people, most of them carrying hunting rifles, and some of them had homemade rifles that they got from somewhere. Li Yunpeng thought to himself, no wonder they could defend this place. Huang, whose real strength is not weak. But it depends on who you compare yourself with. In front of Li Yunpeng, his equipment is not enough. The 3 teams of soldiers of the guard army are dispersed in 3 directions, forming a siege to prevent Huang Hu and his grandsons from running away. With Li Yunpeng's gunshot as the attack signal, soldiers from all over launched an attack at the same time, and the people in the granary were immediately beaten to the ground. Those who were lucky enough not to be shot also ran madly towards the underground passage. The people outside were quickly cleared out. Li Yunpeng joined the guards and blocked the entrance to the underground passage. After arranging the soldiers on guard, Li Yunpeng organized a small team to launch a tentative attack. Just as they walked a short distance inside, several black objects were thrown out from inside. The guards instinctively dodged, and Li Bai knocked Li Yunpeng to the ground. Boom, boom. 2 sudden explosions scared Li Yunpeng. After the explosion, Li Yunpeng got up and saw that no soldiers were injured. Report to the commander. The enemy still has detonators. MMP, having a detonator is great. I also have grenades. Use the grenades to fight back and blow these bastards out of the hole. The guards immediately took the order and divided into groups of 3, pulled the pull rings of the grenades, and threw them into the cave. Boom, boom, boom. After a series of explosions, screams were heard from the cave. Li Yunpeng waved his hand and commanded the soldiers to advance again. Unexpectedly, 2 more detonators were thrown out of the cave. Fortunately, the soldiers hid quickly enough and retreated before the explosion, so no casualties were caused. Li Yunpeng walked over and shouted into the cave, "My sons, if you have the guts, come out and fight to the death. What's the point of hiding in a cave like a turtle?" There was silence inside for a while, and then Ma Fun's voice was heard. "Li Yunpeng, I didn't expect you to survive such a disaster. If you have the guts, come in. I have plenty of detonators and explosion-proof doors here. Don't even think about using any more disgusting tricks." Li Yunpeng was furious and muttered, "I told you to hide. Li Bai, go get some hay and light it at the entrance of the cave. I'm going to smoke these bastards to death." "Yes." Li Bai responded in surprise. The commander's move was a bit mean, but it was exactly what he wanted. When Huafeng heard that they had to get hay, she ordered the Huafeng team to go ahead and collect burnable things. Soon the entrance of the cave was filled with flammable items such as branches, hay, and leaves. Li Yunpeng took out a lighter, lit a cigarette for himself, and then grabbed a handful of leaves and lit them. The fire spread rapidly, and thick smoke rose. Huafeng found some cardboard boxes from somewhere and distributed them to the team members, fanning them vigorously. Soon, violent coughing sounds were heard from the cave. Li Yunpeng was very happy. The game of burning turtles with fire was indeed fun. He asked the soldiers to add some more firewood to help Huang Long. "Ahem, Li Yunpeng, do you think this little trick can force us out? Ahem, stop dreaming. Ha! Ahem." Then there was a clang of an iron door closing from inside, and then there was no sound. Li Yunpeng listened for a while and found no sound in the cave. He asked the soldiers to put out the fire and sent 2 people to carefully go in and investigate. Soon the 2 soldiers returned and said, "Commander, the gate inside is sealed." As expected, Li Yunpeng walked into the cave under the guard of the soldiers. Looking at the large iron door made of welded steel plates in front of him, it was probably about 20 centimeters thick. It can often be seen in ordinary underground parking lots. It is a standard emergency shelter equipment. Even dozens of grenades tied together cannot blow it up. What the hell? Li Yunpeng was feeling irritated, like a lion biting a turtle, and he didn't know where to start. If it is an emergency shelter, there must be more than one exit, so it is not easy to catch these people. After thinking about it for a long time, there was no good solution. Huafeng was also annoyed. The other team members came up with some unreliable and bad ideas, but they were all rejected by Li Yunpeng one by one. As it was getting dark, Li Yunpeng had no choice but to set up camp at the entrance of the cave and see if he could come up with a new way to deal with Huang Hu tomorrow. The soldiers all carried sleeping bags in their backpacks, and the guards took turns sleeping on duty, while the others rested on the spot. Huafeng and others didn't bring anything except a head and 2 legs, so Li Yunpeng asked them to sleep in the sleeping bags of the soldiers on duty first. The underground passage was very quiet, without a sound, and no one knew what this group of people were doing. In the middle of the night, Li Yunpeng was suddenly awakened by gunshots. He quickly got up, and the soldiers also stood up and were on guard. What's going on? Are Huang Hu and the others coming out? Li Yunpeng asked. After a while, a soldier came running over to report that an unidentified creature appeared outside, moving very fast, and he couldn't see clearly what it was. Li Yunpeng was a little confused. If it wasn't Huang Hu's men, then who else could it be? Did he encounter a ghost? Li Yunpeng was surrounded by soldiers as he walked out of the cave. Suddenly, a ghostly black shadow flashed by. Li Yunpeng suspected that he was seeing things. He asked around, and everyone saw it. Alert! The soldiers immediately formed a circle and kept watch outside. Li Yunpeng shouted into the pitch-black night. What the hell is that? Come out! But there was no response. After a while, everyone heard a lot of rustling sounds in the distance. Li Yunpeng shone his flashlight in that direction and was immediately scared out of his wits. Chapter 24, Withdrawal to Base. What caught his eye was a dense swarm of zombies. Li Yunpeng's heart skipped a beat. Holy crap! How did they get here in the middle of the night? Let's go? Back to base. Things were strange, and Li Yunpeng ordered everyone to fight and retreat at the same time. The sound of gunfire tore through the night sky. The trajectory of the bullets was brightly visible, and the gunfire illuminated the nearby open space, highlighting the hideous and terrifying faces of the zombies in the front row. Fortunately, Li Yunpeng ordered a quick retreat, as the zombie group was closing in a fan shape, and if they were any later, they would be surrounded. Li Yunpeng led his soldiers to retreat at a high speed, and the Fire Phoenix squad followed closely behind. However, this time the zombie group was different from the previous ones. They were very scattered. Although they were blocked from the rear, the zombies on the left and right sides had no fire suppression and gradually caught up. This was not the most hopeless thing. The ghostly figure flashed and rushed into the middle of a squad at the rear. 2 soldiers were knocked down immediately, leaving 2 deep scars on their faces that could be seen to the bone. When the soldiers around him reacted, the black shadow flashed and disappeared again. The others hurriedly dragged the 2 injured soldiers back, but Li Bai said to the soldiers on his left and right, "Let them go. Those were zombies. They are infected." The soldier who was dragging the 2 men saw that they were already showing signs of turning into zombies, so he had no choice but to let them go and ended their transformation process prematurely with a gun. In a short while, 10 soldiers were attacked by the black shadow and lost their lives. Li Yunpeng was anxious. This ghost thing was too fast and came and went without a trace. Although it attracted firepower every time it appeared, it seemed that none of its shots hit the vital points. Just as everyone was retreating in a hurry, Li Yunpeng suddenly felt a flash before his eyes, and the black shadow actually rushed straight towards him. He was startled and then was knocked to the ground by someone. When he looked closely, it was Huafeng. The black shadow missed the attack and turned around to attack Li Yunpeng again. It took only a moment for it to appear in sight and appear in front of Li Yunpeng. Li Yunpeng only had time to instinctively hold the rifle across his body to block it. Bang! Li Yunpeng felt as if he was hit by a truck. A huge force rushed up his arms and knocked him to the ground. When the surrounding soldiers saw the commander being attacked, they immediately moved closer to him. The black shadow failed twice and quickly fled away. Li Bai was scared and broke out in a cold sweat. If the commander died, all of them would be buried with him. Li Yunpeng struggled to stand up and saw a row of teeth marks on the rifle made of fine steel. What on earth is this thing? It's not only fast, but also has amazing bite force. I saw it get shot several times, but it wasn't affected at all. Its defense is also amazing. Li Bai helped him up and protected him closely as they retreated. This kind of thing must never happen a second time. Even if it means sacrificing the lives of all the soldiers, the commander must not be allowed to get hurt. Li Yunpeng pulled Huafeng to his side and whispered, "Thank you." Huafeng was still in shock and nodded slightly in response. When Li Yunpeng was heavily protected, the black shadow no longer attacked him, but it still attacked the soldiers outside from time to time. Li Yunpeng saw that this was not a solution. The ghostly black shadow kept rushing into the team, causing not only the loss of soldiers, but also the disruption of the defensive rhythm. The zombie front line was getting closer and closer to them. Li Bai, kill that black shadow first at all costs. Li Yunpeng ordered. Yes. Li Bai received the order and went to the front line. He ordered all the soldiers, everyone, spread out. If that ghost thing comes in again, whoever is next to it will kill it. The soldiers dispersed in response, blocking the zombies behind them while being on guard against the ghostly shadows. Not long after, the black shadow appeared again and rushed in from the zombie group in an instant. The soldier in front of it was stunned, dropped his gun, and held its body tightly with both hands to restrain it. Only then did everyone see clearly that this was a female zombie. Unlike other zombies, its eyes were not so dull, its muscles were tighter, and it exuded a clear color. There was a wound at the gunshot site, but it was no longer bleeding. Moreover, there was movement around the wound, and it was actually healing slowly. The black shadow struggled desperately, and the burly guard soldier was swung into the air like a sandbag. Seeing that he couldn't get rid of it, its long claws as sharp as a knife suddenly stabbed into the soldier's back. Although the guard soldier spit out blood, he still held it tightly. Seeing that it was about to get out of control, the nearby soldiers raised their guns and wanted to shoot, but the zombie actually knew how to dodge. It was short and kept hiding behind the soldiers. The soldier who was hugging it felt that it was about to lose control, so he freed one hand and instantly pulled the trigger on 3 grenades. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and the resulting blast knocked all the surrounding soldiers to the ground. After the flash of fire, only a scorched earth was left at the explosion site. The soldiers and zombies were blown to pieces. The zombie's head was blown away and rolled in front of Li Yunpeng. The zombie, with only a head left, still had its mouth bitten. Li Yunpeng picked up his rifle and fired several shots at the head, not stopping until it was smashed to pieces. Finally, this damn thing was dealt with. It has a very strong vitality. Li Yunpeng's points panel increased by 100,000 points. He was surprised that this thing was really valuable. After killing this ghostly zombie, the zombie group became different from before. The zombies that were winding on both sides moved towards the middle and appeared disorganized, without the previous order. Could it be? The one who killed this guy was the zombie leader. Li Yunpeng wondered in his heart. 1 month after the apocalypse, evolution occurred among the massive zombies. This was the only explanation that made sense. Without the multi-directional encirclement, the soldiers' pressure was suddenly reduced a lot. They only had to deal with zombies in one direction. Blocked by firepower, the zombies advanced very slowly. After the death of the zombie leader, there were fewer casualties in combat. Unlike the base defense battle, there was not much ammunition carried on the march. Li Yunpeng could only order the soldiers to save bullets. If the bullets were exhausted before reaching the base, most people would not survive. This is when Horfenger and others come into play. The sound of arrows breaking through the air continued, and the accuracy of this group of female soldiers was quite good. Especially Horfenger, with her 80-pound hard bow, she could shoot arrows without missing a single target. Almost every arrow could penetrate the zombie's head. If she was lucky, she could even kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Even at night, it is not easy to hit the enemy's head with every arrow within a distance of 20 or 30 meters. Li Yunpeng lost more than half of his squad before he could see the base emitting faint lights from afar. By this time, the ammunition had been almost used up, and most of the soldiers only had 1 magazine left. Fortunately, the base heard the gunshots in advance and sent 2 teams to support them. When the team reunited, the firepower suddenly became abundant. Li Yunpeng and others escaped back to the base safely. The pursuing zombies were instantly hit by saturation firepower and were quickly wiped out. This battle was a complete loss. The visibility was poor at night, and the hit rate was much lower than usual. The points earned just made up for the combat consumption. After Li Yunpeng arranged the guards, he returned to the base. When he was alone, the ghostly zombie leader came to his mind again. The moment it pounced on him, Li Yunpeng once again felt that death was so close to him. The reason why the end of the world is called the end of the world is that there are accidents and risks everywhere. Even if you are fully prepared, you will encounter various emergencies. Today he is the zombie leader, and if the animals mutate tomorrow, Li Yunpeng still has many problems to solve, including why the apocalypse is about to break out in this world. The future was full of uncertainty. He threw away all thoughts in his mind, sat quietly in the chair, tore off the commander's coat, and fear instantly surrounded him. Outsiders would never imagine that the man who is usually harsh and decisive also has a fragile side in his heart. Chapter 25 Undercurrent. Huang, who is really lucky. Even the zombies help him. Li Yunpeng suffered heavy losses this time and has no plans to leave the base for the time being. He will first strengthen the defense of the base and wait for a period of peace before thinking of how to deal with Huang, whose cave. Li Yunpeng has added several machine gun bunkers outside the base these days to ensure that there are 4 outside each wall. Now that zombies have evolved, the base's defense capabilities must be upgraded. In addition, 8 watchtowers have been built 500 meters away from the base to provide early warning of danger. The preparations were very thorough, but there was no zombie wave attack in the past few days. Instead, many survivors from nearby fled to the base. Li Yunpeng accepted everyone and arranged for Wu Gang and Zhang Tao to do the inspection and reception work. For all the survivors who came in, they must first determine whether they were infected and then search for the weapons they carried. Li Yunpeng ordered Wu Gang and Zhang Tao to form 2 teams of base security personnel to be responsible for the daily maintenance of internal security in the base. Anyone who violates the base order will be put in solitary confinement and deprived of food for 3 days for the first time, and will be expelled directly for the second time. Ever since Zhao Hai was saved by Wu Gang, he has been serving him all day long. With his good performance and excellent eloquence, he has also managed to get a place in the security team. The area around the park has been almost completely looted, and a lot of supplies have been brought back, which is enough for the people in the base to consume for the time being. The distribution of individual rations has been stopped. After all, the points still need to be used to build the base. The material collection team also suffered a small number of casualties, which had a huge initial impact. After the first death, many people did not want to go out again, but if they did not work, they could only have a bowl of porridge a day. Hunger forced them to risk their lives to fight. Guardsmen protecting the material collection team occasionally suffered casualties. In such complex environments, zombies might suddenly jump out from any dark corner. Seeing that the population was approaching 1,500, Li Yunpeng was in a good mood. As long as he guarded the base well, the surrounding population would slowly gather, but the speed would be a little slow. Strangely enough, there has not been a single rainfall in the more than 1 month since the apocalypse broke out. This also gave Li Yunpeng's base a chance to catch its breath, and the infrastructure work was completed before the rain. The infrastructure was built very quickly. The houses were basically large enough to live in, and the drainage ditches and roads were almost completed. The base now seemed more complete. Huofeng'er stayed in the base for a few days. She would go to chat with Wang Shiyan whenever she had nothing to do. The topics between girls were much more explosive than the actual situation. Wang Shiyan often blushed and was tempted to join the Huofeng team many times, but was rejected every time. As time went on, Huofeng'er couldn't stand the comfort in the base anymore, so she asked Li Yunpeng if she could take people out to hunt zombies and then camp outside. Since she was leaving, Li Yunpeng didn't force her to stay. After all, Huofeng'er had saved his life. He suggested that Huofeng'er find a place to stay near the base. This way, she would be free and could take shelter in the base if she encountered danger. Huofeng'er was not stupid. She would not run to the deep mountains and forests to build an unreliable base, so she settled down at a construction site 2 kilometers away from Li Yunpeng's base. Since returning to the base, Li Yunpeng has spent all his time improving his physical fitness, except for checking the work reports of his subordinates every day. His current physical condition can only be considered normal. He exercises a lot every day. Wang Shiyan instructs the chef to balance his food. Li Yunpeng can enjoy different food every day, with a reasonable combination of meat and vegetables, and the taste is also top-notch. This is undoubtedly a luxury when most people can only eat steamed buns and pickles. But the people in the base who can eat steamed buns and pickles are also happy. The hungry people outside are probably exchanging their own children for food. It is common for them to fight for half a steamed bun, or even take each other's lives. That day, Wang Shiyan brought lunch as usual, but after eating, Li Yunpeng felt a burning pain in his stomach. He was shocked. Was I poisoned? Who was trying to harm me? He was so frightened that his face turned green. Fortunately, the system's voice rang in his head at this moment. Commander, you have been poisoned. Would you like to spend 10,000 points to eliminate it for you? Hearing the system's voice, Li Yunpeng was overjoyed. Not to mention 10,000 points. He would be willing to spend all the 500,000 points on the panel. Compared with his life, these were all external things. Yes, remove the toxins from my body immediately. When the points were successfully deducted, the burning sensation in Li Yunpeng's stomach disappeared, and he returned to normal. Li Yunpeng put down his chopsticks and thought carefully. Who poisoned it? Wang Shiyan? It's impossible. She has no reason to do so. The chef? He is under my protection, so he shouldn't do it either. After much thought, Li Yunpeng still couldn't come up with a conclusion. He called the guards over and asked them to secretly summon the team leaders to a meeting. At the same time, he should strengthen the guard force in the inner city, not allowing anyone to approach, and arrest, and lock up any suspicious people. The guards took immediate action, and the inner city was surrounded by 2 teams of guard soldiers. The team leaders also came in batches in a low-key manner. Li Yunpeng talked with the team leaders in the base for a full hour before everyone dispersed. That afternoon, several teams urgently announced the expansion of their search for supplies, focusing on searching for antidotes and leading the search teams out of the base. At this time, apart from a small team of outer wall guards, there were only a dozen guards at Li Yunpeng's inner city gate left in the base. The base's military strength was more empty than ever. At the same time, he ordered the guards in the inner city to only eat individual rations during the next few days, and the soldiers in the outer city would eat meals prepared by the logistics department as usual. Li Yunpeng sat in the base, wearing combat uniform and keeping his gun at hand. He wanted to see what kind of monsters were causing trouble. After waiting for a day, there was nothing unusual at the base, and people were living and working as usual. Li Yunpeng slept with his clothes on and had a peaceful night. He was a little puzzled. Could it be that the ingredients were poisonous before they arrived and the chef didn't notice it? Li Yunpeng ordered the soldiers to quietly investigate the movements of everyone in the logistics department. The soldiers reported that Wang Shiyan was working as usual, the chef was also normal, and everyone else was doing their job in an orderly manner. Something strange happened. I haven't shown up for a whole day. If someone poisoned me, they should have figured out that the poison had taken effect on me and sent a supply search team to find antidotes to increase credibility. Now is the best time to take action. If we wait until the search team comes back, they won't be able to cause any trouble even if I die. Li Yunpeng didn't have to wait too long. On the second night, a red light suddenly rose from the base and shot up into the sky. It should be a signal flare made of fireworks or something like that. Seeing this, Li Yunpeng knew that the person who poisoned the food was about to take action. He loaded his pistol and prepared himself. The supply search team he sent out did not go far, but hid near the base. They would use the gunshot as a signal and would counterattack when they heard the gunshot. Li Yunpeng waited with a cold face and kept reflecting on himself. Was it because he was too kind and gave the scoundrels the impression that he was easy to bully? While he was thinking about it, the guards came to report that all the guards guarding the city wall had been poisoned and fainted. Here I come. Li Yunpeng stood up and walked towards the gate. Chapter 26, The First Traitor. Li Yunpeng stood at the gate of the inner city and looked out through the crack. The people in the base were a little panicked. Wu Gang and Zhang Tao were maintaining order and were just about to go to the city wall to check on the fainted soldier. At this time, hundreds of strangers rushed in from outside the gate. Li Yunpeng looked around and found that they were all old acquaintances. Huang, who was walking in the middle, with Ma Fun and a group of younger brothers beside him. A thin middle-aged man with a middle-parted hair and black-framed narrow-rimmed glasses was nodding and talking to him. Li Yunpeng thought he looked familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere. While he was trying to recall who this person was, Wu Gang suddenly pointed at him, his eyes wide open, and shouted at him. Zhao Hai, who are you bringing? Have you checked them? Bring them to the base. Zhao Hai heard Wu Gang's words and put away his flattering smile. He said seriously, Wu, do you know who this is? This is our Wuzhou's famous brother Tiger. You saved me, and I'll always remember you. Li Yunpeng oppressed the civilians, and we couldn't stand it anymore. Fortunately, I poisoned him. From now on, Brother Tiger will take over the base. We brothers will get promoted and make money together. You can choose any supplies and women you want. Wu Gang heard this and realized that this grandson had betrayed him. He was most likely the one who brought these people here. He said angrily, when did the commander ever oppress the civilians? You actually did something so ungrateful. Zhao Hai said in a snarling voice, ungrateful? Why didn't you say you were grateful when you ruthlessly drove us out and almost starved us to death? Why didn't you say you were grateful when you forced me to carry zombie corpses? Why didn't you say you were grateful when you made me risk my life to collect supplies? Wu Gang said, that's so you can adapt to the end of the world faster and survive better. Bah, stop pretending to be so powerful. You are the one who makes us work hard to support you. Zhao Hai said, some people feel like everyone owes them something, and they can only feel sorry for others. If others are a little unfair to them, they will hold a grudge. Wu Gang said bitterly, I only regret that I have let the commander down by raising such an ungrateful person like you. Zhao Hai's expression changed instantly, and he yelled, get the hell out of here. I'm so proud of you. I call you Brother Wu, but to put it bluntly, you're just a dog under Li Yunpeng. If I were to follow you, I'd never get ahead. Fortunately, Brother Hu is righteous. After we take over the base, Wang Shiyan will be mine. Huh? You are worse than beasts. I will fight you. After saying that, Wu Gang pounced on Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai saw him rushing towards him, he was so scared that he hid behind Huang Hu. Although he was good at talking, he became timid in an instant when he encountered danger. Huang Hu did not move, and a strong man walked out from behind him. It was Zheng Liang who had captured Li Yunpeng before. He grabbed Wu Gang by the collar and threw him to the ground. Wu Gang was tall, but had no fighting experience, and was beaten by Zheng Liang in just a few moves, leaving him unable to get up. Seeing this, Zhang Tao hurried to the inner city to check on the commander's condition. When he arrived at the gate of the inner city, he saw the guards lying all over the gate. He walked past them and wanted to push the door open, but he was stopped by two soldiers coming out of the inner city. Zhang Tao was very anxious. Let me in quickly. The commander has been poisoned. The soldier said expressionlessly. The commander has ordered that no one is allowed to enter the inner city. Guardsmen were notoriously difficult to communicate with, So Zhang Tao could only stand at the door and yell, "Commander, Commander, something terrible has happened." But there was no response from Li Yunpeng from inside, and two soldiers stood guard at the door with expressionless faces. Zhang Tao was anxious, but there was nothing he could do. He happened to see Wang Shiyan running over in a panic and said hurriedly, "Minister Wang, the commander has been poisoned. His life or death is uncertain." When Wang Shiyan heard this, she also looked anxious. When she went out, she saw a group of strangers breaking in, and the soldiers on the outer wall were gone. So she thought of informing Li Yunpeng, but when she arrived at the door, she was told that the commander had been poisoned. "What's going on?" Wang Shiyan stamped his feet anxiously. Zhang Tao said, "There's a man named Zhao Hai in the base. He colluded with outsiders to break in and poison the commander." Wang Shiyan's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. He said anxiously, "Then why are you still standing there? Go in and take a look." "I wanted to go in, but the soldiers stopped me." "Then you better think of a way to get in no matter what." Wang Shiyan stamped his feet anxiously. Zhang Tao gritted his teeth and said to the soldiers, "I'm sorry, brothers. The situation outside is critical. You don't know the situation inside. I'm anxious to report to the commander." After saying that, he forced his way in. The guards didn't care who you were. When they saw him trying to break in, they raised the butt of their rifles and hit him. The soldier next to him had already pulled the bolt and was about to shoot him. Zhang Tao was startled and quickly waved his hands to stop him, but he saw that the soldier did not stop, and the air seemed to freeze at that moment. Just as he closed his eyes in despair, Li Yunpeng's light voice came, "Stop, let them in." Yes. This sound was like heavenly music to Zhang Tao. The soldier instantly put away his gun. Wang Shiyan felt relieved when he heard Li Yunpeng's voice. Zhang Tao slowly opened his eyes. "Everything's fine." "Oh, right. Was it the commander who was speaking just now?" The soldiers made way for a passage, and Wang Shiyan pulled up Zhang Tao, whose legs were trembling, and walked in. The two were puzzled. Commander sounded fine, so why did he ignore what was happening outside? When they walked in, they found Li Yunpeng sticking his butt out through the gap behind the door, looking out, ignoring the two people who came in. Wang Shiyan was speechless for a moment. After waiting for a while and seeing that he showed no interest in her, she called out softly, "Commander?" Li Yunpeng answered absent-mindedly without looking back. Wang Shiyan glanced at Zhang Tao and motioned for him to speak. Zhang Tao leaned in closer and whispered, "Ahem. Commander, something terrible has happened outside." "Yeah, I know." Li Yunpeng still didn't look back. Wang Shiyan and Zhang Tao stood there in a daze. What was going on? Li Yunpeng didn't say anything, so they didn't dare to ask. Li Yunpeng stared closely at Huang Hu and his group. These people were holding knives, guns, sticks, and a few hunting rifles, and they were gathering people together in a show of force. Someone brought a chair and placed it opposite the crowd. Huang Hu sat down casually, crossed his legs, lit a cigarette, and kept shaking his feet. He took a deep drag on his cigarette and said loudly, "Li Yunpeng, you have committed many evil deeds and have been eliminated by me. The guards in the city have all rebelled. From now on, I am the master of this garrison. Anyone who obeys me will be treated as a brother by me. Anyone who dares to resist will suffer the same fate as Wu Gang." Although people were filled with righteous indignation, they did not dare to resist with their bare hands. Huang Hu continued, "Next, I'm announcing a few policies. First, all resources will be centralized for rational distribution. Second, men and women will be separated. Women will be sent inside for special protection." After Huang Hu said this, his younger brothers burst into laughter. They naturally understood what he meant by special protection. When people see their virtues, how could they not know that they concentrate resources for their own enjoyment? If women are sent in, they may not be complete when they come back. Chapter 27, Ambush. Wang Shiyan and the others were anxious. They mustered up the courage to step forward and pull Li Yunpeng aside, saying, "Commander, what should we do? There are a lot of weapons and ammunition outside. It would be dangerous if the bad guys got them." Li Yunpeng turned around and saw her pretty face full of anxiety. He comforted her, "Don't worry, I'm watching. Wait a little longer and find out who is human and who is a ghost." At this time, Huang Hu had finished his speech and was sitting on a chair, looking at everyone with a squint. Zheng Liang stepped forward and said loudly, "Those who are willing to eat and drink with the brothers stand on the left, and the rest stand on the right." The younger brothers held hunting rifles and forced everyone to make a choice. Under Huang Hu's pressure, some people began to slowly move to the left, while most people stood in a group on the right. Although Zhao Hai said that he had poisoned the commander, they instinctively did not believe it. Seeing someone compromise, the people on the right began to curse in low voices. "Bah, traitor, you forgot that you were starving when you first arrived, and your life was saved by the base, and now you're betraying me. Despite facing insults, many people still moved to the left. After a while, seeing that no one else came out from the right, Huang Hu stood up and roughly counted that there were about 70 or 80 people willing to follow him. This was completely beyond his expectations. It seemed that it was faster to rob openly. Normally, if he wanted to gather so many brothers, it would take a lot of effort. Huang Hu was somewhat proud. This base was much better than his cave. It had double-layer defense, sufficient supplies, and the women were all fair and tender, unlike the pale and skinny ones he had snatched from various places. That person, it's you, take us to the warehouse. Huang Hu pointed at the first person who defected at the front of the line and said. The man nodded and agreed. This was a good opportunity to make a contribution. He was just about to take Huang Hu to the warehouse. Bang! A gunshot rang out, echoing through the night sky. Huang Hu and his gang were so frightened that they instantly squatted on the ground. They looked up, but seeing nothing unusual, they immediately got up in shame and anger, and said angrily, "Who the hell fired the gun? Are you tired of living?" The people on the right saw how cowardly they were and covered their mouths, wanting to laugh, but not daring to. Muffin was furious. He lashed out at the men in front of him with a wooden stick and cursed, "I'm telling you to laugh. Your Li Yunpeng is already dead, and you're still so arrogant. I'll make you cry so hard you won't be able to find your tune." At this moment, a cold voice sounded. "Who said I was dead?" Li Yunpeng walked slowly out of the inner city, accompanied by a dozen fully armed soldiers, pointing their guns at Huang Hu and others. "Don't move, or I'll kill you," the soldier shouted. Muffin was so frightened that his soul flew out of his body. He said to Zhao Hai, "Didn't you say he was dead? What's going on?" Huang Hu and the others were also confused. They were being pointed at by more than a dozen automatic rifles, and the broken hunting rifles in their hands were no different from fire sticks. Zhao Hai was sweating profusely, soaking his middle-parted hair and sticking it to his forehead. He shivered and said, "I saw the food being brought in with my own eyes. The poison would kill anyone who took a bite, and all the soldiers in the base were sent out to find medicine. How? How could this happen?" Huang Hu glared at Ma Fun and growled, "You good for nothing. My brother trusted you so much, but you've really killed me." It turned out that a few days ago, since Li Yunpeng retreated from the granary, Ma Fun sent people to follow and investigate. The spies disguised themselves as refugees and sneaked into the base. They met an acquaintance, Zhao Hai, and after some compromise, they reached a plan to seize the base. Zhao Hai got the poison from Ma Fun, and first tried to poison Li Yunpeng to death, and then used a knockout drug to knock the soldiers out. Originally, Zhao Hai was unsure about the large number of guards, but he didn't expect that after Li Yunpeng was poisoned, he sent most of the soldiers out to find medicine. This was a godsend opportunity, so without taking the time to investigate, after confusing all the soldiers in the base, he hurriedly sent a signal to let Huang Hu and others who were ambushing in the distance attack. But who knew that all this was a conspiracy? Zhao Hai was in despair, and his only hope was Huang Hu. But what could Huang Hu do? He glanced at the door inconspicuously, which was only a few dozen meters away, and gestured behind him with his hand. When Zheng Liang saw his instructions, he hid behind everyone and quietly took out several detonators, lit them instantly, and threw them forward. Just as he was about to make a move, Huang Hu passed through the people behind him and ran away. When the guard saw some unusual movement on the opposite side, he decisively pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Boom. Gunshots and explosions rang out one after another. The others finally reacted and turned around to run, but how could their legs outrun bullets? Many people fell to the ground as the gunshots rang out. Li Yunpeng was knocked to the ground by the guard when the other party threw the detonator, but the detonator had limited power after all. When it fell on the open ground, it only caused a cloud of dust and smoke, and no shrapnel flew. Chase them all, don't let any of them go. The soldiers formed a torrent and chased after Huang Hu and others. Originally, Li Yunpeng wanted to wait a while before taking action, as the guards outside who received the signal had not arrived yet. However, he did not expect that Huang Hu was also a desperate criminal, and he decisively fled when the crisis came. Li Yunpeng followed him out of the base. There were many corpses lying along the way. All of them were Huang Hu's men. Zhao Hai was shot in the left leg and lay on the ground wailing. Li Yunpeng walked up to him, pulled out his pistol and asked, "Why did you betray me?" Zhao Hai burst into tears. "Commander, I was confused for a moment. Please let me go." Li Yunpeng snorted coldly and shot him again in the right leg. Ignoring Zhao Hai's screams like a butchered pig, he ordered the people in the base to lock him up. He would deal with Huang Hu later. Seeing that the commander was fine, those who had rebelled before squatted there obediently and waited for their fate. They did not run away. In the apocalypse, as long as they were not dead, the base was better than the outside world. Huang Hu couldn't help but feel secretly happy after rushing out of the base. He finally escaped. But before he could be happy for long, he saw a group of people rushing towards him. Oh my God! He was startled and quickly turned around and ran to the other side. The guards outside saw the enemy turning around and opened fire decisively when they were more than 200 meters away. Under the blockade of fire from the front and back, Huang Hu's men fell like wheat being cut, and the timid ones lay on the ground, not daring to move. Huang Hu, who was running for his life, suddenly felt a chill in his abdomen, and then the strength in his body gradually left him like a deflated ball. He looked down and saw that his stomach was already bright red. His legs went weak, and he fell to the ground. Zheng Liang just happened to run to his side at this time. Huang Hu stretched out his hand towards Zheng Liang, but Zheng Liang didn't even look at him. He walked past him and ran straight forward. I'm so stupid. He knew he was doomed, so he summoned his last bit of strength and yelled at Zheng Liang. If you ever see my brother alive, tell him what's going on here. I don't know if Zheng Liang heard it or not, as the figure gradually disappeared from his sight. Chapter 28 Wu Gang's Choice. The battle soon came to an end. Except for Zheng Liang, who escaped, the rest either surrendered or were killed on the way to escape. When the battle just started, Huofeng heard gunshots. She led the Huofeng team and hurried towards the base. When they got closer, they found that the battle was over. At this time, a large number of soldiers were carrying some corpses and placing them together. Some of them looked familiar. Were they Huang Hu's men? She walked quickly towards Li Yunpeng and asked anxiously, "Are you okay?" After saying that, she looked him up and down. Li Yunpeng saw her and asked, "Why are you here?" Huofeng was stunned and said, I heard gunshots, so I came to take a look." Li Yunpeng said in a long tone, "Oh, you really didn't come to save me." Huofeng blushed slightly and said, "Who wants to save you? There are so many of you. How can it be my turn to save you? Where's Huang Hu?" She quickly changed the subject. At this moment, a soldier came over carrying the dying Huang Hu and threw him to the ground with a bang. "Hey, Huang Hu is here," Li Yunpeng said. When she saw Huang Hu, Huofeng's eyes seemed to be burning with a fire of deep hatred. "Huang Hu, you tortured and killed my sisters. I will settle the score with you today," Huofeng said, gritting her teeth. Huang Hu looked up, knowing that he was going to die anyway. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with a sad smile, "Haha, your sister is really awesome. She made more than 10 of us brothers very happy. You are simply a beast." Huofeng cursed. Huang Hu ignored her insults and continued, "If Li Yunpeng hadn't suddenly appeared and disrupted my plan, you women would have been at my base by now. It's a pity that this Chuanxiang feast didn't take place." Huofeng was so angry that her body was shaking, and her face was so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip out of it. Suddenly, she took a bow step forward, rushed in front of Huang Hu, and used all her strength to kick Huang Hu in the abdomen with a dull sound. This kick made him fly 2 feet high in the air. Ahem! Huang Hu coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his mouth and chest were stained red with blood. He tried his best to open his mouth to speak, but he was unable to make a sound. Huofeng then strode forward, raised her foot to the extreme, and then stomped hard on Huang Hu's crotch. Then Huang Hu's heart-wrenching screams were heard. Li Yunpeng felt a chill between his legs. Damn, this woman is so cruel. Huang Hu, who was like a dead dog, was in so much pain that he actually had the strength to roll on the ground. It can be seen how painful this kick was. Li Yunpeng asked himself that he had become much harder-hearted now, but compared with Huofeng, it seemed that he was still not as good as her. It was true that women had the most vicious hearts. So he walked forward, loaded his pistol, and handed it to Huofeng, signaling him to kill Huang Hu quickly. Huofeng turned her head to take a look, took the pistol, pointed it at Huang Hu's head, but was reluctant to shoot. The yellow tiger lay on the ground and screamed, "Kill me! Kill me quickly!" Humph! Huofeng did not do as he wished, but raised her foot and rubbed his crotch a few more times. Huang Hu was like an ant on a hot pan, struggling desperately, as if his soul was trembling. When the pain reached its peak, he finally fainted. Huofeng kicked him twice, and seeing that he didn't react, she shook her head with some regret, then pulled the trigger. A shot smashed Huang Hu's face into pieces. Huang Hu, the ruffian who had been rampant in the countryside, was now completely turned into a dead dog. Huofeng spat at his corpse before turning around and returning the gun to Li Yunpeng. Li Yunpeng took the gun in a daze and mentally listed Huofeng as someone who should never be provoked. This woman was so fucking cruel. "Thank you for letting me get my revenge," Huofeng said sincerely. Li Yunpeng said, "You're welcome. Well, if you have nothing else to do, just go back." "No, I want to go to the base to see my sister Shiyan." Li Yunpeng said seriously. It's too late today. It's not safe for you to go back. Huafeng'er glanced at him and said, as long as it's not a swarm of zombies, there's no danger. Li Yunpeng was speechless. Can't you hear that I don't want you to go? You are such a cruel woman. You have led Shiyin astray again. So she said, Shiyin is rested a long time ago. You can come and visit her another day. Huafeng'er said with an expression that said, I don't believe you. How can I sleep with such loud gunfire? Then she turned and walked towards the base. Hey, you. Li Yunpeng wanted to stop her, but looking at her slender waist and charming back, he didn't dare to reach out his hand. Forget it, let her be. What kind of trouble can two girls cause? Although Shiyin doesn't talk much, she is a girl with a firm stand. After returning to the base, Zhang Tao and Wang Shiyin were counting the traitors who had previously defected to Huanghu, taking back their ID cards, and locking them up in several rooms alone. Huafeng'er stayed around Wang Shiyin and said something the whole time. But it was obvious that Wang Shiyin was dodging with some resistance. But Huafeng'er didn't care and continued talking to herself. Li Yunpeng shook his head, thinking helplessly. Is Huafeng'er interested in the same sex? There are so many men in the base. Why does she stick to Wang Shiyin? Turning his gaze away from the two people, he saw Wu Gang sitting on the ground in a daze, covered in mud and with blood still on his face. People passing by deliberately avoided him. Wu Gang was sitting on the ground. He came to his senses when he saw Li Yunpeng approaching. He struggled to stand up and said shamefully, Commander, I'm sorry. Li Yunpeng was surprised. Tell me, what's going on? Wu Gang recounted the whole story of Zhao Hai, and Li Yunpeng then remembered that Wu Gang had pleaded for him at that time, but he had never met Zhao Hai. It was Wu Gang who did everything. Fortunately, he had the system with him, so he escaped without any danger. Considering that Wu Gang did not retreat in the face of a powerful enemy, he did not intend to delve into it. After all, they were both new to the apocalypse and still had some illusions about human nature. I'm sorry, and I'm willing to die as an apology. Wu Gang lowered his head and didn't dare to look Li Yunpeng in the eye. Li Yunpeng said, let it go this time. Let's take this as a lesson and never make the same mistake again next time. Seeing Li Yunpeng forgive him, Wu Gang was so moved that tears suddenly overflowed. He wiped his tears and said, Commander, I am too ashamed to be the base manager. I almost lost your life this time. I am guilty of this. You are merciful and don't kill me, but I can't get over this. Please assign me to the frontline combat unit and let me atone for my sins. Li Yunpeng thought about it, and it made sense. It would be hard to convince people if they did not punish those who made mistakes. Moreover, the people who passed by now no longer looked at Wu Gang with the respect they used to have. People were thinking that, after all, it was Wu Gang who rescued Zhao Hai and entrusted him with an important task, which caused the commander to be in danger. If something went wrong with the commander, this well-organized base would not be able to last long, so it would be strange if he would be nice to Wu Gang. Li Yunpeng thought for a moment and said, First, recover from your injuries, and then report to Li Qi's team. Yes. Wu Gang gave a not-so-standard military salute. After sending Wu Gang away, Li Yunpeng came to the prisoners. There were more than 20 of them, squatting in a row, holding their heads with their hands, and each of them was silent. Chapter 29, Expanding the Base. Pan Hui had been hit in the chest by a stray bullet in the chaos. Before he died, his eyes were staring at the door in despair. Ma Fan squatted on the ground with his big fat but sticking out, his body shaking constantly. Hello, Director Ma, nice to meet you again. Li Yunpeng said as he stood in front of him. Ma Fan had been praying in his heart that he wouldn't be discovered, but unfortunately, things didn't go as he wished. He was startled when he heard Li Yunpeng's voice, then slowly stood up, with a smile on his face that was uglier than crying, and said, Boss Li, for the sake of our previous colleagues, please treat me like a piece of shit and let me go. Ha ha ha. Li Yunpeng laughed. Director Ma, you're a big shot. How can you be treated like a piece of shit? I'm tired today. I'll come and deal with you when I have time. Ma Fan still had a glimmer of hope in his heart when he heard the first part, but the smile on his face froze when he heard the second half. But the last hope of survival still prompted him to speak. Boss Li, spare my life. I will do anything for you. I will be your slave. Get lost. Don't you think about your own behavior? Let's put our grudges aside. You'll know how to deal with you in a few days. Li Yunpeng cursed with a cold face. Seeing his expression change, Ma Fan didn't dare to say anything and slowly squatted down with his head in his hands. Li Yunpeng gathered the civilians in the base together and clarified some things first to avoid panic and random guesses. The crisis was successfully resolved, the commander was safe and sound, and everyone had a relaxed smile on their faces. Li Yunpeng said loudly, First of all, after this test, we have seen some people clearly. Thank you for standing your ground. Secondly, I will deal with the traitors separately. Zhang Tao will formulate the specific plan and give it to me for review. Also, Wu Gang mistakenly trusted a villain and has already atoned for his sin by becoming a soldier. He has also volunteered to fight on the front lines. Everyone should stop dwelling on his mistakes. One last thing. From now on, Zhang Tao will be responsible for the daily management of the base. Wu Gang's subordinates must actively cooperate and integrate their work as soon as possible. After briefly explaining a few things, Li Yunpeng sent everyone to pack up and rest. The soldiers returned to their respective posts, and the soldiers who had been drugged were carried to the barracks to rest. The doctor in the camp checked and said they would recover after a night's rest. Li Yunpeng returned to the inner city and planned to go to Huang Hu's base tomorrow to bring back all the survivors and food. This should be enough to meet the conditions for upgrading the barracks to level 1. The base area also needs to be expanded. Now the inner and outer cities together only cover 40,000 square meters. With an increasing population and administrative and military units mixed together, this space seems a bit small. Li Yunpeng summoned the system and asked, "Can the built facilities be sold for points?" System: the facility can be sold, but only 80% of the points will be returned. Oh my god. Li Yunpeng didn't expect that there would be a handling fee, and it was cut by 20% at once. He was heartbroken. But after thinking it over, he felt that it was not so bad. After all, the base was developing and the structure would eventually be eliminated. It would not cost a penny to demolish it, but he could get 80% by recycling it. It was still a good deal if he thought about it. Li Yunpeng set up the system to demolish the inner wall and expand the inner city to 100,100 meters, 10,000 square meters. The outer wall remains unchanged at 200,200 meters. Outside the outer wall, another 500,500-meter wall is built. In this way, 3 walls separate the area into 3 zones. The center of the entire base is the commander's private territory, including some important buildings, the Red Alert base, barracks, arsenal, and open space reserved for the future. The middle division was changed into an administrative and military zone, mainly including the Ministry of the Interior, the Logistics Department, and the military camp. The periphery of the management area is where ordinary residents live, covering an area of 200,000 square meters. In addition to the living area, some grains and vegetables can also be grown inside the base to solve some of the food problems. After all this trouble, he spent more than 200,000 points, and half of them were gone in an instant. Li Yunpeng was worried about when he could use these points. When people got up the next morning, they were shocked to find that everything in the base had changed. Not only had the inner city been expanded, but there was also a huge wall outside. Although they were confused, no one answered them. The first group of people were already used to it. It was a sudden wall that blocked the attacking zombies. The newcomers had heard about it from the old people, but they didn't believe it. Now they saw with their own eyes that a 500-meter-long wall had appeared outside overnight, and they couldn't help but disbelieve what the first group of people who came to the base said. This is absolutely impossible to be done by human power. No one can complete such a large project quietly overnight. Everyone instinctively believed that all this must be related to the commander. Whether it was the ever-increasing number of soldiers or the endless rations and ammunition, it fully demonstrated that the commander was no ordinary person. However, they would not bother to explore the reasons. If they angered the commander, they might not be able to stay in the base. Even if they knew it, what could they do? Every soldier was loyal to the commander, and anyone with ill intentions would not be able to make any waves. Everyone struggled to accept the huge changes in the base. Everyone regarded Li Yunpeng as a god, believing that he must have been sent by God to save them. Zhang Tao was one of the first people to arrive. He was not too surprised, but was a little shocked by the huge wall. Wang Shiyan is different. When she arrived at the base, everything was already a foregone conclusion. Now she has suddenly encountered such a big change. She can't figure out how it happened no matter how hard she tries. Is it really like what people outside say, that the commander is a god who has descended to earth? Li Yunpeng called Zhang Tao and Wang Shiyan into the inner city. Since the base had been redivided, there would definitely be a lot of work to do next. Zhang Tao, your Ministry of the Interior needs to organize people to build infrastructure in the new outer city and make rational use of the land. We expect another group of people to arrive in the next few days. During construction, plan to double the base's population. Zhang Tao agreed and wrote down every word in a notebook, for fear of missing any important information. Shiyan, your logistics department must plan the supplies within the base and build larger warehouses and granaries. From now on, whether we grow our own food or collect it from outside, we must store it properly and use it according to the first in, first out principle to avoid waste. We must set a warning line for food reserves. We must find a way to deal with it before it reaches the warning line. We must never run out of ammunition and food. Wang Shiyan also took out a notebook to write it down. Since she became the head of logistics, she has been budgeting carefully every day. Material distribution is a big deal. When the population grows, there will always be some people who want to eat more and save more. This is understandable, but this situation must be avoided. If everyone does this, it will be detrimental to the public interest and beneficial to themselves. How many dynasties have fallen in this way, let alone a small base? Li Yunpeng looked at the two of them and felt that he still did not have enough capable people under his command. There are few people now, so 2 simple departments can manage it. If the base expands in the future, the responsibilities will have to be further subdivided. So I told the 2 people to pay attention to observing talents on a daily basis. If they find anyone with good character and special talents in certain aspects, they can report to him and recommend him. Wang Shiyan and Zhang Tao both received the order and left in a hurry. There were a lot of things to do next, and the base once again launched a vigorous construction activity. If you had not seen the end of the world outside, you would have thought this was a construction site under development. Chapter 30: Attacking the Granary. Li Yunpeng started assigning tasks the next day. He was worried that something might change over time. After all, the food in those dozen or so granaries was worth risking for anyone. There were more than 200,000 points left. Li Yunpeng ordered 3 teams of soldiers to go out and kill lone zombies. The task was for each person to kill at least 10 zombies. In this way, he could recruit another 200 soldiers without using the existing points. While ordering the remaining soldiers and survivors to prepare vehicles, even though the noise from the vehicles risked attracting zombies, it was not realistic to carry food on their shoulders or by hand. After a dispersed search, a total of more than a dozen trucks of various models were found nearby. There was no gas station nearby, and the diesel collected from the construction site was just enough to fill up each vehicle. Fortunately, the base is not far from the granary, so it should be enough. Everything was ready within 1 day. Early the next morning, Li Yunpeng led 210 soldiers and 200 young and strong members of the supply search team and set out for the granary. It is less than 20 kilometers away from the granary, but the road is difficult to travel on, and it took an hour to get there even by car. The convoy did not drive directly to the granary, but stopped 1 kilometer away. Li Yunpeng ordered Li Bai to lead 10 soldiers to sneak into the granary and occupy the tunnel gate at all costs to prevent these bastards from hiding in the tunnel like turtles. Li Yunpeng led a team of guards to a high ground 500 meters away from the granary to monitor. Li Bai and his team specifically chose to move in the blind spots of the guards. For a qualified soldier, stealth is a basic skill, and every soldier in the guard army is qualified. Li Yunpeng saw with his own eyes through the telescope that Li Bai and others sneaked into the tunnel, so he sent someone to call the convoy to pick him up and go straight to the granary. The guards left by Huang Hu in the granary saw the convoy approaching from afar and were so scared that they quickly went back into the tunnel. But when they walked into the tunnel entrance, they were greeted by a merciless hail of bullets from the guards. The guards suddenly opened fire, catching the guards off guard, and the people in the front row were killed instantly. The person who was half a step slower heard the gunshots from inside and knew something was wrong, so he quickly stopped by the wall. The person who fired the gun inside did not chase out. With pursuers in front and strong enemies behind, after weighing the pros and cons, they chose to run out of the tunnel. At this time, more than a dozen trucks were lined up in the granary. Soldiers and search team members got out of the trucks, and their respective captains organized the formation. The people who ran out of the tunnel were so frightened when they saw the densely packed soldiers armed with live ammunition outside that they dared not even think of resisting. They threw away their weapons and squatted on the ground with their heads in their hands. Li Yunpeng ignored the surrendered people, as his own soldiers would deal with them. He was protected by 2 teams of soldiers in front and behind as he walked into the tunnel. The soldier in front walked to the corner and signaled to the inside that they were on the same side to avoid accidental injury. Li Yunpeng walked to the gate and saw the bodies of some rebels lying in front and behind Li Bai and his group. Li Yunpeng ordered him to continue guarding the door and lead his men into the depths of the tunnel. This was a civil defense project with reinforced concrete structure, with many passages inside. Without heavy firepower, it would be impossible to break in even if you died of exhaustion. Search in a dispersed manner and kill any resistance encountered. Li Yunpeng ordered. The soldiers ran towards the various branches in groups of 5. After a while, sporadic gunshots were heard, and then a soldier came to report that a survivor had been found and asked Li Yunpeng to go and check. Li Yunpeng walked through 2 corridors and turned a corner before arriving. What caught his eye were 2 large rooms with many people locked up inside, men and women separated. The room for women was better. These people showed no signs of starvation, but when they saw someone coming, they instinctively huddled together with fear in their eyes. Li Yunpeng came to the room where the man was locked up again. As soon as he opened the door, a pungent stench hit him in the face. He covered his mouth and nose tightly and looked inside. The scene inside was disgusting. Chapter 31: Imprisoned Men and Women. There was a group of filthy men lying on the floor in the room, with dirt and feces mixed together. Just looking at them made one vomit out the last meal he had eaten. There is a farmer's pig trough at the door, which seems to be where these people eat. Most of them were skinny and had dull eyes. When they saw the door open, a faint light flashed in their eyes. But when they took a look at Li Yunpeng and realized that he was not the familiar person who delivered the food, their eyes returned to being dull and empty. Several people were lying motionless in the corner, their ribs clearly visible, and their collapsed and still bellies showed that they were already dead. Li Yunpeng couldn't say he was sad or angry. This was how the end of the world should be. The strong possessed everything, and even a sip of soup was a luxury for the weak. Li Yunpeng looked for a while and turned to leave. At this time, each team had completed the search. Except for a few people who escaped through other passages, most of them were gathered together. Looking at the captives standing in 2 rows with their heads down, Li Yunpeng paced back and forth and found that 99% of them were men. The only one who looked like a woman had her face covered with a cloth, leaving only a pair of eyes exposed. Li Yunpeng came up to her and looked at her carefully. The woman was wearing a loose and worn robe and was dirty all over. "Take off your headscarf," Li Yunpeng said to her. The woman hesitated and did not act according to his words. The people around her also seemed to be hesitant to speak. Li Yunpeng felt strange, and regardless of the expressions of those around him, he said again with a cold face, "Right now, take off your face scarf." The woman hesitated and struggled, then said in a hoarse voice, "I won't pick it." Li Yunpeng thought to himself, "You are quite tough as a prisoner." He raised his gun, pointed it at the woman's head, and said, "Are you going to take it off or not?" Seeing that she couldn't escape, the woman sighed, stretched out her gloved hands helplessly, and slowly took off her scarf. When Li Yunpeng saw her appearance, he was shocked. "Damn, is this still a human being?" I saw that her face was covered with more than 10 pustules of different sizes. The small ones were as big as eggs, and the 2 largest ones were as big as eggplants. They were black and purple, and her face no longer looked like a human being. "Ahem. Well, you'd better wear the face mask," Li Yunpeng said speechlessly. "Look, I said I wouldn't pick it, but you forced me to." Li Yunpeng ignored her and moved away from her. This person probably had some strange disease, and he wanted to make sure she didn't infect him. "Who can tell me what's going on here?" Li Yunpeng asked loudly. Everyone looked at each other, and no one dared to say a word. Seeing that no one spoke, the woman in the veil walked forward to respond. Li Yunpeng quickly said, "Just stand there and talk. No need to come over. What's your name?" The woman rolled her exposed eyes and stood there saying, "My name is Xiao Mengdai. This place is occupied by a man named Huang Hu. He left a few days ago and hasn't returned yet." Xiao Mengdai. Li Yunpeng was speechless. Such a nice name combined with her appearance felt a bit awkward. Seeing that Li Yunpeng didn't say anything, she continued, "Ever since the world changed, Huang Hu happened to be hunting nearby and soon occupied this place. He then imprisoned all the employees and the survivors who had gathered here. The men who didn't want to go along with them were imprisoned, and the women became their toys." After hearing this, Li Yunpeng found that it was almost the same as what he guessed. However, he did not expect that the group of men rolling in the mud were so strong-willed that they would rather die than associate with Huang Hu. "Why is there such a big difference in the treatment of detained men and women?" asked Li Yunpeng. Xiao Mengdai said, "Huang Hu guards the granary, and there is no need for people to go out to find food, so the men who have not surrendered to them have become useless here. Every day they are just fed with a large pot of soup made from leftovers. But women are different. They are useful to them, so." Li Yunpeng knew what use a woman would be to Huang Hu and his gang of villains, and cursed inwardly. What a bunch of beasts. They all deserve to be killed. Chapter 32. Kowtow and Thank You. Li Yunpeng realized that her words completely disowned him, so he asked, "Didn't you also submit to Huang Hu?" Xiao Mengdai replied, "Me? I'm an exception. I'm a doctor, so we have a cooperative relationship. I'm responsible for providing medical assistance, and they provide me with shelter." Li Yunpeng was a little surprised. "How dare you treat other people with your character? If you really have the ability, why don't you just heal your own face?" The whole story was basically clear. Li Yunpeng asked Li Bai to go outside to pass the order, and everyone started to load food. Then he pulled out 2 fat and big-eared cooks and asked them to cook a pot of porridge for the imprisoned men. These people have been weak for a long time, and it is probably difficult for them to walk. They should eat something first to fill their stomachs so that they don't need help from others. Then he ordered the guards to release both men and women and take them outside. When a group of men and women met, some of them immediately hugged each other and cried. They were former couples or lovers. The search and rescue team was surprised to see such a group of people coming out because they were so miserable, completely different from the civilians in the base. They lived like pigs and dogs, and they exuded a disgusting smell. Li Yunpeng asked someone to boil 2 pots of hot water for the men to wash. The smell on their bodies was so bad that it could be smelled for 3 miles even against the wind. The people who were released saw the sun again, and many of them lay on the ground crying excitedly. They originally thought that they would lose their lives silently in the dark tunnel like their dead companions, but they did not expect that there would be a day when they would be rescued. The young man with extraordinary temperament who rescued them had soldiers who obeyed his orders, and the military and civilians got along well with each other. It was obvious that he was not a bad person like Huang Hu. The hungry people who reacted immediately kowtowed to Li Yunpeng to express their gratitude. With someone leading the way, they soon knelt down in unison. Li Yunpeng encountered this kind of scene for the first time, and he quickly said, "Everyone, hurry up and save your energy to rush back to the base. You can still be a brave man after you recover." After hearing this, everyone was very excited and said that they would repay him with their own lives in the future. By this time, the porridge had been cooked, and people lined up to receive the food without scrambling. They were a group of humans who could help each other in times of despair, and they were extremely precious in the end times. After dinner, the men regained some strength and helped each other, taking turns to wash. They took off their clothes and washed them together. After a long time, although there was still some smell on their bodies, it was basically acceptable. The only difference was that the dirty water they poured out was the same color as the water used to wash the pigpen floor. After these weak people took care of their personal hygiene, they helped to move the food. Li Yunpeng told them that they did not need to help because of their poor health, as they would have more work to do in the future. Everyone was grateful in their hearts, but they still staggered to work. 2 women carried 1 bag, while it took 4 or 5 men to lift a 50-jean bag of grain. Li Yunpeng felt emotional, thinking that his rescue was not in vain, as these survivors were of good quality. Although he urgently needed to expand the number of people under his command, he could not accept everyone. If too many bad guys sneaked in, trouble would arise sooner or later. After experiencing several dangerous situations, he dare not take ordinary people lightly, because invisible dangers are the most deadly. 10 trucks were soon filled. Li Yunpeng called the survivors of the Huanghu base and conducted on-the-spot trials of the prisoners. Those who had committed too many crimes were shot directly to avoid the trouble of bringing them back. Those whose crimes do not warrant the death penalty will be registered and sent back to form a team with the previous traitors. From now on, all the dirty work in the base will be handed over to these people. According to the survivors, there are very few people who have not committed capital crimes. Most of them have fallen into depravity under the leadership of Huang Hu, and have fallen into depravity together, committing murder, arson, and forcing women. However, when it was Xia Mingye's turn, everyone pleaded for her, saying that she had secretly helped ordinary people treat their illnesses. Only then did Li Yunpeng believe what Xia Mingdai said. Although she was ugly, she had a good heart. After dealing with the prisoners, Li Yunpeng left 2 teams of soldiers to guard the granary and took the rest back to the base. There was too much food, and this place was easy to defend and difficult to attack, so it could be used as a branch base. 10 carts of food were enough to feed the people in the base for a long time. Chapter 33 Base Upgrade. The survivors emerging from the granary were stunned by the sight of the base's 500-meter-long wall. Could anyone in this apocalyptic world actually have built a human settlement of this magnitude? Living in their caverns, they instinctively assumed the outside world wasn't much better. They were completely shocked by the scene before them. The trip was smooth, and the convoy did not encounter any wandering zombies. When the team arrived at the base, the people inside cheered and looked at the carts of food with shining eyes. In the apocalypse, food is life. Hey, this is all food. We won't have to go hungry anymore. Don't waste time. I heard that those who disobeyed the commander's orders before didn't have food to eat for several days. That's right. In today's world, not having to worry about starving to death is the happiest thing. Wherever the commander points, we will fight. People on both sides were discussing excitedly, which made the new survivors feel emotional. They were also human beings, but they suffered inhuman treatment, while the people here seemed to be able to live freely as if they were before the end of the world. Many people shed tears when they recalled their miserable experience of being imprisoned in the cave under the granary. The unloading process was very quick. When people heard that grain was being moved, they all put down their work and ran over to help. With a busy work, the warehouse was soon filled up and 10 empty trucks were parked in the special parking lot in the administrative district. Li Yunpeng immediately announced that there would be no limit on rice today, and one more dish would be served. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Usually, the precious rice was only used to make porridge. This was the first time since the apocalypse that people could eat rice, and there was no limit on the amount. Almost everyone was looking forward to dinner coming soon. The people in the base were deeply moved by the miserable state of the new survivors. Some soft-hearted people ignored the unpleasant smell on their bodies and came forward to ask about their well-being and help set up tents. Even if others did not help, they did not discriminate against us, let alone bully us. They were all busy with their own affairs. The survivors who came from the granary were deeply moved. What they saw outside was mostly indifference and cruelty, where people would kill each other for a piece of bread. The people here made them realize again that they still had the dignity of being human, and they were no longer trampled and slaughtered like cats and dogs in the past. People shared their experiences with each other. The survivors from the Huanghu base told their tragic stories, and everyone who heard them sighed and secretly felt lucky to have met such a good leader like Li Yunpeng so early. Zhang Tao led his men to arrange the resettlement of the new survivors, check the progress of tent construction, and read out some regulations of the base to avoid causing unnecessary trouble. Upon returning to the base, Li Yunpeng received a notification from the system. Congratulations! The population of your base has exceeded 2,000. The barracks can be upgraded to level 1. After the upgrade, the maximum summoned troops will increase to 1,000, and you can summon 6 guards per hour. Would you like to spend 5,000 points to upgrade? Li Yunpeng ignored the issue of points and chose to upgrade directly. Then he saw the structure of the barracks change instantly, becoming more sophisticated and sci-fi, and the level displayed on the panel also changed from 0 to 1, becoming the same level as the base tanks. System, what are the requirements for upgrading to level 2? System, the level of all buildings cannot exceed that of the base tank. First, the base tank must be upgraded to level 2. Other buildings can be upgraded by spending points. Li Yunpeng then asked, what are the requirements for upgrading the base tank to level 2? System, 50,000 population. Li Yunpeng, fuck. System, please take back these 2 words, otherwise the upgrade conditions will be doubled. Li Yunpeng. It was too far-fetched to think about those things. Fortunately, the barracks had finally been upgraded. Li Yunpeng breathed a sigh of relief. After the military strength doubled, if he encountered any ignorant creatures again, he would just lead his army to crush them. If he met a god, he would kill the god. If he met a Buddha, he would kill the Buddha. There are currently 500 guardsmen. If he wants to summon more, he needs to consume a large amount of points. Obtaining points becomes his most important thing next. The arsenal also met the conditions for upgrading to level 1, and the points required were not many, so Li Yunpeng upgraded it as well. After the upgrade, the arsenal can exchange 2 more items, gasoline and diesel. Li Yunpeng was overjoyed. With fuel, the cars all over the world became useful resources. He secretly calculated in his mind that with the current strength of the base, as long as they did not provoke a large zombie group, they would be safe for the time being. But he could not relax for a moment. He still clearly remembered how terrifying that ghostly evolved zombie was. If the number of such zombies increases in the future, the base will be in danger. The 2-meter-high wall will be useless against them. Moreover, this evolved zombie has developed rudimentary intelligence and knows how to avoid danger. If it hides in a zombie group and launches an unexpected attack, it will be difficult to resist. But the number of guards is about to double, and the price of gasoline and diesel is low, so the combat effectiveness will be increased by more than double. Thinking of this, Li Yunpeng's confidence gradually returned. There is still an important matter to deal with tomorrow. Manhwa is still detained in the base. How should he deal with this sinister villain? Chapter 34, Dealing with Manhwa. After breakfast the next day, Li Yunpeng gathered the new survivors. After a few full meals and a good sleep, these people were obviously in much better physical and mental condition. Seeing the commander about to speak, everyone stood together somewhat stiffly. Li Yunpeng began, "We've gathered everyone here today because there's a matter that needs to be dealt with. Huanghu is dead, but we've captured many of his men. We need you to identify them. Those found guilty of heinous crimes will be shot on the spot. The rest will be dealt with according to the severity of their crimes." People were stunned for a moment. Then they realized what was happening. When they heard that Huanghu's minions were going to be dealt with, they immediately started talking about it. Most people wanted to skin them alive to vent their anger. "Commander, are we really going to conduct the trial?" said a slightly older woman. "Of course, they have to bear the consequences of their mistakes." Li Yunpeng spoke with a sense of righteousness, but in fact he had selfish motives. If those prisoners with no humanity were not severely punished, They would become a time bomb if they were allowed to develop in the base. Excellent. Thank you, Commander. Your Excellency is simply the Supreme Lord. Yunpeng, I can finally avenge you. Just as people were shedding tears of gratitude, Li Yunpeng waved his hand, and several teams of guards brought the depressed prisoners over. When enemies meet, they are extremely jealous of each other. The scene was suddenly filled with anger. Some people were so hateful that they rushed towards the captives regardless of everything. Fortunately, they were stopped by soldiers. Seeing that the situation was about to get out of control, Li Yunpeng hurriedly shouted, "Everyone calm down, convict first, then punish." Li Yunpeng was their savior. When they heard him speak, they barely suppressed their anger and lined up impatiently to recount the crimes these people had committed. People from the administrative department took notes. Ma Fan hid in the team, his body shaking like a sieve. These unruly people who he had trampled on at will in the past had now turned the tables and were pointing them out one by one. He felt desperate, knowing that for the things he had done, he deserved to die several times. He lowered his head so much that he wished he could tuck it into his crotch. But he could not escape what was coming, and soon soldiers pushed him out. When people saw Ma Fan, they immediately started cursing him, and many people knelt down and begged Li Yunpeng to execute Ma Fan immediately. Seeing that it was Ma Fan's turn, Li Yunpeng became interested and asked everyone to tell their stories one by one. He was very curious about what kind of heinous things Ma Fan had done to make everyone so angry. The first person to speak was a young man with sunken eye sockets. He gritted his teeth and said, "Ma Fan brought people and killed my girlfriend in front of me." When he said this, he started to cry loudly, and Li Yunpeng nodded to show that he understood. Next, this time it was a middle-aged woman. She collapsed to the ground in tears, saying, "Commander, Ma Fan is worse than an animal. My daughter was only 13 years old when he abducted her. When he brought her back, not only was she innocent, but she was also bleeding profusely. The next day, she passed away." She forced herself to finish her words and then fainted from grief. Li Yunpeng's heart trembled. He had already thought of the worst possible bad things Ma Fan might do, but he still underestimated his bottom line. Ma Fan was trembling all over. Then more people came forward to recount his crimes, with evidence and witnesses. Seeing Ma Fan's expression, Li Yunpeng knew that those inhumane things were most likely done by him, and each one was more cruel than the last. Li Yunpeng couldn't bear to listen any longer, so he interrupted the people crying and said to the soldiers, "Tie Ma Fan to a pillar and have the victims come in groups of 5 to seek revenge." When Ma Fan heard this, he was so frightened that his crotch was soaked, and the moisture ran all the way down his trouser legs to his feet. How could he be safe if he handed it over to these unruly people? He was afraid they would eat him alive. The reason why Li Yunpeng didn't hand him over directly to the crowd was that he was afraid that there would be too many people who hated him and a stampede would occur. The punishment for Ma Fan began soon. His shrill screams were heard on the execution ground. Within a few minutes, his head turned into a blood gourd, his arms were twisted, and someone had bitten off a piece of his ear. It can be seen how much hatred people had in their hearts. Li Yunpeng had no mercy at this time. He and Ma Fan had a grudge before the end of the world. Later, Ma Fan tried to kill him many times. Now that the situation has changed, how could he let him go? While Ma Fan was being tortured by the victims, the trial continued until all the people had been examined. Anyone who massacred civilians, raped and killed women, or ate human flesh was dragged outside the city and shot. Those with relatively minor offenses were sent to labor camps for reform together with the traitors. Immediately afterwards, the captives whose trials had been completed were taken away in batches, and except for the death row prisoners, all were dragged out of the city. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of people being shot in line rang out, frightening the other prisoners who had managed to escape death. As the trial ended, Ma Fan was already dying. His entire head had turned dark red, his eyes could not see, his ears could not hear, and his nose was gone. He was only breathing in his mouth, and it was obvious that he was not going to survive. After going through everyone he had a grudge against, Li Yunpeng finally pulled out his pistol. "Don't blame me for being cruel. Blame yourself for committing so many evil things." Then he shot him in the head, which was considered a relief for Ma Fan, and ended his sinful and short life. After killing Ma Fan with his own hands, Li Yunpeng felt relieved. At this moment, a guard suddenly came to report that a group of doomsday businessmen had come to the base and hoped to meet him. Li Yunpeng was stunned. What? Apocalyptic businessmen? There were still people doing this kind of business where they could lose their heads? Chapter 35. The End of the World Merchant. But Li Yunpeng didn't have time to meet these so-called end-of-the-world businessmen at this time. He asked the guards to find Zhang Tao and ask him to help these people settle down first. He would find time to meet this group of people after he had dealt with the matters here. The guards left after receiving the order, and the group of Huang whose minions were wiped out. Those who had been harmed by them instantly fell to the ground and kowtowed to Li Yunpeng continuously. They thought they would live forever in the dark cave until they turned into a pool of mud, but they didn't expect that they could get revenge in their lifetime. All this was thanks to the commander. Li Yunpeng quickly had the soldiers help everyone up and calm them down. He then spoke loudly. They deserved it today. I'll avenge you, but I have to be frank. From now on, you must abide by my rules in my base. Anyone who commits a crime will suffer the same fate as manhwa. Although Li Yunpeng helped the survivors to avenge their loss, he still had to give them a proper warning. Otherwise, some people would inevitably take advantage of him and treat him as a public servant and take advantage of him. Commander, from now on we will do whatever you say, even if it means danger. Master Qingtian, from now on my worthless life is yours. You can take it anytime you want. If anyone dares to disobey the commander's orders, I will be the first to cause trouble for him. When everyone heard Li Yunpeng's words, they eagerly expressed their loyalty and promised in unison to firmly support all the commander's orders. Li Yunpeng nodded in satisfaction. No matter whether what these people said was true or false, his meaning had been conveyed, so he let everyone disperse. At this point, the grudge between manhwa and Huang who came to an end. As for what Huang who said about his brother before his death, Li Yunpeng didn't care. He was now strong and powerful and didn't take manhwa's cousin seriously. If he didn't come, it would be fine. If he came, he would never come back. In the following days, everything was calm. There were now sufficient troops, and the number of guards equipped with the material collection team had doubled than before, so there were very few accidents. Li Yunpeng built a monument to brave men on a nearby hillside, on which the names of all the soldiers and civilians who sacrificed their lives for the base were engraved. The monument to the brave has also become the most sacred place in people's hearts. Each name there represents the lives that were lost for the survival of mankind. Li Yunpeng stipulated that the base should hold a grand memorial ceremony every July 18th to express the highest respect and remembrance to the brave warriors with a spirit of sacrifice. Supplies became more and more sufficient day by day, and houses for the people in the base were built one after another, forming a large village in the outer city. Many high-yield crops were planted along the river. Because the river was relatively safe, the zombies mainly attacked from the other three directions. The labor camp built a wall in the middle of the bridge, more than 10 meters high, with a door in the middle made of 10-centimeter thick steel plates. This was done to defend against the tide of zombies pouring in from the direction of the city. As soon as this project was completed, Zhang Tao ordered the labor camp to build a road from the grain depot to the base. Since there was no other material, they simply compacted and leveled the land. This 8-meter-wide road leads straight from the base to the grain warehouse without any bends. Anyway, there is no need to pay demolition fees for occupying other people's farmland and houses. The entire base spent a month in a busy and intense atmosphere. During this period, they encountered several waves of small zombie groups wandering over. The guards did not even fire their guns, but directly killed them with bayonets under the wall. Li Yunpeng's points returned to more than 500,000. During this period, the outbound material collection team encountered many survivors. When it was convenient, they were brought back to the base directly. When it was inconvenient, they were told the direction and the survivors came by themselves. As the reputation of the base spread among nearby survivors, more and more people gathered there. The population in Li Yunpeng's system has increased to 5,000, catching up to the population size of a small town. Li Yunpeng was so busy that he forgot that there was a group of doomsday businessmen living in the base. He just remembered it that day, so he asked someone to call them to the conference room for a meeting. The leader of the caravan that came to the base this time was a middle-aged man named Chao Jia. He was short and strong, with a neat crew cut covered with scars. He looked like a tough guy, otherwise he wouldn't dare to do such a risky business in the apocalypse. Chao Jia almost went crazy during this month. Li Yunpeng could not be seen whenever he wanted, and the base was heavily guarded. People who were not from the base would often be questioned if they walked around. They could only stay in the house arranged by the guards and wait anxiously. After meeting Li Yunpeng, Chao Jia exchanged pleasantries for a while and then directly expressed his desire to trade. If you were to ask what are the most valuable things now, they would only be weapons and food. Food is impossible to sell, and weapons are even more impossible. Originally, Li Yunpeng was unwilling to sell even the bullets, but Chao Jia said that one bullet could be exchanged for several kilograms of rice, and this deal was really a good deal. What Li Yunpeng was more interested in was the information in Chao Jia's hands. In order to do business, these people knew the situation of nearby survivor settlements best, and even knew the movements of zombies. These ruthless people rely on their courage and wisdom to trade supplies between various forces and earn huge price differences. Of course, the risks are also great, and caravans are often wiped out by zombies. Chao Jie is also a man who knows how to get things done. In order to express his sincerity, he took the initiative to reveal an important piece of information to Li Yunpeng. Chapter 36 Mysterious Crystal. Chao Jie said, "Captain Li, I'm a straightforward person. Don't take it personally. Although your base is full of elite soldiers and generals, there is an even greater force nearby." Oh, Li Yunpeng hadn't even had time to explore the surroundings. He hadn't expected someone to be even larger than his base. "Captain Chao, could you please introduce this faction?" Chao Jie said. "Since Commander Li is willing to listen, I'll nag a few more words. This force is called the Wuyo Kingdom, and they are also constantly recruiting survivors. They have a strong army and are very powerful." Li Yunpeng scoffed. "What the hell? It doesn't sound like a good thing. They must be some ambitious guys trying to take advantage of the end of the world to satisfy their supreme power." However, in the crisis-ridden end times, everyone takes care of themselves and no one has provoked him, and Li Yunpeng has no intention of provoking the other party now. After briefly introducing the surrounding forces, the topic turned back to business. Li Yunpeng insisted that 1 bullet must be exchanged for 10 kilograms of rice. Chao Jie said with a smile on his face, "Captain Li, I can't agree to this 1 bullet in exchange for 10 kilograms of rice. Brothers, this is a life-threatening business. Please at least leave us some profit." Li Yunpeng sneered in his heart, as if no one in the apocalypse was risking their lives, but he said, "Captain Chao, I believe you can sell it for a higher price." The corner of Chao Jie's mouth twitched. He could sell 1 bullet for 15 kilograms of rice at most, and he had to find people who didn't care about the lives of their subordinates and only wanted to consolidate their own ruling position to sell it. Rice was also a hard currency, and most people couldn't accept such a price. In the end times, if there is only a 50% profit, who would take such a big risk? Chao Jie said with a bitter face. "Captain Li, even if I don't make any money on this deal, I can only give you 5 kilograms of rice." Li Yunpeng naturally didn't believe it. After a lot of haggling, he finally made the deal by exchanging 1 bullet for 7 kilograms of rice. Both parties were happy. Li Yunpeng sold 1,000 rounds of bullets at a time, and the other party exchanged them for 7,000 kilograms of rice. Li Yunpeng will recruit more and more survivors in the future, and there is certainly no such thing as too much food, and Chao Jie can make more than double the money by reselling it. This is his biggest deal ever. Both parties get what they need and are happy. The deal was done, and Chao Jie was happy. After hesitating for a moment, he took out a cloth bag from his pocket, opened it, and handed it to Li Yunpeng with both hands. Seeing him being mysterious, Li Yunpeng asked curiously, "What is this?" Chao Jie chuckled and said, "This was acquired in the worry-free nation. They obtained it from the brain of a special zombie. They don't know its specific use, but to kill that zombie, the worry-free army paid the price of nearly 200 lives. It's not an exaggeration to say that they risked their lives to obtain it. I paid a heavy price to get it." Li Yunpeng naturally didn't believe that he would give him such valuable things casually. He reached out to take the crystal. It felt slightly cool. It was crystal clear without a trace of impurities. Could it be from the brain of an evolved zombie? The evolved zombie killed last time was blown to death by a guard soldier while holding it. The situation was urgent, and there was no time to investigate. Li Yunpeng played with the crystal for a while and put it in his pocket, planning to ask the system when he had time. Chao Jie smiled when he saw him put away the crystal. Li Yunpeng was puzzled. Why wasn't he leaving now that the deal was done? "Captain Chao, is there anything else?" Chao Jie laughed wickedly and said, "Captain Li, I wonder if you have any extra pistols? Could you give me one? You know, I'm out and about all day, and it's really inconvenient to carry a rifle." Li Yunpeng was stunned and laughed. "Haha, Captain Chao is really not one to suffer any loss. Okay, Li Qi, go get a pistol." "Yes." Li Qi, whose body had recovered, left as soon as he was told. Chao Jie was very happy to get the pistol. He got the light blue crystal after a deal with the ruler of Wuyo country. He didn't spend a penny on it. He exchanged it for a well-made military pistol for free. He made a fortune. The two parties agreed to start the transaction in 3 days and divide it into 10 transactions. This is also the unspoken rule in their industry. They do not trust each other, and trading too many materials at one time is very risky for the caravan. Trading in installments can minimize losses. Li Yunpeng readily agreed. After all, the transportation risk would be borne by the caravan. After seeing Chao Jie off, he returned to the base to ask the system what this crystal was. The system replied, "This is the crystallization in the brain of a level 1 zombie, and it can be used to improve human physique." Chapter 37: The Magical Uses of Crystals. Damn, this thing can actually improve physical fitness, making a fortune. Li Yunpeng was a little worried about giving away a pistol, but now he is very happy. Suddenly, Li Yunpeng remembered the evolved zombie that was killed in the explosion before, and quickly sent Li Bai to the place where the battle had taken place before to see if any remains of the evolved zombie could be found. After Li Bai left, Li Yunpeng asked the system how to use the crystal. The system replied, "Just eat it directly." Li Yunpeng felt a little uncomfortable. This thing was taken out from the brain of a zombie. Is it really okay to eat it? After receiving a positive response from the system, Li Yunpeng carefully washed the crystal several times with hot water, hesitated for a long time, and finally made up his mind and threw it into his mouth. The magical thing is that when the crystal entered the mouth, it quickly turned into a cool liquid. Li Yunpeng swallowed it in one gulp and felt an indescribable comfort. But this comfortable feeling did not last long. His body temperature soared rapidly, and Li Yunpeng felt his forehead was a little hot when he touched it. What followed was aches all over my body, sweat pouring down, and my head gradually became dizzy. Li Yunpeng's heart was beating like a drum. Was he going to turn into a zombie? He staggered to take the mirror, and was relieved when he saw that there was no sign of corpse transformation in the mirror. The pain became more and more severe. Li Yunpeng curled up on the ground and struggled to hold on, his teeth making a crunching sound. Fuck! But no one could help him at this time, and he could only endure the heart-wrenching pain. Li Yunpeng's breathing became short, his chest rose and fell rapidly, and his whole body was wet with sweat. It felt like every cell in his body was being crushed by a millstone. The whole process lasted for an hour before the pain slowly subsided. Li Yunpeng felt exhausted and lay on the floor motionless. After resting for half an hour, I felt a little recovered. When I touched my body, I found a sticky layer of grease on the surface, which gave off an unpleasant smell. He quickly rushed into the bathroom and took a shower. After washing himself clean, he looked at himself in the mirror and was a little bit unbelievable. His 8 abdominal muscles were clearly visible, and the muscles all over his body became more developed and firm. He casually picked up the bench next to him and swung it around without feeling any effort. His physical fitness was probably comparable to that of an average athlete, and he has only swallowed 1 crystal. If he swallows more, I wonder if he will become a super scion. Li Yunpeng excitedly put on his clothes and strode out of the inner city. Wang Shiyan was a little surprised to see him. Her mouth opened slightly, and she murmured, "Why? You look a little different." Next to Wang Shiyan stood a superb beauty, with a plump but not fat figure, mature and charming, with a straight nose, warm and attractive lips, bright eyes and white teeth, wearing black-framed glasses, and her clothes were stretched tight and fitting. Li Yunpeng was surprised. When did such a beautiful woman appear in the base besides Wang Shiyan? I couldn't help but ask, "Who are you?" The woman smiled gently and said, "I'm Xia Mengdai." Li Yunpeng was stunned. That terrifying woman, Xia Mengdai? How could this be possible? Seeing Li Yunpeng's expression of disbelief, Xia Mengdai covered her mouth and chuckled, explaining, "At the Yellow Tiger base, in order to protect myself, I deliberately took medicine and turned into that horrible appearance." Li Yunpeng was speechless, thinking to himself, "Did you give yourself plastic surgery after you got here?" But whether it was taking medicine or plastic surgery, it at least showed that this woman had some knowledge and medical skills, and in the end times, doctors were undoubtedly precious. Li Yunpeng thought for a moment, called Zhang Tao over, and asked him to gather the existing doctors in the base to hold a meeting. The guard army will not only have to fight zombies in the future, but friction with human forces is also inevitable. A professional medical team is particularly important. At this time, there was only one small building in the base that served as a medical center. Usually, the sick and injured were treated here. Doctors were a profession that saved lives and healed the wounded, so their status was higher than others. The doctors in the base quickly gathered together outside the medical point, where tables, chairs, and benches had been neatly arranged. When Li Yunpeng arrived, people immediately stood up to salute him, but there was a middle-aged man who was a little slower than the others. Li Yunpeng didn't care. The man's name was Su Wei, and he was the most skilled doctor in the base. It was normal for technical masters to be a little arrogant. Except for Xia Mengdai, all the people sitting below were familiar faces. Su Wei looked around, and his eyes fell on Xia Mengdai. This woman was actually sitting opposite him, on the left and right of Li Yunpeng. He immediately looked at her with some dissatisfaction and contempt, and directly regarded her as a woman who relied on selling her body to get to the top. When Xia Mengdai learned that a medical meeting was going to be held, she deliberately put on a white coat with the tights underneath. At least this coat was considered a tights on her. She had only worn loose robes before, just to cover up her hot body. Our base is developing, and the military and civilian scale will increase significantly in the future, so a professional hospital must be established. We have gathered everyone here today to solicit opinions widely and strive to build the hospital as soon as possible. Li Yunpeng said. The people below suddenly brightened up their eyes. Building a hospital meant that there would be a large number of vacancies, including the hospital director, heads of various departments, and other positions. Su Wei was also jealous. Before the end of the world, he was just the head of a department in a small hospital. He never expected that he could become the dean one day, but now the opportunity has come. In this base, he is the one with the best medical skills and the most hopeful hope to get the dean's throne. Looking at the people below with different expressions, Li Yunpeng continued, I know what you are all thinking right now. Don't worry, in my place, the capable are promoted and the mediocre are demoted. As long as you have great ability, you can sit on the position of dean. After getting Li Yunpeng's exact answer, everyone couldn't help but talk about it, with joy on their faces, as if becoming the dean was a sure thing for them. We won't have any theoretical exams. I don't understand them either. Let's just find some patients and examine them on the spot. The person who wins will be the director of the base hospital, said Li Yunpeng. Since Li Yunpeng had finalized the plan, no one dared to object. However, Su Wei felt a little unhappy. Is this even necessary? Who else would dare to sit in this position besides me? Zhang Tao quickly found some volunteers. These people all had some injuries and were just right to be volunteers. Soon the first patient sat at the consultation table, and the doctors needed to take turns to diagnose, then write the results and treatment plans on paper, and finally open them together to ensure fairness. The doctors used all their skills and methods to make the diagnosis. Soon all the doctors finished the diagnosis. Zhang Tao made the results public. Half of them made a wrong diagnosis of a minor case of anemia. Some people even wrote that the patient was pregnant. Li Yunpeng covered his forehead with his hands, which shows how irregular the medical system in the base is. After round of screening, the number of people who passed became fewer and fewer, until finally, only Su Wei and Xia Mengdai were left. Chapter 38. Establishing a hospital. Su Wei was surprised. This young woman could actually be on par with him. The patient's condition became more and more complicated, and Su Wei felt a little tired, but Xia Mengdai remained relaxed. Finally, it was the last person's turn. After a careful diagnosis, Su Wei wrote the answer on a piece of paper and placed it in front of Zhang Tao. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. Even if this woman's medical skills were at the same level as his, she was no match for him due to her experience. Zhang Tao whispered something to Li Yunpeng, who was stunned for a moment. He then took Su Wei and Xia Mengdia's diagnosis records and looked them over. After a long moment, he spoke. Everyone, are there any problems with these two diagnosis records? Can both of them treat the patient? Whenever the answer was announced, everyone couldn't wait to check the correct answer. The two diagnostic records in Li Yunpeng's hands had been verified by everyone and were indeed effective. No problem, they are all good remedies for treating patients. Everyone answered. Li Yunpeng put down the notebook and said, Since that's the case, I've decided that Xia Mengdai will be the director of the base hospital. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar below. Why is that? They both wrote the correct answer. Exactly. Commander, you're not coveting her beauty, are you? I think that's probably the case. There was a lot of chatter in the audience, and Li Yunpeng became angrier and angrier the more he listened. Bang! He slammed the table and said, Shut the fuck up, everyone. You guys are incompetent at everything and you're the best at talking nonsense. When everyone saw Li Yunpeng getting angry, they immediately stopped talking and dared not talk nonsense anymore. Su Wei coughed lightly and said, Sir Li, I believe my diagnosis plan is correct. I wonder why you chose the young and beautiful Ms. Xia as the dean. Li Yunpeng heard the hidden meaning in his words and snorted coldly. You're all right, but look at your plan. You're so reckless with the medication. The medicine you prescribed for rheumatism is enough for the patient's annual income. The disease has improved, but what will they eat in the future? Su Wei's face turned red, and he wanted to bite the bullet and say, You didn't say this rule. But seeing Li Yunpeng's gloomy face, he held it back. Li Yunpeng took a breath and continued. Xia Mengdia's prescription is very simple. It combines Chinese and Western medicines, using common medicines. It has the same therapeutic effect, but only requires a very small price. This is where the superb medical skills lie. These words left everyone speechless and blushing. Since the candidate was confirmed, Li Yunpeng asked everyone to disperse. Li Yunpeng was in a good mood after getting a highly skilled doctor. At noon, he asked the logistics department to prepare a few more dishes and invited Zhang Tao, Wang Shiyan, and Xia Mengdai to have lunch together. Xia Mengdai had just arrived and had a cheerful and generous personality. She didn't feel uncomfortable while eating and chatting. In contrast, Zhang Tao was very nervous. When eating at the same table with the commander, he only dared to keep half of his butt touching the chair. Wang Shiyin also behaves in a dignified manner and pays great attention to her image in every move. After eating and drinking, Li Yunpeng took a sip of tea and said, "The hospital's affairs must be implemented as soon as possible. Xia Mengdai will be in charge, and Zhang Tao and Wang Shiyin will cooperate well with the work." "Yes." Zhang Tao and Wang Shiyin immediately stood up and responded. Xia Mengdai was stunned in her chair, but when she saw both of them stood up, she also stood up and responded to the task. "Well, everyone sit down," Li Yunpeng said. They drank tea and chatted for a while. Zhang Tao and Wang Shiyin reported some daily affairs in the base respectively, and then the three of them walked out of the inner city together. On the way, Xia Mengdai asked, "I think Li Yunpeng is a good person. Why do you feel so afraid of him?" Zhang Tao glared and said, "You can't address the commander by his name. That's disrespectful. As long as you don't do anything bad, you don't have to be afraid. People respect him. Although the commander is usually kind and amiable, he is a man of ruthless character. If you accept the mission he assigns, you must complete it seriously. Otherwise, you will experience the other side of the commander." Wang Shiyin also nodded seriously in agreement. Seeing how serious the two were, Xia Mengdai couldn't help but take note of their words. She hadn't expected that the sturdy and sunny boy would have such a heavy weight in people's hearts. Next, the construction department's work focus shifted to hospital construction. Although the scale was not large, Xia Mengdai had very high requirements, and the various functional divisions were very detailed. At the same time, according to Li Yunpeng's requirements, all doctors and nurses were re-evaluated before taking up their posts, and auditions were conducted from the base. Anyone with ability would be selected regardless of their background. As soon as people heard that the hospital was recruiting, the registration office was instantly crowded with people. The hospital is a very important department and one of the most closely protected units in the event of danger, so the treatment must be good. Xia Mengdai was surprised to see so many people, so she had to personally screen them, eliminate some who were unqualified, and select some who had solid professional knowledge and a positive work attitude. Those who were admitted were overjoyed, and those who were not selected had no complaints, because the questions Xia Mengdai asked were very professional, and they could not blame others if they could not answer them. Lu Yu was one of the doctors selected. After receiving the good news, he told his mother as soon as possible. Mother Lu was very pleased and solemnly instructed, "The commander saved both our lives. He is so kind-hearted that he not only provides food and clothing for ordinary people, but also treats their illnesses. You must work hard and help the commander solve his problems. Otherwise, I will not forgive you." Lu Yu said sternly, "Mom, don't worry. I will never let down the commander for saving my life. Compared to this place, our previous settlement was like hell. If anyone dares to be an enemy of the commander's base, I will stop them at the risk of my life." Only then did Lu's mother nodded in satisfaction. In fact, most people have similar ideas to Lu's mother. They cherish this rare pure land in the end times. Anyone who dares to try to destroy the stability of the base is their common enemy. Just when everything was peaceful inside the base, suddenly, the people in the labor camp who were building the road to the granary came running back in panic from a distance. Chapter 39 Departure. The people in the labor camp who ran to the city sat down on the ground, gasping for breath and shouting, "Quick, report to the commander. Something bad has happened." The soldier hurriedly drove the person who was talking towards the inner city. Li Yunpeng was shirtless in the inner city at this time, doing some adaptive training on physical strength. Suddenly a soldier came to report that the situation was urgent. Li Yunpeng hurried out in a short-sleeved shirt. He saw guards supporting a sweaty young man. He had calmed down by now and stood at attention. "Commander, we were repairing the road when we saw Captain Li Bai and his men searching for something near the granary. Suddenly, a group of zombies rushed out from the dense forest behind them and drove the soldiers into the granary. We don't know what's going on now." Li Yunpeng was shocked after hearing this. The granary must not be lost. This news was of great importance. "You have made a great contribution by reporting back in time. I will have the guards take you to the administrative department to record it." The man was immediately surprised when he heard this. He didn't expect that running back to deliver the letter could be a meritorious service. He immediately followed the guards away happily. After he left, Li Yunpeng's face became solemn. He would use surprise attack tactics. Li Bai must have encountered a group of evolved zombies. Due to the importance of the granary, he has successively sent 3 teams to stay in the granary. Together with Li Bai's team, that is to say, there are 120 soldiers trapped in it at this time. Fortunately, the granary has tunnels, which are easy to defend and difficult to attack. There should be no danger in the short term, but the soldiers outside have limited ammunition and cannot be replenished. If time goes on, it is hard to say what will happen. Li Qi, arrive. Take a small team to scout out how many zombies there are. Don't get too close. There might be evolved zombies hiding among the zombies. Yes. Li Qi was ordered to go, and he dispersed the team members to search forward to avoid being suddenly attacked by the zombies like Li Bai. However, on the way to the granary, he did not see even a scattered zombie shadow. It was not until he was about 500 meters away from the granary that he saw the zombies that surrounded the granary. Looking around, there were estimated to be about 2,000 zombies. One of the zombies was extremely obvious, about 3 meters tall, extremely strong, and taller than most of the other zombies. Li Qi did not alarm them. After observing the situation, he led his men back quietly along the same route and reported everything they saw to Li Yunpeng. Li Yunpeng pondered for a moment and said, "Sure enough, there are evolved zombies leading the charge. No wonder there aren't even a single one left. A zombie that is 3 meters tall, what kind of species is that? It seems that there is diversity in the evolution of zombies. I wonder what abilities the evolved big zombies have. But no matter what, we cannot abandon the granary and the guards and soldiers there. Order 10 teams to assemble. The supply search team to transport weapons and ammunition to accompany the army. Dismantle 2 machine guns from the bunker and find 2 pickup trucks to take them. We'll be facing an unknown number of evolved zombies this time. Bring plenty of grenades and load up on bullets." Li Qi received the order and immediately started to prepare. Originally, Zhang Tao wanted to personally lead the search and rescue team to support the logistics of the guard army, but was stopped by Li Yunpeng. The base still needed him to stabilize the morale of the people, so the logistics would be led by Su Meng, the captain of the material search team. With the full cooperation of multiple departments, the war preparedness materials were soon prepared. At this time, the Level 1 factory could exchange fuel, so Li Yunpeng no longer had to rely on his own 2 legs to travel. He ordered people to fill up all vehicles with fuel, load the ammunition supplies onto the trucks, and more than 200 material search team members followed the vehicles to be responsible for carrying ammunition, filling magazines, etc. Li Yunpeng saw Wu Gang fully equipped in Li Qi's team, walked up to him and patted his shoulder to show encouragement, without saying much. This was the path he chose himself. Life and death are determined by fate. Wealth and honor are in the hands of God. Fully armed, Li Yunpeng felt much more relaxed than before. With a set of equipment weighing dozens of kilograms on his body, he could move more flexibly than usual without equipment. Energy crystals are indeed good things. I hope this time will be successful and I can harvest another evolution crystal. He boarded the off-road command vehicle and headed towards the granary, followed by more than a dozen armed vehicles of various models. Although the road leading to the granary was only half built, it was much smoother to drive on than before, and we reached our destination in about half an hour. Li Yunpeng got out of the car to observe. Sure enough, the zombies surrounded the granary. One of the tall zombies was roaring at the entrance. Each team leader led his soldiers to quickly prepare for battle, and Su Ming also led the logistics supply team to busy transporting ammunition. Soon, everything was ready. The guards were in front, and the logistics support team followed with ammunition, slowly approaching the zombie group. When it was about 400 meters away from the zombie group, the evolved zombies also discovered the guard army. The zombie king had no choice but to fight against the elite soldiers head-on. It roared, and the dazed zombie group was shocked and turned around to pounce on the guard army. Chapter 40, The Wisdom of Zombies. Seeing the zombies charging collectively, the guards opened fire instantly. The dense rain of bullets caused the front row of the zombie army to stagnate, and countless of them fell. The data on Li Yunpeng's system score panel suddenly soared. Although countless zombies fell in the front row, they were still fearless. The zombies in the back stepped on the corpses of their companions and rushed forward regardless of everything. The 3-meter-tall evolved zombie raised its arms, which were thicker than an ordinary person's waist, to protect its head, and rushed towards the guard army's position while screaming in the middle of the zombie group. The rifle bullets could not penetrate deeply into its arms and were embedded in the skin. Li Yunpeng was shocked. This zombie's skin and flesh are so tough. Machine gun. Aim at that big guy and fire with all your might. The 2 machine guns on the pickup truck turned their muzzles and roared, firing bullets at the evolved zombies. The power of a machine gun is incomparable to that of a rifle. Bullets exploded on the evolved zombie's body, causing blood flowers, but it didn't seem to cause much damage to it. It moved forward step by step under the huge impact force of the machine gun bullets. Grenade, throw it at it. Swish swish. Dozens of grenades were thrown at the evolved zombie and exploded around it. The huge impact force knocked it to the ground, but then it got up again. Damn, this is invincible. Li Yunpeng was speechless. The evolved zombie that got up learned its lesson. It crouched low and hid behind the ordinary zombies, making it impossible for the machine gun fire to threaten it. This trick really worked. The number of bullets hitting the target was greatly reduced, and its forward speed suddenly increased. When it ran to the front row, it actually picked up 2 ordinary zombies and put them in front of it to use as shields. Fuck, they can even do this. Li Yunpeng was surprised at the intelligence of the evolved zombies. Because the big guys attracted most of the firepower, the front line of zombies was already very close to the frontline soldiers. At the critical moment, an accident happened again. The evolved zombie suddenly grabbed the ordinary zombie behind him and threw it towards the front line of the guard army. The zombie weighing more than 100 pounds was thrown high into the air like a toy and fell into the guards. The already tense battle rhythm was disrupted by these zombies that fell into the army. The guards had no choice but to prioritize dealing with the zombies thrown into the team. Fortunately, these zombies were knocked unconscious after landing and were shot dead before they could react. Taking advantage of the gap in firepower caused by the panic, the swarm of zombies closed the distance. The big evolved zombies kept throwing ordinary zombies in an attempt to continue disrupting the shooting rhythm of the guards. Li Yunpeng saw that this was not a solution, so he ordered the soldiers to fight and retreat at the same time to keep their distance. Upon receiving the order, the guards changed their formation instantly, no longer stubbornly defending their position, and began to retreat in sections to block the attack. At this moment, the big zombie threw in another dark shadow. The soldiers did not find anything unusual and thought it was just an ordinary zombie. But when it landed, it did not fall heavily like other zombies. Instead, it turned around and landed steadily in the crowd. Then, with ghostly speed, it disappeared from the sight of the soldiers. Behind me, Li Yunpeng stood at the back and shouted loudly. When the soldiers turned around, the black shadow had already come close. Its sharp nails scratched the necks of the 2 soldiers, and blood spurted out. As the other soldiers turned to face their guns, it had already scurried behind a group of soldiers. Li Yunpeng's eyes turned red. Isn't this the ghostly first-level agile evolved zombie? How could there be 2 evolved zombies in one group? No, the zombie swarm we encountered before only had 1,000 normal zombies, but this time, there were closer to 2,000. Could it be that a level 1 zombie could control 1,000 ordinary zombies? And could they even cooperate with each other? The frontline team was attacked by a level 1 agile zombie and was in danger of being destroyed. Li Yunpeng shouted, "Retreat quickly!" The guards were mixed with the zombies, and the rear could not provide effective support at all. A whole squad was killed in the blink of an eye. After killing an entire squad of guard soldiers, the agile zombie did not continue to pursue them. Instead, it flashed and hid in the zombie army again. Damn it! Li Qi, organize a death squad. If that thing comes in again, hold it down tightly. Li Yunpeng planned to use the old method to deal with it, but this zombie seemed smarter and did not rush into the crowd again. Chapter 41, Fighting the Evolved Zombies Again. Li Yunpeng led his troops to fight and retreat, never giving the big guy a chance to throw the agile zombies into the crowd. After retreating for several kilometers and losing dozens of soldiers, he also used the kite-flying tactic to consume nearly half of the zombie army. Li Yunpeng saw the hope of victory. He thought that if he continued like this, the entire zombie horde would be wiped out sooner or later. Then he could take advantage of the situation to counterattack and kill the 2 evolved zombies in one fell swoop. But at this moment, the big zombie roared, and the entire zombie army stopped and turned around and ran back to the granary. Li Yunpeng was completely bewildered. How could a zombie escape? He hadn't expected the zombies to be so intelligent that, sensing the danger of extinction, they actually chose to retreat. He resisted the urge to pursue, as not only had he suffered heavy casualties, but his ammunition was also greatly depleted. He had no choice but to retreat to the base for replenishment and rest, and by the way, think about how to kill the big, tough, evolved zombies. Due to the unfavorable start, the guard soldiers were fine, but the people in the logistics support department were experiencing such a difficult battle for the first time and were a little depressed. Li Yunpeng got on the off-road vehicle with a gloomy face and returned to the base, thinking about how to get rid of these 2 evolved zombies. The people in the base were ready to welcome the triumphant soldiers, but when they saw that the atmosphere in the team was not right, they did not dare to put their preparations into action, and all of them ended hastily. Wang Shiyan and Xia Mengdai were also on the roadside, looking at Li Yunpeng with a sullen face and anxious eyes, wanting to say something, but Li Yunpeng was in no mood. He just nodded as he passed by them, without stopping, and went straight back to the inner city, and then called a meeting of the team leaders. Li Yunpeng sat in the main seat, with a group of guard squad leaders standing in front of him. The atmosphere was so serious that it seemed as if the air was about to freeze. Li Yunpeng said, "Everyone, tell me, what's a good way to kill those two evolved zombies?" Everyone was silent, unable to think of any good solution. Although the team leader was not as dull as ordinary soldiers, his IQ was not high enough to discuss strategy. Li Yunpeng had no choice but to ponder on his own. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh and asked, "How many detonators are left from the granary?" Li Qi replied, "There are still 10 boxes." Li Yunpeng's eyes lit up, and he said, "Take apart the detonator and make a bomb that can blow up a tank. I don't believe it's harder than steel." Yes. After finding a solution, Li Yunpeng felt a lot more relieved. The lost soldiers were summoned and replenished, and the ammunition was also exchanged for enough. Including the lost soldiers, the points in this battle basically did not increase. Li Yunpeng suffered heavy losses and felt depressed, but it was not like before when he would toss and turn in bed over the sacrifice of a soldier. This might be because he had experienced life and death many times and was used to seeing separations. The end of the world teaches everyone to grow, and Li Yunpeng is no exception. The next morning, the soldiers were replenished to the pre-war level, and the explosive packs were ready. Just in case, 2 more were made. Each explosive pack contained 20 kilograms of explosives. Li Yunpeng looked very satisfied and said bitterly, "I don't believe I can't kill you, you bastard." The team regrouped, and this time the logistics team members who went with the team had more determination to die. After seeing how powerful the level 1 zombies were, they knew that the base's guards were not always victorious, and there was still a possibility of defeat. But no one retreated. They only had the base, and there was no way to retreat. They had to kill all factors that threatened the safety of the base, otherwise the city would be destroyed and people would die. The people who came to see them off no longer had their usual relaxed expressions. They stared seriously at the guards who passed by, and watched until this team, who had gone out to fight for the survival of the base, disappeared from their sight. This time, Li Yunpeng led the team to stop 1 kilometer away from the granary, found a narrow area, and buried 2 explosive packs in the middle of the road, leaving 2 soldiers to prepare to pull the fuse. When Li Yunpeng came near the granary again, he found that the zombie army that had been half destroyed before had recovered to a size of 2,000. Damn, where did all this come from? Li Yunpeng felt a little tired. It seems that each first-level evolved zombie can indeed control 1,000 ordinary zombies. As long as the evolved zombies are not dead, they will continue to gather ordinary zombies around them. A larger zombie group consisting of agile and large and powerful zombies is surrounding the granary and frantically smashing the large iron gate at the entrance of the cave. "Today is the day I send you to heaven." Li Yunpeng was furious at the 2 evolved zombies and ordered, "Send a team to lure them over here." Chapter 42, Double Hits. Immediately, a team of soldiers rushed out in a car. With the roar of the car and the loud noise of deliberate gunfire, the zombie group was attracted again. Li Yunpeng observed with a telescope. Although the level 1 evolved zombies had a certain degree of intelligence, it was only the instinctive consciousness of survival. They should not be aware of concepts such as lure and trap. The vehicle responsible for luring the zombies always kept a certain distance from the zombie group. The 3-meter-tall level 1 power-type evolved zombie was extremely conspicuous among the zombie group. Li Yunpeng took a look and saw that the big guy was almost in the middle of the road, right in the path of the explosive pack, so he led the soldiers back to the blocking position. 2 blasters were ready with fuses several dozen meters long. As the decoy vehicle passed them and headed towards the rear, only 2 soldiers were left facing the zombie army that filled their entire sight. If an ordinary person saw such a scene, he would definitely be scared to pee his pants. The rolling tide of zombies brought a strong sense of oppression that could destroy anyone's will. Fortunately, the ordinary soldiers of the guard army had no emotions and did not know what fear was. Li Yunpeng was nervously staring at the power-type evolved zombie in the back. There was not much explosives left in the base. If he couldn't kill it successfully this time, it would bring a lot of trouble. It would be a big trouble if this ghost thing led the zombies to attack the base. It can throw ordinary zombies 100 meters away. Standing outside the city, it can throw ordinary zombies into the base. If dozens of zombies are thrown in, the people in the base will be in chaos in an instant, causing irreparable losses. If a few agile zombies are thrown in, it will be a disaster. Soon, the ordinary zombies passed the explosion point, but the power zombies had not yet arrived. The 2 soldiers looked at the zombies so close to them without any panic. Their orders were to wait until the powerful zombies entered the center of the explosion before detonating the explosives. At this time, even if ordinary zombies were gnawing at them, they would still stick to their posts. Fortunately, when the front team of zombies was 20 meters away from the demolitionist, The power zombies finally entered the center of the explosion, and the two soldiers decisively pulled the fuse in their hands. Boom! Li Yunpeng was more than 500 meters away from the explosion point at this moment, but he still felt the ground shaking and the huge noise was deafening. A huge ball of fire rose from the explosion site, and the flame shot up dozens of meters high. The smoke and dust that rose up instantly engulfed a large number of zombies, and it was impossible to see what was happening inside from the outside. The two demolitionists turned and ran after detonating the bombs. Li Yunpeng watched them running towards the position with unsteady steps. The zombies chasing behind them were instantly killed by the soldiers in the position. The two men arrived at the front of the formation, with blood flowing from their ears and noses, obviously injured by the aftermath of the explosion. Li Yunpeng was surprised by the power of the explosion and thought, if this shit can't kill him, then there's no need to fight. Sure enough, when the smoke and dust cleared, only the confused ordinary zombies on the periphery remained, and there was no sign of the power zombies. Li Yunpeng's points panel soared by more than 200,000. This could not have been brought by ordinary zombies. It must have been the points gained by killing two evolved zombies. In addition, the loss of the leader and the messy zombie team further proved this point. Li Yunpeng was immediately relieved. There were only ordinary zombies that posed no threat in front of him. At this time, the guards trapped in the granary also took the opportunity to rush out. In the metal storm with hundreds of rifles attacking from the front and back, the zombies were quickly harvested. Li Yunpeng ordered the soldiers to go to the explosion site to search for the crystal in the head of the level 1 zombie. The huge head of the power zombie was quickly found. The soldiers smashed it skillfully, then took out the light blue crystal and handed it to Li Yunpeng. Li Yunpeng wrapped it up solemnly and put it in his arms. This is a treasure that can make him stronger. The agile zombies looked no different from ordinary zombies. It took a long time to find them. Li Yunpeng was so happy that his mouth almost reached his ears after obtaining 2 evolution crystals at once. Chapter 43 Evolution Again. In this battle, except for 2 soldiers who were injured by the explosion, almost all the members were unharmed. The points increased by more than 300,000, and 2 light blue evolution crystals were obtained. It can be said that it was a great victory. After the war, the logistics support team cleaned up the battlefield. After 2 or 3 months of training, the support team members can now carry zombie corpses just like carrying sacks, and they can even talk and laugh while doing so. Wang Air, you pick women even when you're carrying a zombie. Have you been short of women for too long? Ha 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 ha. Everyone burst into laughter. Wang Air was not to be outdone and countered. That's still better than you. How dare you laugh at me while carrying an old lady? When the man took a closer look, his face froze. It was really true. His face was blackened by the war. If you didn't look carefully, you wouldn't be able to tell. He felt embarrassed for a moment. The crowd busily gathered the bodies into a pile and then set them on fire. Li Yunpeng was worried about leaving the food outside, but the base did not have the space to accommodate so much food at the moment. He could only arrange for the soldiers to rotate and guard the granary and then lead the team back to the base. Unlike last time, the vanguard troops had already returned to the base and brought news of victory. Upon learning that the powerful enemy had been killed, the relieved people took to the streets to celebrate enthusiastically, craning their necks to witness the commander's triumphant return. Li Yunpeng, in contrast to his last serious expression, half of his body leaned out of the sunroof of the SUV, smiling and waving frequently, greeting the people on both sides. The car soon arrived at the inner city gate. Li Yunpeng secretly blamed the driver for driving too fast. In this situation, the slower the better, so that he could fully enjoy the admiration of everyone. But no one would blame him for this. Li Yunpeng jumped out of the car with 2 evolution crystals in his arms and hurried towards the base. After entering the room, he told the guards not to disturb anyone, then carefully took out 2 light blue crystals. Li Yunpeng cleaned the crystals, which were exactly the same as the ones he got from Chaojia. He sat on the chair and gently put the 2 crystals into his mouth. With the experience from last time, he was not nervous this time, but only expectant. Just like last time, the crystal melted in my mouth, and a violent force erupted from my stomach. Ah! Li Yunpeng cried out in pain as a burning sensation several times stronger than the last time came over him. The feeling as if he was being burned by fire almost made him faint. Li Yunpeng fell off the chair and rolled on the ground in pain, as if his soul was trembling. Fuck! Li Yunpeng felt regretful and thought his brain was really screwed. Why did he have to eat 2 of them together? But it was no use regretting it now. His skin was burning red, and his whole body was soaked with sweat, which was then evaporated into a trace of heat by his extremely high body temperature. The base has good sound insulation, and people outside did not hear any movement. Li Yunpeng's veins bulged out. He knelt on the ground with his fists clenched tightly, curled up into a ball, and gritted his teeth to hold on. After the burning sensation, there was a pain like tearing muscles, as if every muscle was torn in half and then grew independently. The tearing pain mixed with the new soreness and numbness made Li Yunpeng feel like dying. His nails dug deep into his flesh, and his hands were soaked in blood. His teeth chattered and knocked against each other. His eyes were bloodshot, like a bloodthirsty beast. Finally, the intense pain made Li Yunpeng's eyes go black, and he passed out. When he opened his eyes again, he felt uncomfortable and sticky all over his body. He reached out to touch it, and the black and smelly grease almost made him faint again. After struggling to run to the bathroom to wash up, Li Yunpeng lay on the bed. He did not feel full of strength like last time. He was still weak and tired. He felt a little disappointed. He had suffered so much, but in the end he didn't gain any strength. But at this moment, his heavy eyelids were drooping, and he lay down on the bed and fell asleep quickly. When he woke up the next morning, he felt relaxed all over. He jumped out of bed with one hand. What surprised him was that this easy jump was 3 meters away. Fuck! Li Yunpeng, who has had poor Chinese language performance since childhood, can only use these 2 words to describe his excitement at this moment. Chapter 44 Flirting. Li Yunpeng quickly picked up the stool and tried to swing it. The heavy solid wood stool felt as light as a feather in his hand. The stool quickly cut through the air, making a continuous whoosh sound. Standing in front of the mirror, looking at the muscle groups on the body, the 8-pack abs, the tiger back, and the wasp waist, you can clearly see the muscles wriggling when you raise your hands and feet, full of explosive power. He felt that his current physical fitness was comparable to that of the world's top athletes. Li Yunpeng happily walked out of the base and adjusted to his much stronger body in the yard for a while. Then he put on a tight suit and walked towards the logistics department. Wang Shiyan was working at his desk, sorting out the information of the survivors who had recently joined the base. Suddenly, she felt that the sunlight at the door was blocked. She looked up and saw a man with an extremely perfect figure standing in front of her. Meaning commander? She was a little uncertain. Both her figure and appearance were different from Li Yunpeng. The contours of her face were more angular, and her eyes were as deep as the vast galaxy. One glance at her would make people unable to extricate themselves and fall deeply in love with her. She felt her heart beating faster and her cheeks flushed at the first sight. Of course it's me. Who else could it be? Li Yunpeng said with some playfulness. As they got closer, Wang Shiyan was sure that this was the commander. But how come? He's become so handsome. Li Yunpeng stood in front of her. Wang Shiyan could feel the faint masculine aura coming from him, and her face became even redder. Li Yunpeng looked at her shy appearance and found her more and more beautiful, so he stood there on purpose without leaving. Wang Shiyan lowered her head, tangled her hands together, and tugged at the corners of her clothes. From time to time, she would steal a glance at Li Yunpeng and then quickly lower her head again. Just as the two of them were flirting with each other, suddenly, a dark shadow pounced from behind Li Yunpeng. Wang Shiyan happened to see it, and with horror in her eyes, she stepped forward and pushed Li Yunpeng away. Puff! The sound of a knife entering flesh was heard. Li Yunpeng saw her expression suddenly change, and she pushed him away. Before he could react, he saw a masked man stabbing a knife into Wang Shiyan's abdomen. His eyes were bloodshot, and he pried open the man's knife-holding hand, then kicked him hard, sending him flying into the air and dropping him heavily to the ground. Someone come! He roared, and with his hurried footsteps, the surrounding soldiers and people working in the administrative area gathered around him. He wants to assassinate me, control him. After saying this, Li Yunpeng hugged Wang Shiyan and ran towards the hospital. The framework of the hospital has been erected, but the interior has not yet been completed. Xiao Mengdai, come out quickly. Li Yunpeng started yelling from a distance away, his voice rumbling and echoing in the hospital like thunder. Xiao Mengdai was looking at the decoration drawings when she suddenly heard Li Yunpeng calling her. She quickly put down the drawings in her hand and ran out. He ran up to Wang Shiyan, who was covered in blood, in his arms, and had no time to be surprised by the changes in Li Yunpeng. Hurry, take him to my office. There is an operating table there. Xiao Mengdai said hurriedly. Li Yunpeng followed her instructions, came to the office, and gently placed Wang Shiyan on the operating table. All of you get out, Xiao Wang, Xiaoli, prepare for surgery. Xiao Mengdai began to drive people away. Li Yunpeng grabbed her arm and said fiercely, you must save her at any cost. It was the first time that Xiao Mengdai saw Li Yunpeng like this. He exuded an intimidating aura, and she was a little shocked. The busyness of the two assistants suddenly woke her up. She pushed Li Yunpeng out and said, I'm more professional than you at saving people. As the office door slammed shut, Seemingly isolating all sounds from the world, Li Yunpeng leaned against the wall somewhat helplessly, praying inwardly. Wang Shiyan, please don't be in any danger. Suddenly, he stood up and strode away with a ferocious look on his face. I want to see who is really tired of living. Chapter 45. No choice. When Li Yunpeng returned to the logistics department, the assassin had already been tied up. How could people be so polite when assassinating a commander? If he hadn't been useful, he would have been beaten to death by the crowd. Li Yunpeng looked at the man with a bruised face and footprints all over his body and said, Tell me, why did you assassinate me? The man was shaking like a sieve and said mournfully, Sir, I had no choice. Humph. Li Yunpeng snorted coldly, his face gloomy enough to drip water. Tell me, what exactly is the last resort? The man looked around and hesitated to speak. Li Yunpeng said, Everyone please leave. Guards will be stationed at the door. When only Li Yunpeng and the assassin were in the room, he slowly spoke. Sir, I am a refugee from the Wuyo Kingdom. Last week, Huang Long suddenly controlled my wife and children and asked me to sneak in and assassinate you. If I don't come, my son will be skinned and his tendons will be pulled out, and my wife will be given to the Wuyo army. Huang Long. Wuyo Kingdom? This person's name sounds familiar, but I haven't offended him. Could it be related to Huang Hu? Who is Huang Long? Why does he want to assassinate me? Li Yunpeng asked. The assassin was stunned and said, Huang Long is the emperor of Wuyo Kingdom. As for why he wanted to assassinate you, I don't know. He wouldn't tell such a thing to a small person like me. Huh, emperor? How shameless. He dares to call himself king or emperor just by gathering a few people. Li Yunpeng sneered. The assassin paused and said, Sir, Huang Long is no small figure. He has over 20,000 people under his command, and his Wuyo army alone has 5,000 men. He has been rampant in Wu County and has repelled several waves of zombies. Li Yunpeng became interested when he heard about the population. Over 20,000. He thought, I've been developing fast enough. Currently, there are only over 6,000 people. Since you're unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. Come here, drag him away and shoot him. Li Yunpeng gave an order, and the soldiers guarding the door carried the assassin away. Sir, please spare my life. I still have a wife and children. My son is only 5 years old. How will he live without me? Seeing Li Yunpeng's face suddenly change, the assassin begged for mercy miserably. Li Yunpeng ignored him. Since he dared to assassinate him, he should be prepared to bear the consequences. After a while, gunshots were heard outside, and the assassin died in the wilderness outside the city. Killing the assassin couldn't relieve Li Yunpeng's hatred. Worry-free country. I'll turn you into a headless country. Li Qi, let a small group of soldiers disguise yourself and infiltrate Wuyo country. Find out where Huang Long, that bastard, came from. Find Zhang Tao and have him prepare a set of invisible camera equipment for you. Record what's going on inside for me. Yes. Li Qi turned and left, preparing to go to Wuyo country with personnel and equipment. Li Yunpeng's face turned pale. He didn't expect someone to attack him so soon. If they attacked him openly, he wouldn't be afraid. But they always played tricks on him, which made him irritated. The most direct way to eradicate this danger was to eradicate the enemy's forces completely. Li Qi lived up to expectations and returned to the base 3 days later. He also left 2 guards as undercover agents in Wuyo country. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out from the system. Li Qi has successfully completed the important mission assigned by the commander. His accumulated experience points have reached the standard of squadron leader. Does he need to be promoted? Li Yunpeng was stunned. It turned out that not only could you gain experience by killing zombies, but you could also gain experience by completing missions. He quickly said, Level up. System. Congratulations to Li Qi for being promoted to Level 2 Squadron Leader. You can now command 10 squad leaders, and your military capabilities have been greatly improved. He can actually command 10 teams, which means a force of 300 people. In the future, he won't have to personally carry out some simple tasks. He can just let Li Qi lead the team to complete them. Li Yunpeng was happy to get a general to lead the army, but when he opened the video of Li Qi in Wuyo Kingdom, his face became gloomy again. Chapter 46. Worry-Free Country. Wuyo Kingdom is located in the suburbs of Wu County, in a dense forest canyon of Yangang Mountain. It mainly gathers survivors who have escaped from the county town and surrounding towns. It was announced that people could live without worries here, and word of mouth spread among people who didn't know the reason. It had a great influence in the surrounding area, and more than 20,000 survivors gathered here in a very short time. The video shows that Li Qi and others appeared outside the gate of Wuyo Kingdom in tattered robes. This is a valley surrounded by cliffs on 3 sides. There is only one road leading to the outside world, which is only a few dozen meters wide, like a pot mouth. The terrain in the canyon is wide, and it is an excellent refuge. No wonder they could survive and grow stronger in the apocalypse. It turned out that they occupied such a precious land. In the wide canyon, a tall wall made of bricks, stones, and cement stands in the center, estimated to be 5 meters high. There is also an electric wire fence on it. The heavy iron gate is closed, and a small door is left on the right for people to enter and exit. The more Li Yunpeng looked, the more familiar it looked. After the guard checked Li Qi's whole body before entering the door, he realized that this was a prison. He was somewhat envious of Huang Long's luck. He had worked so hard to get the system before he could build a base like this, and it was surrounded by enemies. Only the riverside was relatively safe. This bastard started with a city, and it was already well built. But the scene inside was far worse than what was rumored. Wuyo City was overcrowded, and most people were skinny. Various homemade tents were densely packed and disorderly, and the air was filled with smoke, and the sanitary conditions were extremely poor. One could almost smell the stench through the screen. Occasionally, you can see soldiers holding homemade guns driving ordinary people out of the city, and there are also soldiers escorting survivors back from outside the city with supplies. That's it. It's a fucking worry-free country? How can you have food to eat if you live here and worry about it every day? Li Yunpeng sneered. Li Qi and others entered the city and were first taken to the army. If they wanted to join the worry-free army, they needed to pay a pledge of allegiance, which meant bringing back at least 2 civilians from outside. But Li Qi and others came with a mission, so how could they join? After intimidation and inducement failed, they were driven into the supply search team in the civilian area. Then, Li Qi was seen talking to all kinds of people on the display screen. Until the third day, the area where Li Qi lived was escorted by soldiers towards the outside of Wuyo City and directly out of the canyon and headed for the county town. On the way, Li Qi and others seized the opportunity and escaped. The video only had images, but no sound. Li Yunpeng said, "Tell me about the details." Li Qi stood up straight and then continued. "I only found out after I went to the civilian area that although worry-free country has a good reputation outside, once you enter worry-free country, that's when the nightmare begins. Anyone who enters worry-free country, as long as they haven't joined the worry-free army, will be divided into districts for collective living, and each district will be managed by a team of worry-free army. Every week, the worry-free army escorts civilians from the area to the outskirts of the county town in search of supplies. 10 people often go out, and only 5 or 6 return. Even with a large amount of supplies, the civilians can only get 2 bowls of porridge a day. It's called rice, but you can only find a few grains of rice in a bowl. All the collected supplies were taken away by the Wuyo army, leaving nothing for the civilians. Moreover, any attractive women were forcibly detained in the imperial palace under various pretexts, either to become concubines or to be kept by the army for sexual gratification. Li Yunpeng was not angry after hearing this. After all, in this fragmented world, everyone lives their own life and no one has the ability to show mercy, let alone turn himself into a saint. However, the population of more than 20,000 is a fatal temptation for him. To upgrade the base to level 2, he needs to rule over 50,000 people, and he is still far from that. If he has more than 20,000 people from Wuyo country, he can directly speed up the upgrade progress by a large margin. Chapter 47 Huafeng'er is trapped. Li Yunpeng became interested at this point and asked, "What about their weapons and equipment? How did they acquire so many firearms?" Li Qi replied, "I heard from people inside that there used to be quite a few prisoners in the prison, some of whom had illegally made guns. They also captured a master of mechanical design from outside. The prison also has its own labor factories, one of which processes steel pipes, so they can make their own guns. But I heard that they have very few bullets, and each soldier usually only carries 10 rounds, so I guess the stockpile is not very large." Li Yunpeng was speechless. This Huang Long was just like the protagonist in his fucking story. He had everything going for him. The right time, the right place, and the right people. Although the enemy's guns were homemade and they didn't have many bullets, the 5,000-man Wuyo army had 50,000 bullets, not counting the reserve ammunition, so they couldn't be careless. I'm not going to sell the bullets I sold to Chao Jie to Huang Long, am I? Li Yunpeng couldn't help but speculate that it seemed that he couldn't sell bullets easily in the future. If the bullets he sold ended up flying towards him, it would be a joke. The other side is strong in both men and horses. Although Li Yunpeng is not afraid of him in a head-on confrontation, he does not want to pay a heavy price for it, so this matter cannot be rushed. Since the last time he annihilated the zombies in the granary, Li Yunpeng's points have reached 600,000. He summoned another 300 soldiers, increasing the total strength to 800 people, and used the remaining 300,000 points to exchange for bullets. It seems that I have to find a way to make my own bullets in the future, Otherwise, the points I earn won't be able to keep up with the speed of consumption. In a battle with a slightly unfavorable situation, I can only break even. Only when the battle goes smoothly can I take the opportunity to accumulate some points. These are all things for the future. For now, I still have to be prepared. Since Huang Long sent assassins to kill me, he must have either set his eyes on something here or has a grudge against me. If there is a grudge, it is most likely related to Huang Hu. Huang Long and Huang Hu, these names sound like brothers. Li Yunpeng sent Li Qi to guard the granary. The system wall could only be built within the base, so he asked the labor camp to follow Li Qi to build the granary wall. Huang Long should also know about the granary. It is impossible for him not to be tempted by thousands of tons of grain. Li Qi brought 300 guards to guard the granary, which can basically ensure that nothing will go wrong. Now the road leading to the granary has been repaired, and the military factory upgraded to level 1 can be exchanged for gasoline at a low price. So people basically drive to and from the granary, which greatly improves efficiency. If there is any change in the granary, they can also provide support as soon as possible. Just as the plan was deployed, a soldier reported that Huofenger's people came to ask for help. Huofenger was trapped on the top of the mountain and urgently needed rescue. Bring that woman in, Li Yunpeng said. The soldier turned and left, and then a panicked woman hurried over. Li Yunpeng took a look and saw that it was indeed a member of the Fire Phoenix squad. He asked, "What happened?" The woman said in a panic, "Our Fire Phoenix team had been planting some crops on the mountain. Today, while we were on patrol, we encountered a group of people with guns who insisted on forcing us to join the worry-free nation. Captain Fire refused, so they surrounded us on the mountaintop. Captain Fire drew their attention, giving me a chance to escape. Please save us quickly." Li Yunpeng knew that the hillside where Huofenger and the others grew crops was not far from the base. The Wuyo kingdom had even extended its influence right under his nose. This was outrageous. Li Bai, arrive. Gather 3 teams and follow me to meet the people of worry-free country. Let these idiots know what it means to not touch a tiger's butt. Yes. More than 10 minutes later, Li Yunpeng, with a fully armed army of nearly 100 people, drove towards the hill where Huofenger was trapped. As soon as he reached the foot of the mountain, he saw a group of ragged men halfway up the mountain, hiding behind trees and shouting something towards the top of the mountain. The Fire Phoenix team trapped on the top of the mountain shot a few arrows downwards from time to time to prevent them from advancing. Silly girl Huofenger, we are trying to steal your arrows. When you run out of ammunition and food, won't you all become lambs to be slaughtered? Li Yunpeng said speechlessly. Chapter 48, Deadlocked in the Hot Sun. Li Yunpeng ordered the soldiers to sneak up the mountain. When they got close, someone from the Wuyo army happened to be looking down and immediately discovered them. When the Wuyo army saw a large number of soldiers attacking the mountain from the foot of the mountain, they were shocked and ran up the mountain for their lives without caring about the danger of arrows from the top of the mountain. They knew that the stunning beauty on the top of the mountain must be of extraordinary status. In the apocalypse, it was absolutely impossible for such a beauty to have no backing. The only hope for survival lay with her. Seeing that the Wuyo army was desperately attacking the top of the mountain, Huofenger immediately drew her bow and shot the person in front to the ground with 1 arrow. The Wuyo army was anxious and didn't care about anything else. They immediately fired back. Although the guns in their hands could only fire single shots, more than 50 guns fired at the same time, making the Fire Phoenix team dare not show their heads. Before Li Yunpeng climbed to the mountainside, the Wuyo army had already surrounded Huofenger and others. Friends on the top of the mountain, you have been surrounded. Surrender immediately if you want to live. Li Yunpeng shouted while hiding behind a rock. A voice came from the top of the mountain. Stop talking nonsense and put down your weapons immediately, or I will kill this woman. Huofenger said sternly. Don't worry about me. Kill them, Her voice was interrupted midway. Li Yunpeng cursed in his heart. This woman is just reckless and has no brains at all. He naturally didn't believe that the Wuyo army would dare to harm Huofenger and shouted, Everyone's life is life. How can you survive if you kill her? The Wuyo army on the top of the mountain was speechless. This is not how it is played in the movies. They control the hostages, but don't do as they are told. Remembering that this was the end of the world, life was worthless, and no matter how beautiful a woman was, she was not a rare resource, so naturally her value in their hands was not great. After discussing with each other for a while, they shouted down the mountain, I will let this woman go, and you make a way for us to leave. Li Yunpeng was delighted and replied, Don't be foolish. If you surrender voluntarily, I might spare your lives. Otherwise, I will trap you and see who starves to death first. The man said anxiously, I'm going to kill this leading woman right now. Go ahead and do what you want. If she dies, I'll attack her immediately. I'll make sure you're buried with her. That'll be fair to her. The Wuyo army was stunned. This was completely out of the ordinary. They had no doubt that if they killed these women, the soldiers under them would definitely beat them to pieces. The end of the world makes the relationship between people simpler and more straightforward, not restricted by any etiquette or laws, and not constrained by public opinion or morality. Those who struggle to survive in the end of the world all value their own lives above all else. Ultimately, strength determines everything. The Wuyo army felt that this was not a solution. They couldn't even go out to get reinforcements. The mountain was surrounded, and they couldn't escape. Li Yunpeng has plenty of patience. He doesn't want to push the other party too hard, lest he do something desperate. The stalemate lasted for an hour. The top of the mountain was bare, without even a tree to provide shade. The Wuyo army was so hot that they were almost panting. Boss, if this keeps going on, when will it end? This damn place is going to get you heat stroke sooner or later if you stay any longer. What the hell can I do? If we kill these women, we'll die too. If we don't, they won't let us go. Compared to the people on the top of the mountain, Li Yunpeng was sitting on a cold, big rock on the mountainside, holding wild fruits found by the soldiers, drinking boiled water, and chatting leisurely with Li Bai and others. After noon, the sun became even stronger. Li Yunpeng planned to lie down on a cool big rock and take a nap for a while, but at this time a sound came from the mountain. Commander down the mountain, if we surrender, can you guarantee our lives? Li Yunpeng was delighted. These idiots couldn't stand it any longer. He took the homemade loudspeaker and shouted, as long as you don't kill my people, I can spare your lives. After hearing what he said, the people on the top of the mountain had no choice but to believe him. If they waited any longer, someone might die. So they lined up and walked down the mountain with guns raised. These people were dizzy from the sun, and they were staggering as they walked. Li Bai led a small team to stand guard with guns. Any movement would be immediately shot. The Wuyo army members were not stupid. When they saw the black muzzle of the automatic rifle, they all became extremely obedient. Just kidding, after a volley of bullets, how many of them could still stand? Li Yunpeng watched coldly. These soldiers from Wuyo country were more like thugs than soldiers. But since they dared to cause trouble in his territory, he certainly couldn't be polite. He beat them up with punches and kicks from the mountainside to the foot of the mountain before letting the guards tie them up and take them back to the base. Huofeng'er followed the surrendered soldiers, looking a little embarrassed. She had planned to die to avoid being captured and insulted, but just when she was in despair, that tall figure appeared again when she was in danger. Unexpectedly, in order not to cause trouble to Li Yunpeng, she and her sisters had to be self-reliant, but in the end they still had to rely on him to survive. Huofeng'er nodded a little embarrassedly and said, "Thank you." Li Yunpeng smiled and said, "You saved my life. I saved yours. We're even." He regretted the words as soon as they came out of his mouth. He must have had a brain cramp to say such a thing at this time. As expected, Huofeng'er stamped her feet and said resentfully, "Do you really want to even things out with me?" "No, I don't care what you mean. You're such a boring person." After saying this, Huofeng'er turned and left. Chapter 49, Who Gave You the Courage? Li Yunpeng shrugged his shoulders and was speechless. Women are just pretentious. It would be better for him to go back to the base and deal with these Wuyo soldiers first. In the water dungeon of the base, a group of Wuyo army members stood in waist-deep water, their faces pale. They had been in the water for a long time and could not sit down. They were extremely physically exhausted. After only a few hours, some of them could not bear it anymore. Li Yunpeng came to the water dungeon only after he had eaten and drunk his fill. The leader of this group of prisoners was not tall, but was strong and a bit ruffian-like. His name was Guaer. The water level for others was up to their waists, but for him, the water line had already reached his chest. So he had to bear several times the water pressure of others, and it was a little difficult for him to breathe. "Little Guazi, who gave you the courage?" Li Yunpeng asked. Guaer cursed in his heart. In this damn place, he was not sure if he could survive the night. It was so damn uncomfortable. "Sir, this is a misunderstanding." He originally wanted to threaten Li Yunpeng by relying on Wuyo country, but when he saw the guards armed with all automatic rifles, he felt a little unsure. Would someone with so many elite soldiers really be afraid of Wuyo country? "Stop talking nonsense. Do you know you've crossed the line?" Li Yunpeng cursed as he sat in front of him. "Commander, this may really be a misunderstanding. We encountered a group of zombies and hid here." Guaer said cautiously. It seems you won't cry until you see the coffin. You just sent assassins, and then came to cause trouble around my territory. Don't tell you this is all a coincidence." Li Yunpeng said with a cold face. This. Guaer did not come here by chance. He was ordered by Huang Long to gather intelligence. He happened to find the Fire Phoenix team reclaiming land on the mountain nearby. He was tempted by their beauty and brought disaster upon himself. Seeing that he couldn't come up with a clear answer, Li Yunpeng rolled his eyes and said, "How about this? I'll get a bunch of zombies and spread you out. I'll see how they got you here. How about that?" Guair, unarmed, chasing the ball, less than 2 kilometers away, they will all be eaten by zombies. No need, after all, it's quite troublesome. Ha ha ha. Li Yunpeng couldn't help laughing at what his grandson said. Okay, since Chief Gua is thinking about me, let's try a simpler method. Guair had a bad feeling in his heart. What method should he try? Li Yunpeng didn't let him wait long. He took out his pistol and shot the younger brother next to Guair in the head. Blood and brain matter splattered all over everyone's face, scaring everyone to tremble. You know what? This really saves a lot of trouble. Commander Gua's method is quite good. Guair's lips were trembling with fear. This Li Yunpeng killed people at the slightest disagreement. Besides, that's my way of doing things. It's obviously you who are so cruel. Sir, don't shoot, I confess. Is it not enough for me to confess? Li Yunpeng moved his gun horizontally, bang, and killed another person. You want to confess? But I don't want to hear it now. Puff. Guair was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Damn, this person is not a human being. He is simply a devil. Li Yunpeng killed 5 people in a row before he stopped. The dungeon was filled with a foul stench. Someone was so frightened that he lost control of his bowels and bladder. He dodged a little and said, "While I'm in the mood, tell me now." Guair seized this opportunity and dared not hesitate, and told everything he knew like spitting beans. Chapter 50 Natural Enemies. It turned out to be a team sent by Huang Long to gather intelligence. They were just following orders and didn't know much else. Seeing that there was nothing else to gain, Li Yunpeng got up and left, instructing the guards to take them out of the water dungeon tomorrow morning and put them into a labor camp to contribute to the construction of the base. As they walked along the road, Li Yunpeng said in a hateful voice, "Since you're looking for death, you can't blame me for being so ruthless." He opened the system panel and saw that excluding the guards guarding the granary, there were only 500 guards in the base. For such a large base, at least 300 soldiers should be left to defend it. But leaving only 200 people to attack the worry-free kingdom with thousands of soldiers seemed a bit rash. It seems that we have to take a long-term view. First, we need to gain points to expand our military strength, and then settle accounts with Huang Long. Wuyo country has been included in Li Yunpeng's death list. Li Yunpeng was thinking about how to drive Huang Long away and unknowingly arrived at the hospital door. He simply went in to see how Wang Shiyan was recovering. After all, he was the one who blocked the knife for him. But before I reached the ward, I heard an argument in the corridor. "I want to see Shiyan. Why don't you let me in?" This was Huofonger's voice. "Why? Because I'm the director of this hospital." Xiao Mengdai refused to give in. Li Yunpeng walked over with a cold face. "What are you arguing about?" Seeing his unfriendly expression, the two girls glared at each other and stopped talking. Li Yunpeng was also puzzled. They all got along well with Wang Shiyan, but they disliked each other. Are they natural enemies? Li Yunpeng ignored the two of them and pushed the door into the ward. The two were arguing at the door. How could Wang Shiyan rest in peace? He covered his wound and was about to get out of bed to stop the fight. "Don't move. Your wound is healing. It will be troublesome if it breaks. Lie down quickly," Li Yunpeng said in a domineering and irresistible tone. Wang Shiyan's face was still pale. After hearing the commander's order, he lay back on the bed obediently. I'm fine. It's not up to you to decide whether there's something wrong or not. Dr. Xia, come in and check on Shiyan's condition," Li Yunpeng said. Xia Mengdai snorted coldly at Huofonger and turned to go into the ward. "Don't worry, Commander. Shiyan is fine now. She can have the stitches removed after resting for half a month." "Well, we can't be careless. I don't want the previous situation to happen again." "Yes." Huofonger stood at the door for a while, then timidly came in. She glanced at Li Yunpeng with some fear and whispered, "Shiyan, are you okay?" Wang Shiyan smiled slightly. "I'm fine. Thank you for your concern." Huofonger felt relieved when she saw this situation. The two people here, one annoyed and the other afraid, hesitated for a moment, then turned around and left, but did not leave the base. This was when the conflict broke out between the base and the Wuyo kingdom. Who knew if there would be more Wuyo troops coming to the surrounding areas, so they simply settled down in the base. After Huofonger left, Li Yunpeng carefully instructed Xia Mengdai to take good care of Wang Shiyan, and then left the ward. Wang Shiyan looked at his disappearing back and didn't come back to her senses for a long time. Shiyan? Xia Mengdai called softly. "Oh, hee, I see. Your soul has been taken away by the commander." Wang Shiyan's pale face flushed. "No, I was thinking about other things." Xia Mengdai didn't expose her again, but just covered her mouth and laughed. Wang Shiyan was so embarrassed that she said, "The commander is such an outstanding man. but I don't know what kind of girl would be a good match for him. Xiao Mingdai rolled her eyes at her and said, if you are not worthy of her, what other women in the world are worthy of her? I'm not as good as you say. Chapter 51, The Strange Corpse. After leaving the hospital, Li Yunpeng walked towards the inner city. When he passed by the logistics department, he saw Lu Zide sticking his butt out and fiddling with something. Detsy. Lu Zide put down his work, wiped the sweat off his face, and said, Brother Peng, why are you here? Nothing. I'm just passing by. What are you busy with? Oh, some supplies are piled up in a mess. Let me sort them out. Well, is the logistics department tough? Do you want me to transfer you to the administration department? No need, Brother Peng. I feel at ease doing this job. I can also keep an eye on the supplies and not let them go to waste. It's pretty good. Li Yunpeng was a little surprised. Who wouldn't yearn to work in the administrative department? Not only would it have great power and high status, but the future prospects would also be limitless. But Lu Zide actually refused. It seemed that he didn't want to cause trouble for himself. Okay, let's have a drink sometime. Lu Zide grinned. If you say so, then I'll take note of it. Don't deny it later. Damn it. I'm the commander of a base after all. How can I be short of your food and wine? That's not necessarily true. Before the apocalypse, you said you'd treat me to a meal, but I waited a year and still didn't get it. Li Yunpeng. The two chatted for a while, and then Li Yunpeng returned to the inner city to rest. He had just laid down for a while when suddenly, there was a burst of gunfire outside. Li Yunpeng was startled, and without thinking too much, he grabbed his clothes and ran out. What's going on? He asked Li Bai, who was running towards him. Li Bai ran over and quickly reported, multiple groups of zombies have been spotted near the base, attacking from all directions. Li Yunpeng. The zombies near the base have been basically cleared out. If there are any wandering around, there are only 1 or 2 groups at most. What the hell is going on in all directions? Without time to ask, Li Yunpeng hurriedly climbed up the watchtower. Looking around, he saw that except for the riverside, there were 6 zombie teams wandering from other directions. Judging from their loose formation, they were not led by a first-level evolved zombie. But if there were no level 1 zombies leading them, why would the 6 zombie armies all march towards the base at the same time? The scene seemed extremely strange. Judging from their scattered formation, although the zombie army has not yet discovered the base, their marching paths are all heading towards the base, so it is only a matter of time before they discover it. Prepare for battle. At Li Yunpeng's command, no matter what the reason, the first priority was to resist the attack of the zombie army. The guards were mobilized instantly upon receiving the order. Currently, in addition to the 300 people guarding the granary, there are still 500 soldiers in the base. Civilians were also mobilized at the same time, and boxes of bullets, grenades, and various combat supplies were moved onto the city walls. The entire base operated in an orderly manner like a machine. People looked solemn, but not panicked. They had experienced such scenes several times before, and they believed that under the leadership of the commander, they would be able to overcome the danger. Li Yunpeng carefully observed the movements of the zombies and breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that there were no evolved zombies. Although there were quite a few ordinary zombies, with the base as a support, there would basically be no problem. The zombie army was coming in a mighty force, like a dark cloud pressing down on a city. The guards were murderous in front of the formation, and the atmosphere among the civilians was tense. Li Yunpeng jumped down from the watchtower and reached the outer wall. Detsy, why are you here? Lu Zide squatted beside the guard soldiers with a kitchen knife in his hand, ready for battle. Brother Peng, I'll help you defend the city. Get out of here. You're only holding a kitchen knife and a hammer. What if one jumps on you and wants to kill you? Li Yunpeng yelled. Although he said harsh words, he was moved in his heart. Lu Zide never flinched in times of crisis, even though he was alone and weak. Lu Zide was dragged away by Li Yunpeng, scolded and dragged away, and had no choice but to carry the ammunition. Li Yunpeng's gaze was once again fixed on the group of zombies. The zombie army was already very close, and a battle was about to break out. Chapter 52. Can you give me to play with? Li Yunpeng had already arranged the tasks of each team. 2 or 3 teams were responsible for defending in one direction. When the first zombie discovered the base and rushed over, the battle officially began. The first zombie that discovered the base was hit by a bullet that pierced his head accurately. His skull flew off, black blood splattered everywhere, and then he fell to the ground. The sound of a gunshot was the signal for a big battle. The scattered zombies were shocked and rushed towards the base at the same time. Flames erupted from the base's walls. The guards were madly unleashing their firepower, and the civilians providing logistical support were supplying ammunition in an orderly manner. Hua Feng'er had climbed up the city wall at some point, came to Li Yunpeng, and said, I'll help you. Li Yunpeng was speechless, thinking to himself, there are so many kind-hearted people that it doesn't seem like the end of the world. But since she was kind enough to help, Li Yunpeng did not refuse. After all, Huofeng'er's archery skills were of some use in combat. Li Yunpeng nodded, then picked up his rifle and shot down the few fish that had escaped the net. Since he had undergone 2 evolutions, his strength and reaction had been greatly improved. His shooting skills were now very stable and not much worse than those of the guards. When Li Yunpeng killed more than a dozen zombies, Huofeng'er didn't shoot a single arrow. I couldn't help but get angry and said, "Can you please stop hitting me and let me have a few of them? Li Yunpeng has a toothache. Let me play games with you? Does this mean that I'm trying to steal your life?" Ignoring this woman with a strange way of thinking, Li Yunpeng continued shooting at his own pace. Although there were 4,000 to 5,000 zombies in the 6 groups, this number of zombies posed no threat to the base without a first-level zombie leader. So although everyone was cautious, they were relaxed. Seeing that the zombies were out of her shooting range, Huofeng'er simply put the recurve bow on her back and commanded beside Li Yunpeng, hit that one, hit that one. He's obviously a scumbag. That, she's not wearing any clothes. Hit her quickly. Hey, please don't hit that kid." Li Yunpeng's shooting skills were ruined by her stupid commands. "Captain Hua, if you have nothing to do, go and accompany Shiyan. I see Meng Dai is having a great time chatting with her," Li Yunpeng said. Huofeng'er carried a large bow with an astonishing curvature, just like her figure. She tilted her head and thought for a moment before saying, "If there are monsters to fight, I'll give Shiyan to Xia first." Li Yunpeng decided not to talk to her anymore. This girl's brain was working faster than her arrow. Seeing that Li Yunpeng didn't listen to her command, Huofeng'er gritted her teeth, stamped her feet, tugged at the corner of his clothes, pretended to be pitiful, and shook him, saying, "Brother Peng, let me play with your gun for a while." Puff. This voice, coupled with the slightly ambiguous sentence, almost made Li Yunpeng fall headfirst from the city wall. He still remembered how Huofeng'er dealt with Huang Hu, and suddenly felt a chill between his legs. But when he saw her eyes fixed on the rifle in his hand, he realized that he was foolish. It turned out that she was going to play with a real gun. Li Yunpeng couldn't help feeling embarrassed. He looked over and saw that the battle was going smoothly and only a few fish had escaped, so he simply handed the gun to her. Huofeng'er took the gun and danced excitedly. Li Yunpeng was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. If the gun went off accidentally, who knew which unlucky guy would be killed? He quickly taught her how to use a gun. Huofeng'er clamped the butt of the gun against her waist and bent her legs slightly, just like Sylvester Stallone. Li Yunpeng felt his head buzzing. "Can you please learn well? If I can't cut your wrist off with this shot, I'll take your last name." Huofeng'er suddenly felt wronged. "I've never played with a gun." Li Yunpeng softened his tone, briefly explained the shooting techniques, and then instructed her to shoot. But the magazine was empty. Huofeng'er didn't even hit a zombie, and no one knew where the bullets went. Li Yunpeng snatched the gun and said, "You'd better use arrows. You really have no talent for firearms." Huofeng'er. The battle was indeed as Li Yunpeng expected. With sufficient preparation, not even a single zombie could rush under the city wall. They all fell more than 100 meters away from the base. Chapter 53, 1,000 Troops. The gunshots soon became sparse. This inexplicable zombie wave was quickly wiped out by the guards. Apart from a net increase of 300,000 points for Li Yunpeng, it did not cause any losses. At the same time, a voice from the system came. Li Air has reached the requirements for promotion to Level 2 Squadron Leader. Would you like to advance? Li Yunpeng agreed decisively. It was a double blessing. The 2 guards who followed him first have now reached the level of second-level Squadron Leader. With the points, Li Yunpeng summoned soldiers immediately and spent 200,000 points to summon the number of soldiers to the current level limit, reaching 1,000. Although Huang Long claimed to have 5,000 elite soldiers, in Li Yunpeng's opinion, they were no different from chickens and dogs. After the strength reached 1,000, Li Yunpeng assigned 10 teams of 300 soldiers to Li Yi and Li Air respectively, and the remaining 100 people were left for daily garrison of the base, responsible for guarding the watchtowers, gates, and inner city. After the battle, Li Yunpeng sent Li Yi out of the city to search and investigate what caused this zombie tide. They attacked from 6 directions at the same time, and he didn't believe that there was no ghost to kill him. But Li Yi carefully searched within a radius of several kilometers and found nothing unusual. Li Yunpeng had no choice but to give up. No matter what kind of monster it was, it would show up sooner or later. The battle was almost over. Li Yunpeng asked Li Yi and Li Air to arrange the guard duty, went down the outer wall, and walked towards the base. After the battle, the people in the residential area acted as if nothing had happened and continued to do what they were doing. When they saw Li Yunpeng passing by, They all avoided and saluted with their eyes full of respect. The commander led the people to repel the invading zombies once again. Li Yunpeng nodded occasionally. The houses on both sides of the road leading to the gate were neatly arranged. After passing through the gate leading to the administrative area, it seemed very deserted. Apart from the people on duty, the administrative area was populated by patrolling soldiers. He had wanted to cross the administrative area and return to the base, but happened to pass by the hospital and saw that the lights were still on, so he decided to go and see how Wang Shiyan was doing. As soon as he entered the house, Wang Shiyan asked worriedly, "Are you okay? I heard a lot of gunshots." Li Yunpeng smiled slightly and said, "It's okay. I don't know where the zombie swarm came from, but we have already wiped it out." "Oh, that's good." Wang Shiyan breathed a sigh of relief, and his panicked eyes gradually calmed down. At this time, Huofeng'er and Xia Mengdai walked over while arguing. Li Yunpeng had a headache. He didn't know what was wrong with Huofeng'er and Xia Mengdai. They always quarreled with each other when they met. They didn't know each other before. It was probably because they had a mortal enemy in their previous life. "Shut up. Did I ever say you're not allowed to make noise in Shiyan's ward?" The voices stopped abruptly, and the atmosphere became tense. Wang Shiyan tugged at the corner of Li Yunpeng's clothes and whispered, "It's okay, Brother Peng. In fact, with them around, I'm not so bored." Li Yunpeng glanced at Wang Shiyan and was a little surprised, but he soon figured it out. He also wanted to have fun with friends, but his current status and position made it impossible for him to enjoy such a scene easily. He shook his head and walked out of the ward dejectedly. Huofeng'er and Xia Mengdai stopped arguing and came to Wang Shiyan with concern. Huofeng'er covered him with the quilt, and Xia Mengdai helped her tidy up the sheets. It was strange that although they quarreled whenever they met, they both liked Wang Shiyan as a friend from the bottom of their hearts. After chatting for a while, Xia Mengdai turned off the lights in the ward, gently closed the door, and looked at Huofeng'er. They both snorted at the same time and left in opposite directions. Ever since the 6 groups of zombies attacked the city, the base has been surprisingly peaceful. Apart from the occasional roars of zombies in the park on the west bank of the river, there has been no further danger. And because a wall was built on the bridge, although there are many zombies on the other side, they cannot get over, and instead can contribute some points from time to time. Li Yunpeng does not have the strength to provoke them now. After all, he is backed by a city with a population of 1 million. If the noise gets out of hand and provokes some terrifying existence, the base will still be at risk of destruction. Chapter 54. Discovering a settlement of 2,000 people. A month later, Wang Shiyan had basically recovered and was able to walk. As long as he didn't do strenuous exercise, he was no different from a normal person. Li Yunpeng finally felt relieved. He was touched by the peerless beauty who dared to take the knife for him. "Shiyan, from now on, don't call me commander in private. Call me Brother Peng instead." Oh, Wang Shiyan was a little shy. Although she had called him that once or twice before, it was always under special circumstances. She received a formal order from Li Yunpeng, and her heart beat faster for a moment. "Well, you still need to rest. If you need anything, let Detzi notify me." "Oh, okay," Wang Shiyan said shyly. Suddenly, a guard came to report. "Commander, the supply search team reported that they had discovered a gathering place of 2,000 survivors." "Oh, 2,000 people." Li Yunpeng thought for a moment. Even a mosquito is still meat, and 2,000 people is not a small number. "Gather the troops and follow me out of the city." The guard hesitated. Li Yunpeng asked, "What's going on?" "Commander, this human settlement is located between the base and worry-free country." "So what? Am I still afraid of Huanglong?" "Gather the troops." "Yes." At this time, there were 700 guards in the base, and the surroundings were not peaceful. The base was theirs and could not be lost. Li Yunpeng left 400 guards to guard the house and planned to take a squadron of 300 people out to contact this human settlement. Everything was ready, and Li Yunpeng called the material search team members who discovered the human settlement over for questioning. The search team leader Jiang Fa quickly brought his team members to Li Yunpeng. "Tell me, what is the specific situation of this settlement?" Jiang Fa saluted respectfully and said, "Commander, this settlement has a population of about 2,000 people and is unarmed. It is made up of ordinary people with abundant supplies, and most of them are young and strong." Li Yunpeng narrowed his eyes. Jiang Fa described this settlement as too perfect. It was just like a naked beauty being placed in front of him. How could such a good thing happen? He stared at Jiang Fa with a sharp gaze, making him look away. "Well, it suddenly occurred to me that our settlement isn't in such urgent need of population. Otherwise, we should cancel this operation. It's a waste of manpower and the cost is not worth it." Jiang Fa was stunned for a moment, then continued, "Commander, this is a godsend opportunity. If we had 2,000 more young and strong men and formed a larger-scale supply search team, we would definitely be able to bring back more supplies. Humph. Sure enough, there's something fishy going on. In that case, I'll use my own trick against you. Li Yunpeng glanced at a supply search team of dozens of people and found that there was nothing unusual on the faces of the others. It seemed that this settlement really existed, but it was probably a trap. Could they be people from Wuyo country? Well, you have a point. How about this? I will take a small team of soldiers to explore first and make a decision after observing the situation. You will come with me. Yes. Zhang Fa replied happily. Go back and prepare, bring some necessary items. We will set off in half an hour. Li Yunpeng said. Okay, Commander. I'll be right back. After Zhang Fa left, Li Yunpeng called Li Yi to his side and whispered something to him. Li Yi remembered his words, then led a squadron of guards and quietly left. Zhang Fa packed up briefly and returned in less than 10 minutes. Commander, I'm ready. Well, get in the car. After Li Yunpeng finished speaking, he boarded the car with a small team of 30 guards and Zhang Fa and set off. The convoy rumbled out of the base. An ordinary-looking man saw Li Yunpeng leaving. His eyes flashed, and he went to a secluded place, took out a leaf-shaped object, put it in his mouth, and blew out a sound like a bird's cry. A man who was working outside the city heard the sound and took the opportunity to go to the toilet to throw a bottle deep into the grass. Chapter 55. Taking advantage of the situation. Li Yunpeng and others soon arrived at the human settlement that Zhang Fa mentioned. All they saw were tents and a mess. This was very telling. A settlement made up entirely of tents, which was obviously problematic at first glance. Zhang Fa, is this the settlement you mentioned? Yes, sir. Why are you so nervous? No, I'm not nervous, sir. Let's go over there. Snort. Sweat kept pouring out of Zhang Fa's forehead, but Li Yunpeng remained unmoved and ordered the guards to get off the vehicle and stand guard on the reverse slope of the roadbed. Ha 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 ha. Li Yunpeng, now that you're here, don't even think about leaving. Suddenly, a wild and arrogant voice came from the settlement. Li Yunpeng glanced at Zhang Fa and asked, Is this what you call a settlement? Zhang Fa fell to his knees. Commander, I really don't know. Li Yunpeng pulled out a gun and pointed it at his forehead. Then go to hell and think about it. My lord, please listen to me. Bang! Li Yunpeng didn't ask the reason at all. This is the only fate for a traitor. After killing Zhang Fa, he looked up and saw the other side immediately opening fire. Li Yunpeng hid back in cover and shouted, Is this person the grandson of Wuyo Kingdom? When Wuyo Kingdom received the news, Li Yunpeng led a team of 30 people and ordered the commander Jiang Kai to lead 500 soldiers to ambush in the settlement. Jiang Kai shouted, Bah, Grandpa, I'm from the worry-free country. What did you do to my cousin Zhang Fa? Oh, it turns out to be your cousin. Killed him, Li Yunpeng said. There was silence for a moment. Then Jiang Kai's voice could be heard. It's better to kill him. This loser was so hesitant when asked to do something. If he dies, he will save himself from all the promised benefits. What a beast. He even plotted against his own cousin. Li Yunpeng cursed in his heart. Li Yunpeng, you can't escape today, so just surrender. Li Yunpeng snorted coldly. You bastards, you think you can keep your grandpa? Dream on. I'll teach you a lesson. Jiang Kai said hatefully, and then ordered his soldiers to move towards the two wings of the guard army, intending to encircle and annihilate them. When the guards saw the enemy show up, they immediately opened fire back. Da-da-da-da. Bang, bang, bang. For a moment, there was a lot of gunfire and dust flying, but the enemy was strong and many Wuyo soldiers still took the detour to the two sides. I'll teach you a lesson, Jiang Kai yelled when he saw that the encirclement was about to be completed. But he didn't feel proud for 2 minutes, when suddenly, dense gunfire rang out. Hundreds of guards suddenly appeared behind the Wuyo army, and the fierce firepower directly harvested nearly half of the Wuyo army soldiers. Oh my god, where did the guards come from? Jiang Kai was horrified. The guards had fierce firepower. Although their numbers were slightly smaller than his, the balance of the battle was completely one-sided. Run! Without caring about anything else, Jiang Kai turned around and ran away with his personal guards. Li Yunpeng and his men immediately drove after them, shooting as they ran. The Wuyo soldiers running behind were knocked down one after another. When Jiang Kai saw that there was no hope of escape, his heart turned cold. He threw away his gun and knelt down to surrender. Li Pengfei came up to him and said with a scornful smile, You're still a little naive to try this on me. Commander Li, I want to say now that this is all a misunderstanding. Is it too late? Jiang Kai cried dejectedly. Ha 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 ha, are all the Wuyo army members funny? Take away. Chapter 56, 2000 vs 60. After interrogation, it turned out that these 2,000 civilians were specially arranged by Wuyo City. However, when they heard that the base had sufficient food to provide, they all expressed their willingness to follow Li Yunpeng. The guards tied the prisoners into a string with ropes, tied one end to an off-road vehicle, and pulled it in front, followed by 2,000 civilians, slowly walking towards the base. Li Yunpeng was secretly happy. Huanglong's grandson had lost both his wife and his army. Would he be so angry that he would vomit 3 liters of blood? Suddenly, a guard army off-road vehicle came speeding from the front. Squeak! The car braked suddenly, and Li Yunpeng had a bad feeling. Report to the guards. The granary has been attacked by a large number of zombies, requesting support. Call. Luckily, nothing happened to the base. Li Yunpeng breathed a sigh of relief. Are there any evolved zombies? Report to the commander. No. Well, Li Yi, leave 2 small teams of soldiers behind, and you take the others to provide support. Leave this to me. Yes. Li Yi immediately led a squadron of guards, left the team, and hurried to support the granary. Damn it. I'll move the granary back as soon as my base is big enough. Something bad always happens if it's left outside. Li Yunpeng cursed in his heart. There were 2 small teams of soldiers left, and Li Yunpeng divided them into 2 groups, one team to be on guard in the front, and the other team to follow up and cover the rear, and continue to move towards the base. It was midsummer noon, and the sun was scorching. Even Li Yunpeng felt dry mouth and sweat soaked his clothes, let alone ordinary civilians. If they had not supported each other, many of them would have fallen down. They happened to pass by a dense forest at the foot of a mountain where a small stream meandered. Li Yunpeng ordered the team to stop and rest, and set off again after noon. People received the order and rushed to the stream to drink water. Some people downstream were even so carefree that they lay directly in the stream, feeling refreshed, and all the heat disappeared. Just as Li Yunpeng and a few others were sitting by the stream resting and chatting, suddenly, there was a burst of dense gunfire from behind, including those from the guards, and some unfamiliar gunfire. Li Yunpeng had just stood up when a guard soldier came to report. Commander, a large number of armed men are surrounding us from the rear. Please leave immediately. Li Yunpeng's expression was serious. Did he just let him go first? It seemed that the 2 teams of guards were not sure they could stop these people. And the armed forces that can break through 60 elite soldiers must be quite impressive. How many people are there on the other side? Li Yunpeng asked. Reporting to the commander, there are at least 2,000 of them. The enemy attempted to encircle us, but was discovered by the sentries. They are now launching a large-scale attack. We have already lost 10 soldiers. Fuck, 2,000 to 60? It must be someone from Wuyo country again. He's really haunting us. This place is not far from the base. The base should be able to hear the gunshots. Hold on, reinforcements will be here soon. Li Yunpeng ordered. Just as he finished speaking, another soldier, half covered in blood, ran over and said, Commander, please evacuate immediately. We've already lost a squad of soldiers. The enemy is attacking from 3 directions. Our bunkers are useless. We don't think we can hold out for much longer. Li Yunpeng was stunned. In just a few words, half of his troops had already been lost. The situation was critical. Li Yunpeng didn't care about the 2,000 civilians and immediately evacuated with his 10 personal guards. He hadn't run far when he discovered the path to the base had been blocked by a large number of worry-free army soldiers. Damn, what a good plan. The zombie siege of the granary is most likely related to the worry-free army. This plan is full of loopholes, and I missed one step. Li Yunpeng could only turn north, where the encirclement had not yet been completely formed. Before he had run a few hundred meters, the gunfire behind him stopped. Li Yunpeng knew that all the soldiers who were blocking the enemy had died. There was no time to be sad. Li Yunpeng and others quickly shuttled through the dense forest. The guards were in excellent physical condition, not to mention the evolver Li Yunpeng. Damn it. Stop running. Turn around and beat them up. Li Yunpeng felt aggrieved at being chased and would not give up until he got some interest. Upon receiving the order, the guards of the guard army immediately found a hiding place to hide. The pursuers were very close, and within 2 minutes, a group of dozens of people came running towards this side. Beat. Da-da-da-da. The Wuyo army was caught off guard by the sudden attack, and dozens of people were killed or injured on the spot. The surrounding pursuers gathered upon hearing the noise. Withdraw. Li Yunpeng stood up and continued running with his men. They fought and stopped like this, and actually wiped out more than 100 Wuyo soldiers. It was not until the guard soldiers ran out of ammunition and only had 1 magazine left that Li Yunpeng stopped the sneak attack and ran madly towards the north. Chapter 57, The Indifferent Hunter. Li Yunpeng originally wanted to go around and return to the base from the flank, But who would have thought that there were pursuers on the left and right wings within a radius of 10 kilometers? It seemed that Huang Long had mobilized his entire army and wanted to kill me in one fell swoop. Damn Huang Long, you're waiting for me to come back. Li Yunpeng was depressed. He only had 10 men with him, while the other side had thousands of troops searching the mountains. He had no choice but to continue running north. By the evening, Li Yunpeng had been busy all day and felt hungry and tired. The pursuers behind him had disappeared, and he happened to come to a rift valley. Let's go inside and rest in seclusion. 2 secret sentries were placed about 100 meters away from the entrance of the rift, and Li Yunpeng led the remaining soldiers in. Everyone took off their equipment and sat down on the ground. Li Yunpeng felt his legs were as heavy as if they were filled with lead. Fortunately, he had some individual rations with him. He took this opportunity to rest and eat at the same time. At night, the dense forest was dark, and the Wuyo army pursuers were running around in the mountains like headless flies. Old Zheng, this guy ran too fast. He's long gone. There's no point in looking for him. Let's go back. The brothers are exhausted. Let's look for it again. Since the Lord hasn't given the order, we still have to pretend to do it. Okay, then find it. Without receiving any warning from the secret sentry, Li Yunpeng was too lazy to move. He leaned against the rock wall to rest and fell asleep unknowingly. It was not until noon the next day, when the sun was shining brightly, that Li Yunpeng woke up slowly. Every night was fine. Li Yunpeng was puzzled. Thousands of Wuyo soldiers hadn't found him. He couldn't help but curse. What a bunch of idiots. Then I thought to myself, is there something wrong with my brain? Isn't it good that I haven't found it? I laughed at myself for a while. After spending another day in the dense forest valley and finding nothing unusual, Li Yunpeng quietly returned with 10 personal guards. He only knew that the base was in the south, and it was not suitable to return by the original route. He could only walk in the forest according to the approximate direction, 1 step deep and 1 step shallow. After walking for a whole morning, they still didn't get out of the forest. It was noon now. Li Yunpeng and others ate some wild fruits to fill their stomachs and rest at the same time. Suddenly, there was a strange noise coming from the front. Li Yunpeng and others immediately hid in the bushes, standing guard with guns. Soon, more than a dozen figures gradually approached. Li Yunpeng saw that they were wearing sweatshirts and holding spears that seemed to be made of steel, looking like hunters. Li Yunpeng felt relieved, as long as they were not the Wuyo army. When they came closer, Li Yunpeng put his pistol behind his back and showed up. The hunters were startled by the sudden appearance of Li Yunpeng. They immediately raised their spears and looked at him cautiously. Who is it? Li Yunpeng said with a smile. Don't be nervous, brothers. I'm not a bad person. The hunters were unmoved. Who the hell had the word bad guy written on their faces? One of them walked out and said, I see you're sneaking around, so you're not a good bird. Li Yunpeng was speechless. I'm clearly a four-halves youth. How can I not look like a good person? I don't look like a good person. Really, I'm lost in the mountains, and I'd like to ask you for directions. The leading hunter was very vigilant. Don't ask. If you ask, I know nothing. Get out of here quickly, or don't blame us brothers for being rude. Li Yunpeng. It seemed like there was no way to have a good conversation with this group of people. Li Yunpeng waved his hand and said, Come out. Capture them. Then the hunters saw 10 big men suddenly rushing out from the surrounding bushes and attacking without saying a word. Chapter 58 Passionate Hunter. A few minutes later, the hunters were lying on the ground with bruised faces and noses. Li Yunpeng squatted in front of the leader and asked, Name? Nyo Air. Age? 33. Where are you from? From the Steel Tower Colony. Look, you already know this. I've asked so many questions, but you haven't answered them clearly? Li Yunpeng had a warm smile on his face. Nyo Air kept cursing in his heart. If you have the guts, don't do anything. If I answer you even a single word, I lose. Sir, please spare us. We have no grudges against each other. If you need anything, just ask. Li Yunpeng would not really make things difficult for ordinary people. He helped him up and asked him where the Steel Tower settlement was. Nyo Air saw that the man seemed easy to talk to. He hesitated for a moment, pointed to the south, and said, It's not far over there. May I ask where you would like to go? Li Yunpeng thought for a moment and said, Oh, we were just thinking of going to Wuzhou City. Nyo Air cursed in his heart. Why are you still going to Wuzhou City for a stroll and shopping? Wuzhou City has long been a sea of zombies. I hope you grandsons will be eaten when you get there. However, when Nyo Air heard that Li Yunpeng was going to Wuzhou, he was a little surprised. Are the adults from Wuyo country? Li Yunpeng was stunned. Was Wuyo country's influence so great? They fought and retreated, running for an entire afternoon, at least 40 or 50 kilometers. This place was already in the territory of another city. I've heard of worry-free country, but I'm not from there. I'm from a small survivor camp nearby. I came out to look for food and got lost. Do you also know worry-free country? Li Yunpeng asked. When Niuer heard that it was near Wuyo country, he said with a longing expression, who hasn't heard of Wuyo country? It's the last pure land in the end times. It occupies a favorable geographical location, is powerful, and has no worries about food and clothing. Anyone who can enter Wuyo country is very lucky. Li Yunpeng was speechless, thinking, what the hell are you talking about? I know the same place as you. He asked, how do you know so much about Wuyo country? Niuer replied, everyone in our area knows that Wuyo country often sends us food, and then selects some young and strong people, or elites with outstanding talents in certain areas, to go to Wuyo country and live a carefree life. Puff. Li Yunpeng almost choked on his own saliva. Huang Long was such a good talker. He seemed so carefree. His life must be like hell. But it's no wonder that Wuyo country could gather so many people in such a short time. It turns out that its reputation is well known. Is there no one in your steel tower settlement who has returned from worry-free country? Li Yunpeng asked. My lord, after going to worry-free country, who would come back to live such a miserable life? Wouldn't that be stupid? Niuer said with an expression as if to say, are you crazy? What Niuer said was true. Li Yunpeng saw from the video brought back by Li Qi that anyone who entered the worry-free country would have their freedom immediately restricted and would not be allowed to enter or leave at will. They would then be assigned to various worry-free armies. When they went out to search for supplies, there would be soldiers following and guarding them. Unless they died, they would never be able to leave the control of the worry-free country, so the outside world did not know the real situation in the worry-free country. Such a devil's den, yet its reputation outside is actually a paradise. It's simply ridiculous. Li Yunpeng wondered what the expressions of those people who held infinite longings would be like after entering the worry-free country. Would the huge gap in expectations turn them into fools? Chapter 59 Niuer's Collapse. He had no intention of telling the truth to Niuer and the others. Whether they believed it or not was one thing, but if he revealed his identity, it would be troublesome. There was no guarantee that the worry-free country would vilify the name Li Yunpeng. Huang Long is a very scheming person. Li Yunpeng thought that the sudden appearance of 6 groups of zombies that besieged the base was probably not a coincidence. It was probably the work of Wuyo country to test the defense of his base. They might have witnessed the firepower of the guard army, so they have been very quiet on the surface since then, but have been making small moves behind the scenes. As soon as he left the base, he was ambushed by the Wuyo army who had been prepared. It seemed that in addition to Zhang Fa, there was also a traitor in the base. But this is normal. He also has 2 guards lurking in Wuyo country, sending back intelligence from time to time. It is very difficult to find the traitor among thousands of civilians. It would be better to uproot the Wuyo kingdom, and the traitor will naturally become dead. Brother Niu, I want to go back to Wuzhou City. Which direction should I go? Li Yunpeng asked. Niuer pointed to the southeast and said, follow this and cross a few mountains to get there. Our settlement is also in this direction. Okay, thank you, brother. Li Yunpeng said. Niuer quickly waved his hands and said, it's okay, it's okay. I'm honored to be able to serve you, sir. He just wanted to get rid of this plague god as soon as possible. This person was moody and very scary. He didn't know what he said wrong, but he was beaten for no reason. After Li Yunpeng got the information he wanted, he did not continue to make things difficult for Niuer and others. Anyway, they didn't know their identities and just thought they had encountered a group of bullies. Seeing that Li Yunpeng stopped asking questions, Niuer said cautiously, Sir, if nothing else, we brothers will leave. If we can't hunt something today, I'm afraid we'll have to starve for the next few days. Well, let's go, said Li Yunpeng. Okay, then we'll take our leave. Seeing that Li Yunpeng didn't say anything else, Niuer led his men and walked towards the distance, looking back every few steps. Oh right. Li Yunpeng suddenly spoke. Niuer and the others were so frightened that they shuddered and stood still as if they were under a spell. Could this person have changed his mind again? Niuer felt a chill in his heart. These people were carrying guns, and it was obvious that they were not people to be trifled with. In the apocalypse, human life was worthless, and killing him and his men would not have any consequences. Cold sweat suddenly broke out on his forehead. He turned around with difficulty and said, Sir, what are your orders? Oh, nothing much. Just be helpful if someone asks for directions next time. Puff. Niuer felt like he wanted to die. Can you not scare me? Is this a trivial matter worth your special instructions? Ahem. Okay, sir. I will definitely help those in need from now on. Okay, let's go. Niuer waited for a while and thought that Li Yunpeng would not be startled again, so he turned around and left. After putting some distance between them, he ran away and disappeared in a flash. Li Yunpeng was delighted. This Nyoer was quite interesting. However, if he really followed his words and actively helped those in need in the future, he would probably die faster than anyone else. I wouldn't trick him, would I? He shouldn't be that stupid. Yes, he's not stupid. Li Yunpeng muttered for a while, then took his men and walked in the direction Nyoer pointed. Chapter 60 Steel Tower Settlement. Li Yunpeng and others walked for about half an hour, climbed a small hill, and looked down. Sure enough, there was a large factory standing at the foot of the hill. As expected, it should be the Steel Tower Settlement that Nyoer mentioned. He ordered the soldiers to dismantle their guns and put them into their backpacks, and then he came closer. He saw that the factory was full of steel towers with complicated paths. There were dense steel corridors and stairs connecting the towers. Li Yunpeng looked for a while and felt his eyes were a little dizzy. If there was no one familiar with the place to lead him, he would not know where to go up. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, the surviving humans have used all the resources around them to survive, and even this factory has been used as a human settlement. And from the outside, it seems that there are quite a lot of people there. If they could all be brought back, the population of the base would double in an instant. Li Yunpeng came to the bottom of the tower and found no guards or security personnel to check. It seemed that such a large settlement had no defenses at all. How did the people here survive when their vigilance was so low? Li Yunpeng was puzzled. He stopped a passing auntie and asked, "Auntie, we are new here. Are there any rules here?" The old lady glanced at him and said, "Newcomers, please report to the 10th floor. There are no rules here. You just have to work. You can't just sit there and wait to die." Li Yunpeng thanked the aunt and planned to go to the so-called 10th floor to take a look. It would be best if he could find the leader there and contact him first. But after running up and down several times, I still couldn't find the right path. The stairs here are complicated, and most of the upward stairs suddenly go down while climbing, or after climbing a few floors with great difficulty. I find that there is no way to go up anymore. Li Yunpeng looked at the dazzling staircases crisscrossing the steel towers and sighed. No wonder there are no guards here. Even if zombies came, they would get lost in here. The people around were in a hurry, and no one paid any attention to Li Yunpeng and the others. They finally managed to trick a kid into taking them to the 10th floor. They followed the kid, going down and up again, and then down and up again, repeating this several times. After many twists and turns, they finally climbed a staircase to reach the 10th floor. Li Yunpeng looked back and saw that it looked like a stone tomb formation. He was speechless. How the hell am I going to get down here? No matter how he got down, he went to the registration desk as per the rules. An old man was sitting at the table, a pipe in his mouth, a pair of small round glasses stuck on the tip of his nose. Li Yunpeng was worried that the glasses would fall off at any time. When the old man saw him, he took a puff of his cigarette and said, "Name, age." "My name is Li Ritian, and I'm in my 20s, said Li Yunpeng. The old man didn't care about his words and wrote seriously in a big notebook, "Li Ritian, in his 20s. Fuck, this is also possible. Seeing this old man acting so strangely, Li Yunpeng asked, "Uncle, how many people are here?" "What? You want to set the forest on fire?" "No, sir, I'm asking how many survivors are living here." "Oh, it's hot when setting a fire. It's cool at night." Li Yunpeng, sweating profusely on his forehead, said, "Okay, sir, you're busy." "Uncle, okay, take care." The last sentence is said clearly and concisely. How lazy this old man is. In order to avoid trouble, he pretends to be stupid. Li Yunpeng was helpless. In such a large settlement, everyone was busy with their own things. No one paid attention to him, and no one told him what to do. There are all kinds of factories in the world. The people in this factory seem so fucking abnormal. What he didn't know was that in the end times, different survival modes would cultivate different lifestyles and behavioral habits. Survival here depends on the individual. The more you work, the more you earn. If you can't get food, you will starve. Therefore, people are extremely selfish and only think about their own survival. They rarely care about other people's affairs. Chapter 61 The Fatty, Who Looks Loyal. Li Yunpeng sighed and decided to start with the children, as only children were simple and easy to fool. Children who are too young are ignorant and naive, while children who are half grown up seem to be busy making a living, which is consistent with the indifferent attitude of adults. After finally catching a slow-moving, chubby guy who looked like a homebody, Li Yunpeng forced himself into what he considered his most benign smile and asked, "Little fatty, how long have you lived here?" The little fat boy didn't respond, but stretched out a finger and said, "I'll tell you for a lollipop." Li Yunpeng had a ghost lollipop, and he continued, "There are plenty of lollipops. As long as you answer my questions, you can have as many as you want." The little fat man said, "Brother, give me 10,000 of them first, and I'll replace the ones in the sky so they won't fall into your mouth when the wind blows." "Fuck, Li Yunpeng was about to lose his temper because of this naughty kid, who knew that when the boy saw the fierce look in his eyes, he started to shout, "Hurry up, there's a liar here." Following his voice, several people quickly rushed down from the 10th floor, holding steel spears, pointing at Li Yunpeng and saying unkindly, "Who are you? How dare you bully my young master?" Li Yunpeng was completely stunned. What the hell was going on? He spread his hands and said, "He asked me for a lollipop, and I wrote him a blank check. Don't worry, brothers." Hearing him say this, several people also knew the little fat man's character very well, put away their spears and warned, "In the settlement, it is forbidden to tease our young master." Okay. Li Yunpeng responded quickly. Only then did they turn around and leave. Li Yunpeng gritted his teeth and said, "Little fatty, just wait for me." Seeing that he was about to call for help again, Li Yunpeng quickly covered his mouth and said, "I really do have a lollipop, but I didn't bring it this time. As long as you answer my questions, I promise to give it to you next time." The fat man nodded, and Li Yunpeng let go of his hand. He said, "Just ask whatever you want to ask. If you dare to refuse to pay, I will bring people to ask you for it. You can see that I am someone you can't afford to offend." Li Yunpeng resisted the urge to strangle him. This kid must be the child of a big shot in the settlement, otherwise the guards wouldn't be so nervous. It seemed that this kid was one of the second generation since the end of the world. "Okay, then let me ask, how many people are there in our settlement?" Li Yunpeng asked. The little fat man thought for a moment and said, "That's easy. There are 23,000 people in our settlement, and we only have one lollipop." Li Yunpeng was shocked. "How could there be so many people?" He said, "How is that possible? I think there are only a few thousand people here. How could there be so many?" The little fat man said, "I really doubt whether there is something wrong with your brain. Don't the people who go out to search for supplies count? You can't just count the logistics personnel who stay behind. 2 lollipops. Fuck, there are thousands of people left behind in the logistics department." Li Yunpeng concealed his surprise and pretended to be calm. "Okay, what is our relationship with worry-free country?" The little fat man said, "That's not a problem for me. Worry-free Heavenly Kingdom often comes to our place to deliver some supplies, and they also give some places to enter worry-free Heavenly Kingdom, 3 lollipops." As expected, Wuyo country was generous to the outside world, which made them mistakenly believe that Wuyo country had sufficient supplies, and made these people believe in the paradise-like life on earth promoted by Wuyo country. "Then why didn't you go?" Li Yunpeng asked. The little fat man said proudly, "Oh, I reserved a spot a long time ago. If worry-free country only accepts people over 18 years old, I would be lying in the palace of worry-free country eating pork elbows and 4 lollipops now." Li Yunpeng sneered in his heart. "Thank goodness you're young. Otherwise you'd be crying in worry-free country right now, hugging your elbows and not even knowing how to cry." Chapter 62, Settlement Leader. "Who is the leader here?" Li Yunpeng asked. The little fat boy scoffed. "You're new here, right? Of course he's my dad. 5 lollipops. What kind of questions are you asking? Can you really give me lollipops?" Well, the son of a settlement leader was also blown out. Li Yunpeng continued, "Remember this, lollipop. Can you take me to meet your father? My dad took the moms out hunting. 6 lollipops." The little fat boy said weakly without any interest. "Mothers? So they're building a harem?" Li Yunpeng saw that the people in the settlement lived freely, with no signs of coercion or intimidation. Perhaps it was just a woman who had compromised for a better life and offered herself to him. Such people were everywhere in the apocalypse. After asking all the necessary questions, Li Yunpeng sent the fat boy away. After the fat boy threatened him repeatedly, Li Yunpeng repeatedly promised to return the lollipops he owed him, and then he left satisfied. Li Yunpeng felt very tired. The people here were not normal. Even the children were very cunning. "I was the commander of the base, but I was threatened by a fat boy for a long time." The guards asked, "Commander, should we wait any longer?" Li Yunpeng thought for a moment and said, "We'll leave if the leader doesn't come back by 4 in the afternoon." He looked around. There wasn't even a proper place to sleep in this damn place. Was he supposed to just lie on the floor? It was all steel. It would be freezing cold, and it was hanging high in the air. The wind would definitely be strong at night. It was okay in the middle of summer, but in winter, this place wouldn't be a safe haven. When the night wind blew, it was 360 degrees of freezing cold. We waited until 4 o'clock, but the leader of the settlement still didn't come back. "Let's go. We'll talk about this place later." Li Yunpeng waved to his guards and prepared to leave. But when he looked down, he saw a graceful and elegant fat man, surrounded by 4 or 5 beautiful women, all of whom were heavily made up and looked enchanting and charming. But in Li Yunpeng's eyes, she was no different from an ordinary woman. He was surrounded by top beauties, so naturally he looked down on such a woman. Now that the leader of the settlement has returned, Li Yunpeng plans to meet with him. When the fat man had struggled to reach the 10th floor, Li Yunpeng stepped forward and said, "My name is Li Yunpeng. May I ask your name?" Li Yunpeng was not afraid of being exposed. With his skills, if something unexpected happened, capturing the fat man would be a piece of cake. The fat man was stunned and said, "My name is Wu Bin, Commander Li. Let's talk in the room." Li Yunpeng was shocked and almost pulled out his gun, but when he saw that Wu Bin did not move, he stopped the urge to pull out the gun and muttered to himself, "How does he know me?" When they arrived at the office where they had registered before, Wu Bin drove the old man out, leaving only him and Li Yunpeng in the room. "Please sit down," Wu Bin said, pointing to the chair. Li Yunpeng didn't hesitate. Since he knew about it, he said openly, "Chief Wu seems to know me very well." "Ha ha ha ha. Commander Li's name is well known around here. Wuyo country has long spread your deeds widely," Wu Bin said. "Oh, I wonder how the people of Wuyo country framed me," Li Yunpeng asked. "It's nothing, actually. When we're in your and my position, no one can tell whether some things are true or false," Wu Bin said. "Since Chief Wu is a wise man, you should know what kind of people the worry-free country is." Wu Bin said, "I won't make any rash judgments about the worry-free country, just like the rumors circulating outside about how evil Commander Li is. I won't easily believe them either. It's the same principle." Seeing that his grandson was keeping his mouth shut, Li Yunpeng asked directly, "Then in whose hands do you intend to entrust the lives of over 20,000 of your men? After all, your place may look safe, but it's not suitable for a long-term presence. Sooner or later, you'll have to surrender to another faction." Wu Bin forced a smile on his fat face. "Don't worry about that, Commander Li. I have my own plans." Chapter 63, Let's go into the cave. Li Yunpeng narrowed his eyes and stared at him for a while. Wu Bin kept a harmless smile. "Okay, I won't disturb Boss Wu's fun. If I continue to take up your time, the beauties will be dissatisfied," Li Yunpeng said suddenly. Wu Bin also stood up and said, "Commander Li, you're too polite. I'll visit you again when I have the chance." After saying this, he made a gesture to see the guest off. Li Yunpeng bowed, turned and left the office, and told his guards to leave and return to the base. Wu Bin stood at the door and watched Li Yunpeng leave, his eyes sparkling, not knowing what he was thinking. Li Yunpeng cursed in his heart. This grandson didn't even ask someone to take me down. "MP, I'm lost again." He asked for a long time before a middle-aged man was willing to take him down. He looked at the towering steel towers and sighed. "Puffed, this damn place. I'll definitely tear it down when I come back." The journey after that was surprisingly smooth. Li Yunpeng and others hurried towards the base. It was almost evening, and there happened to be a cave by the stream. Li Yunpeng planned to rest here for a night before continuing. It was really unsafe in the dark. As soon as he arrived at the cave entrance, Li Yunpeng found something strange. There were some shallow footprints on the ground with clear lines, which showed that they had been left not long ago. He quickly greeted the guards, and everyone immediately stood guard with guns. "Who's inside? Come out quickly, or I'll set fire to the cave," Li Yunpeng shouted loudly. Dang! There was a crisp sound of a metal vessel falling to the ground, followed by a burst of hurried footsteps. "Brother Peng? Brother Peng, is it really you?" The voice was hoarse and crying, but Li Yunpeng had already recognized it. It was actually Wang Shiyan. A graceful figure flew out of the cave entrance, without any scruples, and threw herself directly into his arms, crying loudly, "Wow, Brother Peng, I thought. Li Yunpeng tried to comfort Wang Shiyan for a while before she finally stopped crying. "Why are you here?" Wang Shiyan said. "The guards said you were attacked and being hunted by thousands of worry-free soldiers. I was worried, so I came out to look for you." Li Yunpeng felt warm in his heart. No one but him could mobilize the guards. Wang Shiyan actually dared to come out to find him without the protection of the army. "Then you can't run out alone. It's too dangerous." Wang Shiyan wiped away her tears and said, "I'm not alone. Detzi, Dean Xia, and Huafinger are all here." Oh, Li Yunpeng was a little surprised. What the hell is this combination? As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people walked out of the cave. It was indeed them. "Nonsense, what are you doing out here? What if we run into the worry-free army?" Lu Zide said. "Brother Peng, you are in danger. How can we just sit back and do nothing?" Li Yunpeng turned around and asked Xiao Mingdai, "What are you, a doctor, doing here? I heard about the brutality of the war. I'm afraid you might be injured, so it would be better to get treatment nearby." Xiao Mingdai said. Li Yunpeng looked at Huafinger again. "What about you?" Huafinger raised her head proudly. "If it weren't for my Fire Phoenix team escorting them, do you think they could survive in the wild?" "Well, they all make sense anyway." Li Yunpeng was moved. These people he had helped before stepped forward in times of crisis. Although they were weak, Their attitude was very firm. Li Yunpeng didn't say thank you. He wasn't good at expressing his feelings to his close friends. He waved his hand and said, "Let's go into the cave." Everyone. Chapter 64. Reunion. The guards were deployed all around. Li Yunpeng and others went into the cave to prepare dinner. Lu Zide and others had been out for several days and were not clear about the current situation of the base. Anyway, they could go back tomorrow, so Li Yunpeng was not in a hurry. After dinner, Li Yunpeng went out to check the sentry post. Wang Shiyin and others had been running around for days and could no longer bear the dirt on their bodies. They happened to come to the stream and made an appointment to take a bath together. Li Yunpeng staggered to the stream and heard the sound of water ahead. He immediately crept over. The night was cool, and there was a thin layer of mist by the stream. Adding to the distance, he couldn't see clearly. Someone taking a bath? Could it be Wang Shiyin? Should I take a peek? After struggling in his mind for 0.0001 seconds, Li Yunpeng decided to just take a look from a distance, just a glance, and then he moved closer. What the hell? Washing with clothes on. Li Yunpeng was speechless. There was not only Wang Shiyin in the stream, but also two other girls. They were playing and splashing crystal water, and the water mist was colorful, just like fairies. Although she was showering with her clothes on, the wet clothes stuck to her body, which made her look even more graceful. Li Yunpeng was so thirsty that his mouth was dry. Wang Shiyin inadvertently glanced at his position and winked playfully. Have I been discovered? Li Yunpeng's face turned red, and he left quickly. When Wang Shiyin and others came back, Li Yunpeng was holding a piece of dogtail grass in his mouth, looking at the top of the cave as if nothing had happened. Huofeng came over and said playfully, "Oh, the stream is so cool, and the scenery is beautiful. Commander, did you see it?" Li Yunpeng pretended to be dumb and said, "Oh, what's so beautiful about the deep mountains and old forests? I've been looking at this cave. It feels like an ancient cave with a quiet and peaceful atmosphere." Hee. Commander, there are no fairies in the cave. I saw fairies by the stream. Xia Mengdai said with a soft and charming laugh. How is that possible? I am an atheist and don't believe what you said. What are you doing by the stream so late at night? Li Yunpeng said. Wang Shiyin came over last, pouting and saying, "Stop teasing Brother Peng. I'll be mad if you keep bullying him." Li Yunpeng was touched and felt that the poem was very considerate. Wang Shiyin blushed and leaned over to Li Yunpeng's ear and whispered, "Brother Peng, I forgot my belt by the stream. Can you go get it for me?" "Okay, wait for me to get it." As soon as he walked out of the cave, Li Yunpeng felt something was wrong. He turned his head and looked back. The three women were covering their mouths to hold back their laughter, and Lu Zide looked at him with contempt. Damn it, I got fooled by that girl Wang Shiyin. There were naturally no belts by the stream, so Li Yunpeng walked back to the cave with a red face. Huofeng smiled and said, "Commander, where is Shiyin's belt?" Li Yunpeng said stiffly, "How should I know?" Ha 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 ha. Everyone burst into laughter. Li Yunpeng felt sad. Oh, my commanding majesty. He felt helpless and could only keep a straight face to prevent people from making fun of him. After a tiring day, everyone fell asleep quickly. Before dawn the next day, Li Yunpeng woke up. With his eyes slightly open, he saw Wang Shiyin tiptoeing towards him, lying down beside him, resting her hands on her head, and looking at him with burning eyes. Li Yunpeng felt amused and closed his eyes and pretended to turn over, then suddenly opened his eyes wide. Wang Shiyin was watching intently and was so frightened by the sudden change that she almost screamed. Fortunately, she covered her mouth in time, and her face turned red immediately. Then he glared at Li Yunpeng in a reproachful manner and whispered, "Brother Peng, you scared me to death." After laughing, Li Yunpeng took her hand and whispered, "I must have saved the universe in my previous life, so I can meet you in this life." Wang Shiyin blushed even more when she heard his sweet talk and murmured softly, "Meeting Brother Peng is the luckiest thing that ever happened to me." The two of them were in love, and the atmosphere was already set here. Li Yunpeng looked at her tender and tempting lips and felt an irrepressible throbbing in his heart, and then slowly approached. Just as their lips were about to touch, fierce gunshots suddenly rang out outside. The people in the cave were startled. Li Yunpeng didn't care about being gentle at all. He stood up instantly, as if 100,000 alpacas were running through his heart. "I fucked XX. You stay here, I'll go take a look." Li Yunpeng drew his pistol and walked towards the cave entrance angrily. "Even if he is the king today, I will pull out a few lashes from his beard." Li Yunpeng was furious when his good deeds were interrupted. The gunshots were not far away, but were blocked by the dense forest. No light or shadow could be seen. But from the sound of the M16 automatic rifle, it should be a guard soldier. Li Yunpeng was overjoyed and ordered the guards around him to hide their bodies. The other chaotic gunshots were most likely from the Wuyo army. Li Yunpeng didn't dare to make a sound. The guard's army and the Wuyo army were fighting fiercely. If he was exposed and captured, he would end up making things worse. The gunshots were getting closer and closer, and gradually muzzle sparks could be seen. Soon, a group of panicked figures were seen, fighting and retreating, with people being shot and falling to the ground from time to time. These people were wearing mixed clothes and carrying a variety of guns. They were fleeing in a panic and naturally did not pay attention to the hidden cave. Li Yunpeng saw that it was a good opportunity to give them a good beating when they were down. Hit me. Bang, 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 bang. The Wuyo army was suddenly ambushed and caught off guard. They immediately lost dozens of people and quickly turned to flee. Li Yunpeng did not pursue them. After a while, a group of familiar figures appeared in his sight. They were indeed the soldiers of the guard army. Li Bai was leading his team to chase the Wuyo army squad when he suddenly heard a familiar gunshot. He waved his hand, and the soldiers immediately stopped. Who is leading the team in front? Li Yunpeng shouted. Is that you, Commander? Li Bai asked. Li Yunpeng slowly walked out of the cave and said, It's me. Li Bai was overjoyed and a group of soldiers gathered around him. Commander, I finally found you. Li Bai said excitedly. Li Yunpeng also breathed a sigh of relief. I'm back, Wuyo army. Wash your neck and wait. Chapter 65. Attacking Wuyo country. Li Yunpeng had been wandering outside for many days, feeling very nervous. Finally, he returned to the base and his tense nerves were immediately relaxed. He called Li Yi and Li Er over to ask what had happened at the base during his absence. Li Yi said, Commander, ever since you were attacked, we've been organizing our soldiers to search for you every day. The worry-free army is also active nearby. My orders are to rescue you, Commander, as the first priority, and to destroy the worry-free army as the second. Therefore, we've engaged in dozens of battles with the worry-free army over the past few days. Well, what are the results of the battle? Li Yunpeng asked. Li Yi continued. Our casualty ratio with the Wuyo army is roughly 1:11. This is mainly because they have too many people. Otherwise, the casualty ratio would be even lower. Li Yunpeng was quite satisfied with the result. There is always death in war. Is there any unusual movement among the civilians in the base? Li Yunpeng asked. Li Yi's face was solemn as he said, Since the day after you disappeared, rumors have been spreading throughout the base. Some people have been spreading the word about the comfortable living conditions in worry-free Heavenly Kingdom. Many newcomers to the base have been tempted and have joined worry-free Heavenly Kingdom. Li Yunpeng was shocked and quickly checked the system panel. Normally, the base population should have reached 8,000 or 9,000 by now, but now it has dropped back to more than 6,000. Humph, you're such a thief. Li Yunpeng didn't care much about it. After conquering Wuyo Kingdom, no matter how many people escaped, they would eventually be his. But when they came back, their identities would have changed, and they would have to go to a labor camp. He was also envious of the 20,000 people in the Steel Tower settlement, but this kind of thing could not be rushed. He could certainly use force to force them to join, but he was afraid of sowing the seeds of disaster. Let's wait for another opportunity and destroy Wuyo Kingdom first. Li Yunpeng stopped daydreaming, replenished the lost soldiers, and asked Li Yi to pass a message to the soldiers lurking in Wuyo country. At 2 o'clock in the morning 3 days later, he would lead his troops to launch an attack outside at the same time while carrying out sabotage and chaos activities inside Wuyo country. Li Yi took the order and left. The next day, soldiers patrolling nearby reported that the Wuyo army, which often appeared near the base, had disappeared. Li Yunpeng was not surprised. It was probably because Huang Long learned that he had returned to the base and knew that the assassination plan had failed. He was afraid of his revenge and called back all the soldiers outside. The area around the base was finally much quieter, and Li Yunpeng began to study the plan to attack Wuyo country with a map. Wuyo Kingdom is surrounded by cliffs and has only one narrow entrance. It has long been built like an iron barrel by Huang Long, with various concrete structures fortifications lined up one after another. Even though Li Yunpeng has powerful firepower, it is not easy to break through the defense. He planned to send a small force to conduct a test attack first to see how strong the defense of the entrance was before making any plans. That afternoon, 10 off-road vehicles carrying 2 teams of soldiers and 2 machine guns set off. Li Yunpeng followed with 300 guards, this time just to test the situation. If the defense was weak, he could take advantage of the situation to attack. The front team quickly arrived at the designated location. Li Yunpeng found a hillside with a wide view and observed with a telescope. The entrance to Wuyo Kingdom is now heavily guarded, with thick concrete walls riddled with shooting holes. The densely packed battlements on top of the city wall serve as cover. Li Yunpeng sighed. saying that without 100 times the firepower, it would be impossible to get in. Fortunately, the gate was made of wood, and the only hope was to attack it from the front. If you want to attack the gate, you will be hit by fire from hundreds of firing holes at the same time. Chapter 66 Loss of Will. The two teams of soldiers responsible for the test attack followed the rock wall close to the city wall and sneaked all the way to 200 meters away from the city wall before stopping. There was an open area ahead, and they would be exposed if they went out. The team leader ordered the soldiers to find cover, aim at the target, and wait for the machine guns to be in place and fire at the same time. Two off-road vehicles with two machine guns mounted on them stopped 300 meters away. Seeing that the machine gun was in place, the squad leader fired first, and the other soldiers fired at their respective targets almost at the same time. Bang, bang, bang. Da-da-da-da. Rifle and fierce machine gun fire swept in at the same time. The Wuyou army on the city wall was hit by the sudden rain of bullets and fell to the ground one after another. The gunshots immediately woke up the enemy. Wyujin, who reacted suddenly, was so frightened that he quickly lay on the ground without daring to raise his head. The machine gun lost its target and stopped, and the soldiers began to attack. Whenever an enemy shows up, the machine gun will open fire without hesitation. Angry curses from officers were heard from the enemy position, and then some Wuyou army soldiers reluctantly stretched out their guns and fired indiscriminately. These people were so frightened by the guards that they didn't even dare to show their heads and aim, so naturally their accuracy was not very good. However, as the number of shooters increased, they gradually built up firepower. The bullets hit the guards, stirring up a cloud of dust. The soldiers charged forward fearlessly under a hail of bullets. After the initial panic, the brave men in the Wuyou army began to show their heads and aim and shoot. With someone taking the lead, more and more people began to join the battle. Some of the guard soldiers were shot immediately. Although most of the Wuyou army's guns were single shot, they were outnumbered. Thousands of guns fired at the same time, and their firepower was even more ferocious than that of the guard army. The machine gun fire of the guard army could not cover the firing holes scattered everywhere. It was like playing whack-a-mole. The Wuyou army soldiers retreated to places where they were strafed by machine guns, and then emerged again after the firepower was shifted. Seeing that there was an open area in front of them and no shelter at all, the team leader knew that going forward would be a waste of life, so he decisively ordered a retreat. The soldiers dragged their injured comrades back to the shelter quickly. When the Wuyou army saw the enemy being repelled, they blew a whistle and sent hundreds of people out of the city to pursue them. Li Yunpeng was overjoyed. He didn't expect that these bastards would dare to leave the city. He ordered the soldiers to hide and ambush nearby. The 300 soldiers were divided into two teams, hiding behind the rocks on the roadside, waiting quietly. When the retreating team passed the ambush site, they were followed by the Wuyou army. Seeing that the time was ripe, Li Yunpeng suddenly jumped up and roared, "Beat!" Then he raised his rifle and fired fiercely at the pursuers. 300 rifles and 2 machine guns fired at the same time. The pursuers felt a chill in their hearts. So many people. It's over. Groups of Wuyou army soldiers fell in pools of blood. Other soldiers ran around in panic, and the wounded soldiers on the ground wailed everywhere. The Wuyou army soldiers were terrified and turned around to run back. But how could their legs be faster than bullets? Under the fierce firepower, in a short while, hundreds of people were shot and fell to the ground. Li Yunpeng felt happy, as he could get some interest back this time. Of the more than 300 Wuyou army pursuers who were shot, at least half did not die immediately. Heart-wrenching screams echoed throughout the valley. The city walls were now densely packed with Wuyou soldiers, all of whom were urgently transferred from the direction of Wuyou City. But no one dared to go out of the city to rescue the wounded. Li Yunpeng was not in a hurry and ordered the soldiers to shoot as soon as they saw the wounded standing up or crawling back. After killing more than 10 wounded soldiers in succession, the Wuyou army lying on the ground summed up a pattern and no longer dared to move. They just lay on the ground screaming, and their blood soaked a large area of land red. Li Yunpeng's move was intended to undermine the fighting will of the Wuyou army in the city. Li Yi used a loudspeaker to shout at the other side, "If you can't even save your own comrades, what kind of soldiers are you? They are bleeding to death, and we are watching here. Do you care about the lives of your comrades?" The Wuyou soldiers on the city wall were all silent. Seeing their comrades lying in a pool of blood outside the city made them feel as if they could see themselves lying on the battlefield and groaning helplessly in the future. A depressed atmosphere permeated the entire team. Huang Long had already packed up and was ready to go to the front line to supervise the battle, but after hearing his subordinates report the situation outside, he turned around and went back to the imperial palace. Anyone facing such a situation would be faced with a dilemma. He only regretted that he failed to ambush Li Yunpeng last time. But there is no medicine for regret in the world. Since you failed to kill Li Yunpeng with one blow, you must be prepared to bear his anger. Chapter 67 Women's Camp. Li Yunpeng sat on the hillside and listened to the screams of the wounded soldiers of Wuyou Kingdom for an entire afternoon. As it was getting dark, the morale of the Wuyou army was exhausted, and most people's confidence in Wuyou Kingdom began to waver. These were all things that Huang Long had to worry about. Li Yunpeng did not kill the wounded. He wanted the people of Wuyou country to rescue the wounded. This was a big test for Wuyou country's logistics and medical care. If they rescued them, it would consume a lot of their medical resources. If they did not rescue them, there would be no soldiers willing to fight to the death in the future. Li Yunpeng smiled evilly and ordered his troops to retreat, allowing the Wuyou army's dissatisfaction with Huang Long to ferment a little more. Then the attack would be more effective. Compared to Li Yunpeng, who returned to the base with ease, Huang Long was sitting on the handmade dragon throne and worrying secretly. There were 4 people sitting in 2 rows below. They were his 4 most famous generals: Tang Lei, Huang Lang, Tao Wei, and Zheng Liang. Zheng Liang, didn't you say Li Yunpeng only had a little over 100 soldiers? Huang Long looked at Zheng Liang with a gloomy expression. How come there are suddenly so many more? Zheng Liang's eyelids jumped, and he said, I followed Brother Hu to his territory, and indeed I only saw a little over 100 soldiers. Huang Long couldn't help but feel heartbroken when Huang Hu was mentioned. He was his biological brother and his only relative. He said in a deep voice, more than 100 people? There are already more than 300 fully armed guards stationed in my brother Huang Hu's granary, and the number of soldiers in Li Yunpeng's base must be even greater. Zheng Liang said with sweat on his forehead. Maybe Li Yunpeng recruited someone new after he realized that he had provoked the king? Bullshit. Look at the hundreds of corpses of our brothers outside the canyon. Huang Long was furious. He still dared to quibble at this point? How could a new recruit have such strong combat capabilities? Zheng Liang didn't dare to say anything. Huang Long continued. If it weren't for the fact that you protected my brother Huang Hu, I would have killed you for lying about military intelligence. Zheng Liang's face turned pale with fright. He had escaped from Li Yunpeng that day and ran for several kilometers carrying the injured Huang Hu on his back. In the end, Huang Hu was unfortunately shot and killed. Before he died, he ordered him to stay alive and tell Huang Long the truth about Li Yunpeng's situation. In order to warn Huang Long, he had no choice but to let Huang Hu go, and he came back alive after a near-death experience. Huang Long promoted him to the position of one of the 4 Vajras because of his loyalty and meritorious service. If this matter were to be exposed, he would be shattered to pieces. Huang Long tapped the armrests rhythmically, and after a moment's thought, he said, Tang Lei, take the women's battalion to the front lines and give the brothers some time to relax. We must raise their morale. Also, that plan was implemented ahead of schedule. When Tang Lei heard this, he immediately showed a wicked and cruel smile. They loved this kind of extravagant party the most. It didn't matter what the quality of the women was. The key was that the number was too exciting. All right, Lord, don't worry. I promise to make those guys have a blast and give them 100% of their strength after tonight. Zheng Liang scoffed inwardly. After tonight, there's no point in fighting anymore. We'll all be weaklings by then. Huang Long nodded. His whole body was hot after hearing what Tang Lei said. He hurriedly sent a few people away and turned to come to the big room behind the conference hall. More than a dozen beautiful women were kept in it by him. Soon, an indescribable beautiful scene was played out in the room, and the obscene music was endless. Li Yunpeng was sitting in the conference room. Except for Li Qi, who was guarding the granary, all the other small and medium-sized team leaders were gathered together. Everyone tell me. We're going to launch an attack at dawn 3 days from now. Do you have any good strategies for defeating the enemy? Immediately, a team leader stood up and said, Don't worry, Commander. I will lead a team to directly attack the gate, and will definitely get the yellow dragon dog head for you. Li Yunpeng glanced at him and felt a little headache. Your small team is not enough to fill their teeth. But in order to boost morale, he hesitated to say, Very good, sit down first. Do you have a better strategy? Li Yi hesitated for a moment, then stood up and said, Commander, I think we should send 2 small teams of soldiers to climb the cliffs on both sides of the checkpoint. Then, they should use ropes to pull up a large number of grenades. When we attack, the grenades from both sides will rain down like rain, which will definitely blow up the enemy. Well, very good. Li Yunpeng praised. This squadron leader is more reliable than the squad leader. Chapter 68 Furious Li Yunpeng. Next, the team leaders proposed some unreliable strategies, such as digging holes in the mountains and charging forward at the risk of their lives, but they were all rejected by Li Yunpeng. Li Yi stood up and said, "Commander, we can fill a truck with gasoline, weld a steel plate on the front, and send a soldier to the city to detonate it. We will definitely be able to blow open the gate." Li Yunpeng thought that although it was a bit cruel to sacrifice a soldier, it was still a good idea. He could try it in case the attack was blocked. The plan was basically finalized. Li Yunpeng asked someone to call Li Qi back. The battle was imminent, so only 3 teams would be left to guard the granary, and the rest of the people would be assembled. Then they were assigned their respective tasks, and the soldiers left. Li Qi received the notice and led his troops to the base in less than 2 hours. The people in the base also felt the solemnity before the war. The soldiers who used to perform their duties were all gathered in the base today and busy themselves. The logistics team was busy checking vehicles, welding armor, and moving war supplies. Li Yunpeng squandered all the more than 600,000 points he had accumulated over a long period of time and exchanged them for 100,000 rounds of bullets and dozens of boxes of grenades. Together with the daily reserve of munitions, it is enough to fight this battle. The entire base was busy, but Li Yunpeng had some free time. He walked out of the administrative district meeting hall and saw that the light was on in Wang Shiyan's room. Thinking of the erotic scene that was interrupted in the cave before, he turned around and walked towards her house. Li Yunpeng stood at the door and knocked. "Who is it?" Wang Shiyan's voice came from the room. "Me," Li Yunpeng replied. "Oh, Brother Peng, wait a moment." Then there was a flurry of noise in the room, as if something had been knocked over. "Shiyan, are you okay?" Li Yunpeng asked with concern. Squeak. The door was opened, and Wang Shiyan was wearing a white t-shirt and beige hot pants. Her hair was wet, and her skin was white and crystal clear, as smooth as a baby's. It was obvious that she had just taken a shower. A faint fragrance wafted into Li Yunpeng's nose, and Li Yunpeng swallowed his saliva involuntarily. Wang Shiyan noticed his subtle movements, and her pretty face immediately turned red. "Brother Peng, please come in," Wang Shiyan said as he moved aside. Seeing that he didn't move, Wang Shiyan reminded him softly, "Brother Peng?" "Ahem, Shiyan, you are so beautiful that I was stunned for a moment." Wang Shiyan felt sweet inside when he praised her. She glared at him coquettishly and said, "Why is your mouth as sweet as honey today?" "What I said is what's in my heart," Li Yunpeng said with a smile. "Eat, then I'll take it seriously." "Brother Peng, have you eaten?" Wang Shiyan said happily. After Wang Shiyan said that, he remembered that he had been so busy that he hadn't eaten yet. "Hey, I was thinking about you so much that I forgot to eat." "You big liar. I saw you holding a military meeting, and you still said you were thinking about me." Wang Shiyan ruthlessly exposed his lies. Li Yunpeng's face flushed. "Ahem, I was thinking about you during the meeting." Wang Shiyan didn't argue anymore and said, "Then wait a moment, I'll go cook noodles." Li Yunpeng ate a big bowl of egg noodles. He had to say that Wang Shiyan's cooking skills were good. This simple bowl of noodles tasted fresh, fragrant, and rich, leaving a long-lasting aftertaste. After dinner, Wang Shiyan went to wash the dishes. Li Yunpeng turned around and looked at her graceful figure busy in the kitchen. He suddenly felt warm and cozy in his heart. He stood up quietly, walked to the kitchen door, and watched quietly. "Oh, Brother Peng, you scared me." Wang Shiyan was busy for a while, and suddenly saw Li Yunpeng standing at the door. His whole body was shocked, and the bowl in his hand almost fell to the ground. Li Yunpeng didn't say anything, just looked at her quietly. What are you looking at?" Wang Shiyan asked shyly, avoiding her gaze. "It's up to you." Li Yunpeng spoke bluntly. Wang Shiyan felt as if his face was burning, his hands were tangled together helplessly, and his heart seemed to be running wildly like a deer. Da-da-da-da, bang. Bang. The gunshots and explosions suddenly woke Li Yunpeng up, and the ambiguous atmosphere was instantly torn apart. His breathing hitched, and his anger suddenly flared up. "Ah, damn it, no matter who it is, I'm going to chop him alive today." He wanted to kill someone at this moment, but he was always interrupted at the critical moment, which was really unbearable. Under Wang Shiyan's worried gaze, Li Yunpeng walked out aggressively. Chapter 69, Evolved Zombies Gathered Together. When Li Yunpeng walked out, he saw many soldiers in a chaotic mess, rushing left and right. He grabbed a squad leader and asked, "What are you panicking about? What's going on?" "Report to the commander. A large number of evolved zombies are attacking the base," the team leader replied quickly. Li Yunpeng was unable to react for a moment. A large number? Evolved zombies? How is that possible? He hurried to the outer wall, and the soldiers in the barracks also ran towards the outer wall. There was a lot of gunfire and full firepower. Li Yunpeng came to Li Yi and asked, "What's going on?" Li Yi saw that it was the commander and stood at attention and said, "Report to the commander. Many evolved zombies have suddenly appeared from nowhere, leading a large number of zombies." "Suddenly appeared? Where is the watchtower outside the base?" Li Yunpeng asked. They were probably ambushed by agile zombies and were wiped out before they could even get a warning. Li Yi replied. Li Yunpeng's face was solemn. This was not the first time this happened. Last time, there were 6 groups of zombies attacking the city. Today, so many evolved zombies were attacking with a large army. If you say it was a coincidence, he would never believe it. It must be the work of Huang Long, that bastard. He looked around and saw 5 3-meter-tall power zombies. He didn't know how many agile zombies there were, hiding in the crowd of zombies and completely invisible. The dense tide of zombies merged into a torrent, fearlessly attacking the base's fire blockade line. All the armed forces in the base went up to the city wall, and the Fire Phoenix squad, Resigned and others also came to Li Yunpeng. Li Yunpeng didn't care how much help these people could provide at this moment. Can they shoot? No, but I will learn, Horfeng'er said, and Resigned nodded. Li Yunpeng threw 2 rifles to the 2 men and said, "Fight to the death." There was a fearless look in everyone's eyes. All the civilians in the base were mobilized to frantically transport ammunition and supplies to the front line. Li Yunpeng calculated that there were currently 908 soldiers and 3 squadron leaders inside the base. He called all the squadron leaders together and said, "Li Qi, Li Yi, and Li Er, each of you will be responsible for a direction. You must defend the base to the death. If necessary, organize a death squad to kill the evolved zombies. Yes, as long as the people are in the city, they will be there." 3 strong men signed a military order. The zombies are still more than 100 meters away from the city wall. The firepower of the base is much better than before. There are at least 8 machine gun positions on each city wall, and bullets are fired like crazy. The power zombies have begun to throw ordinary zombies towards the base, but the distance is not enough, so they can only be thrown to the foot of the city. Hit them hard, and don't let the evolved zombies get within 100 meters. Li Yunpeng shouted loudly, because once they enter the 100-meter range, the power-type zombies can throw their companions into the base. Under the attack from both inside and outside, there is no possibility of holding the base. Li Yunpeng glanced at the system panel. Points were growing rapidly, but the consumption was also huge. He exchanged all his points for weapons and ammunition, which piled up like a mountain in front of the arsenal gate. The mobilized civilians carried the ammunition on their shoulders and in their hands to transport it to the front line. Although the firepower was fierce, the power-type zombies threw zombies forward one after another, and the defense line quickly broke through 100 meters. "Commander, please leave quickly. There is a boat on the shore. I will let Li Bai take you away." Li Qi knew how powerful the evolved zombies were, so he quickly persuaded Li Yunpeng to leave. If it were at the beginning of the development, Li Yunpeng might really take some soldiers and leave first when he encountered this situation. After all, as long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. However, it has not been easy for the base to develop to this day, and there are many familiar and touching faces living here. How could he just abandon everything like this? As soon as he leaves, people's confidence will probably collapse instantly, and without logistical support, the guards will be wiped out in no time. Stop talking nonsense. Either we kill the zombies today, or we all die here. Li Yunpeng roared like a madman. Seeing the commander's resolute attitude, Li Qi gritted his teeth and shouted, "Free up 2 machine guns and use them exclusively to attack the power-type zombies." Chapter 70, I'll protect you. Zombies were constantly thrown into the city. Li Yunpeng equipped the security team directly under Zhang Tao with pistols. This person was given the task at an emergency, and all the ordinary zombies were left to them to deal with. The security team's daily training subjects include the use and maintenance of pistols. Although this is the first time in actual combat, the structure and use of the pistol are already familiar to them. Although they were a little awkward as it was their first time participating in a battle, they quickly adapted to the life and death crisis and worked in groups to kill the zombies thrown in one after another. But the good times didn't last long. Suddenly, a ghostly figure was thrown in among the ordinary zombies and rushed into the security team. Li Yunpeng's pupils shrank. It was an agile evolved zombie. The security team was unable to deal with this monster at all. In an instant, more than a dozen people were torn to pieces, and the broken bodies were scattered on the ground. The remaining security team members were scared and fled in all directions. "Li Yi, arrange someone to kill that evolved zombie," Li Yunpeng said. Immediately, a team was called out. They stood back to back in a circle, leaving no chance for the agile zombies to take advantage. This ghost thing was quite smart. Seeing that there was no chance, it ran into the base. However, what it didn't expect was that there was a machine gun bunker under the outer wall of the administrative district. The soldiers inside captured its trajectory and opened fire decisively. The agile zombie had its calf broken by the machine gun bullet. Its body tilted and it fell to the ground. The team of soldiers following closely behind it would not miss such an opportunity. 30 rifles fired at the same time, and it was instantly smashed to pieces. When Li Yunpeng saw the sharp increase of 100,000 points, he knew that the evolved zombies inside had been eliminated, but the situation was still not optimistic, and more evolved zombies were still outside the city. Xia Mingdai was looking for Li Yunpeng when the battle started. After turning around, she finally found him and ran a few steps to his side. Li Yunpeng saw her and asked, "Why are you here?" Xia Mingdai's charming face showed a nervous expression. "I'll help." Li Yunpeng thought to himself, "By the time I need your help, everyone will be dead." He said, "Stop making trouble. Go down quickly. Help me take care of Wang Shiyan, and don't come out without my order." Xia Mingdai looked stubborn as she grabbed a spare rifle and started shooting at the zombies. The rhythmic vibration of the rifle caused her delicate body to tremble. Li Yunpeng's eyes were fixed on the surging waves in front of her. He quickly shook his head to look in the direction of Xia Mingdai's shooting and was surprised. This woman's aim was extremely good. Within a distance of 100 meters, almost every shot hit the head. It would be good to have more fighting power. Li Yunpeng did not say anything more, but Huafeng's marksmanship was so touching that Li Yunpeng could only order her to help Wang Shiyan coordinate logistics supplies and provide protection. Huafeng didn't want to go at first, but the battle situation was critical, so she had to obey the commander's order and lead the team to retreat and head straight to the logistics department. At this time, zombies had surrounded the base, and even the wall facing the river was full of zombies. Li Yunpeng had to lead several teams of soldiers to guard it personally, and Xia Mingdai naturally followed him closely. With his retreat cut off, Li Yunpeng couldn't leave even if he wanted to. He could only fight hard to have a chance of survival. Fortunately, there were no power-type zombies on this side, so the pressure was not very great. Just when the base's firepower was in a stalemate with the zombie army, the city wall next to Li Yunpeng was suddenly hit by bullets from the opposite side. He quickly squatted down, and a soldier next to him had already been shot. Who is it? The entire base was filled with the smell of gunpowder, and the sound of gunfire was so deafening that he couldn't even spot the person who fired the shot. Chapter 71: Living with Zombies. Li Yunpeng looked up and saw some sand-dredging boats floating on the river. The boats were full of people, shooting at the base with guns. Damn, people from the Wuyo army. Li Yunpeng was shocked. If it was a coincidence that they appeared here at this time, Li Yunpeng would never believe it. He finally confirmed his guess that the last and this tide of zombies must have been caused by them. The first time was a test, and this time was a fatal blow. Unexpectedly, just when he was planning to attack Wuyo Kingdom, the other party took the initiative. There are zombies in front of him and mortal enemies behind him. He suddenly felt despair in his heart. The appearance of the worry-free army seriously affected the firepower rhythm of the base. At this moment, the guard army and the zombie tide were like a balance, and the worry-free army was the last straw that made the balance tip to one side. The side that was originally thought to be the safest has now become the most dangerous. If you fight the zombies, you will have to withstand the firepower of the Wuyo army. If you fight the Wuyo army, the zombies will lose their suppression and will be forced to the city wall. Hiding under the city is not a solution. With the help of Wuyo army's firepower, the zombies will soon get close to the outer wall. Once this place is lost and zombies flood into the base, the other three walls will become isolated islands. Li Yunpeng gritted his teeth and decisively ordered the soldiers to throw all the grenades out of the wall to buy some time. The outer wall could not be defended. The 2-meter-high outer wall had limited effect against the swarm of zombies. Hurry up and pass the order. Everyone retreat to the middle wall. Li Yunpeng gave orders to the team leader beside him, and then continued to block the zombies in the hail of bullets to buy time for the messenger. When the Wuyo army saw someone showing his head on the city wall, they began to shoot wildly. Li Yunpeng could not retreat at this time. Watching the soldiers around him fall one by one, his eyes were bloodshot. In less than 5 minutes, a small group of soldiers fell under the guns of the Wuyo army. Fortunately, the order has been conveyed to all parties. Withdraw, Li Yunpeng shouted hurriedly, turned around, and ran with his men. The soldiers on the other walls also rushed towards the middle wall almost at the same time. After retreating, the Wuyo army lost their target due to the outer wall blocking their way. The 3 walls built by Li Yunpeng at great expense saved everyone's lives at the critical moment. Before he had time to catch his breath, suddenly, a 3-meter-tall power-type evolved zombie smashed a hole in the outer wall and rushed in. Li Yunpeng's hand holding the gun was shaking slightly. Xia Mingdai, hurry up and go to the inner city to help the logistics department, Li Yunpeng said. Xia Mingdai's eyes were red from killing, and she said resolutely, "No, I'm not a coward. The worst that can happen is that I will die together with the zombies. Why bother? Li Yunpeng said. He had never expected this little medical immortal to have such a strong side. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he saw a black shadow flying towards Xia Mingdai. Since his second evolution, his reaction ability and vision have greatly improved, and he can clearly see that it is an agile zombie. Xia Mingdai was so frightened by the zombies rushing towards her that she stood there in a daze. She instinctively wanted to cover her eyes, but before she could move, Li Yunpeng pressed her shoulders, took advantage of the momentum to twist his body quickly, and hit the black shadow's chest accurately with a whip kick. Bang! The agile zombie was kicked hard by Li Yunpeng and fell to the ground. In the time it paused, it was bombarded by countless bullets. Li Yunpeng could feel Xia Mingdai's shoulders trembling slightly. She thought she was going to die, but she didn't expect Li Yunpeng to be able to catch the figure of the agile zombie and kick it away. In fact, Li Yunpeng himself did not expect that he would not be so bored as to find an agile zombie to fight alone to verify his combat power. This was a completely subconscious behavior. He did not expect that he could actually do it. This was certainly because the agile zombie took off into the air and did not reach its maximum speed, but it also fully proved that Li Yunpeng's strength and reaction speed were far beyond that of ordinary people. Li Yunpeng scored with one strike and suddenly thought of a possibility. He shouted, "Li Qi, clean the crystal from the brain of that level 1 zombie you killed earlier and bring it to me." Li Qi took the order and left. "Zhang Tao, go to the warehouse and find me the sharpest long knife." Zhang Tao wondered if the commander wanted to engage the zombies in close combat, but he didn't stop and told the two men to run quickly towards the warehouse. Chapter 72, Wanton Killing. The two of them brought what Li Yunpeng needed as quickly as possible. He took the light blue crystal, looked around, and swallowed it in one gulp while no one was paying attention. Zhang Tao brought a bundle of various knives, and Li Yunpeng picked up a well-made sharp-edged tang sword. The blade was about 1.5 meters long, slender and straight, with a blood groove engraved on it, and a wavy forging pattern close to the blade. He picked it up and swung it around, finding it quite handy. He chopped hard at a log as thick as a bowl beside him, and the log immediately broke into 2 sections with neat ends. "Nice knife," Li Yunpeng growled. I put the tang sword into the scabbard, and only then did I feel the familiar burning sensation on my body. Maybe because my body is stronger now, the reaction after swallowing just one crystal is not as big as before. Seeing that, Li Yunpeng, who had returned to the city wall, looked a little strange. Xia Mingdai asked with concern, "Commander, your face is red. What's wrong?" she said, putting her hand on his pulse. You. Xia Mingdai felt that Li Yunpeng's pulse was strong and his heartbeat was much faster than that of a normal person. Li Yunpeng saw her worry and comforted her. "It's okay, it will be fine in a while." As soon as he finished speaking, he felt his legs go weak and he almost fell to the ground. Xia Mingdai held him and said anxiously, "Hurry up, go to the hospital, I'll check you out. I've never seen a pulse like this before." Li Yunpeng slowly sat down on the ground and waved his hands weakly, saying, "Really, no need. I know what's going on. I just need to rest for a while." Seeing that he was stubborn, Xia Mingdai was anxious but could do nothing about it. Ah! At this moment, a scream was heard in the administrative district. Li Yunpeng looked over and saw that 2 more agile zombies were thrown into the city, causing great casualties among ordinary people. However, he had no strength in his body and could only watch without being able to help. "Li Qi, eliminate the zombies coming in at all costs, otherwise we will all die here." The agile zombie was still hunting ordinary people. Its nails scratched the neck of the person in front of it like a sharp blade, and the person's head flew away, blood splattered everywhere. After the attack was successful, it turned around and inserted its claws into the chest of another person. Then it pulled hard, and the person was torn in half, and various organs were scattered all over the ground. The people in charge of supplying materials had completely collapsed and were running around crying and screaming. Li Yunpeng was anxious, and Li Qi immediately dispatched 2 teams to deal with the agile zombies. But it was mixed in with the crowd, and the soldiers couldn't fire at full speed for fear of accidentally injuring civilians. Li Yunpeng hurriedly shouted, "Everyone lie on the ground. Guards, fire with all your might." The agile zombies moved extremely fast, and several people fell to the ground in a flash. If this continued, it would only cause greater casualties. At the critical moment, not everyone followed Li Yunpeng's order and lay on the ground waiting to die. Some people were still running away. The guards received the order and opened fire decisively. People who were still standing were hit by stray bullets from time to time. Although many accidental injuries were caused, the agile zombies were attacked by firepower and did not dare to slaughter civilians as they had done before. They fled frantically to avoid the bullets. Just when the two agile zombies were forced into a dead end, all the strength zombies broke through the outer wall of the base and rushed into the residential area. The zombies were thrown into the administrative area like dumplings. Ordinary zombies were fine. Most of them were killed in time, but there were 6 agile zombies among them that instantly broke into the team. The 2 agile zombies who were forced into a desperate situation received support, escaped instantly, and turned around to kill the soldiers. Blood splattered all over the team, and broken limbs were scattered all over the ground. The soldiers who reacted detonated the grenade in desperation. Although they destroyed 2 of the agile zombies, all the soldiers were killed by the agile zombies. After killing all the soldiers, the agile zombies pounced on the civilians again. Li Yunpeng was breathing rapidly, with veins popping out on his neck. He witnessed everything but was powerless to stop it. Li Qi pulled out 3 teams from the tense defensive forces to surround and kill the agile zombies. But this amount of troops was extremely difficult to deal with the 8 agile zombies flashing in the crowd. These 8 agile zombies slaughtered the crowd wantonly, making hee-hee laughs from time to time. Li Yunpeng watched as familiar faces were torn to pieces by agile zombies one by one. Children had their necks bitten off, men had their chests torn apart, and a woman was cut in half. In the eyes of agile zombies, there was no distinction between men, women, young and old. As long as they were the targets in front of them, they would be killed in various ways. Li Yunpeng's heart was filled with rage, overwhelming everything. He howled to the heavens, struggled to his feet, and leaned on his Tang sword, step by step towards the agile zombies that were killing. Chapter 73: Li Yunpeng vs. Zombies. Commander. Xiao Mengdai wanted to reach out to stop Li Yunpeng, who was walking towards the evolved zombie, but his blood-red eyes were as terrifying as a man-eating beast, and her outstretched hand stopped in midair. When Li Qi saw Li Yunpeng walking towards the zombies, he was shocked and quickly mobilized the soldiers to go forward to protect him. "You guys guard the city wall," Li Yunpeng said coldly, gritting his teeth. Li Qi had to follow the commander's orders, but his eyes were always on Li Yunpeng, ready to rescue him at any time. Li Yunpeng drew out his long sword as he walked, pointing it diagonally at the ground. At the same time, his physical strength was recovering rapidly, and soon he reached the previous level. He still did not stop and rushed to a new peak. The agile zombie that was killing noticed Li Yunpeng walking slowly and rushed towards him at an extremely fast speed. People only felt a flash before their eyes, and the agile zombie turned into a blurry figure. But in Li Yunpeng's eyes, its speed at this moment was nothing special, and every movement was clearly visible. The zombie came closer and raised its foot-long sharp claw blade to slash towards Li Yunpeng's neck. Snort. Li Yunpeng snorted coldly and turned sideways to avoid the claw blade. Everyone was shocked when they saw Li Yunpeng's afterimage flash and appear beside the zombie. How could the commander have such terrifying speed? Seeing that its first attack failed, the agile zombie turned around and attacked again, with its sharp claws pointing directly at Li Yunpeng's chest. "You evil beasts, today is the day you die." Li Yunpeng let out a low growl and rushed towards it at an extremely fast speed. Just when he was about to make contact, the agile zombie suddenly lost sight of him. Puff! The sound of a knife entering flesh was heard, and Li Yunpeng's long knife pierced through the zombie's body. The agile zombie turned around and saw that Li Yunpeng had actually inserted a long knife into its body from the back. The agile zombie was stunned for a moment, then twisted its body and slashed towards Li Yunpeng with its claws again. Li Yunpeng quickly drew his knife, then turned his wrist and cut off its arm at the root with one blow. The zombie that lost its arm lost its balance and became less flexible. Just when its body was unstable, Li Yunpeng stepped forward and slashed with a knife, cutting off its head cleanly. The headless evolved zombie fell down softly. It sounds slow, but everything was done in an instant. Others only saw the figures of Li Yunpeng and the agile zombie flashing. First an arm flew out, and then a head flew up. It was not until the battle was decided that they could see that it was Li Yunpeng who killed the zombie. Xiao Mengdai covered her mouth in surprise, her eyes widening as she murmured, "Is this the speed a human should be able to achieve? Even the most agile person in the world wouldn't be able to do that." Li Qi felt relieved when he saw the commander killed the zombies and focused on dealing with the zombies outside the city. Li Yunpeng's confidence increased after killing an agile zombie, and he chased after another agile zombie with a knife. The agile zombie that was causing a bloody storm in the crowd saw a figure faster than it coming and gave up its target to dodge. But its speed seemed too slow to Li Yunpeng. Despite its dashing left and right, Li Yunpeng still stabbed it in the head with a knife, killing it again. The agile zombie's roar before death immediately attracted the attention of the remaining companions. They all gave up their immediate targets and became wary of Li Yunpeng as if they were facing a formidable enemy, then surrounded him in a fan shape. 6 zombies stared at Li Yunpeng with murderous eyes. Ordinary people who got a chance to catch their breath quickly moved away from the battlefield and stood in the distance, watching with fear on their faces. The commander is surrounded by 6 zombies. What should we do? It's over, it's all over. Someone please help the commander. Most people were not optimistic about Li Yunpeng's fate. They were busy running around and did not see Li Yunpeng killing the zombies. In the base, there was only one evolver like Li Yunpeng, and no one could interfere in the battle between him and the zombies. Even Xia Mengdai, who had witnessed Li Yunpeng's fighting power with her own eyes, became nervous again. Being surrounded by 6 agile zombies at the same time was not a matter of 1 + 1 = 2. Li Qi was anxious and wanted to provide fire support, but had no way to do so. If a stray bullet injured the commander, he would never be able to atone for his sin even if he died. He could only keep a close eye on the situation. Li Yunpeng was a little nervous facing so many evolved zombies at once, but there was no way out. Between him and the evolved zombies, it was either you die or I die. Chapter 74 Despair. Roar. After staring at each other for a long time, one of the agile zombies growled and attacked Li Yunpeng together with the other 5 companions. Li Yunpeng's pupils shrank slightly. He had to break through the encirclement, otherwise he would be attacked from all sides at the same time. He could not resist, so he rushed towards one of the injured agile zombies. He took the lead and kicked the zombie in the chest, and flew out of the encirclement with the zombie. Li Yunpeng still had some strength left. He kicked the ground hard and caught up with the flying zombie. He stabbed it in the head with a knife, ending its life. The number of zombies decreased from 6 to 5. After landing, Li Yunpeng became alert and stabbed back with a knife. When the Tang sword hit the zombie's claw blade accurately, making a crisp metallic sound. After blocking the attack, Li Yunpeng retreated violently, intending to keep some distance and fight again. But the zombies didn't give him this chance. Just as he blocked the first attack, the claws of the next 2 zombies were already close to him. Li Yunpeng only had time to raise his knife to block, but the huge force from the knife made him involuntarily take several steps back before he could steady himself. Just as he adjusted his posture, the figures of 3 more agile zombies rapidly enlarged in Li Yunpeng's pupils. Fuck! What the hell should I do? One attack after another, the endless stream of attacks entangled Li Yunpeng tightly. Li Yunpeng ducked to avoid the claw blade in front, and held up his sword to block the claw blade of the second zombie, but he was unable to resist the third one. Seeing the sharp claw blade stabbing towards his heart, he barely turned around to avoid the vital part. Puff! The claws cut into the flesh. It's over. Li Yunpeng felt a chill in his heart. The most important thing about the zombie's strength is that if you hit them with a knife, they will be fine. But if they just scratch your skin, you will be dead. Commander! Commander! Lu Zide, Xia Mengdai, and all the soldiers were suddenly very anxious and rushed over regardless of everything. Li Yunpeng was in despair. The days of him waking up to take power and lying on the lap of a beautiful woman were just beginning. But now it was over like this? Oh! He roared crazily. I've been infected anyway, so before I die I'm going to drag you beasts with me to be buried with me. Li Yunpeng became fearless. He grabbed the claw blade that had penetrated his body, preventing the agile zombie from getting out. Then he chopped the agile zombie in half with one knife. At this moment, another zombie's claw blade slashed from above. Li Yunpeng fought with a completely reckless attitude. He raised his arm to block its wrist, stabbed it into its neck, and then turned the blade, twisting the zombie's neck into pieces. With another fierce swing, he cut its neck off. At this time, there were only 3 agile zombies left, and there was a hint of fear in their eyes when they looked at Li Yunpeng. Blood flowed from the corner of Li Yunpeng's mouth. He wiped it off, knowing that his internal organs might be injured. But it didn't matter. He was going to become a zombie anyway. He had to kill the remaining 3 before that. Li Yunpeng flew forward, and the 3 agile zombies screamed softly and turned around and ran away. Li Yunpeng, in a rage, unleashed 120% of his potential and rapidly closed the distance. When the agile zombie at the back felt something strange and turned around to look, a cold light flashed in his pupils, and the Tang sword pierced through his head. Li Yunpeng drew out his Tang sword, and without stopping, he knocked the second zombie that was halfway through its run to the ground, then cut off its head with one knife, and hurriedly chased after the last one. Just as it was about to fly over the city wall, its body that had risen halfway suddenly sank. Li Yunpeng grabbed the ankle of the zombie that was about to escape and swung it to the ground. Bang! Even a strong body like an evolved zombie was knocked unconscious by the fall. Li Yunpeng flashed his knife and cut off its limbs, then stepped on its chest. Looking at the zombie struggling in panic, his heart filled with hatred, he finally raised the knife and slowly stabbed it between its eyebrows. The evolved zombie watched the sharp tang sword getting closer and closer and had no choice but to let the blade pierce its skin, muscles, bones, and finally enter its brain, causing it to completely lose consciousness. At this point, the 8 agile zombies that had entered the city were all killed by Li Yunpeng. He did not feel a bit happy. Looking at the blackened wounds, he knew that the transformation had begun. Li Yunpeng sighed and silently pulled out a pistol and pointed it at his head. He didn't want to turn into a disgusting monster, so he might as well give himself a dignified end while he was still conscious. But what a pity. Chapter 75. Goodbye, friends. Seeing his actions, Lu Zide, Xiao Mengdai, and others stopped instantly. Brother Peng, don't. Lu Zide, Xiao Mengdai, and others were crying like helpless children at this time. Li Yunpeng looked at them and smiled bitterly. In this strange world, there were still people who truly cared about him. It was worth his risking his life. Goodbye, friends. Just before Li Yunpeng pulled the trigger, the system voice sounded. You have been infected with the zombie virus. Would you like to spend 10,000 points to clear it? Fuck you. Li Yunpeng had prepared himself mentally and was about to shoot when he was startled by the system. Why didn't you tell me earlier that you could get rid of me? If you had been a second later, I would have blown my own head off. System, due to your heroic fighting, the punishment for insulting the system will be waived this time. If there is a double punishment next time, do you choose to clear the virus from your body? Li Yunpeng was speechless and decisively chose yes. Then his body felt lighter, and the black wound quickly turned bright red. Although it was still bleeding, there was no sign of corpse transformation. Li Yunpeng breathed a sigh of relief and put down his pistol. He had already prepared himself to commit suicide, but he didn't expect that he would have another close brush with death. A huge sense of happiness swept over him. No one wants to die as long as they can be alive. When Lu Zide and others saw him put down his gun, they hurried over, snatched the gun away, and restrained his arms. Brother Peng, there must be a way, Lu Zide said with red eyes. Xiao Mengdai hugged his other arm and said, don't give up until the very end. Li Yunpeng felt the care from the people around him and felt warm in his heart. Li Yunpeng wanted to comfort them, but he suddenly felt dizzy for no reason and almost fell to the ground. Xiao Mengdai was startled and quickly stopped crying. She saw the hideous wounds that pierced Li Yunpeng's body, which had dyed a large area in front of him red. Commander, I will take you to the hospital and treat you. I will definitely cure you. Xiao Mengdai wiped away her tears and supported Li Yunpeng and left. Mengdai, aren't you afraid that I will turn into a zombie and eat you? Li Yunpeng said weakly. I'm not afraid. If you want to turn into a zombie, bite me first. Anyway, you just saved my life. Xiao Mengdai said seriously. Li Yunpeng smiled and said, silly girl, don't rush to the hospital. I'm fine. Help me to the city wall. Xiao Mengdai carefully examined Li Yunpeng's wound. The bleeding had stopped at this time. She was very curious. She had never seen such a wound stop bleeding naturally. It was against medical common sense. However, Li Yunpeng did not turn into a zombie after being cut by a zombie, so the fact that the bleeding stopped did not seem so magical. She knew that as the commander, Li Yunpeng was concerned about the safety of the base. Since there was no danger for the time being, she did not force him and gently helped him sit down on the city wall. After only walking a few steps, Li Yunpeng felt out of breath. It seemed that the injury was serious this time, and he didn't know when he could recover. He looked around and saw that after losing the agile zombies, the zombie team outside seemed a little chaotic. One of the strong zombies was shot through the head by a machine gun due to carelessness, and its huge body lay on the ground. Seeing that the situation was not good, the only 4 remaining power-evolved zombies turned around and ran away, taking away 4,000 ordinary zombies with them. As soon as they left, only a few hundred uncontrollable ordinary zombies were left there. Li Yunpeng felt relieved knowing that the situation was settled and asked Xiao Mengdai to help him back to the base. When walking into the inner city gate, Li Yunpeng heard a quarrel coming from inside. Wang Shiyan, Huofeng'er, get out of my way. I want to go find Brother Peng. Huofeng'er, Shiyan, I know you're worried about the commander, but if we go there we won't be able to help at all, and we'll just distract him. Who said I can't help? You're such a good archer, you can definitely protect Brother Peng. Huofeng'er said, I can protect him, but if I don't watch you, and you run out and get into danger, the commander will definitely risk his life to save you, and that would end up hurting him. Aye. Shiyan, I'm back. Chapter 76. Pain and Happiness. Li Yunpeng's voice suddenly came from the door. Wang Shiyan was stunned, and the expression on her face instantly changed to surprise, and she rushed towards him. Don't touch him. Xiao Mengdai stopped Wang Shiyan in time. The commander is seriously injured. Return to the base quickly. The happy expression on Wang Shiyan's face quickly faded, and her worry was evident. She quickly and carefully helped Li Yunpeng into the base. It was the first time for the women to enter Li Yunpeng's base tank, and they were shocked by the sci-fi design inside. But this was not the time to sigh, so they quickly helped Li Yunpeng to the bed. Li Yunpeng's eyelids were becoming heavier and heavier. With the bleeding and the huge consumption of physical strength, he finally couldn't bear it anymore. His eyes went dark and he fell asleep. Take off his clothes. Xia Mengdai glanced at Wang Shiyan and quickly gathered the medical tools in her hands. Take off everything. Wang Shiyan's face flushed. Have you taken off all of them? Xia Mengdai looked up and said, what else? The commander is asleep anyway, so I'll do it if nothing works. Huofeng'er rolled up her sleeves and was about to go forward and untie his clothes. Frightened by Huofeng'er, Wang Shiyan no longer hesitated and gently undressed Li Yunpeng. After taking off his shirt, Wang Shiyan covered her mouth and tears fell down. There were not only 5 hideous blood holes on Li Yunpeng's body, but also more than 10 scars on his skin. Huofeng'er's pupils shrank slightly. What kind of experience has caused such a serious injury? Don't just stand there. Treat his wound quickly, otherwise it will get infected. Xia Mengdai sorted out the instruments and brought them over. She knew how serious Li Yunpeng's injuries were before, and now seeing them firsthand, her heart tightened, and she felt a mixture of emotions. Shiyan, go get some hot water. When Wang Shiyan came back with a basin of hot water, Li Yunpeng had already taken off all his clothes, and the 3 women suddenly felt their faces burning. But the situation was urgent, and although she was shy, she quickly helped him wash his body. The wounds on Li Yunpeng's body had stopped bleeding. Xia Mengdai was surprised at his recovery speed, but this was a good thing. She first disinfected Li Yunpeng's wound, and then sutured it. Because there was no anesthesia, when the needle and thread passed through Li Yunpeng's skin and flesh, she could see his natural nerve reflex twitching. While the 3 women were busy and nervously worried, Li Yunpeng had a very long dream. In the dream, he was lying on the beach, surrounded by beautiful women, and he felt a warm and soft touch on his body from time to time. While he was enjoying himself, the beauties snuggling beside him suddenly transformed into giant sea urchins, stinging his entire body. Then he felt himself being trapped by an octopus, unable to move. He struggled and dodged, but these terrible creatures always followed him. He had this dream for a long time. When he opened his eyes, the lights in the room were dim and there was a pleasant fragrance beside him. Turning my head slightly, I saw a pair of long, straight white legs. Oh, you're awake. Wang Shiyan was filled with surprise. Are you feeling better? She was sitting on the edge of the bed and quickly stood up and looked at Li Yunpeng with concern. The beautiful legs were out of sight, and Li Yunpeng withdrew his reluctant gaze. Water, I want to drink water. Li Yunpeng felt his mouth was dry, and even his voice was a little hoarse. Oh, Brother Peng, wait a minute, I'll be there right away. Wang Shiyan trotted to pour water, mixed the hot and cold water, and took a small sip himself. When he felt the temperature was right, he brought it over. She put the teacup on the table, sat on the edge of the bed, helped Li Yunpeng up, let him lean on her arms, then took the water and handed it to him. Li Yunpeng drank a sip of water and felt much better. He looked down and saw that his body below the neck was tied up with bandages like a dumpling. But even through the thick gauze, I could still feel the amazing touch from behind. If you like it, please give it a 5-star rating. Chapter 77. The crowd is excited. Li Yunpeng was indeed seriously injured this time. The slightest movement would cause piercing pain in his internal organs. However, it was all worth it. Killing 8 evolved zombies alone was a record that he was proud of. The evolution crystals you harvest can also help you improve your strength, so it's a win-win no matter how you look at it. Xia Mengdai learned that Li Yunpeng had woken up and hurried over to check on him. After some investigation, she felt relieved. Commander, he's basically fine now. He just needs to rest for a while, and he'll recover. If it were an ordinary person, she could give an approximate rest period, but Li Yunpeng's physical fitness was so strong that she couldn't say for sure how many days it would take to recover. Is everything okay out there? Li Yunpeng asked. Wang Shiyan tucked the quilt in for him and said, everything is normal. Brother Peng, just rest and recover. Li Yunpeng closed his eyes in peace after hearing the news. His body was too weak. After just a few words, he felt drowsy again. Under the careful care of Wang Shiyan and Xia Mengdai, Li Yunpeng's health improved day by day, and he recovered rapidly. On the 3rd day, I was able to get out of bed and walk. Li Yunpeng was really worried about the situation at the base, so he was supported by Wang Shiyan and walked out. The weather was as good as ever. Li Yunpeng walked out of the inner city, and the guards naturally followed behind him. He looked at the well-organized administrative district, where the staff were busy and the damage caused by the disaster was being repaired one by one. When people saw the commander, they immediately stopped what they were doing, stood up straight, and saluted respectfully. They all witnessed Li Yunpeng's desperate battle with the evolved zombies that night. It can be said that Li Yunpeng single-handedly saved all the civilians in the base. Li Yunpeng also responded with a smile. He climbed up the wall of the administrative district and looked outside. The zombie corpses on the ground had been cleaned up, and the collapsed houses were being repaired by special people. Some sharp-eyed people saw Li Yunpeng on the city wall and cheered immediately. "Look, it's the commander!" As he exclaimed, people turned around and saw Li Yunpeng being supported by someone and standing on the wall. The crowd immediately cheered loudly. "The commander is mighty. Long live the commander!" The crowd below was excited, and Li Yunpeng was excited inside. He raised his right hand and waved to the people. At this moment, his weak body became taller than ever in everyone's eyes. Wang Shiyan secretly glanced at his profile from the side, with countless little stars in her eyes. After standing for a few minutes, Li Yunpeng walked down the city wall amid cheers. Since seeing that the commander was safe and sound, people felt like they had received a collective shot of adrenaline. They were full of energy, and their work efficiency also increased a lot. The wind was strong on the city wall. Wang Shiyan was worried that Li Yunpeng would catch a cold after recovering from his injury, so she urged him quietly, "Brother Peng, please go down. It's very windy here." "Okay, let's go." Li Yunpeng walked down the city wall and ordered the guards to call Li Qi and other squadron leaders to the conference room. When he arrived at the conference room, there were 5 people sitting there. In addition to Li Qi, Li Yi, and Li Er, there were 2 new squadron leaders, Li Bai and Li Shilu. After the battle, the squadron leader was unharmed, and Li Yunpeng felt relieved. He sat in the main seat and said, "Li Qi, have you collected all the crystals for evolving zombies?" Li Qi stood up and took out a cloth bag from his arms, carefully placing it in front of Li Yunpeng. "Commander, these are the crystals of all the evolved zombies killed in this battle. There are 11 in total. Please take a look." Chapter 78, A Pitiful Victory. Li Yunpeng opened the cloth bag, and inside were 11 cleaned light blue crystals, as pure as diamonds. He was immediately overjoyed. "I've swallowed 4 crystals, and my physical fitness has reached this level. Add these 11. He can't even imagine it. But this is not the time to study this. What are our losses in this battle?" Li Qi stood up and said solemnly, "In this battle, we lost a total of 158 soldiers, including 3 squad leaders and 365 civilians. The vast majority were killed by agile zombies." Li Yunpeng felt heavy-hearted. If he had not killed the agile zombie in time, the entire base might have been destroyed. He glanced at the points and saw that there were as many as 1.3 million. This was an unprecedentedly huge amount. Li Yunpeng immediately replenished the lost soldiers and the consumed weapons and ammunition to the pre-war level. After deducting expenses, there were more than 900,000 points left. "Li Qi, lead your troops back to the granary and prepare for defense. It would be best to set up several more sentry posts outside the granary, both visible and hidden, so that if you encounter a strong enemy, you can return to the base for help in time. Li Yi, Li Er, make good arrangements for the base's defense. Set up an outpost at least 5 kilometers outside the base. I don't want a repeat of what happened a few days ago. Others should prepare for battle." Yes. After this disaster, the base suffered the greatest loss in its history. It is obvious that the commander will not let Wuyo country go this time. Everyone should adjourn and prepare. Li Yunpeng put the evolution crystal into his pocket and returned to the inner city surrounded by guards. Sitting on a chair, he took out a crystal and asked, "Should I eat it or not? My body is still injured and won't be affected if I eat it." He didn't dare to take the risk and decided to wait until his injury healed. A few days wouldn't matter. I don't know if other people have also discovered the secret of evolution crystals. Maybe, but definitely not many. First of all, not many people have the ability to kill a first-level evolved zombie. Even if they have the ability to kill an evolved zombie, no one would dare to eat the contents of the zombie's brain. Li Yunpeng believed that if someone accidentally learned the secret that eating crystals could lead to evolution, they would definitely not tell others easily. This is a shortcut to becoming stronger, and following the big forces to pick up crystals is the right way. It is too difficult to kill an evolved zombie by one person. As long as the skin is scratched by it, it will be infected, unless there is a system like Li Yunpeng that can eliminate the virus. Li Yunpeng, who had been taken care of by a top beauty for a week, reluctantly had the stitches on his wound removed by Xia Mingdai. "Mingdai, I think I can lie down for another week." Li Yunpeng pretended to be weak. Xia Mingdai rolled her eyes at him, feeling speechless. "Commander, don't you know how quickly your body recovers? If you don't remove the stitches, they'll become part of your flesh." Ahem, is that so? Li Yunpeng pretended to be stupid. I see you're enjoying Shiyan's service. You can only fool Shiyan with these words. Don't forget that I'm a doctor. You're as strong as an ox now. Why are you lying in bed? Damn, I chose the wrong person. Li Yunpeng's face flushed. Mengdai, I think it's psychological trauma, and I'm a little depressed. How about observing for 2 more days? Xiao Mengdai put her hands on her hips and sighed. You've been so taken care of by Shiyan that your mouth is almost grinning from ear to ear. Are you depressed? Hurry up and get up. Wang Shiyan happened to arrive as well. She learned that Li Yunpeng was deliberately staying in bed and refused to give in. There were still a lot of things waiting for him to decide at the base. How could he stay in such a gentle place? She reached out to pull Li Yunpeng, but unexpectedly, not only did she fail to pull him, but he pulled her lightly, and she fell into his arms. After a few moments, Li Yunpeng stood up with satisfaction, looking energetic and not at all depressed. Chapter 79 Evolution to Bottleneck. The first thing Li Yunpeng did after he recovered was to take out the evolution crystal, find a separate room, lock the door, and then throw a crystal into his mouth. He sat in a chair and waited quietly for weakness to set in. But after waiting for a long time, I only felt numbness, soreness, and itchiness on my body, but no fever or weakness. What's going on? Li Yunpeng was puzzled. Is it a fake? Impossible. It's exactly the same as before. After 10 minutes, the numbness subsided. System, what's going on? System. Each level of energy crystal can absorb up to 10 pieces, and the effect gradually weakens. Fuck. Li Yunpeng felt his physical condition and found that it had indeed improved. At this time, he had swallowed a total of 5 pills. He grabbed another 5 and threw them all into his mouth. Before, I would feel like dying after taking 2 pills at a time, but now after taking 5, the feeling is the same as if I had just taken 1, and I feel back to normal in less than 10 minutes. What a pit. Li Yunpeng screamed in pain. I risked my life to get this thing, and this is the only effect it has? He carefully felt his physical condition and found that he was much stronger than before. Now, even if facing the siege of 6 agile zombies, he had the confidence to fight head-on. He smacked his lips and thought, it smells pretty good. Seeing that there were still 5 evolution crystals left, he decided to keep them for the time being. He didn't want to reveal the secret of the evolution crystals too early. Li Yunpeng packed up the remaining 5 evolution crystals, pushed the door, and walked out of the room. In a flash, he was standing at the entrance of the administrative district 100 meters away in less than 3 seconds. Others only felt a flash before their eyes, a shadow flew by, and then they saw Li Yunpeng appear in the distance. Wow, that's the commander. Faster than before. I told you that the commander is no mortal. Look at his speed, it's simply inhuman. Wang Ergu, watch your words. If you dare insult the commander again, I'll beat you to death. Li Yunpeng actually heard the people's whispered discussions nearby. His hearing became even more sensitive. He was secretly happy when a child's voice came from beside him. Brother, it's time to return the lollipop you owe me, right? A little fat boy had an innocent smile on his face. Li Yunpeng took a closer look. Wasn't this the son of Wu Bin, the leader of the Steel Tower colony? Had he really come all the way to the base just for the lollipop? Why are you here? Li Yunpeng asked puzzledly. The little fat man looked at him with disdain. Brother, you are not going to default on your debt, are you? Ahem, I won't deny my debt. Li Yunpeng had a headache. It seemed that he had to make good on his boast that day. But won't your father be worried about you running to my place? My dad is here too. Give me the lollipop quickly. It's not fun to keep dilly-dallying, said the little fat man. Hey, you naughty kid, can I still miss a few lollipops from you? The little fat man's face full of distrust made Li Yunpeng very annoyed. How could I, the leader of the base, lose face in front of a little brat like you? Just then, Zhang Tao hurried towards him. Zhang Tao, go to the warehouse and get some lollipops for this kid. Zhang Tao, Commander, the leader of a large settlement nearby and his wives are here to visit. I have arranged them in the conference room. What do you think? Zhang Tao said. Peng Wu, go get some candy from Uncle Zhang. I'll go talk to your dad. Li Yunpeng said. When the little fat boy heard that there really was a lollipop, his face immediately filled with a bright smile. Brother, you go ahead and do your thing. My dad is anxious to see you. Li Yunpeng was stunned. Are you in a hurry to see me? Does Wu Bin have any ideas? Chapter 80, I'll leave you no choice. Li Yunpeng walked into the conference room and saw Wu Bin's fat body squeezed on the sofa, surrounded by 4 or 5 heavily made-up women. Boss Wu, how come you are in the mood to visit my humble home today? Li Yunpeng said cheerfully. Wu Bin stood up slowly and said with a smile. Brotherly, I'm bored and just happened to be passing by here. I wanted to come and get acquainted with you and have some tea. Huh, just passing by. Li Yunpeng sneered inwardly. Your son has practically sold you out. He's clearly anxious to see me, but he's pretending to be nonchalant. Please take a seat, Li Qi. Go and get our best tea to entertain our guests, said Li Yunpeng. Yes. Li Qi turned and left, and soon brought back a bag of tea, which was the kind of tea foam that can be found everywhere in the supermarket for a few dollars a bag. Li Yunpeng took it naturally, took a look at it, and said, "Good tea. Make some for Boss Wu." Wu Bin's skin was throbbing as he drank the tea foam, but thinking of the purpose of his trip, he had to continue. Good tea, refreshing fragrance, and a long aftertaste. Boss Wu is obviously someone who understands tea. It would be a waste to let me drink this tea. Li Yunpeng interrupted him. Li Yunpeng thought, let's see how long you can keep pretending. Wu Bin didn't care at all and put down his teacup. Brotherly, this is such a big settlement, but there aren't that many people living here. Haha. Boss Wu, thank you for your trouble. If I, Li Yunpeng, want some people, I can just go to Wuzhou City and grab some. It's just that too many people will cause trouble, so I'm too lazy to move. Wu Bin's face froze, and he thought to himself that this grandson had no intention of having a good talk. But how could he, who prided himself on being good at playing both sides, care about these small details? Ever since Li Yunpeng and Huang Long started fighting, he had been paying close attention to the situation. He didn't expect that Li Yunpeng could actually block Huang Long in his lair and beat him. It really overturned his previous cognition. He had originally planned to visit him to establish friendship, but he didn't expect Huang Long to be so cruel and ruthless. He played a trick of diverting the trouble and lured all the small groups of evolved zombies near Wuyou country to Li Yunpeng. He thought that Li Yunpeng's forces would be destroyed, but they were able to survive the attack of the evolved zombies, which forced him to re-examine Li Yunpeng's strength. That's right. Commander Li has many tricks up his sleeve, and the population is certainly not worth mentioning. But for a powerful force, who would complain about having a larger population? Wu Bin said flatteringly. He saw it clearly. In the end times, if there was a small settlement without strength, hundreds of people gathered together, and even feeding them would become a problem. Of course, they would think that the fewer people there were, the better. One less person meant one less mouth to feed. But the large forces are the exact opposite. They have complete armed forces and have restored basic industries, which requires a large amount of labor and soldiers. Otherwise, if a settlement has 100,000 people and one battle with zombies leaves them with 80,000 and another with 50,000, they'll be wiped out in a few rounds. How can they even talk about development? Therefore, even if large forces don't have the same system requirements as Li Yunpeng, they will spare no effort to recruit people. Li Yunpeng was thinking, this grandson came to please him on his own initiative and beat around the bush. Maybe he treated me as a backup. Haha, I just need someone who knows how to adapt to the changing times. If he can't even see the situation clearly, what's the use of having such a waste? Li Yunpeng said with a cold face and a meaningful tone. Li Yunpeng's words were blunt, and the atmosphere was awkward for a moment. Wu Bin, still smiling, stood up and said, "Thank you for the tea, Commander Li. I'm sorry for the inconvenience of visiting. It seems that this grandson is still in a wait-and-see state. I have made it so clear, but he has not made up his mind." Li Yunpeng sat in his seat without moving and said loudly, "Boss Wu, these bets are usually made before the game. Once the winner is decided, there is no chance." Wu Bin paused, lowered his head, and sped away. Li Yunpeng looked at his receding figure and snorted coldly. "If you don't choose now, I'll make sure you don't have a choice later." Chapter 81 Target, Worry-Free Country. After Wu Bin left, Li Yunpeng did not leave the meeting room. Li Yi, send 2 small teams of soldiers out of the city overnight, and secretly climb the 2 cliffs at the entrance to Wuyou Kingdom. Bring ropes and hooks. Once the army is in place tomorrow, pull up the grenades. Everyone else, prepare for battle and strive to capture Wuyou Kingdom in one fell swoop. Yes. Order the logistics department to prepare some extra 20mm thick steel plates, install pulleys underneath, and distribute them to each squad as mobile shelters. I want to see if these bastards can handle this. Okay, I'll do it right away. The entire base was operational that afternoon, and the people, who had finally calmed down for a few days, once again felt the solemnity of the pre-war period. Huang Long knew very well that if Li Yunpeng didn't die this time, he would definitely take crazy revenge on him. The undercover guard soldiers in Wuyou Kingdom reported that during this period, Huang Long had repeatedly strengthened its defense forces, and the entire Wuyou Kingdom was shrouded in an atmosphere of facing a formidable enemy. The next morning, a huge convoy set off from the base, led by more than 10 heavy trucks, on which stood majestic and solemn guards. Following closely behind were several trucks covered with canvas. Through the gaps, one could see that inside were neatly stacked wooden boxes filled with bullets and grenades. Then came the logistics support team on some light trucks carrying various supplies, and 10 pickup trucks equipped with machine guns. Finally, 2 tanker trucks followed, with the entire cab surrounded by thick steel plates. The function of these 2 vehicles was not to refuel cars, but to be used as suicide trucks. In case the attack was blocked, these 2 vehicles would be used to blow open the city gate. The masses stood on both sides of the road to cheer the marching troops enthusiastically. They learned that the repeated attacks on the base were all caused by the worry-free country, and they all hoped that the guards could wipe out the enemy. Well done to the guards' army. This time we will definitely defeat the worry-free army. Commander, I hope you return victoriously soon. We are waiting for your return. Tue, look at these little sluts. They are simply lawless. Shiyin, you must keep an eye on your brother Peng from now on. Otherwise he will be snatched away by someone else. Huofeng'er said angrily while standing on the wall of the administrative district. Wang Shiyin covered her mouth and chuckled. Feng'er, why are you jealous? I believe brother Peng. Li Yunpeng led his troops to a place 1 kilometer away from the Wuyo Pass, set up camp again, and established a command and logistics department. Report to the commander. Captain Li Qi is leading his subordinates to meet up, the guard reported. Let him in. Before leaving, Li Yunpeng sent someone to notify Li Qi to come and meet him. After the guard went out for a while, Li Qi strode over. Li Qi, you've arrived just in time. Our soldiers quietly climbed up the cliffs on both sides last night. Take your men and deliver the grenades over there. Tell them that when they see me fire 3 shots into the air, the brothers up there should throw the grenades down to me. Okay, just wait and see. Li Qi turned and left without hesitation. Just as Li Qi turned to leave, another soldier came to report. Report to the commander. Wuyo country sent someone to deliver a walkie-talkie. Check it out and bring it here. I want to see what tricks Huang Long is up to. Li Yunpeng said coldly. The soldier quickly brought the walkie-talkie, which he had carefully checked and confirmed to be in good condition. He did not contact Huang Long immediately, but said, Li Yi, arrange for 3 small teams of soldiers to conduct a test attack to see if there are any changes in the enemy's firepower configuration. Yes. Li Yi selected the 3 best teams under his command and pushed the steel plates forward. When the Wuyo army saw someone attacking, they suddenly heard a burst of gunfire, but apart from the clang-dong sound of the bullets hitting the steel plates, they did not cause any casualties to the guards. The rifle can only penetrate about 6 millimeters of steel plate within 100 meters and is useless against the 20 millimeters thick steel bunker in front of the guards. At this moment, a man's voice suddenly rang out from the quiet intercom. Li Yunpeng, do you only have so few people left? You dare to come and die. Huang Long only saw 3 teams with less than 100 people and thought that Li Yunpeng was almost wiped out in the attack of the evolved zombies, and now he was angry and wanted to take revenge. Li Yunpeng pressed the button and said, Huang Long, if you have any last words, please tell me. Ha 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 ha. You are so arrogant. I will send you and your brothers downstairs to reunite soon. Huang Long said. Chapter 82 The Emperor in the Dream. Li Yunpeng climbed up with his walkie-talkie and took a look. Oh my god, this guy actually dug a deep trench under the city. It's about 20 to 30 meters wide and filled with mud and water. Don't underestimate this ditch. Not only can it prevent Li Yunpeng's suicide truck from getting close, but it also makes attacking the city more difficult. If the soldiers jump in, they will sink into the mud. The vanguard of the 3rd squad of guards stopped at the edge of the ditch, nearly 100 meters away from the city wall. They propped up the steel plates on the ground, established a defensive position, and took the opportunity to counterattack in the direction of the Wuyo army. However, the enemy's thousands of guns hit the guard positions of less than 100 people, and the firepower seemed extremely fierce. The guard soldiers were overwhelmed by the rain of bullets and could not raise their heads. At this time, under the cover of firepower on the city wall, a group of Wuyo troops rushed out. Li Yunpeng sneered in his heart. What a fucking memory. The hundreds of people who died last time died in vain. Li Yi, attack with all your forces. Li Yunpeng picked up the intercom and said, Huang Long, are you sending troops out of the city again to die? Huang Long said, bullshit. Last time, I wasn't personally commanding the front lines. This time, you can't escape. Just as the Wuyo army was leaving the city and had not walked 100 meters, 10 armed pickup trucks suddenly drove up from behind the guard army at the riverside, each with a machine gun mounted on it. Machine gun. Fuck, run. The Wuyo army had not gone far when they suddenly became chaotic and turned around to run back. Da-da-da-da-da-da. The machine gun fire instantly tore apart the bodies of the Wuyo army behind them, leaving broken limbs and arms all over the ground. Some people were torn in half by machine gun bullets, and their intestines kept pouring out. The soldier was not dead yet. He screamed in fear and tried to stuff his intestines back into his stomach. Seeing the tragic appearance of the soldiers leaving the city being attacked, those on the city wall were immediately frightened. At the urging of their superiors, they fired at the pickup trucks. However, their homemade rifles did not have enough range. Beyond 300 meters, the bullets flew away without a trace. Besides, there were protective steel plates in front of the machine guns. Under the cover of machine gun fire, the main force also appeared in the sight of the Wuyo army one after another. They pushed steel plates towards the pass in small teams. Huang Long, you gave me the gift of dozens of lives as soon as I arrived. That's too polite. Li Yunpeng laughed. Huang Long was bewildered. How could so many soldiers still be alive after being besieged by more than a dozen evolved zombies? All his spies with Li Yunpeng had died in the zombie attack a few days ago. But the facts were before him. He didn't know what happened in Li Yunpeng's base that day. He only received a report from his subordinates on the river that day that with the help of the Wuyo army, the zombies had already attacked the city. It was thought that Li Yunpeng was defeated, but the soldiers sent out to investigate the next day said that Li Yunpeng had actually held on. In his opinion, even if they could hold on, it would be a miserable victory and they would definitely suffer heavy losses. But where did that large group of guards come from? After hesitating for less than 10 seconds, Huang Long said, Li Yunpeng, you killed my brother first, and I attacked you later. How about we call it even now? Even? What a joke. You can ask Zheng Liang, who escaped to your place, why I killed your brother. He knows best. But I admire your magnanimity. You can forgive and reuse a man who abandoned his master and escaped alone. I can't do that. Huang Long was already skeptical about what Zheng Liang said. When Li Yunpeng said this, he glared at Zheng Liang behind him. When Zheng Liang heard Li Yunpeng's words, sweat broke out on his forehead. Huang Long was already 80% sure of his outcome after seeing his performance, but the war was imminent and it was the time to use people, so he would not be stupid enough to kill the general on the battlefield. Commander Li, there's no need to resort to such obvious divisive tactics. I'm sure you've seen the state of my national defense. Ha! Li Yunpeng laughed while holding the walkie-talkie. Huang Long, are you crazy? You have only 2 or 3 cats and kittens, and you're still talking about national defense. Are you possessed by a spirit of drama and can't get out of it? Huang Long seemed oblivious to his mockery. Commander Li, why do this thing that hurts the enemy by 1,000 and yourself by 800? Wouldn't it be better to shake hands and make peace? Haha, I'm scared by a dozen evolved zombies, so in order to prevent this situation from happening again, I can only feel at ease after killing you first. Li Yunpeng said, Captain Li, this is a different time now. When will the cycle of revenge end? If you withdraw your troops, I will give you all the concubines in the harem, okay? Huang Long persuaded again. Li Yunpeng was able to fight off more than a dozen evolved zombies, and only then did he truly realize the horror of the guard army. Although he had 5,000 soldiers under his command, he knew that it would be good if only 2/3 of these people could be used. Shut the fuck up. I get a headache every time I hear you talk. Are you living in your own dream? Worry-free country? National defense? Concubine? Bah. I don't even know if you've ever been a village chief. Li Yunpeng felt sick when he heard him talk. Imprisoning tens of thousands of people and wanting to establish a country and become emperor, there is simply nothing more stupid than this. Huang Long had been in power for a long time, so naturally he valued his reputation very much. Seeing that Li Yunpeng was unyielding and spoke ruthlessly, he immediately shouted angrily, Humph, don't be so shameless. I'll be waiting inside. Let's see how you can get in. I have a large area inside and can be self-sufficient. If you have the guts, just block me outside and don't leave. If we encounter a zombie tide, let's see who will die first. Li Yunpeng didn't want to argue with him. After all, the situation was already a fight to the death. Haha. Okay, grandson, see you later. After that, he turned off the intercom and said sternly, start the attack. Huang Long secretly observed from behind a firing hole in the pass. Tell our people to save bullets and not to shoot until the enemy is within 200 meters. His 4 great warriors nodded in agreement. They knew their own situation very well and could not squander bullets like Li Yunpeng. Half of the arms warehouse was emptied in this war. The guards marched at a very fast speed carrying the steel plates. Huang Long felt a headache when he saw the steel plates moving towards him. He saw that they were already within 200 meters, and he shouted, hit them. Suddenly, the sound of bang bang. Gunfire was heard on the city wall. The bullets hit the steel plate with a crisp sound, but the guards hiding behind were unharmed. Li Yunpeng was very satisfied with the effect of the steel plate. If you don't have cover, I have my own cover. Without heavy firepower, what can you do to me? The large troops gathered at the edge of the ditch holding steel plates, and then connected the steel plates in a row, which became an excellent shelter. The guards relied on the steel plates to maximize their firepower advantage. The Wuyo army suffered heavy firepower attacks. In less than 10 minutes, nearly 100 people were killed or wounded. For a while, the Wuyo army dared not raise their heads, while the guards suffered minimal damage. Seeing that the guards were blocked outside the deep trench and unable to cross, Huanglong ordered his soldiers to stop shooting. The casualty ratio was so hopeless that there would be no benefit from continuing the fight. He had no good solution at the moment. In terms of firepower, he was far inferior to Li Yunpeng, and the military quality of his soldiers was even worse. Huanglong was depressed. Li Yunpeng is so damn lucky. I used all my tricks and schemes, but this guy is completely unharmed. He even got to my doorstep. He gradually felt that things were out of control, and his heart was beating fast, and he was very uneasy. Chapter 83: Conquering Wuyo Kingdom. The Wuyo army hid behind the bunkers and dared not show their heads. The guards aimed at every firing hole and opened fire decisively as soon as they saw a human figure. Seeing the time was right, Li Yunpeng said to the logistics team leader Su Ming, "Go, cut some long logs and build a bridge." Su Ming is in his 30s and has a strong physique. When he was in the supply search team, he always took the lead in every mission, was bold and careful. Not only did he complete the tasks excellently, but he was also smart and led the team to avoid zombie attacks several times. At Zhang Tao's recommendation, Li Yunpeng personally appointed him as the captain of the material search team. Later, the search team was incorporated into the logistics support team, and he became the captain of the logistics support team and was deeply trusted. "Yes, I will take people there myself," Su Ming said and left in a hurry. Huanglong saw the guards deadlocked outside and sneered into the intercom. "Li Yunpeng, we all lack heavy firepower, and it's no use staying here. You should consider my suggestion." Li Yunpeng ignored it, thinking, "I'll make you cry so hard that you won't be able to find the rhythm." Su Ming and the logistics team quickly carried 5 thick long wooden beams and ran to the front line under the cover of steel plates. Huanglong was shocked when he saw this. "Quick, get the people on the city wall ready." Changmu built a bridge across the ravine, and suddenly the natural barrier became a thoroughfare. The vanguard squad of guard soldiers attacked along the wooden bridge to the other side. Machine gun fire and the guards stationed on the spot launched another round of fire suppression on the city wall. The vanguard team pushed their steel shields and quickly rushed to the gate. Li Yunpeng's mouth curled up into an arc. There was a wooden door under the city wall. As long as they could attack the bottom of the city would be broken in a blink of an eye. But at this moment, countless burning logs suddenly flew down from the city wall. The guards who did not notice the unusual movement above were immediately knocked to the ground. The sparks from the rolling logs stuck to the guards and continued to burn, causing the offensive to stagnate. The burning logs soon piled up at the gate, and the raging fire made it impossible to get close. The Wuyo army took this opportunity to extend their guns outside the city and fire indiscriminately at the people below. Fortunately, the firepower of the guards in the rear provided timely support and forced the enemy to retreat. Li Yunpeng originally thought that the situation was settled, but he didn't expect Huanglong to have such a trick up his sleeve. At this moment, Huanglong's voice came from the intercom. "Ha ha ha! Li Yunpeng, are you satisfied with the gift I prepared for you? I want to see if your soldiers can survive mountains of swords and seas of fire." Li Yunpeng threw the walkie-talkie aside and shouted angrily, "Everyone attack!" At a command, hundreds of guards crossed the wooden bridge and rushed towards Wuyo City. Huanglong saw this and didn't care. "Let's prepare more firewood on the city wall and burn them to death." Li Yunpeng pulled out his pistol, stood on a high place, and fired 3 shots into the air. The soldiers who had been hiding on the cliff for a long time had been secretly watching Li Yunpeng's movements. Seeing the order, the soldiers who had been holding a lot of anger in their hands threw the grenades in their hands towards the city wall below. The men on the wall were hiding behind their bunkers and pouring gasoline on the rolling logs. Suddenly, a large number of grenades fell from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions was continuous and endless. The grenade instantly detonated the gasoline barrel on the city wall, and the entire city wall turned into a sea of fire. The Wuyo army struggled painfully in the flames, and the figures of people in the fire were looming. Huanglong, who was hiding inside, felt that the entire city wall was shaking in the violent explosion and was scared to death. What happened? Where did the explosion come from? Huanglong said in horror. The 4 kings under his command were all confused. At this time, a soldier came running to report. His body was charred, and there were sparks on his clothes from the recent extinguishing of the fire. Report, a large number of grenades fell from the sky, and the people on the city wall were either blown to death or burned to death. What? Huanglong's eyes widened in anger. Are they all dead? He glanced at the guards who had already reached the city and knew the situation was hopeless. He gritted his teeth and ordered, Zheng Liang, you stay here and stop Li Yunpeng. After saying that, he turned around and left with the other 3 brothers. Zheng Liang took a deep breath and thought to himself, fuck, what the hell am I supposed to do to stop them? They're obviously using me as cannon fodder. But he didn't dare to refute and could only bite the bullet and take on this fatal task. Huang Long gave a quick explanation and led his men out of the city wall and retreated towards Wuyo City. Zheng Liang, who was left to guard the pass, was in a dilemma, his face changing from gloomy to bright. He faced death either way, and all his brothers were looking at him eagerly. Zheng Liang weakly pulled out a cigarette and took a deep puff. If you're unkind, don't fucking blame me for being unjust. He suddenly threw the cigarette to the ground, stood up, and ordered, notify the brothers to surrender. The men were stunned for a moment, then realized that surrender was the only way to survive. Huang Long had not run a few hundred meters when he saw a white flag raised at the pass behind him. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Fuck him. Zheng Liang is really an ungrateful person who can never be fed. Let's go. Huang Long quickened his pace, ran to the car with several thousand Wuyo soldiers, and drove away in a flash. Li Yunpeng saw that before he could blow up the door, a white flag was raised on the city wall. What tricks does Huang Long want to play? At this time, someone on the city wall shouted out, Guards brothers, don't shoot. Huang Long has escaped. We surrender. Then he stretched out his hands and slowly stood up. To prevent any fraud, Li Yi shouted, open the door, hold your guns high, and come out one by one. As soon as he finished speaking, the door was opened from the inside, and then 2 teams of prisoners walked out with their guns raised and their heads lowered. When they arrived outside the city, they threw their guns in a pile, continued to move forward, and squatted in an open space. Li Yunpeng roughly counted and found that there were about 400 or 500 people. There was actually an acquaintance among them. Hey, Zheng Liang, see you again. Zheng Liang, who was squatting on the ground, shuddered, then stood up and said with a flattering smile, Li, Commander Li, it was I who ordered the surrender. I hope you can put aside the past grudges. Humph, Li Yunpeng snorted coldly. You haven't been abandoned by Huang Long, have you? You are stuck between a rock and a hard place, so you have no choice but to surrender. This. Zheng Liang didn't expect Li Yunpeng to guess the truth so quickly, and his heart sank. You don't have to worry. I will remember your contribution in surrendering the city. As long as you haven't committed any acts of arson, murder, rape, or looting in the post-war trial, I may consider letting you go, said Li Yunpeng. Zheng Liang was sweating profusely. He had done more than 1 or 2 of these things. Captain Li, I sincerely repent. I only ask that you spare my life. I will dig a canal and build a wall for you. Li Yunpeng glanced at him and turned to leave. The guards had already entered the pass to check it out. After confirming that there were no ambushes, they invited Li Yunpeng into the city. Seeing that the pass was solid and reliable, Li Yunpeng ordered his soldiers to set up camp here and guard the entrance tightly. Holding this place was equivalent to pinching Huang Long's neck, and the Wuyo army would be unable to escape. The guards removed 5 machine guns from the pickup trucks and built machine gun positions on the city wall. Special personnel were assigned to guard the original shooting holes. After the defenders became Li Yunpeng's men, Huang Long would not be able to capture this place even if he had 10 times the number of troops as him. It was getting late today, so Li Yunpeng ordered the soldiers to cook and launch the final attack early tomorrow morning. Chapter 84 Human Shield. Wuyo City is surrounded by mountains and is surrounded by cliffs on 3 sides that look like they were cut by knives and axes. The area inside is vast, covering an area of more than 1,000 acres. The next morning, Li Yunpeng led the army and marched 3 kilometers to Wuyo City. The walls of this converted prison are at least 6 meters high, but not very thick. There were sentries on the wall who had discovered that the guards were approaching the city and ran to report in a panic. In fact, it didn't matter whether they reported or not. Huang Long knew that his end was not far away since he escaped back to Wuyo City. He pressed all his forces onto the city walls. Upon hearing the news that Li Yunpeng's army was approaching, Huang Long showed a cruel smile. Go. Take all the civilians to the city walls and make them stand in front of the soldiers to block the bullets. I'll see if he dares to shoot. At the command, the city was in chaos, and the cries of women and children were shrill and desperate. Let go of my child. She is only 6 years old. You beast. A disheveled woman was holding a little girl and was unwilling to let go. Yujin swung the butt of his gun and hit her head. After a few hits, the woman's head was obviously sunken and blood was flowing all over the floor. Bah, bitch. You're freaking afraid of death, but aren't your brothers? The soldier spat at the woman's body and then shouted at the struggling civilians around them. You lowlifes, if you don't take the bullets, you'll die too. If you climb the city wall, you might be lucky enough to survive. If you don't, you'll end up like this woman. People were trembling with fear. They saw the woman lying motionless on the ground and the little girl crying heartbreakingly. Mom, Mom, wake up. But her wish was destined to never come true. The woman's body gradually became cold and stiff, lying on the ground like a dead stray dog on the roadside, with no one paying attention to her. Tragedy was happening everywhere in the city. Those who dared to resist were eventually killed by the Wuyo army soldiers. The unarmed people had no choice but to walk up to the city wall. Looking at the black muzzles of guns in the hands of a large group of soldiers below the city pointing at them, they suddenly felt their legs and feet sore. The timid people even got their pants wet. The entire city wall was filled with the smell of urine. But at this moment, no one cared and no one despised. Between life and death, everyone's attention was focused on the tiny black shadow on the command vehicle in the distance. Li Yunpeng stood on the command vehicle and saw through the telescope a group of ragged civilians standing on the city wall, with the Wuyo army behind them putting their guns on their shoulders. Human shelter? Haha, Huanglong is simply crazy, said Li Yunpeng. Commander, what should we do? Li Er asked. Li Yunpeng was a little hesitant at this moment. These people were needed for the base upgrade, so it was better to have as few deaths as possible. Killing a few people by mistake in a battle is not a big deal, but there are hundreds of people standing densely packed on the wall. Should we just kill them all? But if we don't kill them, we can't launch an attack. Li Yunpeng pondered over this, wondering if he was just going to trap them in the city until they ran out of ammunition and food. Li Yunpeng rejected this idea immediately. There was not enough food, and the first people to starve to death would be civilians. Once all the civilians starved to death, what would be the point of Li Yunpeng taking over the city except for revenge? The progress of upgrading to level 2 would have to be delayed again. Just when Li Yunpeng was in a dilemma, Li Qi stepped forward and said, Commander, don't worry for now. Let's see what role Wu Gang can play. Wu Gang. Li Yunpeng was puzzled. He hadn't paid much attention to him since he was assigned to the guards. Does he have any good ideas? Li Qi said, We previously sent several undercover personnel into worry-free country, including Wu Gang. Yesterday, he sent a secret message saying that he would find an opportunity to break through the city gate today. Oh, Li Yunpeng was a little surprised, but Wu had just joined the guard army for a few months. How could he stir up trouble in the enemy's lair? There was no better solution at this time. Li Qi, go and prepare. If they succeed, you must rush up and seize the city gate immediately. Yes. Seeing that the situation was taking a turn for the better, Li Yunpeng picked up the telescope again to observe the movements in Wuyo City. Li Qi sent 5 teams of soldiers to erect steel plates to build a shelter 100 meters away from the city gate. Huanglong had been standing in a hidden spot, observing from outside. What is Li Yunpeng planning to do? Is he placing his position so far forward just to annoy me? His doubts did not last long. Boom! A violent explosion suddenly sounded. Huanglong was frightened and saw a cloud of black smoke rising from the city gate. Oh no! Huanglong felt a chill in his heart. The gasoline and rolling logs he had prepared on the city gate must have been blown up. Moreover, without the city gate, what could he use to stop Li Yunpeng? Li Yunpeng was overjoyed as he sat in the car. A large gap was blown out in the gate of Wuyo City, and the second explosion of the gasoline barrel on the city wall blew away many rolling logs. Humph, damn Huanglong. You want to use this method to deal with me? Li Yunpeng sneered, but he knew in his heart that if the city gate had not been blown open, it would have been difficult for him to attack. There are no cliffs on both sides of the pass where one can attack from a high position. Fortunately, Wu Gang succeeded. This guy is really a good soldier, but I don't know if he can survive such a violent explosion. Now is not the time to think about these things. Li Yunpeng waved his hand, and all the soldiers pushed the steel shields and rushed towards Wuyo City. Seeing the enemy coming fiercely, the Wuyo army immediately opened fire, but the guards hid behind mobile bunkers, and most of their bullets were bounced away. The 150 soldiers closest to the city gate rushed in first, quickly occupied the key position, and blocked the Wuyo army that wanted to attack. As the battle broke out, the civilians on the city wall panicked, and even though the Wuyo army killed several people in succession, they were unable to stop it. Seeing that the human cover was no longer effective, the Wuyo army ignored the civilians and started shooting at the approaching large force of guards. Seeing civilians running down the city wall in panic, Li Yunpeng ordered the machine guns to open fire. The machine gunner who received the order had been holding back his anger for a long time, and now he vented all his anger on the opposite city wall. Dense rain of bullets covered the entire city wall, and the outer wall of Wuyo City was hit by dust and rubble. The Wuyo army only had one chance to shoot, and then they were beaten so badly that they couldn't even raise their heads. Under the cover of machine guns, the guards threw away their heavy steel shields and rushed towards Wuyo City. Seeing that defeat was inevitable, the Wuyo army abandoned the city wall and ran towards the prison. Those who were still resisting were shot to death by the guards who rushed up the city wall. Li Yunpeng came to the ruined city in a command vehicle. As soon as he got off the vehicle, he saw Wu Gang guarding the gate of Wuyo City. He walked over and said, "Wu Gang, well done." Wu Gang was quite excited to see Li Yunpeng. He immediately saluted and said, "Guard Soldier Wu Gang, you have fulfilled your mission and completed the task of blowing up the city gate." "Good, good, good." Li Yunpeng patted his shoulder and said "good" 3 times in a loud voice. Then he walked up to the city wall, which was littered with broken limbs and debris. Li Yunpeng ignored them, stepped over the enemy's corpses, and came to the battlement to observe the situation inside the city. The guards have occupied all the city walls and pointed their guns into the city. Chapter 85: The End of Wuyo Country. The riotous soldiers and civilians in the city swarmed together and ran towards the prison in a panic. Civilians living in the worry-free country cannot get information from the outside world. They are under the surveillance of the worry-free army every day, and they are instinctively afraid when they suddenly see the ferocious guards. But the prison space is limited, and only the Wuyo army can squeeze in, and all civilians are kept out. People looked at the locked door of the prison, then turned to look at the fully armed soldiers on the city wall, and slowly squatted down helplessly, hoping that these soldiers would not kill innocent people indiscriminately. Listen up, everyone inside. All civilians can leave the city through the main gate for temporary refuge. The soldiers of the Wuyo army will be treated leniently as long as they lay down their weapons. Li Yunpeng shouted with a loudspeaker. When people heard that they could leave the city, most of them were a little bit unconvinced. They were just let go like that? They had previously been forced by the Wuyo army to attack the survivor base outside. After breaking into the city, the Wuyo army soldiers would first burn, kill, rape, and loot before taking the survivors back to Wuyo City. This had become a routine, but the soldiers surrounding them had not fired a single shot. The brave ones began to try to stand up and tentatively walk out of the city. The guarding soldiers did not make things difficult for them. With someone taking the lead, people stood up and lined up to walk out of the city. Outside the city, people felt a sense of freedom. Even eating, drinking, and defecating were regulated in their daily lives, and now they were finally free. If they hadn't been so frail from chronic hunger, many people would have wanted to run freely in the sun to vent their frustrations. Compared to the relaxed mood of people outside the city, the situation in the prison was completely different. The huge prison became an empty city at this time. Only the remnants of the Wuyo army hiding inside would occasionally peek out to check the situation outside. The atmosphere gradually became tense, and a battle could break out at any time. The Wuyo army soldiers hiding in the prison tried to keep even their breathing quiet, for fear of breaking the peace and attracting fire from the guards. But what is coming will eventually come, and the hopes of the Wuyo army soldiers were soon dashed. Li Yunpeng ordered small teams to storm the prison. The Wuyo army, having lost the protection of the fortified city, was forced to engage in street fighting, but with their single-shot homemade rifles against the fully armed guard squad, the outcome was inevitable. The guards arrived at the door and threw 2 grenades in. As the explosions rang out, the screams of the Wuyo army were also heard. The guard soldier broke the door lock with 2 shots, kicked the door open, and rushed in. The series of automatic rifle fire soon ended, the gate opened, and the other teams rushed in one after another, each choosing a direction to advance. Huang Long was currently in the Imperial Palace, in the center of the prison, slumped on the dragon throne, staring blankly at the half-finished dragon-patterned ceiling. "Lord, please tell us what to do. My brothers have followed you and traveled all over the country for more than 10 years. We can't fail here." Tao Wei, one of the 4 heavenly kings, said. "That's right, boss. Let's think of a solution quickly. The guards have strong firepower. We are no match for them in street fighting. We brothers can't hold on any longer." Tang Lei asked anxiously. Alas, Huang Long let out a long breath, as if all his strength had been drained out of his body with it. "Brothers, don't blame me now that things have come to this. Since ancient times, victors have been kings and losers have been bandits. Just accept it." Huang Lang, one of Huang Long's kings, and also his distant cousin, suddenly became anxious. He ignored Huang Long's repeated orders to address him as the king and shouted gruffly, "I haven't lived enough, Huang Long. I don't believe you don't have an escape route like a tunnel." Huang Long felt a chill in his heart. In desperate situations, human nature finally returned to normal. In the past, Huang Lang always bent his back when talking to him, but today he even dared to call him by his name. Do you think it's still the same as when we were hiding from the police? How can we dig a tunnel in this mountain? You want me to dig through the mountain? Huang Long said. Brother, let's surrender. Tang Lei stepped forward and said, Surrender? Huang Long had considered it, but he had tried to kill Li Yunpeng time and time again, and no one would let him off easily. Do we have any way out? I was the one who came up with the plan to plot against Li Yunpeng, but you were the ones who carried it out. When the three heard this, they cursed in their hearts. Didn't you say that Li Yunpeng had countless treasures and beautiful women, and they were easily available? Now that the situation has come to this, what's the point of passing the buck? It was a dead end all around. The three of them sat on the ground, smoking in frustration. Tang Lei grabbed a bottle of strong liquor and gulped it down in one breath. Bang! Then he smashed the bottle with force. You're going to die anyway, Huang Long. Before you die, pull out those women you treasured and let your brothers have fun with them. Tang Lei grinned. Huang Long suppressed his anger and reached behind his waist, saying with a smile, Okay, since Tang Lei wants to play, then of course there is no problem. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly pulled out his pistol and pointed it at Tang Lei, just as he was about to pull the trigger. Bang! Another pistol in the room fired first. Huang Lang, you beast. Huang Long's wrist was pierced by a bullet, and the gun in his hand fell to the ground. When he turned around, he saw that smoke was still coming out of the muzzle of the gun in Huang Lang's hand. Huang Lang said disdainfully, I hate it most that you don't keep your word. You said that the territory I fought so hard to conquer belonged to me, but in the end you gave it to Huang Hu. Do you want to play tricks with your woman today? Tang Lei was so frightened that he almost sobered up. He staggered and picked up Huang Long's pistol, pointed it at him, and said, I was blind to follow you, and now I have nothing to say after this. Sanzi, take the men and drag all his women out to me. Today, brothers, show him your skills in front of him and show him what we can do. Okay. The younger brothers were a little hesitant when they saw their boss rebelling, but they could bet that the guards would rush in and take their lives at the next moment, so they didn't care. It would be a good deal if they shot him, and it would be a huge profit for 3 years. With a shout, they took people to Huang Long's room, carried out 5 beautiful women, and threw them on the ground. The women looked at the men who seemed to be ready to eat them alive with horror, and quickly crawled towards Huang Long. Lord, please save us. Tang Lei and the others felt a little hot when they saw them crawling on the ground. Brothers, hurry up and attack us together. Let's be free ghosts on the road to the underworld. Ha ha ha. A group of people rushed towards the women with laughter. Li Yunpeng didn't expect that Huang Long's men would rebel at the critical moment. When he arrived at what Huang Long called the Imperial Palace, the scene before him stunned him. Huang Long sat on the chair with his eyes dull, while his men were performing a live pornographic show in front of him. The women's clothes were stripped off by the soldiers until there was little left. The men's lewd laughter and the women's cries mixed together. These people seemed not to see the guards rushing in and continued to tear the women's clothes frantically. Pull these people apart, Li Yunpeng said coldly. The guards received the order to go forward and arrest the people, but the men were like crazy, holding the women tightly with both hands. Seeing that they could not separate them, the guards raised the butts of their guns and hit them until they were beaten to a bloody pulp, and then they let go of the women's hands. Li Yunpeng shook his head. Lock him up like a fucking beast. Chapter 86. Die together. Only after the guards separated the chaotic men and women did Li Yunpeng step into the hall. The women were finally freed and quickly picked up the torn clothes on the ground to cover their bodies, then curled up in a corner and cried softly. Li Yunpeng walked to a relatively clean sofa opposite Huang Long and sat down. Huang Long, I told you that we would meet soon. Sure enough, your wish came true. How come you are like this before I could even do anything? Li Yunpeng said frivolously. As if awakened by Li Yunpeng's voice, Huang Long came to his senses and said, I am the emperor of Wuyo Kingdom. Emperor? You're just a fucking locust. Look at what harm you've done to ordinary people out there. Li Yunpeng interrupted him. Huang Long said as a matter of course, I provide them with shelter, they should be grateful to me. Grateful? Li Yunpeng glanced at the 5 women huddled nearby and said, ask them if they're grateful to you. Ha ha ha. They are eating the best food and wearing the most gorgeous clothes in this apocalypse. Why aren't they grateful? Commander Li, are you envious of me having many wives and concubines? Huang Long laughed. Oh, I don't envy you at all. You can even wear 5 green hats at the same time. Li Yunpeng sneered. Huang Long's smile suddenly froze, and he said gloomily, why do you think I let them do whatever they want? I endured it just to wait for this moment. Li Yunpeng was confused. Wait for me? Huang Long's hands, hidden under his loose clothes, were clutching 2 ropes, one black and one red. He suddenly pulled the black one, and the carpet in front of him was immediately torn open, revealing piles of explosives underneath. He had a crazy expression on his face. Li Yunpeng, unless you agree to my conditions, let's die together today. Oh shit, Li Yunpeng was shocked. If so much explosives were to explode, no one in the room would survive. He quickly said, Huang Long, you're really ruthless. Tell me what your conditions are. Please prepare a car for me, fill it with gas, and ask Commander Li to take me out of the city. Huang Long said. Even without him saying it, Li Yunpeng could guess it. So he said, okay, put down the fuse in your hand first. Humph. Huang Long stepped forward, picked up his pistol, pointed it at Li Yunpeng, and said, come here and be my hostage. You'd better not play any tricks. Li Yunpeng did as he was told and walked forward with his hands raised. Stop. Huang Long clenched his gun tightly and saw Li Yunpeng standing there. Turn around. I want to search you for weapons. Li Yunpeng thought to himself, this old man is really cautious. If it weren't for my strength and good luck, anyone else would have been defeated by him long ago. He slowly turned around. Huang Long searched him carefully, pulled out the pistol at his waist and the dagger on his leg, and then he felt relieved. Are you relieved now? Li Yunpeng asked with his back to him. Huang Long pushed his back and said, stop talking nonsense. Get your people out of the way and get out. Li Yunpeng waved his hand, and the guards immediately made way. Lord, please take me with you. I will serve you at your beck and call from now on. Huang Lang hugged Huang Long's thigh and cried when he saw a glimmer of hope. The others also eagerly begged Huang Long to take them away. Roll. Huang Long kicked him in the face and cursed. You heartless bastards, wait for death here. The 5 women cried and begged Huang Long to take them with them. They had no idea who had rushed in due to lack of information, so to be on the safe side they decided to follow Huang Long. Huang Long turned his head and looked at the women with a complicated look. He could understand that a large part of the fun of being an emperor came from a few women. But taking a woman with him on the run would be a burden. Huang Long made up his mind, and without hesitation, he pushed Li Yunpeng out alone. Li Yunpeng felt relieved only after seeing Huang Long come out and throw away the fuse of the explosives. Huang Long probably never thought that the moment he let go of the fuse of the explosives, he was handing his life over to Li Yunpeng's hands. Commander, Li Qi and others were a little worried. Just as they were about to ask, they were stopped by Li Yunpeng's wave of his hand. They could only follow him from a distance. When he walked out of the prison gate, Huang Long felt a little emotional when he saw the city wall full of guards. He used to be full of pride when he saw the city wall full of soldiers, but now things have changed and he feels indescribably depressed. Hurry up. Huang Long put the muzzle of the gun against Li Yunpeng's back, urging him to move faster. But Li Yunpeng stood in the middle of the yard without moving. Li Yunpeng, you are fucking tired of living, right? The worst that can happen is that we die together. Huang Long was extremely nervous when he saw that he was surrounded by guards. He stared at Li Yunpeng with his hand ready to pull the trigger at any time. Li Yunpeng slowly turned around, smiled, and put down his hand. Haha, Huang Long, you want to die with me? You had a chance just now, but now. Stop talking nonsense. Do you believe I can kill you? Huang Long instinctively felt that something was wrong. He could only stare at Li Yunpeng, his only life-saving straw. I don't believe it. Li Yunpeng finished speaking word by word, and then Huang Long felt a flash before his eyes, and Li Yunpeng disappeared on the spot. He was suddenly shocked, his hair stood on end, and he nervously turned the muzzle of the gun, but he was surrounded by fully armed guards, and there was no sign of Li Yunpeng. What the hell? Huang Long's forehead was covered with fine cold sweat, and the soldiers around him looked at him with mocking eyes. Huang Long, I'm here. Li Yunpeng's voice sounded beside him, and he hurriedly turned the gun, but only saw a black shadow flash by, and no one was seen. Ah! Bang 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 bang. Huang Long was extremely nervous. He raised his gun and fired several shots at his head. Li Yunpeng, come out here if you dare. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a crisp, clicked sound from his wrist, followed by a piercing pain. His right hand holding the gun was broken in an instant, and the pistol fell to the ground. Ah! Huang Long screamed while holding his wrist, and only then did he see clearly that Li Yunpeng was standing next to him. Are you a human or a ghost? Huang Long asked in fear. Li Yunpeng squatted down and whispered in his ear. Do you remember the blue crystal you gave to the Doomsday Merchant? Eating it can make humans evolve. I got that crystal from the Doomsday Merchant and evolved to my current level of skill. Thank you for your help, ha ha ha. Huang Long's eyes widened. You. Click. Just as Huang Long was about to speak, Li Yunpeng gently twisted his neck. Huang Long took his last breath with regret and unwillingness, his eyes wide open until his death. Li Yunpeng looked at him coldly, wiped his hands on his clothes, then stood up and walked towards the prison. Chapter 87 The Queen of Wuyo Kingdom. When Li Yunpeng came back, the guards had already dismantled the explosives and transported them away. Apart from a few of Huang Long's men, there were only 5 women left in the hall. Take the man away and lock him up, Li Yunpeng ordered. The guards took all the men away, leaving only Li Yunpeng and 5 women in the hall. Where is Huang Long's room? Take me there, Li Yunpeng said. The 5 women lowered their heads and slowly stood up. Their tattered clothes could not hide the scenery underneath. But Li Yunpeng had no time to appreciate it at this time. Although these women were quite beautiful, they were far inferior to the top beauties beside him. He followed the women around the hall. There was a small door behind the screen. When the door was opened, there was a spacious suite with a hall in the middle. It was furnished with high-end leather sofas, and the other furniture also exuded a luxurious atmosphere. Huang Long really knows how to enjoy himself. But on one side of the hall, there are some strange objects, including rings, waterbeds, wooden horses, etc. Li Yunpeng was wondering what the purpose of putting these completely incompatible things together was. The 5 women saw him staring at these things in a daze, biting their lower lips tightly. And then, as if they had made a decision, they slowly walked over, took off their clothes, and lay down on the wooden horse and waterbed. Li Yunpeng's face flushed, and he instantly understood what these things were used for. Ahem, get up and find some complete clothes to put on. The women were stunned. Would this new master let them go? So they obediently went to the wardrobe to find clothes and put them on. Li Yunpeng was not deliberate, but he was not shy either. He stared at them and watched the whole process to prevent these women from playing tricks. Only after the women were dressed did Li Yunpeng ask, "Does Huang Long have any important collections?" Yes, yes. A woman reacted and said hurriedly, "Is there? If so, take me to see it." Li Yunpeng was speechless. "Oh, okay." The woman turned around hurriedly and fiddled with a bookshelf in the living room. Suddenly, the neat row of bookshelves separated to both sides, revealing a cleverly designed secret door. Li Yunpeng followed the woman's footsteps and walked into it. It was a small secret room with some shelves neatly arranged on the walls. Li Yunpeng looked around and was stunned. Gold bars were neatly stacked on the shelves, and some scattered gold, silver, and jewelry filled more than a dozen boxes, emitting a dazzling golden light. He had never seen such a large quantity of gold and jewelry, and was stunned for a moment. Although these things were not even as valuable as a bag of rice in the apocalypse, it did not prevent Li Yunpeng, who had never seen such things before, from being amazed. Li Yunpeng lingered over these yellow and white objects for a moment, then turned and asked, "Huang Long, what's wrong with your brain? Why are you using these useless things?" A woman said, "Some of this is from Huang Long's illegal gains before the end of the world, and most of it was collected recently. He particularly likes gold. Is there anything else of value?" Li Yunpeng asked. The woman in the lead thought for a moment and said, "There's another car in the garage, but I don't know about the others." Car? Li Yunpeng was speechless. Huang Long was too poor. What good car could there be? He could just pick one up on the street. He was very curious about what kind of car Huang Long had in his collection. Lead the way. The woman twisted her plump body and brought Li Yunpeng to the garage. Holy crap! Li Yunpeng was so surprised when he saw the car. It turned out to be a military Hummer. How could someone get this thing? He knocked on the glass. It was probably bulletproof, with a thickness of several dozen millimeters. The doors were armored, and there was a machine gun mount on the roof. However, Huang Long didn't have a machine gun, so it was empty. It must be a good thing to be treasured by Huang Long sitting in such a car. Safety is basically worry-free. Li Yunpeng found Li Qi and asked him to arrange for someone to transport all the cars and gold, silver, and jewelry back to the base. "What's your name?" Li Yunpeng asked while sitting on the sofa in the living room and holding a cup of tea. The leading woman paused and said, Huang Long changed my name to Xiao Zhuang." What? Xiao Zhuang? Huang Long was absolutely insane. He fantasized about being the founding emperor of the Qing dynasty. He even renamed his woman Xiao Zhuang. The woman was embarrassed and said, "We were all robbed by him, so." Li Yunpeng was too lazy to listen to their stories and said, "I don't care how you got here. There's a public trial tomorrow. As long as you haven't committed a capital crime, I won't do anything to you." The 5 women breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this. Ever since they were captured by Huang Long, they had been imprisoned in the harem and had never done anything excessive. Master, Xiao Zhuang said in a low voice. Li Yunpeng was stunned and interrupted her. "Don't call me master. You can call me commander." "Oh, okay, sir. There's also a women's camp in this prison. Huang Long has gathered some beautiful girls together. When the Wuyo army needs to fight hard or their morale is low, they will let the soldiers go into the women's camp and spend the night." Overnight, Li Yunpeng felt cold in his heart. He could already imagine what it would be like for a group of Wuyo army soldiers who were about to fight to the death to spend a night in the women's camp. Huang Long really had no bottom line and actually used this method to win over his soldiers. Xiaozhuang. Li Yunpeng felt awkward the moment he said that, and then said, "Change your original names back to what they were. It's like a Qing dynasty drama." The leading woman said, "We sisters who have shared hardships together privately call each other by nicknames. My name is Xiaohong, and the ones next to me are Xiaozi, Xiaolan, Xiaoqing, and Xiaojing." Li Yunpeng covered his forehead and thought, "It's like going to a nightclub." Looking at the vaguely transparent clothes on these women, they do look a bit alike. Although they are not the most beautiful, they would still be the top stars in a nightclub. "Xiaohong, put on another piece of clothing and take me to the women's camp. The others just wait here," Li Yunpeng said as he took a look at Xiaohong's clothes, which had very little fabric on them. Xiaohong lowered her head to change into normal clothes and took Li Yunpeng down the prison spiral staircase to the dungeon. Behind him was a group of guards. The underground floor of the prison was converted into an empty hall, surrounded by iron fences. Hundreds of women gathered in groups of 3 or 5 in the huge iron cages. They had empty eyes and ignored the people who came in. There are many simple beds in the iron cage, and it is relatively clean. Li Yunpeng stood at a distance and watched for a long time before sighing softly. "Li Qi, take these people outside and have them participate in the public trial tomorrow. I hope these women can get over it on their own." Li Yunpeng doesn't have the energy to care about their mental health issues. All he can do is provide them with a stable living environment. In turn, these people can also increase the number of people under his command. As for what will happen in the future, that is not his concern. That night, Li Yunpeng planned to spend the night in the Hummer. Just as he was washing up and preparing to rest, the soldier on duty reported that Xiaohong wanted to see the commander for something. What could this woman do in the middle of the night? Let her in. Li Yunpeng simply sat in the driver's seat and waited for her. When the soldier opened the passenger door, Li Yunpeng saw that she was wearing a bright red short dress, which showed off her voluptuous figure, and her curly dark red hair was draped over her shoulders. She sat in the passenger seat and closed the door, and the enclosed space was immediately filled with fragrance. "You?" Xiaohong's eyes were full of charm, and the clothes she wore, which were made of very little fabric, exuded extreme temptation. "Commander, I only ask that you take better care of us sisters in the future." Li Yunpeng was speechless. "Is there anyone who takes care of things like this? You put on your clothes and get up to talk." Li Qi was patrolling nearby. Seeing some unusual movements in the commander's Hummer, he immediately walked over, but unfortunately, he ran into a woman getting out of the car with a red face. Li Qi immediately turned around and tried to run, but Li Yunpeng got out of the car and said, "Stop. Things are not what you think." "Commander, I didn't see anything," Li Qi replied righteously. "Fuck." Li Yunpeng was speechless and too lazy to explain. After all, his subordinates were 100% loyal to him. Chapter 88 Talent. The next morning, Li Yunpeng convened a trial meeting and gathered the poor people and captives of Wuyo City outside the city. After a day of fermentation, people finally realized that the guards were completely different from Huang Long's men. After taking down Wuyo City, not only did they not exploit and enslave them, but now they were even making decisions for them and judging the big guys who had been standing over them and bullying them. People were outraged. After months of slavery, they finally had a chance to turn around. Unfortunately, many of their relatives and friends would never have the chance to see this day. Li Yunpeng first brought Huang Long's 1 queen and 4 concubines to public trial. He once thought that Xiaohong's initiative last night was so that he could show leniency during the trial today. Unexpectedly, everyone said that they did not know these 5 women and had not been harmed by them in any way. So Li Yunpeng did not make things difficult for them anymore. Next came the 4 Vajras under Huang Long. When these 4 were pushed out, people were immediately furious. Even his hatred for Huang Long was not as strong as that for these 4 people. Huang Long was the proponent of the cruel policy, but these 4 people were the actual executors, and it would not be an exaggeration to call them executioners. Among them, Zhang Liang's voice of criticism was slightly weaker than the other 3. He did not get along well with the people of Wuyo country. Although he did a lot of bad things, he was not as cruel as the others. In addition to his contribution in surrendering the city, Li Yunpeng immediately decided to sentence Zhang Liang to lifelong hard labor and the other 3 to be executed immediately. After hearing Li Yunpeng's order, Zhang Liang's trembling body suddenly relaxed, and a feeling as if he was in another world instantly came over him. Forget it. What's the point of fighting for power? Those who kill will be killed. Just be an ordinary person and live in this world. Zhang Liang, who had escaped death, actually had a glimmer of enlightenment. He kowtowed 3 times in the direction of Li Yunpeng, and then kowtowed to the people continuously. He was then taken away by the guards and temporarily locked up, and then taken back to the base to be enrolled in a labor camp. The remaining 3 people trembled in fear under the criticism of thousands of people. The trial was conducted on the spot, and the person was executed on the spot. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots ended their crime. The bullets penetrated the back of their heads and exited from the front, blowing off their entire faces. The horrifying scene made the people waiting for trial wet their pants on the spot. The smell of urine filled the entire square, and Li Yunpeng frowned at the smell. "Commander, that man is the firearms designer of Wuyo City." Xiaohong came to Li Yunpeng and said softly. Li Yunpeng looked in the direction she pointed and saw a skinny middle-aged man kneeling among the captives. He had a pointed chin and wore a pair of frameless glasses. "What's his name?" Li Yunpeng asked. "His name is Zhou Gu. He was rescued by Huang Hu from Wuhai Precision Machinery Group. I heard he is very capable," Xiaohong said. Li Yunpeng called Li Qi over and asked him to suspend the next round of trial. "Give Zhou Gu a try, and try him next." Li Qi took the order and made arrangements. Looking at a group of people who were shot lying in a mess next to the trial table, Zhou Gu trembled secretly and waited in line to wait for his fate to be decided. He was at the end of the line and it was still early for the trial, but suddenly 2 soldiers rushed over, crossed the long line, and lifted him directly to the trial platform. He froze and collapsed on the ground. Although he had not done anything harmful to the world, all the weapons in the Wuyo kingdom were made by him, and these weapons caused many casualties to the soldiers in front of him. He did not think he could escape death. Li Yi, who presided over the trial, read out loudly, "Zhou Gu, the person in charge of weapons design for the worry-free nation, will now be tried. Anyone who has been harmed by him may stand up and testify against him." The scene was quiet for a few minutes, and no one stood up. Some people whispered together, as if discussing something. Then a representative stood up and said stiffly, "Report to the commander. Minister Zhou is a good man. He was forced to design weapons for Huang Long, and most of the food he received was secretly distributed to the children." Li Yi glanced at Li Yunpeng and saw him nod slightly. He said loudly, "Since no one has testified against Zhou Gu, then declare him not guilty and let him go to the group of survivors." Zhou Gu was a little bit surprised to hear that they had let him go. If he hadn't hurt anyone, he wouldn't be convicted? He didn't expect these soldiers to be so magnanimous. He stood up trembling, glanced at the scene of blood flowing like a river next to him, and quickly ran to stand in the team of survivors. Generosity is only relative. At least those corpses prove that they were definitely decisive and ruthless people. "Your name is Zhou Gu?" Li Qi asked as he stood in front of him. Seeing a stern-faced soldier asking him a question, Zhou Gu quickly bowed and said with a smile, "I am Zhou Gu. What are your instructions, sir?" Li Qi said coldly, "Come with me. The commander wants to see you." "Commander?" Zhou Gu was confused. He didn't know what level this title represented, but no matter what level it was, it would be right to treat it as the highest level. "Report to the commander. The person has been brought here." Li Qi came to Li Yunpeng and said. Zhou Gu secretly looked at the man in front of him. His first impression was youth. His body didn't look very strong, but it gave people a feeling of strong explosive power. His eyes were deep, and his temperament was calm, but with a strong sense of oppression. Li Yunpeng turned around to look. He could not judge a person by appearance. Zhou Gu was not only skinny, but also very short, only about 1.6 meters tall, with dark skin and a pointed face. "Zhou Gu, I heard you used to be a precision machinery designer?" Zhou Gu bowed and replied, "Commander, I used to be the chief designer of Wuhai Precision Machinery Group, so I know a little bit about mechanics." He didn't dare to speak too confidently for fear of causing trouble. "What kind of company is this Wuhai Machinery Group?" Li Yunpeng turned to ask Xiaohong. Xiaohong was stunned. She had never heard of Wuhai Machinery Group. It was Blue Dragon Country's largest machinery design company, a global leader. Although puzzled, she patiently explained to Li Yunpeng, "Wuhai Group is a top domestic machinery manufacturing company, even capable of producing industrial machine tools." "They can even produce industrial machine tools?" Li Yunpeng was surprised. Wouldn't it be easy to build a bullet production line? But the Wuyo Kingdom's firearms weren't very advanced. "Did you design all the firearms of Wuyo country?" Li Yunpeng asked. Zhou Gu shuddered, looked up at Li Yunpeng's expression, then quickly retracted his gaze and said, to reply to the commander, yes. "Don't be nervous, I'm just confused. With your level, it should be a simple matter to manufacture firearms, but the equipment of Wuyo country is not that good." Li Yunpeng asked the question in his heart. When Zhou Gu heard he wasn't being accused of anything, he finally calmed down and said, "Commander, There's a power shortage here in worry-free country. The firearms they use are all handmade by technicians with minimal training. I'm a first-level technician and can make any firearm, but the other technicians aren't skilled enough to mass-produce more complex firearms. And one more thing, Huang Long is unkind. I only used a portion of my weapon to paralyze him, not my full strength. Oh, so that's how it is. Li Yunpeng finally understood what was going on. There was no electricity in Wuyo country, but the tanks at the base had electricity. The power provided by the tanks was more than enough to supply the life of the entire base. Li Yunpeng's eyes were shining as he looked at Zhou Gu. With industrial production, he no longer had to worry about points. Chapter 89 Returning in Triumph. In every major war, millions of points were earned, but most of them were consumed on bullets, and in the end only a few 100,000 or even tens of thousands were left. There were also a few times when the income and expenditure were barely balanced. But it would be different with Zhou Gu around. If he could design a bullet production line, he would no longer need to exchange points for bullets. All the points earned could be retained. Li Yunpeng couldn't calculate how many points that would be. Commander, Xiaohong saw the sparkling smile on the corner of his mouth and gently touched him to remind him. Li Yunpeng wiped the corner of his mouth and said, Zhou Gu, are you willing to work for me? Zhou Gu quickly replied, Thank you for your kindness, sir. I am willing to serve you like a dog or a horse. Ha ha ha, Zhou Gu, you are too polite. I will have to rely on you in the future. I wonder how old you are this year, Zhou Gu. Li Yunpeng was in a good mood after recruiting a talent. Commander, I just turned 35 this year, Zhou Gu replied. Well, Zhou Gu should also pay attention to maintenance besides work. Li Yunpeng said earnestly. He is 35 years old, but he looks like 55. Zhou Gu thought, if you don't like my appearance, just say it directly. People who don't know me will think you care about me if you beat around the bush. Thank you, Commander. I will. After a trial lasting most of the day, most of the Wuyo army were executed on the spot, and the rest were detained and sent to labor camps. Li Yunpeng arranged 2 small teams to guard the pass. Wuyo Kingdom had the advantage of terrain, and he planned to plant a lot of grain there. He only needed to guard the pass to rest assured, and then lead the remaining soldiers to escort 20,000 civilians back to the base. Although Li Yunpeng helped them to take revenge, everyone was unsure on the way to the base, fearing they would just escape from the dragon's den and walk into the tiger's den again. This caused a small number of people who were extremely insecure to defect midway. Li Yunpeng didn't care. Everyone would pay a price for their choice. Only those who escaped would have the right to regret if they were lucky enough to survive. After several hours of trekking, the front of the team finally saw the outline of the base from afar. The people from Wuyo country had seen big cities before, so they were not surprised at all. Instead, the closer they got to the base, the more nervous they became. But when they walked into the gate of the base, they were shocked by the scene inside. The houses in the base were neatly arranged. People came and went freely, and those who lined the streets to welcome the triumphant guards had spontaneous smiles on their faces. Is this real? Not a dream. There are no soldiers guarding the people here? Are they all free? This is the real worry-free country. Everyone had different ideas in mind, and managers at all levels in the base also took the lead in participating in the welcome ceremony. Looking at the endless team, they became more and more excited. Having people means everything. The participation of these 20,000 people has made people realize that they are not alone in this world, and there are many people like them living there. Li Yunpeng was in the middle of the team. When he walked into the city, the cheers reached a peak. In people's eyes, this young leader brought them miracles time and time again, and even when he was in a desperate situation, he could always turn danger into safety. Li Yunpeng had been fighting for days, sleeping in the open air. Although he was in high spirits, he was still a little tired. His command vehicle drove straight into the gate of the administrative district. The new survivors were naturally properly arranged by Zhang Tao. Wang Shiyan hadn't seen Li Yunpeng for a few days and was worried about his safety every day. She was originally responsible for registering the newly arrived survivors and prisoners, but when she saw Li Yunpeng walking straight into the inner city, she called Lu Zide over and said, Xiao Lu, come register for me. I have something to do and I'll leave first. Lu Zide. More than 20,000 people. Leave it to me. He felt bitter, but he had to bite the bullet and take on the task assigned by his leader. Watching Wang Shiyan happily running towards the inner city, Lu Zide cursed Li Yunpeng in his heart. Before the apocalypse, you always cheated me. After the apocalypse, you were busy, and now it's your woman's turn to cheat me. What kind of sin have I committed? When Wang Shiyan arrived at the inner city, Li Yunpeng was sitting on a lounge chair in the yard, enjoying the fruit cut by Horfeng'er and the drink specially made for him by Xiao Mingdai. Shiyan, aren't you busy? Li Yunpeng asked when he saw her coming. Wang Shiyan glared at him and said, Humph, I was busy serving the beauties you brought back. The names of Xiaohong and Xiaolan are almost like a rainbow. Li Yunpeng's body stiffened. Damn, who the hell is so loudmouth? He thought that what happened that night in Wuyo country had been exposed, but looking at Wang Shiyan's expression, it didn't seem like that. Don't make blind guesses. There are tens of thousands of refugees. All of them are disheveled. Only those few women are fair and tender, standing out among the crowd like a crane among chickens. Only a blind person can't see that. Wang Shiyan said. Shoo. It's good that they haven't been exposed. Li Yunpeng breathed a sigh of relief and then explained to Wang Shiyan and the other two. Those 5 people were originally the queen and concubines of Huanglong of Wuyo Kingdom. They were imprisoned in the harem from the beginning. I rescued them and they hadn't done anything wrong, so I brought them back with me. Hua Feng'er was interested when she heard this. Wow, you can become the emperor? And the empress? If I had known earlier, I would have gone with you. This is much more interesting than watching a TV show. Xia Mengdai rolled her eyes at her and said, Don't worry. When the commander becomes emperor someday, maybe he can even make you a concubine. Li Yunpeng was sweating profusely and didn't dare to respond at all. A woman's imagination often only needs an opening to naturally write a whole drama for you. Hua Feng'er blushed instantly. Who? Who wants to be a concubine? I'm just curious. Zombies are evolving. Even ordinary zombies are much stronger than at the beginning of the apocalypse. One day a second-level evolved zombie might show up and destroy the base we worked so hard to build, said Li Yunpeng. After being frightened by him, Hua Feng'er's thoughts were finally diverted from the Qing Palace drama. She was lively and often ran outside, so it was common for her to encounter scattered zombies. Of course, she also felt that the ordinary zombies now were much stronger and faster than those at the beginning of the apocalypse. Okay, Brother Peng has returned with a great victory this time. Let's not discuss those unhappy things. I believe that with Brother Peng here, all level 2 and 3 zombies will be defeated. Wang Shiyan saw that the atmosphere was starting to get weird and hurriedly persuaded. Xia Mengdai also added, Commander is so powerful. Don't worry, we will build the base stronger together and make it the strongest fortress in the apocalypse. Encouraged by Wang Shiyan and Xia Mengdai, Li Yunpeng's confidence soared. I have a base tank system, so I'm not afraid of anything. As the base level increases, more facilities and weapons will be unlocked. I can unify the Blue Dragon Kingdom and become the Emperor. Report, Commander, the military Hummers and gold and silver jewelry have arrived. Please give your instructions. A team leader came in and reported. Chapter 90. Winning over Wu Bin. When he heard about the military Hummer, Li Yunpeng stood up and said, Get the car and the stuff in. That car is a good thing. Not only does it have powerful firepower, but its defense is also amazing. As for the gold and jewelry, although they are of no use for the time being, they can be kept for now. They may be useful in the future. Soon, the guards drove in Hummers, carrying boxes of gold, silver, and jewelry. Hua Feng'er had been an outdoor enthusiast before the apocalypse, so she naturally knew about military Hummers. Her mouth widened in surprise. Wow, you can even get a car like this? A military-grade Hummer. There aren't many of these in the entire Blue Dragon Kingdom, right? Compared to Hua Feng'er's interest in military Hummers, Wang Shiyan and Xia Mengdai are more interested in jewelry. Li Yunpeng saw that they liked it and said, Pick a few if you like. Hua Feng'er said shyly, Commander, can I try this car? This girl doesn't like red makeup, but prefers military uniform? Ahem, this car needs some modifications. A machine gun needs to be mounted on the roof, and the armor needs to be strengthened. Once it's finished, you can drive it when you're not on a combat mission. Hua Feng'er became excited immediately after hearing this, and began to discuss the car from top to bottom. A unique spark flew between the steel monster and the enchanting beauty. Li Yunpeng looked at the gold bars. These things were of no use in the end times, and no one would care about these heavy and inedible things. So he simply ordered the soldiers to pile them up in a corner of the yard. Wang Shiyan and Xia Mengdai each chose some jewelry and happily went back to wear them. After sending a few people away, Li Yunpeng had time to look at the system panel. At this time, the population of the base had reached more than 27,000, and the originally spacious space was now full of people. He did not plan to upgrade and expand the base right now. Seeing that the conditions for upgrading to level 2 were met, it would be easier to expand it at the same time. For now, he would just make do with it and distribute some tents to the new survivors. As long as they had enough food and warm clothes, no one would have any objections. When thinking about upgrading, one cannot avoid Wu Bin's population of more than 20,000. By bringing them under his command, the conditions for upgrading will be met immediately. Wu Bin had been hesitating between him and Wuyo Kingdom before, but now that Wuyo Kingdom was destroyed, he had no choice but to choose his own path. Li Yunpeng couldn't help but feel anxious when he thought about it, and ordered the guards to urge Zhang Tao to speed up the modification of the Hummer. 3 days later, Li Yunpeng was sitting in a Hummer that was like a steel beast. The entire body of the vehicle was covered with a layer of 50mm thick steel plate armor, and a machine gun was also installed on the roof machine gun mount. Although some speed was lost, safety was greatly improved. The original guard soldier driver was forced out by Huafeng'er, and she drove the car herself instead. She has been driving this car around every day since she got it back. Now she finally has the chance to drive it out. She begged Li Yunpeng for a long time before he agreed to let her drive. Thinking of the beautiful women surrounding Wu Bin, Li Yunpeng decided to bring Wang Shiyin and Xia Mingdai with him to show off, and let Wu Bin know that he is not inferior to him in any aspect. For this trip, Li Yunpeng asked Li Bai to bring a squadron of guard soldiers, firstly to make the scene more impressive, and secondly for safety reasons. Although the yellow dragon was destroyed, who knows where a green dragon or a purple dragon would pop out from. Leading the team were 3 pickup trucks equipped with machine guns. Li Yunpeng's Hummer was located in the middle of the team as a command vehicle, followed by modified military trucks, and finally 2 pickup trucks equipped with machine guns brought up the rear. A group of more than a dozen cars drove towards Wu Bin's settlement. When the convoy arrived below Wu Bin's settlement, the people around were frightened and hurriedly hid. The guards were the first to get off the car and set up security around it. Li Yunpeng waited in the car for a while, but Wu Bin did not get out to greet him. This made him feel a little unhappy. He glanced over and saw a soldier running down from the steel tower. He walked straight to Li Yunpeng's car and said, "Commander Li, my leader is receiving guests and can't get away, so he specially sent me to greet you." Distinguished guest? Li Yunpeng was curious about what kind of guest Wu Bin dared to treat him so lightly. He ordered Li Bai to arrange for the soldiers to conceal and guard the area around the settlement, and then said, "Lead the way." Li Yunpeng led everyone with him, and Li Bai led a small team of guards and followed behind him. The group walked up to the 10th floor, which was where Li Yunpeng had been before, and he had never been above that. The uncle in charge of registration is still the same uncle. His melancholy eyes cannot see anyone. No matter how windy or rainy it is outside, I remain unmoved. Li Yunpeng greeted the old man and followed the guard up 2 floors to a large platform surrounded by glass. The area was not small, more than 1,000 square meters, with a wide view and pleasant scenery. Wu Bin really knows how to enjoy himself. He has turned this place into a castle in the air. Li Yunpeng was a little envious. After entering the room, Wu Bin quickly stood up, a smile plastered on his fat face. "Commander Li, I'm sorry for not welcoming you in person. I'm sorry for not welcoming you in person. Humph. Chief Wu, you are busy with all kinds of affairs. How dare I bother you to come and greet me?" Li Yunpeng said dissatisfiedly. This. Wu Bin was a little embarrassed. "Commander Li, we do have a distinguished guest today, so?" "Hey, who is this? He may not be tall, but he's so arrogant." A cold voice sounded. Li Yunpeng looked in the direction of the voice and saw a woman sitting in the main seat in the living room, drinking tea calmly. She didn't even raise her head when she spoke. Several burly men stood behind her. When Huafeng'er and the others saw that the person who spoke was a woman, they were so arrogant that their tails were almost raised to the sky, and they immediately became displeased. Li Yunpeng slowly walked to the sofa and sat down, putting his legs on the coffee table. He took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. "This, miss, isn't your meddling too much?" Li Yunpeng deliberately emphasized the word miss. "You." The woman raised her head and looked at him angrily. Only then did Li Yunpeng see her appearance clearly. She had a small, oval face and a pair of beautiful eyes that seemed to be burning with flames. Her hair was tied up high, and she pursed her small, delicate lips, dressed like a willful little princess. Wu Bin stood aside, at a loss, as both sides were people he could not afford to offend. Li Yunpeng ignored her anger and said, "Chief Wu, who is this?" Wu Bin sat across from him and replied, "This young master is the Ning chief of the Longhu mountain settlement in the north." Ning? Li Yunpeng sneered. This name was really wasted. Ning's face darkened when he saw him making fun of her name. She said, "If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll tear your mouth apart." "Oh, you're so arrogant." The hot-tempered Huafeng'er immediately retorted, "Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you have 2 men standing behind you?" When Ning saw that the person who was speaking was a very beautiful woman, she was shocked at first. She had been a favored girl since she was a child, and she didn't expect to meet a woman whose appearance could rival hers here. When she turned her eyes, she found that the 2 women beside her looked exactly the same. "Humph, do you think I rely on men like you do? Don't think that everyone is a vase like you, who can only rely on men to enjoy their pleasures in exchange for a little pitiful sense of superiority." And Ning said contemptuously. Huofeng'er was so impatient that she immediately stepped forward, rolled up her sleeves, and said, "Today I'll show you who is the useless vase." Seeing that she was actually about to take action, and Ning knew that it was exactly what she wanted. She sneered and stood up. Seeing that the two were about to fight, Li Yunpeng did not stop them. He did not think that Huofeng'er would suffer a loss. With her superb archery skills and excellent fighting ability, ordinary men were no match for her. So he simply sat on the sofa and watched the show. Chapter 91 Long Hush and Settlement. The two women stared at each other angrily and came to an open space at the same time. Huofeng'er took a fighting and offensive posture, while Ning just stood there casually. Huofeng'er waited for a while, and seeing that she didn't move, she let out a delicate cry and took the lead in attacking, punching Ning. Just as her fist was about to hit Ning's face, Ning suddenly raised her hand to grab her fist, then lowered her shoulders and slammed into Huofeng'er. Huofeng'er only felt a huge force coming from the front of her and was knocked back, as if her chest was hit by a sledgehammer. Her face flushed, and she endured the pain. Li Yunpeng's relaxed expression tightened. He saw clearly that Ning's movements were much faster than those of ordinary people, and his strength was greater than that of an average man. Could it be? Seeing that she had succeeded in one strike, Ning sneered. "You're just a useless vase, so soft and weak. You're only fit to serve men." Huofeng'er was so angry that her breathing became rapid. She gritted her teeth and attacked her again. But her punches and kicks always missed Ning by a hair's breadth, and she dodged them perfectly every time. Ning had a relaxed and playful smile on her face. In her eyes, Huofeng'er's attack posed no threat at all. Li Yunpeng's eyes lit up, and Ning had a slender figure and fair skin. Her skills did not seem to be the result of rigorous training, but rather the ability gained by swallowing the evolution crystal like himself, which greatly increased her strength and speed. "If you have the guts, come and fight head-on. What's the point of hiding here and there?" Huofeng'er felt frustrated because she couldn't defeat the enemy for a long time. "Okay, you said it, don't regret it." After Ning finished speaking, she turned around, jumped to Huofeng'er's side, and punched her in the face. Huofeng'er felt her eyes blurred, and looking at the rapidly approaching fist, she only had time to raise her arms to block it. Bang! The two arms collided, making a dull sound. Huofeng'er was pushed back a few steps by inertia, and her body became unstable. Ning took this opportunity to move forward, sweeping her long legs and high heels across. The target was exactly Huofeng'er's profile. If she was hit hard, her entire face would be disfigured. Huofeng'er was suddenly shocked, but the other party moved too fast, and she had no time to dodge. Just when she closed her eyes in despair, a figure flashed and appeared in front of her in an instant. Then he grabbed Ning's left leg and froze her movement in midair. Huofeng'er then saw clearly that it was Li Yunpeng who blocked the attack for her. No one in the room saw Li Yunpeng's movements clearly, including Ning. They only felt that his body, sitting on the sofa, suddenly teleported in front of Huofeng'er. "I didn't expect that you look like a human being, but have such a vicious mind," Li Yunpeng said with a sullen face. The hand holding her ankle exerted force and threw her leg back. Ning, who was in shock, felt that his legs were like a high-speed spinning top, causing his entire body to fly backwards several times and then fall to the ground. Ning was no less surprised than the others. She herself had evolved once, and 7 or 8 ordinary men were no match for her. However, Li Yunpeng's strength made her feel deeply powerless. Wang Shiyan and Xia Mengdai finally reacted and ran to Huofeng'er to check if she was injured. At the same time, the look he gave Ning was filled with resentment, and Ning ignored their gazes completely, looking at Li Yunpeng with aggrieved eyes, her chest heaving rapidly. Suddenly, she burst into tears with a wow. Everyone in the room was stunned. Is this still the same willful and capricious little princess? Everyone looked at Li Yunpeng helplessly. The meaning was very clear. You beat her until she cried, so you can do whatever you want to her. The bodyguards behind Ning were petrified. They had experienced the little princess's skills very well, but she was easily defeated by that man. They would not be able to gain any advantage if they went up again. Li Yunpeng also had a headache. "If you want to hit me, then hit me. What's the point of you sitting on the ground crying?" "Okay, stop crying. I didn't do anything to you," Li Yunpeng said. "Woo-woo, what else do you want? You're a grown man, woo-woo. Bullying a weak woman like me, aren't you ashamed? Woo-woo." And Ning cried with tears in her eyes. "How dare you call yourself a weak woman?" Li Yunpeng was speechless. When women become unreasonable, they can turn black into white. Li Yunpeng didn't bother to pay attention to her. He sat back on the sofa and asked Wu Bin, who looked embarrassed, "Tell me about the situation in the Longhu mountain settlement. When did such a force emerge?" Wu Bin paused, then quickly said, The Longhu Mountain settlement is in the north, and the passage to the south was only recently opened. The leader of the settlement is Lord Ning's father, named Rong. Before the apocalypse, he ran a shooting range. After the apocalypse began, he relied on his large storage of firearms and ammunition to conquer a new settlement. I heard it's even larger than mine. Li Yunpeng understood that shooting ranges were usually located in the suburbs, and with sufficient reserves of weapons and ammunition, they did have the capacity to build a settlement. Seeing no one paying attention to her, Ning wiped her tears and climbed up to sit back in the main seat. After Wu Bin finished bragging about Longhu Mountain, she said, "Humph, you're scared now, right? You've offended me today. I'll tell my dad when I get back. You'll be in trouble." Li Yunpeng simply ignored her. This kind of eldest daughter's personality was totally unreasonable. "Wu Bin, I have already destroyed Huang Long." Wu Bin was shocked. How could such a powerful force as Wuyou country be destroyed by Li Yunpeng? But considering the power within his base, it seemed possible. Li Yunpeng continued, "I originally had some patience with you, but you've been slow to make a choice. It seems the people from Longhu Mountain have also set their sights on your men. To be honest, I'm determined to capture your men, and I haven't ruled out the use of force. Upgrading the base is a big deal, so Li Yunpeng doesn't care about using courtesy first and then force. The rule of the end times is to see who has the stronger fist, and being reasonable depends on mood. But now, he is not in such a good mood." Seeing Li Yunpeng turn against him, Wu Bin felt a little regretful. He had originally thought that he could gain some privileges by joining a certain side based on the population under his command, but it seemed that he had thought too much. This was a world where the strong took all and the weak had no say. "Humph, Mr. Li, be careful not to get your tongue caught off guard. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you have a few fists and feet? I'm going to take everyone here back, so don't make things difficult for yourself." And Ning said. Wu Bin quickly said, "Master and Commander Li." Li Yunpeng interrupted him and said, "I only have this much skill. I don't think you can take anyone back with you. Li Qi, from now on, no one from the Steel Tower settlement is allowed to enter but not leave." "Yes." Li Qi received the order and turned around to make arrangements. And Ning didn't expect Li Yunpeng to be so tough after learning about her background. She was so angry that her face was gloomy and uncertain. "Li Yunpeng, just wait and see." After saying that, he turned and left with his men. Li Yunpeng did not try to stop him and said loudly, "Tomorrow morning, I will transfer everyone here back. If you have any abilities, you'd better show them before then. I don't have time to wait for you." And Ning paused. His face became even gloomier, and he walked away without looking back. "Dear friends, please move your fingers and give a 5-star praise. Your support is my greatest motivation. Thank you." Chapter 92, Longhu Mountain Peace and Prosperity. After Ning left, Wu Bin was the only one left in the room besides Li Yunpeng. Facing the powerful Li Yunpeng, Wu Bin did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. Li Yunpeng completely lost his patience with him. Some people will not appreciate your kindness and will only want more. But once you show your fist, all hesitation and opposition will disappear. Li Yunpeng sat in the chair without saying a word, and everyone else also remained silent. The room was so quiet that you could hear everyone's breathing. Wu Bin couldn't stand the pressure brought by this environment, so he said stubbornly, Commander Li, if you need anything, please call me. I will withdraw first and don't disturb you and the ladies." Li Yunpeng still didn't say anything. Wu Bin's forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. He bent down, bowed, and carefully retreated. After he left, Li Yunpeng snorted coldly and said, "This Wu Bin is really ungrateful. He's trying to play both sides again and again." Wang Shiyan sat down next to him and advised, "Don't be angry, Brother Peng. It's understandable that a small person would struggle in the apocalypse and seek personal gain. He just hasn't realized that the world has become simpler. Without force, all strategies are empty talk. Li Bai, send people back to the base and transfer another squadron here. I will take these people back even if I have to snatch them away." Li Yunpeng ordered in a deep voice. "Yes, I'll arrange it right away. Wait, have the soldiers below build defensive fortifications nearby to prevent the people from Longhu Mountain from causing any trouble tomorrow." Although Li Yunpeng said that he did not take Longhu Mountain seriously, even a lion would use all its strength to fight a rabbit, so it is better to be fully prepared. Li Bai went to carry out Li Yunpeng's order. A team of guards was guarding the door. Only Li Yunpeng and 3 women were left in the huge hall. He moved the sofa to the floor-to-ceiling window on the west side, which was at least 50 meters from the ground. Surrounded by beautiful women, he could see the stunning scenery of the setting sun. The pressure on the base to upgrade was finally relieved. That night, Li Yunpeng stayed overnight in the castle in the air. Li Yi received the order and rushed there with a squadron of guards at night. They cooperated with Li Bai and surrounded the gathering place together. The next morning, Li Yunpeng was awakened by the golden sunrise. He walked to the window and looked at the guards below, who were setting up a tight defense formation. The corner of his mouth grinned. Long Hushin, I want to see what rights you have to take away the people from the Steel Tower settlement. Wu Bin ordered someone to bring breakfast early, and after it was checked by the guards, it was brought to Li Yunpeng. Li Yunpeng invited the captain of the guards, Wang Shiyin, and others to sit down together, and they enjoyed a wonderful breakfast with the mountains in the distance and the mist shrouding them. Breakfast was quickly finished, and the battle deployment was decided during the meal. Li Yunpeng was ready to go and ordered Wu Bin to mobilize all civilians and their families to relocate. Wu Bin sighed secretly. What is coming cannot be avoided. It is not too late to behave well now. With his accumulated prestige, he persuaded everyone to pack their bags and follow the guards to another safer base. Although people were reluctant, they had no choice but to follow orders under the soft and hard tactics of Wu Bin and the guards. Li Yunpeng sat in the Hummer and waited patiently. An hour later, these people packed their luggage and walked down from the steel tower one after another. Li Yunpeng stood on the roof of the car and looked towards the north, only to see smoke and dust rolling in the farthest distance. Here I come. He got back into his car, drove the Humvee to the front, and waited in the driver's seat. At this time, Ning was sitting in the back seat of a speeding SUV. Next to her was a middle-aged man with regular features, thick eyebrows and big eyes. The look in his eyes when he looked at Ning revealed doting from time to time. Dad, you must avenge me this time. I was bullied so badly by him. Ning said. The middle-aged man was Ning's father, and Rong, the leader of the Longhu Mountain settlement. Ninger, is Li Yunpeng really so abominable? Ning immediately said coquettishly, of course it's true. Otherwise, ask Ah Wu. He is simply an unforgivable bastard who relies on the dozens of guns under his command to commit crimes. After saying that, she kicked the seat in front of her, and Ah Wu in the passenger seat trembled immediately. Ning had warned these bodyguards countless times to say as badly as possible about Li Yunpeng. Ahem, miss, you're right. Li Yunpeng is indeed abominable. He beats the lame, calls people stupid, and even takes off children's pants. He does everything. Ah Wu said with a stiff upper lip. Nonsense. And Rong thought it was unreliable when he heard it, but his only daughter was bullied by others, so he had to get revenge. By the way, taking Wu Bin's settlement under his command would greatly enhance the strength of Longhu Mountain. So this time, he directly brought a patrol team of 1,000 people out. The convoy drove towards Wu Bin's settlement with great momentum and arrived there in just over 10 minutes. However, the scene before them shocked Rong. Hundreds of fully armed soldiers were seen leaning behind bunkers around Wu Bin's settlement, with the black muzzles of their fully automatic rifles pointed directly at them. There were also 5 pickup trucks equipped with machine guns and a heavily armored Hummer. And Rong groaned inwardly, what a bummer. This guy isn't just a bully with a few dozen men under his command. What kind of person did this girl Ning mess up? With her strength, she's lucky she didn't bother him. Ning also opened her mouth in surprise at this moment. Yesterday, she only saw Li Yunpeng with dozens of his men, and did not see the guards hiding everywhere. Dad, let's go back. She pulled Rong's arm, and said in a low voice with some fear. Rong gave a bitter laugh. Go back? If this isn't handled properly, I'm afraid I won't be able to go back even if I want to. He had a lot of men and guns under his command, and enough ammunition, but they were basically civilian guns, and their military skills were very average. They were no match for the group of elite soldiers in front of him. He had no doubt that if the two sides fought, they would be massacred. And Rong sighed. What was coming could not be avoided, so he got out of the car, raised his hands, and walked forward alone. Li Yunpeng sat in the car and looked at him with amusement, thinking, Ning's father is quite a man, with courage and insight, but he just doesn't take good care of his daughter. And Rong was stopped by a guard when he was a few dozen meters away from Li Yunpeng's Hummer. And Rong stood still and shouted, Commander Li, I am Rong from Longhu Mountain. I have offended you. I have come here in person to apologize today. I hope you will forgive me. Li Yunpeng did not get out of the car. He wanted to see how Rong would handle the current situation. And Ning saw his father running towards him in a rage, and he apologized to him first. He felt very embarrassed. The key point was that Li Yunpeng didn't even get out of the car. Her temper flared up, and she didn't care about anything else. She walked up to him and shouted, Li Yunpeng, get out here. My father has already apologized to you. What else do you want? Dear friends, please give me 5-star praise. Thank you, thank you. Chapter 93, Diverting the Trouble. And Rong's heart skipped a beat. For the first time, she regretted having indulged her daughter too much. If Li Yunpeng was a narrow-minded person, the matter would probably not end well. Li Yunpeng sat in the car and pulled the car loudspeaker and said, "And Ning, considering you are a woman, I don't want to argue with you. But if you continue to be willful, I don't mind teaching you a lesson on behalf of your father." And Rong felt relieved when she heard this. It seemed that Li Yunpeng was a good person and not the arrogant and domineering type. It was just that her daughter had gone a little too far. Li Yunpeng, you. And Ning was about to explode when she heard this. Fortunately, and Rong, who was beside her, covered her mouth and whispered, "Shut up right now. Do you want your father to die before you stop?" And Rong then said loudly, "Thank you, Commander Li, for your generosity. I will definitely discipline my daughter strictly in the future." Li Yunpeng then got out of the car and appeared in front of Rong in a flash. And Rong's pupils contracted. He knew exactly what this meant. Li Yunpeng must have eaten the evolution crystals in the zombie's brains, and quite a few of them. Otherwise, he would never have such skills. Longhu Mountain had paid a heavy price to kill an agile zombie before. After Rong got the evolution crystal, he didn't know what it was used for at first, so he kept the evolution crystal in the cabinet in the study. But who would have thought that Ning secretly went through his cabinet and saw the gorgeous blue crystal and was discovered by him by chance? In a nervous moment, Ning hid the evolution crystal in her mouth and thus learned the secret of the evolution crystal. And Rong repeatedly warned Ning to keep the secret, as this was the key to rising in the apocalypse. Now that he saw Li Yunpeng's skills, he was sure that Li Yunpeng must have eaten more than one evolution crystal. Being able to eat so many evolution crystals first meant that he had the ability to kill enough evolved zombies. Commander Li, I didn't expect you to be so young." And Rong said casually to hide his shock. Li Yunpeng smiled slightly and said, "I didn't expect that Chief and is such a reasonable person. So what do you think about this matter?" And Rong was stunned for a moment, then said, "Captain Li, you're joking. How dare I compete with you for people? Everything here belongs to you. I will never interfere." "That's good. In that case, I'll take my leave. See you later." Li Yunpeng got the answer he wanted and turned back. Li Bai, lead the team and set off. And Ning's eyes were filled with resentment. "It's mine. I must take it back." And Rong was a bit troubled. Whether fighting alone or in a group, who could be the opponent? But he knew Ning's character. Once she made a decision, no one could change it. "How do you want to deal with him?" And Rong asked worriedly. And Ning thought about it and realized that she really couldn't compare to Li Yunpeng in any way. She rolled her eyes and said, "If it really doesn't work out, I'll just take him back, and then everything he has will become mine." And Rong gasped. This kid is really crazy. "Then what about your engagement with Shintu?" When Shintu was mentioned, and Ning's expression darkened, then he raised his head stubbornly and said, "That depends on Shintu's ability. If he can really snatch me back from Li Yunpeng, then I have nothing to say." "Oh," and Rong sighed. The Shin family was a big family before the end of the world. After the end of the world, they relied on the firearms and supplies produced by their own industrial park and machinery processing plant to arm a team of nearly 10,000 people, and they had all kinds of light and heavy machine guns, and declared to the outside world that they were a sealess armed force. Shin Saiping, the head of the Shin family, has long had his eyes on the Longhu Mountain settlement and has always wanted to bring Longhu Mountain under his control. His only son, Shin Tu, has also taken a fancy to Ning and has sent someone to propose marriage. And Rong wanted to refuse, but the Shin family is too powerful and he lacks the courage. Now Ning actually wants to play a trick to divert the trouble to others. And Rong is worried that she is playing with fire and getting burned. If she offends both sides, he and the Longhu Mountain settlement will be swallowed up without a trace left. Just when Rong was secretly anxious, and Ning, who had not been paying attention, actually drove alone to chase Li Yunpeng. And Rong shook his head helplessly, praying in his heart that she could turn danger into safety. Compared to Shin Tu, who always looked gloomy, he hoped that Ning's future partner could be Li Yunpeng. But these were beyond his control. He stood there for a while, and when Ning's car disappeared from his sight, he turned around and led the team back to Longhu Mountain. After shocking Rong, Li Yunpeng returned first. There were too many people in Wu Bin's settlement, and the vehicle definitely couldn't accommodate them. They could only move forward slowly on foot under the escort of the guards. The civilians were complaining about the long journey, but Li Yunpeng was overjoyed. If he took all these people back, the conditions for upgrading the base would be met. After the upgrade, I will figure out how to bring Longhu Mountain under my control as well. That would be so great. When he arrived at the gate of the base, Li Yunpeng looked back and saw an unfamiliar car following behind him. Li Yunpeng asked Tuafeng'er to turn around and see what was going on. When I got closer, I found out that it was Ning. Li Yunpeng's face was gloomy. "What are you doing here?" Aye. And Ning hesitated and couldn't find a suitable reason for a while. You're such a jerk. Get back here. If you piss me off, I'll chop you into pieces and feed you to the dogs. Li Yunpeng threatened with a ferocious look on his face. You can't be nice to this kind of person. And Ning is the kind of person who will shine with a little sunshine. And Ning felt a little aggrieved. Having grown up in a honeypot, no one had ever spoken to her like this. Wang Shiyan pondered for a moment and whispered in his ear, Brother Pong, do you have any ideas about the Longhu mountain settlement? Li Yunpeng was stunned and nodded nonsensically. Wang Shiyan continued, if an Ning is here, then his father will come sooner or later. After seeing our strength, things may become easier. Li Yunpeng thought about it, and it made sense. Since they had just met the upgrade conditions, he might as well let an Ning stay in the base for a few days. After the upgrade, when everything was in order, he would see if he could follow her lead and take over the entire Longhu mountain. Seeing an Ning's tears welling up, Li Yunpeng softened his expression and said, do you want to come to my place? And Ning nodded. Ahem. It's okay to come, but I'm warning you, stay still. Otherwise, I'll chop you up and feed you to the dogs. Even your father can't save you. Do you hear me? Listen, I heard it. And Ning said in a low voice. Well, that's about right. Li Yunpeng stepped on the accelerator and drove towards the base first. And Ning watched the car go away from behind. It took her a long time to come to her senses, and she felt ashamed of her poor performance. Li Yunpeng, wait for me. Chapter 94 Base Vehicle Upgrade. When the guards returned to the base with the civilians, the problem became apparent. There was simply not enough living space. 50,000 people were crowded together, and the entire logistical support system collapsed. When Wu Bin's men arrived at the base, they were immediately filled with complaints. Although their living space was not large, it was not so crowded. Wu Bin was surrounded by a group of people and was in a state of panic. People accused him of being heartless and selling people here to suffer. Everyone, listen to me. The difficulties are temporary. Commander Li will definitely make proper arrangements for us. Wu Bin's fat head was covered in sweat. He was also speechless. The living conditions in the Steel Tower settlement were very good, but he didn't expect it to become like this when he came to Li Yunpeng. The natives of the base were also annoyed by these new arrivals. Many of Li Yunpeng's diehard supporters stood on high ground with loud speakers and shouted, everyone, be patient. I believe that the commander will soon properly accommodate everyone. But these newcomers didn't buy it and started cursing. Bah, put your uncle away. This place is so small, and there are so many people. I can't even queue up to use the restroom. Oh, that's nice to say, but it's not you who have no house to live in. I think this base is a scam. Let's pack up and go back together. The crowd was in chaos, and Zhang Tao, with a sullen face, led the security team to maintain order. Regardless of the chaos outside, Li Yunpeng was now in the base tank with an excited look on his face. The population finally reached the upgrade requirements. Li Yunpeng couldn't wait to say, System, upgrade the base tank to level 2. System, congratulations, you have met the upgrade conditions. After deducting 300,000 points, the base tank level will be upgraded to level 2, the transmogrification ability will be enabled, and a new building, the tank factory, will be unlocked. This upgrade comes with 2 rewards. The first item is the commander's sword. You can choose the shape, and it cannot be changed once confirmed. If it is damaged, it can be placed in the base vehicle recovery cabin for automatic repair. The second item is Commander Hound, which is immune to the zombie virus. Its current level is 0 and can be upgraded to level 3. Li Yunpeng endured the heartache of losing 300,000 points and asked, what is transmogrification? System, after the commander chooses to turn on the transmogrification, the base vehicle will move underground, and the ground can be transformed into a villa, which will serve as the commander's living place. As the level increases, the level of the transmogrified house will also increase. Fuck, this is possible. Li Yunpeng was ecstatic. Although the base tank was nice, it was not very suitable for living. It was filled with metal and technological elements everywhere. The villas were much more comfortable. Li Yunpeng immediately looked through the options in his mind. The system provided many types of villas to choose from, but they were all about 500 square meters in size. Li Yunpeng chose a Tuscan-style detached villa and silently said, transformation, in his heart. Then he felt that the entire space was collapsing, which lasted for a long time. The original base tank gate had disappeared, and a new elevator passage appeared. And the elevator door shows that we are currently on the first basement floor. Li Yunpeng opened the elevator and came to the first floor. After the door opened, he saw a spacious living room. The overall style was European classical, showing luxury. I pushed the door open and looked back outside. It was exactly the same style as I had imagined. It had 3 floors, and the first floor had an area of more than 200 square meters, with a living room, kitchen, dining room, and 2 servants' rooms. The second floor is slightly smaller. In addition to a small living room and study, there are 5 rooms, each with an independent terrace. The space of more than 100 square meters on the 3rd floor belongs exclusively to Li Yunpeng. Going up the stairs to the 3rd floor, the first thing you see is a small living room. After passing through the living room, you will come to an atrium. On the left are the dressing room, sunny study, and luxurious bedroom. On the right is the powder room, toilet, and sauna room, and there are some small rooms next to it that should be utility rooms. Li Yunpeng was very excited. He had never lived in such a nice house in his past and present lives combined. He sighed inwardly. It's really sweet after all the hard work. It's worth all the life and death I've gone through. Li Yunpeng sat on the large sofa chair in the study with an expression of enjoyment on his face. After a while, he remembered that there were 2 more rewards. He first checked the commander's sword, and various styles of knives from ancient and modern times, both Chinese and foreign, came to his mind. Li Yunpeng was already accustomed to the Tang sword, so he simply followed his own preferences and immediately decided to choose the Tang sword style. Then his eyes blurred, and a long Tang sword appeared on the table. The scabbard is not in a retro style, but is full of mechanical futuristic feel, and the handle is in the same style. He drew out his long knife, and suddenly a cold light flashed everywhere. Li Yunpeng could clearly sense how sharp the knife was. The blade is covered with forging marks and hollowed out in many places, giving it a surprisingly mechanical feel. Li Yunpeng had never seen such a cool Tang sword. This sword looked like a weapon from Star Wars. He took the Tang sword he had used before and wanted to test the sharpness of the 2 swords. Clang! After a sharp sound of metal swords colliding, the Tang sword that was originally used broke with a sound, and the cut was neat and smooth. Looking at the commander's sword again, there was not even a small gap. Fuck, it really can cut iron like mud. Li Yunpeng's heart beat faster involuntarily, as if what he was holding in his hand was not a cold sword, but a peerless beauty. After finally calming down his excitement, Li Yunpeng checked the commander hound's attributes again. It's actually immune to the zombie virus? There are many kinds of dogs to choose from in the system. Li Yunpeng chose the German Shepherd, his favorite dog in his previous life, a breed widely used as a military dog. After he made his choice, a huge monster suddenly appeared in front of him. It was the size of a newborn calf, with shiny fur, fierce eyes, an open mouth with a lively tongue hanging out, and sharp fangs that looked ferocious and terrifying. Li Yunpeng was startled by the sudden appearance of the German Shepherd and was about to draw his sword. Nima, it's so big. Even though he knew the system's products were 100% loyal to him, Li Yunpeng instinctively didn't dare to move. This German Shepherd is bigger than an Alaskan. Who has ever seen it? Woof! As if dissatisfied with the commander's stupidity, the hound barked at him. The sound was deep and loud, shaking his soul. Well, just call me Xiaohei. Sit down. Xiaohei blinked his big eyes, and then sat down obediently. Li Yunpeng saw that he was really obedient, and then said, roll over. Xiaohei rolled on the spot again, causing the floor to rumble. Hey, you really understand. Xiaohei, let's do a ballet. Xiaohei glared at him with eyes wide open, his eyes full of contempt. What the hell? What's with that look in your eyes? System, is this dog a spirit? System, Commander Hound's IQ is equivalent to that of a human teenager. Such a high IQ? Li Yunpeng was surprised. The smartest dog in the world has an IQ equivalent to that of a human child. He didn't expect that Xiaohei has a higher IQ than the smartest dog. Just as Li Yunpeng was sighing, he heard faint footsteps downstairs, and the person soon went up to the 3rd floor. Brother Peng, are you there? Wang Shiyan's voice rang out. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around the courtyard and walked over. When Xiaohei saw a stranger, he stood up suddenly, took an attacking posture, and let out a warning growl. Oh! Wang Shiyan suddenly saw an extremely huge, vicious dog, and was immediately frightened. Li Yunpeng quickly said, Xiaohei, sit down. This is one of us. Xiaohei glanced at him, then put away his fierce expression and sat there wagging his tail. If you like it, please give it a 5-star rating. Thank you. Chapter 95, Base Expansion. Brother Peng, where did such a big dog come from? Wang Shiyan was so scared that he didn't dare to go forward. Li Yunpeng came over, pulled her to the table, held her in his arms, and said, its name is Xiaohei, and it's my tamed pet. Wang Shiyan had many doubts in her mind, such as the sudden appearance of this luxurious villa, but since Li Yunpeng did not say anything on his own initiative, she would not ask too deeply. She sat on Li Yunpeng's lap, her body still a little nervous, looking at the majestic Xiaohei with vigilance. Xiaohei, this is one of us. Do you hear me? Li Yunpeng said. Woof! Xiaohei barked to show his agreement. Wang Shiyan was curious. Brother Peng, Can it understand you? Of course, Blackie is the smartest hound. You can touch him. Don't be afraid. Wang Shiyan quickly shook his head when he heard this. Forget it. It seems so fierce. It's okay. Xiaohei, come here and let Shiyan touch it. Don't move around. Li Yunpeng ordered. Xiaohei came to Li Yunpeng with his dog head shaking and lowered his head obediently. Li Yunpeng held Wang Shiyan's nervous little hand and placed it on Xiaohei's huge head. Wang Shiyan was so scared that she didn't dare to look until she felt a soft touch on her hand. Her body shuddered, and she took a while to adapt before she dared to open her eyes. Xiaohei lowered his head, looking very happy, with a completely different look from before. Wang Shiyan was surprised. Its expression is so lively. It's so big, but it looks so cute. Li Yunpeng thought to himself, you think it's cute now, but if it shows its ferocious side, it might scare you to tears. Seeing that Xiaohei was so well-behaved, Wang Shiyan gradually grew bolder. She got down from Li Yunpeng's legs, stroked Xiaohei's soft and shiny black fur, and slowly tried to hug its neck. Xiaohei did not resist at all throughout the whole process. Wang Shiyan was filled with joy. Holding Xiaohei in her arms felt much more fun than holding the stuffed animals at home. Just as she and Xiaohei were playing around the study, Huafeng'er also came up. This time, Xiaohei did not take the initiative to attack. Wow, what a big dog. I love it, Huafeng'er exclaimed and was about to pounce on it. When Xiaohei saw Huafeng'er rushing towards him, he instinctively dodged and refused to let her touch him. Li Yunpeng felt puzzled. It could play happily with Wang Shiyan, but would not let Huafeng'er touch it. What was the reason? Huafeng'er pouted and looked unhappy. She chased Xiaohei in circles, but the big dog kept dodging her. Okay, stop making trouble. Be careful that Xiaohei gets pushed too far and bites you. Li Yunpeng threatened. Wang Shiyan was also very surprised, but she was very happy in her heart, because this meant that Xiaohei liked her more, and it was not because Li Yunpeng forced it to play with him. Just as the two women were circling Xiaohei, Li Yunpeng checked the last and most important function after the upgrade, the tank factory. According to the information, you can spend 100,000 points to directly build a level 2 tank factory, unlocking a total of 2 tanks, the multi-purpose infantry vehicle and the rhino tank. Li Yunpeng's eyes lit up. I finally have heavy firepower, a tank. Although we are eager to know the parameters of the rhino tank, we can only see the detailed data after the tank factory is built. Shiyan, what's the situation outside? Li Yunpeng asked. Wang Shiyan had just looked for Li Yunpeng for this matter, but was scared by Xiaohei and forgot about it. Seeing Li Yunpeng's question, he remembered the important matter. Oh, right. The newcomers outside are complaining that the base is too crowded. It's really too crowded now. There's no queue to use the restroom. With so many people pouring in at once, the logistics department's functions are basically paralyzed except for ensuring everyone has enough food. Li Yunpeng was not surprised. 50,000 people crowded in the base was indeed too crowded, but this situation would change soon. Shiyan, you guys go out and appease the people first. I'll think about how to solve this problem. Li Yunpeng said. In fact, these were all excuses. He wanted to take the opportunity to seriously plan the expansion of the base alone. Oh, okay, Brother Peng, don't worry. If it doesn't work, we can set up a tent outside the city. Wang Shiyan comforted her with a few words and left with Huafeng'er, who was reluctant to leave. Xiaohei, guard the door and don't allow anyone to disturb me. Li Yunpeng said. Woof. Xiaohei turned around and went downstairs and squatted in the middle of the gate, carefully looking for people who might approach. Li Yunpeng then opened the system panel, and the wall prompt had been upgraded to level 2. The original 2-meter-high and 1-meter-wide red brick wall had been transformed into a 5-meter-high and 3-meter-wide concrete wall, greatly improving the defense capability. After the upgrade, even if the zombies rushed to the city, they would not be able to cross the wall in a short time. This upgrade brought too many surprises to Li Yunpeng. The original side length of the outermost wall of the base was 500 meters. Li Yunpeng directly chose to recycle the outer wall. The system charged 20% of the construction value of the wall as a handling fee, leaving 160,000 points. He thought about it and decided to build an outer wall with a side length of 1 kilometer, so that 50,000 people could live inside. Li Yunpeng first upgraded the wall to level 2, and then built a new outer wall with a 1 kilometer length around the base. The newly arrived civilians outside were still arguing fiercely, and a riot was about to break out due to the outrage. The guards had loaded their rifles, and Wang Shiyan was standing at the gate, anxiously explaining something to people. Suddenly, the outer wall surrounding the entire base disappeared. Everyone was stunned. The noisy crowd was suddenly quieted down by the strange sight, and everyone was as if they had seen a ghost. Although the natives were surprised, they probably guessed that the structure of the base would undergo mysterious changes again. Before people could recover from the shock, They saw that the middle wall and the inner wall had almost simultaneously risen to 5 meters, forming a tall city wall. Everyone felt like one head wasn't enough. Holy shit, is this a magic trick? Just when people were about to say something to each other, a tall wall suddenly appeared in the distance, enclosing the entire base. Fuck, Erden, pinch me. Did I see a ghost in broad daylight? His father, could it be that the people here are not lying, and their commander is a god incarnate? Uncle San, your cigarette but fell on your crotch. The successive huge changes petrified everyone. The first to recover were the indigenous people in the base. Looking at the tall and majestic walls, they felt an unprecedented sense of security in their hearts, which was not comparable to the 2-meter-high red brick wall. Zhang Tao was the first to recover from his shock. Taking advantage of the silence, he quickly shouted through a loudspeaker. As you can see, there's more than enough space at our base. Stop making noise. Put down your luggage and set up your tents. We'll start building our new home tomorrow. The newcomers were frightened and immediately became much more sober. No matter how many problems this base had, they were not the ones who could change them as a group of unarmed people. It would be better for them to follow the manager's requirements and avoid suffering. The chaos was eliminated by the earth-shaking changes in the base. Li Yunpeng considered turning the entire administrative area into a military camp, leaving only a few private residences for the most trusted people to live in. He built the tank factory next to the barracks and upgraded the barracks and military factory to level 2. When all the buildings were upgraded, the attributes of the 2 unlocked tanks appeared in Li Yunpeng's mind. Chapter 96, First Plenary Session. They are light armored vehicles and heavy tanks respectively. A multi-purpose infantry vehicle with a capacity of 10 soldiers, 8 wheels on both sides, 20 mm armor thickness, capable of defending against close-range rifle fire, a top speed of 100 km per hour, and an M1 general-purpose machine gun as its main weapon. 50,000 points are required to produce one vehicle. The Rhino tank has a crew of 5, a hull length of 6 meters, a frontal armor thickness of 110 mm, is equipped with a 105 caliber main gun and an M1 general-purpose machine gun, a maximum range of 200 kilometers, and requires 100,000 points to produce one. Li Yunpeng's eyes were full of stars. I finally have a gun. If we encounter fortifications like Wuyo City again, we'll destroy them with 2 shots. After the barracks is upgraded to level 2, the speed of summoning soldiers doubles to 12 per hour, and a new type of soldier is unlocked, the Special Forces Team. The Special Forces Team is synonymous with the best soldiers in the Guard Army. They are good at various tasks such as guarding, special raids, decapitation operations, etc. The whole team consists of 5 people, and 100,000 points are required to summon a team. Fuck, it's so expensive. Li Yunpeng was speechless. The price of one Special Forces soldier was equal to that of 20 Guard soldiers. It is definitely not cost-effective to use Special Forces on the battlefield. It seems that they can only be used for guarding and special missions. After the arsenal is upgraded to level 2, the regional radio communication system is unlocked. The handheld walkie-talkie can communicate with the radio mounted on the tank. There is also the M1 general-purpose machine gun, which can be directly exchanged for 1,000 points. In the past, Li Yunpeng dismantled it from the machine gun fortress, which was expensive and inconvenient. Now that machine guns are mass-produced, both offensive and defensive capabilities have been greatly improved. Various types of 105 mm tank shells can also be exchanged, 200 points per shell. If you don't like someone, you can solve all your problems by hitting him for 2,000 points. At this point, all upgrades brought about by upgrading the base tank to level 2 have been completed. Li Yunpeng felt helpless when he saw the single-digit points on the system panel. Fortunately, after the tank factory was built, it was given a multi-purpose infantry vehicle and a Rhino tank. Otherwise, Li Yunpeng would have no points for production. He couldn't wait to come to the administrative area. The staff were busy working. In the system building complex surrounded by the military camp, a new arched factory building was added. It was in the same style as the other buildings. All the buildings were upgraded to level 2. The appearance looked more sci-fi, and the structure became more rigorous. 2 steel behemoths were parked in front of the tank factory. Li Yunpeng first came to the multifunctional infantry vehicle and knocked hard on the thick armor, making a dull sound. Compared with wheeled multi-purpose infantry vehicles, the 2 wide steel tracks of the Rhino tank appear extremely solid, and the sturdy 105 mm main gun gives people a huge deterrent. Li Qi, do you know how to operate these things? Li Yunpeng asked. Reporting to the commander, the skills of using land combat equipment are a compulsory course for the squadron leader. There is no problem in operating these equipment. Li Qi answered eagerly. For a professional soldier, there is nothing more exciting than seeing powerful weapons and equipment. Well, hurry up and organize the soldiers' training. Assemble an armored squad for me as quickly as possible. Li Qi said seriously. Yes, I guarantee to complete the task. There was a fanatical look in his eyes. Every guard soldier who was promoted to squad leader would become more emotionally rich, and when he reached the level of squadron leader, he was basically similar to a normal human being and could even feel slight pain. Li Yunpeng marveled at the origin of the system that could create guards so suitable for the needs of war, but this question could not be answered in a short time. He was not even sure whether there would be an answer at all. There's no need to rush. Call together all the key personnel at all levels in the base for a meeting, said Li Yunpeng. After Li Qi left, Li Yunpeng came to the conference room alone. He sat at the head of the oval long table and sipped tea leisurely. Within a few minutes, middle and senior military and political management personnel in the base were seen hurriedly coming to the door of the conference room, tidying up their appearance before lining up to enter. The base now has a population of over 50,000. In order to cope with the current situation, Li Yunpeng has already promoted a group of grassroots managers. Meetings are no longer held with just 3 or 5 people. More than 20 people are now sitting around the oval conference table. The one closest to Li Yunpeng on the left is Squadron Leader Li Qi, followed by 10 other squadron leaders, including Li Yi, Li Er, and Li Bai. Next to him on the right is Zhang Tao, the chief political officer of the base, followed by Wang Shiyan, the logistics director, then Su Meng, who was promoted from the original logistics support captain to the base security chief, in charge of internal security and foreign war logistics support, Xiao Mengdai, the director of the base's direct hospital, Montaigne, the director of the agricultural reclamation office, and after that are deputies from various departments. The person sitting at the very end was a little special. He was Zhou Gu, who had not yet fully adapted to life at the base. He was directly appointed by Li Yunpeng as the leader of the industrial expert group. At this stage, he was mainly responsible for the research and development of the bullet production line. When hiring people in the end times, Li Yunpeng's first consideration is loyalty, followed by ability. If there is disloyalty, the greater the ability, the greater the harm. Therefore, most of the veterans who have gone through many tests have received certain promotions. Li Yunpeng looked around, put down his teacup, and prepared to speak. Those who could sit here were all very good at observing people's words and expressions. When they saw that the commander was about to speak, they immediately sat up straight. Today is the first meeting of middle and senior management. The recent population explosion will definitely bring about related problems. Let's raise these issues and solve them together. We can get started now, said Li Yunpeng. There has been no military war recently, so there are basically no major problems that require Li Yunpeng to trouble. The main problems lie in administration. As he finished speaking, a man stood up from the center. He wore gold-rimmed glasses, his hair was neatly combed, and he exuded a sense of competence. Commander, the problem is obvious. The problems caused by the population explosion need to be solved gradually. I suggest calming people down first and organizing more group activities so that newcomers can quickly integrate into the base and improve work efficiency. Li Yunpeng recognized the man at first sight. His name was Gong Lei, the deputy chief executive of the base. He was recommended by Zhang Tao himself. Before the end of the world, he was the CEO of the Blue Dragon country branch of a Fortune 500 company. He had 2 master's degrees and was good at administrative management, so he was discovered and recommended to Li Yunpeng by Zhang Tao. Gong Lei has been assisting Zhang Tao in handling various administrative tasks and has never dealt directly with Li Yunpeng. He has always been dissatisfied with some of Zhang Tao's policies, believing them to be too tough, so he wanted to take this opportunity to show his face and express his thoughts. Little did he know that Zhang Tao was just an executor, and it was Li Yunpeng who proposed these policies. When Gong Lei finished speaking, Li Yunpeng tapped the table rhythmically. If you have any other questions, continue. Gong Lei hesitated for a moment and said, there's one more small matter. People sometimes have opinions about managers at all levels. I have a half-baked suggestion. Why not hold an election and let people vote for the management themselves? That might be better. Li Yunpeng's eyes turned cold, and he said in a deep voice, since it is an immature suggestion, you should think it over carefully before bringing it up. This is a joke. Everyone wants to have enough food and clothes to eat and not have to work. Can the manager chosen be the one who suits the current situation? Chapter 97 Different Voices. After Li Yunpeng said this, Gong Lei's smile froze on his face. He didn't expect Li Yunpeng to be so direct. This was completely different from the upper-class people he had dealt with in the past. Any other questions? Li Yunpeng asked, turning his gaze to others. With Gong Lei's previous experience as a lesson, those who originally wanted to take advantage of the base's expansion to make some money gave up the idea completely. If they left a bad impression on the commander, their future development would be tantamount to coming to an end. Chiefs and deputy chiefs at all levels raised practical issues and discussed solutions. Zhang Tao took notes. When no one else spoke, Li Yunpeng took the notebook, glanced at it, and said, "That's all the problems. Most of them have solutions. After the meeting, each of you will implement them." Everyone in the administrative department nodded in agreement, expressing their determination to do their utmost to implement the commander's final decision. Li Yunpeng paused and said, "Now that the base has grown in size, there are more voices. I just want to say one thing. In this base, there is one voice, and that voice is mine." As the words fell, Li Yunpeng's nonchalant face gradually became serious. The people below were startled, put away their relaxed expressions, and sat upright in their chairs, looking at Li Yunpeng in awe. Li Yunpeng pushed the notebook out and said, "There are two problems that haven't been resolved yet. One is that with so many people, their mentality isn't right, they're lazy and don't obey management. The second is that they're dissatisfied with the management and want democratic elections." Everyone's eyes instantly focused on Gong Lei's face. He felt very uncomfortable at this moment and regretted saying those rash words. He had wanted to rely on his seniority to gain the respect of this young man in front of him, but now it seemed that the opposite was true. These two problems are easy to solve. Zhang Tao, you tell us how to solve the first problem and how we deal with those who disobey orders. Li Yunpeng turned to Zhang Tao and said. Zhang Tao's first thought wasn't how to answer the question. Instead, he quickly checked himself in his mind, making sure he hadn't said anything to anger the commander before answering. To reply to the commander, anyone who disobeys orders will not be fed. Anyone who causes trouble will be expelled. In serious cases, they will be killed. Li Yunpeng nodded and said, "Look, isn't this first problem easy to solve? The best solution for those who don't appreciate it is to not give them face. If you don't follow the rules, you can either get out or be killed. I don't have the time to worry about whether everyone is happy. In this situation, I'm lucky enough to have food to eat and not have to worry about being killed by zombies." After Li Yunpeng finished speaking, he slammed the notebook on the table. The people below lowered their heads and dared not say a word. Gong Lei's body was trembling slightly. As for the second question, the solution is the same as the first. I'll give you 1 week. I want to see a well-organized and unified base. If it's chaotic like the past 2 days, you won't have to work anymore. Don't worry, Commander. We will complete the mission. Everyone responded in unison. Well, from now on, the entire administrative area will be designated a military zone, and all existing administrative units will be relocated to the outer city. Now that there's more space, infrastructure construction needs to be accelerated. At the very least, we can't let those who are willing to work for the base sleep on the streets. Everyone carefully wrote down every order from Li Yunpeng, fearing that missing anything would incur the commander's anger. Is there anything else? If not, let's adjourn the meeting and go to carry out the task. Li Yunpeng said. Just as everyone was about to stand up and say goodbye, a faint voice came from the end. Commander, I have something to report. Li Yunpeng saw Zhou Gu timidly raising his hand and said, just tell me what you want to say. Zhou Gu pulled out a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket and said, Commander, to build a bullet assembly line, you need the 3 types of equipment listed above. With these equipment, not only can you build a bullet assembly line, but most assembly lines can be built. However, there is only an industrial laboratory in the suburbs of Wuzhou that has them. Take a look. Li Yunpeng took the note and looked at it. He had never heard of the 3 devices on it. Just looking at the names, he knew that they were very rare and professional. This was a serious matter, and he had to get it done no matter how difficult it was. I will arrange for the army to seize the equipment. You just need to send someone who is familiar with these equipment to follow them. Li Yunpeng said, I'd better let me go myself. The disassembly and assembly of these equipments must follow the correct procedures. If I fiddle with them randomly, they will probably be scrapped. Zhou Gu said, Okay, that's it for now. Li Yunpeng agreed to his plan. He understood Zhou Gu's intention. He had come to the base without accomplishing anything and wanted to show himself. For the guards, Li Qi will be in charge of training the armored squad. Li Yi and Li Er will redeploy the base defenses. Now that we have more machine guns, set up more machine gun positions on the city walls. Everyone else, perform your duties well. All the generals received the order. Li Yunpeng was most confident in the guard army, as they were all subordinates who were 100% loyal to him. After the meeting, Li Yunpeng was the first to walk out of the meeting room, and then the others walked out one after another. He walked on the road leading to the inner city, and Wang Shiyan and Xia Mingdai caught up with him from behind. Commander, wait for me. Wang Shiyan shouted. Li Yunpeng was stunned. Why are you suddenly calling me that? Wang Shiyan rolled his eyes at him and said, It's all because of you. You were so fierce just now. I was so scared that I thought I had made a big mistake. That's right. During the meeting, I kept thinking about whether my words and actions were wrong. I was really scared. Xia Mingdai also chimed in. Huh. Li Yunpeng laughed heartily. I didn't say anything about you. Why are you so nervous? Brother Peng, you can't feel it yourself, but when I sit down and see the aura you exude during the meeting, it makes me feel very depressed. I instinctively feel like I've made a mistake. Wang Shiyan said. Is there? Li Yunpeng himself didn't really care. What he didn't know was that both the improvement of his status and the strengthening of his martial arts ability had unknowingly brought about huge changes in him. Once he got serious, others could feel that he was faintly emitting the aura of a superior from the inside out. Just as Li Yunpeng was chatting with the two women, a figure suddenly climbed over from the outer city, jumped from the 5-meter-high city wall, landed as if nothing had happened, and passed by at an extremely fast speed. Wang Shiyan and Xia Mingdai only saw a woman's figure flash by, but Li Yunpeng saw it very clearly, and even the figure's movements seemed extremely clumsy to him. Peaceful. Li Yunpeng's face darkened instantly. He was already showing great favor by letting her stay at the base, but she still dared to run around? It seemed she would have to learn a lesson. Chapter 98 No Peace. When Li Yunpeng arrived at the administrative district, he saw Hua Feng'er and Ning glaring at each other in a tense manner, with Li Qi and Li Yi rushing over. Ning, who allowed the division of administrative divisions? Li Yunpeng looked displeased. Ning was instinctively a little scared when she saw Li Yunpeng, but she forced herself to calm down. She had to find the person she had lost before today. Humph. Ning snorted coldly and said, I got in on my own merits, so what? Okay, you rely on your ability, right? Today I will use my ability to chop you into pieces and feed you to the dogs, said Li Yunpeng. You are the leader of a large settlement, and you bully a weak woman like me. If this gets out, people will laugh at you. Ning said nervously when she heard that Li Yunpeng was going to chop her into pieces and feed her to the dogs again. Hua Feng'er really couldn't stand her unruly behavior, and even if she couldn't beat her, she still had to fight her, which was better than making Li Yunpeng embarrassed. When Li Yi and Li Qi saw the woman speaking rudely to the commander, they immediately stood up to teach her a lesson. Oh, okay, I allow the three of you to come together, Ning said disdainfully. After saying that, he took a stance and looked at the three people provocatively. Okay, just wait for me. Do you really think you are invincible just because you become an evolver? Feng'er can beat you to a pulp by herself without the three of us working together, Li Yunpeng said. Although Hua Feng'er was a brave and combative person, she felt a little embarrassed about humiliating herself even though she knew she couldn't win. She looked at Li Yunpeng awkwardly. Li Yunpeng gave her a comforting look and said, Stay here in 2 hours, and you and Feng'er will have a one-on-one match. Ning rolled her eyes and said, Okay, I'll wait here. I don't believe you can turn her into a superhero in 2 hours. Li Yunpeng led everyone and turned to walk towards the inner city. Commander, if you really want me to fight her alone, I can't beat her, Hua Feng'er said with a bitter face. Li Yunpeng smiled and said, Just because you can't beat me now doesn't mean you can't beat me in 2 hours. The three women followed Li Yunpeng into the villa in confusion and sat in the living room waiting for him to go upstairs to get something. After a while, he came down with a box and placed it on the coffee table with a mysterious look on his face. Brother Peng, what is this? Hua Feng'er asked curiously. Want to know what it is? Open it, and you'll find out. Hua Feng'er glanced at him, walked forward, and gently opened the box. 5 light blue crystals were neatly placed inside. Evolution crystal is pure and transparent, like the most magnificent gem in the world. Wow. Wang Shiyan fell in love with these crystals at first sight. Li Yunpeng was speechless. It turned out that women all liked shiny things. He wondered what their expressions would be if he told them that this was something in a zombie's brain. Feng'er, take one out and put it in your mouth, Li Yunpeng said. Hua Feng'er was confused. Shouldn't such a beautiful gem be carried with her? She wasn't sure if she had heard correctly. Put it in your mouth. Yes, that's right, Li Yunpeng said with certainty. Although she was doubtful, Hua Feng'er instinctively believed Li Yunpeng. She gently picked up one, hesitated for a moment, and then slowly put it into her mouth. It is cool when you take a sip, and you can clearly feel the shape of the crystals in your mouth. But suddenly, the hard feeling in the mouth turned into liquid in an instant. Hua Feng'er stared with her eyes wide open, not daring to move, and made indistinct sounds with her mouth. Swallow it. Li Yunpeng was really afraid that she would spit it out, so he quickly reminded her. Swallow it, and you will have skills comparable to Ning. When Hua Feng'er heard how surprised this thing was, she closed her eyes and swallowed the evolution liquid in her mouth. Then she smacked her lips and said, It's quite delicious. Li Yunpeng. Before Huafeng'er could be happy for too long, she suddenly felt a burning sensation all over her body. Her fair skin turned bright red, and an expression of pain gradually appeared on her face. When the evolved zombies attacked the city that day, Xia Mengdai had seen Li Yunpeng in a similar situation, but she did not see the scene of Li Yunpeng swallowing the evolution crystal at that time. Huafeng'er had already kneeled down on the carpet in pain. Wang Shiyan had a worried expression on his face and anxious eyes. Shiyan, don't worry, it will be fine in a while. No one can help Feng'er now. Li Yunpeng comforted. Wang Shiyan felt a little relieved, but looking at Huafeng'er rolling on the ground, he wondered if she was really okay. Huafeng'er felt like the whole world was collapsing, her vision was blurred, and the pain like being shattered into pieces almost made her faint. Her teeth were grinding, but she managed to hold it in. Li Yunpeng nodded secretly. This girl's perseverance was really extraordinary. Huafeng'er's pain lasted for half an hour before it ended. At this time, her whole body was soaked with sweat, and her messy hair was wet and stuck to her face. Li Yunpeng was confused. His first time lasted for an hour, so how come Huafeng'er was over in just half an hour? System, why is her evolution time half that of mine? Li Yunpeng asked in his mind. System, only the commander can absorb 100% of the evolutionary energy. Others can absorb different proportions of evolutionary energy depending on their talent conditions, and each level can only absorb a maximum of 5. Oh, that's actually the case. Li Yunpeng was relieved, and then he was very happy. Doesn't this mean that I can be invincible in the same level? After Huafeng'er completed her evolution, she did not feel any pain at all. Instead, she felt much lighter. She stood up suddenly, and because she was not used to controlling the power, she jumped more than 1 meter high. Wow, I feel my strength has increased, and I can't even adapt to it. Huafeng'er said in surprise. Li Yunpeng smiled and nodded. Go wash up quickly. Shiyan and Mengdai both dislike the smell of you. Huafeng'er turned around and saw Wang Shiyan and Xia Mengdai covering their mouths and noses, looking at her with a teasing look on their faces. Only then did she smell a strange smell on her body. She gently scratched her arm and actually scraped off a layer of grease, which was a fatal thing for a beauty who loved cleanliness. How embarrassing. Huafeng'er cried out and ran upstairs quickly. A burst of laughter came from the living room behind her. There were 4 left. Li Yunpeng asked Wang Shiyan and Xia Mengdai if they wanted to eat one. Although they were a little eager, they finally shook their heads. This thing should be very precious. Let's talk about it later. Wang Shiyan said. Li Yunpeng nodded secretly. These 5 evolution crystals were originally reserved for the squadron leaders. However, no other evolvers had appeared before, so he thought the secret could be kept for a while. But now that he has met a Ning, the foreign evolver, more people will know about it sooner or later. Now that his military strength has soared rapidly, obtaining evolution crystals should no longer be a difficult task. Looking at Huafeng'er, who was walking down from the upstairs, Li Yunpeng said, if you want to completely defeat a Ning, you need to devour another evolution crystal. I want more. Huafeng'er resisted instinctively. The pain of marrow cleansing and hair removal was really unbearable. But thinking of a Ning's arrogant face, Huafeng'er felt that it was worth enduring some pain. She picked up another one and put it to her lips, her heart cold. And Ning, I must take back the pain I've endured from you double. Dear family members, thank you for your 5-star praise. Please also give a 5-star praise to the new partners. Thank you. Chapter 99 Poor Ning. Huafeng'er's second evolution was much less painful, and she could persevere by just sitting on the sofa and gritting her teeth. After cleaning up, the 3 women sat on the sofa and discussed Huafeng'er's greatly improved physical fitness, and were amazed. Let's go. It's time to let a Ning know that there are always people better than you. Li Yunpeng stood up and said. Huafeng'er jumped up, her eyes full of fighting spirit. I won't stop until a Ning cries this time. When Li Yunpeng and the other 2 arrived at the place where they had agreed to fight, and Ning was asking Lu Zide all kinds of questions. Lu Zide stood in front of her stiffly, with obvious bruises at the corners of his mouth. Li Yunpeng's face was gloomy. I just left for a while, and Lu Zide was beaten like this? Seeing Li Yunpeng coming, Lu Zide hurriedly hid behind him as if he had seen a savior. Commander, I never thought you would have such a legendary rise. And Ning acted as if to say, I know you very well. Li Yunpeng turned his head and glanced at Lu Zide. Brother Peng, I didn't say anything. I was forced by her and had no choice but to briefly talk about the development process of our base, the kind that everyone knows. Lu Zide said quickly. Li Yunpeng glared at him and said, You're a grown man. Why are you afraid of her? Lu Zide said aggrievedly. I can't beat her. This little girl is very powerful. You guys better be careful. and Ning was about to explode when she saw him say that. Hua Feng'er stepped in front of Lu Zide and said, "And Ning, your opponent is me." And Ning glanced at her and said contemptuously, "Hey, I haven't seen you for over an hour. Have you mastered the art of sucking essence?" "You." Hua Feng'er blushed at what she said and said angrily, "Stop talking nonsense and don't cry later." After saying that, he stopped talking nonsense with her and punched Ning in the face. And Ning rolled her eyes and stood there nonchalantly, thinking to herself, is this guy sick? Or is he using the same moves as before? Isn't this just asking for a fight? Just as Hua Feng'er's fist was about to reach her, and Ning wanted to raise her hand to block it, but in an instant, the speed of Hua Feng'er's attacking fist suddenly increased. Bang! Oh! Before Ning could block it, Hua Feng'er punched her on the bridge of her nose. And Ning screamed in pain, with snot and tears running down her face. Hua Feng'er succeeded in her attack. Seeing Ning covering her face and screaming, she couldn't help laughing. If she hadn't restrained her strength in time, she would have broken her nose. And Ning was filled with shame and anger. She wiped away her tears and suddenly rushed towards Hua Feng'er. But this time the situation was completely opposite to before. She exerted 100% of her speed and strength, but couldn't even stick to the corner of Hua Feng'er's clothes. Hua Feng'er teased her for a while, and when she paused, she dodged to the side and kicked Ning in the knee. And Ning felt her knees go weak, and she fell to the ground. And Ning, don't think that anyone can bully you. Hua Feng'er taught him a lesson from a superior position. You. And Ning was shocked and angry, and didn't know how to refute for a moment. She turned to look at the people around her, and they all looked at her with a playful expression. Especially Lu Zide, who had been beaten up by her, looked like he had avenged himself. She has lived in the spotlight since she was a child, but now she feels like the whole world is laughing at her. I can still bear the pain in my body, but I can't stop crying tears of grievance. Wow! She cried out and sat on the ground. You are all bad people. I want to go home. Whoa! Everyone was petrified. The stubborn and willful little devil was still so funny when he cried. Li Yunpeng had a headache. If he didn't have some plans for the Longhu Mountain settlement, he really wanted to throw Ning out of the base. What the hell? After saying that, he turned and left. When Lu Zide saw Li Yunpeng had left, he quickly ran away in shame, fearing that this girl would get a hold of him and take her anger out on him. Hua Feng'er had no sympathy for her at all, and just stood by and watched her cry with her arms folded. When Ning saw that Li Yunpeng turned and left without a word of comfort, she felt even more aggrieved and cried a little louder. Even the people at the outer city gate were looking inside, wondering who was crying so miserably. This was what it meant to be separated from your wife and children. Hua Feng'er was the closest to her, and the vibration made her eardrum hurt. She pointed at her nose and wanted to scold her, but seeing her tears streaming down her pretty face like a dam bursting, she couldn't bear it and stomped her feet and left. Xia Mengdai had always been angry when she saw Ning, but when she saw her helplessly sitting on the ground crying, her heart softened. She stepped forward, patted her shoulder, and said to her, "Don't cry, it's all your fault." And Ning shook her hand off and yelled, "What do you care? Go away." Whoa! Xia Mengdai paused for a moment before she stomped her feet and turned away. Seeing that she and Ning were the only two people left at the scene, Wang Shiyan pondered for a moment, then thought that this might be an opportunity. She walked forward and said softly, "You're sitting here, and many people have seen you. Isn't that even more embarrassing?" And Ning stopped crying and looked at the people standing in the distance pointing and talking. Then she realized how embarrassed she was this time. "If you don't mind, come to my place, wash your face, and apply some swelling-reducing lotion." Wang Shiyan continued. Seeing Wang Shiyan's sincere tone, and Ning sobbed and nodded. Wang Shiyan smiled gently and stretched out his right hand to pull her up. And Ning was pulled by Wang Shiyan and walked with her sobbing. In Wang Shiyan's room, and Ning was sitting opposite her, still sobbing. Wang Shiyan took out some medicine for bruises and applied it on her red and swollen nose. I helped her wipe her tears, but her tears were like spring water. They kept coming out after I wiped them away. "And Ning, are you interested in Yunpeng?" Wang Shiyan asked. And Ning paused. Who? Who is interested in him? He is not worthy of me." Wang Shiyan didn't expose her and said, "Seeing you reminds me of my sister. She has been spoiled by her family since she was a child, and she often makes trouble. But I know that she just wants to attract her father's attention and spend more time with her." "No, I'm not like your sister." And Ning retorted stubbornly. When she heard Wang Shiyan mention that she had a sister with a similar personality to her, her eyes turned and she asked, "Where's your sister?" Wang Shiyan's eyes darkened, and he lowered his head and said, "She was very unfortunate. She didn't survive the apocalypse." And Ning's expectant expression froze, and she said timidly, "Yes, I'm sorry, Sister Shiyan, I didn't expect it. Wang Shiyan raised his head and smiled sadly, saying, "It doesn't matter. Who hasn't lost a loved one in the apocalypse? Live well, and take your share with your loved ones." And Ning was touched by her words. She thought of her equally unfortunate mother and the covetous Shin too, and murmured to herself, "Living well? It's not that easy." Wang Shiyan and Ning became familiar with each other as they chatted. Under her deliberate guidance, they talked a lot about the Longhu Mountain settlement and had a preliminary understanding of it. Shortly after Li Yunpeng returned to the villa, a guard came to report that the armored team selected by Captain Li Qi had completed basic training. Oh, Li Yunpeng was a little surprised. Is Li Qi so efficient? Notify Li Qi to prepare for live fire training. Li Yunpeng looked anxious, dressed neatly, and walked out of the villa quickly. Chapter 100: The Power of Tanks. Xiaohei, come on, I'll take you out for a walk. Li Yunpeng called. Woof. Xiaohei had never left the house since he was summoned. He was very excited when he heard this and circled around Li Yunpeng wagging his tail. When Li Yunpeng took Xiaohei out of the inner city, the people who were moving to the administrative district were extremely surprised to see Xiaohei, and they were all discussing where the commander got such a giant hound. Xiaohei looked around, snorted, and followed Li Yunpeng with his head held high. Hey, look at this dog, so proud like a commander. Fuck you, you idiot. Do you really want to die? How dare you say that to the commander? You too, come with us. The conversation between the two men happened to be heard by the security team. The two men were stunned for a moment, then hung their heads and followed the security team obediently. They could not escape a labor education. When Li Yunpeng arrived at the gate of the tank factory, Li Qi had already brought the armored team and was ready. Li Yunpeng's Hummer was parked at the front, followed by a multi-purpose armored infantry vehicle and a rhino tank, and at the back was a truck loaded with artillery shells and other supplies. Li Yunpeng opened the rear door of the Hummer. Xiaohei's huge body almost filled the entire rear space. The dog's head poked out from the shooting hole on the roof, looking around curiously. Let's go. Li Yunpeng got on the passenger seat and said to the driver. An unusual convoy slowly drove out of the military camp and drove on the wide road in the middle of the outer city. When people saw the commander's Humvee driving out, they stopped what they were doing and stopped to watch. But what surprised people even more was that there was an armored personnel carrier following behind. They were puzzled because they had never heard that the base had such professional equipment. And when the huge rhino tank came out, people were collectively petrified. Dad, that piece of metal is a tank. Yes, it's a tank. We have a tank in our base now. Fuck commander, we have tanks. You're done. The security team has 5 seconds to arrive at the battlefield. The vegetable field manure package is here for you. Li Yunpeng led his team and rushed away. As tanks weighing dozens of tons passed by, people felt the ground beneath their feet tremble slightly. Report to the commander. There is a group of wandering zombies passing by 2 kilometers ahead, with an estimated size of 2,000. There is one level 1 strength evolved zombie, and no agile zombies have been found yet. They should be hiding in the group of zombies. A report from the Vanguard team ahead came from the radio walkie-talkie in the Hummer. Zombie horde. Just in time. Lure them over here. Li Yunpeng was starving for targets to practice on. Armored squad, attention. Follow the command vehicle. A zombie horde has appeared 2 kilometers ahead. Prepare for battle. Receive. The message came back from each tank. The Vanguard team drove an off-road vehicle and ran towards the convoy, leaving the zombie army far behind. When they were still 1 kilometer away, the guards got off the car and formed a formation. Li Yunpeng picked up the commander's sword, climbed onto the roof of the car, crossed his arms in front of his chest, hugged the sword, and looked calmly at the zombie army rushing towards him. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Not long ago, a small and agile zombie made him flee in panic, but now seeing such a scene again, he felt no ripple in his heart. Everyone listen up, shoot the ordinary zombies once you enter the range, and the armored team, use artillery to bombard the power zombies. Li Yunpeng ordered. The zombies were very fast. As soon as they entered the 400-meter range, all types of guns opened fire in unison. The powerful zombies crouched down, protecting their heads, and rushed towards the guards. The guard's rhino tank moved its turret slightly, adjusted its shooting angle, and then a burst of flames suddenly burst out of the barrel. Bang! There was a loud noise and dust flew up around the tank. Just as the cannon sounded, the power zombie paused. It instinctively felt the threat, but before it could react, the 105mm howitzer hit its body accurately. Boom! With the power zombie as the center, the area within 50 meters was covered by smoke and dust stirred up by the explosion. When the smoke cleared, there was no trace of the power zombie left, only scattered body parts. Li Yunpeng was very satisfied when he saw the power of the rhino tank. When he was besieged by more than a dozen evolved zombies, if he had such a tank, he would not have had the chance to pick up a knife and fight to the death. After destroying the strength zombies, the zombie tide suddenly became a little panicked, but some of them still maintained their formation. Li Yunpeng knew that there must be an agility zombie hiding among them. Everyone, pay attention. If you find an agile zombie, don't shoot it. Leave it to me to sacrifice. Li Yunpeng ordered. The guards stopped the machine gun fire and deliberately moved closer to the tide of zombies. Li Yunpeng jumped off the roof of the car and walked slowly towards the tide of zombies. The slightly thin figure faced the hordes of zombies alone, unafraid. Li Yunpeng's eyes flashed, and the corners of his mouth curved into an arc as he whispered, "Here I come." Seeing him leave the team, the agile zombies and the tide of corpses attacked decisively. With a flash of their figures, they were already close to Li Yunpeng. Humph! Li Yunpeng sneered in his heart. Just as the agile zombie's claw blade approached Li Yunpeng's neck, suddenly a cold light flashed, and the agile zombie's 2 arms were thrown out. Bang! Li Yunpeng kicked the agile zombie that had lost both arms in the chest, sending it flying more than 10 meters. The agile zombie fell to the ground, its eyes full of fear. Li Yunpeng drew his sword and chopped off its arms, then sheathed the sword. During the whole process, others only saw a flash of cold light and the arms being thrown out, and did not even see Li Yunpeng make any movement. Li Yunpeng walked up to it and stepped on its neck. The zombie wanted to struggle, but it felt like a mountain was pressing on its neck. Crack! Li Yunpeng exerted a little force and the agile zombie body was separated. Oh, how weak! Li Yunpeng sighed and returned to the front. There were people cleaning up the battlefield, so he didn't need to do these trivial matters. At this time, the points on the panel had soared to more than 300,000. It's still faster to make money by doing it yourself. The losses are small and the profits are big. Li Yunpeng sighed. The remaining 1,000 or so ordinary zombies were quickly wiped out under the fire of several machine guns. Li Yunpeng sat in the co-pilot seat and waited. Not long after, a soldier brought 2 evolution crystals. Li Qi, after returning to the base, find a quiet room and eat this. Li Yunpeng handed him an evolution crystal and said, "Yes." Li Qi did not ask whether the things taken out of the zombies' brains could be eaten. Although he had some psychological barriers, he would obey the commander's orders 100%. A small-scale zombie wave like this completely failed to achieve the purpose of training. Li Yunpeng observed the distance for a while, pointed to a hillside, and said, "Let's go over there and continue practicing live-fire shooting. There are a lot of artillery shells on the truck behind. An armored team has 30 people, so each person must fire at least a few shots. When there are more tanks in the future, they can just do it directly." The convoy soon arrived at the foot of the mountain. Some targets had been set up on the hillside. The armored team guarded a tank and took turns shooting until the hillside was scarred and filled with thick smoke. This basically achieved the training effect. Li Yunpeng was already numb sitting in the car. At first, he was still interested in firing a few shots himself, but later he was annoyed by the rumbling sound of the explosions and simply hid in the command car and took a nap. When the artillery fire stopped, he knew the training should be over and was about to lead the team back when suddenly, a bang sound was heard on the co-pilot's front windshield. Li Yunpeng was shocked and took a closer look. He found that it was a bullet embedded in the surface of the bulletproof glass, and the center of the crack was right at his forehead. Then a gunshot was heard, and judging from the echo, it was from a very far distance. The bullet arrives first, and the gunshot comes later. This is the effect that can only be achieved by a large-caliber sniper rifle. Chapter 101 ready to go. Damn, luckily it's bulletproof glass. Li Yunpeng was a little scared. He thought that this car was just a means of transportation for his current skills, but he didn't expect that it would save his life at the critical moment. Li Yunpeng was immediately furious. Who the hell was plotting against me? Li Qi reacted instantly and immediately ordered the soldiers to surround the command vehicle, and the multifunctional armored infantry vehicles and tanks blocked the Hummer. "Give me a cannon and shoot him," Li Yunpeng roared. At 11 o'clock, fire 2 rounds in a row. Li Qi ordered immediately. The mechanical sound of the tank turret rotating was heard. Bang! Bang! 2 shells were fired towards the assassin's approximate position and exploded in a pile of rocks in the distance. But there was nothing unusual. The multifunctional infantry vehicles go to the front and kill the enemy. Li Yunpeng ordered. 10 guardsmen jumped onto a multi-purpose infantry vehicle and drove forward with machine guns. The artillery failed to force out the enemy, but when the multi-purpose infantry vehicle started moving, a figure jumped out from the pile of rocks opposite, ran to the side, rode a mountain motorcycle, and fled at a high speed. The tank fired 2 more shots, but missed the motorcycle, which was turning flexibly. These were the last 2 shells left. Li Yunpeng looked at the assassin as he left and said, "Li Qi, send someone back." It was obvious that the killer was very experienced and had come prepared. He waited until the shells had almost all been fired before he started to attack. He also escaped on a mountain motorcycle, choosing to drive on narrow and rugged mountain roads, making it impossible for other vehicles to catch up. He had calculated everything, but he didn't expect that Li Yunpeng's car had bulletproof glass, and the distance was too far for the sniper rifle to penetrate it. The killer was too careless. If he dared to snipe at close range, the bullets from the large-caliber sniper rifle might be able to penetrate ordinary bulletproof glass. In fact, with Li Yunpeng's speed, he had a chance to catch up with him if he tried his best, but he didn't intend to do so. If the enemy set an ambush, it would be difficult for him to escape unscathed under the hail of bullets. On the way back, Li Yunpeng wondered who it could be. With both Huang Long and Huang Hu dead, was there anyone who could avenge them? The possibility was slim to none. Could it be in Rome? His daughter came here on her own, and I didn't force her to come. It shouldn't be that. I thought about it over and over again, but I couldn't figure it out. The enemies he encountered were basically dealt with. Such a professional sniper is not something that ordinary forces can possess. If an enemy comes, we will fight him. If water comes, we will block it with earth. I have been through many trials and tribulations, so why should I be afraid of a small killer? Li Yunpeng said that he didn't care, but at this moment he was immersed in the attributes of the new soldier in the barracks, the Special Forces. Special Forces cannot be summoned individually, but in the form of teams. Each Special Forces team consists of 2 assaulters, a sniper, a machine gunner, and a team leader, a total of 5 people. It takes 100,000 points to summon them once. But compared with his own life, points are nothing. Li Yunpeng decisively chose to summon, and the summoning would take 12 hours to complete. He was not in a hurry. Since the killer failed in his first attack, he would not attack the heavily guarded Li Yunpeng again in the short term. When Wang Shiyan returned to the base, he saw Li Yunpeng's livid face and the obvious bullet hole in the co-pilot's car. He was shocked and asked, "Brother Peng, did someone shoot you?" "Well, fortunately there is bulletproof glass," Li Yunpeng said. The Hummer was taken away for repairs by the logistics department. At this time, there were more than 200,000 points left. Li Yunpeng produced another Rhino tank and ordered Li Qi to prepare things for the trip to the suburbs of Wuzhou. Li Yunpeng was in a bad mood the whole day. Anyone would feel uneasy if being targeted by an unknown killer. Li Yunpeng was having dinner in the villa that night. When Wang Shiyan learned that he had been assassinated today, she specially called Lu Zide, Xia Mengdai, and others to have dinner with him. To Li Yunpeng's surprise, Ning was also there. At this moment, Ning no longer had the domineering look she had before. She sat obediently beside Wang Shiyan, remaining silent. Li Yunpeng was in a bad mood. Seeing Ning, he asked coldly, "Why are you staying here with me instead of going home?" Ning was already a little reserved sitting at the dining table, and after hearing what he said, she felt even more awkward. She said stiffly, "I'm just going to eat some of your food. I'll have my dad send you double the food later." Li Yunpeng got furious when he heard this and slammed his chopsticks on the table, about to explode. Wang Shiyan quickly pulled his sleeve, and Li Yunpeng suppressed his anger. Then he shook his head with some self-mockery. He was actually upset by an unknown enemy. It was really not right. He was now strong in both men and horses, and he could not imagine what kind of enemy could make him afraid. Although he was confident in his own abilities, Li Yunpeng still secretly reminded himself to be cautious, as there were many examples of people capsizing in the gutter. Li Yunpeng ate a few bites and went upstairs to rest. Before leaving, he said to Wang Shiyan, "Shiyan, there are quite a few rooms on the 2nd floor. If it's convenient, you can allocate one and move in. The conditions are much better than outside." "Oh, okay," Wang Shiyan replied with a blush. "Are we going to live under the same roof?" Although shy, there is a hint of sweetness and anticipation in my heart. Li Yunpeng lay on the wide bed, spent another 100,000 points to summon 100 guard soldiers, and cleared the points panel again. The total strength will reach 1,100 tomorrow. Excluding a squadron guarding the granary, there will be 800 guards left in the base. This time, Li Yunpeng plans to take 2 squadrons to the industrial laboratory to get equipment. The number of machine guns in the base has more than increased tenfold, so there is basically no need to worry about safety issues. Li Yunpeng finalized the firepower configuration for this operation, including a special forces squad, 2 squadrons of guards, 20 machine guns, a multi-purpose armored infantry vehicle, 2 tanks, 10 military vehicles, and 5 logistics supply vehicles. The next morning, the summoned special forces team was already waiting outside the villa. Li Yunpeng was very satisfied to see the 5 people in front of him exuding a tough aura. The sniper's eagle eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. The machine gunner's strong physique was comparable to a bodybuilding champion. The assaulter looked agile and nimble, and the special team leader looked relatively ordinary, but since he was the team leader, he must have his strengths. Your name will be Li Dun from now on. Your team will be responsible for my security from today on, Li Yunpeng said to the team leader. As you command. Commander, Li Dun will protect your safety with his life. Li Yunpeng nodded and walked out of the inner city, surrounded by the special forces. Xiao He knew that they were going out to carry out a mission, so he followed Li Yunpeng closely. When they arrived at the military camp, a problem arose. Xiao He was too big, and the Hummer was taken over by the special forces team, so there was not enough space for Xiao He. The only person who is close to Xiao He is Wang Shiyan, but Li Yunpeng would never take her on a mission. Xiao He could only lie on the roof of the car first. His eyes kept rolling around, and he was very dissatisfied with Li Yunpeng's arrangement. But there was no other good solution, and he didn't want to ride in a stranger's car. All newly summoned guard soldiers and rhino tanks have been summoned. Zhou Gu and the people from the logistics support team have already boarded the bus. Li Yunpeng sat in the middle seat of the Hummer and gave the order to set off. Chapter 102 Xiao He's debut. When the convoy drove into the outer city, Li Yunpeng happened to see Lu Zide looking out the car window. As the base grew and developed, Li Yunpeng's power also increased. People became more and more reserved when interacting with him. Only the immature Lu Zide treated him the same as before. This was the only friendship he could still feel. For people in high positions of power, pure friendship is undoubtedly a luxury, so Li Yunpeng cherishes it even more. He still remembered that at the beginning of the apocalypse, when he broke out from the park, the situation was critical, and Lu Zide actually wanted to stay and help him. He rolled down the car window, and Lu Zide asked, "What are you doing, Brother Peng? Let's go catch some shrimp." Lu Zide. Woof. Xiao He on the roof saw Lu Zide and called out to him. Then Li Yunpeng felt the car body shake, and Xiao He jumped off the roof, came to Lu Zide, and circled around him. Lu Zide was so frightened that he froze in place. "Peng, Brother Peng, get your dog away. It's too scary." Li Yunpeng wanted to laugh, but he was also curious. Xiao He rarely paid attention to other people, but he was somewhat interested in Lu Zide. "Betsy, I have a mission to go out today. Can you come and help me?" Li Yunpeng asked. "You can do anything, Brother Peng. Take it away quickly, it might bite me." "Xiao He, come back." Li Yunpeng saw that he was really scared, so he called Xiao He back. Xiao He squatted beside the Hummer, wagging his tail and looking at Lu Zide with his head tilted. Lu Zide let out a long sigh and asked, "Brother Peng, how can I help you?" Li Yunpeng said, "It's very simple. You drive a car and take Xiao He with you." Lu Zide's heart was shocked. Soon, the guards drove out a Land Rover. The car had a high chassis, strong power, and spacious space, which was just enough to accommodate Xiao He's huge body. Li Yunpeng threw the car keys to Lu Zide, rolled up the car window with a big laugh, and led the team to start. Lu Zide looked at the key in his hand, then looked at Xiao He opposite him, his palms full of sweat. Hey brother, can you drive yourself?" "Woof." Xiao He seemed dissatisfied with Lu Zide dawdling in the same place and shouted at him. Seeing that although Xiao He looked scary, he didn't seem to have any ill intentions towards him, Lu Zide carefully opened the car door. Xiao He jumped into the back seat, and the whole car shook. Even though Lu Zide was extremely reluctant, since he had already promised Li Yunpeng, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and get in the car and drive to catch up with the team. Lu Zide, who had never driven a luxury car, forgot to appreciate the luxurious decoration inside the car. He kept looking in the mirror to see if Xiao He made any unusual movements. He was ready to jump out of the car immediately if Xiao He turned against him. To reach the industrial laboratory, one had to cross the river from the bridge next to the base. A wall had been built over 10 meters high on the bridge. The convoy passed through the central gate, and the park was just ahead. The guards would regularly clear out the zombies that wandered into the park, so we didn't encounter many zombies after crossing the bridge. Occasionally there are a few scattered here and there, and there is no need to shoot. The rhino tank will crush them directly. As the convoy moved away from the park, they encountered more zombies. After driving for more than 10 kilometers, we encountered the first wave of zombies, about 1,000 in number. We didn't see any strength-evolved zombies, so there should be agility zombies hiding among them. Li Yunpeng ordered the convoy to stop and not to miss the points that were delivered to their doorstep. He walked to the Land Rover at the end of the team, and Lu Zide lowered the window. "Go and kill the agile zombies," said Li Yunpeng. Lu Zide's body trembled. "Brother Peng, I want to die with more value." Li Yunpeng was speechless. "I fucking told Xiao He to kill the agile zombies." Oh. Lu Zide breathed a sigh of relief. "I thought you wanted me to test how sharp the agile zombies' claws were." After complaining, Lu Zide jumped out of the car and opened the back door. "Xiao He, go and kill the fastest zombie in the group ahead." Woof! Xiaohei shouted and ran towards the zombie army happily. It was extremely fast and ran towards the zombie group, leaving a trail of dust behind it. Lu's eyes widened. Oh my god, Xiaohei is running so fast. Even a leopard can't catch up with him at this speed, right? Xiaohei approached the zombie group at a very fast speed. He did not slow down when he got close and jumped into them. Before the ordinary zombies in the front row could react, Xiaohei's figure had disappeared from their sight. Seeing Xiaohei rushing straight towards him, the agile zombie no longer hid. He felt that the giant black dog had discovered him from a long distance. A fierce battle broke out between a corpse and a dog in the zombie group, and the surrounding ordinary zombies were knocked to the ground by them. Li Yunpeng's eyes lit up. As expected of a commander hound, his combat power is on par with an agile zombie. At the same time, the guards were also quickly clearing out the ordinary zombies. In just over 10 minutes, only the agile zombies were left in the entire zombie group, fighting fiercely with Xiaohei alone. Without the harassment from ordinary zombies, Xiaohei exerted his full combat power. He suddenly pounced behind the agile zombie, opened his bloody mouth, and bit the zombie's neck accurately. The agile zombie waved his arms wildly, but couldn't touch Xiaohei's body at all. Xiaohei used his amazing bite force to bite off the zombie's neck. At the same time, Li Yunpeng's score panel increased by 100,000 points. The agile zombies that once caused the guards so much trouble that they even required human lives to kill were killed by a dog. Xiaohei ran back happily with the zombie head in his mouth. He came closer and threw the head in his mouth to the ground, sticking out his tongue to take credit for it to Li Yunpeng. Li Yunpeng praised Xiaohei for a while before returning to the car with satisfaction. Lu's eye looked at the slightly tired Xiaohei lying on the back seat, and his scalp was numb. Is this still a dog? Even a tiger is not so powerful. Brother Hei, you are so awesome. You have to protect me from now on. Woof! Xiaohei really enjoyed his flattery. The closer to Wuzhou City, the denser the zombies, and even the guards have to be cautious. The guards' firepower never stopped, and they used the steel storm to tear a passage open. Zhougu, how far is it to the industrial laboratory? Li Yunpeng asked on the walkie-talkie. Report to the commander. There are still 5 kilometers to go, and we will be there soon. Zhougu replied. Li Yunpeng breathed a sigh of relief. He was worried that if they maintained such intense firepower for a long time, the ammunition would be consumed too quickly, and the return journey would be difficult. After driving for a while, Li Yunpeng suddenly realized from the dense gunfire that some of the gunshots did not come from the guards. Someone. Li Yunpeng was shocked and suspicious. If a battle could happen nearby, it must be either a last-ditch struggle or a very powerful firepower. But the other party's gunfire did not sound chaotic, but rather rhythmic, and it was obvious that they were conducting precise shooting. Are they also here for the equipment in the industrial laboratory? At this point, Li Yunpeng cannot back down. Even if both parties have the same goal, he will still fight for it. Chapter 103, Competition for Industrial Equipment. When the guard army got closer to the industrial laboratory, there was no trace of zombies. They must have been attracted by the fierce gunfire ahead. Only after getting closer did Li Yunpeng see the situation ahead. This is an independent building, estimated to be 30 stories high, with a large industrial factory next to it. At this time, dense swarms of zombies have surrounded the entire park. It is impossible to count them. There are probably more than 100,000 of them. On the 3rd to 5th floors of the building, thousands of gun muzzles were spewing flames. All automatic rifles, and even machine guns. Holy crap, so many people. Li Yunpeng was a little surprised. Could they be from the military district? Their attire didn't look like it. If Li Yunpeng wants to get in, he must tear a hole in the zombie encirclement. If you can't even get in, let alone get industrial equipment. Li Qi, order the Rhino tank formation to wait where it is. The armored infantry vehicles will lead the way, and we will charge in. There is no need to worry about the tank staying where it is. Even if it is covered with zombies, it cannot threaten the soldiers inside. It can only be overturned by multiple strong zombies. Li Yunpeng didn't know where the person opposite him came from, so he wanted to hide some of his strength so that he could achieve unexpected results. The guard troops changed their formation, with the multifunctional armored infantry vehicle walking in the front, and 2 military trucks equipped with machine guns behind it forming a thing shape with it as the vanguard. Other vehicles surrounded Li Yunpeng's command vehicle, and at once 20 machine guns and hundreds of rifles opened fire. Even a dozen evolved zombies avoided its attack and did not dare to move forward. The zombies blocking the convoy were torn to pieces by dense machine gun bullets until the park gate was cleared. The convoy drove past at high speed and suddenly rushed into the park. The people inside pointed their guns at the guards. Li Yunpeng stopped at the gate and was on guard against the people on the opposite side. just as the two sides were confronting each other. Roar! A deafening roar of beasts resounded through the sky. All the zombies paused, stopped attacking the park, and then retreated out of the range of fire in an orderly manner. Li Yunpeng was shocked. What the hell? What's going on? But the most important thing right now was to get the industrial equipment. Li Yunpeng set up a defensive position at the door and then shouted inside. Brothers upstairs, can you please come out and talk? However, the person on the other side did not respond. Just when Li Yunpeng wanted to speak again, the sniper from the Special Forces team suddenly pushed Li Yunpeng away. Bang! With a gunshot, the bullet passed through the place where Li Yunpeng was originally standing, hit the ground, and a cloud of smoke and dust rose. Li Yunpeng flashed and instantly came behind the armored infantry vehicle. What the hell? What's going on? No, that gunshot sounds familiar. It's the sniper who assassinated me. Li Yunpeng reacted instantly and realized that it was really a narrow road for enemies to meet. No matter what forces these people belonged to or what background they had, since they dared to provoke me, there was nothing to say. Li Qi, kill them for me. The guards immediately opened fire at full power, but the other side was not afraid either. Their firepower was no less than that of the guards, and was even stronger than that of the guards. After all, there were more than 2,000 of them. Bullets flew back and forth like a rainstorm, creating dense sparks on the guard army's armored vehicles, and the upper floors were also covered in dust. In less than 5 minutes of fighting, both sides lost dozens of people, which shows how tragic the battle was. But the fighting spirit of the guards was far beyond the reach of the enemy. They were fearless and exerted their maximum firepower. But it was different on the opposite side. After suffering heavy casualties, the soldiers began to fear fighting. Once the firepower balance was broken, the gap would widen rapidly. 10 minutes later, the enemy troops dared not show their heads at all and retreated to their bunkers. The guards also ceased firing, and this time the sound was heard from the opposite side first. Li Yunpeng, no one can escape here. We'll all die here if we run out of ammunition. Li Yunpeng was puzzled. Who is this person? How come he knows me? Tell me your name before you speak. I have no grudge against you. Why are you trying to assassinate me? Li Yunpeng asked. No grudge. I have a fucking grudge against you for stealing my wife, the man opposite said angrily. Li Yunpeng was stunned. I'm not even married yet. What's the point of stealing his wife? Then he thought, Wang Shiyan's 3 daughters haven't even had boyfriends, so how can he steal their wives? Stop talking nonsense to me. I'll give you 10 minutes to think about it. Either get out of here, or I'll blow you to pieces. Li Yunpeng shouted through a loudspeaker. You're still a little naive to brag in front of me. What are you doing here? The person opposite snorted coldly. At this time, Zhou Gu sneaked over from behind a truck. Li Yunpeng was curious and asked, What are you doing here? Zhou Gu said, Commander, the voice on the other end sounds familiar to me. It sounds very much like Shin Tu, the general manager of Wuhai Group. Wuhai Group, your old employer? Li Yunpeng asked. Yes, Commander. Judging from the voice of the man opposite, it's most likely Shun Tuesday. He's a sinister and vicious man, and was a notorious playboy before the apocalypse. Li Yunpeng was puzzled. When did he offend this dandy boy? What is Shin Tu doing here? Zhou Gu thought for a moment and said, I guess he came here for those pieces of equipment. His family is a major shareholder in a multinational machinery design and manufacturing group, and they also have a machinery production plant in Wuzhou. If they have those pieces of equipment, they can create all kinds of industrial production lines. Li Yunpeng understood what he said, but how could he even begin to talk about stealing his wife? He probably had no connection before the apocalypse. One was the son of a multinational corporation, the other an ordinary salesperson at a small company in a 4th-tier city. They were worlds apart, and there was no way they could possibly get along. Shadow, I know you are here for those devices. Unfortunately, my goal is the same as yours. As long as I am here, you can't take away a single screw. Li Yunpeng shouted. There was silence on the other side for a moment. Shin Tu, holding the megaphone, was stunned. Li Yunpeng knew my identity. He curled his lips in disdain and said, Don't brag. With just a few hundred people? If I weren't afraid of excessive attrition, I could have worn you out. But it doesn't matter. I have the high ground. If the zombies continue to attack, you'll be attacked from both sides, and you'll be doomed sooner or later. How about we discuss the distribution of equipment? Seeing that he didn't deny it, Li Yunpeng was basically certain that the person in front of him was from Wuhai Group. I'm not in the habit of sharing with others. You don't have much time left. Only 5 minutes. Hurrah. Fine. Then wait and see who dies first. Li Yunpeng thought to himself. I'm going to let you know now who the hell will die first. He grabbed the walkie-talkie and said, Tank formation. Charge into the park from the direction where the power zombies are scarce. Receive. After the tank team responded, They started the tanks and moved forward, finding a direction where the zombies had no power and drove towards the park. I originally thought that it would take some effort, but I didn't expect that when approaching the zombie encirclement, with the roar of beasts similar to before, the zombie encirclement actually took the initiative to make way for the tank. Li Yunpeng turned around and saw this unusual phenomenon and was shocked. Something must be wrong when things are abnormal. Chapter 104 Crisis. No matter what conspiracy the zombies have, their encirclement is a foregone conclusion. The most important thing now is to get the equipment first, and then consider what the abnormal zombie army is like. 2 rhino tanks rumbled over. Shintu was so surprised that he could fit a fist in his mouth upstairs. Oh my god, is that a tank? Am I seeing things? He asked uncertainly to his left and right. Boss, it seems so. What should we do? The men were trembling with fear at the black muzzle of the tank. Li Yunpeng didn't bother to waste time talking. No matter what the grudge was, since they dared to come and assassinate him, there was no need to be polite. Blow up the 3rd to 5th floors. The armored team immediately turned the turret upon receiving the order. When Shinta saw the tank barrel was aiming, he was frightened out of his wits and ran away with his gun. When the other men saw that their boss had run away, they also ran for their lives. The narrow staircase was crowded with people, and many people jumped down from the building when they saw that the stairs were blocked. Boom, boom. The 2 tanks fired alternately, and the 4th and 5th floors were instantly blown beyond recognition. The walls all collapsed, leaving only a few broken concrete pillars still struggling to support them. Shintu's people were bombarded by artillery fire, and countless people were killed and wounded. Hundreds of people were killed and injured from falling from buildings alone. Fortunately, these hundreds of people acted as cushions, and the remaining half of the people were spared. In the end, less than 1,000 people escaped from the building. The disabled and sick were equivalent to being killed. In this situation, no one cared about their companions and only regretted that their parents did not give them 2 more legs. The truck they had driven was parked in the backyard of the building. A group of people climbed onto the truck and ran away. The slow ones were left behind. No one wanted to be at the end of the group. They all had the same thought in their minds. That's a tank. One shot at a small truck is no big deal, right? Shinta led his team to find a weak point of the zombie army and attacked, but was immediately strongly blocked by the zombie army. Li Yunpeng saw the group of people fleeing in panic. Due to time constraints, he did not pursue them. Death would be the best, but being alive was a blessing for them. Zhou, where is the equipment? Zhou only recovered from the shock of the intense bombardment when he heard Li Yunpeng's voice. Commander, it's in the factory building behind. Li Yunpeng immediately led the team in the direction Zhou pointed. When they arrived at the factory, the guards surrounded the place. Zhou led the logistics support team to dismantle the equipment. Li Yunpeng sat in the car and thought that they rushed in because they took advantage of the zombie army's unpreparedness, and it was not a targeted attack on the convoy, which was why it was so smooth. Looking at the 100,000 zombie horde surrounding but not attacking outside, including at least 100 evolved zombies, Li Yunpeng had no confidence that he could escape unscathed with his skills. Even a round-the-clock battle would tire him to death, and in the end he would have to rely on machine guns and tanks. Just when Zhou and others were about to complete the dismantling work, the originally quiet group of zombies suddenly attacked the guards. Li Yunpeng was immediately startled and shouted inside, "Zhou, hurry! We can't stay here for long. It would be really dangerous if all 100 evolved zombies gathered together." He now understood why the zombies had only surrounded him without attacking him. They had seen friction between the 2 factions and were planning to sit back and watch the fight unfold. Could it be that zombies had become so intelligent? Okay, Commander, we can go now. Zhou ran out sweating profusely. The equipment had already been fixed on the truck behind. Let's go, Li Yunpeng ordered without hesitation. 2 tanks led the way side by side, followed by a command vehicle and a multi-purpose armored infantry vehicle. The machine guns and artillery on the tanks fired at the same time, and a gap was immediately opened in the front line of zombies in front. Speed up and get through. Li Yunpeng nervously held the commander's sword and gave orders, and the speed of the entire convoy increased. Just as the convoy was trapped in the zombie army, Li Yunpeng suddenly felt the rhythmic vibration of the earth. It sounded like a warhorse passing by, but the noise was several times louder than that. Li Yunpeng opened the car door and climbed onto the roof. Looking around, he saw a huge creature on all 4s, crouching low and hiding behind ordinary zombies, running towards the convoy. What the hell is that? The thing was extremely fast. When it came close to the tank, it suddenly jumped up. Li Yunpeng could see clearly that it was an enlarged version of a power-evolved zombie. It was about 6 or 7 meters tall, more than twice as tall as a level 1 power-evolved zombie, and its speed was faster than a level 1 agility zombie. The machine gun bullets hit its body and got stuck in its muscles, unable to move forward an inch. Could it be? It's a level 2 strength zombie. Li Yunpeng thought to himself. The heavy body of the level 2 strength zombie slammed heavily on the tank. Li Yunpeng saw the entire tank sinking a little into the ground. After the monster fell, it bent the tank barrel with one kick. Li Yunpeng was shocked, but he had to stop him from destroying another tank. If he lost the artillery support, he would probably die here today. Xiaohei, follow me. He suddenly drew out his sword and rushed towards the level 2 zombie. When the level 2 zombie saw a small black shadow approaching, which was slightly faster than it gave up the idea of destroying the other tank and rushed towards Li Yunpeng. Li Yunpeng felt a surge of pressure as he looked at the mountain-like level 2 zombie in front of him. Its thick arms, more than 2 meters long, suddenly swung towards him. Li Yunpeng kicked the ground with his legs to avoid its attack trajectory, then jumped onto its bent knees, using the momentum to leap onto its shoulders. The huge head was right in front of him. Li Yunpeng stabbed it in the temple. Seeing that he was threatening his vitals, the level 2 zombie rolled on the ground and threw Li Yunpeng off. Li Yunpeng's plan to stab the sword into its brain was ruined. He was thrown down with such force that he felt his internal organs churning. Seeing that Li Yunpeng was threatened, Xiaohei suddenly pounced towards the level 2 zombie, but its speed and strength were far inferior to that of the level 2 zombie. Before it reached Li Yunpeng, it was slapped away by the level 2 zombie's table-sized palm. Li Yunpeng didn't care about Xiaohei's safety. Since I can't hit your head, I'll cut your tendons. He exerted force again, turned into a shadow, circled behind the zombie, and stabbed a knife into its ankle. The blade that could cut iron like mud felt dull. The level 2 zombie was attacked and bent down to grab Li Yunpeng, but its speed was always a little slower, and it was unable to catch the figure that was moving quickly under it. Li Yunpeng's attack never stopped. Although he could only make a small cut on the zombie's ankle each time, after dozens of cuts, the zombie's tendons were about to break. Seeing that the situation was not good, the level 2 evolved zombie blocked Li Yunpeng's retreat with both hands. Just as he was surprised and puzzled, its huge body suddenly fell to the ground. Seeing his huge body pressing down on him, Li Yunpeng retreated as quickly as possible, but he was a little too slow and the zombie pinned him down. Li Yunpeng felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him and he couldn't move at all. Xiaohei suddenly became anxious and rushed towards the evolved zombie with a roar. He bit its leg and tore it apart desperately, trying to rescue Li Yunpeng, but he was unable to pull the zombie that weighed several tons. Xiaohei, I order you to return to the team. Li Yunpeng had some difficulty breathing and gave the commander's order with difficulty. Xiaohei was still tearing the zombie's thighs like crazy. Go! Li Yunpeng yelled again. Restricted by the order, Xiaohei let out a mournful cry and left unwillingly. Armored squad, fire at me! Li Yunpeng shouted with all his strength towards the guards. Chapter 105. Venting. Li Qi was anxious, but there was a layer of zombie army between the guards and Li Yunpeng, and there were several agile zombies flashing among them. He gritted his teeth and said, Armored squad, aim for the back of the level 2 evolved zombie. If anything happens to the commander, we'll all die with him. The only remaining Rhino tank took aim immediately upon receiving the order and opened fire instantly. Li Yunpeng only saw a flash of fire from the tank barrel, and a shell rapidly enlarged in his pupils. Boom! The shell hit the power zombie's back accurately. Li Yunpeng, who was pressed under it, felt the earth shaking. His eyes were covered by dust and smoke, and he took advantage of the situation to struggle violently. Taking advantage of the moment when the level 2 zombie's body was shaking, he finally escaped. Li Yunpeng secretly felt lucky that he had given the order decisively. Otherwise, he would be in danger once the powerful zombies were free. When the smoke and dust cleared, the huge body of the power zombie was torn open, and its entire right arm was completely blown off. Kill him while he's weak. Li Yunpeng shot towards it. The level 2 zombie lost half its arm, its balance impaired. Before it could get up, Li Yunpeng's leaping figure was already within reach. Li Yunpeng leaped into the air, holding the sharp blade high. Puff! Insert the half-meter-long blade into its head. The power zombie's body suddenly twitched violently. Li Yunpeng gripped the hilt of the knife tightly and stirred it around in its brain, ignoring the black and red liquid spraying all over its body. After a while, the level 2 strength zombie finally stopped struggling, and its huge body stood still. Li Yunpeng was panting and almost out of strength. He sat down on the zombie's head, and his hands holding the sword were shaking. But the battle was fierce at the moment. After sitting for 2 minutes, Li Yunpeng personally dug out a light blue crystal from the head of the power zombie. Li Yunpeng was delighted. Is this the level 2 evolution crystal? I wonder how much improvement I'll get after eating it. He wiped the stains off the crystal and carefully placed it in the inside pocket of his clothes. Then Li Yunpeng stood up and walked towards the guard army position. When the surrounding level 1 evolved zombies saw him kill their leader, they instinctively retreated. Only the stupid, ordinary zombies rushed forward without hesitation when they saw humans appear in front of them. But any zombie that came within 2 meters of Li Yunpeng would be torn to pieces in the flash of a knife. Roar! The roars of the evolved zombies came one after another, and then all the level 1 evolved zombies quickly retreated with their subordinates. In the blink of an eye, only a few hundred ordinary zombies were left, stupidly attacking the guard army's position, but they were like moths to a flame and were quickly eliminated under the powerful firepower. When Xiaohe saw Li Yunpeng coming back, he jumped on him happily. Li Yunpeng checked his body and found that several of his ribs seemed to be broken. Li Yunpeng quickly calmed it down, then asked Lu Zai to take it back to the car and wait until they returned to the base to see if there was a veterinarian who could treat Xiaohe. Everyone get in the car and chase the zombies in the return direction. Li Yunpeng had experienced life and death, and his anger was still hard to calm down. Zhou Gu and the others were so surprised that their jaws almost dropped to the ground. The survivors had always been on the defensive or running away from the zombies. When did they become able to chase and fight the zombies? Even if there is enough ammunition, shouldn't it be kept for defense? But what he didn't know was that zombies meant points to Li Yunpeng, and points were everything. Li Yunpeng took the time to check the panel and found that his points had increased by more than 1 million. It seems that killing a level 2 zombie will reward you with 1 million points. Li Yunpeng sighed. It is true that fortune and fortune are sought in danger. The old saying is true, risks and opportunities coexist. He even considered whether he should find a few more level 2 zombies to kill. But he quickly threw this idea out of his mind. This one was only narrowly killed with the cooperation of many parties. In a one-on-one fight, he was no match for a level 2 zombie. But what if I become a level 2 evolver? Li Yunpeng muttered to himself while sitting in the car, playing with the light blue evolution crystal in his hand. The convoy ran at full speed, chasing the zombie army in the return direction. There were a total of 7 or 8 evolved zombies in this direction. They turned their heads and saw that the group of killers behind them were actually chasing them. This was something that they could not understand in their simple minds. Because they had never been chased before, but seeing their powerful leader die at the hands of that man, they instinctively wanted to escape from him. But how could 2 legs run faster than a car? The guards quickly caught up with the zombie group. Li Yunpeng personally stood at the machine gun position of the Hummer, and when the distance was close enough, he suddenly pulled the trigger. Da-da-da-da. The machine gun on the top of the Hummer spewed out a long tongue of fire. Li Yunpeng vented his firepower frantically, as if he was putting all his anger into the bullets and shooting them into the group of zombies. The commander's firing was the signal for a big battle. The entire team immediately opened fire. The zombies were knocked to the ground one after another and were ruthlessly crushed by the speeding wheels. The evolved zombies no longer cared about the lives of the ordinary zombies under their command. Seeing the guards chasing them rapidly, they fled in all directions at the fastest speed. This scene made the people in the logistics support team's blood boil. Ugh! When the convoy swept through the entire zombie group like a whirlwind, the zombies were smashed to pieces and people roared happily, as if venting the grievances of running around since the end of the world. The few remaining zombies were left far behind by the convoy. They were not worth Li Yunpeng stopping to deal with. The convoy continued to speed and rushed straight towards the base. Just when Li Yunpeng was venting his joy, he didn't know that Shen Tu and his companions were almost wiped out. It was only after the guards killed the level 2 evolved zombies that the zombies retreated on their own and saved their lives. There were no major obstacles on the return journey. After recovering, Li Yunpeng eliminated several level 1 evolved zombies along the way and earned hundreds of thousands of points again. When he returned to the base, the score panel showed a huge amount of 2 million. Although this trip was dangerous, I made a lot of money. Soldiers, tanks, ammunition, everything is there. Li Yunpeng happily returned to the base, leaving the people in the base in amazement. They had 2 tanks when they left, but only one returned. What had happened? Even the tank, known as the king of land warfare, couldn't withstand it. But when they saw the commander's face filled with smiles, people immediately felt relieved. Li Yunpeng has not yet realized that even the slightest change in his expression will affect the mentality of the people in the base, and he is gradually becoming the common spiritual pillar of everyone. At this time, the administrative district had been completely reorganized and turned into a complete military zone, and all administrative units were settled in the outer city. After returning to the military zone, Zhou Guma immediately placed the equipment in the constructed factory building and immersed himself in studying the bullet production line. Li Yunpeng ordered someone to find a veterinarian. Xiao He lay listlessly on Lu Zide's car, too lazy to even raise his head. But after shouting for a long time through the loudspeaker, no veterinarian was found. Li Yunpeng was anxious. Although he had not spent a long time with Xiao he could not forget the black shadow who fought alongside him without hesitation. Chapter 106 Level 2 Evolver. Just when Li Yunpeng was at a loss, Xiao Mingdai came hurriedly. Brother Peng, is Xiao He injured? Well, it should be a broken rib. No other injuries can be seen for the time being. Li Yunpeng did not pin his hopes on Xiao Mingdai. Although she was a doctor, she was not a veterinarian. The two professions were worlds apart. If it's just a fracture, I think I should be able to handle it, said Xiao Mingdai. Li Yunpeng's eyes lit up. The situation was urgent, and there was no better solution. Mingdai, is this really possible? Let's try it, and see if it works. This is not a solution. Even if it can't be cured, I won't make it worse. Xiao Mingdai said. Li Yunpeng no longer hesitated, picked up Xiao He, and walked towards the hospital. An empty room in the hospital was quickly converted into an operating table by medical staff. Li Yunpeng put Xiao He on the operating table. At this time, Wang Shiyan and Horfinger also rushed over. Looking at Xiao He lying on the operating table, Wang Shiyan's eyes turned red, and he felt heartbroken. The operation was about to begin, and everyone except Li Yunpeng was waiting at the door. When Xiao Mingdai picked up the anesthetic needle, Xiao He's calm eyes were filled with fear, and he struggled to dodge. Fortunately, Li Yunpeng comforted him, and the commander's forced order finally made him calm down. The anesthetic soon took effect, and Xiao He's eyelids became heavier and heavier. Even when he saw Xiao Mingdai walking towards him with a scalpel in her hand, he was unable to struggle, and his eyes were filled with fear. The operation went smoothly. Xiao Mingdai picked out the broken bones, fixed the connections, and finally sutured them. If there are no other internal injuries, it should be fine, Xiao Mingdai said as she wiped the sweat from her forehead. It was also her first time to set an animal's bones, so she was inevitably a little nervous. Li Yunpeng breathed a sigh of relief, but he could only wait for Xiao He to wake up and observe him to confirm. The dose of anesthetic was not large, and Xiao He woke up soon after. Li Yunpeng quickly ordered it to stop moving. After 2 hours, Xiao He's spirits recovered better and better, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. He should be fine, and he just needed to rest. Let's see. I'll have to trouble you to take care of Xiao He during this period of time, Li Yunpeng said. Lu Zide patted his chest and said, Don't worry, leave Xiao He to me. I promise to take good care of him. Li Yunpeng was relieved. Xiao He's condition was relatively stable, except that he had an instinctive fear when Xiao Mingdai approached. Mingdai, I also want to study medicine so that I can bully Xiao He in the future, Huofeng'er teased. The little black dog glared at Xiao Mingdai pleadingly. Xiao He is so smart. Don't worry, I won't teach her medical skills, Xiao Mingdai said with a smile. Li Yunpeng was speechless when he saw Xiao He's expression. Look at you, you're such a coward. You even dared to face a level 2 zombie and pounce on it. How could a needle and a scalpel scare you like this? Xiao He simply ignored him, closed his eyes, and pretended to be asleep, but his trembling eyelids betrayed him. After settling Xiao He down, Li Yunpeng, covered in blood and looking exhausted, returned to the villa. After taking a nice shower, he collapsed on the sofa and carefully counted the long string of numbers on the points panel. More than 2 million points can eliminate all worries. Li Yunpeng grinned for a long time and couldn't calm down. Afterwards, the first thing he did was to spend 1 million points to summon another 1,000 guards. After completion, the number of guards would reach 2,100, a total of 7 squadrons, which instantly alleviated the shortage of troops. Then spend 500,000 points to produce 5 rhino tanks, and form a full armored squad with the only remaining tank. A multi-purpose armored infantry vehicle with a fast assault speed. 250,000 points are required to produce 5 vehicles, which can be combined with the existing one to form 2 assault teams. I spent another 200,000 points to replenish the consumed ammunition. After all, it was still unknown when the production line would be built. After squandering more than 2 million points, only less than 300,000 were left. Spending money feels good for a while, but you will regret it later. Although Li Yunpeng didn't regret it, he felt distressed. These points look like a lot. Why are they so precious? Li Yunpeng took out the cleaned level 2 evolution crystal, and a strong desire to devour it came over him. I wonder if I can defeat the level 2 evolved zombies after eating this. Li Yunpeng muttered to himself, then stood up and walked up to the 3rd floor alone. In the study on the 3rd floor, Li Yunpeng sat on a chair, took a deep breath, and put the light blue crystal into his mouth. Just like before, the crystals melted in his mouth. The difference was that this time Li Yunpeng did not feel his body getting hot. Instead, his bones felt numb and itchy, as if millions of ants were gnawing at him. This feeling not only shakes the soul, but also makes people feel helpless, like scratching an itch through a shoe. Hiss! Li Yunpeng sucked in a breath of cold air and crushed the armrests of the chair with his hands. This state did not last. Soon the numbness turned into severe pain, and the bones all over the body made a crisp, cracking sound. A severe pain came over him, as if every bone in his body was shattered, and Li Yunpeng's clothes were instantly soaked with sweat. He could clearly see the muscles in his body wriggling, and a sharp pain rushed straight to his forehead. Li Yunpeng's body kept shaking on the chair. The pain overwhelmed his consciousness, including the bones in his throat that were breaking and regenerating. He couldn't make a sound, but if someone saw him at that moment, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was experiencing the torture of being torn to pieces. Moreover, Li Yunpeng, who had reached the peak of level 1 evolver, became very mentally strong and could not faint even after experiencing such pain. For half an hour, he counted the seconds and persevered. As the evolution was complete and the pain subsided, his entire body was trembling slightly. His chest rose and fell rapidly, his breathing as heavy as the beat of a bellows. For the first time, he felt a deep fear of pain, which was simply not something a human could feel. Ordinary people would faint when the pain reached a certain peak, but the pain Li Yunpeng experienced broke through the limit of what he could bear countless times, but he was still conscious. And all these experiences were worth it. He could clearly feel that his mental strength had become more solid, his mind was extremely clear, and he could even see the trajectory of the vibration of the insect's wings. At this time, the system prompt sounded. Congratulations, you have reached the level 2 evolver, and you will be immune to the zombie virus from now on. Li Yunpeng was overjoyed, as this meant he could fight the evolved zombies with all his might without having to worry about getting injured or infected. Li Yunpeng's entire body was covered in a layer of black, sticky mucus that had a pungent, fishy smell. However, he didn't have the strength to get up and could only endure the smell. After sitting in the chair for half an hour, he finally felt that he could regain control of his body and immediately rushed to the bathroom to wash up. Li Yunpeng washed 4 or 5 times until there was no more odor and then came out of the bathroom. At this time, his strength was recovering rapidly. In less than a quarter of an hour, it had recovered to its previous peak and was still soaring. He went downstairs and ordered the guard to find a steel pipe as thick as an arm. By the time he got the steel pipe, his strength had reached its peak. Li Yunpeng held the steel pipe with both hands, and with a little force, the entire steel pipe became a twisted shape. He threw away the steel pipe, pushed off the ground with his legs, and jumped onto the 5-meter-high city wall. Li Yunpeng was ecstatic. I've become a Superman. He was standing on the wall, intoxicated by himself, when he turned around and saw Wang Shiyin walking into the inner city. Li Yunpeng jumped to her side. Seeing Li Yunpeng suddenly appear, Wang Shiyin covered her mouth in surprise and said, Peng, Brother Peng, why did you become like this? Chapter 107 and Rong's Visit. Li Yunpeng felt puzzled and touched his cheek unconsciously. What had become of him? Wang Shiyin took out a small mirror from his pocket and handed it to him. Li Yunpeng took it and looked at it. Fuck, is this still me? I looked at myself in the mirror. My skin was smooth and delicate, my complexion was wheat-colored, and my facial features were more angular, exuding a masculine aura. He didn't expect that evolution would have such a side effect. Wang Shiyin said with some jealousy, Brother Peng, your skin is more delicate than that of the girls. How can we live like this? Haha. Don't worry, when you become a level 2 evolver in the future, you will definitely become more beautiful. Li Yunpeng said. Wang Shiyin was suddenly looking forward to it, but also a little worried. He was so handsome, and she didn't know how many women would fall for him. Li Yunpeng was unsure whether she could become a level 2 evolver. The pain that penetrated his bones was several times stronger than when he first tasted the evolution crystal. That night, Li Yunpeng was surrounded by women like a rare animal. Wow, I'm so enviable. I've never seen such delicate skin. I wonder what it feels like to touch it. Hua Feng'er looked eager to try. Li Yunpeng glared at her, and she quickly retracted her hand that was about to be extended. Commander, what elixir of immortality have you taken? Xia Mingdai looked at him expectantly. You didn't eat anything. When there are more evolution crystals in the future, and you become second-level evolvers, your skin will become like this. Li Yunpeng said. A week later, all the soldiers and weapons summoned by Li Yunpeng were completed. Xiao Hei's injuries recovered surprisingly quickly. After the wound healed, he was unwilling to stay in the hospital for a moment. He would peek out through the door every day and would only behave himself when Xia Mingdai came over. After making sure that the dog was fine, Li Yunpeng let it out of the hospital. Today, he happened to take Xiaohe with him to review the newly renovated guards corps. Li Qi, Li Yi, and more than a dozen squadron leaders and deputy squadron leaders stood in line in front of the soldiers waiting to be reviewed. Li Yunpeng was dressed in camouflage uniform, combat boots, and a commander's sword slung around his waist. He looked dignified and heroic. Following behind him was Xiaohe, who looked arrogant, and they walked slowly in the middle of the parade team. First came the armored squad, with 6 rhino tanks lined up neatly in a row, emitting a cold and sinister sense of oppression. Following closely behind were 2 assault teams consisting of 6 multifunctional armored infantry vehicles. The soldiers stood beside the vehicles with resolute expressions. Further back were the infantry units of each guard squadron, consisting of 6 square formations of 1,800 men. Now all squadrons are no longer equipped with only rifles like before, but each squad is equipped with a machine gun team. Li Yunpeng looked at the soldiers in front of him, and a sense of heroism suddenly rose in his chest. With such elite troops, why should he be afraid of such villains? The base is now quite large, and the defense task is heavy. Li Yunpeng took a look around and had a clear understanding of his own strength, so he let each squadron perform its duties and then dispersed. All the squadron leaders were called to the conference room for a meeting. Although the base had just been upgraded to level 2 and the room for combat power improvement was far from reaching a bottleneck, the end of the world taught Li Yunpeng what it meant to prepare for a rainy day. If you don't upgrade the base to level 2 and unlock the Rhino tank before the level 2 zombies appear, it will only take one level 2 zombie group to completely destroy the base. The condition for upgrading the base to level 3 is that the population reaches 200,000. Li Yunpeng wanted to curse the first time he saw it, but when he thought of the system's repeated warnings that it would punish him, he held it back. The current population of the base is less than 70,000, and all the nearby forces, large and small, have basically been integrated. The purpose of this meeting was mainly to discuss the next recruitment target. To put it bluntly, if you take a fancy to someone's family, those who know the situation will be persuaded to surrender voluntarily, while those who don't know how to appreciate it will be beaten until they do. Li Yunpeng did not think that what he did was excessive. First of all, no one could provide the most stable living environment for the survivors like he did. Secondly, the hope of saving mankind lies only in him. At least he possesses the system, and his future potential is unmatched. The key to the rapid development of the system is population. It can be said that all the forces that provide him with population are contributing to the entire human race, although only he himself knows this. This created an image of Li Yunpeng as arrogant, domineering, and unreasonable in the eyes of surrounding forces. But he doesn't care about the outside world's evaluation at all, because history is written by the victors. Just as Li Yunpeng was analyzing the surrounding intelligence with his subordinates, a guard came to report that Rong, the leader of the Longhu Mountain settlement, had come to visit in person and hoped that Li Yunpeng could take time out of his busy schedule to meet him. Li Yunpeng was stunned. What was this old man doing here? To pick up his daughter? If that's the case, that would be great. If not, I'll just look for him if I have something to do. Anyway, among the many forces that I have incorporated into my territory, there are more than 20,000 people from the Longhu Mountain settlement. Bring him here, Li Yunpeng said. If Rong was the weaker party during the confrontation at Wu Bin's settlement that day, then if another conflict breaks out now, he would be like an egg hitting a rock. The Longhushan settlement was no longer enough for Li Yunpeng to make time for reception. Soon, the guards took Rong to the conference room. Although he did not get a glimpse of the entire military area along the way, he was shocked by the layers of guards and powerful machine gun firepower inside the base. He couldn't help but secretly rejoice in his correct choice that day. It seemed that Li Yunpeng's strength was more than 10 times what it was that day. What Rong didn't know was that Li Yunpeng's most powerful weapon, the armored core, was hidden deep inside the military camp, unknown to outsiders. He followed the guards to the military conference room and pushed open the door. He saw Li Yunpeng sitting in the main seat, with 6 serious and cold-blooded officers sitting on both sides. From their sharp eyes, it could be seen that none of them was a good person. Even though Rong had many years of training as a high-level official, he still felt extremely depressed in the face of the harsh atmosphere, as if the people sitting opposite him were not 7, but 6 evil dragons lurking around one person. It's no wonder that he felt this way. Just when everyone was discussing how to annex Longhu Mountain, the other leader came to the door. It was inevitable that he looked at him like a lamb to be slaughtered. Ahem, Chieftain has come from afar. Please take a seat, Li Yunpeng said with a dry cough, intending to remind his men to restrain their expressions. The squadron leaders immediately understood what he meant. Their expressions changed, and they all stood up enthusiastically to greet Rong. and Rong felt like a naked beauty surrounded by a group of hooligans. You're welcome, and Rong quickly returned the greeting. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, and Rong finally sat down next to Li Yunpeng at Li Qi's warm courtesy. Is Chief in here to take a Ning back? Li Yunpeng asked. My daughter is with Commander Li. I feel relieved. And Rong quickly answered when he saw Li Yunpeng asking. Li Yunpeng rubbed his temples. You're so worried, aren't you? Are you afraid she'll cause trouble for you when she returns? But he said, I heard Ning say she missed home the other day. Why don't you take her back with you, Chiefin? And Rong's expression froze. How could you treat a virgin like a hot potato like me? This. And Rong was in a dilemma. He could imagine how much trouble Ning could cause, but whether Ning would go back with him depended on her mood. He had no way to deal with his daughter. Seeing his troubled expression, Li Yunpeng stopped talking about it, and instead brought up something more important. Chiefin, I wonder if you've heard that zombies have already evolved to level 2. Small and medium-sized settlements like yours may no longer be safe in the future. Chapter 108, Sealess Armed Forces. And Rong's body trembled, and he was horrified. He had heard rumors about Li Yunpeng in the outside world, but he didn't expect that he was so rude. I wonder what Commander Li has to say. And Rong pretended to be stupid. Li Yunpeng didn't bother beating around the bush and said directly, as the saying goes, there's strength in numbers. A single chopstick can break easily, but when they're bundled together, they become very strong. Li Yunpeng's meaning was obvious. If Rong continued to pretend to be stupid, it would mean that he really regarded Li Yunpeng as a fool, and he would not dare to do it even if he had 10 times the courage. And Rong sat in the chair in silence for a while. Li Yunpeng was not in a hurry. He took out a pack of cigarettes and distributed them. Time passes in this mysterious and solemn atmosphere. And Rong thought a lot. His wealth and status before the end of the world, and his power and prestige after the end of the world, these things are indeed intoxicating. But how many people can know the bitterness behind the glory? The zombie threat, food crisis, and power clashes. Before the end of the world, he was just a wealthy man who ran a legitimate business. His abilities could only do what he did now, which was his limit. Forget it. After thinking for a while, he sighed. As a businessman, he knew how to cut losses in time. It was not wise to hold on to things that did not belong to him. Only by making the right choice between the two forces early on could he maximize his own interests. Commander Li, it's not that I am ungrateful, but the Wuhai armed forces just north of Longhu Mountain have long coveted my place. And Rong said, the Sealess Armed Forces? What kind of organization is that? Li Yunpeng asked puzzledly. It was the first time he heard of this title. And Rong said, the Wuhai Armed Forces were founded by Shen Siping, a major shareholder of the Wuhai Industrial Group before the end of the world. He's known as Master Shen Si in the underworld. He's a man who knows both the black and white sides and is extremely resourceful. Master Shen Si? Li Yunpeng couldn't help but think of someone when he heard the name. Shen Tu, what's your relationship with him? And Rong was stunned. Li Yunpeng didn't know Shen Siping, but he knew Shen Tu? Could it be that Ning had told him something? Shen Tu is Shen Siping's only son. Only son. Li Yunpeng was confused and glanced at Rong. An idea popped up in his mind. Shen Tu, what is your relationship with Ning? And Rong was completely stunned, hesitating and not daring to answer. But from Li Yunpeng's increasingly cold eyes, he knew that if he kept it secret any longer, something big would happen. Shen Tu, came to Longhu Mountain to propose to me before, so? And Rong said with some guilt. When Li Yunpeng heard this, his guess was completely confirmed. No wonder Shen Tu sent someone to assassinate him, and they fought to the death as soon as they met. It turned out that the culprit of all this was here. Chiefin, what a good plan, Li Yunpeng said in a deep voice. And Rong felt a chill on his back, and his head was buzzing. Captain Li, this is a misunderstanding. I didn't do it on purpose. This is all. Humph. Li Yunpeng interrupted him with a snort, his face serious. Actually, I don't really care whether you did it on purpose or not. On the contrary, I want to thank you for uncovering the mystery of my enemy for me. Enemy. And Rong keenly captured this key word, which meant that Li Yunpeng had already had a conflict with the Shen family, so the situation at this time had to be reevaluated. If a choice was made later, the initiative would be lost. But can Li Yunpeng really defeat the Sealess Armed Forces with tens of thousands of troops? He is undoubtedly making the most important gamble in his life, risking his entire fortune and life. And Rong thought about it for a long time. Li Yunpeng's city was strong and his artillery was powerful. Even if he couldn't defeat the navy, he should be able to protect himself. Moreover, he really didn't want to deal with the father and son of the Shen family. He always felt that he would be eaten to the bone. With a plan in mind, he gritted his teeth and said, Commander Li, I am willing to lead more than 20,000 soldiers and civilians from Longhu Mountain to join your army. Li Yunpeng looked surprised. And Rong was a real character. He was so decisive. Unlike Wu Bin, who was wavering, he could make up his mind in such a short time. Okay, welcome to join us, Chiefin. You will definitely be glad for your choice today, Li Yunpeng said. The next thing is simple. Zhang Tao and Li Yi will contact Enrong. Li Yunpeng was in a good mood. He chatted with Enrong alone for a while, then stood up and saw him off in person. Enrong was still nervous when he walked out of the meeting room, and was not reassured by the big promises Li Yunpeng had made. The guards are highly disciplined and are clearly elite soldiers who have fought many battles, but it is unclear whether the difference in numbers can be made up with higher military proficiency. Everything is still 50-50, and I can only pray that my choice is the right one. Just as he was secretly comparing the strength of the guard army and the navy, he suddenly heard the sound of fighting in front of him. Enrong looked up and suddenly got a headache. I saw Ning fighting with an officer he had just met in the conference room. Li Yunpeng's face darkened and he immediately shouted, "Stop!" Li Qi stopped immediately after receiving the order, but Ning took the opportunity to kick him again before he stopped. Although they were both first-level evolvers, and Ning suffered a lot. If Li Qi hadn't given her a break, she would have been subdued within 3 moves. Li Yunpeng asked with a dark face, "What's going on?" "Report to the commander. This person sneaked into the military camp and refused to listen to advice after being discovered." Li Qi replied, and Ning glared and said, "I was just curious about the tanks inside. I didn't steal anything." And Rong was shocked. Li Yunpeng even had tanks? But he was in a lot of trouble right now. His daughter had trespassed into someone else's military camp. This was no small matter for anyone. He bowed nervously and said, "Master Li, please calm down. It's all my fault for not disciplining her properly. Please, for my sake, spare her this time." Although Li Yunpeng was unhappy, and Rong had just surrendered, so it would be a good idea to reveal some of his strength to him through Ning's mouth. This would strengthen his confidence and prevent him from having any inappropriate thoughts at that time. "Chiefin, don't worry. I, Li Yunpeng, have always been generous to my people, but I still have to give you a piece of advice. Your daughter has a bad temper and will cause trouble sooner or later," Li Yunpeng said. And Rong was overjoyed when he heard this. "Don't worry, Commander Li. I will discipline her strictly when I get back. I won't let her cause trouble again." When Ning heard that they were going to take her away, she immediately grabbed Rong's arm and shook it, saying coquettishly, "Dad, I don't want to leave. Now is the honeymoon period between the two forces, and the matter is of great importance. How could Rong allow her to make trouble? If she stayed any longer, all the credit for his surrender would be wasted." And Rong grabbed Ning and said with glaring eyes, "No, you must come back with me today." Seeing that her father was extremely strict, and Ning could only let him hold her and walked out of the base, looking back every few steps. "Ninger, does Li Yunpeng really have a tank?" And Rong asked doubtfully on the road. And Ning pouted and said, "Yeah, what's wrong? And there are so many. I was just about to go in to take a look when those soldiers found out and chased me out. It's too much." And Rong's breathing stagnated, and he made up his mind that he must not indulge her anymore. She sneaked away to someone else's military camp and blamed them for being too much. It was also because he was busy making money in recent years and neglected his daughter's education, and his values were a little distorted. However, when he heard that Li Yunpeng really had so many tanks, he immediately felt relieved and was glad that he had made the right bet. He no longer had any worries. But when Enrong returned to Longhu Mountain with a relaxed mood, he was greeted by an uninvited guest. Shin Tu was sitting in the main seat in the living room, smoking a cigarette, with fruit peels and paper scraps all over the floor. He didn't think he was in someone else's home at all. Chapter 109, Granary Attacked. Enrong was stunned for a moment, then quickly put on a smile and said, "I didn't know you were so kind to visit, Master Shun. I'm truly sorry for not entertaining you well enough." Shinta seemed not to have heard anything and continued to pick and choose the food from the sumptuous fruit plate. Although it was a bit embarrassing, the Shun family was too powerful and Shun too was notoriously difficult to serve, so Enrong could only laugh dryly to hide his dissatisfaction. He sat beside Shin Tu and asked carefully, "I wonder if Master Shin has any instructions for you." Shin Tu then put down the fruit plate, rubbed his juice-stained hands on the high-end fur sofa, and said, "Oh, nothing serious. I haven't seen Ninger for a while, so I came to see her." And Ning was furious. The first sofa was a gift her mother had given to her father before she died, and now it had been wantonly destroyed. She was so angry that she flew forward and wanted to pick up Shin Tu. With her skills, it should have been an easy task for her to catch him, but her outstretched hand was grabbed by Shin Tu and she couldn't move. "You? Let me go." And Ning waved his hand. Shinta Pai smiled and said, You'll be mine sooner or later, so what's wrong with holding hands now? And Ning looked at her wrist, which was squeezed red, tears of grievance welling up in her eyes. Although Enrong was furious, and Ning had taken action first, so he quickly stood up, took out a cigarette, bent down, and handed it to Shin-tu, trying to resolve his daughter's situation. Shin-tu looked him up and down, snatched the cigarette from Enrong's hand with contempt, and let go of Ning's wrist. Chief, and the most important thing for this person is to see the situation clearly. Some people, if you offend them, can be fatal. Enrong's outstretched hand trembled. Mr. Shun is right. As expected of a scion of a wealthy family, I cannot compare to him in this regard. Shin-tu's expression softened after being flattered by him, and he said, Actually, I didn't come here today for anything important. I just wanted to discuss whether my marriage to Ning should be done soon to avoid any further complications later. Enrong cursed all his ancestors in his heart. You little bastard, is marrying my daughter a big deal? Mr. Shun, you see the situation is so turbulent now. I heard that zombies have evolved to level 2. Should we wait until things are more stable before taking any action? Enrong said. Seeing that he didn't appreciate his kindness, Shin-tu's expression, which had just softened, suddenly turned cold. He said sinisterly, Do you think I, Shin-tu, would be short of women? You don't have to pretend to be ignorant. This is a matter of time. With the place you live, you might be wiped out by zombies at any time. Why are you still delaying? Enrong knew that he married Ning not only for her beauty, but more importantly for the more than 20,000 people in his area. But now that she had already promised Li Yunpeng, she was afraid that revealing her promise now would cause trouble, so she decided to calm him down first. I still need to meet with your father to discuss the marriage in detail. There are some details that need to be discussed again. Seeing that he had said so much, Shin-tu didn't want to push him too hard, so he stood up and said, Okay, I'll bother you today, uncle. I'll come visit you another day. I will definitely entertain my nephew well some other day. Let me know when you are coming, and I will ask someone to prepare in advance. Enrong said with a smile. Humph. Shin-tu snorted coldly and stood up. He could tell that Enrong was blaming him for coming uninvited. I'll have to trouble my uncle again when the time comes. No trouble, no trouble, Enrong said with a wry smile. Shin-tu then walked towards the door, and Enrong hurriedly stood up to see him off. After Shin-tu got in the car, he lowered the window a crack and said, It's best not to think that you can look down on the Wuhai settlement just because you have a connection with Li Yunpeng. Some people rise quickly, but they also die just as quickly. After saying that, he patted the front seat, and the convoy sped away. Enrong stood there in shock, his mind going blank as he watched the convoy going away. It was not until Shin-tu's convoy disappeared from his sight that he came to his senses and quickly sent someone to report to Li Yunpeng. He was not sure how much the Shin family knew. At this time, Li Yunpeng was humming a tune and drinking fine tea in the villa. After Ning left, Longhu Mountain surrendered. He had strong soldiers and horses, and his skills were unparalleled. He had many soldiers and abundant food, and he had no trivial matters to worry about. After enjoying a rare moment of peace, Li Yunpeng asked the guards to call all the squadron leaders into the villa. He took out the remaining dozen or so level 1 evolution crystals in his hand and distributed them to his subordinates. Except for the commander system, which allows 10 evolutions per level, others can only devour up to 5 evolution crystals of the same level. There are only 6 squadron leaders in the base, and another squadron guarding the granary and worry-free country. Li Yunpeng gave 4 to Li Qi, who had more military merits, allowing him to directly be promoted to the peak of level 1 evolver. The other 5 squadron leaders present were given 2 each, and the remaining 2 were sent to the granary for the squadron leaders guarding outside to use for their evolution. Although they have developed emotions after reaching the level of squadron leader, their strict military training makes them seldom show them. However, when they saw the evolution crystal, their eyes lit up, simply because this thing represents power and has a fatal attraction to soldiers. Take 1 pill at a time and find a quiet place to take it, said Li Yunpeng. Yes. The generals immediately stood up and were about to leave with the evolution crystals. But suddenly a guard came with an urgent report, saying that the granary was attacked and urgently needed support from the base. Li Yunpeng's expression became solemn. You know, there are almost a squadron of guards stationed at the granary, and now they need to ask for help. Is the Navy taking action? The base and the granary were connected by walkie-talkie. Li Yunpeng asked, Who is the enemy? Reporting to the commander, the granary said that there are about 100 level 1 evolved zombies besieging them, and they are coordinating well. There is an 80% chance that there are level 2 zombies hiding among them. A level 2 zombie. Li Yunpeng thought to himself. A level 2 strength zombie was 6 or 7 meters tall, so it was impossible for him to hide. Could it be a level 2 agility zombie? No matter what kind of zombie it is, the granary is in danger and must be rescued immediately. Now the area of the base has increased significantly. After we get through this crisis, it is time to move the granary back. All officers, listen. Have your deputies assemble the troops immediately. You must consume the evolution crystals immediately. You should be able to complete your evolution before reaching the granary. All 6 of you will participate in this mission. 2 squadrons will remain at the base to defend it, and the deputy squadron leader will be in charge. Yes. Commander, have you brought all the armored teams? Li Qi asked. Leave 2 tanks at the base, and the rest will participate in the operation, said Li Yunpeng. Although he has reached the strength of a second-level evolver, he has only just entered the second level. He may not be able to defeat a second-level evolved zombie in a one-on-one fight, not to mention that he may be facing an agile second-level zombie with unknown abilities. It took only 5 minutes for the troops to assemble and make all preparations. What was slow was the logistical supply, as a large amount of ammunition had to be loaded and transported. Li Yunpeng sat in the command vehicle and counted the time with a watch. It took a full 20 minutes for all the logistical supplies to be loaded onto the vehicle. Every second counts on the battlefield, and 20 minutes is enough to turn the tide of a battle. But he knew that the logistics support team was already trying their best to speed up. Su Meng, from now on, 10 trucks should be filled with ammunition and be on standby at all times, so that support can be provided on demand. Li Yunpeng said to the breathless security chief, Su Meng. Yes, I'll start preparing right away. Su Meng said immediately. Chapter 1, 10 Level 2 Agile Zombie. 6 multifunctional armored personnel carriers were divided into 2 teams, responsible for the front guard and the rear cover. Behind the vanguard followed Li Yunpeng's Hummer command vehicle, and behind them were 4 Rhino tanks and artillery supply trucks. Li Yunpeng did this to protect the tank. Level 2 zombies have higher intelligence. They know that tanks are the biggest threat. Even if a level 2 strength zombie is hit by a few shots, it will not escape the fate of being blown to death, so tanks are their primary target. The 1,200 guard soldiers participating in the operation were divided into 20 troop carriers, and there were more than 40 machine gun pickup trucks assigned to various teams. The people in the base watched as vehicles seemed to be endlessly driving out of the military zone. The first vehicles had already gone far away and disappeared, while new vehicles continued to drive out of the military zone. Guzi, how many soldiers do you think are in our base? A lot. Brother, I'm afraid we're going to have a tough battle, said an old man with white beard. Oh, they are all good guys. If we were a few decades younger, we would definitely join this team. Even if we die, we would have no regrets, said another older man excitedly. The people in the base were shocked by the powerful military force under the commander's command, and at the same time, they were wondering what kind of danger they had encountered that required such a big fuss. Li Yunpeng had no time to care about the thoughts of civilians at this time, because the walkie-talkie had lost contact with the granary, and the situation might have reached the worst moment. The veins in his hands, which were holding the commander's sword, were bulging, and his eyes were fixed on the direction of the granary. When the vanguard of the guard army approached the granary, all the squadron leaders except Li Qi had completed their evolution. After 3 evolutions, Li Qi threw the remaining 2 evolution crystals into his mouth and was undergoing the final evolution. Li Yunpeng would not delay the opportunity to fight just because of his combat power as a first-level peak evolver. He looked ahead and saw a sea of zombies that had completely submerged the granary. He was still 1 kilometer away from the granary. Fire for me, avoid the granary, and blow these beasts to death. Li Yunpeng ordered. Boom, 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 boom. The 4 tanks behind Li Yunpeng's command vehicle lined up in a row and opened fire almost at the same time. The 105mm howitzer exploded with bursts of fire in the zombie swarm, and the sea of corpses was suddenly filled with smoke. Li Yunpeng stood on the roof of the car, looking around cautiously to prevent any second-level zombie attacks. Under the command of their respective deputy captains, the guard soldiers of each squadron quickly built positions. As many as 40 general-purpose machine guns were distributed along the entire front line. The logistics support team nervously piled the ammunition next to the soldiers and then hurried back to the base. A battle of this scale consumes millions of bullets, which cannot be loaded in one trip, and points are not in sufficient supply. So the only option is to exchange for transportation while fighting. Just as the guards launched the attack, a familiar roar of beasts rang out, and then the entire zombie army rushed forward fearlessly. Sure enough, there are level 2 evolved zombies. Li Yunpeng narrowed his eyes slightly, emitting a terrifying light. After the zombie army launched the attack, the tank's main target was the level 1 strength evolved zombies. The strength zombies that had caused them trouble before were now being beaten and hiding from the tanks, and there was no chance to throw the zombies into the guard army's position. When the zombie group entered the range of the guns, the tanks stopped bombing and focused on attacking the direction where the evolved zombies appeared. The front row zombies who were the first to be hit by firepower were torn to pieces by bullets in an instant, and then became stepping stones for their companions behind them. Countless zombies in the front row repeated this fate. After half an hour of fierce fighting, the power zombies finally got their chance, because the stacked wall of corpses effectively blocked the shooting line of sight of the guard soldiers. This is the disadvantage of fighting a positional battle with zombies. They will use corpses to build walls to provide cover for their companions who will attack later. The strength zombies hid behind the wall of corpses and would occasionally throw zombies into the guard army's position, mixed in with some level 1 agility zombies. But this was no longer the time when more than a dozen evolved zombies besieged the base. The 5 level 1 evolved squadron leaders were evenly distributed on the front line. As long as they found the agile zombies rushing in, they would immediately entangle them and kill them with the cooperation of the soldiers. There were very few casualties. Li Yunpeng casually twisted off the head of a blind agile zombie and said, "Hide your head and show your tail. I'll see when you'll show up." The level 2 evolved zombie he had been waiting for seemed to be very patient and had not yet appeared. "Report to the commander. We have found signs that the zombie group is moving towards the 2 wings." A guard reported. Li Yunpeng jumped onto the truck and looked around, and indeed they were using a roundabout tactic. Pass the order down, change the formation, and focus on intercepting the zombies that are circling the rear. We must not let them form a siege, otherwise our supplies will be in danger. Li Yunpeng immediately issued an order. He once again refreshed his understanding of the evolved zombies. Their intelligence has evolved to such a level that they are probably not far from humans. If these evolved zombies ever reach or even surpass the intelligence level of humans and drive an army of billions of zombies that are not afraid of death, he doesn't know what can stop them. The zombie army was trying their best to form a siege, but the guards were also fighting desperately to block them, always maintaining a gap to the rear. Li Yunpeng did not leave the vicinity of the tank. Now there were zombies all around, but the firepower output was still able to achieve a balance with the zombies' attack. He did not need to intervene. What was important were these 4 tanks. Just after the tank's howitzer blew down another section of the wall of corpses, Li Yunpeng saw a black shadow flash into the guard position from the front left and head straight for the tank position. "Are you finally losing your patience?" Li Yunpeng sneered. The tanks successively knocked down the corpse walls that the zombies had built at great cost. The level 2 agile zombies realized that this was not a solution, so they risked rushing into the human position, trying to destroy these fire-breathing weapons. Li Yunpeng unsheathed his sword instantly and flew towards the level 2 agile zombie. When the zombies saw that there was a human whose speed was almost as fast as theirs and holding a sharp blade, they had to give up their target and deal with the threat instead. Li Yunpeng's sword almost grazed the zombie's neck and passed through. Fuck, so fast. He didn't see how the thing avoided his blade, and his attack missed. He knew something was wrong. In a flash, he saw the agile zombie seize the opportunity and grab his head with its claws. Li Yunpeng raised his knife to block. Clang! The zombie's claw blade was narrowly blocked by the sword, making a sound of metal collision. Upon closer inspection, the blade that could cut through iron like mud had a gap for the first time. The zombie let out a strange cry, as if mocking Li Yunpeng for overestimating his own abilities. It then attacked with lightning speed. Once the agile zombie got serious, Li Yunpeng was in immediate danger. His chest, abdomen, waist, and back were covered with wounds. Fortunately, he was immune to the zombie virus after reaching the 2nd level of evolution. Otherwise, he would have needed to rely on the system to eliminate the virus. If he was distracted, he could easily be beheaded by the 2nd level agile zombie. Chapter 111 Interesting Soul. Li Yunpeng held out for more than 10 minutes under the fierce attack of the level 2 agile zombies. His whole body was soaked with sweat and blood. He did not dare to relax at all. The zombies' attack was like a storm at sea, and he was just one of the small boats, in danger of capsizing at any time. The agile zombie seized the opportunity and attacked his face with the claw blade again. Li Yunpeng dodged, but the agile zombie did not stop. While Li Yunpeng was getting out of the way, he rushed straight towards the tank in front. Oh no! Li Yunpeng knew that he had been tricked, but he could do nothing about it. If he didn't dodge, he would probably get another injury. The agile zombie came to the tank and slashed at the barrel with its claws. Clang! Its claw blade created a cluster of sparks on the steel barrel. Li Yunpeng, having reacted, could only bite the bullet and entangle it again. He took a quick look and saw that the thick barrel had been chopped open. It was clearly scrapped. If he fired another shell, it would probably explode. He was anxious. If they continued like this, defeat would be a matter of time. Several squadron leaders only had the ability to evolve at the first or second level. They could not help at all and would become a burden. Only Li Qi could barely play a role. But when would Li Qi complete his evolution? Just when he was distracted, the agile zombie seized the opportunity and kicked him in the chest. Li Yunpeng felt the scenery in front of him rapidly receding. His chest felt congested, and he felt very uncomfortable with the breath being held in his chest. The nearby guard saw a shadow flying out of the battle group. After landing, they saw that it was their commander. They tried their best to stand between Li Yunpeng and the second-level zombies. Li Dun led the Special Forces team and rushed over here. But these ordinary soldiers did not affect the pace of the second-level zombie at all, and the Special Forces were just ordinary people. They had no time to get close to it. Amidst the blood, it passed through the wall of people and pounced on Li Yunpeng. Seeing the claw blade coming straight at him, Li Yunpeng rolled on the ground and narrowly avoided it. But when the second knife came, he was still unable to steady his body. Damn it! Li Yunpeng felt a surge of despair, his heart instantly rising to his throat. It's over. The zombie claw blades rapidly enlarged in his pupils, and Li Yunpeng could see the joy of victory in the eyes of the second-level evolved zombie. All the sounds in the world disappeared. Li Yunpeng took a deep breath, and the only thing in his mind was the countdown of his life. At this moment, something unexpected happened, and a figure suddenly crashed into the second-level mutant zombie. Li Yunpeng, who had escaped from a desperate situation, was stunned. The crisis was resolved, and he let out a sigh of relief. The figure just now was faster than him. But the opportunity was not to be missed. He jumped up from the ground, followed the knife, and quickly chased the flying body of the second-level evolved zombie. The second-level evolved zombie was thrown high into the air by the collision of the figure. With nowhere to gain leverage, it was extremely slow to react while in the air. It watched helplessly as Li Yunpeng rushed behind it and stabbed the back of its head with a knife. Bang! Li Yunpeng and the body of the second-level evolved zombie fell to the ground at the same time. It happened in the blink of an eye. Ahem! Li Yunpeng exerted a speed beyond his physical limit, which caused his old injury to flare up, and he couldn't help coughing. Only then did he have time to look at the figure who had just come to his rescue. This man was carrying a broad-backed machete on his shoulder, holding a dry straw in his mouth, with a head of fluffy hair like a bird's nest, wearing a coarse linen cardigan, and a cynical expression on his face. Brother, thank you for your help, Li Yunpeng said with a bow. TSK Tisk, that's great, bro. I didn't expect you to dare to fight a level 2 zombie alone. The young man teased. Li Yunpeng was stunned. He couldn't tell who was older and who was younger, but he just called him brother? But after all, he saved his life. He said, Ahem, I can't help it. May I ask your name, brother? My surname is Run, and my given name is Xiao. I am exactly 1 year older than you this year. Rin Xiao said. Li Yunpeng. Is this guy out of his mind? You didn't even ask me, and you already know he's 1 year older than me? What? Did you figure that out by looking at the rings in his growth? Li Dun handed over the crystal for the second-level evolved zombie. Li Yunpeng, suppressing his reluctance, handed it to Rin Xiao and said, I have nothing to repay you with. This crystal is yours. Unexpectedly, Rin Xiao's face turned cold, and he said as if he was about to get angry. You killed the zombie, so the things belong to you. Are you giving me alms? Li Yunpeng. What's going on in this guy's head? This is a secondary evolution crystal, not poison. Well, don't give it up. I just can't bear to part with it. Li Yunpeng thought to himself. It was not until he took back the crystal that Rin Xiao's face relaxed, and he continued to have a cynical expression. At this time, the battle was at a stalemate. Li Yunpeng bowed to him and returned to the command vehicle. He had many wounds on his body, but most of them were superficial injuries. For an evolver, these little things were nothing to worry about. What's more, he killed a level 2 zombie and obtained an evolution crystal, which allowed him to improve his strength even more. Just like before, the second-level evolved zombies were killed, the mysterious connection between the zombies was broken, the remaining first-level zombies were a little panicked, and the situation of the battle was reversed in an instant. The first-level zombies who suffered heavy losses near the front line began to collapse with their remaining subordinates, and then a chain reaction occurred. After leaving behind tens of thousands of corpses, the 100,000 zombie army quickly fled under the leadership of the first-level evolved zombies. Captains of each squadron, lead your men to chase after me. Kill as many as you can, Li Yunpeng ordered with gritted teeth. The generals received the order and immediately scattered to chase after them. Each team had a first-level evolver and equipped with powerful firepower, which killed the first-level zombie group and made them flee for their lives in disarray. Li Yunpeng was not idle either. Although he was injured, killing a level 1 zombie was as easy as slaughtering a pig or a dog. Moreover, he was almost killed by this group of zombies. How could he bear this? He endured the pain and chased in the direction where the most evolved zombies were. There were nearly 21st level evolved zombies in front of Li Yunpeng. He ignored the ordinary zombies and pounced on the power type evolved zombies that were lagging behind and moving slower like a tiger. The 3-meter-tall powerful zombie saw a black shadow flash behind him, and then saw his head separated from his body and fell to the ground, and the headless body fell forward due to inertia. Li Yunpeng beheaded the nearest power zombie with just one knife, and then he moved forward to kill another one. The agile zombie didn't even look back and relied on its own speed to leave the other zombies far behind. Li Yunpeng chased the zombies for more than 10 miles, leaving hundreds of corpses lying on the ground. He was a little exhausted and stopped with his sword in anger. He beheaded 15 power zombies, 2 agility zombies, and killed countless ordinary zombies. When he returned to the position, the teams also returned one after another. The evolution crystals gathered together, and there were a huge 30 of them. This meant that in this battle, 1/3 of the evolved zombies were annihilated. Brother, I like your character. If no one offends me, I will offend them depending on my mood. If someone offends me, I will bite him to death even if I risk my life. Ren Xiao patted Li Yunpeng on the shoulder and said. Li Yunpeng originally planned to thank him for his help, but this guy's train of thought was a bit out of place, and he didn't know where to start. Well, brother Ren Xiao, why don't you come back to the base with me and let me show some hospitality? Li Yunpeng said calmly, dodging his hand. Ren Xiao didn't care. Okay, barbecue goes well with wine. The more you drink, the better. I like it. Li Yunpeng thought to himself that this person was quite free and easy, and did things openly, which was in line with his temperament. No problem, there's not much else to eat or drink. Chapter 112. A good teacher produces excellent students. Li Yunpeng took people to the granary to investigate, and found that the iron door that could not be penetrated even by grenades was torn open. There were some body fragments scattered at the door, which were obviously those of the guards. Li Yunpeng gritted his teeth. Fortunately, when the final casualties were counted, the guards of the granary did not suffer heavy losses. Not long after the second-level evolved zombies attacked, they were attracted out by the sound of artillery outside. The guards who retreated deep into the tunnel thus escaped disaster. Li Yunpeng finally breathed a sigh of relief, but the granary could not be defended. Now there were more and more second-level zombies, and the strength of only one squadron could not ensure the safety of the granary. Moreover, the area of the base was much larger than before, and there was enough space to accommodate these thousands of tons of food. But before that, granaries need to be built in advance, otherwise so much grain will easily deteriorate if not properly stored. Li Yunpeng still only left one squadron to garrison here temporarily. If facing human enemies, these troops are enough, but if they encounter level 2 zombies again, it will be useless even if all the squadrons are left here without level 2 evolvers. Leaving a squadron here only serves the purpose of early warning and defense against human enemies. After arranging everything, Li Yunpeng led the team back and rode in a Hummer command vehicle with Ren Xiao. You say it's so tiring to deal with all this. Why don't you be like me, your brother? The world is so big and you can go anywhere you want. Ren Xiao said. With his personality, if he likes someone, he will immediately treat him as a friend. If he doesn't like him, no matter how much he flatters him, it will be useless. Li Yunpeng's personality was somewhat similar to his, but not as extreme. He didn't feel any aversion to Ren Xiao, but rather a sense of closeness, like the friends they had before the apocalypse, or the feeling he had with Lu Zide. Li Yunpeng said, You don't understand. Everyone has different pursuits. Cut. Ren Xiao was very disdainful. What was so hard to let go of was not the sense of superiority brought by power and status. Li Yunpeng was curious about his skills and asked, What level of evolver are you? I'm 1 level higher than you. I'm now at the peak of level 2 and have already devoured 5 evolution crystals. I'm just waiting for the appearance of a level 3 zombie so that I can break through to a higher level in one fell swoop. Ren Xiao said casually. Li Yunpeng was shocked. He reached the peak of level 2 so quickly? Even with my system, I couldn't reach it as fast as him. But he knew that even if he was at the initial stage of level 2, judging from his skills, he was almost as strong as a high-level fighter. Even Ren Xiao had misjudged him. All this was because of the commander system's ability to absorb evolution crystals 100%. How did you do it? Li Yunpeng turned sideways and asked with interest. Ren Xiao was straightforward and didn't hide anything. He said, My master is a martial arts master. I've been training with him since I was a kid. After the apocalypse began, I looked for powerful zombies to practice with. I killed many first-level evolved zombies in succession. I initially thought the evolution crystals were just pretty things, but one day I put one in my mouth and discovered it had evolved. Li Yunpeng was speechless. The apocalypse had arrived, and everyone was avoiding zombies. You were challenging them to a duel. What kind of master had taught this apprentice? Then it means that your master must be very powerful to be able to teach a talented disciple like you. I wonder where he is now. Li Yunpeng asked curiously. Being able to kill evolved zombies with the physical fitness of an ordinary person is really extraordinary. Master, I killed him, Ren Xiao said. Could it be that this person is a traitor? Ren Xiao saw Li Yunpeng's surprised expression and explained, when I first went to see Master with the evolved zombie head, he was very disdainful and then went to challenge 2 evolved zombies to a duel. When I found him, he had already become one of the zombies, so I had no choice but to help him get rid of it. It's true that like apprentice, like master, Li Yunpeng thought to himself. Where are you from? Li Yunpeng asked. Hey, to be honest, I'm not from here. I came here from Beitu City to hunt down an enemy. Ren Xiao said. Beitu City is a big city 2,000 kilometers away from here. It is the capital of the Blue Dragon Kingdom. For an enemy, he actually chased him for thousands of miles alone in the apocalypse. No one else would do that. Li Yunpeng thought to himself. However, with his skills, he can live freely in the apocalypse alone as long as he doesn't seek death, which is also in line with his personality. As the two were asking and answering each other, the convoy quickly returned to the base. Ren Xiao was not overly surprised to see the base. He had traveled all over the country and seen countless big cities. Li Yunpeng arranged for him to stay in an empty house in the military zone and then return to his villa. The wounds on his body had already healed, but the slightest effort still caused excruciating pain in his internal organs. Li Yunpeng simply cleaned up and lay down on the sofa. At this time, Zhang Tao came hurriedly and said, Commander, something terrible has happened. What's the rush? Zhang Tao was the chief administrative officer at the base. After all, how could he be so unsteady in his work? Li Yunpeng felt a little unhappy. If you have something to say, please speak slowly. Seeing the commander's unhappy expression, Zhang Tao immediately realized that he had been a little rash. After all, he had only been doing management work for a few months and was still a little lacking in sophistication. Reporting to the commander, not long after you led the army out of the city, people from Longhu Mountain came to report that Shintu already knew that they wanted to surrender to you, and they are afraid that they will attack them soon, and they request our support. Zhang Tao said seriously. This Wuhai settlement is really well informed. Li Yunpeng sighed. There must be a lot of enemy spies inside the base. There is nothing that can be done about it. A large number of survivors join every day, and information is extremely blocked at this time. It is too easy for a few spies to sneak in. But he was injured at the moment, so it was not appropriate to start a war. So he ordered, tell Li Qi to send someone to the Wuhai settlement to find out the situation for me. Li Yunpeng learned about the Wuhai settlement from others, and he was not as reassured as if he had actually explored it himself. Yes, I'll do it right away. Zhang Tao bowed and turned to leave. After Zhang Tao left, Li Yunpeng thought alone. Regardless of the feud with the Wuhai settlement, they could not get around the issue of population alone. Since they had to fight, they would just start an all-out war. Shortly after Zhang Tao left, Wang Shiyan and Xia Mengdai hurried back from the base. They were anxious when they heard that Li Yunpeng was injured. Fortunately, after examination, Xia Mengdai found that Li Yunpeng's external injuries were not serious, and with his physical condition, his internal injuries would heal within a week. Li Yunpeng held the second-level evolution crystal in his hand, but he didn't dare to swallow it at this time. Everything had to wait until his body recovered. Fortunately, the peaceful days passed quickly. A week passed in the blink of an eye, and Li Yunpeng recovered as normal under the careful care of the two women. Chapter 113, Level 3 Evolver? After Li Yunpeng recovered, he remembered Ren Xiao, whom he had left out for a week, and hurried to his residence to visit him. It was evening at this time, and before Li Yunpeng arrived, he saw two people sitting on the roof. Looking closely, it was Ren Xiao, and the person opposite him was Lu Zide. When did they get together? Li Yunpeng was amazed. He exerted force with his legs and jumped up directly to the roof. These two were actually eating skewers. There was also beer next to them. It had been a few months since the end of the world, so I didn't know if it had expired, but the two of them were drinking it with great relish. Oh, you're here. Come and try it. I just caught some lamb. Ren Xiao grabbed a handful of cumin with his black hands and sprinkled it on the lamb. Li Yunpeng resisted instinctively. How the hell can this be eaten? You're welcome. I'm relieved to see that you are living well in the base. Li Yunpeng said. Okay. What's interesting here? Not to mention there's an interesting brother. Ren Xiao glanced at Lu Zide and said, Woof. Xiao He barked at the skewers of meat in Lu Zide's hand. The last time Li Yunpeng went into battle, he did not bring Xiao He, who had just recovered, and he had left him in the care of Lu Zide. Now it seems that the man and the dog get along very well. Brother Peng, come and try it. I cleaned the mutton myself. It's clean and delicious because I did it myself. Lu Zide took off a string of mutton and stuffed it into Xiao He's mouth, then grabbed the raw meat on the plate and skewered it. Don't flatter yourself. The last time I went to your place, you managed to make the stainless steel kitchenware rust. How did you do that? Li Yunpeng and Lu Zide were never polite. Lu Zide. Hey, you won't get sick if you eat something unclean. People like us in the martial arts world don't have to be so particular about things. Rin Xiao said. Li Yunpeng finally understood why the two of them could get along so well. It really lived up to the saying, birds of a feather flock together. Li Yunpeng didn't have the courage to eat their dark dishes. Since Rin Xiao was comfortable here, he planned to leave. He had not had time to use the second-level evolution crystal in his hand, and he had not spent the remaining 3 million points after deducting the consumption. But Rin Xiao saw that he was unwilling to show his favor, so he threw down the skewers and said, "You can leave if you want, but you have to be able to beat me." Li Yunpeng was stunned. He wanted to take action, which would be a good opportunity to test how big the gap between him and Rin Xiao was. "Come on," Li Yunpeng said while assuming an offensive posture on the roof. Rin Xiao smiled, put down the skewers in his hand, and walked towards Li Yunpeng casually. "Okay, open." Li Yunpeng was just about to say that they could start when Rin Xiao came close to him and knocked him away with a sudden force. "Fuck, you are so shameless." Li Yunpeng suffered a loss due to his carelessness and immediately cursed. "Hee, only if you win can you have the right to have face," Rin Xiao said, and continued to hit Li Yunpeng. Li Yunpeng was prepared this time. He dodged Rin Xiao's kick and punched him in the abdomen. Rin Xiao didn't dodge, and his body twisted into a strange arc along with Li Yunpeng's fist. Li Yunpeng felt that the blows he received were like hitting a sponge, which easily absorbed all the force. Then the blows bounced back like a spring, carrying a huge amount of force. Li Yunpeng was knocked back rapidly by the rebounding force, and was horrified. "What kind of kung fu is this?" Rin Xiao saw Li Yunpeng's embarrassed look and said proudly, "Tai Chi Rin Xiao. He Tui, just wait for me." Li Yunpeng spat and turned around to run. He really couldn't stand Rin Xiao's pretentious look. When he returned to the villa, Li Yunpeng took out the evolution crystal and threw it into his mouth. "I'll teach you Tai Chi. I'll let you be free." The pain brought by the second evolution crystal was far less than the first time, and Li Yunpeng endured it without much effort. Feeling the violent power in his body, Li Yunpeng was full of confidence and no longer afraid of encountering the second-level evolved zombies. After washing up, he hurried to find Rin Xiao. In this contest of strength and technique, who is more powerful? When he reached the roof, Li Yunpeng was furious. These two guys were so drunk, arm in arm, so confused, they were even staggering as they walked. "Li, brotherly, if it weren't for you running fast, I would let you see what Wing Chun is." Rin Xiao's tongue became stiff from drinking so much that he couldn't speak clearly. Li Yunpeng felt a little tired. "Okay, go back to sleep. I'll come back to you for advice another day." "No, you. Do you think I can do nothing just because I drink a little wine? Let me show you what drunken boxing is." After Rin Xiao said that, he attacked at an extremely fast speed. It was actually faster than usual. But this time, Li Yunpeng was completely different from before. He moved to the side and kicked Rin Xiao in the butt while he was surprised. Rin Xiao turned into a meteor in the night and flew out from the roof. The next morning, Rin Xiao woke up slowly and saw the guards passing by. "Fuck, I slept on the street all night? That bastard Li Yunpeng. Just wait for me," Rin Xiao said angrily. Li Yunpeng sat in his study early in the morning, writing and drawing at his desk, planning the points distribution plan. Summoning another 900 guards would bring the limit of 3,000 soldiers for the level 2 barracks to within a certain limit. There are more than 2 million points left, and Li Yunpeng plans to keep 1 million as a reserve, so that he can use it to summon troops and exchange equipment in case of a specific crisis. The number of tanks needs to be increased significantly, with 12 produced, plus the original 6, to form 3 armored squads. The remaining points, after doubling the number of multi-purpose armored personnel carriers, will all be used to exchange for bullets and artillery shells. Just as Li Yunpeng finalized the plan, he suddenly heard someone outside the villa yelling, "Li Yunpeng, get out here. Yesterday's competition doesn't count." Li Yunpeng shook his head helplessly and smiled. "I'm afraid this guy Rin Xiao hasn't met an opponent in too long." Just as Rin Xiao was screaming, a figure shot out from the terrace on the 3rd floor of the villa. "Fuck!" Rin Xiao was shocked. "Damn, this guy is faster than me. A level 3 evolver?" He didn't have time to think about it before Li Yunpeng's fist was already approaching his abdomen. It was too late to dodge. Ren Xiao could only use the previous method of dissipating force. Li Yunpeng sneered in his heart when he saw him using the same trick again. Bang! This time, the blow to his abdomen felt similar to the previous one, still soft to the touch. However, Ren Xiao's force-relieving method had reached its limit, and Li Yunpeng's punch had not been completely absorbed. Ren Xiao was knocked flying by Li Yunpeng's punch. After landing, Ren Xiao was shocked. What kind of move is this? Li Yunpeng drew his sword and stood on his horse. His spirits lifted as he shouted, "Turtle Fist!" Ren Xiao, have you reached the 3rd level of evolution? Although Ren Xiao didn't believe it, he was at the peak of the 2nd level and could defeat him. Only Li Yunpeng, who reached the 3rd level of evolution, could explain it. No, I'm only level 2, stage 2. Li Yunpeng said. Ren Xiao was a little confused. Level 2? I'm at the peak. I can't stay here anymore. I have to leave. Ren Xiao said with a sad face. Li Yunpeng was not willing to let go of such a master, so he tried to persuade him kindly. But Ren Xiao refused to listen. Li Yunpeng talked until his mouth was dry, but the whole thing was back to the starting point. He angrily threw his hand and turned away. But although Ren Xiao said he was leaving, he was actually very obedient. He sat on the roof and boasted to Lu Zide. Don't look at Li Yunpeng as if he's so powerful. I just hit him at the door and he didn't even dare to fart. Lu Zide looked at him blankly and said, how about I cook 2 dishes for you? It's so boring just to cook. Li Yunpeng felt relieved when he saw the 2 idiots chatting enthusiastically outside the inner city. Report to the commander. The Navy launched a surprise attack overnight and has surrounded Longhu Mountain. The guard came to report in a hurry. Li Yunpeng narrowed his eyes slightly. Assassination first, industrial laboratory second, Longhu Mountain third. Assemble the troops. Flatten Wu Haijun. Chapter 114. Troops headed to Longhu Mountain. At Li Yunpeng's command, 3,000 guards were mobilized instantly. Together with the logistics department, the combat readiness department has a total of more than 10,000 people preparing for the impending war. This time the logistics department acted extremely quickly. Following Li Yunpeng's instructions, Su Meng ensured that the 10 trucks in the logistics support brigade's warehouse were always fully loaded with war preparedness supplies, so they could be driven away whenever needed. This time, Li Yunpeng led 7 squadrons, 2,100 elite soldiers, 10 multifunctional armored infantry vehicles, 10 tanks, and countless other armed vehicles. 10 tanks drove out of the military zone one after another, and the steel monsters weighing dozens of tons suppressed the tremors of the earthquake. Fuck you, Commander. That's awesome. You're done. You didn't clean enough in the public toilets last 10 days. The young man who was previously punished to clean public toilets for speaking disrespectfully to the commander couldn't help but be surprised this time. Longhu Mountain is not close to the base, and the convoy took more than an hour to arrive. Li Yunpeng ordered his soldiers to set up positions 2 kilometers away from Longhu Mountain. He moved closer to observe the situation. I saw that the Longhu Mountain settlement had been surrounded by the Wuhai army, and people from both sides were mixed together. Li Yunpeng had a headache. He had originally planned to crush the enemy with tanks and end the battle quickly, but the current situation required him to take a long-term view. The guard army was approaching, and the Navy's spies reported the situation to Shinto early on. At this time, Shinto was sitting in Rong's living room. Chiefin, it seems that you are not a person who listens to advice. And Rong, standing aside, was sweating profusely from nervousness. Master Shan, this, I don't know what's going on. Huh, you don't know? Shinto threw the fruit shell in his hand onto the carpet. Facts speak louder than words. You don't need to explain. Now that things have come to this, it becomes simpler. Mr. Shan, how about I send someone to talk to Li Yunpeng and see what he really means? And Rong asked. Ha ha ha, send someone to negotiate. Who to send? And Ning? You'd better behave yourself, otherwise I don't mind killing a few people to vent my anger, Shinto said. Seeing that his plan failed, and Rong quickly put aside his other thoughts. Although Shinto was a playboy, he was not a fool. He had received elite education since childhood, so it was difficult to fool him. What worries him most now is Ning. Now that the truth has been revealed, the only remaining trace of dignity is gone. Even if he were to go to Wuhai City, he would probably be treated no differently from a prisoner. And for the lustful Shinto, the novelty of Ning would soon wear off, and he would be discarded like a worn-out shoe. Alas, and Rome underestimated the means of people in the end times. They no longer cared about the impact or reputation. They would do anything to achieve their goals. Just when he was mobilizing people to join Li Yunpeng's team, Wu Haijun came directly to snatch people away. Of course, if you cooperate well, you will still have a place in Wuhai City. Shinto looked at him and said, and Rong sneered in his heart. He would get nothing in Wuhai City. Now he was still of some use to Shinto. He could use his prestige to organize civilians. If it weren't for this little bit of effect, Shintu would have already completely fallen out with him. But he could not speak clearly, and instead said, "Of course, Master Shan. If you have any instructions, I will do my best." "Okay. In that case, you go out of the city yourself and tell Li Yunpeng that if you have the guts, I will fight him one-on-one in front of the two armies." Shintu's eyes were filled with bloodthirsty madness. And Rome was stunned. Why would Shintu make such a request? But on second thought, it made sense. He had been living a life of luxury since childhood, and anything he wanted could be easily satisfied. The evolutionary power he gained after the end of the world was like a new toy to him, making him crazy. In fact, and Rome was right. Last time in the industrial laboratory, Shintu was suppressed by Li Yunpeng in terms of firepower. He wanted to use his proud evolutionary ability to trample Li Yunpeng under his feet. And Rong had no choice but to go out of the city to find Li Yunpeng, as he said. Shintu was not afraid that he would run away, because his daughter and the people under his command were all under control. Li Yunpeng was approaching to observe when he suddenly saw a man walking out in front of the Longhu mountain formation. And Rong? Why did Shintu let him go? Li Yunpeng was puzzled. And Rong left the Wuhai naval position and hurried towards the guard army. Soon he met Li Yunpeng, who was observing at the outpost. "Captain Li, you have to save the people of Longhu mountain this time. Once they are taken to Wuhai city, there will be no way out." And Rong said breathlessly, "Is Wuhai city so powerful?" Li Yunpeng asked. And Rong was stunned for a moment, then said, "We'll discuss this later. What should we do now?" "Why did Shintu let you out?" Li Yunpeng asked. And Rong slapped his forehead, almost forgetting the important matter in his haste. "Oh right. That Shintu said he wants to have a one-on-one duel with you, Commander Li, in front of the two armies. Do you think he's crazy?" "One-on-one." Li Yunpeng was delighted. Although this behavior was shameless, it was in line with the arrogant second-generation personality. "Tell him, I will fulfill his wish." Li Yunpeng was not worried either. With two armies facing each other, no one dared to take action without caring about the safety of their leader. Since the other party had already extended his face to him, who wouldn't fight? And Rong didn't expect that he would agree to such a ridiculous request, but he couldn't guess what Li Yunpeng was thinking. Since he got the answer, he hurried back. He was afraid that Shun Tu's moody personality would cause other trouble if he was away for a long time. After Enrong returned, he relayed Li Yunpeng's reply to Shun Tu, who was immediately excited. He called over the guards and said, "Notify the brothers to send 2,000 men to follow me to meet Li Yunpeng." The guard was a little embarrassed. "Master, the master repeatedly warned you not to act rashly before we left." Shun Tu was in high spirits when the guard poured cold water on him. He immediately said with a sullen face, "Is it your turn to teach me a lesson? Are you going or not?" The guard sighed, shook his head, and turned away. "TSK, if you weren't the old man's confidant and dared to talk to your father like that, I would have killed you long ago." Shin Tu cursed as he saw the guard leaving. "Li Qi, take the squadron leaders with me to meet Shin Tu, the second-generation rich kid. There is no good breakthrough right now. Let's fight him first and see if there is any chance," Li Yunpeng ordered. Li Qi hesitated for a moment before finally speaking with determination. "Commander, why do you have to take such a risk yourself? I'll capture him and bring him to you." "No, you don't understand the psychology of these second-generation people. If I don't go, he won't come out to meet me. Don't worry, with my skills, I can escape safely if anything happens," Li Yunpeng said. Seeing that the commander was determined to leave, Li Qi was unable to stop him and turned around to make arrangements. Li Yunpeng left the armored corps behind because he was afraid that if 10 tanks were lined up in a row, Shintu would be frightened and would not be able to come out. Chapter 115. Li Kuei laughs at Li Gui. Li Yunpeng saw a group of people gathered at the enemy front line, and it must be Shintu. He suppressed the idea of killing him with a shot, because Enrong and others were also caught up in it. "Let's go," Li Yunpeng said, and walked forward. Behind him followed 1,000 fully armed guards. Seeing Li Yunpeng making some moves, Shintu also led his men forward. The two armies stopped less than 100 meters apart, and tacitly did not raise their guns, because if anyone accidentally fired at this moment, a war would be triggered instantly, and the people in between would be shot into sieves no matter what level of evolver they were. Li Yunpeng was followed by 6 squadron leaders, and Shintu was also followed by his men. The two groups stopped 10 meters apart. Li Yunpeng and Shintu were both looking at each other. Last time in the industrial laboratory, they only heard each other's voices, but never saw each other. I thought you were some big shot. Now it seems you're just a loser who got the upper hand," Shintu said sarcastically, with his hands in his pockets. Li Yunpeng ignored his words and continued to look at him calmly with a playful smile on his face. This made Shintu feel like he had punched cotton, and he felt uncomfortable. His face flushed red and he taunted, "Don't be a fucking mute, will you?" Li Yunpeng said calmly, "If a dog bites me, should I bite it back?" Ha 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 ha. The people behind Li Yunpeng laughed loudly and exaggeratedly. Shin Tu was insulted by this and immediately started cursing. IXXX. Bang! As soon as he swore, a loud slap was heard, and Shin Tu was slapped back in the face before he could finish his curse. No one could see clearly what happened. They just felt a figure flash by, and then saw Shin Tu fall to the ground with his face covered. Only two of them could barely see the general idea. Li Qi vaguely saw Li Yunpeng's afterimage flash by, slap Shin Tu in the face, and then return to his original position. Shin Tu only felt that Li Yunpeng suddenly appeared in front of him, and then he was slapped on the head, and then he saw stars and fell to the ground. He covered his face and sat on the ground for a long time, unable to believe it. He had guessed that Li Yunpeng was an evolver, but he himself was a level 1 peak evolver and had never encountered an opponent within dozens of miles. Was it because I was careless? Shin Tu struggled to get up, pointed at Li Yunpeng and cursed. "Grandson, you only know how to steal." Bang! Li Yunpeng slapped him again, this time controlling the strength so that he only staggered. "Fuck you." Shin Tu raised his hand to fight back. Bang! "You fucking." Bang! Li Yunpeng slapped Shin Tu with every step, leaving him powerless to resist. Each slap was crisp and loud, but the force was just right. Shin Tu was filled with shock and anger. This Li Yunpeng must be a level 2 evolver. He slapped her again and again. Although the force wasn't great, young Master Shen cared most about his face. But at this moment, his face had been shattered by Li Yunpeng's slaps. At first he knew how to struggle and resist, but no matter what he did, he could not get rid of Li Yunpeng's erratic slaps. In the end, he simply gave up and let Li Yunpeng slap him in the face. Seeing Shin Tu beaten like a dead dog, Li Yunpeng no longer had the desire to slap him anymore. He swung his arm for the last slap and hit Shin Tu hard in the face. Snap! A slap sounded several times louder than the previous one, and Shin Tu's body was slapped like a top, spinning rapidly in the air and thrown out. Puff! Half a mouthful of teeth mixed with blood came out of his mouth. When Wu Haijun saw his young master being blown away, he immediately raised his gun and pointed it at Li Yunpeng, and the guards raised their guns almost at the same time and stared at the opposite side. The people in the center of the battlefield were pointed at by thousands of guns and faced pressure like a mountain. On the side of the captain of the guard army, everyone had a serious expression, but they were not panicking. However, the Navy generals following Shin Tu did not have such a good ability to withstand pressure, and they were trembling with fear. Although Shin Tu's head was buzzing from being hit by Li Yunpeng, he was frightened by the solemn atmosphere and became a little more sober. "Don't fucking shoot, don't shoot," he said as he struggled to get up from the ground. Li Yunpeng didn't want to stimulate the tense nerves of both sides, so he raised his hand to signal the guards behind him. The two armies kept a wary eye on each other and slowly lowered their guns. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The two armies were standing face to face with no cover in between. At such a close distance, if there was an accidental discharge of their weapons, it would be a horrific disaster. "Shedu, we've fought and met. If you have any tricks next, why not show them to me?" Li Yunpeng said as he walked up to Shin Tu. When Shin Tu saw him approaching, he spoke without his previous arrogance. He was afraid that Li Yunpeng would slap him again if he disagreed with him. "You, let's talk it over nicely." Shin Tu instinctively took a half step back. Li Yunpeng. Who the hell isn't talking properly? Li Yunpeng was speechless. He had thought Shin Tu had some backbone, but after a few slaps, his true nature was revealed. It turned out that he was a coward. This kind of person only bullies the weak and fears the strong. When he meets someone stronger than him, he will instantly become weak. "You can just talk nicely and hand over the people from Longhu Mountain, and I will let you go this time," Li Yunpeng said. "Alas, since I'm in your hands, I have nothing to say. Just let me go. My Wuhai city doesn't lack 10,000 or 20,000 people." Shin Tu said. Li Yunpeng thought, even if he failed, he had to act so cool. "Then please, Master Shun, do it immediately." "Okay, we'll see you later," Shin Tu said, waved his hand, and retreated with the Wuhai army. Li Yunpeng was puzzled. Could Shin Tu be so easy to talk to? Suddenly, he noticed a hint of a teasing smile on Shin Tu's face, which had not yet completely turned around. This grandson, I knew he was not that simple. Shin Tu calmed Li Yunpeng, turned around and left, sneering in his heart. "I'm going to give you my father, you idiot. You are a pariah, but you were played around by me." Just when he was feeling proud, he suddenly felt his waist tighten, and then the scenery in front of him rapidly receded. Before he could call out, he was already in the guard's battle formation. It turned out that Li Yunpeng took advantage of his laxity and flew over to fetch him back. "Fuck, Li Yunpeng, You are playing tricks on me. Shin Tu was shocked and cursed. Li Yunpeng grinned and said, Li Kuei laughs at Li Kuei. We are both equally evil, so stop whining. If you want to plot against me, you are still young. Shin Tu looked around and saw that he was surrounded by guards. Although he was ashamed and angry, he did not dare to refute. When Wu Haijun saw the young master being abducted, he was shocked and turned his guns to point them backwards, but they were facing the guards with even stronger firepower, and the figures of Li Yunpeng and others had already disappeared behind the guards. Chapter 116. One is more ruthless than the other. The Navy generals and soldiers led the soldiers to curse and threaten the guards to hand over Shin Tuesday. The young master was captured, and if he went back like this, wouldn't he be skinned alive by the fourth master? However, the guards ignored them completely. While being on guard against possible movements of the Wu Navy, they retreated in an orderly manner. To catch a thief, one must first catch the leader. Even if they captured Shin Tu, would they still be afraid that they could not lift the siege of Longhu Mountain? Although the naval generals were anxious, they did not dare to act rashly. If they acted, they would be the first to die. They could only watch the guards retreating behind the bunker. Retreat. The guard who had been scolded by Shin Tu before ordered that this man was Shun Saiping's confidant, named Ke Zhong, an orphan. Because of his excellent skills, he was discovered by Shun Saiping from an underground boxing ring. Since then, he has always been with him and treated like his own son. Shin Tu was not there at the moment, and he had the highest prestige. Everyone had no choice but to retreat after receiving the order. If they waited until the guards entered the bunker, they would have no scruples at that time, and they would become sitting ducks standing in the open. In the center of the guard army's position, Shin Tu was handcuffed to the outside of an armored vehicle, unable to move up or down. He couldn't stand up straight and couldn't squat down. The sun was scorching, and he was sweating profusely, bent over, and sticking out his butt, looking painful. Li Yunpeng sat opposite him, next to an outdoor folding tea table with a large parasol in the middle. He was holding a bottle of Coke from the Hummer command vehicle's refrigerator and drinking it comfortably. Young Master Shun, tell me, I want to exchange your life for the lives of the people in Longhu Mountain. If it works, let your people do it quickly. If not, I'll drag you out and kill you right away. I don't have a damn place to keep you. Li Yunpeng said. Shin Tu, who was no longer the arrogant young master of a wealthy family, said with a bitter face, Brotherly, please forgive me. It's all my fault for being blind. Although Wu Haijun is from our Shin family, I don't have the final say. Your soldiers don't have the final say? Li Yunpeng asked with some disbelief. Alas. Shin Tu sighed, somewhat dejectedly saying, My father doesn't trust anyone except himself. Whenever I lead troops out, his trusted aides always follow me. Now that you've captured me, my voice in the army is even more limited. Li Yunpeng looked into his eyes, as if trying to discern the credible parts of his words, until Shin Tu felt uncomfortable all over, and then he withdrew his gaze. Take him away and lock him up. Li Yunpeng stood up and said. Shin Tu heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. He had been hanging here for nearly an hour, and even the body of a first-level evolver could not bear it. Li Qi tied him up tightly with handcuffs and anklets made of fine steel, then threw him into a marching tent and assigned someone to keep him under strict guard. Li Yunpeng then called a meeting of squadron leaders to discuss the current solution. Commander, why don't I send someone to sneak in and tie up any of Shun Laoxi's confidants? The two of them together are worth the entire Longhu Mountain settlement. Li Yi said. Li Yunpeng waved his hand and said, The Navy is estimated to have 4,000 to 5,000 men. This move is too dangerous and the success rate is low. They already know that I have a high evolutionary level, so I'm afraid their defenses will be even tighter. Then send someone to contact Shun Laoxi's confidant. I don't believe that he doesn't even care about his own young master's life. Li Bai said, Humph, what you said may not be impossible. What father would be on guard against his son? Li Yunpeng said. What should I do then? Li Yunpeng said, We still have to make contact. We can't just listen to Shin Tu's one-sided story. We also need to inform the people hiding in Wuhai City and spread the news that Shin Tu was captured. I don't believe that Shun Laoxi really doesn't care about the life of his only son. Everyone discussed some backup plans and then dispersed to carry out their respective tasks. The people who had contact with the enemy quickly brought back the news that the current person in charge of the Wuhai army that controlled Longhu Mountain was called Ke Zhong. He said that the order he received was to ensure that more than 20,000 people from Longhu Mountain were brought back to Wuhai City, not to save Shin Tu's life. What the hell? Li Yunpeng cursed inwardly and could only wait and see the effect of the other line. If Ke Zhong concealed the news of Shin Tu's capture, then this move would directly pass the news to Shin Saiping. Just as Li Yunpeng was waiting for news, The guards came to report that the Wuhai army was escorting people from Longhu Mountain towards Wuhai City. Fuck, this Keizheng was even more efficient than Shun Tuesday. Li Yunpeng was shocked. Leave them here. Not a single one can leave. Yes. The guards quickly moved, flanking the No Navy army, waiting for an opportunity to attack. However, Keizheng had scattered the No Navy army, with each soldier escorting 4 or 5 unarmed civilians. The mixture of soldiers and civilians made it difficult for the guards to attack. Li Yunpeng really wanted to order the firing without hesitation to let these bastards have a taste of his power, but the lives of more than 20,000 innocent civilians suppressed his idea. Follow me and get to know his Wuhai City, Li Yunpeng ordered. When the time comes, I will tie Shin Tu outside the gate of Wuhai City. I don't believe that you, Shin Siping, will have no respect for your reputation. In this way, the Wuhai army led the people of Longhu Mountain cautiously towards Wuhai City, while the guard army was always following behind not far away. At this time, Rong was beside Keizheng and kept saying nice things in an attempt to slow down the marching speed, but Keizheng was not Shin Tu, and there was no marriage relationship between them, so he ignored him completely. Brother Zheng, can you please let my daughter go? Rong asked as a compromise. No. Keizheng replied with 2 words indifferently and said nothing more. Rong felt bitter and glanced at the guards following behind him. They were his only hope. After walking for more than 2 hours, they finally arrived at the so-called Wuhai settlement. Li Yunpeng was surprised. No wonder Rong said that once you enter here, you can never get out. I saw that the Wuhai settlement was actually built on an isolated island surrounded by a forked river. The river was wide and deep, and the island was extremely large. There was only one bridge in and out, and it had been converted into a liftable suspension bridge. Li Yunpeng followed Wu Haijun to the bridgehead and stood still. The river was at least 2 kilometers wide. There was no city wall built on the island because the river was a natural barrier. After the Wuhai army passed the middle section of the bridge, the drawbridge was raised high, blocking the guards outside. Shin Siping really doesn't care about Shin Tu's life or death. Li Yunpeng thought to himself, what kind of person is Shin Siping? He is so cruel and ruthless. Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. He watched his son being captured with his own eyes, but didn't react at all. Come here, tie Shin Tu to the bridge for me. I want to see if the Wuhai settlement will really watch their young master starve to death. Li Yunpeng ordered. Li Dun, arrange for the special forces to closely monitor Shin Tu's day. If anyone comes to rescue him, have the snipers kill them immediately. Yes, I guarantee to complete the task. Chapter 117 Senior Shin Siping. Not long after, Shin Tu was tied to the steel pillar in the middle of the bridge, facing Wuhai City. Shin Tu wanted to die at this moment. Before the apocalypse, he was a spoiled second-generation rich man. After the apocalypse, he was a high-ranking evolver. Wherever he went, people had to give him some face. When had he ever been treated like this? With the help of the spies of the guard army in Wuhai City, the news that Shin Tu was tied to the bridge soon spread by word of mouth. Serves him right. Evildoers will be punished by their own evildoers. God has sent someone to deal with him. Humph, you're always bullying men and women, and this is your retribution. Let's see how Shen Laosi saves him this time. I heard that group of people outside are not easy to deal with. Rumors spread throughout Wuhai City, and the people oppressed by the Shin family were talking about it with glee. In a luxurious building complex, Shin Siping sat on the sofa with a frown on his face, while Keizheng stood straight opposite him. This unfilial son. He is simply incapable of accomplishing anything and always causes trouble. Shin Siping said, patting the armrest of the sofa. Godfather, why don't we send someone to rescue Brother Tu? Keizheng said. Why save him? It's best to die outside, said Shin Siping. Keizheng didn't know how to respond, so he just stood there thinking about his own things. Shin Siping was silent for a moment, then said, Zheng'er, try to contact them using the radio. I'll talk to Li Yunpeng. The indifference in Keizheng's eyes flashed away, and then he bowed and said, Okay, Godfather, I'll arrange it right away. Shin Siping nodded subconsciously, and Keizheng left. Looking at Keizheng's departing figure, Shin Siping's face became increasingly heavy. Commander, Shin Siping requests a call. Oh, can't you sit still? Li Yunpeng said. It seems that Shin Siping, who pretended to be indifferent on the surface, could not let go of his son's life after all. When Li Yunpeng picked up the microphone, a steady voice came from the other side. Hello? I'm Shin Siping. Boss Shin, what advice do you want from me? Li Yunpeng said in a lazy tone. I don't deserve your advice. Please let my son Shin to go. We can talk about it. Shin Siping said in a deep voice. It's good that we can discuss it. I thought you didn't care about Shin Tu's life or death. Li Yunpeng said. This old fox was really patient. He didn't speak until he tied Shin Tu up and took him to his doorstep. Tell me, what are the conditions? Everyone was smart, and Shen Siping was too lazy to beat around the bush. Li Yunpeng curled his lips and said, let's release all the people from Longhu Mountain and give them 20 tons of grain as travel expenses. Humph, young man, don't go too far. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have a few people under you. Shen Siping said grimly when he heard Li Yunpeng's loud words. Haha, boss Shen, isn't your son's life worth the price of a truckload of grain? Li Yunpeng ignored his threat. Let's not talk about Shen Tu's worth for now. It's better to take a step back and see the bigger picture. If we really fight, you may not be my opponent. Ha 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 ha. Li Yunpeng laughed uncontrollably. He really didn't cry until he saw the coffin. He was cowering in fear and still pretending to be the boss. Boss Shen, why can't you just take a step back? Shen Siping had been in the underworld for most of his life, and this was the first time he had seen such an arrogant young man, so he didn't give him any face at all. Li Yunpeng knew that people like him cared most about face, but he just refused to give it to him. It was already a certain time, and he was still acting like he did before the apocalypse. Young man, do you really want to compete? Shen Siping threatened. I'll stick with you until the end. Li Yunpeng said and hung up the phone. Bah, you're taking advantage of your age. Li Yunpeng spat. Li Qi, have the armored team bring the tanks over to me. Aim for the fortifications on the island and blow them up. Yes. Li Qi immediately went to arrange it. After a while, 5 tanks drove out of the woods, quickly adjusted their angles, and aimed at the trenches, fortresses, and other defensive facilities on the island. Boom, boom, boom. Li Yunpeng's artillery shells exploded outside Wuhai City, as if they were free. The whole island could feel the earth-shaking sensation. People fled in panic. What's worse, some even wanted to escape after seizing the ships. The situation was stabilized only after several people were killed in succession by the Wuhai Navy. Shen Siping didn't expect Li Yunpeng to take action as soon as they disagreed, but fortunately, he only bombed the peripheral facilities and did not fire into the city. When the explosion sounded, the unmanned aerial vehicles in the periphery fled towards the city for their lives. The shelling was very loud, but it did not cause many casualties. Li Yunpeng was not trying to kill as many enemy soldiers as possible. He was mainly annoyed by Shen Siping's tone of, I am your predecessor. He wanted to give him a few shots to make him face the reality. If there was no natural barrier, there would be no need to go through so much trouble. He could just use the armored army to push forward. Shen Tu was standing in the middle of the bridge, watching the artillery shells flying overhead. He was so scared that he almost peed his pants. Damn it, where did Li Yunpeng get so many tanks? The artillery fire plowed through the perimeter of Wuhai City. The originally heavily fortified fortifications had now turned into a scorched earth. The artillery fire was still slowly spreading, forcing the Wuhai army to retreat one after another. Seeing that the artillery fire was about to hit the city, Shen Siping finally lost his patience and contacted Li Yunpeng's radio again. Li Yunpeng, stop it immediately. I agree to your conditions. Shen Siping said anxiously. Ha ha, that was the condition just now. Now, I'll recalculate the price of ammunition with you. Even though Shen Siping was quite well-mannered, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. You fucking blew me up, and I have to pay for the bomb myself? But the situation was stronger than him, so he had to accept it. Tell me, what do you want? Li Yunpeng said calmly. 40 tons of grain, plus the over 20,000 people of Longhu Mountain. Not a single one can be lost. Shen Siping was filled with hatred, but intimidated by his threat of force, he could only accept it helplessly. All right, get your men to stop. Ha 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 ha. Boss Shen is so generous. Young people like me really admire him. Li Yunpeng laughed heartily. Shen Siping was so angry that he hung up the phone and threw the purple clay teapot he had treasured for many years to the ground with a bang. Li Yunpeng, you are so cruel. Just wait for me. Seeing that his conditions had been met, Li Yunpeng casually said to Li Qi beside him, stop the armored team and prepare to receive the population and food. The huge island of Wuhai settlement is home to no less than 100,000 people. Li Yunpeng cannot bombard it recklessly. I will collect some interest this time and wait for me to get some ships to destroy you, the coward. The Hummer command vehicle was parked by the river. Li Yunpeng opened the door, sat in the passenger seat, lit a cigarette, and waited for Shen Siping to fulfill his promise. Li Yunpeng was almost falling asleep while waiting. Just when he was considering whether to fire 2 more shots to remind Shen Siping, someone finally came out from Wuhai City. Looking closely, Enrong was walking in front, followed by a group of listless civilians. Behind the civilians were 2 fully loaded trucks, which should be filled with food. Shen Siping was not cheating. He just wanted to get rid of Li Yunpeng, the plague god, as soon as possible so that he could feel at ease. When the people from Longhu Mountain crossed the lowered suspension bridge and passed by Shintu, who was tied to a steel pillar, they couldn't help but take a few more glances. Shintu was so upset that he wanted to cry. I'm being watched by a bunch of people like a monkey. Chapter 1:18 Stormy Weather. When Ning saw Shintu, her eyes were filled with anger. Longhu Mountain had been under his coercion since the end of the world. If Rong had not been afraid of complications and dragged Ning along, she would have stepped forward to vent her anger. After the people from Longhu Mountain and the food crossed the bridge, a group of people from Wuhai City came out to rescue Shintu and then raised the drawbridge, fearing that Li Yunpeng would take the opportunity to attack. Rong escaped from Wuhai City and said excitedly, Commander Li, I cannot thank you enough for your kindness. From now on, I will obey your orders. You're welcome. I never abandon my friends, and I never let go of my enemies. Yes, Commander Li is righteous. Rong Due said with a smile. Li Yunpeng, I owe you a favor this time. Ning said shyly. Li Yunpeng saw that this unruly woman also had moments of submission. There were some unexpected things. It was true that only through experience can one grow. Haha, it's better to be more obedient in the future. You. Ning's pretty face turned red when he said that, and she stomped her feet and ran away. After everyone came ashore and checked that the food was normal, Li Yunpeng led the team back. He took over a settlement not because he was attracted by the land, nor was it just to kill the enemy. What was more important was the population. Therefore, he currently had no way to occupy Wuhai City without causing heavy casualties to civilians. The harvest of this trip was quite good. They incorporated Longhu Mountain and forced Shin Saiping to sign a humiliating treaty. Li Yunpeng calculated in his mind that including the people under Rong, the population of the base was probably as high as 100,000. The distance is upgraded again, and only Wuhai City is left. It seems that Shenlaosi is still unavoidable. Li Yunpeng is not worried. As long as there is a slight opportunity, he can take down Wuhai settlement with the force of thunder. After returning to the base, the sudden influx of more than 20,000 people immediately filled the base. Li Yunpeng had to expand the outer wall again to a length of 2 kilometers, and the points were once again running out. At this time, the base has truly grown into a large city, heavily guarded and densely populated. After a long journey, Li Yunpeng washed off all his fatigue, lay comfortably on the sofa, and enjoyed the feeling of being served by a warm and soft woman. Li Yunpeng, come out and have a drink. What's the point of a grown man staying around women all day? Rin Zhao's voice like a broken gong was heard outside. Li Yunpeng had a headache. The person he brought back was not his savior at all, but a fucking drunkard. What are you yelling about? I never see you fighting, but you're the most enthusiastic about drinking. Li Yunpeng said as he walked out of the inner city. Fight? You didn't call me. I tell you, no matter who it is, I will beat them up with a drunken punch and make sure they behave themselves. Rin Zhao boasted. But after saying that, he felt something was not right. It seemed that a few days ago, after performing a drunken boxing match, he was beaten by Li Yunpeng and had to sleep on the street for a night. He was a carefree person and did not care about these details. He just laughed it off. Li Yunpeng was really tired after all the trouble, so he simply followed Rin Zhao to his roof. Lu Zide had already prepared some side dishes and several bottles of good wine. Brother Peng is back. I can't help you in the battle, but I'm the best at waving flags and cheering for you when you win. Lu Zide said as he poured wine. Li Yunpeng heard this with a hint of disappointment and persuaded. Why can't you help? Xiao He only recognizes you. You are doing me a great favor by taking him with you to participate in the operation. It would have been fine if I hadn't mentioned this, but as soon as Lu Zide was mentioned, he exploded on the spot. Bah, you're the one who found me a good job. Do you know what the people in the base call me now? Li Yunpeng was puzzled and asked. What should I call you? Lu Zide's face flushed red as he angrily said. You actually called me a lackey. The sad thing is, I can't even refute it. Woof. Xiao He called out at the right time. Li Yunpeng and Ren Xiao burst into laughter and started chatting about Lu Zide's nickname while drinking. The three of them threw away their identities and drank until late at night. Great, Li Yunpeng shouted. It had been a long time since he had thrown away all pretenses and drank happily like today. Just when the three of them were having fun, the weather turned bad and it started to rain lightly. Fuck me. It hasn't rained for several months since the apocalypse, but it chose to rain today. Lu Zide complained dissatisfiedly. Woo woof. Xiao He immediately bared his teeth, dissatisfied with Lu Zide's words. Ahem, Hage, we are brothers. I don't treat you like a dog. Let's go, and meet again another day. Li Yunpeng stood up, seeing that he would not be able to eat, but it was a good sign that rain would come after a long drought. After saying that, the three of them quickly packed up and left. When Li Yunpeng returned to the villa, Wang Shiyan took the hot towel that had been prepared long ago and wiped Li Yunpeng's wet hair, scolding him. You are so grown up, and you are still out in the rain. What if you get sick accidentally? Li Yunpeng thought to himself that with his physical condition, he would never get sick, but Wang Shiyan's gentle care warmed his heart. Isn't this the legendary life he longed for? Wang Shiyan's cheeks felt hot from Li Yunpeng's intense gaze. She wanted to shyly withdraw her hand, but was grabbed by Li Yunpeng. She lowered her head shyly, and Li Yunpeng hooked her chin with his index finger. She slowly raised her head, and their eyes met. Everything was said without words. Li Yunpeng gently picked her up and walked upstairs. Wang Shiyan buried her face in his chest and hugged his neck with both hands, feeling nervous and expectant. The light in the living room was ambiguous and romantic, leaving only a wet towel lying alone on the ground. That night, there were strong winds and rain, sometimes slow, sometimes fast, and it took a long time for the river to stop. The river water beat against the rocks, disturbing people's dreams. The next morning, Li Yunpeng woke up slowly, feeling relaxed all over. The beauty beside him was still dozing. He did not expose Wang Shiyan, but went downstairs alone. After all, it was her first time, and Wang Shiyan was too shy to face it. She quickly got up after Li Yunpeng left, solemnly folded the bed sheets, and tidied the room. When she walked down the stairs with unnatural steps, she was greeted with teasing looks from Xia Mengdai and Hua Fenger. The two girls finished their breakfast while teasing Wang Shiyan. It was still raining outside, with no sign of stopping. Instead, it was getting heavier. The base is close to the river, and the rain keeps falling. It would be terrible if a flood occurred. After the apocalypse, all water conservancy projects have lost maintenance, so even if a flood occurs, we can only endure it. Fortunately, the city walls are thick, so as long as it is not a once-in-a-century flood, there is basically no worry. Li Yunpeng held an internal meeting in the heavy rain, ordering everyone to strengthen defenses and prepare flood prevention materials. In case the river floods, the gate should be blocked with sandbags if necessary. As long as the water depth on flat ground does not exceed 5 meters, the base will not be in danger. The rain lasted for 7 days and still hadn't stopped. Li Yunpeng looked up at the gloomy sky with a serious expression. Above the clouds, there was a fluorescent light flashing, like a huge barrier covering the entire blue planet. This was the first time such a situation had occurred. After querying the system to no avail, Li Yunpeng wondered in his heart, could this be the secret of the origin of the apocalypse? Chapter 119 Mutation. The heavy rain that lasted for a week finally stopped on the 8th day. The river water was still within the warning line, and Li Yunpeng finally put his heart at ease. But Zhang Tao came trotting all the way from the outer city in a hurry. When he arrived, he barely caught his breath and said solemnly, Commander, someone working in the labor camp in the nearby farmland has gone missing. Oh, was it due to negligence on the part of the law enforcement team? Li Yunpeng asked. Enforcement team, someone is missing too. Zhang Tao was a little worried. As the chief executive, he could not escape the blame for such an incident. The law enforcement team is also missing? Li Yunpeng thought to himself. If the people in the labor camp were dissatisfied with the punishment, there was a high possibility that they would defect. However, not everyone can enter the law enforcement team in the base. Every member cherishes this job, and the possibility of defection is low. Come on, take me to see it. If Li Yunpeng hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he couldn't guess the reason. When Zhang Tao brought Li Yunpeng and the Special Forces guards to the farmland on the hillside not far from the base, they saw that the crops, which were originally half a person's height, had fallen down in large areas, and the scene was in a mess. There were many hurried footprints on the ground, some human, some animal, and some scattered dried blood. Could it be that they encountered some ferocious beast? But before the apocalypse, this place was a prosperous place. How could there be space for ferocious beasts to survive? Li Yunpeng was puzzled. Follow the footprints. Li Yunpeng, who was skilled and brave, gave the order immediately. The group walked through the fields and hills for an hour. Li Dun, relying on his professional tracking skills, followed the footprints and remaining clues all the way into the depths of the mountains. Commander, there are human remains ahead, Li Dun said. Li Yunpeng came closer and saw that there were only a few bones left on the ground and some torn cloth. Judging from the color and style, they should have belonged to the law enforcement team. There are only a few kinds of animals that can eat people, but they shouldn't appear around the base. Just as he was thinking, a cold wind suddenly blew and a black shadow pounced towards him. Li Yunpeng was instantly shocked. Humph, you're looking for death. The black shadow, which seemed as fast as lightning to others, was still too slow for Li Yunpeng. He could clearly see that it was a local dog, or to be more precise, a mutated local dog. Its hair had fallen off, and the exposed flesh looked hideous, its eyes were bloodshot, and its fangs were protruding. Bang! Just as the mutant dog took off into the air, Li Yunpeng kicked it away with a whip kick. There was an obvious dent on the dog's belly, but it seemed to be fine. It rolled on the ground twice, and then stood up and rushed over. It was not until this time that Zhang Tao and others could see the beast's appearance clearly. Li Dun was about to draw his gun, but was held down by Li Yunpeng. When the mutant dog pounced again, Li Yunpeng flashed his knife and beheaded it. The Special Forces team immediately went on alert to prevent a sneak attack from its kind. For Li Yunpeng, the Special Forces team can only rely on experience to prevent long-range sniping or other insidious tricks and face the enemy head-on. No one can threaten his safety, but they are his personal guards after all, and it is time for them to start evolving. Li Yunpeng ordered Li Dun to break open the mutant dog's head, and sure enough, he found a first-level evolution crystal from it. Li Yunpeng did not take it back, but asked Li Dun to find an opportunity to eat it. Did the animals mutate because of the heavy rain, or the fluorescent light above the clouds? Li Yunpeng didn't know, but no matter what the reason, the situation of the survivors became more serious. Compared to the nearly 10 billion humans in the world, the number of animals is more than trillions. This is just a dog. What if it is a large beast? Li Yunpeng didn't dare to think further. As humble survivors, let's pray that not all animals have mutated. After getting the answer, Li Yunpeng led the team back. Everyone was silent along the way. This was not a disaster targeting the base, but another catastrophe for the entire surviving human race. Li Qi, investigate and count the animal mutation rate to determine whether there are mutant creatures in the water. Li Yunpeng ordered after returning to the base. Yes. Li Yi, all those who go out to work must be accompanied by a small team of guards. I'm afraid there will be more and more mutant animals in the future. If someone says that the animal mutation has nothing to do with the previous heavy rain and the fluorescent light in the sky, Li Yunpeng would never believe it even if he were beaten to death. No mutant animals had been seen for several months in the apocalypse, but just after a mysterious heavy rain, mutant animals appeared. Other squadron leaders, lead your men to strangle the mutant animals around the base. Li Yunpeng ordered. Yes. After everyone received the order and left, Ren Xiao came strolling over from a distance. Did he drink again? Li Yunpeng was speechless. Damn it. Ever since Ren Xiao and Lu Zide got together, they didn't know who influenced whom, but they became more and more immature together. Burp. Li. Brotherly. I heard that mutant animals appeared. I have to go, Ren Xiao said with a burp. Li Yunpeng took a step back, avoiding the unpleasant smell of alcohol, and said, What does a mutant animal have to do with you? Hey, that's a big deal. My nickname is the Mutant Animal Hunter. Li Yunpeng felt that talking to him was a bit of a waste of time. He thought to himself, Hunter, your uncle. The mutant animals just appeared. What nickname did the ghost give you? Li Yunpeng didn't bother to care about his suicidal behavior, but he still reminded him worriedly. Be careful, don't die outside. Ren Xiao. After Ren Xiao left, Lu Zide hurried over and asked, Brother Peng, where is Ren Xiao? Gone. Where did you go? Have no idea. Didn't you say when you'd be back? Li Yunpeng was annoyed by his question. He is your father. Why do you care about him so much? Brother Peng, have you forgotten? I am an orphan, Lu Zide said. Li Yunpeng looked at him seriously, then turned and walked away. He felt that Ren Xiao and Lu Zide must be brothers who had been separated for many years. By evening, the hunting teams returned one after another. Excluding 6 squadrons, they brought back nearly 20 evolution crystals. Li Yunpeng looked at the evolution crystal on the table and fell into deep thought. All this proved his conjecture that mutant animals were not exceptions, but were common. According to the squadron leader, mutated animals are not limited to dogs. Squirrels, domestic pigs, monkeys, and even birds have all experienced mutations. The proportion is so high that it is impossible to estimate because all the animals encountered have mutated. The only good news is that there has been no mutation of the creatures in the water. From today on, squadron leaders will take turns on duty, the number of patrolling soldiers will be doubled, and they will closely monitor any mutant animals that may appear nearby, Li Yunpeng ordered. The squadron leaders had serious expressions and promised in unison that no mutant animals would be allowed to approach the base. Li Yunpeng distributed the crystals and asked the squadron leaders to raise their evolution levels to the peak level 1 in order to deal with possible dangers. After the meeting, Li Yunpeng arrived at the military-industrial zone. Zhou Gu was still developing key components for the bullet production line. Seeing the commander coming to inspect, he quickly put down his work, put his legs together, and bent his waist slightly. Commander, do you have any instructions for your visit? Li Yunpeng looked at Zhou Gu's nervous expression and said soothingly, Mr. Zhou, don't be nervous. I know the automated production line is complex and the resources at hand are limited. I didn't come here to rush you. Zhou heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this. He had been at the base for quite some time, but the bullet production line still lacked several key components that met the standards. He holds a high position in the base, but has not accomplished anything, so he inevitably feels guilty. I'm looking for you this time to develop a weapon to deal with the upcoming crisis, Li Yunpeng said solemnly. Chapter 120 Flamethrower. Oh, I wonder what kind of weapon the commander is going to develop. Zhou asked curiously. A flamethrower? I wonder if Mr. Zhou can make one. Flamethrower? Zhou didn't know what Li Yunpeng was going to use it for, so he asked, May I ask what the commander is going to use it for? Li Yunpeng thought for a moment and said, Don't ask me where it will be used. I have two requirements. First, the flame jet distance must be long enough, at least 30 meters. Second, the spraying time must be long enough, at least 1 hour. Zhou pondered for a moment. The principle of the flamethrower wasn't difficult. With his advanced benchwork skills, he could make one on his own. After confirming his ability, he said, No problem. Give me 3 days, and I can make a sample according to your requirements. Yes. Li Yunpeng nodded with satisfaction when he saw that he had agreed. Make this your top priority right now. The bullet production line can be temporarily suspended. When Zhou heard that the bullet production line could be paused to make time for the flamethrower, he knew that this thing was highly valued by the commander, so he couldn't help but become more cautious. Li Yunpeng had his own considerations in his rush to make a flamethrower. The rate of animal mutation was now approaching 100%. Large animals were easier to deal with. At least they could be fought in a one-on-one fight. But what about the countless other small, or even micro-animals? A terrifying picture emerged in his mind. A swarm of locusts covering the sky and the earth, and a vast ocean of army ants devouring everything. Facing such an enemy, bullets are useless and artillery shells have little effect. Only flamethrowers are the best weapons. It is better to believe it exists than not to believe it exists. Advanced preparation is the kingly way. Otherwise, when disaster strikes, everything will be too late. Li Yunpeng had a strong premonition that the disaster in his mind was likely to become a reality. After some animals lost control of their reproduction, their numbers would multiply exponentially. But up to now, everything is still just his speculation, and there is no substantial evidence to prove it, so he does not intend to make public something that he is not completely sure of. It will not do any other good except causing panic. Before the 3rd day, Zhou placed the flamethrower he made by himself on the parade ground of the military camp, and Li Yunpeng and a group of officers watched the test on the side. The flamethrower developed by Zhou consists of 2 parts. A handheld spray gun, and a fuel steel tank with a diameter of 1 meter and a length of 2 meters placed on a pulley base. They are connected by a sealed flame-retardant hose. Commander, this is the pressurized flamethrower I invented. Although the fuel tank is bulky, it can continue to spray for an hour and a half. Zhou explained his invention. Although the appearance is not very good, the actual effect remains to be seen. Li Yunpeng said, Please start your performance. Zhou. No one knew what Li Yunpeng was up to. What was the point of having Zhou come up with such an outdated weapon? If he didn't like someone, he could just use the 105mm howitzer to deal with him. Zhou debugged some equipment, then pressed the electronic ignition switch of the injector, and suddenly a cluster of flames shot out. Commander, shall I start the test? Zhou asked. After getting Li Yunpeng's affirmative nod, he suddenly pulled the switch. The flame that was originally only half a foot high suddenly burst out into a giant dragon of fire, covering a distance of 50 meters in front. Li Yunpeng could feel the scorching heat, even from dozens of meters away. He stood up excitedly and led the applause. Although the others didn't understand what was going on, they could only respond with pretended surprise as the commander praised them endlessly. Wow, look at this flame. It could roast a pig instantly. What's a pig? I think this shot can light 500 cigarettes. Don't talk nonsense. Commander, are you making this thing to light a cigarette for roasting pigs? Or to burn in the wheat fields during the autumn harvest, understand? Li Yunpeng has sharp hearing. Seeing these talents from the Ministry of Military Industry talking about it, he was speechless. In your eyes, am I such a lazy person? After some testing, Li Yunpeng was very satisfied. After pointing out several areas that needed improvement that were not conducive to combat, he ordered the Military Industry Department to make modifications overnight and then try to mass-produce it with the highest output. Commander, are you crazy? What's the point of having so many of these things? That's right. They won't be used against zombies anyway. Even if they're set on fire, they won't be killed in a while. If a bunch of zombies rush into the crowd, won't everyone die? That can't be used to attack other settlements, right? This fuel tank could be blown up with a single shot, and it's more powerful than a bomb. After Li Yunpeng gave the order, he ignored the doubts in people's minds. Anyway, he wanted to see the results in the end, so he believed that they would not dare to disobey. In the past few days, the guard army has been clearing out mutant animals near the base in squadrons. Led by a first-level peak evolver and with powerful firepower, all the mutant animals near the base have been wiped out. Not only did they harvest hundreds of first-level evolution crystals, but people working outside finally stopped going missing. Li Yunpeng gave hundreds of evolution crystals to all his team leaders, and the number of evolvers in the entire base increased several times. But Li Yunpeng still did not relax. The mutation progress of animals far exceeded that of zombies, and there was a hint that the latecomers were catching up. In just a few days, there were already level 2 mutant beasts. The squadron led by Li Qi once encountered a yellow-striped mutant cat. It was described as being almost as big as a tiger. If it weren't for its different cry, it would be impossible to tell the difference. Fortunately, Li Qi's evolution level was not low, and the guards had strong firepower, so they forced it away. Li Yunpeng distributed the remaining evolution crystals to the main administrative officials. At this time, evolution had almost become an open secret, and there was no need to hide it anymore. Zhang Tao looked at the 5 light blue gems in his hand excitedly. Is this the legendary evolution crystal? In the process of dealing with other settlements, he had heard more than once how powerful the evolvers were, and he was very envious. I didn't expect the commander to realize his dreams so soon. Like Zhang Tao, those who are qualified to obtain the evolution crystals are all excited. If they rely on themselves, they will never be able to become evolvers in their lifetime. But now the commander has directly fulfilled their wishes, and they are all grateful to Li Yunpeng. On this day, people in the base saw some grassroots managers hurriedly walking out of the military area with excitement on their faces, and then they dispersed. The news that the number of evolvers in the base had increased several times spread like a gust of wind. Within a day, everyone knew that the commander had turned all those with outstanding performance into evolvers. Even Wuhai City got the news. Shin Tu sneered. This Li Yunpeng is really good at showing off. Over 100 evolvers? Do you think they're cabbages? Shin Siping glared at him, and Shun Tu quickly shrank his neck and shut his mouth. Keizhong, have all the things from Chairman Liu arrived? Father, please rest assured that unless Li Yunpeng has wings, the guards will never be able to attack the island. Chapter 121. Troops set out from Wuhai City. Yeah. Shin Siping felt relieved after hearing this. He glanced at Shin Tu again, feeling sad. He had neglected to discipline him before the end of the world, and now that they lived together all day long, he realized that his only son was basically useless. Why not try to have a second child with the women I have collected while I'm still relatively young? Shin Siping thought to himself. Thinking of this, Shin Siping said, Keizhong, go and help me choose 2 more secretaries. Keizhong was stunned. A trace of barely perceptible disgust flashed in his eyes. Okay, Godfather, I'll do it right away. After he left, Shin Tu said with a smile, Dad, please help me choose 2 too. I'm tired of the ones I have. Shin Siping's face darkened. Get out, you rebellious son. Seeing him get angry, Shin Tu quickly put away his smile and fled in disgrace. As he walked out the door, he turned back and sneered. Huh, I can't find it myself. Hurry up, or this old man will pick up all the good-looking ones. Then some pretty women in the Wuhai settlement were captured by the fully armed Wuhai army, and the people around them dared not say anything. They live under someone else's roof and face the cold-blooded and cruel Shin family father and son. When it does not concern them, they can only endure it silently. At least they still have food to eat and don't have to worry about being eaten by zombies in their sleep. Wu Haijun was already very familiar with doing this kind of thing. Only the people around these women would resist slightly, but their resistance seemed pale and powerless in front of Wu Haijun. When Shin Siping walked out of the mansion, he saw a group of people kneeling at the door, all of whom were relatives and friends of the abducted woman. Fourth Master, please let my daughter go. Master Shun, I'll work like a slave for you in exchange for my girlfriend, okay? Shin Siping's car was stopped by people kneeling on the ground. He looked displeased. He lowered the darkened car window a crack, put on a false smile, and said, What's the point? Your relatives can enter the management level as secretaries. That's what many people dream of. Hurry and help everyone up. As soon as he finished speaking, the unarmed navy on both sides came forward and roughly dragged the crowd away, making way. Shin Si raised the car window and smiled. His face was full of deep wrinkles, mixed with darkness and viciousness. His vehicle left quickly, and Wu Haijun became even more reckless, his fists, feet, and gun butts ruthlessly falling on people. People immediately screamed in pain and blood was all over the ground. One of the young men couldn't stand it anymore. So he stood up and tried to grab the gun from the soldier. Bang, 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 bang. Just as he touched the gun, he was shot to death by the surrounding Wuhai soldiers. Hot blood trickled out from the many blood holes on his body, soaking the ground around him. When the others saw that someone had died, they immediately scattered. All of this was witnessed by the guard's secret agents, who then gathered some of their companions to discuss for a while and then disappeared into the crowd. That evening, many leaflets listing Shen Saiping's 10 major crimes appeared in the Wuhai settlement. Shen Saiping was in a luxurious villa, holding the leaflet that listed all the crimes he had committed, trembling slightly with anger. He would find a high-sounding reason for everything he did, and no one who had not witnessed it would understand the details. Those who dare to spread the news will always disappear in Wuhai City late at night one day and never be heard from again. Now that he has been exposed naked, it is equivalent to tearing off his last piece of fig leaf. People had heard a little about what Shen Saiping had done on a daily basis, but since it didn't happen to them, they didn't care too much. They all came from various small settlements, and they had never been short of oppression, so they had been enduring it silently. But now that the cruel evidence has been clearly laid out, people are suddenly in an uproar. Although they dare not rebel, there is a lot of abuse in the streets. Keizhong, double the number of patrol teams. I don't want to hear any more rumors. Shen Saiping said. Yes, I promise that any discussion about you in Wuhai City will disappear tomorrow. Keizhong said. Shen Saiping nodded. Seeing that Keizhong hadn't left after what he said, he changed his mind and said, Zheng'er, I'm afraid Li Yunpeng won't give up. When he attacks, bravely stop him. The position of regiment leader will belong to you. Then there will be no more opposition. Keizhong's brows twitched, and he bowed and said, What are you talking about, foster father? I'm doing this for you, not for personal gain. After saying that, he turned and left, his steps becoming especially quick. Snort. When Shen Saiping was the only one left, he took off his disguise and snorted coldly. The next morning, Li Yunpeng received a letter from Wuhai City. When he opened it, he found it was a petition from the people. The words written on it were sincere and heartfelt, requesting him to send troops to Wuhai City to save the people from the dire situation. There were also countless bloody handprints printed at the bottom. Sitting in the meeting hall, Li Yunpeng said with a smile, What have the Shen family father and son done that has angered heaven and man? Even the petition has reached me. Li Qi stood up and said, Commander, this incident must have been caused by our undercover guards. This is to lay a solid foundation for our next step of occupying Wuhai City. Li Yunpeng nodded. In the end times, people were extremely isolated from information. Although they were not far away from each other, ordinary people did not know the situation in other settlements. Now we should first inspire the hatred of the people of Wuhai City towards the father and son of the Shen family, and then publicize the true situation of the base. By comparing the two, the work of the guard army after breaking through Wuhai City will be smoother. How's the search for the boat going? Li Yunpeng asked. We have found 3 sand dredging ships that meet the standards, and we are still searching further away. Li Qi replied. 3 is enough. While the people are still supportive, hurry up and modify it. In 3 days, I will march on Wuhai City. After the animals mutated, Li Yunpeng always felt a sense of urgency. He originally wanted to take it slow, but the reality did not allow it. The task of upgrading the base to level 3 had to be accelerated. The standard sand dredging ship was modified into a structure that is convenient for tanks to get on and off, and the hull was thickened to prevent it from being penetrated and leaked by enemy machine gun fire. Li Yunpeng now had millions of points, all earned from killing mutant animals during this period of time. He exchanged 500,000 bullets in one go, spending 2.5 million points, and doubled the number of Rhino tanks to 24. Except for the 4 tanks that stayed behind, the other 20 tanks all participated in the attack on Wuhai City. 3 days later, the sand dredging ships were modified, with each ship carrying 2 tanks and a squadron of soldiers. The attack was launched simultaneously from both land and water. Li Yunpeng still rode in a Hummer command vehicle and led the army to advance by land. As soon as Li Yunpeng set off, Shen Saiping got the news. He was afraid of Li Yunpeng's revenge, so he had already deployed several secret sentries outside the base. 20 tanks. How can there be so many? Shen Saiping paced back and forth in the hall, his brows furrowed together, forming deep furrows. Dad, what's there to be afraid of? What's the use of 200 tanks if he can't attack? I don't believe that Li Yunpeng really dares to fire into a crowd of 100,000 people. Shen Tu said while chewing an apple. Shen Saiping really wanted to slap him. This idiot was hopeless. Keizhong, get ready. They only have 3 boats. We must not let any of them get close. Yes. Although Keizhong was a little scared, he knew that a future was won through hard work, and he understood this truth very early on in the boxing ring. Chapter 1:22 Ruthless Fire. When the guards approached the Wuhai settlement, Shun Saiping sent another radio call requesting a conversation. Will we not have to fight if we just have a chat? Li Yunpeng thought to himself. He could guess what Shun Saiping was going to say to him. It was nothing more than a last hope to persuade him to stop. In Li Yunpeng's opinion, this was no different from nonsense. They had formed a mortal enemy at the beginning of their contact. No matter how nice the words were said later, they were just delaying tactics. He believed that if Shun Saiping had enough power to destroy him, he would not show any mercy. He picked up the phone and asked, now that things have come to this, what else is there to talk about? Shun Saiping was stunned. Before he could say anything, Li Yunpeng said, why are you so angry, Commander Li? Li Yunpeng said in a deep voice, will you surrender? Ha 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 ha, surrender? I, Shun Saiping, have experienced all kinds of storms in my life, but I've never known what surrender means. You still pretend to be awesome even when you are about to die. Li Yunpeng was too lazy to talk to him and hung up the phone directly. Shun Saiping was a little confused when he heard the dead tone in the microphone. What's going on? I haven't finished what I was saying yet. After a while, the large force of the guard army arrived at the designated location. After the soldiers were ready for battle, Li Yunpeng decisively gave the order to attack. The sand-dredging ship carrying tanks slowly approached Wuhai City. 14 tanks were lined up on the shore, with their gun barrels pointing directly at the enemy positions. But strangely, the Navy did not show up in the outer positions, as if they had given up resistance and allowed the guards to go ashore. Li Yunpeng instinctively felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't figure out what the problem was. If we wait for the tanks to land, then everything will be settled. What on earth is Shun Saiping up to? Li Yunpeng called the squadron leaders around him together and brainstormed for a long time, but they still couldn't guess what tricks Wu Haijun was playing. Li Yunpeng didn't believe that Shun Saiping was going to surrender. As the sand-dredging ship approached, Li Yunpeng became more and more uneasy. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a series of artillery fire was heard from the direction of Wuyo City. Li Yunpeng's heart trembled. Fuck, Shun Laoxi's grandson has a gun? No wonder he is so arrogant. Then I heard the sharp sound of a shell cutting through the air. It turned out to be a fucking mortar. Boom, boom. The grenades fired by the mortar exploded instantly on the river surface. Most of the dozen or so shells missed the target, and only one hit the front left side of the sand-dredging ship. Although it was only a mortar shell, the sand-dredging ship was not a warship. Even with thickened armor, the hull was still torn apart by the shell, and then it tilted. The guards launched a counterattack immediately, and heavy artillery fire bombed the opposite position, but the enemy's mortars were still firing. Oh no, Shun Laoxi must have set up mortar positions among the civilians. Quickly withdraw all the ships. Li Yunpeng reacted instantly. Given Shun Laoxi's character, he would definitely put the precious cannons he had finally obtained in the safest place. If one were to ask where was the safest place under the artillery fire of the guards, the answer must be the inner city with the most densely populated area. His guess turned out to be correct. Ke Zhang was leading a team of soldiers to guard the civilian area near the mortar position to prevent them from fleeing when the war broke out. Although people were afraid, they were more afraid of the black muzzles of the Navy's guns. They could only stand there trembling and dared not move. After a round of test firing, the accuracy of the naval artillery was greatly improved, and the shells exploded one after another near the sand-dredging ship. After receiving the order, the sand-dredging ship quickly turned around and retreated, but its heavy hull had no time to avoid the speeding shells. The first sand-dredging ship that was hit had half of its hull submerged in water, and all the guards on board jumped into the river to survive. Seeing this rare opportunity, the soldiers hiding in the trenches suddenly stood up and shot at the soldiers who fell into the water on the river surface. The dense rain of bullets stirred up splashes of water on the surface of the river, as if there was a local rainstorm there. Blow up these beasts for me. Li Yunpeng gave an order, and the tanks on the shore and on the sand-dredging ship opened fire instantly. The firepower that the Wuhai Navy had just formed was quickly suppressed by fierce artillery fire. They only felt that the entire site was full of explosions. They were dizzy from the huge sound of the explosion and crawled into the bunker fortifications. Don't stop. Use artillery fire to blow through the enemy's fortifications. Li Yunpeng gritted his teeth, and all the tanks fired at the highest rate of fire, with dense artillery shells continuously exploding on the enemy positions. The guard soldier who fell into the water finally got a chance to catch his breath and swam quickly towards the shore. The logistics support team's vehicles transporting artillery shells did not dare to drive to the shore for fear of attracting local artillery fire. They could only carry the artillery shells on their shoulders and hands to the armored units, which could barely supply the tanks. Shin Siping had thought about directly attacking the Guard army positions on the opposite bank, but as soon as the artillery fire started, the Guard army infantry quickly retreated, leaving only the armored forces in front. If the mortar hit the tank, it would probably not even tickle it. Besides, the shells he got from Chairman Liu were limited, and he had to keep some to block the guards coming from the water. In the absence of naval artillery fire, the sand-dredging ship with a damaged hull was torn again and finally sank unwillingly with the tanks on board. Fortunately, the crew members had abandoned the vehicle and escaped under Li Yunpeng's order. The other two ships were luckier and only suffered minor damage, escaping from the range of naval fire. When the sand-dredging ships withdrew, the situation reversed, and the Navy lost its effective target and stopped firing. Only the Guards' tanks and artillery were left on the battlefield, continuing to bombard the battlefield. After Li Yunpeng left last time, the frontline positions without Navy were deepened to 4 or 5 meters, but under the continuous bombardment of 105mm artillery shells, the bunkers were soon blown through, and most of the soldiers inside were killed. The rest ran to the rear under the artillery fire. Li Yunpeng fell into deep thought in the rear. Shin Siping suddenly got the artillery, which was something he had not expected. Therefore, the attack plan was forced to be shelved. But after mobilizing so many troops here, he had to withdraw helplessly? No, we must not retreat. Li Yunpeng hardened his heart, threw away the half-smoked cigarette, but picked up the walkie-talkie, paused for 2 seconds, and said in a deep voice, "The artillery fire is slowly extending into Wuhai City." He knew that this order would cause civilian casualties, but slowly extending the artillery fire would also give them a chance to escape. This was all he could do. He couldn't continue to be trapped by Shin Siping because of civilian casualties. "Fourth Master, it's bad. Li Yunpeng's artillery fire is coming over here." A regimental commander under Shin Siping ran over in panic. Shin Siping's hands trembled. How is that possible? Did he ignore the civilian casualties? It's true, the artillery fire is about to enter the city. Boom. As soon as the man finished speaking, the outermost building was destroyed by artillery fire. Fuck, it's really coming. Under such fierce fire, any level of evolver is no different from an ordinary person. Shin Siping, a peak-level first-level evolver, appears to be as calm as an old dog, but is actually very panicked. Bring the civilians up to me. I want to see if Li Yunpeng really doesn't care about their lives. Shin Siping said sternly. "Fourth Master, this. Go." Shin Siping glared at the man, who shuddered in fear and turned away. After a while, Wu Haijun forced a group of civilians to stand in the front row at gunpoint. The rumbling sound of artillery was less than 200 meters ahead. People were trembling with fear at the extended artillery fire, but behind them was the inhumane Navy. Taking a step back would mean death. The guard's observer in the tree soon saw the situation and hurriedly reported it to Li Yunpeng. Reporting to the commander, the Navy has pressed the civilians in front and the artillery fire is about to cover it. Do you need to cease fire? Shin Siping, that bastard, will be chopped to pieces alive if I catch him. Li Yunpeng cursed immediately. He had no other skills, but he was very good at using ordinary people's lives to win living space for himself. Don't stop. Crush them. Li Yunpeng said in a cold voice that he did not believe that civilians would just wait to die when bombarded. If he did not force these lambs who were used to being submissive, they would not know how to resist. Chapter 123: Grenades Against Tanks. As the civilians on the front lines of Wuhai City watched the approaching artillery fire, their fear grew deeper and deeper. Until the explosion point was close to 100 meters, the flying debris had fallen into the crowd, and those with poor psychological endurance finally collapsed. Shin Siping pushed and shoved to retreat, but when he saw that Li Yunpeng's artillery fire showed no sign of stopping, his face became gloomy. Civilians must not retreat, Shin Siping said in a deep voice. His commander gritted his teeth and ordered, "Anyone who retreats will be killed without mercy." Although the naval soldiers were a little hesitant, these civilians were essentially blocking the shells for them. If they could really force Li Yunpeng to cease fire, they would have escaped. Wu Hainao immediately fired a warning shot. The civilians who were slowly retreating paused and were caught in a dilemma, standing there like an ant on a hot pan. But the artillery fire was merciless and did not take into account anyone's situation. When the flying shrapnel pierced the first person's body, the situation became different. The person who was shot fell to the ground and wailed. If the artillery fire was still far away, he would be killed by the Navy if he retreated. But now, he would definitely die if he stayed where he was, and only by running back could he have a chance of survival. The crowd finally couldn't stand the threat of the artillery fire, and some people began to flee for their lives. There was a burst of gunfire from the Wu Haijun army, and the people running in the front were shot mercilessly. But there were always some lucky ones among tens of thousands of civilians who escaped, which gave hope to those who came later, and they attacked the naval cordon regardless of their lives. They didn't feel anything when the Navy killed 8 or 10, or even dozens of civilians. But when thousands of unarmed men, women, and children rushed over, they could no longer pull the trigger. Sietapeo, what the hell is wrong with your soldiers? Shin Siping became furious when he saw the Wuhai army in front of him stopped firing. Fourth master, those are all unarmed civilians. Sietapeo felt a little bit reluctant. Killing a few survivors on a normal day is completely different from a large-scale massacre. Even as ruthless as he was, he couldn't do it after all. Damn it, you rubbish. If they don't die, we will die. Shin Siping cursed. But it was too late. The fleeing people had already crossed the blockade and fled in all directions. Shin Siping's guess was correct. Li Yunpeng was personally observing the situation on the opposite side from the tree. If there were heavy civilian casualties, he would order a ceasefire. But in the end, the other party couldn't withstand the pressure, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The artillery fire continues, and the sand-dredging ship is coming. Yes. Under the cover of artillery fire, the Wuhai Navy was unable to launch a counterattack. The retreating mortar positions had lost their accuracy in panic. 2 sand-dredging ships carrying 4 tanks and 2 squadrons of guard soldiers quickly approached the Wuhai settlement under the chaotic artillery fire. Shin Siping felt a chill in his heart. He knew that the situation was hopeless, and he could only watch the tanks and soldiers of the guard army approach the shore. Dad, let's run. It will be too late if we don't leave now. Shin Tu was so anxious that he jumped up and down. Bang! Shin Siping slapped him in the face. You useless piece of shit. All you know is running. Shin Tu felt aggrieved. It was already this fucking time. If he didn't run away, would he just wait to die here? At this moment, Shin Siping's guard came running to report. Master C, the speedboat is ready. When will it depart? Shin Tu. He thought to himself, you still have the nerve to hit me? Judging from the way he looks, he's already prepared to run away. Shin Siping said, go and get Ke Zheng for me. The guards left after receiving the order, and soon, Ke Zheng, covered in dust, ran over. Godfather, what's wrong? Shin Siping said resolutely. Zheng'er, your father values you the most. Unlike Shin Tu, that rebellious son, he is simply a waste. After Li Yunpeng comes ashore, we will disperse and engage him in street fighting in the city to render his heavy firepower ineffective. With more than 10,000 of us against a few thousand of him, our chances of victory are very high. Godfather, just tell me what mission you have, and I promise to complete it. Shin Siping nodded with satisfaction and said, the other regiments are being deployed in the city. They will need some time. You lead the team to the front line to block the attack. I will allocate all the heavy firepower to you. Just give me 15 minutes to set up a trap. I will make sure that Li Yunpeng will never come back. Ke Zheng heard that such an important task was given to him, and under the condition of heavy firepower, 15 minutes was not a long time, and it would pass if he endured. After this incident, relying on the merit of stopping the enemy, wouldn't the position of regimental commander be easily obtained? Godfather, please rest assured, we are at the battlefield. Ke Zheng assured with high spirits. He seemed to have seen the majesty of the commander's badge on his chest. Okay, be sure to pay attention to safety. If the situation changes, you must save yourself first. Shin Siping reminded with concern. Ke Zheng glanced at Shin Tu, who was standing next to him with a palm print on his face and his head drooping, and became more confident. He is so useless, maybe his position can be improved in the future. Don't worry, I'm going. Ke Zheng turned around and left, taking the soldiers and heavy firepower that had been prepared long ago to build a defensive position relying on the buildings on the edge of the outer city. After he left, Shin Siping sneered. You idiot. Have you lost your mind from fighting? Do you think I can't see that you've been harboring ulterior motives for a long time? At this moment, Shin Tu swept away his decadence and said with high spirits, Dad, it turns out that your adopted son can be so useful at a critical moment. It's really great. Humph, kid, you're still young, learn something. Shin Siping snorted coldly. After saying that, he no longer hesitated and quickly retreated to the rear with the remaining several regiments of nearly 10,000 people. At the edge of the island, various large and small ships had already been prepared. After the guard army's sand-dredging ship docked, the tanks got off the ship and quickly parked side by side in front to cover the infantry in the rear from getting ashore. The guards of the 2 squadrons quickly jumped off the boat and assembled on the shore. Commander, shall we launch an attack? Attack immediately, seize control of the drawbridge, and send troops into the city. Li Yunpeng ordered. Then the guard troops on the island began to slowly march towards the city. 4 tanks were in the front, followed by guards. Ke Zheng saw that the guard troops were getting closer and closer. Nearly 10 minutes had passed, which meant that the time was up for a few symbolic shots. If he could hold on for another 10 or 8 minutes, it would be a greater achievement. This is a good deal, he thought happily. Shoot for me. Ke grabbed a machine gun and fired at the guards. The other Navy soldiers immediately followed suit and opened fire. The dense bullets created sparks on the tank body, making a ding-dong sound of metal collision. The scene looked extremely magnificent, but once the tank crew closed the hole on top, the Navy's bullets were of no use other than looking good. Boom, boom. The tanks aimed their guns at several buildings that were spewing flames. As the explosion sounded, several arrogant firepower points were blown away, and machine gun parts and human body fragments were blown into the air. Ke Zheng was startled, dropped his machine gun, and lay down, saying, "Hit them hard, reload the shells, level the mortar, and take out the tank." Several gunners stuffed grenades into the barrel and then hurriedly leveled the mortar. Bang, bang, bang. The shell was fired instantly, and its accuracy was surprisingly good, mainly because the distance was very close. Boom, boom. The grenade hit the target accurately, and a cloud of dust instantly engulfed the tank. Ha ha ha, I'll show you how awesome you are. Ke Zheng burst into laughter. But in the next instant, 4 tanks roared out of the smoke and scathed. Ke Zheng's smile froze on his face. Fuck. He was not a military fan. Before the end of the world, he was busy boxing and had little time to pay attention to military weapons. He had no idea that a howitzer of several tens of millimeters posed no threat to a tank. The howitzer position that exposed the target was instantly destroyed by the tank. The power generated by the ammunition explosion was extremely powerful, sending dozens of people around it to death. Ke Zheng finally felt afraid. He glanced at the time and saw that it had already exceeded 15 minutes. Shen Siping and the others should be almost ready, so he decisively ordered a retreat. Chapter 124, One Shot, One Kid. When Ke Zheng retreated back to the inner city, he was stunned. What the hell? What's going on? Where are the people? Are they hiding from street fighting and ambushes? He walked around the city and didn't see any soldiers. Even a fool would know that something was wrong. He grabbed a civilian and asked threateningly, "Where are the 4th Master and the Wu Haijun?" The man trembled and said, Let's go. Gone. Ke Zheng had a bad feeling. Where did he go? Master Zheng, I heard they took a boat to the other side. How would I, a small person, know where they went? Ke Zheng just felt a buzz in his head and ran away. He quickly came to the shore and saw that there were indeed messy and dense footprints. Shen Laosi, you are a fucking beast. Ke Zheng cursed with all his strength. At this moment, he felt that the whole world was collapsing. His dream of becoming the head of a regiment, and even his hope of replacing Shintu, everything was shattered. It turned out that everything was fake, and he became an abandoned pawn at the critical moment. He still remembered Shen Siping's earnest advice about paying attention to safety and protecting himself, which were all fucking lies. Ah! Bang, bang, bang. Ke raised his gun and shot into the air to vent his anger. The group of men following behind him were all staring at each other in amazement. These people were his trusted aides whom he had painstakingly recruited. Master Zheng, what should we do? Ke was shaking with anger, his eyes bloodshot. Go and see if there is any other boat. The men quickly scattered and soon gathered together again to report. Master Zheng, they're all gone. The remaining boat has had its bottom pierced and is flooded with water. It's so fucking cruel. They are trying to kill me. Brothers, each of you find some floating objects and swim to the other side. Ke said weakly. Just after the last armed forces of the Wuhai settlement gave up resistance, the guards rushed straight into the inner city, found the switch controlling the drawbridge, and lowered the suspended bridge deck. Li Yunpeng looked at the slowly descending suspension bridge and felt puzzled. How could an army of more than 10,000 Navy soldiers be defeated in just over 10 minutes? There was no point in thinking too much at this time, so he led his troops from the bridge to Wuhai City. Where is Shen Siping? Li Yunpeng asked. Li Bai, the captain of the guards who had rushed into Wuhai City first, replied with shame, I deserve to die. Shen Siping escaped with a large force. Run away. Li Yunpeng was furious. This grandson was really decisive. Seeing that he was no match for his opponent, he was willing to give up the foundation of his survival and run away. He came to the direction of Shen Siping's retreat, only to see that the large naval force had disappeared, leaving only 100 or so people on the river holding wood and swimming to the other side. Li Dun, bring me the sniper rifle. Li Dun took the gun from the Special Forces sniper and handed it to Li Yunpeng. This was a heavy sniper rifle with a range of about 2 kilometers. The deserters on the river had only swam about 800 meters. Li Yunpeng placed the gun on a rock and aimed through an 8x scope. The person in the crosshairs was clearly visible. Bang! There was a heavy and loud gunshot, followed by a burst of blood on the surface of the river. The sound of gunfire was like a death warrant, causing the Navy on the river to paddle desperately, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Bang! Bang! Li Yunpeng fired one shot after another, and every bullet hit the target, and he specifically targeted the naval soldiers who were fleeing the fastest. K was so anxious that he lost control of his bladder, and his body was covered in yellow liquid. He was originally trying to swim forward, but seeing that almost everyone in front of him was dead, he immediately stopped paddling and floated quietly on the river. When everyone saw this, no one dared to move forward. They all stopped and looked back nervously. Seeing that no one was escaping, Li Yunpeng stopped shooting. He ordered Li Dun to use a loudspeaker to shout that those who surrendered would not be killed. Master Zheng, do you really want to surrender? K spit out a mouthful of river water that had poured into his mouth and said, "What else can I do if I don't surrender? One step forward means death, but if I go back, there's still a glimmer of hope." Seeing that they were hesitant, Li Yunpeng fired 2 more shots around them. K Zheng had no choice but to swim back with his men, greeting all the ancestors of the Shun family from the monkeys to the present day along the way. When K Zheng climbed ashore with the few dozen remaining men, they were immediately disarmed and gathered together by the guards. Li Yunpeng threw the gun to Li Dun and walked towards the group of soaked captives with a smile. Where did Shin Laosi escape to? At this moment, K Zheng wanted to skin Shin Siping alive to relieve his hatred, so he answered all the questions Li Yunpeng asked. If it goes as expected, he should have escaped to Lu Jingwu's place. Lu Jingwu. Li Yunpeng had never heard of him before. Where did this grandson come from? K Zheng said, Lu Jingwu is the leader of the largest settlement in Wuzhou City. He occupied the military district after the apocalypse began. Before the apocalypse, he and Shin Siping colluded and committed many evil deeds. Hee, it sounds a bit awkward when you say this. You are Shun Siping's minion. How good can you be? Li Yunpeng sneered. K said fiercely, I risked my life for Shin Siping, but in the end he betrayed me. Now I wish I could eat his flesh and drink his blood. Li Yunpeng didn't know about the dirty work between them, but judging from his expression, it was true. Shin Laosi had escaped early, and he must have been abandoned. Please spare my life, Commander Li. I will chop off Shin Siping's head with my own hands. K said hatefully. Li Yunpeng thought for a moment and did not respond to his request. Instead, he said to Li Bai beside him, take him away and lock him up. Compared with the current population of nearly 100,000, there is no need to rush to take Shin Siping's life, as it will fall into his hands sooner or later. With these 100,000 people, the base has the conditions to be upgraded to level 3. This was an extremely important matter. Li Yunpeng was full of anticipation and wished he could fly back to the base with 100,000 people immediately. Li Qi, have everyone here pack up and prepare to return to base. Leave one squadron behind, and the supplies will be transported later. Yes. Li Qi turned around and made arrangements. The relocation of 100,000 people will not be completed in a short time. It seems that they can't go back today. Li Yunpeng simply came to Shun Siping's residence to see the living conditions of him, the leader of a settlement of 100,000 people. Shin Siping's small Western-style building is nice. Li Yunpeng came closer with a special team and a small team of guards and exclaimed, the land area on the island is not very abundant, and Shun Siping's residence occupies tens of thousands of square meters. There is even a golf course inside, and there are many swimming pools and garages. It also houses a collection of many luxury sports cars from before the end of the world. Li Yunpeng alone knows Ferrari 488, Lamborghini Aventador, McLaren, Porsche 918, etc. What a fucking luxury. Even eating is a problem. What's the point of all these flashy things? Li Dun, transport them all back to me. Li Yunpeng said righteously. Li Dun. Yes, Commander. Chapter 125 Strange Dark Clouds. As you step into the hall from the main entrance, you'll step on the extremely comfortable wool carpet and discover the utmost luxury in the furnishings of the house. The items seemed a bit messy, probably because Shun Siping was in a hurry to escape and only took some valuables with him. Li Yunpeng walked into the second floor. When the soldiers opened the doors of all the rooms, he found that there was a woman hiding in each room, looking at him with fear. Li Yunpeng glanced at them casually and ignored them, then went to the third floor, where there were still women. The whole villa had 4 floors, and there were more than a dozen beautiful women hiding on the second and third floors. Then, without any other valuable gains, he walked downstairs in boredom. Report to the commander. Some civilians are outside, saying they are looking for their families. Family? Could it be those women? This was the only possibility. Let them in. Then the guards came in with a group of people who walked hurriedly and looked anxious, including men, women, young and old. They saw Li Yunpeng's instinctive fear. This was a ruthless man who could drive Shin Siping away. "Sir, my daughter was abducted by Shin Siping. Can I go in and look for him?" An old man asked cautiously. Li Yunpeng changed his mind and said, "No need." The old man's expression froze, his heart sinking. His poor daughter had just escaped from a wolf's den and was about to fall into a tiger's den. "I asked the soldiers to bring them all out so that they can be identified." Call. They were almost scared to death by Li Yunpeng's heavy breathing, thinking that he was going to take these women for himself. After receiving the order, the soldiers quickly brought down a group of women from upstairs and also brought some from several nearby villas. They were all women imprisoned by Shin Siping's confidants and son. When people saw their long-lost relatives, they immediately hugged each other and cried. Li Yunpeng couldn't stand such a sentimental scene, so he stood up and walked out. Those who reacted immediately knelt down, and voices of gratitude were heard one after another. Li Yunpeng didn't stop to look back, raised his hand, and waved it back before walking out the door. Now, he may kill countless people with just one word, or he may inadvertently save many people with a small action. He was already used to this kind of scene. Unlike when the people in the base lined the streets to welcome him, he would be so overwhelmed with emotion that he couldn't calm down for a long time, and even wanted the car to drive slower so that he could have more opportunities to show his face. Thinking about it now, he felt a little embarrassed, just like everyone would when thinking about the stupid things they did many years ago. "Commander, there is a complete bullet production line here." Li Qi came over and reported. "Oh, this Shin Laosi is worthy of being a man who started out in the mechanical equipment business. He even has the bullet production line that he has always wanted. But this is normal. Otherwise, how can we support the huge ammunition consumption without a navy?" When Li Yunpeng arrived at the arms production area, he saw many production workshops, most of which produced firearms, but there was only one bullet production line. And it looks very simple at first glance, so I'm afraid the production efficiency won't be very high. He called the people who used to work here and asked them, and their guess was confirmed. The fight between Shin Laosi and myself has probably consumed most of his ammunition stocks since the end of the world. Li Yunpeng thought to himself, but it's better than nothing. Pack it up and take it back. Li Yunpeng said this casually and went out. He really looked down on this thing. The bullet production line designed by Zhou Gu for him was more than 10 times more efficient than the one in front of him. It's just that some key components are still not complete, so you can use this one for now and save points whenever possible. Although he had never heard of anyone getting rich by saving, being able to not spend money squandering money when finances were tight was a quality. Soon, the person in charge of the inventory brought over a list. The Wuhai settlement currently stored about 1,000 tons of various grains and foods, and there were only 20,000 rounds of ammunition left, most of which had been taken away by Shin Siping. The population is 98,000, most of whom are young and middle-aged. Shin Siping does not have a population task like Li Yunpeng. Regardless of gender, age, or status, as long as they are breathing, he will gather them all to the base. The people Shin Siping wanted were those who needed to follow Wu Haijun out to collect supplies. Although he did not refuse the elderly and frail people, they would naturally be eliminated during the repeated operations. Good. Li Yunpeng was very happy. If these people were taken back, the base would immediately meet the conditions for promotion to level 3. What new buildings or weapons would be unlocked at the 3rd level base? He was looking forward to it. That night, Li Yunpeng drove all the women who had originally lived here back to their homes and arranged for the homeless to live in other houses. Shin Siping's villa served as the residence of Li Yunpeng and the squadron leaders. He lay in bed, tossing and turning, sometimes thinking about the base upgrade, sometimes worrying about the mutant animals. I don't know if that idiot Ren Xiao died outside. In a daze, when he opened his eyes again, it was already bright outside. Seeing him get up, Li Qi quickly reported, "Commander, after preparing overnight, we are ready to set off." Li Yunpeng was eager to go home and didn't want to stay here for a moment. He grabbed some food and said as he walked, "Let's go now." As the vanguard troops set out, the civilians of Wuhai City also boarded their respective vehicles, looking with emotion at this safe yet cruel settlement that had become their home since the end of the world. Is the future really as beautiful as the guards described? Unsure, they embarked on a brand new journey filled with anxiety and anticipation. There were nearly 100 cars coming, but when they left, there were more than 1,000 cars. Each squadron leader is stationed in different sections to prevent any sudden attacks by evolved zombies. Li Yunpeng's Hummer command vehicle was located in the middle of the team, and he was eating convenience food in the car. When the journey was halfway through, nothing major happened. They only encountered a few first-level zombie groups, which were quickly wiped out by the nearest squadron. Just when Li Yunpeng thought the trip was going too smoothly, Li Ying, a sniper from the Special Forces team on the roof, said, "Commander, something seems amiss." Oh. After hearing this, Li Yunpeng climbed onto the roof of the Hummer and looked in the direction Li Ying pointed. There was a dark cloud in the far distance of the sky, moving rapidly, and its shape was changing all the time. Li Yunpeng had a bad feeling, took out a military telescope and looked, and his heart sank. "Fuck, let's go," Li Yunpeng yelled. He jumped into the car, took out his walkie-talkie, and hurriedly ordered. The convoy increases to maximum speed, and the guards prepare for battle. Chapter 1:26 Crisis. The guard soldier received the order and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the car sped towards the base. But the civilian convoy was still slow, and they did not have the discipline of the guards. Li Yunpeng looked at the convoy that was gradually being left behind and suddenly fired the machine gun on the Hummer. Da-da-da-da. When the gunshots rang out, people realized the danger and stepped on the accelerator desperately. The originally orderly team suddenly became panicked. Li Yunpeng shouted over the car's loudspeaker, "Don't push the car. Anyone who tries to overtake me will be shot." After blowing up the tires of 2 private cars in succession, the team finally stabilized. Although people were anxious, they were intimidated by the force of the guards and could only follow the car in front and flee quickly, leaving the road next to them for the guards' tanks to pass. "Shit, it's coming straight towards us." Li Yunpeng became anxious when he saw the black cloud flying towards him rapidly. "Commander, please move into the tank," Li Dun said at the right time. Li Yunpeng stared at the sky and said, "I'm staying here. I'm not going anywhere. If he can't handle it, none of these civilians will survive." When the black cloud came closer, people discovered something unusual. "What the hell, what is that? It's not a sandstorm, is it? It's nothing good anyway. Open it quickly." With Li Yunpeng's eyesight, he could now clearly see that the black cloud was actually made up of countless flying monsters. "Damn, is this Jurassic Park?" Li Yunpeng was shocked. Those monsters with outstretched wings looked very much like pterosaurs. "No, it's a bat." When they got closer, Li Yunpeng could vaguely see that they still had some resemblance to bats, but they were several times larger than bats, with a wingspan of about 2 meters, a pair of sharp claws like blades, and a bald body without a single hair. The exposed skin was as dry as old tree bark, and their eyes were the mutant animal's signature blood red, with fangs extending half a foot long. The most terrifying thing was the scale that covered the sky and was countless. Li Yunpeng's palms were full of sweat as he held the sword. It was not until a mutant bat in the front smashed the glass of the truck in the team that he extinguished the last glimmer of hope. They are the target of this group of mutant bats. "Fire!" Li Yunpeng roared and cut the 3 mutant bats rushing towards him into 2 halves with 1 knife. The guards immediately opened fire, and dense bullets shot into the cloud of mutant bats. A large number of bats were shot down, but the number was so huge that the guards' bullets were like shooting into a large ball of cotton and had no effect at all. "Ah!" Suddenly someone screamed. Li Yunpeng looked over and saw a civilian with half of his face torn off by a mutant bat, revealing his white bones. He was holding his head and howling helplessly, but no one could help him as people were too busy to take care of themselves. "Li Qi, quickly have the people at the base bring their flamethrowers and rush over to reinforce us." Li Yunpeng gave the order while chopping the mutant bat. Li Qi received the order to get into the tank, contact the base by radio, and order the guards on duty to come to reinforce. The captain of the guard army who stayed behind in the base received Li Yunpeng's order and quickly ran to the military-industrial zone to load the 10 newly produced flamethrowers onto a truck and add fuel. Seeing the panicked look on the guards' faces, Zhou Gu asked curiously, "What happened?" "Commander, we have been attacked by a large number of flying mutant animals. You must hurry up and produce." "I'm afraid these are not enough," said the squadron leader. "Huh? It's actually used to deal with flying mutant animals. Commander, did you expect this to happen?" Zhou Gu was deeply impressed and did not dare to delay. He immediately organized the workers to produce flamethrowers with all their strength. A squadron, with 10 trucks equipped with flamethrowers, rushed out of the base and drove towards Li Yunpeng at high speed. The violent roar of the engines indicated that the convoy had reached the maximum speed. The ground around Li Yunpeng was covered with the corpses of mutant bats. The strength of each of these creatures was not even as good as that of an evolver who had just entered the first level, but there were too many of them, and the casualties caused to ordinary people were enormous. In less than half an hour, thousands of people died at the hands of the mutant bats' sharp beaks and claws. Li Yunpeng exerted his full speed, shuttling back and forth among the convoy to provide rescue. but his power was ultimately limited and he could not take care of everyone. This is not a solution. I'm afraid that by the time reinforcements arrive, half of these 100,000 people will be dead. Li Yunpeng looked around and came up with a solution. He returned to the command vehicle and shouted into the loudspeaker. Everyone, stop the car and gather together. Most people obeyed his command, desperately drove the cars together, then left the cars and crawled under them to avoid the attacks of the mutant bats. Take off all your clothes, release all the gasoline and diesel, and light them to make torches. When people heard this, they immediately felt that this method might be effective. Vehicles in the apocalypse are equipped with plastic tubes, which are used to draw fuel from the fuel tanks of vehicles along the way to replenish themselves, and this is just what they need at this time. Under the threat of death, people showed amazing creativity. Soon, people made various torches, lit them, raised them above their heads, and gathered them together to form a wall of fire to block the mutant bats. This move was indeed effective. When the mutant bats approached people, they felt the scorching heat and circled around, not daring to land. Seeing the effect, others immediately followed suit and soon formed dozens of torch groups consisting of thousands of people. They gathered together and raised the torches above their heads to form a sea of fire, temporarily blocking the attack of the mutant bats. Call. Li Yunpeng finally felt relieved. If these 100,000 people were wiped out halfway, then this trip would have been in vain. Seeing that they had lost their target, and only Li Yunpeng was standing on the roof of the car, the mutant bats suddenly formed a storm in the air and swept towards him. Humph, you're looking for death. Li Yunpeng snorted coldly, and his sword was instantly unsheathed. He swung it in front of him, creating an impenetrable sword net. The mutant bats flew into it, leaving only a pile of incomplete corpses on the ground. Li Yunpeng had no worries and became more and more courageous as the battle went on, even rushing towards the direction where the bat group was most densely populated. Wherever they went, all the bats that rushed down were killed. The situation was much better than before. But before he could calm down for long, a serious problem emerged. Although his side had achieved brilliant results, the people's simple torches would not last long and would soon go out. Now add the oil. Li Yunpeng shouted at the top of his lungs, but people did not dare to put down the torches they held above their heads. As long as the fire weakened a little, the mutant bats would swoop down fearlessly. It's over, Li Yunpeng thought. Chapter 127, Battle with Mutated Bats. Chirp, chirp. The army of mutant bats let out sharp and piercing cries, and countless huge bat wings flapped at the same time, creating a strong wind that swayed the group of torches that were about to go out. People hid under the torches, their bodies huddled together and trembling constantly. The torch is like their hope. Once it is extinguished, it means the end of hope and the beginning of despair. Although the guards' firepower did not stop, the swarm of mutant bats continued to attack as if they were endless. Li Yunpeng no longer remembered how many bats he had chopped into pieces, his body covered in their blood and flesh. The high-intensity battle made him breathe a little, but Li Yunpeng had a belief in his heart that he must not stop. He would save as many people as he could and kill as many people as he could. The entire battlefield was filled with flying mutant bats, and the ground was covered with a thick layer of corpses, most of which were mutant bats, mixed with human body fragments torn apart by them. Just as the torch was about to go out, Li Yunpeng suddenly saw reinforcements rolling in from afar. He was immediately overjoyed. Hold on, reinforcements are coming. But people huddled on the ground, unable to see what kind of reinforcements they were. Even if the troops were twice as numerous, it wouldn't be of much use against the countless mutated bats. Suddenly, the person who extinguished the torch first was attacked by mutant bats. The man, who weighed over 100 pounds, was pierced in the neck by the mutant bat's sharp claws and was carried flying. He was staggering in the air, his limbs struggling frantically, and soon his neck was torn off, and his headless body fell to the ground. But before it reached the ground, it was caught by another mutant bat. When other species saw a human being caught in midair, they rushed over and tore him into pieces and ate him in midair. Run! Stimulated by this, people collapsed and tried desperately to crawl under the car. Once the formation was disrupted, the threat to the mutant bats disappeared, and another round of killing began immediately. Oh shit! Li Yunpeng was so angry that he was speechless. If he ran away, he wouldn't have to die. Fortunately, reinforcements were approaching, and Li Yunpeng quickly rushed onto the truck bed, which was carrying a flamethrower. He immediately lit the fire, and a thick fire dragon dozens of meters long suddenly shot out. Li Yunpeng kept swinging the flamethrower, and the fire dragon flew in the air, burning the mutant bats and making them scream. The flamethrowers on several other vehicles were also activated at the same time. The fire dragons intertwined together, covering a large area of the sky, and the ignited mutant bats fell down with crackling sounds. "What are you all standing there for? Get in the car," Li Yunpeng shouted. People were stunned by the spectacular scene and stood there in a daze. He woke up immediately after hearing his shout and took advantage of the protective curtain of flames above his head to crawl to the car. Li Yunpeng evenly distributed the flamethrowers among the team and drove towards the base at a constant speed. This group of mutant bats was very tenacious. They kept hovering above the flames and following the convoy from a distance. "Keep the fire small and wait till they come down." Li Yunpeng turned down the flamethrower. Without the protection of the flame, the bats rushed over again, but when they were 30 meters above people's heads, the fire dragons swept out again, causing heavy casualties to the bats. This was repeated several times, and 1/5 of the mutant bats were burned. Seeing that they could not gain any benefit, these beasts left unwillingly. After turning off the flamethrower, Li Yunpeng breathed a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, I thought more about it. Otherwise the civilians would have been wiped out, and the guards would not have been much better off." In just a short while, 3,000 or 4,000 people died at the claws of mutant bats, and their only fate was to become zombies, and then be controlled by an evolved zombie, and eventually evolve or die at the hands of humans. No, these beasts are heading towards the base. Full speed ahead. Li Yunpeng's whole body tensed up. He jumped out of the car and returned to the Hummer, immediately urged the team, and then notified the base to prepare for defense against mutated flying animals. "Fuck, these beasts are really haunting me. They robbed me on the way, and now they're raiding my house." Li Yunpeng's face was gloomy. At this time, they were already halfway to the base. As the convoy sped away, they were far behind the group of mutant bats. The rest of the journey was not too tortuous. After running over several groups of first-level evolved zombies, the convoy finally saw the outline of the base. At this time, the alarm sounded in the base. Obviously, a group of mutant bats had been discovered. After receiving the news, Zhou led his men to work hard to complete the 2 flamethrowers that were about to be completed, and then loaded them onto trucks and placed them in the outer city. When the swarm of bats attacked, 2 fire dragons immediately took off into the air, but for a base as big as Nuon, 2 flamethrowers were far from enough. Fortunately, people could hide in houses, so the casualties were much less than those in the wild. Looking at the dark army of bats covering the base, Li Yunpeng became anxious. He left the Hummer behind the convoy and rushed towards the base first. Still dozens of meters away from the city wall, Li Yunpeng jumped off the roof of the car and jumped onto the city wall. Looking around, the base that was once in good order was now in a mess. Looking back, the convoy following behind was about to arrive. "Burn these beasts to death." The flamethrower spewed flames outside the city and rushed into the city with a roar. After receiving support, the 12 fire dragons reweaved into a wall of fire, blocking the mutant bats outside the wall of fire. "I have plenty of fuel. I don't believe I can't burn you bastards to death." Fighting at home, Li Yunpeng was not very worried. As long as the mutant bats did not run away, it was only a matter of time before they were eliminated. His nervous heart gradually relaxed. But at this moment, something strange happened. The soldiers on a flamethrower vehicle were instantly torn to pieces by a mutant bat at an extremely fast speed. Fuck! Li Yunpeng saw it clearly. It was a bat that was different from other bats of the same kind. It was huge, with a wingspan of 4 or 5 meters. Its body was blood red, and its surface had flame-like patterns. This must be the leader of this group of bats. Li Yunpeng did not act rashly. If this beast was startled and flew up into the sky and refused to come down, he really had no way to deal with it. Li Yunpeng was anxious inside, but appeared calm as he walked towards the flamethrower closest to the mutant bat leader. Sure enough, after circling in the sky, it rushed directly towards the flamethrower. The guards above couldn't keep up with its movements, and the flames were still spraying in the opposite direction. Li Yunpeng estimated its speed and distance, and when the time was right, he kicked the guard soldier who was being targeted by it off the car. Then he exerted force with his legs, causing the truck under his feet to shake, and landed steadily on the back of the bat leader, holding his neck with both hands to steady his body. Chirp! The bat leader didn't expect that someone could jump onto its back. It flew into the sky in a panic, turning rapidly in an attempt to throw the person off its back. Li Yunpeng held its neck tightly with both hands, and no matter how it struggled, it was of no use, like a plaster stuck to his back. The bat leader tried every possible method, but to no avail. He began to panic and moved around even more frantically. Li Yunpeng only felt that the world was turning upside down, and the scenery in front of him flew past at a high speed. He forced himself not to vomit. He had no hands free to deal with the bat leader at this moment. If he let go of one hand, he would be thrown down by it. But it was not a solution to continue like this. He changed his mind and came up with a plan. Humph, I'll let you jump for joy. Chapter 128 Li Yunpeng disappears. Li Yunpeng clenched his arms and used all his strength to tighten its neck. Unlike zombies, mutated animals still need to breathe, so they felt suffocated when Li Yunpeng's arms, which were like steel pliers, tightened around them. The flapping of the wings stagnated, and the body lost its flexibility. Snoring. It tried its best to breathe in its throat, but couldn't, making a trembling, muffled sound. Li Yunpeng was overjoyed and exerted even more force with his hands. After the initial panic, the bat leader suddenly steadied himself and rushed towards the group of bats above. Damn it! Li Yunpeng was speechless. This beast was quite intelligent and even knew to ask his subordinates for help. He was a little surprised at the toughness of the mutant bat's body. Even an iron barrel would be strangled into 2 pieces by him, but its neck was not broken at all. As he was about to rush into the group of bats, Li Yunpeng felt that he would not be able to strangle it to death before that. But he was in midair and had no way to retreat. Li Yunpeng was instantly rushed into the group of bats, surrounded by monsters with red eyes and fangs. Ordinary bats could not keep up with the leader's speed, so they could only slow down, and a group of subordinates immediately swooped down. Its speed slowed down, and Li Yunpeng freed up one hand. He drew out his sword and desperately chopped the bat that was flying towards him. The people in the base looked up and saw the commander riding a big bird into the group of monsters, and then bats fell from the sky with crackling sounds. Brother Peng, you must come back safely. Wang Shiyan prayed to the sky with tears in her eyes. Commander is truly a god. The commander is awesome. He can defeat thousands of troops alone. Oh my god, Commander, it's heaven. Li Yunpeng was surrounded by a group of bats, and outsiders had no idea what was going on inside. There were endless mutated bats around him. Li Yunpeng swung his sword into a beam of light and cut down all the approaching bats. But there were too many of them, and he couldn't kill them all even if he died of exhaustion. Li Yunpeng made up his mind. Despite being injured, he freed his hands and stabbed the bat leader with a knife. Chirp! With a shrill scream, the bat leader's body trembled as if struck by lightning. Sizzle! Seeing that it had strong vitality, Li Yunpeng cut its bat wings with another knife. He didn't dare to chop off its head directly. They were hundreds of meters high in the air. If the bat leader died, he would be smashed into pieces. Its bat wings were injured, and it suddenly lost its balance. Li Yunpeng took this opportunity to chop it with his sword one after another until its bat wings were full of holes. The price he paid for this was 4 deep, bloody holes in his chest and abdomen. The bat leader finally couldn't maintain his body shape and began to fall downwards. Stop! Li Qi, who was always observing the sky, immediately stopped the flamethrower. He used a telescope to see the commander falling from the sky riding on the bat leader. Li Yunpeng and the bat leader were in the front, and behind them was a group of bats swooping down in a spiral cone shape like a newly formed storm. Below was the lush green earth. Li Yunpeng was a little frightened. If he fell down, he would probably merge with the earth. River. I would be safe if I could fly above the river. Li Yunpeng thought to himself. But the bat leader would not fly according to his ideas, so Li Yunpeng had no choice but to use the knife in his hand to control the direction. If it leaned to the left, he would chop it on the right. If it leaned to the right, he would chop it on the left. Although the bat leader's wings were more broken, it was still flying closer and closer to the river. Finally, we're here. Seeing that the situation was almost over, Li Yunpeng did not delay any longer. He immediately cut off the head of the mutant bat leader with a knife, then jumped and fell towards the river. Fire! When Li Qi saw the commander jump into the river, he immediately ordered the flamethrower to fire at full speed. The group of bats chasing Li Yunpeng were engulfed by flames. After losing their leader, they no longer advanced and retreated in an orderly manner and began to desperately avoid the flames. Of the huge flock of bats, only 1/3 remained. They circled in the sky and dared not approach. After a few minutes, they scattered. Brother Peng, Commander, Wang Shiyan and a group of soldiers and civilians immediately ran towards the river. Li Yunpeng fell from a high altitude and his life or death is uncertain, which worries everyone. He was like a cannonball, suddenly exploding into the calm river surface, creating a splash several meters high. If he wasn't physically strong, he would have been knocked unconscious by the powerful impact. Li Yunpeng, who was 4 or 5 meters underwater, felt a little dizzy and moved his body. Fortunately, he had no fractures. Just as he was about to float to the surface, something suddenly fell into the water from above. He looked closely and saw that it was the head of the bat leader, slowly sinking. Logically speaking, it should have the strength of a level 2 evolver. I wonder if there is a level 2 evolution crystal in its head. Li Yunpeng immediately chased after its head. After all, holding his breath for 10 to 8 minutes was nothing to him. The people who came to the river were still in shock, and Wang Shiyan's face was full of worry. There was nothing before them except the calm river. Brother Peng, Wang Shiyan shouted towards the river. Seeing this, Li Qi's heart skipped a beat. Quick, everyone, get down to the river. If we can't find the commander, no one should come up. After saying that, he took the lead, took off his clothes, and jumped into the river. All the guards behind him immediately jumped into the river like dumplings. Many civilians with good swimming skills also went into the river to look for Li Yunpeng. 5 or 6 minutes passed, and Wang Shiyan sat on the shore in despair. A normal person would suffocate to death if he stayed in the water for such a long time, and there would be no possibility of survival. Everyone had a solemn expression, and a bad premonition hung over their hearts. If the base loses its commander, what will become of the future? Will the hopes that had just been ignited be shattered? Even many people who had received direct benefits from Li Yunpeng knelt on the shore and sobbed softly. Mom, is it true that Commander Uncle won't be coming back? The woman wiped her tears and said, I will come back. I will definitely come back. Commander, come back. From now on, I'll be cleaning the public toilets. Lu Zide floated in the river, crying loudly. Wu, Brother Peng, you just abandoned your brothers like this without saying a word. I don't know what to burn for you, Wu. Wow. Burn yourself to death, and come, and keep me company. Okay, Brother Peng, I'll go back. Lu Zide was stunned when he said this. Was he hallucinating? He turned around, and saw Li Yunpeng standing behind him with a bad face. Fuck, Brother Peng, you're not dead, Wu. Lu Zide pounced on him suddenly. Li Yunpeng pushed him away and said, Get lost. I'm serious. You're just hoping for my death, right? The sharp-eyed people saw Li Yunpeng on the river and immediately shouted, The commander is there. This voice was extremely abrupt among the grieving crowd. Everyone looked in the direction he pointed. Who else could it be but Li Yunpeng? Ha ha ha. I said the commander is blessed with a long life. What do you think? Third donkey. I heard you just say that the public toilets are yours when the commander comes back. Get lost. I was just worried about the commander. Slip of the tongue, slip of the tongue. Seeing that Li Yunpeng was safe and sound, people breathed a sigh of relief, and the atmosphere instantly became lively. Li Yunpeng swam ashore holding the mutant bat's head. Looking at the people's smiling faces, he felt a little moved. He felt that they were worthy of his bravery in defending the base and supporting a dangerous city in the apocalypse. Brother Peng, Wang Shiyan cried out and threw herself into Li Yunpeng's arms, crying like a tearful person. Okay, I'm fine. Get up quickly. Everyone is laughing at you. Wang Shiyan raised her head slightly and saw that everyone had a teasing smile on their faces. She was embarrassed and quickly stood away, lowering her head and wiping her tears. Ha ha ha. Li Yunpeng saw her shy look, took her hand and laughed heartily. Let's go back to the base. After a greeting, he strode towards the base, followed by tens of thousands of soldiers and civilians. He looked panicked when he came, but felt at peace when he left. After a few months in the apocalypse, I'm already at level 3? Li Yunpeng sighed. Brothers, right here. Let me open my eyes to how many book reviews there are. 1 or 2 words is not too few. 100 or 80 words is not too many. Come on. Chapter 129. Excited to the point of peeing in my pants. Back at the base, the bleeding from the hole in Li Yunpeng's chest and abdomen had stopped. Given his physical condition, as long as the wound wasn't hitting a vital part, no special treatment was generally needed. Li Yunpeng went straight back to the villa, and the managers of various departments under him were responsible for cleaning up the chaotic scene. He couldn't wait to check the system panel, and the population showed 198,800. Fuck you. Li Yunpeng was so angry that he cursed loudly. The population that he had calculated well was lost by thousands at the hands of mutant bats. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he chopped the mutant bat leader's head off with one kick. Damn it, when a person is unlucky, even drinking cold water will get stuck in his teeth. Li Yunpeng cursed, jumping and holding his feet. His feet were hurt by the light blue evolution crystals. He grabbed the crystal and threw it out the door. Then, after calming down and thinking about it, he felt reluctant to part with it. The preciousness of a level 2 evolution crystal was self-evident. Xiaohei, go get it back for me. Xiaohei gave him a look of contempt. Then he reluctantly stood up and slowly went to pick up the evolution crystal. Woof! Xiaohei came back and threw the crystal casually at Li Yunpeng's feet, his eyes fixed on the mutant bat's head. Li Yunpeng picked up the evolution crystal and saw Xiaohei's strange expression. He said, Don't tell me you want to eat it? Woof! Eat this. Can it evolve? Woof! Okay, just hold it away. It makes me sick. Li Yunpeng said speechlessly. It's strange that Xiao He doesn't eat evolution crystals, but likes to eat evolution animals. When Xiao He left, Li Yunpeng fell into distress again. He was still short of 1,200 people to meet the requirements for promotion to level 3. Although it was not a lot, the ground around him had been dug 3 feet deep, and all the people who were breathing were in the base. Where could he find another 1,200 people? Li Yunpeng was so anxious that he simply washed the evolution crystal and threw it into his mouth, then walked towards the outer city. Although there are still more than 1,000 people missing for the upgrade, the most important thing at the moment is that the population of the base has doubled, and it must be overcrowded. I will calm them down first and then think of a solution. If it doesn't work, I will organize a commando team to go to the unexplored distant place and snatch back 3,000 or 2,000 people. This was the third second-level evolution crystal that Li Yunpeng had swallowed. With his strong body and spirit, he could even remain expressionless in the face of this level of pain. When he walked out of the military zone, he saw that although the outer city was crowded, it was not chaotic and everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. Walking up the city wall, he saw the guards standing guard or patrolling. He observed the surrounding environment and found that after this upgrade, the wall would be expanded to 5 kilometers in length. In this way, the riverside will extend to the other end of the bridge leading to the park, and the middle city wall gate will face the bridge. Extending 5 kilometers to the east will include the distant hills within the base, which covers 25 square kilometers and can easily accommodate 100,000 people. Li Yunpeng had everything planned out, but he was short of a population of 1,200. The effects of the evolution crystals, combined with the toothache from the heat, had left him flushed. The greasy substance was expelled from his body, emitting a foul odor. Li Yunpeng planned to go back to the villa to clean up. It was not good to wander around the base with the smell, which would affect the glorious image. But the moment he turned around, he vaguely saw some figures moving in the distance. Li Yunpeng turned around again and looked around, and it was true. Li Dun, bring the telescope. He took the telescope and saw the situation on the other side clearly with his eyesight far beyond that of an ordinary person. It was a group of people in ragged clothes, but they looked energetic. In the middle of the team was a bedboard, and on the bed sat a person. The more Li Yunpeng looked, the more familiar he looked. Who could be such a weird person? When he got closer, Li Yunpeng could see clearly. Fuck, it's Ren Xiao. Why is this grandson back? And with so many people. Looking at the appearance of this group of people, they have all kinds of things hanging around their necks. Although they are disheveled and skinny, they walk with great vigor. Ren Xiao sat on the bed, eating fruit and drinking fine wine, with a group of ferocious subordinates following behind him, just like his fucking red boy. No matter what, Ren Xiao did bring in people and solve the obstacles encountered in upgrading the base, so he hurried out of the city to welcome them. In a short while, Li Yunpeng met Ren Xiao outside the city. Brotherly, look what I brought you back, Ren Xiao said as he lay on the bed. Li Yunpeng took a closer look and saw that these people were wearing large pieces of dried meat hanging around their necks. He was a little confused and asked, what are they bringing? Bringing them back would be the biggest help to me. It was just a matter of convenience. I killed an entire herd of mutant wild boars. See, I brought you all the meat. Can the meat of mutant animals be eaten? Li Yunpeng asked doubtfully. He had no shortage of food and had never tried to figure out if there would be any problems if the meat of mutant animals was fed to humans. Nonsense, look at me. When I met them, I was so hungry I couldn't even stand up. Now they carried me for 50 kilometers like it was a piece of cake. But if you want to eat me, you have to cook me. If you eat me raw, I'll turn into a zombie. Ren Xiao looked smug, as if he knew more than you. Hee hee, Brother Ren, I'm grateful for your kindness. Come in, Li Yunpeng said with a smile. This discovery is very important. The meat of mutant beasts can be eaten, which means that ordinary humans have found a path of evolution with a lower threshold. Ren Xiao had enough of his pretense, so he jumped off the bed, threw a heavy bag at Li Yunpeng, and said, I was planning on feeding these to the dogs, but since you call me brother, I'm giving them to you. Fuck you, fuck you. Ren brother, dear brother. Li Yunpeng was about to curse, but when he opened the bag, he saw 10 level 2 evolution crystals on top, and countless level 1 evolution crystals below. What the hell had Ren Xiao done? He was lucky to be back alive. Ren Xiao glanced at him and said, what's that smell on you? I haven't showered in half a month and my smell is still not as strong as yours. I see your face is red. Are you so excited that you peed your pants? Li Yunpeng was speechless. Get lost. I just ate an evolution crystal and am now at level 2, level 3. Ren Xiao's arrogant expression froze. The skin at the corners of his mouth twitched, and he felt sad inside. He went out this time to find the 3rd level evolved zombies, but he didn't encounter any after searching the area within a radius of hundreds of kilometers. However, he did kill many first and second level evolved zombies and animals. But he couldn't beat Li Yunpeng before he was even at level 3, and now he is even more unable to beat him. He waved his hand, left everyone behind, and returned to his room alone in depression. Li Yunpeng had no time to pay attention to him now. He looked at the more than 2,000 people in front of him and found them more and more pleasing to the eye. Each of them was of a light build and looked like a great boss. He warmly invited everyone to enter the city. When the last person stepped into the city, the system voice sounded. Congratulations, you've reached the population requirement for level 3. Would you like to upgrade your base's tanks to level 3? Li Yunpeng felt like the system was talking nonsense, but he didn't dare to object and answered honestly. Yes. System, congratulations. Your base vehicle has reached level 3. Your transmogrification level has increased by 1. Due to the significant changes to the base layout, you're being rewarded with a short-distance teleport within 5 kilometers for your base vehicle. You've also unlocked the Air Force headquarters building, and your existing buildings can be upgraded to level 3. Oh shit. Air Force. I'm going to have a private jet. Li Yunpeng was overwhelmed by the great happiness and ignored everything else. The word Air Force kept coming to his mind. Chapter 130 Chinook Attack Helicopter. Air Force Command. Air Force Infrastructure, which can be exchanged for armed transport helicopters using 500,000 points after the tank factory is upgraded to level 3. Tank factory? Li Yunpeng had to upgrade the tank factory first. When the tank factory is upgraded to level 3, its name changes to War Factory. War Factory. Spend points to produce various large-scale war equipment, and currently unlocked the Chinook armed transport helicopter. Chinook? Isn't that a heavy armed transport aircraft? Li Yunpeng was overjoyed. He thought there was no need to bother with this thing since he already had it. He flew directly to Shun Laoxi's head and poured sulfuric acid on it. He would not stop until he was bald. Li Yunpeng ran quickly into the military zone. Next to the war factory, there stood 3 connected buildings. The signal lighthouse was flashing rhythmically, and at the top was a tower wrapped in a glass curtain wall, which looked extremely sci-fi. Is this the Air Force Command? Li Yunpeng said excitedly. Behind the Air Force Command is the apron and hangar, and at this moment a large aircraft is just being rolled out of the war factory. It is nearly 30 meters long and 7 or 8 meters wide, with 2 propellers arranged low in the front and high in the back, and a military green paint attached to the thick armor. The doors on both sides of the middle are opened, and there are 2 machine gun mounts on each side. Awesome. It was the first time that Li Yunpeng saw such a high-tech gadget, and his heart was filled with enthusiasm. In his previous life, he had never even ridden on a passenger plane many times, but now he has a large armed helicopter. Li Yunpeng rushed into the cockpit and said with emotion, I don't need to go through security checks or queue up. I can fly my own plane whenever I want. Open, how do I open it? Shit, where's the pilot? Li Yunpeng looked at the densely packed instrument switches in the cab, looking confused. It turned out that this thing was not automatic. He fiddled with it a few times casually, and suddenly a shrill alarm sounded in the cockpit. He quickly jumped out of the plane, hoping that he would fly away. He didn't want to experience another high-altitude free fall. Alas, I'll figure out where to find a pilot later. Li Yunpeng couldn't stand the smell on his body, so he hurried back to wash. He suddenly exerted force and turned into an afterimage in the base, leaving behind a disgusting smell. Hee hee, even though I stink, no one can see it, ha! Li Yunpeng said proudly as he felt the surge in strength and speed. Fuck you, Senluden. Did you knock over the shit bucket? Get lost. I haven't cleaned the toilet for a long time. Rin Xiao happened to be basking in the sun on the roof at the moment. Although others couldn't see clearly, he could barely see and immediately shouted, Fuck! Li Yunpeng runs so fast. Everyone was stunned when they heard this, and then began to talk loudly. Commander? No way. Hush, don't make a sound. Everyone forgets to bring paper sometimes. Yes, just pretend you don't know. People said this, but it became a common knowledge. Li Yunpeng nearly fell to the ground as he ran to the door. It's over. This idiot has ruined my image. Rin Xiao fell off his chair on the roof laughing so hard, and the pig-like squeals could be heard from far away. Brother Peng, why do you stink so much? Wang Shiyan covered her mouth and nose lightly and said in a soft voice. Ahem, I just ate an evolution crystal. Li Yunpeng was a little embarrassed. Wang Shiyan rolled her eyes. You're still running around while you're evolving. Go wash up. After Li Yunpeng pinched his nose and washed himself, he instantly changed from sharp brother to Li Dehua. The contrast was so great that Wang Shiyan was so shocked that she was speechless. After all the hard work, Li Yunpeng felt refreshed. It was getting dark, so he had to wait until late at night to rebuild the wall. Although he was not afraid of anyone peeping at him, it was always better to keep a low profile and not to provoke the 100,000 civilians who had just arrived. Li Yunpeng lay on the bed, holding the sleeping Wang Shiyan in his arms, and finally made it to 3 o'clock in the morning. It was late at night, and everyone was asleep except for the guards on patrol. A huge map with an area of 25 square kilometers appeared in Li Yunpeng's mind. The hill in the middle is not high, only about 200 meters, with gentle slopes and sparse trees. The system gives Li Yunpeng the ability to move the base vehicle short distances. He planned to place the base tank on the top of the mountain so that he could overlook the entire base from his home. He then planned to plant plants and flowers on the entire hillside as his own private territory, which would be in line with his status. As for the current place, just treat it as a military zone and concentrate the system buildings and military camps here. Upgrade the wall. Li Yunpeng didn't want to be outside the city after moving to the top of the mountain, so he planned to upgrade and expand the city wall first. As soon as he finished speaking, the originally 5-meter-high city wall grew rapidly and stopped when it reached 10 meters high and 5 meters wide. The material was still cement. Li Yunpeng then drew a square with a side length of 5 kilometers within the predetermined area. Build. Boom. There was a loud noise, as if the earth was shaking, which woke up many people who were sleeping. They thought it was thunder that meant it was going to rain, so they turned over and went back to sleep. Li Yunpeng could clearly see on the system map a huge and majestic city wall covering an area of 25 square kilometers. This scale is probably no less than some large and medium-sized cities in ancient times. Although Li Yunpeng was lying quietly on the bed at this moment, his heart was surging. Even if a level 2 zombie wanted to break through such a wall, it would probably take some effort. Li Yunpeng calmed down and turned his gaze to the top of the mountain. System, teleport the base to the top of the mountain. Li Yunpeng circled a location on the top of the mountain on the map and confirmed. System, the base tank begins to teleport. Li Yunpeng only felt a slight shake, and the scenery outside the window suddenly changed. He gently pulled out his arm that was being pressed by Wang Shiyan and walked to the window. His location was already beyond the scope of the original base, right on top of the mountain, and the base was deeply embedded in the mountain. System, the transmogrification level has increased. Should the commander's residence be upgraded? Li Yunpeng immediately looked through it and found that after the level of transformation increased, the house that could be transformed became bigger. There were many new styles on the system panel. Li Yunpeng picked and chose, and finally chose a modern, simple, and luxurious mansion. He silently said, "Okay," and then the whole house underwent earth-shaking changes. The entire facade of the house is covered with high-end marble, with an area of 1,500 square meters. The commander's private space on the top floor comes with a terrace of more than 200 square meters, offering a panoramic view of the surrounding scenery. Li Yunpeng looked at the twinkling stars above his head and the twinkling lights below the mountain, and felt relaxed and happy. Although we are living in the end times, this kind of life seems not bad. Of course, it would be even more perfect if there were no life-threatening dangers everywhere. Chapter 131 Upgrade Rewards. The next morning, everyone who got up felt like they had an egg stuffed in their mouth. Fuck, where is this? Who am I? What happened? Traveled through time. It's definitely a time travel. Oh, what a fuss. You don't understand our base. The people who first arrived at the base scoffed, saying that they had witnessed miracles time and time again with their own eyes. That city wall is probably 10 meters high, right? Height is nothing. Look at its length. It stretches as far as the eye can see. Could this be something created by a god? Hey, we ordinary people shouldn't worry about so much. As long as you have food and water, that's all that matters. Listen to the commander and follow the direction of the base. That's the right direction. Exactly. What kind of year is this? Nothing is surprising. Look at those important figures in the guards, who doesn't come and go like the wind. It's no use looking at the world the same way as before. Amidst the lively discussions, everyone gradually accepted the fact that the base had undergone tremendous changes. But this is a good thing for them. The city walls are higher, the firepower is stronger, and they are safer. People worked hard that day with great enthusiasm and vigor. Li Yunpeng walked back to the military area. Since his base tank had moved, the previous inner wall was demolished. The entire military area was connected into one piece, with several sci-fi buildings scattered among it. Upgrade the barracks. Li Yunpeng said. System, the barracks level is upgraded to level 3, the upper limit of the number of guard soldiers is increased to 10,000, and a new type of soldier, the Air Force pilot, is unlocked. Fuck, I'm waiting here. I told you not to give me a plane and let me tow it away in my car. Li Yunpeng exchanged for a pilot as soon as possible, and the increase in the upper limit of the number of guard soldiers also made Li Yunpeng very happy. Directly summoned 2,000 guards to increase the total force to 5,000. While summoning soldiers, Li Yunpeng upgraded the arsenal. System: reach level 3 of the arsenal to unlock the Gatling heavy machine gun, Barrett anti-material sniper rifle, and aviation kerosene. Gatling, the one with the blue fire. Although the real thing is not like the blue flames in the game, the appearance is basically similar. The terrifying firing rate of 6,000 rounds per minute can tear apart all vehicles below light armored vehicles. Moreover, hanging it on a Chinook armed transport plane, just thinking about the rain of bullets falling from the sky would make all enemies feel despair. But its ammunition consumption is really heartbreaking. Even if Li Yunpeng can exchange bullets, it will consume 30,000 points in 1 minute. But compared with victory, none of this matters. Li Yunpeng produced 5 Gatling heavy machine guns in one go, 2 on each side of the armed helicopter, and the ordinary machine guns on the Hummer command vehicle were also replaced with Gatling. The Barrett is even more familiar. It is one of the most powerful heavy sniper rifles in the world. Equipped with armor-piercing bullets, it can penetrate 11 mm thick steel plates at a distance of 1,000 meters. Li Yunpeng immediately replaced the special team Sniper Li Ying's gun with a Barrett. When all the buildings were upgraded to level 3, Li Yunpeng's points shrank sharply. The city wall alone consumed 2 million points, and 2,000 soldiers also required 2 million points. Other miscellaneous building upgrades cost 1.5 million points, leaving more than 1 million points on the points panel. Li Yunpeng reluctantly produced another Chinook attack helicopter to form an Air Force squadron. After finishing everything, Li Yunpeng always felt that something was missing. Woof! Xiao He, who had grown a size larger than before, cried out, and Li Yunpeng remembered that he had not received his upgrade reward yet. System: if I don't tell you, are you planning to keep the upgrade reward for yourself? Li Yunpeng asked. System: if you maliciously speculate on this system, 100,000 points will be deducted. Li Yunpeng was about to criticize this unscrupulous system, but he held it back. Who would go against points? Ahem. Well, look, what's the reward this time? The system paused and said, this upgrade will reward a top urban construction engineer. Engineer? Not bad. This is what Li Yunpeng urgently needs at the moment. A small town is fine. It can be simply divided into several areas, but a base with an area larger than a county town is not something an outsider can handle. As soon as the system finished speaking, a middle-aged man walked out of the barracks. He was dressed in casual clothes, wearing black-rimmed round glasses, with a beautiful middle-parted hairstyle, a face full of pits, and a rosacea. I don't even need makeup to play a traitor. Let's not talk about his height of 1.80 meters and handsome appearance, but can you at least find me someone who can stand out among the crowd? Hello, Commander. I am Top Urban Planner 3001. I am honored to serve you. Li Yunpeng put aside the idea of judging people by their appearance, and the quality of the system's products can still be guaranteed. From now on, you'll be called Li Jian. Build our base into a world-class metropolis. Li Jian looked around the base, which was no more than 3 stories high. His hand holding the briefcase trembled, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The commander's orders are tasks that must be completed for them, but you're telling me to turn this village into a metropolis? Commander, what is the deadline? Li Yunpeng was stunned. He didn't expect that Li Jian took his casual words seriously. However, when he thought about the behavior of the guards, he realized that as a commander, he should not speak carelessly. In order not to scare the top talent to death on the spot, Li Yunpeng thought for a moment and said, 10,000 years. Li Jian. If possible, he would like to ask the system if he can go back, because this commander is not easy to lead. Commander, I will do my best. Li Yunpeng was a little suspicious at this moment whether the system had forgotten to prepare the upgrade gift this time and just used a defective product to fool him. This person was not very smart. Well, go find Zhang Tao and discuss rebuilding the base. After sending Li Jian away, Li Yunpeng wandered to the gate of the war factory, where the second brand-new Chinook attack helicopter had been pushed out. Li Yunpeng asked the guards to install the Gatling guns on the 2 planes. After everything was done, the first Air Force pilot also walked out of the barracks. Come on, let's try flying this brand-new plane, said Li Yunpeng. Reporting to the commander, the Chinook requires 2 pilots to operate. Li Yunpeng. Fortunately, they are all family. Otherwise, if this country bumpkin look gets out, it will ruin his image. Li Yunpeng waited for a long time until another pilot finally came out. He asked uncertainly, is it possible to fly this time? Report to the commander. Be ready to take off at any time. Li Yunpeng breathed a sigh of relief and said, take off. He boarded the plane, fastened his seatbelt, put on his communication helmet, and waited for the ground crew to refuel the plane before the pilot started the plane. The speed of the front and rear propellers gradually increased, and the surrounding dust was blown away. Li Yunpeng only felt the fuselage move, and then it rose into the air. Chapter 132, Level 3, Evolved Zombie. It was Li Yunpeng's first time riding in a helicopter, and it was far less comfortable than a commercial airliner. Helicopters are relatively flexible, and the feeling of suddenly turning in the air felt as if it was going to throw people out. Moreover, the noise is so loud that it is difficult to communicate with each other without headphones. But there are also advantages. The view on the plane is wide, and as the altitude increases, the entire base becomes smaller and smaller in Li Yunpeng's sight. The Chinook's huge body and roaring noise attracted the attention of everyone in the base. A helicopter? From our base. Wow, this is awesome. They even have attack helicopters. People saw an armed transport plane rising from the base and started a new round of discussion. After climbing nearly 1,000 meters, Li Yunpeng could still see the towering city walls surrounding the base, which guarded the prosperity and stability of the base like the Great Wall. Let's go to Wuzhou City and see what the situation is. The pilot immediately turned upon receiving the order, and the plane dived towards the city of Wuzhou. Li Yunpeng looked down from above the city. The entire city had been shut down for several months, and the buildings had not changed much. Except for the wandering zombies, everything else was still. The noise from the helicopter attracted a large number of zombies, who chased after the plane with their fangs and claws bared. Roar! It was not until the roars of the evolved zombies were heard one after another that the zombie horde was pacified. Level 1 strength zombies can be seen everywhere below, and level 2 strength zombies are not rare either. But they all stayed in their respective territories in an orderly manner. Li Yunpeng was shocked. It seems that there must be a third-level evolved zombie. Otherwise, who can control so many second-level evolved zombies? The third-level zombie that Ren Xiao was desperately searching for in the wild might be hiding among them. But even if he had 10 times the courage, he would not dare to go deep into the city to cause trouble for the third-level evolved zombies. The hundreds and thousands of second-level evolved zombies alone were enough to tear him into pieces. Li Yunpeng was terrified. If this group of zombies attacked the base collectively, who knew how many casualties would be caused? If the third-level evolved zombies were too powerful, there was also a risk of the base being breached. Originally, there were only a few 100,000 zombies in the urban area, but with the zombies gathering from the surrounding areas, there are obviously more than a few 100,000. If they continue to evolve, the possibility of the appearance of level 4 or even level 5 zombies is very high. Li Yunpeng lost interest in the current crisis. He leaned back in his chair and said in a deep voice, "Let's turn around and go back to base." The pilot circled in the air and turned toward the base. "Commander, an unknown creature has appeared ahead, and it's huge." Li Yunpeng was startled and looked in the direction the pilot pointed, only to see a huge bird flying towards the helicopter. The wingspan is nearly 20 meters, the beak is half a meter long, the body is black and the neck is white, and the feathers on its body actually emit a metallic luster. Is this an eagle? From the appearance, it looks very much like an eagle before the end of the world, but its size is almost as big as a small airplane. Turn around and face it sideways. After experiencing several attacks by mutant animals, Li Yunpeng no longer holds any hope and is certain that the eagle is coming for him. He hung his safety rope on the top of the cabin to stabilize his body, walked to the Gatling gun, and prepared for battle. This time he originally planned to just take a flight, so he didn't bring anyone with him, except for the 2 pilots. It was just him. Then let's see which is stronger, the Gatling gun known as the Vulcan cannon or you, a beast. When the distance was right, Li Yunpeng opened fire instantly. Da-da-da-da. The Gatling gun barrel spun rapidly, spraying out dense bullets. The shell casings were scattered on the floor of the plane like a bag of leaking soybeans and ejected out of the cabin. The mutant eagle sensed danger as soon as the gunshot was heard and dived downwards at a high speed, hiding in Li Yunpeng's blind spot. The pilot came from the Air Force and had rich experience in aerial combat. Seeing the eagle hiding under the plane, he turned around and the plane tilted instantly. Li Yunpeng was standing on the floor of the plane, but at this time he seemed to be lying in the sky, facing downwards. Da-da-da-da. Another burst of machine gun bullets came. The eagle dived quickly, but was a little slow to climb. The mutant eagle had no way to avoid it. The large-caliber heavy machine gun bullets exploded on its back, causing blood to splatter. Chirp, chirp. The mutant eagle suddenly screamed in pain, but it was no exaggeration to say that the Gatling bullets were like a rainstorm. It took only 2 seconds from the first bullet tearing through its flesh to the entire body being shot into a sieve. Ha ha! You're worthy of being called Gatling. Li Yunpeng's hearty laughter echoed in the sky. The battle was over, and the armed helicopter resumed normal flight. Go down and bring it back. The meat of mutant animals can improve human fitness. Li Yunpeng doesn't want to waste it. Besides, this may be a second-level mutant animal. He himself has not reached the peak of the second level, and his subordinates are still first-level evolvers. They are extremely short of second-level evolution crystals. Fortunately, the battlefield had already reached the outskirts, and there were no zombies below. The helicopter was hovering 20 meters above the eagle's body. Li Yunpeng had to do it himself, slide down the wire rope to the ground, and wrap the steel hook around the eagle's leg. The Chinook transport aircraft has a maximum takeoff weight of 22 tons, and it is easy to attach a mutant eagle to it. When Li Yunpeng returned to the base, he once again caused a sensation in the city. It was the first time that people saw what the mutant animals looked like so clearly. Oh my god, is this still a creature from the blue planet? How can there be such a big bird besides dinosaurs? This thing can cut a person in two with one bite. Look at those claws, they're like knives. After a few takeoffs and landings, Ren Xiao ran to the apron, just as the Chinook put the mutant eagle on the ground. He circled the mutant eagle twice, cut open its brain with a knife, took out a light blue evolution crystal, and then lost interest. It's so big. I thought it must be a level 3 evolved beast. Li Yunpeng jumped off the plane and said, do you think level 3 mutant beasts are cabbages everywhere on the street? But this time I actually found a place where level 3 evolved zombies might exist. Ren Xiao perked up when he heard that. Where is it? In the heart of no state. Ren Xiao's expression froze for a moment. Then he glanced at the Chinook and said, drop me into the city, and I'll go find it. Li Yunpeng. Are you fucking crazy? You think you're out in the wild? At most you've encountered a group of level 2 zombies. In the city of Wuzhou, level 2 evolved zombies are everywhere. If I throw you down there tonight, you won't even see the sun tomorrow. Ren Xiao tried hard to suppress his inner restlessness. He knew that what Li Yunpeng said was right. This trip would definitely lead to death. Well, he sighed heavily. You have so many soldiers and generals, but you can't invade Wuzhou City? Li Yunpeng was speechless. This guy was absolutely insane. It's not time yet. With the limited forces I have, I can't even defend against a horde of over 1 million zombies, let alone a city with complex terrain. Ren Xiao thought about it, and felt that now was not the right time, but Li Yunpeng was developing very fast, so perhaps it wouldn't take long before he could attack the city. Commander, we have a visit from a post-apocalyptic businessman named Chao Jia. Chao Jia? Why is he here? He had disappeared since the transaction before the destruction of Wuyou country. Li Yunpeng didn't care. These people had no future and might be buried in the mouths of corpses one day. Why did he suddenly appear today? Chapter 133 Underground Trade Fair. When Li Yunpeng arrived at the conference room, Chao Jia was sitting upright in a chair sipping tea. Seeing him coming, he immediately stood up with a smile on his face. Captain Li, how are you? What used to be a camp has now developed into a big city. I admire you, I admire you. Captain Chao, you're welcome. Where have you made your fortune lately? Well, I can't say I'm getting rich, but I'm just trying to make a living. Li Yunpeng sat down at the main seat and motioned Chao Jia to take a seat. I wonder if Captain Chao has come here to trade anything? Chao Jia said with a bitter face. Where are the good things? We gave all the good things to Commander Li last time. You should have taken them, right? Ha 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 ha. It seems that you also know about the evolution crystals. You treat me as a guinea pig. Li Yunpeng teased. Alas, I'm ashamed to say that I also wanted to be that guinea pig, but I just got an evolution crystal by chance. Chao Jia looked regretful. Humph. Everyone knows the effects of the evolution crystals, and you're just being a guinea pig. Chao Jia is not one to suffer a loss. He is seeking credit in both open and covert ways. Li Yunpeng is unwilling to take advantage of him, so he casually takes out an evolution crystal from his pocket and throws it to him. Chao Jia didn't expect that the things he gave away could be returned, but when he saw Li Yunpeng throwing something to him, he caught it and saw that it was an evolution crystal. The evolution crystal that day was very important to me, and I don't want to owe you a favor, so I'll just consider this one as returning it to you. Chao Jia was very excited. Commander Li, this is so embarrassing. Li Yunpeng was disdainful in his heart, but he must have been very happy in his heart. This is what you deserve, accept it. Okay, Commander Li is generous. Chao Jia didn't bother to be polite anymore. He was afraid that if he gave it to Li Yunpeng and then had to take it back, he would suffer a great loss. So he quickly put it into the inner pocket of his clothes. Li Yunpeng was speechless as he looked at Chao Jia, who was sitting on the chair and grinning foolishly. Was a first-level evolution crystal really that important? For him, it is easy to get a first-level evolution crystal if he wants it, But for ordinary people, it is good enough not to lose their lives when encountering a first-level evolution zombie. How can they dare to hope to kill the zombie and get the evolution crystal? Evolution crystals are destined to be the exclusive property of those in power. Can you tell me the purpose of this trip now? Li Yunpeng said. Chao Jie was immersed in the beautiful fantasy of becoming an evolver, marrying a beautiful, rich woman, and reaching the pinnacle of his life. He was so happy that he almost forgot about his business. Hearing Li Yunpeng's question, he quickly put away his expression and said, "Sure enough, I can't hide it from Commander Li's discerning eyes. I came here this time because I really have something important to tell you." After saying that, he took out a gold-embossed invitation from his pocket. Li Yunpeng was surprised. "Don't even think about you getting married and inviting me to the wedding. If that's the case, I'll scold you to death." Chao Jie handed the invitation to Li Yunpeng respectfully. Li Yunpeng took the invitation and opened it, and found that it was actually an invitation to an underground trading market. The general meaning is that the first Doomsday Trading Conference will be held next week in the underground trading market transformed from an abandoned mine in Wudong Town. The people invited were all well-known figures in the surrounding settlements. "Oh, Boss Chao is developing very quickly. Is he able to organize a trade fair of this scale?" Chao Jie quickly waved his hands. "Commander Li, you're flattering me. I don't have that ability. This was all organized by our boss behind the scenes. I'm just an errand boy." "Boss." It was the first time Li Yunpeng heard him mention it. He thought that the so-called doomsday businessmen were just a few desperate people traveling back and forth, but he didn't expect that there was a big force behind them controlling them. Although he didn't have any urgent supplies, he thought it would be helpful to learn about other forces. He put down the invitation in his hand and said, "Boss Chao has invited me so kindly. I will definitely go." Chao Jie was immediately delighted. "Okay then, I'll be waiting for you, Commander Li, in Wudong Town." After seeing Chao Jie off, Li Yunpeng did not take the matter too seriously and called a meeting of senior management in the base. The base's area and population had increased dramatically, so there would definitely be a lot of things to come. The original conference room that could accommodate more than a dozen people was no longer sufficient. In the temporarily converted large conference room, Li Yunpeng sat in the main seat, with dozens of senior military and political officials on both sides. As you can see, the base is currently expanding rapidly, and it is certainly facing many problems. "Let's discuss the difficulties we are facing today," said Li Yunpeng. Everyone looked at each other and thought, "You are still trying this. Last time, Deputy Chief Executive Gong Lei was in trouble because of his careless words. Although he is still in the position, his reputation is not as good as before, and he has basically become just a staff member." "Commander, I have recently been studying the genetic composition of mutant animals and have made some breakthroughs, so I would like to apply for an evolution crystal for in-depth research." Seeing that no one spoke, Xia Mengdai raised her own question. Ever since Wang Shiyan moved into the third floor of the villa, Xia Mengdai and Huofeng'er are no longer as uninhibited as before. The two moved back to their respective residences at the same time. Xia Mengdai was obsessed with virus and evolutionary gene research, and Huofeng'er didn't see her for several days because she was always traveling. Li Yunpeng did not spend too much energy on love affairs. He just let everything take its course. The crisis of life and death still existed, as if a sword of Damocles was hanging over his head. "Okay, approved. I'll give you an evolution crystal after the meeting." After Xia Mengdai sat down, Zhang Tao stood up and said, "Commander, Li Jian, urban construction professionals, and I have jointly developed a new base plan. Please review it." Li Yunpeng took the drawings presented to him and looked at them carefully. The entire plan is centered on his commander's residence, with a mountain road below and 12 main roads, for horizontal and 8 vertical, forming the transportation network of the entire base. It is divided into 4 functional areas according to the east, south, west, and north directions, namely residential area, civil industrial area, military area, and comprehensive area. The comprehensive area brings together administrative departments, schools, hospitals, scientific research institutions, etc. Yeah, not bad. Li Yunpeng was extremely satisfied with the detailed and reasonable planning map. He was worthy of being an urban planner produced by the system. The layout of water and electricity pipelines was very sophisticated. In this way, it finally looked like a modern town. He looked at it for a while and pointed out some things that were not pleasing to the eye. Zhang Tao and Li Jian took detailed notes and took them back to make corrections. It's not that there is anything wrong or unreasonable. It's just that Li Yunpeng simply doesn't like it. Anyway, it doesn't affect the overall situation, so just do it according to his preferences. After dealing with the layout issue, Zhou Gu stood up and said, "Commander, all the parts for the bullet production line have been developed. However, Our base is currently short of industrial chips, so we can only utilize 1/10 of our production capacity. Li Yunpeng was delighted to hear that the bullet production line was completed, but he was restricted by chips again. Where can I get chips for you? Use it first, and we'll talk about the chip later. Li Yunpeng said. Let's start the production line first. Although it cannot fully meet the needs of the guards, it can at least save some points. After Zhou Gu sat down, Wang Shiyan stood up and said, Commander, I want to resign from the position of Minister of Logistics. Chapter 134, Lord of Moyang City. Huh? Li Yunpeng was stunned. Why did Wang Shiyan resign for no reason? He saw that Wang Shiyan's eyes were firm, and she didn't seem to be joking. Li Yunpeng thought about it, and thought of the general reason. It might be to avoid suspicion. Everyone basically knew about her relationship with Li Yunpeng, and she often had to take her identity into consideration when working. However, the logistics department was a matter of great importance, and he couldn't just delegate power to others. He thought for a moment and said, I agree that Wang Shiyan will step down as the Minister of Logistics and become the senior advisor of the Logistics Organization Department. Su Ming will take over as minister. Wang Shiyan smiled sweetly and sat down easily. Su Ming was stunned. He thought that his current position had reached its limit. After all, the next level up would be the commander's woman, and that was not something he could peek into. But I didn't expect happiness to come so suddenly, and Minister Wang actually took the initiative to give up his position. Su Ming slowly stood up and said solemnly, Commander and Minister Wang, please rest assured that I will live up to your trust and do a good job in the logistics department. Li Yunpeng nodded. Su Ming was a brave and careful man. He had led the logistics support team and followed him through life and death at the very beginning. He was a trustworthy person. It was more reassuring to leave the logistics department to him than to anyone else. The base's population now exceeded 100,000, and the hospital became a top priority. Li Yunpeng said, Director Xia, the hospital needs to be expanded. The population will increase in the future, and the demand for medical care will naturally be even greater. The existing medical system can be divided into two systems, military and civilian. You will be in charge of the overall management. Yes, Commander, there are already nearly 100 medical staff in the hospital. I will further expand the medical team as needed. Xiao Mingdai said. Li Yunpeng nodded in agreement. Seeing that no one stood up to speak, a long-standing idea emerged in his mind. That is the issue of naming the base. A unique name will make people feel more sense of belonging. Originally, he planned to name it after himself, Yunpeng City, but he felt that it was a bit too self-centered and childish. After considering for a long time, he finally decided to name it Moyang City. I have an announcement to make. From now on, our base will be named Moyang City. This symbolizes that the old sun is setting and the new sun is about to rise. The future of mankind is in our hands. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. They had ignored this question until now. Moyang City. It sounded good. Well, that's a good name, Commander. I've been looking forward to this day for a long time. Commander, why don't you just address me as Lord of Moyang City? After finishing the serious business, everyone relaxed and flattered Li Yunpeng. He became the Lord of Moyang City half-heartedly. In addition to the main work, the remaining specific issues that fall under the responsibility of departments at all levels will first be discussed by lower-level units, and finally presented to Li Yunpeng for review. Today's meeting concludes here. All members of the administrative department shall proceed to implement the agenda. The generals of the guard shall remain and continue with a military meeting. After Li Yunpeng finished speaking, Zhang Tao hurriedly left with a group of people. The current task was more arduous than ever before. Soon, there were only 10 squadron leaders left in the meeting room. Li Yunpeng took out a bag of evolution crystals and placed them on the table. He said, all squadron leaders will be promoted to level 2 evolvers, and their team leaders will be promoted to level 1 evolvers. The squadron leaders took a deep breath and shouted, Yes, Commander. The soldiers were still used to calling Li Yunpeng Commander, but he didn't care. It was just a title. If he wanted, he could just come up with a bunch of them. These empty titles had no meaning. Looking at a group of squadron leaders who were trying their best to control their excitement, Li Yunpeng felt that these people were his real backbone and the foundation of his survival in the last days. The guard army will soon reach 5,000 men. Li Qi will be responsible for selecting the first deputy squadron leader to be promoted to the new commander. The first one to advance means the one with the greatest potential. Not all guard soldiers can advance if they kill enough enemies. Li Qi agreed, and Li Yunpeng continued. Li Yi, Lier, you are still responsible for the defense of the base. Now that we need to defend a larger area, you have a heavy responsibility. You must have sufficient firepower. I will allocate 2 more squadrons to strengthen the defense in a while. Don't worry, Commander, we are in the city. Li Yunpeng nodded with satisfaction. Such subordinates are the best in any era. Therefore, Li Yunpeng himself has not reached the peak of the second level yet, but he is still willing to distribute the second-level evolution crystals to them first. When I walked out of the conference hall, Wang Shiyan and Xia Mengdai were waiting at the door, talking and laughing. Li Yunpeng took out 5 first-level evolution crystals and handed them to Xia Mengdai. These evolution crystals can elevate you to the peak of the first-level evolver, and there is still one left for scientific research. Xia Mengdai's plump red lips curved up, and she said with a smile, "Then I won't be polite. You guys chat, I'll go to the lab." Watching her leaving, Wang Shiyan felt a little sad. "Brother Peng, is Mengdai jealous?" Li Yunpeng rubbed her head and said, "Don't think too much. Deep-rooted ideas are not so easy to change. It may seem simple in your mind, but it won't be the case when the time comes." Profound. Wang Shiyan held Li Yunpeng's arm and reminisced about the past days. "Why do you want to resign suddenly?" Li Yunpeng asked. Wang Shiyan raised her head, smiled sweetly, and said, "Although I like to be busy with my career, the work in the logistics department is increasing. I'm afraid I won't have enough time to take care of you." Li Yunpeng felt warm in his heart. He knew that Wang Shiyan was not the type to be content with pleasure. Before the end of the world, she came from a wealthy family, but she still chose to work as an intern at the grassroots level of her own company under an assumed name. "I knew it, so I reserved the position of logistics department consultant for you," said Li Yunpeng. "Hee, Brother Peng is the one who thinks things through." Just when the two were being affectionate with each other, Rin Xiao came staggering from the front. Li Yunpeng felt a little headache. It was broad daylight, and he couldn't even walk in a straight line. Rin Xiao glanced at the two of them, pulled Li Yunpeng over, and said, "Let's go drink. What's the point of hanging out with women all day?" Li Yunpeng was furious. "I don't hang out with women, so is it normal for me to hang out with you?" But at least Rin Xiao brought back the much-needed population and evolution crystals. Li Yunpeng didn't want to offend him, so he said hello to Wang Shiyan and followed him to the old place, which was still the same simple rooftop. Now that the base has grown dramatically, new housing is also being planned. Li Yunpeng said, "Brother Ren, I'll buy you a new house later. Your house was built a long time ago, and everything is very simple due to the rush." Rin Xiao glared. "Hey, houses are for sleeping, as long as they can shelter from the wind and rain, not to mention there is such a big platform for barbecue. How great." Seeing that he wasn't interested in the house, Li Yunpeng changed his tone and said, "How about I arrange a senior management position for you at the base, above 10,000 people?" Rin Xiao fell off the chair and said, "Fuck, you're so ungrateful. I just gave you a lot of good things." Li Yunpeng felt a dull pain in his teeth. Giving you power is like harming you. As he was speaking, Lu Zide climbed onto the rooftop, holding a new iPhone model from before the apocalypse. Without taking his eyes off the screen, he said, Brother Peng, look, these are the phones the supply search team just brought back. You couldn't afford these things before the apocalypse. And this pixel is invincible." After saying that, he took a selfie with his face facing the camera. Although WeChat does not have internet, it can change the profile picture. After setting the new selfie as his WeChat profile picture, he asked, "Brother Peng, do you think my profile picture is awesome?" Li Yunpeng looked at his head carefully, thought for a moment, and said solemnly, "Resemble." Chapter 135. Great wisdom appears to be foolish. Lu Zide was stunned. Like, awesome. Fuck you, Brother Peng, you're scolding me. No, I'm praising you. Li Yunpeng said. Lu Zide. There will be an underground trade fair in a few days. Brother Rin, are you going? Rin Xiao is a level 2 peak evolver, so it will be safer to have him around. Rin Xiao became interested the moment he heard about the trade fair. What's the deal? Are there any level 3 evolution crystals? Do you want a level 3 daddy? Is it so easy to get a level 3 evolution crystal? Li Yunpeng said. Rin Xiao was a little disappointed when he heard that there was no 3rd level evolution crystal, but he still couldn't stop his restless heart. Brother Peng, I'm going too. Lu Zide said eagerly. Li Yunpeng took out 5 evolution crystals and threw them on the table. If you eat all 5 of them, I'll take you there. Lu Zide's eyes widened. This is an evolution crystal? That's right. Li Yunpeng said. Lu Zide has been working in the logistics department all the time and has basically no risk of going out, so Li Yunpeng did not give him the evolution crystal until this time. Brother Peng, I can't take this. It should be left to the guards. Lu Zide had longed to be able to come and go as fast as the wind like Li Yunpeng and Rin Xiao, but he knew that evolution crystals were precious and should be used in the most important places, so he declined. Rin Xiao grabbed the evolution crystal and stuffed it into Lu Zide's pocket, saying, just take it. It's just a level 1 evolution crystal, so you can have as many as you want. Take it. Level 1 evolution crystals are not very valuable nowadays, and becoming an evolver can also help me. Li Yunpeng also persuaded. Lu Zai then solemnly put away the evolution crystal and planned to devour it after returning. The three of them sat on the eaves, with a pot of old wine and a few plates of peanuts, chatting about what they had heard and seen in the afterglow of the setting sun. You say it's strange that these third-level zombies exist. If I were to release them, I would definitely kill the powerful humans as soon as possible to avoid them becoming a threat. Li Yunpeng said. Ren Xiao took a sip of his wine and said, You don't understand. I guess if you don't provoke it, it won't attack you for quite some time. Huh? What do you mean? Li Yunpeng was a little confused. Energy is conserved in all things. How do you think zombies survive and evolve? They can absorb the mysterious energy in the air. That's why they can live without food or water and never tire. Some zombies can even evolve. This was the first time Li Yunpeng heard this statement, so he naturally didn't believe it. Ren Xiao continued, Don't be skeptical. I've seen many zombie hordes. When no one's provoking them, they're always slow and inert. Especially when the moon is bright and the stars are sparse, they'll even stand still, gazing up at the sky, as if accepting a blessing from heaven. They must be receiving some kind of energy. And according to my experience traveling through the apocalypse, zombies become increasingly intelligent after reaching level 2. They develop the instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm. Especially if I were a level 3 zombie, I wouldn't bother moving unless there was something to gain from it. Raising my own evolutionary level would be the best path forward. Li Yunpeng has been guarding the base. Unlike Ren Xiao, who has been traveling around, he has not seen the situation that Ren Xiao described. If that's true, then, when the zombie's evolutionary level far surpasses human power, that will be our true doom. Ren Xiao looked teachable and said, Otherwise, you think I'm idle and looking for trouble with zombies everywhere. If we don't kill them at the beginning of their evolution and seize the third-level evolution crystal, then we won't have a chance. Li Yunpeng finally understood Ren Xiao's strange behavior. Who would go around looking for trouble with zombies? But was it really as he said? No one could prove it. Considering all the circumstances, he could only say that this possibility was extremely high. Thinking of the million-strong zombie army in the neighboring Wuzhou city, Li Yunpeng felt a headache. Did he really have to send troops to fight the third-level zombies head-on? Not to mention how to eliminate them. If he was not careful, the newly born Moyang city might be captured. As if seeing through Li Yunpeng's worries, Ren Xiao said, Escape won't solve the problem. If you and I work together, there might be a possibility of killing the third-level evolved zombie. Li Yunpeng thought for a moment and decided that even if he wanted to take action, now is not the time. We need to wait a little longer. I have something else to settle before that. I don't want to be attacked from all sides. Shadash. Ren Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't understand the interests involved, but Li Yunpeng must have his reasons for being worried. He could only hope that he could resolve the potential trouble quickly. What Li Yunpeng didn't expect was that under Ren Xiao's unruly appearance, he was actually hiding tremendous pressure. He turned to look at Lu Zai, who was shoving his hands in his pockets and secretly stroking the evolution crystal, and sighed. We agreed to be childish together, but some people are actually wise but appear foolish, while others are truly foolish. Lu Zai saw Li Yunpeng staring at him in a daze, and asked in confusion, What are you looking at? It's okay. Don't forget to eat the evolution crystal when you get back. Profound. After saying this, Li Yunpeng jumped off the city wall and returned to the villa on the top of the mountain. When he saw Lu Zai again, he completely believed his feelings. In the hospital, Xia Mengdai was sweating profusely. Quick, blood pressure medication. His heart rate and blood pressure are about to burst his brain blood vessels. Lu Zai was lying on the operating table, his whole body red and twitching constantly, with a group of doctors and nurses surrounding him. Ugh! Painful and hoarse sounds kept coming out of his throat, veins on his neck were bulging, and black bruises were visible on the surface of his skin. Did he eat the evolution crystal? Li Yunpeng asked in confusion. The evolution process was painful, but it wasn't to the point where he needed to be sent to the hospital. Ren Xiao scratched his head and said, I ate it. How much did you eat? I ate all 5. How many times? Once. Li Yunpeng was so angry that his head hurt. This idiot. I told him to eat the evolution crystal, but I didn't tell him to eat it all in one gulp. How stupid he was. System, is it dangerous for an ordinary person to eat 5 evolution crystals in one breath? Li Yunpeng asked. System, there is no danger, but you will have to endure 10 times the pain of an average person's evolution. Li Yunpeng heaved a sigh of relief when he heard there was no danger. As for the pain, he deserved it. Just consider it paying the IQ tax. Okay, stop working. He won't die, Li Yunpeng said to the doctor. Then he walked up to Lu Zide and unplugged all the wires on him, picked him up and threw him into an empty office, then slammed the door shut. Lu Zide looked at the empty office and said with difficulty, "You're so heartless." Li Yunpeng's actions left the doctors and nurses stunned. Is this a friend? Or an enemy? Brotherly, are you really okay? Ren Xiao, who is usually carefree, asked with some concern. It's okay, it will be fine in a while. There's no need for a doctor. It would be bad if the evolution is delayed, Li Yunpeng said. As soon as he spoke, everyone was naturally convinced, and the atmosphere suddenly became relaxed. So a group of people brought fruits and snacks and sat at the door of the office, eating fruits and chatting while listening to Lu Zide's screams. Chapter 136, Underground Trading Ground. When Lu Zide struggled to crawl out of the room, what he saw was a scene of joyful people. Holy shit, it stinks. The moment the door opened, the people outside were stunned. If Li Yunpeng hadn't been there, they would have almost fled in panic. Li Yunpeng covered his nose and said hurriedly, "Close the door quickly." At this moment, Lu Zide felt like he was abandoned by the whole world. In the end, Li Yunpeng and Ren Xiao carried the almost exhausted Lu Zide back to his residence. After cleaning, Lu Zide's eyes were full of excitement. "Brother Peng, this evolver is too awesome. Look at me jumping 8 feet high. I feel like I can kill a cow with one punch." Li Yunpeng ignored the chattering Lu Zide. Ren Xiao sighed, and the two of them walked out of the room one after another. Lu Zide was a little confused when he saw the two of them leave without saying a word. Am I not awesome enough? Large-scale development is in full swing in the base, with various engineering vehicles shuttling back and forth, and everyone has been mobilized. In order to increase the population capacity, the houses designed this time are at least 5 stories high, with water and electricity fully accessible, but with restrictions on usage. Except for the electricity reserved for industry, the base's own power load has almost reached its limit. However, the power plant in the system has not been unlocked yet, so Li Yunpeng can only use throttling to control it. Returning to the villa on the top of the mountain, Li Yunpeng saw 2 acquaintances, Xiaohong and Xiaolan, who came from Wuyou country. He was a little confused and asked Wang Shiyan, only to find out that the girl thought the house was too big and she couldn't clean it by herself, so she called Xiaohong and Xiaolan, who were usually quiet and hardworking, over. Wang Shiyan really knows how to enjoy herself. Xiaohong used to be the queen of Wuyou Kingdom, but now she has become her maid. Could it be that she wants to experience the life of a queen mother? Li Yunpeng thought to himself. But it doesn't matter. Even if Wang Shiyan doesn't look for someone, he will have to arrange a few people to take care of his daily life. A house of 1,500 square meters cannot be cleaned up by one person. Li Yunpeng came to the study and swallowed the second-level evolution crystal obtained from the mutant eagle's brain. His evolution level reached level 2, level 4. At this time, he felt that his strength was enough to defeat the second-level evolved zombies, and he was more confident about going to the underground trade fair. At the current rate of human evolution, it is basically impossible for anyone to reach the level of a third-level evolver. That would require slaughtering an entire city. After a quick wash, Li Yunpeng came to the tea house on the large platform in front of the villa. Li Qi had been waiting for a long time. When he saw him coming, he immediately stood up and saluted. "Sit down." Li Yunpeng sat at the tea table in a loose robe, brewed a pot of good tea, and poured a cup for Li Qi. "Commander, you have a deep understanding of the tea ceremony." Li Qi praised as he took the teacup with both hands. Li Yunpeng raised his eyebrows. Is it possible to flatter a second-level squadron leader so well? What will it be like when he reaches the third level? This is not tea ceremony at all, just drink it as it is, Li Yunpeng said. Li Qi smiled and chatted with Li Yunpeng about the recent events in the guard army. After a cup of tea and the cigarette burned out, Li Yunpeng stretched lazily. I really don't want to leave this peaceful life, but now it's like sailing against the current. If we don't move forward, we will fall behind. Let's get ready. We will leave for the underground trade fair in advance and meet at the hospital tomorrow morning. Yes. Li Qi stood up and answered. He didn't ask what they were going to the hospital for. Seeing that Li Yunpeng was lost in thought, he bowed slightly and turned to leave. The next morning, 6 squadron leaders who had reached the second level of evolution, Ren Xiao, a second-level peak evolution, and Lu Zide, a first-level peak evolution, gathered at the hospital. After a while, Li Yunpeng also joined them. Brotherly, aren't you going to the underground trade fair? What? You still need a physical examination? Ren Xiao said dissatisfiedly. Haha, you'll know later. After saying this, Li Yunpeng walked towards the dean's office. Xiao Mengdai was sorting out the information of the outstanding interviewees. When she looked up, she saw him walking towards her from a distance. She hurriedly piled the information aside, stood up happily, and prepared to go greet Li Yunpeng. But just after taking 2 steps, she suddenly stopped, put away the smile on her face, and stood calmly by the door. Mengdai, I'm here for an important matter. I need you to turn all of us into pig heads. Li Yunpeng said. Xiao Mengdai. Li Yunpeng didn't plan to go to the underground trade fair in a high-profile manner, so he wanted Xiao Mengdai to disguise everyone. This was an easy task for Xiao Mengdai. She took a few silver needles, dipped them in some strange potion, and pricked Lu Zide's face. In a short while, his face swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lu Zide, who had a thin body, now had a head that was twice as big as before, a sausage-shaped mouth, and fat faces drooping on both sides. Ha 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 ha. Seeing his funny look, everyone burst into laughter. Fuck, Brother Pong, am I really okay? Lu Zide said as he looked at his mother in the mirror, who didn't even recognize him. You are an evolver after all, but you are so cowardly. Li Yunpeng retorted bluntly. The others weren't happy for long. After a few minutes, they all turned into Lu Zide's brothers, staring at each other. No one could laugh anymore. Li Yunpeng looked around and was quite satisfied. Let's go. This time, the group did not bring much equipment. Each person had a rifle. Li Yunpeng only brought the commander's sword. The group of 9 people drove 2 off-road vehicles and sped towards Wudong town. Puff. Rin Xiao was in a speeding car. He leaned out and chopped a mutant wild dog that pounced on him into pieces with a knife. He said, When has my brother ever gone out dressed like this? Ta, shame on you. You're not going on a blind date, so why do you care about your image? Besides, do you have an image? Lu Zide joked. Damn it. I'm going to establish my image in your heart right now. The car drove for 3 hours amidst the laughter and joking of the group, and arrived at the location of the so-called Wudong Town Underground Trade Fair. This is an abandoned mine not far from the town, but it has formed a small settlement. There are 2 armored vehicles parked at the entrance. The black muzzles of the heavy machine guns on the vehicles make some people with bad intentions give up their thoughts. The boss behind this underground trade fair is quite something, Li Yunpeng said casually. When the car arrived at the gate, it was stopped by the guards. When Li Yunpeng took out the invitation, the soldiers checked it carefully before letting him pass. They did not care about the weapons carried by everyone, but the car had to be parked in the designated location and could not drive around in the market at will. Li Yunpeng and his companions parked the car, equipped themselves with weapons and ammunition, left 2 people to guard the vehicle, and took the remaining 6 people into the market. There are many people setting up stalls on both sides of the road leading to the underground mine, and the goods used for trading are also varied, including food, women, cold and hot weapons, ammunition, and supplies. Li Yunpeng took a quick look along the way without stopping. After entering the underground mine, the value of the items being traded increased a lot, and the stall owners were not the scattered individuals outside, but strongholds set up by various settlements here. Fuck, there are even evolution crystals. Lu Zide whispered while pulling Li Yunpeng's arm. Li Yunpeng took a look and saw that there really was one. A scarred man was accompanied by a dozen of his men. On the stall in front of them was an exquisite metal suitcase with only a light blue sparkling crystal in it. Although he looked down on the level 1 evolution crystal, he was curious about how much it was worth in the outside world. He walked up to it and asked, How much is this thing? The scarred leader was stunned when he saw the 7 people in the group looked so strange and ignored Li Yunpeng's questions. Hey, I'm asking you how much you want to sell this thing. Why are you staring at us? Rin Xiao reminded in dissatisfaction. Scarface thought to himself, You guys look like Shrek and you don't let people take a second look at you? Before he could say anything, a proud voice came from the side. I want this first-level evolution crystal. Chapter 137 Meeting an Acquaintance. Li Yunpeng turned around and saw, Damn, what a narrow road for enemies to meet. It turned out to be Shintu's grandson. But he recognized Shintu, but Shintu did not recognize him and did not take him seriously at all. Scarface obviously knew Shintu as well, and said with a flattering smile, If Master Shin wants it, I definitely won't sell it to anyone else. Shintu felt very comfortable with this flattery. How are you going to sell these evolution crystals? Hey, if Mr. Shin wants it, I'll sell it to you halfway, either 100 rifles or 20,000 rounds of ammunition. Li Yunpeng took a breath after hearing this. Could a first-level evolution crystal be worth so much? When Shintu heard his offer, his smile froze on his face. Are you fucking kidding me? Scarface was stunned. Mr. Shan, the evolution crystals sold in our underground market are not cheaper than mine. If it weren't for... He wanted to say that if it weren't for your father's face, I wouldn't even pay attention to you. Shintu had just arrived today, so he didn't know the price of the evolution crystals. He was so embarrassed and felt very unhappy. Since you know who I am, it's easy. I'll take the 50 rifles and the evolution crystals. Mr. Shun, you can't do that. This is what our brothers exchanged their lives for. If we can't exchange it for enough weapons and ammunition, how will we survive in the future? Scarface became anxious when he saw him cut the price in half. Humph, how much do you want to sell this broken first-level evolution crystal of yours for? Do you expect these punks to be able to afford the price? Shin Tu said, glancing at Li Yunpeng and others. Li Yunpeng was speechless. How could someone who was just a bystander get shot? Mr. Shun, right? I thought you were a big shot by hearing your name, but it turns out you're just a poor guy. Li Yunpeng said to those around him with a smile. Rin Xiao and others joined in the laughter. It was fine that Shin Tu was humiliated by the scar-faced man who looked quite powerful, but how dare these people who looked like beggars laugh at him? He was about to explode. Huh? No, this voice sounds familiar. But no matter how he looked, he couldn't reconcile this familiar voice with the face he had seen before. Just as he was considering whether to teach these people a lesson, a young man who looked like a nobleman came out from inside, surrounded by a group of people. When Shinta saw this person, he immediately nodded and bowed, and ran up to him with his head shaking and his tail wagging. Brother Lu, it's been a long time since we last met. How have you been recently? Yeah, it's okay. The man called Brother Lu responded casually, not taking Shintu seriously at all. But Shinta seemed not to notice and continued to fawn on him, just like a Pekingese begging for food. When Li Yunpeng saw Shintu pointing at him and saying something to that person indignantly, he knew that something bad was definitely going to happen. Although he didn't want to cause trouble, he wasn't afraid of it either. When the group arrived, the nobleman first glanced at Li Yunpeng and the others with disdain, then turned to Scarface and said, Lao Chui, it's just an evolution crystal. My friend wants it. Please give it to me. Scarface looked a little embarrassed, but when he saw the man's face darken, he gritted his teeth and said, Master Lu has spoken, and I dare not disobey. The young master nodded in satisfaction, then shifted his gaze to Li Yunpeng, looked him up and down, and suddenly burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, are these the Shrek 7 brothers? As soon as he said this, the lackeys around him burst into laughter, and then they held up their stinky feet and echoed, Master Lu has good taste. I was just wondering what these things look like. Rin Xiao rolled up his sleeves and was about to step forward, but Li Yunpeng held him back and whispered, Don't be hasty. Find out the whole story and wipe them out. After hearing what Li Yunpeng said, he gave up, crossed his arms in front of his chest, turned his nose up, and pretended to ignore it. The underground trading conference was about to be held. The young master didn't want to make a big deal out of it. Seeing that these people didn't dare to say anything, he walked past Li Yunpeng with his arms swinging, bumped him hard on the side, and walked out of the mine arrogantly. Who is this person? After he left, Li Yunpeng asked Scarface Lao Chui. Hey, sure. Oh no. Brothers, you are the first one who dares to come to Wudong Town, but doesn't know who the underground king of Wudong Town is. Lao Chui said. Underground king? Li Yunpeng was speechless. Since the end of the world, have people's hearts become so inflated? There is an emperor on the left and a king on the right. They are really shallow, and there are so many turtles. They are all at the village level. Old Chui said seriously. That's right. The actual controller of Wudong Town's underground trading market, the terrifying level 2 evolver, Lu Kai. Puff. Lu Zide couldn't help but laughed out loud. If the second-level evolvers were scary, then the group of people in front of him would scare you to death. Except for himself, all of them were second-level evolvers. Seeing that this group of people did not take Lu Kai seriously, Lao Chui shook his head and stopped talking. That was enough. If they were still looking for death, there was nothing he could do. He packed up his stall and took his brothers to settle the transaction. Suddenly, a woman's miserable cry was heard outside. Master Lu, please let me go back for the sake of the months I've served you. How could Li Yunpeng miss such a good show on this underground transaction trip? He led everyone to the cave entrance. Outside, he saw a woman covered in mud, but still quite pretty, hugging Lu Kai's thighs and begging for mercy. Hey, this woman has a miserable life. She was originally the daughter of a settlement leader. A few months ago, she came here with her father to buy food. Not only did they fail to buy any food, but Lu Kai also took a fancy to her beauty. Then her father died inexplicably, and she was abused by Lu Kai for several months. When he got tired of her, he threw her into the underground market. He neither let her leave nor cared about her. Is it true that Lu Kai is worse than a beast? Shoo, keep your voice down. He's a ruthless person, and with his abilities and background, who would dare to provoke him? Some people around him were pointing and whispering something. Li Yunpeng had sharp ears and eyes, and he could hear the general idea from the whispered discussions. Get lost, you slut, you want to leave? You're so beautiful. One day, when this young master is in the mood, I want to play Beauty and the Beast with you, huh? As Lu Kai spoke, he kicked her away. With the strength of a second-level evolver, Even if he didn't deliberately use force, the woman was kicked so hard that blood came out of her nose and mouth, and she fell to the ground. Bah, what a fucking beast. No, I can't stand it anymore. Rin Xiao said. Li Yunpeng said with a relaxed expression. Don't worry, good things come to those who wait, and good things can't be rushed. If you kill him now, what's the point of the hammer trade fair? I'm not as patient as you. Ha ha, let's go and continue shopping. Maybe because he had been holding it in for too long, Li Yunpeng felt that strolling in the underground market was quite enjoyable. When he was in the mood, the others naturally had to join him. It was not until the evening that Li Yunpeng exchanged bullets for some good wine and food, and finally returned home with great pleasure. The two cars were parked side by side, and 9 people sat on the roof of the cars, drinking and chatting happily. This place never provides accommodation for outsiders. Everyone who comes here brings their own tent, and most people sleep in their cars. Li Yunpeng and others are no exception. After a satisfying meal and a few drinks, Li Yunpeng just lay down to rest when someone came to his door and asked, Li Qi, who's out there? Li Qi said awkwardly, Ahem, Commander, it's a woman who is exchanging her body for food. Do you need it? I need your head, get out of here. Li Yunpeng was speechless. This was a trading market after all, and buying and selling were everywhere. Oh, okay. Li Qi and others took turns on duty, driving away 7 or 8 waves of women who came to trade in an hour. Li Yunpeng originally thought he could rest in peace, but a sudden whistle woke him up from his half-sleep. Chapter 138 Accidentally Stabbing a Level 2 Mutant Beast to Death. Li Yunpeng was annoyed. How could he sleep? He flipped over and flew onto the roof of the car. At this time, a group of soldiers hurried out of the underground trading market, looking panicked, and gathered at the entrance. What's going on? Li Yunpeng asked. Reporting to the commander, there is an 80% chance that we have been attacked. The sentry outside just issued a warning. Da-da-da-da. 2 heavy machine guns suddenly fired at the entrance, and the 2 tongues of fire were extremely conspicuous in the dark night. Lu Kai rushed out with his entourage. What's going on? Master Lu, a mutant beast is attacking our settlement. A mutant beast? Humph, you're really looking for death. Lu Kai snorted coldly, and with a flash of his body, he arrived at the entrance. Sure enough, we saw a monster with a black face and fangs. It looked like a mutated wild boar. It was bigger than a horse and covered with rosin. After it dried, it became as hard as steel plates. It was difficult for heavy machine gun bullets to penetrate it. Cease fire. Lu Kai shouted loudly and rushed forward with a spear in his hand. The spear shot out like a dragon and stabbed towards the wild boar's eyes. The mutant wild boar tilted its head, dodged Lu Kai's spear, and charged towards him with all 4 hooves. What the hell? Lu Kai was shocked. The speed of this wild boar was no less than his. It was actually a level 2 mutant beast. He usually only fights level 1 zombies or mutant beasts, but today he encountered a level 2 one and immediately felt it was difficult. But tens of thousands of soldiers and civilians behind him were watching helplessly, so Lu Kai gritted his teeth and rushed forward again. There was even a hint of mockery in the mutant wild boar's eyes. After a fight, it seized the opportunity and rammed its head into Lu Kai's chest. Bang! Lu Kai felt like he was hit by a truck and was thrown backwards. After the mutant wild boar knocked Lu Kai away, it continued running straight into the city, causing people and horses to fall along the way. Fuck! Li Yunpeng was speechless. Why did this beast come to him? Little did they know that in the entire settlement, only the energy near Li Yunpeng and others was the purest, and in the eyes of the mutant beasts, it was like a bright light in the dark night. It's really true that if you don't take the road to heaven, you will be forced to enter hell. Li Yunpeng signaled the squadron leaders who were blocking his way to step back, and drove the off-road vehicle alone, pulled out the sword wrapped in cloth, and held the hilt in his hand. The wild boar opened its bloody mouth with excitement in its eyes. When it was close enough, it leaped and bit his neck. Snort! Li Yunpeng stood still. When the wild boar was only 2 meters away from him, he suddenly pulled out his sword and instantly stuffed it into its mouth. Puff! Bang! The mutant wild boar felt that it was about to bite the man's throat, but suddenly a long knife appeared in front of it. It was startled, but the speed was too fast and the distance was too close, so it had no time to dodge. The knife had already entered its mouth and went straight through its head. There was still a gleam of excitement in its eyes, but then the excitement faded, and its huge pig body crashed into Li Yunpeng, causing the off-road vehicle behind it to move a distance. The people around hurriedly fled, fearing that the wild boar would kill Li Yunpeng and then turn around to target them. What a fucking bad luck. That guy was unlucky. He just stood there and got killed by a wild boar. Run, stop talking nonsense. When people ran about 100 meters away, They found that the wild boar did not move after it pounced on Li Yunpeng. This beast, isn't he interested in that guy? Is the mutant wild boar in heat? Why are you lying on that person without moving? Li Yunpeng was speechless when he heard the discussions around him. He pushed the wild boar away, put away his sword, spread his hands, and said innocently, "Coincidence, pure coincidence." Only then did people see clearly. Holy crap, the wild boar hit this guy's knife. This is too dramatic. I'm so lucky. Not only did I survive, but I even managed to kill the mutant boar. 6666. Lu Kai got up from the ground, his chest stained with blood. He turned around and saw that those Shrek guys had actually killed a level 2 mutant beast. This was a huge loss of face. The mutant beast is dead, so the question arises. It is obvious that there is another second-level mutant crystal in the brain of the second-level mutant beast. People's eyes began to turn fiery as they looked at Li Yunpeng. Li Yunpeng cut open the mutant boar's brain with a knife, took out the pale blue evolution crystal, and put it in his pocket. Don't look at it. Whoever kills it gets it. Li Yunpeng and his companions were well-proportioned, but they were fat and had big ears, which looked weird in every way. Although people wanted to rob them, they did not want to be the first to do so. They thought about letting others test their strength first. Get out of the way, get out of the way. A group of soldiers separated the crowd, and Lu Kai walked out from the cleared path. Oh, what a lucky guy. He is the controller of the underground trading market, so naturally he would not rob people openly. Otherwise, who would dare to come to him to trade in the future? Lu Kai glanced at Li Yunpeng, turned around, and left with his entourage. After they walked away, he ordered, "Keep an eye on these people and find an opportunity." He made a gesture of wiping his neck. Yes. A group of first-level mutants under his command took the order and left. Li Yunpeng was somewhat happy to have obtained a second-level evolution crystal for free, and he didn't care about the greedy eyes staring at him from a distance. The next day, more and more important figures from various settlements gathered together, and various large-scale transactions began in advance. Weapons for food, medicine for weapons, raw materials for medicine, etc. All kinds of things. Even women could be exchanged, but the money became waste paper, too rough to be used to wipe one's butt. Li Yunpeng wandered around the market, with many tales following him. He chatted with everyone without any scruples to obtain valuable information. These people not only came from near Wuzhou City, but also from nearby urban settlements. The population size of the settlements where these people live is mostly in the tens of thousands. Li Yunpeng hadn't expected that besides Moyang City, there were hundreds of thousands of survivors scattered around Wuzhou City alone. But thinking about it made sense. Wuzhou City, along with its 5 districts and 4 counties, had a total population of over 6 million. Even if 90% of them turned into zombies, there would still be 600,000 people left. When Li Yunpeng heard the news, he was happier than when he got the second-level evolution crystal. They're all mine. They're all fucking mine. He kept muttering to himself. On the 3rd day, the trade fair finally began. Unlike the scattered stalls outside, the official trade fair was held in a hall deep in the mine, and one needed to show an invitation again to enter. Those who can come here are all well-known figures in each settlement. In the middle of the hall is a long table with a rich variety of wine and food on it. There is a circle of tables and chairs around it. Forces that have things to sell will put the items on the table for those who are interested to choose, and the transaction method is barter. Li Yunpeng didn't want to buy anything, so he wandered around the hall. Lu Kai, who was sitting in a luxurious booth in the corner, muttered, "How did these Shrek guys get in?" Shinta stood up and said, "I'll go and kick them out." "Don't." Lu Kai's mind turned, and a gleam of light flashed in his narrowed eyes. "Come here, after the trade fair is over you." Shin too leaned over to listen to Lu Kai's whispers, and the more he listened, the happier he became. "Okay, Brother Kai, just wait and see." Chapter 139 Auction. After an initial free selection, some valuable items were put up for auction. The Wutong Town Trade Fair was hosted by someone, and the auctioneer was holding a first-level evolution crystal in his hand. Interested bosses can place their bids now. One evolution crystal can bring you to the pinnacle of life, and from then on, status and beauties will be at your fingertips. The auctioneer said with a hint of temptation. Li Yunpeng was speechless. If someone didn't know, they would have thought he was auctioning off level 3 evolution crystals. "I'll give you 10 tons of corn. I'll provide 3 carts of instant noodles. I'll give you 100 homemade rifles." Evolution crystals are rarely seen in ordinary transactions, and once they appear, they will be snatched up. Finally, the evolution crystal was obtained by the fat man who brought out 3 carts of instant noodles. In the apocalypse, food was extremely simple, and people often just cooked rice with plain water. Instant noodles, on the other hand, became a symbol of luxury, as they not only filled people up but also tasted good. Their value was evident. Compared to the fat man who got the first-level evolution crystal, the seller was equally happy. He turned around and negotiated with the person who took out 100 homemade rifles to exchange them for 2 carts of instant noodles. The second item to be auctioned was a very pretty woman, who was bought by a filthy and slovenly man in exchange for 50 bullets amidst laughter. Apart from the evolution crystal at the beginning, there was nothing else worth Li Yunpeng's second glance until there were only 2 auction opportunities left, when a sturdy middle-aged man handed over a light blue crystal. This second-level evolution crystal. People gasped in shock. Among those present, the one with the highest evolutionary level was Lu Kai, the controller of the Wutong Town trading field. The others were all first-level evolvers. Taking out a second-level evolutionary crystal for auction was tantamount to giving everyone a strong aphrodisiac. People looked at the middle-aged man with shock. "I'll give you 1,000 rifles. I'll provide 2,000 tons of grain. I'll trade it for a settlement of 30,000 people." People have completely gone crazy. The benefits of becoming a second-level evolver are self-evident. It can be said that they have the capital to protect themselves in the crisis-ridden apocalypse. Everything is external, and these people are not fools. In order to become a second-level evolver, they are willing to give up everything, because once they become a second-level evolver, the things they lose will be earned back many times over. The auctioneer was completely stunned. Noticing the commotion below, the middle-aged man bowed and said, "My name is Lu Wentian. I'm new to this treasured land and would like to sell my level 2 evolution crystal. I only accept level 1 evolution crystals, starting at 80. Wow. This sentence caused a huge uproar, and people were completely excited. Holy crap, 80 level 1 evolution crystals? Who the hell can come up with that? I think he really doesn't want to sell it, but he came here to show off. That's right. This person doesn't understand the principle of not showing off one's wealth. I'm afraid he's going to get into trouble." Lu Wentian didn't care about the various comments below. He just stood calmly beside the desk with a smile on his face. Li Yunpeng also wanted this second-level evolution crystal very much. After all, he was only at the second level, 4th stage, and still some distance away from the peak. But he couldn't produce 80 first-level evolution crystals. He couldn't exchange the second-level evolution crystals in his hand for it. That would be like taking off his pants to fart, a waste of time. 80, I want them. A scattered voice sounded in the distance. Everyone looked back and saw that the person who spoke was Lu Kai, the controller of the trade fair. Haha, I've heard that Mr. Lu is rich and powerful. After seeing him today, I find that he is indeed extraordinary. Lu Wentian didn't plan to sell it to an ordinary person. He was waiting for this big fish. Although Lu Kai had never seen this person, the fact that he could easily take out a second-level evolution crystal was enough to show his importance. It couldn't be that he was a second-level zombie or mutant beast killed by coincidence like those slimes. I wonder if Boss Lu has any extra second-level evolution crystals. How about I buy them all at the same price? Lu Kai asked. Lu Wentian said calmly, "I'll only trade this one today. If we're lucky, we can talk later." Lu Kai raised his eyebrows, keenly catching the words, "Only one will be traded today," which means that this person has more than one. Ha. Okay, Boss Lu, let's keep in touch. The price is negotiable," Lu Kai said proudly. Lu Wentian bowed and returned to his seat. The following is the last auction. Is there any boss who would like to auction off his treasured items? The value cannot be less than 1 evolution crystal, said the auctioneer. There weren't many things worth more than an evolution crystal. People looked around, but no one offered anything. Just as their last chance was about to fall through, an elderly man with glasses cautiously handed over a package and said, "This is the most advanced industrial intelligent production control chip. I wonder if it's worth an evolution crystal." "What? A chip? This thing is useless if you can't eat or drink it. No one would pick it up if you throw it on the street." "That's right. If you sell it as junk, no one would even want it. And you still dare to put it up for auction?" The people below were full of anticipation when they saw someone offering a treasure for auction, but when the old man said he wanted to sell chips, they immediately started cursing. The old man's eyes darkened, and he was about to take back the package containing the chip. "Wait, I'll give you 2 rifles for this thing. Just keep it," Lu Kai said. Li Yunpeng thought that this melon-eating conference was about to end, but he didn't expect that someone would actually sell chips in the end. Industrial intelligent production control chips. Isn't that what is urgently needed on the bullet production line? "I'll offer 5 rifles." Li Yunpeng followed Lu Kai in raising the price. Lu Kai was stunned. Someone dared to steal my things? Turning around, he saw it was those Shrek guys again. Although he was angry, this was his auction, so he couldn't break the rules. "I'll offer 10 rifles." Li Yunpeng didn't bring many rifles this time. He felt his pocket and found that he had killed several level 1 mutant beasts on the way here. Now he had 3 level 1 evolution crystals with him. I'll give you an evolution crystal. Holy crap, when did chips become so valuable? Nima, that's an evolution crystal. Lu Kai was upset when he saw the price had increased tenfold. This chip was also very useful to him. He was silent for a moment, thinking, this grandson has a 2nd level evolution crystal in his hand. If he spends the 2nd level crystal in a hurry, it will be troublesome. How about? Thinking of this, Lu Kai immediately said, since this brother wants it, then I will help him. The chip is yours. Li Yunpeng was stunned. This was not Lu Kai's character, but he didn't care about it. He had the chip anyway. Others who came for the first time and didn't know Lu Kai well all began to praise him. Mr. Lu is so generous. He deserves to be able to run such a big business. I have to say, Mr. Lu's breadth of mind is beyond the reach of ordinary people. Lu Kai laughed secretly in his heart. He would have to deal with these Shrek people sooner or later. If he gave them to them now, he could find a chance to take them back later. He could also make a good impression now. This deal was worth it. After the auction ended, people dispersed in groups of 3 or 5, and those who had bid before stayed to go backstage to settle the bill in exchange for the treasures they had bid. Li Yunpeng was the last buyer, so he was at the back of the queue. It was not his turn until half an hour later. When he walked into the backstage, he didn't see anyone. There was no one behind the original exchange counter. Fuck, I knew this bastard Lu Kai was. Chapter 140 Passion in the bathroom. Li Yunpeng was furious. Are you trying to play this trick on me? Anyway, the trade fair is over. I'll show you why the flowers are so red. Just as he was about to go find Lu Kai to settle the score, Shin-Tu came over and said, haha, now you know who you offended, right? Li Yunpeng wanted to laugh in his heart. This grandson always ran into his gun. I wonder where Master Lu is. Shin-Tu said proudly. Don't worry, brothers, if you are interested, you can follow me and you will know everything. Li Yunpeng looked around and said, okay, lead the way. Shin-Tu's eyes lit up, and he turned around and led a few people deeper into the cave. Hey, grandson, where are you taking your grandpa? It's so confusing with all these twists and turns. Ren Xiao shouted from behind. Shin-Tu was not angry either. He smiled and said, let's go to the bathroom and smoke a cigarette. Young Master Lu will be here soon. You're fucking meeting a guest in the bathroom, playing? Ren Xiao was about to burst into a swear word when Li Yunpeng interrupted him. It's okay. I just want to smoke a cigarette. Let's go. He immediately opened the bathroom door and took out a pack of cigarettes to distribute to everyone. Li Yunpeng and the others went into the restroom, but Shin-Tu stood guard at the door. Hey, you. Don't you want to have a cigarette? Shin-Tu sneered. Humph, go ahead and smoke. If you don't smoke now, you won't have another chance. Hey, you so-and-so, aren't you getting angry too quickly? Come and have a cigarette to calm down. Li Yunpeng teased. My fucking name is Shin-Tu, not that guy. Shin-Tu was a little surprised to see that this group of people were not panicked at all when they were about to die. Li Yunpeng looked innocent. Your mother's name is Shin-Tu. That doesn't stop you from calling her, who? Shin-Tu. If he hadn't left it to Lu Kai to deal with, he would have taught these ignorant Shrek people a lesson long ago. He didn't have to wait long before Lu Kai and a group of people rushed into the bathroom. Ha ha, trying to snatch things from me is like asking for death. Lu Kai, where's my chip? Li Yunpeng asked after throwing away his cigarette, but, Lu Kai. Are these Shreks not smart? Can't they see the current situation? Where's the fucking chip? Hand over your 2nd level evolution crystal, and I can leave you with an intact body. Lu Kai said. Li Yunpeng took out the 2nd level evolution crystal, put it to his mouth, and pretended to eat it. Where's the chip? If you don't tell me, I'll eat it. Lu Kai was stunned. Fuck, is this even possible? He really didn't expect this detail. The evolution crystal melted in his mouth. Even killing him would be useless if he ate it. Lu Kai had no choice but to ask someone to bring the chip over. Here is the chip. Put down the evolution crystal, and I'll give you the chip first. After saying that, he threw the chip over, not afraid that Li Yunpeng and others would escape. Li Qi immediately picked up the chip and held it in front of him. Seeing that he had the chip, Li Yunpeng asked, where's your level 2 evolution crystal? Lu Kai. Here. Lu Kai said helplessly, patting his pocket. Oh, that's good. Since everything everyone wants is here, it saves us the trouble. Let's take a look. Li Yunpeng breathed a sigh of relief. Traverse? Huh. How about you put the things in one place and take all the people who get out of here alive? Lu Kai said with a turn of his eyes. The more Li Yunpeng looked at him, the more he liked him. He really wanted to do whatever he wanted. Even his own son was no better than him. Okay, just as you said. To show his sincerity, Lu Kai put all the things on the sink first. Li Yunpeng threw the evolution crystal and chip to Lu's side, indicating that he should put them together as well. Ha! Lu Kai felt relieved. He no longer had to worry about his grandson eating the level 2 evolution crystal. Today is the day you die. Li Yunpeng took a deep puff of his cigarette and said, Detsi, I leave these people to you. Lu sighed. Although he had no experience in life and death battles, he was at least a level 1 peak evolver. He took off his coat and stood up. A man also walked out from behind Lu Kai, and without saying a word, he started fighting with Lu Zide, enjoying the fight very much, using turtle punches and shadowless kicks to continuously land on the opponent. Li Yunpeng almost laughed out loud. Although these two were both level 1 peak evolvers, they had no fighting experience at all. They used their extraordinary strength and speed like children in fighting. Grandson, do you think you can challenge me by relying on a level 1 peak evolver? That's ridiculous. Everyone under me is level 1 peak. Lu Kai sneered. Li Yunpeng curled his lips like a cat playing with a mouse and was not in a hurry to eat him in one bite. Lu Kai glanced at the 2 second-level evolution crystals and a pack of extremely valuable chips placed on the pool, and his heart was burning with excitement. If he ate both crystals, he would instantly become a second-level advanced evolver. Then he would be able to fight against second-level zombies and truly become a being that could dominate the apocalypse. Shintu, kill him. Okay. Shintu suddenly rushed forward and kicked Lu Zide back to Li Yunpeng. He moved his wrists and neck while walking and said, Humph, some people really don't know their place. They dare to offend anyone. Die. As soon as he finished speaking, he punched Li Yunpeng on the temple. He believed that his fist, which could normally break bricks and stones, would crack the skull of the man in front of him and kill him on the spot. Bang! The sound of hitting was heard in the bathroom. Lu Kai thought that the matter was over and felt relieved, but the next second he was stunned. Shintu flew back in a strange and twisted posture, hit the tile wall above the urinal, and then fell into the pool. The tiles on that wall were all cracked, and the wall was deeply sunken. Hiss! Lu Kai and the others gasped. Shintu was no fool. Not only had he long since reached the level of a peak evolver, he also possessed extensive combat experience. Yet, he was sent flying by the leader, Shrek? Ahem. Shintu was lying in the urinal, spitting out blood, a mixture of red and yellow, with a disgusting smell. He struggled to crawl out, but all the bones in his chest were broken, and he had difficulty breathing. He couldn't exert any strength in his body. You are Li Yunpeng, Shintu said with all his strength. Li Yunpeng was stunned. Huh, how did you recognize me? He glanced at the glass and said, Fuck, Xiao Mengdai, your cooking skills are unreliable. I saw that his originally fat and swollen face had now shrunk a lot, and his original appearance could be vaguely seen. Li Qi, block the door. Li Bai, block the window. Don't let anyone go. Li Yunpeng ordered. Lu Kai originally thought that the matter was just a little tricky. The other party was basically just a second-level evolver. He had more numbers and more power, so he still had a great chance of winning. But when Li Yunpeng's 2 subordinates sealed the doors and windows with a speed no less than his, he felt that things were bad. There were at least 3 second-level evolvers. Come on, Lu Kai yelled. There is no way to retreat. It is either you die or I live. Although his men are a little afraid, they are in the same boat with Lu Kai, so they gritted their teeth and rushed towards Li Yunpeng. They were all first-level peak evolvers who were high and mighty in the eyes of ordinary people, but in front of Li Yunpeng, they were like disobedient sons. He slapped them on the left and kicked them on the right, and in a few minutes they fell into the cesspool and couldn't get up. After dealing with these lackeys, Li Yunpeng clapped his hands and looked at Lu Kai. Mr. Lu, right? Brother Kai, right? Come on, tell me how to kill and rob. I can use it right now, so I'd like to learn from you. Li Yunpeng said. Lu Kai no longer had the slightest trace of the arrogance of a nobleman. His legs were shaking at an extremely fast frequency. The peak level 1 had no power to fight back in his hands. This was definitely not the level that could be achieved by a beginner at level 2. Moreover, his followers were basically all level 2 evolvers. What kind of existence had he provoked? Seeing Li Yunpeng walking in, Lu Kai's heart rose to his throat. You can't kill me. Do you know who my father is? Your father? Uncle Lu. Chapter 141. Like son, like parents. My father is Lu Jingwu. If you want to kill me, he will definitely not let you go. Lu Kai threatened. Li Yunpeng sneered and said, No one has ever threatened me. Do you know why? Why? Because everyone who threatened me is dead. Seeing that he wasn't buying it, Lu Kai turned around and begged, Brother Li, Master Li, I'm the one who didn't recognize the great man. Please let me go. Li Yunpeng patted him on the shoulder and said, The moment you tried to kill me, your current ending was doomed. In your next life, be a good person. After saying that, Li Yunpeng took out a cigarette put it into Lu Kai's mouth, whose lips were trembling, then lit it carefully for him, got up and left the bathroom. There was a sound of fighting behind him, but after 10 seconds, everything was quiet. Li Qi came out with 2 second-level evolution crystals and a pack of chips. Ren Xiao clapped his hands and said, "What a slow mover. If it were me, I would have sent him to hell long ago." Lu Zide's face was pale. He saw with his own eyes that the evolvers of the same level as him died miserably in the cesspool like dead dogs, without any power to resist. Only then did he realize how terrifying the second-level evolvers were, especially Ren Xiao, the peak second-level evolver, and Li Yunpeng, whose depth was completely unpredictable. If we had sent him to heaven earlier, would we have gained so much? Li Yunpeng said with a smile after making a fortune. Several people walked out along the way they came, but this place was deep underground and full of twists and turns, so even the squadron leaders with excellent sense of direction were a little lost. Li Yunpeng was just worrying about not being able to get out when he suddenly ran into an acquaintance, Chao Jie, who had invited him. Hey, Boss Chao, how are you? Chao Jie heard someone calling him, turned around and looked, a little hesitant to recognize him. Li Commander Li? Ha, that's me. Chao Jie confirmed it, then put on a smile and said, "When did Chief Li arrive? I walked around the fair a few times, but didn't see you. I'm a low-key person. I was just strolling around. Look, I got lost." "Hey, you're so modest. Are you going out? I'll take you there." "Thank you." When they arrived at the mine entrance, Li Yunpeng asked, "Boss Chao is doing well here." "What are you talking about? You were just clinging to a big tree and begging for food." Haha, okay, then I'll take my leave first. As for the big tree, let's change to another one. See you later." Li Yunpeng bowed and left in a hurry with his men. He and Shun Siping have an irreconcilable feud, and Shun Siping has now defected to Lu Jingwu, and he killed their son. This matter cannot be concealed, and there is no need to conceal it. Chao Jie looked at Li Yunpeng with a bewildered expression as he left. Change to a big tree? What's going on? The doubt did not last long. Soon he knew the deeper meaning behind Li Yunpeng's words. The guards of Wudong Town found Lu Kai and Shun Tu dead in the toilet. The news spread like a gust of wind through the settlements near Wuzhou City. Bang! In a hall that looked like a soldier's residence, broken pieces of blue and white porcelain were scattered all over the floor. "Li Yunpeng, I'll fight you to the death." The voice was as low as rumbling thunder, concealing endless hatred. "Wu, Jingwu, you must avenge Kai'er. I must eat Li Yunpeng's flesh and blood alive." A woman dressed in jewels cried and said resentfully, "Arong, you go back first. I need to hold a military meeting." Lu Jingwu said. The noble lady known as Arong was Lu Jingwu's first wife and Lu Kai's biological mother, and her name was Zhu Rong. She wiped away her tears and stretched out her hand. A young woman next to her hurried forward to support her. Perhaps because she had been sitting for too long, her legs suddenly went weak when she was going down the stairs, and she fell to the side. Ouch! The young woman quickly used all her strength to barely stabilize her fat body. Bang! Zhu Rong slapped the young woman hard in the face. "You damned bitch, you can't even do such a small thing. What's the point of keeping you? I might as well chop you up and feed you to the dogs so I don't have to worry about you." The young woman shuddered after hearing this and quickly knelt down. "Madam, I didn't mean it. Please have mercy on me." The reason why she was so scared was that what Zhu Rong said was not to scare her, but that he had actually chopped up a maid who had angered her and fed her to the dogs. "Humph, if it weren't for the fact that you served Kai'er for a few days, I would have chopped you off long ago." The young woman breathed a sigh of relief. She had never expected that the person who had been humiliated by Lu Kai that day would become her lifesaver today. She felt sad and relieved. After Zhu Rong left, the rage on Lu Jingwu's face receded like a tide. "Guards, prepare the car." In an inconspicuous house in a small valley, Lu Jingwu said with a lewd smile, "Whoever of you can give me a son or daughter can replace Zhu Rong." Then he pounced on a group of women. The thunder and fire came violently and receded quickly. Lu Jingwu lay in the pile of women and enjoyed it. "Master, why don't you just leave Zhu Rong behind now? She's old and frail and as fat as a pig. She's an eyesore." "Hey, you can't say that casually. Her father still has 30,000 Liuhe troops under his command," Lu Jingwu said. "But you're not bad either. Ever since Shun Laosi joined you, you've got 40,000 men under your command." Bang! Lu Jingwu patted her on the shoulder and said, "You've calculated things clearly. Do you think this is a show of wealth? Just because I have a little more money than you doesn't mean I've won. 40,000 people can't do anything to 30,000 people. In many cases, we even need the cooperation of the Liuhe army. Oh, when will the sisters finally see the light of day? They've been stuck in this little house all day and can't even go out. They're almost going crazy." Going crazy? I'm here to help you relax. After saying that, the room was once again filled with the beauty of spring. On the other hand, Li Yunpeng returned to the base feeling refreshed. He handed the chip to Zhou Gu. After inspection, he confirmed that it was exactly what was needed. The bullet production line would soon reach its maximum production capacity. Then a military meeting was held. Now the forces near Mzong City were basically understood. This information was very valuable. Although the base was still undergoing large-scale development and was not suitable for external expansion, there was no delay in sending some undercover agents in to prepare for future recruitment. A population of 1 million was needed to upgrade the base to level 4. The points increased by nearly 1 million in the past few days. Li Yunpeng directly summoned 1,000 guards, increased the number of soldiers to 20 squadrons, and increased the number of soldiers defending the city. If all the squadron leaders were to reach the level of second-level evolvers, 50 or 60 single-level evolution crystals would be needed. At this moment, he suddenly remembered the man who came to Wudong Town to exchange the second-level evolution crystals for the first-level ones. Could it be that the power he belongs to has already developed to my level? Chapter 142 Brother Ren, get well soon. Regardless of how the power Lu Wentian belongs to develops, he is not near Wuzhou City anyway, so it is still unclear whether he is an enemy or a friend. As soon as Li Yunpeng walked out of the conference hall, he saw Lu Zide walking towards him hurriedly. Brother Peng, Rin Xiao is in the hospital. What? He can be admitted to the hospital? Alcohol poisoning. I don't know the specific situation. Lu Zide said. When Rin Xiao entered the hospital, his first feeling was that it was impossible. If there had to be a reason, it was most likely due to drinking. Li Yunpeng came to the hospital and Rin Xiao was in the clinic. He picked up the diagnosis record beside him and started reading it. Fuck. Li Yunpeng's hands were shaking as he held the diagnostic record, which clearly listed Rin Xiao's detailed information, including his age. He's obviously 1 year younger than me, but you called me Brother Rin for nothing. He pushed open the door of the clinic and saw Ren Xiao lying on the medical table, his face swollen like a pig's head. Hey, brotherly, you're finally here. If you were any later, you wouldn't be able to see me for the last time. Get lost. Li Yunpeng slapped the diagnosis record in his face. Come on, tell me, what's wrong with you at your age? Ren Xiao was stunned for a moment, took off the diagnosis record from his face, and said awkwardly, Ahem, I wrote it wrong. I missed 2 years. Get lost. Li Yunpeng would never believe his lies again, and turned around to ask, what's going on with him? Xiao Mengdai said, it's okay. He's allergic to one of the medicines. Acupuncture will heal him. Oh, by the way, your disguise technique only lasts for a short time. Xiao Mengdai rolled her eyes beautifully. You didn't say how long it would take. If the dosage is increased, it will be difficult to recover. I used to take small doses regularly to maintain my disguise for a long time. I see. Li Yunpeng resolved his doubts. Before leaving, he glanced at Rin Xiao and said, Brother Rin, have a good rest. I wish you a speedy recovery. Rin Xiao. After leaving the hospital, Li Yunpeng strolled in Moyang City. Most people participated in this vigorous development. Although they were covered in dust and dirt, they were full of enthusiasm. The elderly were also doing some handicrafts within their ability, and the children were studying in temporary schools. No matter what era, the inheritance of culture and technology cannot be interrupted, which is the foundation of everything. Lord City Lord. Zhang Tao was followed by a group of people wearing safety helmets and ran over. Well, did you encounter any problems during the construction? Li Yunpeng asked. There's no big problem. Everything is going smoothly. Zhang Tao answered confidently. Well, we need to keep an eye on the construction. Also, the grain will be harvested soon, and the granary needs to be expanded. We need to rush to collect a large amount of grain in a few days. The crops planted before the apocalypse have reached harvest season. Although zombies are rampant and have caused some damage, generally speaking, there is still a lot of food to be harvested. This is also the last time for the survivors to enjoy the blessings of their ancestors. If they want to get food in the future, they will have to grow it themselves. Yes, recently the director of the Ministry of Agriculture, Montaigne, has led his men to survey the nearby grain fields. They are waiting for the crops to mature so they can be harvested immediately. However, many forces are also eyeing the grain, so conflicts are inevitable. Just prepare to collect the grain. Don't worry about any conflicts. I'll have the guards accompany us, Li Yunpeng said. It was good enough that he didn't rob others, but how could someone be so audacious as to rob him of his grain? Zhang Tao felt relieved, reported some project progress, and watched Li Yunpeng leave. A week later, the temporary grain collecting team was assembled. Led by grassroots managers in Moyang City, hundreds of teams were divided to collect grain within dozens of kilometers around. When people heard that they were going to collect grain, Their faces were filled with smiles. Food is the most important thing for people. In the end times, as long as there is food, people's hearts can be settled. If they can grab enough grain in this autumn harvest, they won't have to worry about starvation for the whole year. Li Yunpeng allocated half of his troops, a total of 10 squadrons, to conduct mobile patrols in designated areas to deter scoundrels. It was autumn at this time, and Li Yunpeng planned to take Xiaohe for a walk around the surrounding area. Since he had incorporated the nearby settlements of all sizes, he tacitly regarded the area within dozens of kilometers around as his private territory. All the Special Forces team members have now become first-level evolvers. Li Yunpeng is sitting in the Hummer command vehicle, followed by the extremely reluctant Lu Zide, who is carrying Xiaohe. Lu Zide's reputation as a lackey became more and more famous in Moyang City. Although people usually made fun of him, there was envy in their eyes. Being the lackey of the Moyang City Lord was not an opportunity that ordinary people could have. Brother He, I have luxury cars and mansions now, so I need a girl. Woof. Xiaohe glanced at him and shouted in dissatisfaction. I'm still a single dog, and you're talking about women in front of me? Li Yunpeng sat in the car, looking at the golden waves of wheat on both sides. From time to time, laughter and joy could be heard from the people working in the fields. There were white clouds and a gentle breeze on his face. He hadn't felt so comfortable for a long time. Commander, someone is trying to steal our food. A voice mixed with electricity came from the walkie-talkie in the car. Li Yunpeng was upset that his leisure time was interrupted. Li Qi, take someone to see which grandson is so blind. After saying that, he asked Li Dun to turn around and drive straight towards the direction of the incident. After driving for more than 10 kilometers, the car came to a wheat field at the foot of a mountain. Dozens of civilians from Moyang City were tied up and thrown on the side of the road, while hundreds of people carrying rifles and wielding sickles were working hard to harvest the wheat in the wheat field. Ding ding. Li Yunpeng honked the horn, waking up the people who were rushing to grab food. Sitting under the shade of a tree was a middle-aged man with a mustache, a thin face, and a hunched back, waving an 8 Immortals fan in his hand. When he heard the whistle, he put away the fan and saw a Hummer with a machine gun mounted on it parked on the side of the road. Hey, this car is awesome. Guys, go check it out. After a shout from his men, those who were trying to grab food put down their sickles and surrounded them with guns. Who is the hero ahead who is stealing food? Li Yunpeng shouted jokingly through a loudspeaker. The man with the mustache came closer, put his hands behind his back, and said, Hey, Master Wonongshan is here. Seeing the group of fierce soldiers and bandits, why don't you get out of the car and surrender? Ha ha ha. Don't you know that this is the territory of Moyang City? How dare you come here to steal food? Are you tired of living? Li Yunpeng said. Spit. What the hell are you talking about Moyang City and Zhuangyang City? Leave your car here and get out of here. Qiuba said with disdain. Li Yunpeng opened the door and got out of the car. He walked up to him and said, Oh, you like this car? What else do you like? Tell me all about it. Seeing that he was sensible, Qiuba turned around with his hands behind his back and said, The dog in the car behind is good. Let him stay too. Puff. Are you interested in Xiaohe? Li Yunpeng couldn't help but laugh. Okay, let's see. Let Xiaohe out and give him to Qiubei. After the car door opened, Xiaohe came to Li Yunpeng with lowered head. Seeing such a big dog, Qiuba couldn't help but like it in his heart. Which mountain king doesn't have a majestic pet? It would be embarrassing to tell others about it. Xiaohe, this guy has taken a liking to you. Go get acquainted with him. Qiuba whistled and teased Xiaohe. Xiaohe's expression changed instantly. He bared his sharp fangs and suddenly pounced on Qiuba. Chapter 143, The Bandit Squad. Fuck. Qiuba's face changed instantly. As a first-level intermediate evolver, he dodged Xiaohe's open mouth. Xiaohe missed his bite and turned around to bite. Oh my god. The soldier was so scared that he turned around and ran away. This was not a dog. Not even a wolf was so ferocious. The next scene is Xiaohe chasing Qiuba, running desperately in circles around the group of bandits. The man and the dog are running so fast that the bandits can't react for a while. After the initial panic, Qiuba ran and shouted, Quick, stop this beast. The gangsters came to their senses and raised their guns immediately. Xiaohe gave up and returned to Li Yunpeng in disappointment. You dare to play tricks on me? Qiuba said breathlessly. Li Yunpeng spread his hands and said innocently, You asked for it. So why do you blame me? Stop talking nonsense. Believe it or not, I will kill you right now. The soldier said in a grim voice. Humph, just you guys. Qiuba opened the 8 Immortals fan, fanned it, and said, Otherwise, it's enough to deal with a few of you shrimps. Are you sure? I really do. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a mechanical roar was heard. The soldier turned around and looked. Dust was flying in the distance. Not long after, 5 armored vehicles followed by 2 tanks and hundreds of fully armed soldiers approached. A rough count revealed that there were dozens of machine guns. The guards directly surrounded the bandits. Li Qi jumped off the command vehicle and stood beside Li Yunpeng. The bandits were so frightened that they lowered their guns, stopped waving their fans, and the sweat on their faces flowed down their necks and wet their collars. Mr. Qiuba, look, are these shrimps of mine enough? Li Yunpeng snatched the fan from Qiuba's hand, opened it, and admired it. Fuck, there's an erotic painting on the 8 Immortals fan. The soldier whose fan was taken away had his already hunched back bent even more. The smile on his face was uglier than crying. Sir, I was just joking with you. Ha 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 ha, I'm not kidding you. Li Yunpeng laughed, and then said with a gloomy face. Under the attention of all the soldiers of the Guard Army, the Qiuba Bandit Brigade was renamed on the spot as the Qiuba Grain Harvesting Team. Qiuba himself held a sickle and worked hard to harvest wheat in the wheat field with his, but sticking out. His speed was more than twice as fast as that of others. The rescued civilians of Moyang City were guiding them personally from behind. Hey, the wheat ears have fallen. Pick them up quickly. Hurry up, look how many meters ahead of you the guy next to you is. What, going to the bathroom? Just do it in your pants and don't delay the work. Relying on the strong backing of the guards, people inhumanely enslaved the soldiers' grain-collecting team. It was not until the evening that the soldiers, exhausted as a group, finished harvesting a large wheat field. Qiuba rubbed his waist and said, Sir, do you think we did a pretty good job? Well, very good. Very good. Qiuba was delighted and said, Okay, it's getting late. I'll take my brothers and retreat. Well, don't. You did such a good job. Let's continue tomorrow. Li Yunpeng said. Qiuba was completely bewildered. He was so good at his job that he made a mistake. He should have just worked without putting in the effort. He wanted to run away. Could someone who tamed such a powerful pet be someone to be trifled with? Not to mention provoking Li Yunpeng. He couldn't even defeat a fucking dog. Qiuba was so regretful that he kept lamenting that he didn't check the almanac before going out and ran into such a disaster. Moyang City sent several trucks to load all the harvested wheat and also brought the disarmed soldiers' grain-collecting team back to Moyang City. How could Li Yunpeng let go of the coolies who came to his doorstep? When they returned to the base, the granary was already filled with newly harvested grain. Su Ming took out the statistics notebook and said, Lord City Lord, we dispatched 50,000 people today and brought back over 5,000 tons of grain. The grain near Moyang City has been harvested completely. Okay, let's continue collecting from further outwards tomorrow. Li Yunpeng said, Of course, the more food the better. We don't know what the situation will be like next year. There are too many variables in the end times. Just then, soldiers and others were being escorted by, and Li Yunpeng said, Let's recruit these people and reform them first. With Li Yunpeng's words, the soldiers' grain-collecting team was directly assigned to a labor camp to participate in the most arduous work in Moyang City. Damn it, you don't keep your promise. I have to go out to collect grain tomorrow. Qiuba said hurriedly when he heard that the labor camp was not a good place. Yeah, don't think I don't know what you're up to. You're trying to run away by relying on your status as an evolver, right? Well, how could that be? After all, I am so good at harvesting wheat. The soldier said flatteringly. Just stop it. Stop talking nonsense and take him away. Li Yunpeng said with a headache. No, I have an identity, I confess. The soldier was still struggling. Li Yunpeng said coldly. If you don't tell me the answer today, I'll send you to clean the toilet. The soldier was stunned. A noble evolver, cleaning the toilet? The thought gave him a chill. I really do. I'm from Old Junshin's Lu Jingwu. We're all from the same underworld. Please give me some face, big brother. He dares to mention Lu Jingwu to me. He probably doesn't know that I killed Lu Jingwu's son. Li Yunpeng thought to himself, and just took the opportunity to ask him, Who is Lu Jingwu? Does he have my strength? You don't even know Lu Jingwu? Qiuba was a little skeptical, but at least there was a glimmer of hope. Lu Jingwu is the boss who occupies an area of more than 10 kilometers around Laojun Mountain. Not only do he have a large number of soldiers and generals, but he also has hundreds of thousands of people under his command. How is it possible for someone to build such a large settlement? Li Yunpeng asked in disbelief. Oh, sir, Lao Junshin was originally a military base. At the beginning of the apocalypse, it was integrated into Lu Jingwu's command. We have guns and cannons. Li Yunpeng was a little surprised. Even cannons? This was getting tricky. In that case, Lu Jingwu's strength was not inferior to his own. But this is normal. His sons are both level 2 evolvers. If they are weak, how can they possibly get level 2 evolution crystals? At this point, Li Yunpeng had a general idea of what he wanted to know. Since you're Mr. Lu's man then, Li Qi, Lock him up and have him work with the alloy handcuffs and shackles prepared for revolvers. Yes. Xiaoba thought that Lu Ye's men could be spared, but when he heard what he said next, he was so scared that he almost peed his pants and shouted, "Hey, sir, I am Lu Ye's man." The soldier's pleading voice faded away, and Li Yunpeng fell into deep thought. Although a military base was not a large military region, it certainly had weapons and ammunition, and its military equipment might not be worse than his own. It seemed that if he wanted to touch him, he would need to calculate carefully. The next day, the grain-collecting team headed further away. Li Yunpeng arranged 10 squadrons to provide separate escorts, and he himself led 2 squadrons to patrol in the center. Because the farther away from Moyang City, the higher the risk, and danger could occur at any time. As expected, before noon, a cry for help came from one direction. A second-level zombie group entrenched in a town was mobilized. Despite the cooperation of a large number of guards, Captain Li Shirlu was still wounded in many places and urgently asked for help. Upon hearing the news, Li Yunpeng led his men and rushed in that direction. Before they got close, they heard fierce gunfire and heard civilians retreating to the rear in an orderly manner. The zombie army flattened a large area of farmland. Before Li Yunpeng's car arrived, he flew out of the car first. After a few takeoffs and landings, he arrived at the front line. He saw a level 2 agile zombie pressing down Li Shirlu. The situation was critical. Chapter 144 Look, UFO. Brute. Li Yunpeng let out a low growl and rushed straight towards the second-level zombie. Li Shirlu was in a critical condition at the moment. Not only was he wounded in many places, but the sharp blade of a second-level zombie had already pierced his ribs. As a second-level initial evolver, he was still a lot worse than zombies of the same level. The only reason he could hold on until now was because of his rich fighting skills. The second-level zombie stabbed a knife into his ribs and was about to chop off his head with another knife, but a cold light flashed in front of him, and his arms were neatly broken in the middle. Before the second-level zombie could react, the head flew off the body. It was not until then that Li Shirlu could see Li Yunpeng's figure clearly. "Commander, don't talk. Retreat to the city for treatment. Leave this to me," Li Yunpeng ordered when he saw him covered in blood. "Yes." Li Shirlu relaxed, feeling all the strength draining away from his body. He even had difficulty speaking and was soon carried away on a stretcher by the soldiers. "Kill all the evolved zombies. Don't let any of them escape," Li Yunpeng roared, and the 2 second-level Evolver squadron leaders and 31st-level Evolver team leaders around him immediately rushed out of the team and killed their way into the zombie army, specifically targeting the evolved zombies. "Woo-woof!" Xiao He barked wildly and rushed into the zombie group, biting off the neck of the nearest agile zombie. "Brother He, we 2 brothers are fighting side by side today." Lu Zide's eyes showed excitement. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Finally, he could help Li Yunpeng and no longer be a burden. A fully staffed second-level zombie regiment was defeated by Li Yunpeng and his 3 squadrons, and the evolved zombies' roars of fear were heard one after another. The ordinary zombies were so confused by their panicked leader that they lost their way. The guards stopped firing, put on their bayonets, and formed battle formations in small groups, taking the opportunity to clean up the ordinary zombies. In just half an hour, all the evolved zombies were wiped out, leaving only tens of thousands of ordinary zombies rushing forward in chaos. Li Yunpeng and others retreated to the guard army's position, and the sound of gunfire rang out again. With more than 30 machine guns and thousands of rifles firing at full power, the soldiers pressed forward step by step and soon wiped out all the zombies. The broken limbs and arms formed a thick layer on the ground, and the stench could be smelled for 3 miles against the wind. The black blood infected the entire land, and a lot of food was wasted. There is nothing we can do about it. When a war breaks out, we have no time to care about these things. Victory is the only goal. However, what made Li Yunpeng happy was that this time he annihilated the entire second-level zombie group and obtained a huge amount of points. One level 2 evolved zombie earns 1 million points. 100 level 1 evolved zombies earn 10 million points, and 100,000 ordinary zombies earn 20 million points. A total of 31 million points. Even after deducting the millions of dollars spent on ammunition, there are still more than 20 million points left. While Li Yunpeng was excited, he was deeply aware of one thing, that is, high-end combat power is too important. Without so many evolvers, it is impossible to eliminate the second-level zombie group. Even if it can be eliminated, the cost in lives and ammunition will be huge. Now, first behead the evolved zombies, and the remaining group of ordinary zombies will be lambs to be slaughtered in the face of powerful firepower. More than 20 million. I'm not worried about old Junshan for a second. Li Yunpeng was so excited that he just wanted to roar, but there were a large number of people and subordinates behind him, so he didn't dare to shout out loud. Let's go back to the city. Li Yunpeng seemed to see a large armored army lined up in formation and armed helicopters flying all over the sky. People simply gathered the corpses on the ground, then set a big fire around them, and thick smoke immediately rose into the sky. The smoke and dust were not only rising from this place. A convoy coming from the diagonal rear was also billowing with thick smoke. Li Yunpeng was a little surprised. The leader was actually 10 armored vehicles, followed by 2 tanks and thousands of soldiers on troop carriers. Could it be someone from Leo Junction? Li Yunpeng guessed. This was the only place nearby with such strength. The convoy stopped a few hundred meters away from the guard army, and soldiers from both sides were on guard. Li Yunpeng measured the firepower of both sides. He also had 2 tanks, but his manpower and firepower were far inferior to those of the other side, not to mention that there were thousands of civilians nearby. Is the person coming here a friend of Lao Junshan? Bang! The rear door of the armored vehicle opposite was opened, and a soldier with a square face, thick eyebrows and big eyes came down. Exactly. You are Li Yunpeng. How come everyone knows me? Li Yunpeng was speechless. Am I that famous? I might as well just change my name to Li Dehua. It's me, what do you mean? There was no need for Li Yunpeng to be polite to those who came with ill intentions. Ha ha ha, what do you mean? You killed Commander Zhu's grandson, and you still want to let it go? Of course I'm here to take your life. Commander Zhu? Lu Kai's grandfather, which meant this group of people were Lu Zhengwu's father-in-law's men. The father wasn't anxious, but the grandfather was. You are not qualified enough. Li Yunpeng said. The man sneered and said, You've just been through a big battle, so I'm sure you've used up a lot of ammunition. If I want to keep you, it won't be that difficult. Li Yunpeng was calculating in his mind that if a big war broke out, even if he could defeat them on equal terms, thousands of civilians would basically be killed. This battle could not be a head-on one. He raised his eyes to look at the man, who was still standing there with an arrogant look on his face. Li Yunpeng looked up at the sky and yelled, Fuck! Flying saucer. At this sudden moment, everyone looked up at the sky reflexively. Although the method was naive, it was very effective. It was like standing in a crowd and pointing in a certain direction and shouting. 90% of people would turn their heads to look. At the moment when most people looked up, Li Yunpeng flashed and instantly came to the side of the man, with his sword drawn and placed across his neck. The moment the man looked up, he saw that the white clouds in the sky were normal, and he knew something was wrong. But when he turned his gaze back again, a sharp long knife had already cut through the surface skin of his neck. I'm sorry to trouble you to give us a ride. Li Yunpeng said sternly. I thought the so-called Lord of Moyang City was just a nobody. Turns out he's only capable of childish tricks. Stop talking nonsense. The fact that you were fooled proves that your IQ is lower than that of a child. Tell your men to retreat. Li Yunpeng said. The middle-aged man felt a chill in his heart. After his shock and anger, he suddenly realized that Li Yunpeng was standing dozens of meters away from him, but he appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. Could he be a third-level evolver? As a second-level intermediate evolver, he knew he couldn't achieve such a speed. If I fall into your hands, I'll die anyway. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? There was no point in continuing the stalemate, so Li Yunpeng compromised and said, Then let the civilians leave first. We'll settle our accounts later. Chapter 145 Spending 20 million points. With a knife at his neck, the middle-aged man knew that standing still wouldn't solve the problem. All right, let the civilians go first. Civilians go first. Li Yunpeng shouted, and the ordinary people slowly retreated. They were all grateful in their hearts that the city lord thought of the safety of ordinary people first in times of crisis. When only soldiers from both sides were left at the scene, the middle-aged man provoked the enemy, saying, Li Yunpeng, this stalemate is not a solution. Why don't we get ready and have a real fight? Although Li Yunpeng knew his intention behind it, he didn't care. As you wish. After saying that, Li Yunpeng dragged him back to the guard army's position. Let go of the military commander. Stop. The people of Leo Junction were suddenly very anxious, but Li Yunpeng didn't care about others. He still led the middle-aged man to retreat until they stopped in front of the guard army formation. The middle-aged man is like a fish on a chopping board, and he is furious but helpless. The two sides remained deadlocked until half an hour later, when Li Yunpeng glanced at the time, lowered the knife from his neck, and said calmly, Okay, go back. The middle-aged man was stunned. What kind of operation was this? But since he had been released, he had no choice but to go back. Could he still stay in the guard army position? The two armies were on the verge of a fight, and any slight disturbance would lead to a war. The middle-aged man was pointed at by thousands of guns from both sides and walked slowly towards his own position. He was extremely nervous because he had experienced many storms. Li Ying, give me the gun. Li Yunpeng said. When the middle-aged man walked more than 200 meters, he came to the middle of the two armies. Seeing that no accident had happened, he couldn't help but speed up his pace. Right now? Bang! Gunshots suddenly rang out. When he heard the sound, his vision went dark and he lost consciousness. Li Yunpeng's Barrett heavy sniper rifle was still emitting wisps of green smoke. Idiot, you dare to mess with me? You really want to die. When the people of Leo Junction saw that their leader's head was smashed to pieces, they were instantly furious. A war was about to break out, and bullets flew between the positions of both sides like a torrential rain. Boom, boom, boom. The tanks also opened fire instantly, and the shells exploded in both camps, causing heavy casualties. Destroy the enemy tanks, Li Yunpeng ordered. Apparently, the other side had the same plan, and a shell flew towards the guard's tank. When the enemy's artillery shell hit the thick armor on the side of the turret and bounced away, Li Yunpeng breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it did not penetrate. Switch to armor-piercing shells, ordered the tank commander. Boom, boom. The guards fired an armor-piercing bullet that accurately penetrated the enemy tank's turret at the connection between it and the vehicle. A violent explosion followed, and the turret weighing several tons was blown away. Beautiful, Li Yunpeng shouted, waving his fist. Just as the enemy's only remaining tank was about to fire, it was suddenly hit by 4 or 5 shells, instantly igniting a huge fire. The old soldier was shocked. 2 tanks were destroyed just like that? Where did the shells come from? When he turned around, he was immediately scared out of his wits. He saw many guards rushing towards him from 3 directions in the distance, and 4 or 5 tanks spewing out deadly flames as they moved. Boom, boom, boom. Dense artillery shells fell on the soldiers' positions at Leo Junction, and the soldiers were immediately blown to the ground. Fuck run. Surrounded on 3 sides and bombarded with heavy artillery, the soldiers of Leo Junction had no desire to fight anymore. They threw away their equipment and ran away. The few remaining armored vehicles stepped on the accelerator and fled straight in the direction they came from. The other military vehicles panicked in the artillery fire, and more than 10 of them were destroyed by shells before they had gone far. The soldiers who did not board the military vehicles had no choice but to surrender. Li Yunpeng led his troops to attack for dozens of miles. When they were about to reach the border of Laojun Mountain, they returned in disappointment. They killed thousands of enemies and captured many prisoners, but only half of them escaped. You grandsons are lucky. Li Yunpeng cursed inwardly and then led his men back. When they returned to the battlefield, the 2 destroyed tanks had burned into empty shells and became a pile of scrap metal. Leaving a squadron behind to clean up the battlefield, Li Yunpeng returned to Moyang City with a gloomy face. The old army is strong and powerful and will definitely not give up. Li Yunpeng, holding more than 20 million points, carefully plans in his mind. First of all, we must replenish the soldiers, spend 4 million points, and bring the number of guards to the upper limit of 10,000 for the 3rd-level barracks. There are 12 tanks currently, and another 4.8 million points will be spent to produce 48 more, for a total of 60 tanks, forming an armored squadron. 31 Chinook attack helicopters were produced, 1 for each squadron, with each helicopter costing 500,000 points. This item alone consumed 15.5 million points. Add to that the matching weapons and equipment, and the more than 20 million points that had just been obtained were almost gone before they could even warm up. This is fucking, no matter how much I have, it's never enough. Li Yunpeng was filled with emotion, but when he thought about how his combat power had increased exponentially, his heartache was swept away. I now have groups of tanks and planes all over the sky, so I don't have to worry about the crisis on Leo Junction Mountain. All system buildings were busy as tanks rumbled out of the war factory and were taken over and incorporated into the guards waiting outside. Planes roared one after another, and the entire military zone was extremely busy. People were shocked and wondered what the city lord was doing. It took a whole week for the military zone to calm down, and more than 20,000 tons of grain had been collected. Li Yunpeng was walking on the road in the military zone. Both sides were filled with majestic Rhino tanks. Further ahead, the helipad was already full. Armed helicopters landed casually on the open space. Engineers from the Ministry of Military Industry were installing Gatling heavy machine guns on the helicopters. The military camp has doubled in size. In addition to the 20 squadrons that go out to guard the grain-collecting teams, the military zone still has 4,000 newly summoned guard soldiers active. Li Yunpeng was full of pride and fighting spirit at this time, but the past week was surprisingly quiet. The people in Leo Junction did not make any unusual movements. He was puzzled. Could there be some conspiracy behind the scenes? No matter what the conspiracy is, it will be crushed in front of these war machines. Li Yunpeng said confidently as he looked at the military equipment. Commander, The patrol team discovered signs of strangers' activities nearby today. Li Qi reported. Oh, can't hold it back anymore. Li Yunpeng raised his eyebrows. What's coming will eventually come. Did the spies from Laojun Mountain get any news? It's difficult for spies to get close to the core group, but Lu Jingwu doesn't seem to be in a hurry. On the contrary, Zhu Shixuan frequently entertains high-ranking figures from nearby settlements. Oh, the forces in Lao Junction are not unified. Li Yunpeng asked. Yes, it is mainly divided into two parts, the Liuhe army led by Zhu Shixuan and the Shangwu army led by Lu Jingwu. Interesting. The forces at Laojun Mountain were divided, and Li Yunpeng was eager to try. What's the terrain like there? Li Qi said sternly. The situation isn't very optimistic. Laojun Mountain is a branch of the Chongling mountain range. The mountain is high and the roads are dangerous, making it difficult for the armored corps to deploy. There are only 2 openings for entry, but both are heavily guarded by the Shangwu army. Humph! Under the artillery fire of the guards, we have to blast a passage out of it no matter how tight the defense is. Li Yunpeng didn't care. There's another thing. There are many evolved beasts in the Chongling Mountains. I heard that a beast king has appeared. When the war breaks out, I'm afraid it will attract terrifying mutant beasts. Hearing this, Li Yunpeng's expression became solemn. Has the mutant beast evolved to such an extent? Chapter 146, Strike First. What? Beast King? What level? Ren Xiao heard the 2 people talking about the Beast King while passing by, turned a corner, and ran over to ask. Li Qi said uncertainly. That place is no less restricted than Wuzhou City. It is speculated that there may be level 3 mutant beasts there. Level 3? No, I have to go. Ren Xiao said, and turned around and ran. Li Yunpeng was speechless. This guy couldn't just hear that there was a level 3 creature somewhere. Everything was unknown, yet he dared to go there alone. It would be difficult to find a second one like him in the world. You don't always have such good luck, Li Yunpeng reminded. Ren Xiao paused, turned around, and said, when a person dies, the bird flies up to the sky. If he doesn't die, he will just keep doing it. Li Yunpeng. He had become accustomed to Ren Xiao's suicidal behavior and knew that no matter what he said, it was useless. He could only give one last, heartfelt warning. Brother Ren, don't fucking die out there. Ren Xiao packed up his things quickly and left Moyang City in a hurry. Li Yunpeng looked at his back with some envy. He was fascinated by the freedom of going anywhere in the vast world. Well, he sighed, took a sip of the 1982 law fight next to him, then sat in the Ferrari that had been brought back from the Wuhai settlement and fiddled with it for a while. Finally, he lay down on the soft Simmons bed and thought, how is Ren Xiao going to survive out there without even toilet paper? After Ren Xiao left, the grain collection mission in Moyang City was still ongoing, but the scope had extended to 40 kilometers away and frictions of all sizes had increased. In the end times, there were many people who dared to fight for food. One of the grain harvesting teams found a large piece of farmland. Not long after they started working, they were surrounded by a group of people with hunting rifles. A short, stocky man asked, do you know who this grain belongs to? The team leader of the Moyang City team quietly pressed the alarm button on his walkie-talkie and said, Leader, are there still owners of farmland in the apocalypse? Nonsense, let me tell you. All the food in this area of more than 10 miles is mine. The team leader suppressed his anger and said, Okay, then we will go somewhere else to collect food. Ha 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 ha. Now that you're here, don't rush to leave. Collect all the food here for me first. I was just worried about having no one to work, and now you have a bunch of idiots showing up at my door. The team leader thought it was wise to avoid a loss, as the guards would be arriving soon anyway. He called out to the team members, get back to work and gather up the food. Oh, okay. The people were not affected by this group of people at all and continued to concentrate on harvesting crops. Seeing how obedient this group of people were, the short man laughed and scolded. What a jerk. Your brains aren't very bright, but you're very obedient. I like it, ha ha ha. All his men immediately agreed. The boss is so majestic and overbearing. These people must be scared silly. The short guy was very pleased and proudly took out a pack of cigarettes and distributed them to his younger brothers. Just when the group hadn't finished smoking half a cigarette, more than a dozen armored vehicles came rushing towards them. Boss, you're not coming for us, are you? The short man glared and said, we haven't offended any powerful people, so why should we be afraid? Maybe we can even get some support from them. Squeak. When the armored vehicle came closer, it slammed on the brakes. The guards on it quickly jumped off and pointed their automatic rifles at the group of short people. The short man was startled and quickly said with a smile, Commanders, what does this mean? The captain of the guard army said coldly, Are you the one who is hindering the grain collection team from Moyang City? Receive. The short man was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at the people working in the fields. The man who had answered him earlier turned around and smiled, then continued to work. Fuck, these people are not idiots. They just don't care about me. I want to say it's a misunderstanding. Can you believe it? The short man answered carefully. The captain of the guard army looked at him indifferently and said, "Put down your guns and go collect the food." Okay, chief, please be patient. I'll be there right away. The short guys dropped their hunting rifles and ran into the fields to work, not daring to slack off for a moment. The people in Moyang City joked with these people while they continued working. With the addition of the short man and others, the work progress was greatly improved. Similar situations were happening everywhere. Li Yunpeng broke up the 20 squadrons to ensure that each grain collecting team could get support within 5 minutes. Those who dared to show up and cause trouble would eventually become non-staff members of the Moyang City grain collecting team. In half a month, more and more grain harvesting teams reported that all the farmland ahead had already been harvested, and it was difficult to find large tracts of intact grain fields. Li Yunpeng knew that the last grain harvest was about to end. In the past half-month, not only tens of thousands of tons of grain had been brought back, but tens of thousands of new people had also been added to the labor camp. Don't go out tomorrow. You can't bring back 2 trucks of food in a day, and it's not enough for consumption. The next key task is to dry and store the food. The rest of us should continue to speed up infrastructure construction. As autumn turns to winter and hard times are coming, Li Yunpeng said to Zhang Tao beside him. Yes, I will arrange the next stage of work. Li Yunpeng nodded. Now that the food had been collected, the guards no longer needed to go out for protection. The military strength of Moyang City was more abundant than ever before. There has been no unusual movement in Leo Junction. Li Yunpeng guessed that most of the people there were busy collecting food just like himself. Now that the food collection was basically completed, it was time to settle new and old grudges. Commander, the spies from Leo Junction reported that Zhu Shixuan and Lu Jingwu have been meeting frequently recently, and their interactions with the leaders of nearby settlements have become closer. Li Qi reported. Oh, it seems we have to take action. Li Yunpeng said. He is not the kind of person who will sit and wait for death. If a fight is necessary, it would be better if the battlefield is in the enemy's territory. This way, there will be less damage, and the civilians who are injured will not be their own people. Li Qi, this battle is inevitable. Gather the troops and strike first. Yes. Li Yunpeng drew a circle on the map 20 kilometers away from Laojun Mountain as the forward command position. After all, now is not like the past when wars relied entirely on guns, and a distance of 2 or 3 kilometers between each other is a safe distance. Tank artillery's elevated shooting angle generally exceeds 10 kilometers, so for safety reasons, it is most appropriate to set up the command position 20 kilometers away from the front line. This time, Li Yunpeng planned to bring 20 squadrons, 6,000 guards, 40 tanks, 30 armed helicopters, 5,000 artillery shells, and countless machine guns. Moyang City had not had any friction with other major forces for a long time. This time, a large army suddenly gathered, a long armored convoy roared past, dozens of armed helicopters soared into the sky, and trucks full of soldiers stretched as far as the eye could see. Which unlucky person has offended the city lord again? Unknowingly, our Moyang City actually has a modern army. My lord city lord, I want to give birth to a baby for you. Don't you look at your face? You have a shoehorn on the left and a pig kidney on the right. Don't insult the man of my heart. When people first saw a military operation of such a scale, they were shocked, some cheered, and some were moved. Little did they know that the city lord they were talking about was not in the convoy, but was sitting in an armed helicopter and had already flown away, heading straight for the front line. Chapter 147. Deep into the enemy camp. In a quiet valley 20 kilometers away from Laojun Mountain, a strong wind suddenly blew, swaying the grass and trees and causing dust to fly. After a reconnaissance in the sky, 33 armed helicopters landed. More than 1,000 guard soldiers quickly occupied the nearby high ground, alert to any suspicious movements. Commander, no Leo Junction sentries have been found nearby. Well, it's normal. We are in this desolate mountain and wilderness, and we dropped from the sky. Lao Junshan naturally wouldn't have thought that we would come here, Li Yunpeng said. Several hours later, the army troops arrived at the camp one after another. The guards quickly arranged defenses, and Li Yunpeng led the special forces team to sneak up and observe. Lying on the top of the mountain and looking at the Leo Junction Pass, I saw that its fortifications were tight and solid. A concave concrete wall several meters thick was built in front of dozens of tanks, and the gun barrels extended from the concave gaps. There are countless machine gun bunkers and towers, scattered everywhere from the foot of the mountain to the top. Damn, the tank's armor is already thick, and there's a concrete wall several meters thick in front of it. It's totally impossible to penetrate it. Li Yunpeng was depressed. Lu Jingwu was indeed not an easy person to deal with. Looking around, he found that the surrounding mountains were too steep for tanks to drive up. The idea of shelling from above fell through. Li Yunpeng lay on the top of the mountain and thought for a long time, but in the end he was still at a loss. This is just what we see on the surface. There must be anti-tank guns, land combat guns, self-propelled artillery, and other equipment hidden deep inside. Fortunately, the Liaojunction military region is relatively small and only has some basic army equipment. Otherwise, it would be even more difficult to tackle this problem. After returning to the camp, Li Yunpeng thought about it and decided that he should start with the fact that Zhu Shixuan and Lu Jingwu were not in harmony. Li Qi, the defense here is up to you. The squadron leaders will take turns patrolling and must not expose the target. I'm going to take a look at the Liaojunction settlement. When Li Qi heard that Li Yunpeng was going alone, he immediately became anxious. Commander, please don't go. It's too dangerous. It doesn't matter. I want to leave and no one can stop me, Li Yunpeng said confidently. In fact, he was not completely sure in his heart. After all, he was deep in the enemy camp. Although he was a leader among the second-level evolvers, he did not have an iron wall. He would still die if hit by a bullet in the vitals. This. Li Yunpeng waved his hand and said, don't worry about that. A strong attack is not the best way. I am just going in disguise to understand the situation. I am not going to risk my life alone. Be careful, and you will be fine. As a general of the guard army, Li Qi could not disobey the commander's orders. He could only follow Li Yunpeng's instructions and be responsible for secretly guarding the camp. Li Yunpeng changed into civilian clothes, with messy hair, dust on his face, and a rag bag on his shoulder, looking like a refugee who had fled here, a common sight in the apocalypse. In order not to be exposed, he did not take a car, but instead followed the ridge, carefully groping his way forward. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the Liaojunction settlement. A large number of refugees gathered here every day, and Li Yunpeng took the opportunity to blend in with them. The guards come into contact with many people like them every day, so they didn't deliberately make things difficult for them. They just gave them a quick check and let them pass. When crossing the pass, Li Yunpeng saw more clearly that the concrete concave wall in front of each tank was 7 or 8 meters thick. Although the turret rotation was limited to a very small range, when facing off against tanks of equal equipment, he had no way to deal with these tanks. Don't look around, just pass quickly, the guard shouted when he saw many people looking around curiously. Li Yunpeng quickly lowered his head and followed the crowd into the settlement. After passing the narrow entrance, the inside gradually becomes wider. This is a narrow valley surrounded by several mountain ranges, stretching for more than 10 miles. A medium-sized river runs through the middle. Most of it is where civilians live, but there are also areas guarded by soldiers, and no one is allowed to enter. Considering that Lu Kai had previously competed with me for industrial production chips, there should be an industrial base here. Li Yunpeng was guided to a refugee concentration camp. The people here were all new arrivals, and they were all pale and thin, with unkempt hair and dirty looks. The conditions in the concentration camp were very simple. The living quarters were large tents made of patchwork canvas covered on simple wooden frames. Li Yunpeng was very worried that the tents would be blown away by the wind. Each tent had to accommodate 20 people. There were no beds, and people slept on the floor. Li Yunpeng looked around, then opened the tent and walked out, intending to observe the nearby terrain for the next step. Before he had taken 2 steps, he heard a loud shout from a hoarse voice. Who the hell let you out? Li Yunpeng frowned and looked at the man, who was a young man with tattoos all over his body. He wore a standard beret at an angle. His dark blue security shirt was open, and he was shouting and cursing with a half-burned cigarette in his mouth. The man was stunned when he saw Li Yunpeng's gaze. There was a kind of majesty in the eyes of this refugee. He felt a chill down his spine when he was looked at by him, like a dormant beast. He shook his head, furious. How dare a refugee look at me like that? He raised the rubber stick in his hand and hit Li Yunpeng without saying a word. Bang! The rubber stick went straight for Li Yunpeng's head, but he dodged and let the stick fall on his shoulder. Oh! A deliberate scream came from his mouth. The young man gained the upper hand and hit Li Yunpeng with the rubber stick. Li Yunpeng looked at the soldiers patrolling nearby and could only endure it and pretend to scream in pain. At this moment, an old man passed by and, seeing that the fight was going to end in death, quickly intervened. Captain Zhu, please be merciful and spare my distant nephew. Captain Zhu turned around, put one hand on his waist, and said, Old Ding, is this your nephew? Yes, he just arrived today and doesn't know the rules here. I will definitely discipline him strictly in the future. Oh, do you fucking think I'm a fool? He is your nephew. Let me see each other's name. Captain Zhu shouted coldly. Haha, Captain Zhu, what are you doing? For the sake of my nephew. Old Ding said as he took out 2 packs of Blue Dragon cigarettes from his pocket and stuffed them into Captain Zhu's pocket. Captain Zhu accepted the offer, glanced at Lao Ding, and said, All right, you'll have to discipline your nephew. I won't be so easy on him next time. Of course, of course. Captain Zhu then turned around and left with satisfaction. Thank you for your help, old man. Li Yunpeng clasped his fists in thanks. Although Captain Zhu's rubber stick posed no threat to him, he absolutely could not resist in order to hide his identity. If it were not for Lao Ding's rescue, he would have continued to suffer humiliation for who knows how long. Well, you're welcome. It wasn't easy for any of us. We were lucky enough to escape with our lives. It would be a shame to leave them here for nothing. Old Ding sighed. I haven't asked for your name yet, old man. I will definitely repay you for your kindness when I have the chance. Old Ding waved his hand and said, My name is Ding Chaoyang. There's no need to repay me. I would help anyone else just as much. Li Yunpeng was a little surprised. He didn't expect that there would be such a chivalrous person at this time. He secretly wrote down his name. Mr. Ding, I'm new here. Are there any rules? There are quite a lot of rules. People in the concentration camp are not allowed to go out at any time of day or night. Once the division of labor is determined, they will be sent to various places for labor. At 8 o'clock in the evening, there will be a city-wide curfew. Anyone who goes out at will be shot directly. You must remember this. Ding Chaoyang warned seriously. No wonder the news from Leo Junction was so rough. It seemed that the activities of the Guard Army spies were extremely restricted here, and it was not easy for them to understand and pass on the news. Li Yunpeng thanked him again and turned back to the tent, waiting for the quiet of night to take action. Chapter 148: The Story of the Old Army in the Mountains. There were 20 people lying in a mess in the small tent, and the smell of various smells gathered together was so unpleasant that it was hard to describe. Li Yunpeng found a damaged part of the tent and sat down. Since light leaked in during the day and wind leaked at night, no one wanted to come here, which was a good thing for him. He felt that the smell was finally lighter. It was not until the sun was about to set that someone pushed a cart of food over. It was called food, but it was just a tin gasoline barrel filled with clear porridge. The soup was already bland and even had a smell of gasoline, but the refugees didn't care about that. They rushed over as if they had found a priceless treasure. While being beaten and scolded by the guards, each of them was given a bowl of porridge. Li Yunpeng didn't want to stand out, so he also mixed in with the crowd, holding up his broken bowl. When he got the same bowl of porridge, he found it difficult to swallow because of the smell. He sighed and returned to the tent with the bowl. Uncle, don't you want to eat? A little girl looked longingly at the broken bowl in Li Yunpeng's hand. She was too young to grab any food, so Li Yunpeng handed her the bowl and said, Uncle is not hungry. This bowl is for you. Thank you, Uncle. The little girl took the broken bowl, said thank you, drank the porridge in one breath, and licked the few grains of rice left in the bowl. Although a soft spot in Li Yunpeng's heart was touched, he could not give up the entire plan for a little girl. Saving one person alone was meaningless. Only by defeating Lu Jingwu and Zhu Shixuan could more people live relatively better. The sun set quickly. There was not enough electricity here. Only some special places had lights on, and other places only had weak torches. The concentration camp was pitch black. This also pointed out the direction for Li Yunpeng that the place with bright lights must be an important place. But he did not act immediately. Instead, he lay on the ground and dozed off until 2 o'clock in the morning. People who had only a bowl of soup to eat had already fallen asleep in order to save energy. Li Yunpeng listened carefully for a while. Everyone's breathing was steady. The patrol team that came every half hour had just passed by. He took out a set of black civilian clothes from his rag pocket, tore off a piece of rag to cover his cheek, and quietly crawled out of the tent. There was no moonlight tonight, and it was pitch black all around. Fortunately, Li Yunpeng's eyesight was clearer than that of ordinary people at night. He exerted force with his feet and moved among the tents. His figure flashed, and his target was the luxurious villa on the mountainside. After a few takeoffs and landings, he left the concentration camp and took advantage of the fact that there was no one around to slip into the dense forest at the foot of the mountain. Li Yunpeng was not careless. He carefully shuttled through the gaps in the woods, trying not to make any noise, and at the same time listened carefully to see if Zhou Wei was hiding any secret sentries. He thought his worries were unnecessary because he didn't encounter a single person until he reached the villa. Just as he was about to step out of the dense forest, he suddenly heard a faint breathing sound from the front left. He paused, hid behind a tree, and remained motionless. He held his breath and listened carefully. There was only one person breathing in front of him. It seemed that he was a secret sentry specially arranged to guard this villa. There must be a powerful person living there. Li Yunpeng quietly retreated a distance, then turned and went around to the edge of the dense forest behind the sentry. Just when he was dozens of meters away from the man, he suddenly exerted force and arrived at the sentry's hiding place in a breath. Crack! When the sentry showed no reaction, he twisted his neck. Li Yunpeng felt the body in his arms soften. Then he gently put it down, covered the body with the dead branches and weeds nearby, and then walked towards the villa. Li Yunpeng came to the corner of the villa and peeked inside by leaning on the wall. The guard was so sleepy that he was standing there shaking. He no longer hesitated and used both hands to pull his body up to the top of the wall. At the same time, he kicked hard and flew onto the roof. Li Yunpeng controlled his strength very well and landed lightly with only a faint sound. After lying on the roof for a while and seeing that he had not alarmed anyone, he began to move his body and came to the back of the villa. There happened to be a room with a window that was not closed, and it was pitch black inside. Li Yunpeng jumped into the house from the window that was only wide enough for one person to pass through at a tricky angle. After a quick look around, he found himself in the kitchen. The refrigerator buttons emitted a faint fluorescent light. Li Yunpeng was hungry, so he quietly opened the refrigerator. There was a wide variety of food inside, but he only took out a piece of beef and wolfed it down. The missing piece of beef should not arouse much suspicion. Just as he was about to turn on the faucet, he suddenly heard slow footsteps in the villa, which was obviously the sound of someone walking quietly. Shit, we've been discovered. Li Yunpeng was shocked and reviewed the entire process carefully. This shouldn't be the case. Fortunately, the footsteps weren't coming towards him, but rather down the stairs. Li Yunpeng climbed out of the window onto the roof, and from the eaves, he looked down. He saw a middle-aged man in pajamas coming out. The guards perked up at the sight of him and saluted respectfully. He vaguely heard the address, Commander Lu. Lu Jingwu, Li Yunpeng thought. This is one of the few luxurious villas in the entire settlement, and it is most likely Lu Jingwu's house. Lu Jingwu nodded slightly to the guard, then walked straight out the door. Where is he going at this late hour? Li Yunpeng climbed over the courtyard wall the way he came and followed him from a distance. After Lu Jingwu went out, he walked along the path for a few hundred meters. There was a car waiting for him downstairs. He got into the door opened by the soldier, and then the car started and drove down the mountain. Li Yunpeng was confused and followed the car through the woods for half an hour. He came to a secluded valley with several low houses. Lu Jingwu got off the car and went into the house. There were not many guards nearby, nor any secret sentries, so Li Yunpeng easily reached the roof and heard the sounds of men and women playing in the room. Master Lu, you are so bad. You came so late. We were almost asleep. That's right, you'll definitely have dark circles under your eyes tomorrow. Lu Jingwu said, I have to wait until Zhu Rong, the tigress, falls asleep. It's really not easy for me to come here. Oh, don't mention her. It makes me lose interest. When will you divorce her? Lu Jingwu paused and said, Now is not the time. We are facing an enemy. Now is the time to join forces with Zhu Shixuan to eliminate him. We must not make any mistakes. Oh, the man who killed your son. Son? Bah. Bullshit son. I calculated Lu Kai's birth month and felt something was wrong. Later, I secretly did a DNA test, and the report showed that he had no blood relationship with me. Lu Jingwu said in a deep voice. No blood relationship? Doesn't that mean? The woman exclaimed softly, then said, Then you have endured it for so many years. If I hadn't wanted to use Zhu Shixuan's position in the Blue Dragon Army, how could I have tolerated this? Once I get rid of Li Yunpeng, I'll find a chance to kill Zhu Shixuan and unify Leo Junction. Then you can be by my side openly. Master Lu, I see you've already planned it all. If you had told me earlier, I'd have put my sisters at ease. However, these matters still need to be considered in the long run. For now, let's seize this short night of love. If anyone can give me a child, I'll be first lady in the future. Hate. Then there was a burst of lascivious music. Li Yunpeng was listening with great interest on the rooftop. Fuck. This story from Lao Junshan is worthy of being made into a TV series. Chapter 149: The Dispute Between Father-in-Law and Son-in-Law. Fortunately, Lu Jingwu did not disappoint Li Yunpeng. After just over 10 minutes, he calmed down. Master Lu, please come earlier next time. You won't be in good condition if you stay up too late. The woman scolded. Okay, but I can't do that right now. I have to have a pre-war meeting with that old guy Zhu Shixuan tomorrow, so I should be busy after that. Lu Jingwu said. Meeting. Li Yunpeng changed his mind and left quietly. He was busy in the Leo Junction settlement until almost dawn when he found a large meeting hall. He took advantage of the fact that there was no one there and the guards relaxed to sneak in. After looking around, there was no place to hide in the house. Li Yunpeng sat at the conference table and wondered where to hide. While thinking, he lay down. Ceiling. He rolled over, took off his shoes, stepped on the desk, and pried open a plate. There was a light steel keel on top, which could easily bear the weight of a person. Li Yunpeng climbed up quietly, then restored the ceiling to its original state and found a comfortable position on the ceiling to lie on his back. He tossed and turned until midnight and felt a little sleepy, and soon fell asleep. The ceiling was pitch black, regardless of day or night. After an unknown amount of time, a noise came from the conference room, waking Li Yunpeng up. He held his breath and listened. Someone opened the door and walked in. Among them was Lu Jingwu's voice. As more and more people came, the conference room became lively. Li Yunpeng knew that the fun was about to begin, so he pricked up his ears and listened quietly. The group of people exchanged pleasantries first, and then the scene gradually quieted down, probably because everyone was present. Lu Jingwu spoke first. Heroes from all walks of life have gathered here today to fight against the overbearing Moyang city. The city lord, Li Yunpeng, is tyrannical and overbearing. He has forcibly co-opted the surrounding forces, infringing on everyone's interests. If we don't want to be completely devoured, we must join hands and eliminate him together. Captain Lu is right. I heard that anyone who was coerced into joining Moyang City couldn't even get a job, and some were even sent to labor camps. This is simply too much. How could we, who worked so hard to build this settlement, just give it to them for nothing? We must eliminate it. Yes, this man is cruel and ruthless, and he deserves to be killed. Yeah. Li Yunpeng listened to the group of people below, almost describing him as a demon with wings, and snorted in his heart. What a damn thing. They can always find excuses to accuse someone. The crowd below was filled with excitement, and the atmosphere was heated. An old man's voice rang out. Since everyone is united in purpose and goal, I think it's time to discuss forming a coalition. As the saying goes, a snake cannot survive without a head, and a bird cannot fly without wings. Since we're all collaborating, we need a clear division of labor. It would be best to elect a leader first. When this matter was mentioned, people suddenly quieted down. The most powerful group present was the people from Liao Junction. Zhu Shixuan's Liuhe army and Lu Jingwu Shangwu army were evenly matched. The position of leader would definitely be between these two people. Seeing that his father-in-law spoke directly to the point, Lu Jingwu put down the pen in his hand, sat up straight, and gave a subtle look to the leader of a force below. The leader immediately stood up and bowed. The position of alliance leader is of great importance. I think it would be most appropriate for Chief Lu to take the position. As soon as he finished speaking, a man stood up from the opposite side and said in a buzzing voice, Old Zhu is a veteran of many battles and has rich experience in leading troops. His Liuhe army is invincible and has killed several level 2 mutant beasts. I think Old Zhu is the most suitable person to take on this position. As soon as the two men made their stance clear, someone immediately agreed. Others who didn't know the truth were startled, thinking they were being forced to take sides. Just as everyone was hesitating, Zhu Shixuan spoke again. I asked myself, I have been a soldier for half my life and have never been defeated. This position of leader. Lu Jingwu was disdainful. He had never lost a battle. How could he lose? He immediately interrupted and said, Since my father-in-law has worked so hard, why don't I take over as the leader and share your worries? Zhu Shixuan originally wanted to say that he was the most qualified to be the leader of the alliance, but before he could finish his words, his grandson Lu Jingwu interrupted him. No, Jingwu is still inexperienced. Even though Li Yunpeng only has a few thousand men, he still has to fight like a lion against a rabbit. We can't be careless. It's better for me to lead the army myself. The people below felt a headache when they saw the father-in-law and son-in-law arguing fiercely. The battle hadn't even started yet, but they were already planning for the future. Even if they killed Li Yunpeng, could they escape the clutches of these two? Li Yunpeng wanted to laugh. The rumors about the two people not getting along were indeed true. They were family, but each had his own concerns. Zhu Shixuan and Lu Jingwu were evenly matched in their verbal battle, leaving the small leaders below stunned. Seeing the meeting was turning sour, Lu Jingwu stopped arguing and said, I think this matter needs further consideration. You are all guests from afar, so I will first do my best to be a good host. Zhu Shixuan certainly refused. I have set up a banquet at Banshan Manor and respectfully invite you all to come. Everyone cursed inwardly. This was no good banquet at all. Wherever they went, it meant they were on someone's side, and they were bound to be in opposition to people in the other circle. But the two bosses had already spoken, and everyone agreed in unison. We will definitely attend the banquet. When everyone left, only Lu Jingwu and Zhu Shixuan were left in the meeting room. Lu Jingwu, my grandson was brutally murdered by Li Yunpeng. Instead of thinking about how to take revenge, you are here competing with me for the position of leader. Zhu Shixuan said coldly. Lu Jingwu sneered in his heart. That is your grandson, but not my son. Don't you have any idea? But I can't say that. Father-in-law, I'm also seeking revenge for Kair. Bullshit. After Kair died, did you send out any soldiers? Don't think that I don't know about those women you hid. But I tell you, as long as I am here, it will not be your turn to do whatever you want. Zhu Shixuan cursed. Lu Jingwu was stunned, but since he already knew it, he didn't need to hide it. Zhu Shixuan would probably not tell Zhu Rong about it. After all, the two families still had to maintain a cooperative relationship on the surface. It's pointless to argue about right and wrong now. Let's wait and see who will become the leader of the coalition. After Lu Jingwu finished speaking, he stood up and walked out of the meeting room. Seeing that Zhu Shixuan was the only one left in the conference room, Li Yunpeng couldn't help but have an idea. He decided to go down and kill him now without anyone knowing. Just as he was about to make a move, 5 people suddenly walked in from outside and stood respectfully behind Zhu Shixuan. Is everything done? Replying to Mr. Zhu, we've done it cleanly. Lu Jingwu hid 4 women and only left 2 first-level evolvers. They can't even fight back against us. Well, very good. Lu Jingwu, Lu Jingwu, you made your fortune by being my son-in-law, but now you've turned against me. If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll really think I'm a soft-hearted person. When Li Yunpeng heard the following words, his heart moved. Judging from the tone of these people, they should all be level 2 evolvers, and there are 5 of them. If they take action again, it will probably cause a big commotion. This matter can only be dropped, but another plan came to his mind. Chapter 150, Digging Your Own Grave. Zhu Shixuan left the meeting room quickly. It was daytime now, but Li Yunpeng couldn't leave openly. He could only wait until dark before carefully returning to the concentration camp. He returned to the corner of the torn tent. Most people had fallen asleep. Only the little girl was staring at him blankly. Little girl, why aren't you sleeping? Li Yunpeng asked. The little girl looked only 5 or 6 years old and asked in a baby voice. Uncle, where did you go yesterday? Li Yunpeng was stunned and said, Uncle went to work. The little girl hesitated for a moment and then said, Uncle, I saw someone saying bad things about you to the bad guys. Li Yunpeng thought about it carefully and guessed the reason. It was probably because someone among these 20 people wanted to take credit or was afraid of being implicated, so he reported his disappearance to the guards. It is not advisable to stay here for a long time, otherwise it will be troublesome if someone comes to investigate. Just as Li Yunpeng opened the tent, he saw Captain Zhu walking towards him with a torch. He had already seen him. If he moved now, he would be completely exposed, so he stood there without moving. It's you again, kid. Last time, Old Ding exchanged 2 packs of cigarettes for your life, but you didn't cherish it and came here to seek death again. Captain Zhu cursed. The night watchman, Lao Ding, heard the noise and ran over. Captain Zhu, why are you in the concentration camp so late at night? Humph, it's your good nephew who disappeared all day yesterday. Tell me, where did he go? Li Yunpeng pretended to be nervous and said, Zhu, Captain Zhu, I have my reasons too. I finally brought some supplies in from outside, but I didn't dare to carry them on me, so I found a place to bury them. When Captain Zhu heard this, his eyes lit up. Survivors often secretly brought in some supplies, which eventually fell into his pocket. Haha, little brother. Captain Zhu put a hand on Li Yunpeng's shoulder and took him aside. You should know that you can't keep these things in your hands. Why not give them to me? If you have any problems in the settlement in the future, just let me know and I'll take care of it for you. Li Yunpeng said with surprise on his face. Really? That's great. Actually, there's no use for these supplies. They're just luxury cigarettes and alcohol. I can't afford them. Captain Zhu's smile widened. It's okay. Give it to me, and I'll exchange it for some practical food. I'll make sure you don't go hungry in the future. Well, that's fine, but the things are buried on the hillside, and it's not convenient for me to go out. Hey, I'll take you there. There's nothing inconvenient about it. Let's go, Captain Zhu said, and took Li Yunpeng up the hillside. The 2 men left the concentration camp and climbed up the mountainside along a small path. There was no one around, and the place was overgrown with weeds. It's here, Li Yunpeng said, pointing to a clump of grass. Captain Zhu took a look and saw that this guy was quite capable, as there was no sign of digging at all. Dig it out quickly, Captain Zhu urged. Okay, Li Yunpeng received the order and started digging. He dug at a moderate pace, and it took him almost an hour to dig a pit 1.5 meters wide and 2 meters long. Captain Zhu was getting anxious. Is this the right place? You've been digging for so long and haven't even seen a single ghost. Li Yunpeng sneered and pointed at the bottom of the pit and said, Isn't this it? It was pitch black at night, and Captain Zhu couldn't see clearly. He jumped into the pit and looked in the direction Li Yunpeng pointed. Where the hell is that? Are you kidding me? Just as he turned around, He saw Li Yunpeng's cold face. There was no respect or fear in his eyes. He instinctively felt that something was wrong and was about to jump out of the pit. But his body sank, and he couldn't move at all. There's nothing here now, but there will be something here soon, Li Yunpeng said indifferently. Captain Zhu felt the hands pinching his neck like steel pliers, and his body trembled. Who are you? Go with this question. Crack. Li Yunpeng broke Captain Zhu's neck, then filled the deep pit, cleaned up briefly, and turned back to the concentration camp. When Mr. Ding saw that Li Yunpeng and another person went out, but only Li Yunpeng came back, he was surprised and suspicious, but he didn't ask any more questions. Mr. Ding, aren't you curious about what happened? Li Yunpeng asked. Old Ding shook his head and sighed. Alas, the world is unpredictable. It's no longer the world I was familiar with. I can't control it, and I can't ask about it. Li Yunpeng sighed. This old man was quite insightful and had helped him many times. So he asked, I wonder what Mr. Ding did before the end of the world. Elder Ding looked around and whispered, before the apocalypse, I was a scientist studying cells and genes. Oh, Li Yunpeng was curious. Such talents should be very useful. Now that the virus is rampant, don't we need medical experts to conduct research? Mr. Ding, why didn't you reveal your identity and get a position in the settlement? Well, it's a long story. It doesn't matter if I'm an official or not. I just want to continue doing scientific research. But not long after I came here, my niece was forced by Lu Zhengwu's wife to work as a servant, so I gave up this idea. Li Yunpeng's eyes lit up and he asked, What's your niece's name? Ding Qianzi. Old Ding seemed to be lost in memories and spoke casually. Ding Qianzi. Li Yunpeng repeated the name silently in his mind and remembered it, because he might meet her in his next plan. Seeing that Mr. Ding was in a daze, Li Yunpeng quietly left. After climbing out of the concentration camp, he jumped onto a tall tree and then made an unusual bird call from his mouth. Half an hour later, a man hurried out from the depths of the forest. Li Yunpeng jumped down from the tree. After seeing his appearance clearly, the man immediately bowed and whispered, Commander, why are you here in person? This person was none other than the guard soldier who had been arranged to infiltrate earlier, and he was also a level 1 evolver. Don't ask any more questions. I'm giving you a mission. There's a guard named Ding in the concentration camp. Find a way to get close to him and ensure his safety. Yes. After making the arrangements, Li Yunpeng quietly returned to the concentration camp. Now it seemed that Mr. Ding was not just doing him a favor. Scientists were very popular. If there was a breakthrough in the field of zombie viruses or evolutionary crystals, he would make a lot of money. By then, I will have the zombie virus immune vaccine in my left hand and the mass production of evolution crystals on the assembly line in my right hand. Whoever I make cry will cry, and whoever I make laugh will laugh. If he had not been in the enemy camp, Li Yunpeng would probably have laughed like a pig in the middle of the night. A gust of cold wind blew, ending Li Yunpeng's silent and silly laughter in the dark. Zhu Shixuan calmed down and thought about his plan. He killed Lu Zhengwu's lovers, but the fire was not big enough. If Lu Zhengwu killed his wife, Zhu Shixuan's daughter in anger, then... Chapter 151 Go away, I won't kill you. The more Li Yunpeng thought about it, the more excited he became. Soon it was midnight and he sneaked out of the settlement again. His target was still Lu Zhengwu's mountain villa. Although they arrived early this time, Lu Zhengwu was not at home, and a woman's voice was heard in the bedroom. Brother Hua, take off your clothes quickly. We don't know when Lao Lu will be back. Li Yunpeng almost fell off the roof when he heard this. Damn, these two guys are playing their own games, and no one is losing out. The man called Brother Hua said, My son was killed by the people of Moyang City. How could I care about this matter? Alas, I can only blame myself for being weak and powerless. I can't avenge Kai'er. Zhu Rong was originally in high spirits, but when Lu Kai's death was suddenly mentioned, the hot feeling in his body receded like a tide. Brother Hua, don't worry. My father is now working with Lu Zhengwu to eliminate Li Yunpeng. After we eliminate Li Yunpeng, we will also kill Lu Zhengwu. Then we can be together openly and save ourselves from all these years of sneaking around. The expression on Li Yunpeng's face was extremely interesting. Lu Zhengwu and his wife were quite something. On the surface, they treated each other with respect, but secretly they were planning to kill each other. If it weren't for their primary goal to kill himself, he really wanted to watch and see what a wonderful show Lao Junshan and his people would perform. Just as Zhu Rong and Hua Gu were expressing their feelings to each other, they suddenly became quiet. Li Yunpeng was wondering what was going on. Then he heard Zhu Rong's angry curse. You damn girl. Who let you in? A timid voice said, Husband, madam, I didn't see anything. You told me to bring the fragrance at this time every day and not to knock on the door so as not to disturb you. After another pause, Zhu Rong said, Brother Hua, She caught us doing this. We can't let her stay. Brother Hua smiled and said, well, I think this girl is pretty. I'll take her away and have some fun with her before killing her. Zhu Rong scolded. Brother Hua, you are still so mean, but I like you like this. Don't forget to record the video and send it to me for entertainment. The maid who unexpectedly broke in was frightened and burst into tears. Madam, please forgive me for the sake of Master Kai. I didn't see anything, and I don't know this person. I will leave the settlement and let me fend for myself, okay? Zhu Rong sneered. Ding Qianzi, blame yourself for your bad luck. I have no education and I hate people with high education, but you happen to be a doctor. I am not very pretty and I hate naturally beautiful women, but look at your face. If you hadn't been with Kai for a while, do you think you would be alive today? Li Yunpeng didn't care about the life or death of a servant at first, but suddenly he heard that the person's name was Ding Qianzi. Isn't this Ding Qianyang's niece? Without hesitation, he turned over and landed on the terrace, pushed the door open and walked in. Just as Brother Hua was about to take action, someone suddenly walked in from the terrace. He became alert and asked, "Who are you?" Zhu Rong saw that more and more people knew about it and became anxious. Brother Hua, kill them all and put an end to this quickly. Li Yunpeng ignored them and said to the pretty woman, "Your name is Ding Qianzi? Come to me." Ding Qianzi was already disheartened and full of despair. Brother Hua was an evolver, so killing her was as easy as killing a chicken. And suddenly a strange man broke in and knew her name. Regardless of whether he was good or evil, it would not be worse than it is now. She no longer hesitated and immediately walked behind Li Yunpeng. Seeing that this person was calm and composed, Brother Hua felt a little hesitant. If he didn't have something to rely on, how could he be so calm? Who are you? Li Yunpeng sneered. I was sent by Commander Lu Jingwu. Since Zhu Shixuan dared to kill Commander Lu's concubine, he must kill Zhu Rong. Zhu Rong was stunned. Lu Jingwu actually had a concubine, and was she killed by her father? He immediately laughed and said, Humph, good job. I knew he must have someone else outside. After saying this, he finally reacted and said in surprise, You mean, you were sent by Lu Jingwu to kill me? She found it a little hard to believe. After living together for decades, Lu Jingwu had always acted in accordance with her wishes, but now he actually wanted to kill her? That's right, so die. Li Yunpeng flashed and came to Zhu Rong's side, strangling her neck cleanly and efficiently. Until her death, her eyes were still full of surprise. Throwing away Zhu Rong, who had turned into a corpse, Li Yunpeng walked towards Brother Hua step by step. Li Yunpeng's speed just now made him despair. Big brother, aye. Li Yunpeng snorted coldly and said, Go away, I won't kill you, Brother Hua. He didn't react for a moment. Not killing himself? What kind of trick was this? If you don't leave, I might change my mind, Li Yunpeng said. Brother Hua no longer hesitated, jumped out of the window, climbed over the wall, and ran away. Li Yunpeng glanced at the direction he left, grabbed Ding Qianzi, and chased after him. Wait for me here, don't move, I'll come back to find you later, Li Yunpeng said to Ding Qianzi when he was halfway through the chase. Okay. It's pitch black here on the mountainside. Although it's a bit scary, it's better than waiting to die in a villa. After Li Yunpeng left her, he caught up with Brother Hua within 2 minutes. He ran while shouting, I'm under the order of Commander Lu Jingwu to kill you and Zhu Rong. Receive your lives. When Brother Hua heard that this killer had actually caught up with him, he thought, didn't he let him go? But he didn't stop and ran forward desperately. Li Yunpeng kept following him closely and came to a camp. Brother Hua saw his territory and was so excited that he shouted, Hurry up and save me. The man behind was sent by Lu Jingwu. He has killed Zhu Rong. Go and inform Mr. Zhu. Li Yunpeng was waiting for this sentence. As soon as Brother Hua finished speaking, he felt his head spin 360 degrees. He didn't know when. Li Yunpeng was standing behind him. His eyes were wide open, and he had a lot to say, but he couldn't resist his increasingly blurred consciousness. After killing Brother Hua, Li Yunpeng turned around and ran back to where Ding Qianzi was staying at several times the speed he came, and took her back to the concentration camp. When Ding Qianyang saw Li Yunpeng bringing his niece back, he looked as if he had seen a ghost and was about to ask what was going on. Li Yunpeng seemed to see through his intentions and said first, Don't ask anything, just do as I say. Disguise your niece as a refugee and bring her with you. Keep a low profile. Someone will secretly protect you. Temporarily cut off all contact with me and do not speculate about my identity. Remember? Remember. Although Ding Qianyang had experienced many ups and downs in his life, he was still shocked by the series of changes before him and was unable to react. Li Yunpeng nodded, went back to the tent, changed back into his old gray, worn clothes, and fell asleep. He was sleeping soundly, but the entire Laojun mountain was in an uproar. Chapter 152. Enemies. First, Lu Jingwu came to the place where the beauty was hidden, but he saw a room full of corpses, including the 2 first-level evolvers he left there, and there were no signs of fighting. The only one who had the ability to do this neatly was Zhu Shixuan. He was extremely heartbroken when he saw the tragic deaths of these beauties in his collection, and he didn't know whether they were pregnant with their own children. Zhu, you bastard. I will never coexist with you. Lu Jingwu said in hatred. Gather the martial army. I want to fight him. Lu Jingwu was furious, and Zhu Shixuan was not much better. He was originally sipping tea in his study when a soldier suddenly broke in. Before he could blame anyone, the soldier brought him a piece of news that almost made him faint. The young lady is dead. She was killed by Lu Jingwu. Cough, cough, cough. Zhu Shixuan nearly choked to death on a mouthful of tea. The soldier hurriedly helped him breathe. After coughing for a long time, he finally caught his breath and asked hurriedly, "Is the news true or false?" "Yes, it's true. Even Huazi, who was secretly meeting with the young lady, was killed." Zhu Shixuan stood up suddenly, his face flushed, his arms trembling as he leaned on the table. "Lu Jingwu, how dare you touch my daughter? Are you determined to fight me to the death? Liuhe army, assemble." Yes. There was chaos in Laojun Mountain, and the Liuhe army and the Shangwu army were facing each other across the small river in the middle. "Lu Jingwu, you lowly son-in-law, you are so heartless that you killed your own wife, my daughter. I must skin you alive today." Zhu Shixuan cursed. Lu Jingwu was stunned. Zhu Rong was dead? He didn't kill him. Umph, you are slandering me. The evildoer is the first to accuse me. You answer me first. Did you kill my women? Zhu Shixuan was furious. That's right. I sent people to kill those girls you hid. I dare to take responsibility for my actions, unlike you who are always a softie. When Lu Jingwu heard Zhu Shixuan's unhesitating admission, he didn't care how Zhu Rong died. Well, it seems you are used to treating me like your own cattle and horses. Today, I will let you know who is the master here. Hit me. Bang, bang, bang. Da-da-da-da. Boom, boom, boom. The war was about to break out, and both sides fired crazily at each other across the 200-meter-wide river. Li Yunpeng was sleeping soundly when he was suddenly awakened by the sound of gunfire. He turned over, muttered a few words, and went back to sleep. The battle between Lu and Zhu lasted until dawn, when the guns gradually died down. Neither side launched a strong attack, because that would cost several times more than defending. Although the fighting was fierce across the river, there were not many casualties. Lu Jingwu returned to his villa halfway up the mountain and saw Zhu Rong lying on her bed, a corpse. He wondered who had broken into his home and killed her. She was a level 1 evolver, and there were no signs of resistance in the room, indicating the attacker was so powerful she couldn't even resist. He must have been a level 2 evolver. Zhu Shixuan would not kill his own daughter just to find an excuse to go to war with him. But who else in the settlement could kill Zhu Rong without anyone knowing? Except Zhu Shixuan's men? Could it be? He thought of a possibility, the Lord of Moyang City, who was said to be so legendary by the outside world. Is it possible? Lu Jingwu thought to himself that this possibility was not impossible. He and Zhu Shixuan would both suffer losses, and many people would benefit, the most powerful of whom was Li Yunpeng. But Li Yunpeng is far away in Moyang City. Does he really have any connection with Lao Junshan? Come here, check carefully for any suspicious persons in the settlement. Lu Jingwu ordered. After searching all night and going through a lot of trouble, they managed to find many spies sent from nearby settlements. After questioning, they found that none of them had the ability of a second-level evolver. Puzzled, Lu Jingwu came to the front again and shouted, Zhu Shixuan, I saw your daughter's body and found. Hit me. Da-da-da-da. Boom, 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 boom. Zhu Shixuan didn't even give him a chance to speak and started fighting as soon as he mentioned Zhu Rong. Fuck. Lu Jingwu quickly retreated into his shelter. Dust kicked up by gunfire fell on his head. He swiped his fingers and cursed. Zhu Shixuan, he's already living like a dog at his age. He was not the type of person who would not fight back. If Zhu Shixuan wanted to fight, the Shanwu army could only accompany him. It was daytime now, which was far from comparable to fighting in the dark at night. The casualties were several times greater than last night. Lu Jingwu, who had no intention of fighting to the death, also got really angry. Machine gun shells fell on the Liuhe army's position without mercy. The two sides fought back and forth, and the sound of gunfire rang out throughout the afternoon. It was estimated that the anger had almost died down. In the evening, the two armies sounded the retreat at the same time. Li Yunpeng was listening intently, lying in the tent with his legs crossed. This is a 75mm howitzer, and that is a 12.8mm heavy machine gun. Fuck him. Use artillery to bombard his machine gun position. Oh, that's right. Just shoot like this. Hey, are these Shangwu army idiots? Their machine guns don't know how to fire in bursts. If they spray like this, I don't know where the bullets will go. Just as his saliva was flying, everything suddenly stopped. Huh? Why don't you fight anymore? Li Yunpeng jumped up. He knew that once the gunfire stopped, it would be time for him to leave. After both parties realized what was happening, they would sit down and negotiate again. It would be easy to guess that someone was playing tricks. Although Zhu Shixuan killed several women of Lu Jingwu, human life is the least valuable thing in the apocalypse. He could just give him a few pretty women and the matter would be over. Lu Jingwu would not really disregard the overall situation for a few playthings. Li Yunpeng took advantage of the fact that the war was about to end and people's attention was still on the battlefield, and went up the hillside and over the cliff and went directly out of the Leo Junction settlement. He came in through the main gate in order to get close to observe the entrance defenses, and it was much easier when he left. With his skills, there was no mountain or cliff that could stop him. Li Qi finally breathed a sigh of relief after returning to the front line of the guard army. He hadn't slept well during the past few days since Li Yunpeng left. Commander, you're finally back. If you were any later, I would have led my men to storm Laojun Mountain. Look at your little achievement. What can happen to me? You can eat and drink well in Laojun Mountain. After Li Yunpeng said this, his stomach growled in response. Li Qi acted as if he hadn't heard and said seriously, Commander, it's time for dinner. Do you need me to prepare dinner for you? Li Yunpeng glanced at the time. It was 21:39. Who would choose to have dinner at this time? Li Qi's emotional intelligence was getting higher and higher, and he could already take care of his own face. Just keep it simple. Don't barbecue, especially don't grill fish, grill lamb, grill beer, etc. Li Yunpeng said. Yes. Li Qi saluted and left. Soon all the food and wine that Li Yunpeng had repeatedly warned him not to have were brought to him. Li Yunpeng finally had a full meal these days. After eating and drinking, he thought about the problem of Leo Junction. Although he had lost a lot of enemy combat power due to his efforts, the enemy had a large population base and a large number of soldiers, and they were not seriously injured at all. A big battle with Leo Junction was still inevitable. Chapter 153 Ambush. After Li Yunpeng left, Zhu Shixuan and Lu Jingwu finally sat down to discuss. Mr. Zhu, no matter what, Arong is my wife. How could I do anything to her? Lu Jingwu explained sincerely. Zhu Shixuan also came to his senses at this time. Given Lu Jingwu's character, it was impossible for him to kill Zhu Rong just to vent his anger. Could there really be someone behind this? No matter what, his only living relative had died right before his eyes, and he wouldn't easily let go of his suspicions about Lu Jingwu. You said it wasn't you who did it, so who else could it be? Lu Jingwu thought for a moment and said, It's just a guess. No one from other settlements has this ability. Only Li Yunpeng, both in ability and motivation, fits the bill perfectly. Li Yunpeng. Zhu Shixuan narrowed his cloudy eyes. Is this revenge for sending troops to kill him? The more Zhu Shixuan thought about it, the more he felt that this was a possibility, but it was only a possibility. Lu Jingwu still could not clear himself of suspicion. In the last days, people were indifferent to each other. Since Zhu Rong was already dead, it would be useless to hold on to him. The real thing was to consider the actual interests at the moment. Let's not discuss who the murderer is for now, but Zhu Rong died in your house after all. I can let these things go, but you must not fight with me for the position of alliance leader. Zhu Shixuan, in turn, used his dead daughter as a bargaining chip to gain benefits for himself. When Lu Jingwu heard that the old man would not pursue the matter any further, his expression relaxed, but the following words made his face darken again. What a joke. He wanted to use Zhu Rong's death to make him give in? It was simply a pipe dream. Mr. Zhu, I also lost my beloved wife and am a victim myself. How can I use this incident to exchange for the position of alliance leader? If I really give it up, wouldn't it seem guilty? Lu Jingwu had a look of deep sorrow on his face, and those who didn't know him would think that he had a very deep relationship with Zhu Rong. The two of them refused to give in. When it came to their own interests, playing the emotional card was a joke, and everything else was nonsense. In that case, I think it would be better to form two armies to save time arguing. Lu Jingwu was losing his patience. Knowing that the old man would never give in, he proposed a compromise. After thinking about it, Zhu Shixuan nodded. If they continued to fight for the position of alliance leader, there would be no need to seek revenge on Li Yunpeng. The two forces in Leo Junction could beat the people's heads into dog heads. Okay, as you say, other dependent forces are free to make their own choices, and no forced interference is allowed. Lu Jingwu stood up and said, Okay, hurry up. I hope we can complete the rectification as soon as possible. Li Yunpeng's development speed is advancing by leaps and bounds. After everything was finalized, the two returned to their respective camps. That night, the leaders of the nearby settlements received 2 letters simultaneously, which contained both soft and hard tactics. Although those in power were a little troubled, they knew they had to make a choice. If they wavered, they would be eaten up by these 2 people. After a week of struggling, Li Yunpeng was bored waiting in the wilderness. Just when he was thinking about withdrawing his troops back to the city, the people of Liaojunction finally completed the integration. Zhu Shixuan led the Eastern Army, with 30,000 Liuhe troops himself and 80,000 vassal forces in total. Lu Jingwu led the Western Army, with 40,000 of his own martial soldiers and vassal forces totaling 100,000 people. The 2 men temporarily joined forces, claiming to be an army of 1 million, and slowly walked out of Laojun Mountain and headed towards Moyang City. Li Yunpeng was boredly picking at the rice in his bowl when a guard suddenly came to report, "Commander, Liaojunction's million-strong army is heading towards Moyang City." Li Yunpeng's chopsticks trembled. What? A million-strong army? How is that possible? That's just bullshit. A few 100,000 would be incredible. Even with the civilians included, there can't be a million. Li Qi, closely monitor their movements and ambush them according to the predetermined plan. Yes. Li Yunpeng had thought about taking advantage of the weak defense of Laojun Mountain to attack Huanglong, but there was no point in doing so. If he occupied Laojun Mountain, these bastards would definitely attack Moyang City. Most of the heavy firepower had been brought out by him, and the thousands of guards in Moyang City would definitely not be able to defend it. This deal was not worthwhile. So he only planned to ambush the enemy halfway and destroy as much of the enemy's manpower as possible. Li Yunpeng threw down his chopsticks and took the Special Forces team to a small hill beside the road leading to Moyang City to observe. The guards had already occupied the nearby high ground and built complete fortifications. 40 tanks and 33 armed helicopters were scattered around the designated battlefield. 6,000 guardsmen were hidden on a hillside covered in dense forest and grass, with only the black muzzles of their guns visible. The atmosphere suddenly became eerie, so quiet that one could hear their own heartbeats. An hour later, we saw a team slowly approaching from the direction of Liaojunction. Most of them were infantrymen standing on trucks, mixed with dozens of tanks and nearly 100 armored vehicles. There were also some trucks towing artillery. The entire team was endless. The frontline troops quickly entered the ambush site of the guard army. After the vanguard troops passed, the main force slowly entered the encirclement. Li Yunpeng actually saw a familiar face through the telescope. Fuck, isn't that Shun Laosi? Shen Siping was seen leading his own team, half of his body sticking out of the sunroof of the off-road vehicle, speaking something in a high-spirited manner, with a feeling of being in command of all. Li Ying, kill the man in the off-road vehicle first, Li Yunpeng said, pointing in the direction of Shen Siping. Yes. Li Ying immediately turned the muzzle of the Barrett rifle and put the crosshairs on Shen Siping's head. Li Yunpeng said while holding a walkie-talkie, "Attention, all squadrons, take the sound of my gunfire as a signal and fire simultaneously. First, destroy the artillery, and then do your best to kill the soldiers." After receiving replies from various units, Li Yunpeng stared at Shen Siping's position and said, "Li Ying, you can shoot when you are ready." Receive. A minute later, Li Ying adjusted his state and fired decisively. Bang! The Barrett made a dull and loud noise, and then Shen Siping's entire head exploded like a watermelon. The people of Liaojunction were startled, and the team stopped immediately, looking around for the source of the gunshots, but there was no trace of a ghost around except swaying weeds and dense trees. Just when the old Junshan soldiers were confused. Da-da-da-da. Boom, boom, boom. The guards opened fire instantly, and bullets and shells flew from all directions, pouring down like a storm. The enemies in the ambush circle were dizzy and confused by the 360-degree firepower network, with nowhere to hide and escape. The artillery was destroyed in the first round, and the shells on the truck exploded together, causing huge damage. Few soldiers within 200 meters survived. Then, the shells fell into the dense crowd, and broken limbs flew everywhere, and the soldiers ran around like headless flies. Zhu Shixuan sat in the armored vehicle, his heart in his throat, feeling the earth shaking and dizzy. What was going on? Where did the enemy come from? Report to Commander Zhu, we've been ambushed. The enemy has occupied the nearby high ground, and we're surrounded. What? Quickly organize a counterattack. Loudspeakers immediately sounded in the team, shouting at the soldiers to find cover and organize a counterattack. But these soldiers, who had never experienced a large-scale war, were already terrified and could only cry for their parents, not daring to raise their heads and shoot. The bullets and artillery shells from the guards were fired at the ambush circled desperately. The corpses lying all over the ground finally woke up the soldiers. If they waited any longer, they would become corpses sooner or later. They would die anyway, so they might as well give it a try. So they started holding the guns in their hands and firing at the guards, as if to vent their fear. The armored corps of Liujunction also began to adjust its formation, encircling the infantry and forming a steel wall. Call. Zhu Shixuan let out a long breath, finally calming down. Destroy the enemy tank for me. The guards did not attack the enemy tanks at first because the battle between these steel monsters often could not be penetrated by a single artillery shell, and the infantry would be alerted as soon as the artillery sounded. It would be better to kill a large number of soldiers first and then deal with the tanks. However, the soldiers are now surrounded by armored corps and can only engage in tank battles first. The guards had the geographical advantage, with only the turret exposed, and the turret's armor was the thickest and difficult to penetrate. In contrast, the tanks at Liujunction were completely exposed in the open field, with infantry behind them and unable to evade or flee, making them sitting ducks. The guards' armored squadron could often destroy a tank with just 3 or 5 rounds. Less than half an hour into the battle, Liujuntion's tanks were either destroyed or damaged. Zhu Shixuan and Lu Jingwu's hearts were bleeding. Most of the dozens of tanks were here, but if they retreated, a large number of infantry would be directly exposed to the enemy's guns and artillery. They would be killed in no time. If all the people were dead, what would be the use of a few tanks? Lu Jingwu didn't care about the scrapped armored corps, as even if it was destroyed, it could still provide cover support for the infantry. He lay in the ditch and watched the situation gradually reverse. His own troops outnumbered the enemy by dozens of times, and the guards' firepower was slowly suppressed. Damn it, beat him hard for me. Lu Jingwu's face was ferocious, but his heart gradually calmed down. But his happiness didn't last long, as something happened that made him completely despair. Chapter 154, Bombarding Laojun Mountain. Dozens of armed helicopters suddenly emerged from behind the surrounding ridges, each equipped with 4 Gatling heavy machine guns. The old soldiers of Liujunction, who had just formed a counterattack force, felt their scalps tingling. With so many armed helicopters, what the hell were they going to do? The armor of this armed helicopter can withstand 12.7mm machine gun bullets, and the rotor can withstand attacks from 14.5mm large-caliber firearms. Without anti-aircraft weapons, what can it use to fight? Regardless of whether the armed helicopter at an altitude of 800 meters can be hit, even if it can, the bullets will no longer pose a threat. On the contrary, the heavy machine gun bullets falling from the sky will only double the power. When the guard helicopters arrived over the enemy, the defensive positions surrounded by their tanks and armored vehicles became useless. Run! Someone shouted, and then many soldiers turned around and ran. Da-da-da! 33 armed helicopters were rotating in a circle at high altitude like a rolling storm, and the 6 barrels of the Gatling guns were spewing out bright tongues of fire. Even if only 2 machine guns on each helicopter were firing, that would be 66 Gatling heavy machine guns with a firing rate of 6,000 rounds per minute. At full firepower, nearly 400,000 bullets would fall on the Liujunction position in 1 minute. The entire ambush circle was shrouded in smoke and dust stirred up by bullets, and it was impossible to see what was happening inside. However, the machine gun fire from the helicopter never stopped, and bullets like a rainstorm continued to shoot into the smoke and dust, and hellish wails could be heard from inside. Gatling bullets are extremely powerful. No matter which part of the body is hit by one, it will be torn and broken. Zhu Shixuan and Lu Jingwu lay under the armored vehicle, not daring to raise their heads. There was smoke and dust all around them, and they couldn't open their eyes. Guards, help me up and run away, Lu Jingwu yelled. His guards pulled Lu Jingwu out from under the car, threw him into the back seat, and drove away. Seeing him escape, all the cars that were still able to start fled towards Liujunction. Chase! Li Yunpeng said something into the walkie-talkie, jumped onto the Hummer command vehicle, and chased after them. All the guards who were ambushed around rushed out and chased after the thousands of fleeing Liujunction vehicles. When nearly 10,000 vehicles of various types were fleeing for their lives at the same time, many tragic car accidents inevitably occurred. Many veteran soldiers escaped from the hail of bullets, but unexpectedly died in car accidents. They came with great vigor and high morale, claiming to be an army of 1 million. But within an hour, they were like dogs that had lost their homes and were completely defeated. At least 70,000 to 80,000 people died in the ambush. There were corpses everywhere and blood flowed like a river. Zhu Shixuan and Lu Jingwu finally escaped to the defense position at the entrance of Laojun Mountain and quickly got into the underground bunker. Hurry up and gather your men. Rely on the defensive position and stop Li Yunpeng for me. Lu Jingwu looked like a madman, and he was still in shock until now. Zhu Shixuan was already older, and after such a tossing, his old bones almost died on the way to escape. Li Yunpeng led the guards and killed them until they were less than 1 kilometer away from the entrance of Laojun Mountain. The reason why he was able to defeat nearly 200,000 Laojuntian soldiers with only 6,000 guards was, on the one hand, because he relied on powerful firepower and occupied advantageous terrain to launch an unexpected attack. The enemy did not have any decent shelters on the flat ground and could only rely on dozens of armored vehicles for cover. On the other hand, we still rely on powerful air firepower to render the enemy's only shelter useless and directly defeat their will to resist. At this time, the entrance to Laojun Mountain was heavily defended and the fortifications were strong. The soldiers were hiding in concrete bunkers. Moreover, there were many anti-aircraft machine guns. If the armed helicopters attacked by force, not only would they fail to kill any casualties, but they would also be at risk of being shot down. Armored corps bombard the enemy positions continuously. Li Yunpeng ordered. Yes. After receiving the order, the armored corps' 40 tanks continuously fired artillery shells at the enemy positions, and the defensive positions at the Laojuntian Pass instantly turned into a sea of fire. In the underground bunker where Lu Jingwu was, broken soil fell from time to time. This was the result of the violent explosion and vibration above. Let him bomb. Let's see how many shells he has. As long as the guards don't attack, let the soldiers hide in the bunkers. If they dare to come, destroy the armed helicopters first. Lu Jingwu ordered. Li Yunpeng didn't know how many shells he had, but the artillery fire never stopped from noon to night. Let the logistics people bring up the supplies. We'll just wait here. I don't believe he won't run out of artillery shells. Lu Jingwu shouted loudly, his ears buzzing. Commander Lu, the logistics team has come up several times, but they've suffered heavy losses. The supplies can't be brought up for the time being. Lu Jingwu grabbed the quartermaster by the collar and said, Useless. All useless. If they can't deliver the goods, what will I eat? I'll deliver them even if it means death. The quartermaster was so scared that he was sweating profusely, but he gritted his teeth and promised to deliver it. The next morning, Lu Jingwu was so hungry that he almost had no strength left. He said to the generals around him, The guards' artillery shells will not last past noon. We will be able to eat in the afternoon. Although the men were not seriously injured, they were dizzy from the shock of the shells and nodded silently. He had said this countless times, but he hadn't seen a single grain of rice from last night until now. Li Yunpeng sat on a distant mountaintop, in front of him the brilliant sparks exploding from the Laojuntian position, eating a hot breakfast. Li Qi, have the 10,000 artillery shells from Moyang City arrived? Commander, it has arrived. It has been delivered to the armored squadron, and all spare parts are included. Well, very good. I'm going to shock these grandsons to death in the underground bunker. Li Qi, with his military knowledge, this was the first time he had heard of such a tactic. It was only because the commander's artillery shells were cheap that no one else could withstand such consumption. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Lu Jingwu said weakly, What happened after the quartermaster left? Just now, I was killed by the explosion just after I got out of the shelter. Hiss. Everyone gasped. They were so hungry that they couldn't stand it anymore. The idea of rushing out at the risk of their lives was instantly extinguished. Lu Jingwu weakly put down the empty kettle. The guards' shelling won't stop until dark. They'll have used up all the shells they have. He was a little unsure when he said this. God only knew how many shells the guards had. The pass was narrow, and after a day and a night of bombing, many concrete structures had been destroyed. Only underground was relatively safe. Is this guy trying to blow through the underground fortifications directly? Lu Jingwu thought to himself. My dear son-in-law, do you have anything to eat? Zhu Shixuan was so hungry that he was blinded and had to shamelessly come to Lu Jingwu to beg for money. Lu Jingwu cursed in his heart. Now you know to call me son-in-law. It's no use even if you call me dad. I'm hungry. How can I give you? Old dog. I only have a bottle of 68-year-old wine in my stomach. I don't know if this old thing will drink it. He cursed in his heart, but could not say it out loud. Now was the time when everyone's will was weak and they needed to work together to overcome the difficulties. Otherwise, the result would be the destruction of the city and the death of people. Father-in-law, I don't even have a grain of rice. Please be patient and appease your generals. Zhu Shixuan thought to himself, I'm starving to death. What the hell is the point of comforting me? His back, which had finally straightened up, hunched over again. Just as the two were staring at each other, The artillery fire that had lasted for a day and a night suddenly stopped. Chapter 155, Mutated Beasts. The reason why the guards stopped firing was not because Li Yunpeng had run out of ammunition, but because he saw thick smoke suddenly billowing in the depths of the Chongling Mountains, like thousands of horses galloping. What the hell? Could it be a herd of mutant beasts? Li Yunpeng was shocked. There was no strong city to defend here. If he encountered a large number of mutant beasts here, it would be troublesome. Li Qi, gather the troops. I'm going to take a look ahead. Li Yunpeng relied on his fast speed and planned to go and find out what was going on. Even if there were a group of mutant beasts, he could return early and make plans early. As the saying goes, if you run too fast, you will die. It didn't look far away. At Li Yunpeng's speed, it took him half an hour to get close to the source of the smoke. Li Yunpeng could already hear the rumbling sound of the earth shaking. He immediately slowed down and prepared to turn around and return after observing the situation clearly. But before I saw the herd of beasts, I saw a figure rushing out. Fuck, why are you here? The man was startled and said in panic, Brotherly, don't worry about it. Just run. Li Yunpeng was speechless. What the hell had Ren Xiao stirred up? He looked closely and saw something in his arms. Li Yunpeng caught up with him and asked, What are you holding? Why are there so many mutant beasts chasing you? Well, it's a long story. The one in my arms is the Beast King's cub. Li Yunpeng, give it back to them right now. Ren Xiao looked at Li Yunpeng as if he were a fool and said, Still? How is that possible? I stole it with great difficulty. Where are your people? Help me block them. I'll stop you. Li Yunpeng was speechless. You stole someone's child. How could they not fight you to death? Who can stop this? But he changed his mind and said, Run towards Laojun Mountain. The people there can stop you. Ren Xiao looked back at him, somewhat unconvinced, but the situation was urgent, so he had to do as he was told. He turned around and ran towards Laojun Mountain. Seeing him running away, Li Yunpeng hurried back to the guard army position. Quick, all troops gather, go to the side of Laojun Mountain and wait. Do not fire a single shot, and remain silent. The mutant beasts faced the defensive position of the Laojunchen Pass. If Li Yunpeng had not been on the march, he would have wanted to dig out a melon and put on a good show immediately. On the other hand, when the people in the underground fortifications at Laojun Mountain saw that the artillery fire had finally stopped, the brave ones carefully climbed out and found that everything was fine. However, the originally flat ground was now full of potholes, and many solid concrete fortifications were flattened to the ground. Sir, the shelling has really stopped. You can come out now. Lu Jingwu finally climbed out of the bunker. Ha 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 ha. I said the guards' artillery shells were blown in by the strong wind. Sure enough, they've stopped firing. Tell the logistics department to hurry up and send up the supplies. I'm starving. The logistics team, which had been isolated in the rear by artillery fire, was already prepared. As soon as the artillery fire stopped, they ran over with food and water. The old soldier from Junshan who nearly starved to death in the underground bunker finally managed to survive. Lu Jingwu and Zhu Shixuan sat opposite each other, but they said nothing to each other and concentrated on the food in front of them. In less than 5 minutes, all the food in front of him was gone. Lu Jingwu felt that this meal was the most delicious food he had ever eaten in his life. After filling his stomach, Lu Jingwu quickly ordered, Find cover. The guards halt their artillery fire. They'll definitely charge next. Beat them hard, and we'll avenge our previous humiliation. Yes. The guard left not long before running back in a panic. Sir, something terrible has happened. A group of mutant beasts are charging towards us. What? Lu Jingwu felt like his brain had stopped working. Shouldn't this be the guards? Why would the mutant beasts be here? He quickly climbed up the bunker and looked into the distance. He saw a figure rushing towards Laojun Mountain at an extremely fast speed, followed by a group of mutant beasts approaching the pass like a sandstorm. Level 2 Peak Evolver. Lu Jingwu didn't know whether he should shoot at this time. If the mutant beast's target was only that one person, shooting would attract hatred. Just when he hesitated for a moment, Ren Xiao suddenly turned, climbed over the mountain on one side of the pass, flew into the Laojunchen settlement, and then disappeared. Lu Jingwu and Zhu Shixuan stood there in shock, wondering what was going on. When they looked again, they saw that the army of mutant beasts was approaching. Fuck, I got tricked. Sir, what should we do? What else can we do? Fight. Lu Jingwu almost squeezed out these words through his teeth. He was extremely depressed. What the hell was going on? Li Yunpeng had disappeared without a trace, but a group of mutant beasts appeared. He always felt that something was wrong. There was a burst of gunfire at the Laojunchen Pass. 100,000 soldiers exerted their maximum firepower, with anti-aircraft machine guns leveled and firing powerful bullets. The dozen or so remaining tanks also exerted their maximum firing rate, finally stopping the mutant beasts outside the city wall. Ouch! Suddenly, a loud wolf howl sounded in the mutant beast herd, followed by dozens of huge silver wolves and hundreds of various mutant animals rushing out from behind the mutant beast herd, their speed even far exceeding that of the second-level initial evolvers. Lu Jingwu and Zhu Shixuan were shocked. It's over. If they were at their peak strength, they could still fight. But now their heavy firepower is almost completely destroyed. How can they stop so many level 2 evolved beasts? Li Yunpeng originally wanted to be a quiet bystander as he watched both sides fight each other, but a sudden change made him suddenly wake up. Laojun Mountain could definitely not stop so many level 2 mutant beasts. If he allowed these beasts to rush into Laojun Mountain, there would be devastating losses and corpses everywhere. Hundreds of thousands of civilians who were extremely important to him would not survive. Li Yunpeng did not hesitate and immediately led his troops to infiltrate. The people of Leo Junction were indeed unable to resist. Before they had killed 10 mutant beasts, a silver wolf had already rushed up the city wall. Retreat. Lu Jingwu was disheartened and had no choice but to give the order. Giving up the Leo Junction pass meant that he was not far from death. However, if he did not retreat now, he would die immediately. If he fled to the rear, there would be a large number of ordinary people who could serve as cannon fodder, and he could survive for a while longer. If he could still establish a defensive position on the other side of the river in time, there might still be a glimmer of hope. The soldiers of Leo Junction abandoned their comrades in the front position and retreated madly to the rear. At this time, Li Yunpeng and his army had already arrived at the Leo Junction Pass. A huge silver wolf with a height of nearly 3 meters in the mutant beast group looked at the aggressive guards and the steel monsters that had caused him so much trouble and was a little hesitant. Ouch! It howled, and the mutant beasts occupying the pass immediately stopped their movements and joined the beasts under the city to carefully defend the guard army. Li Yunpeng stood on the leading Humvee command vehicle, with 40 tanks following behind him and 33 armed helicopters hovering above. Seeing the herd of beasts stop, Li Yunpeng did not order to open fire. Legend has it that the Beast King of Chongling Mountains is a third-level mutant beast, which should be the huge silver wolf in front of him. As a third-level mutant beast, the Silver Wolf King is as intelligent as humans. It can tell that the group of people in front of it are not the same group as the people from Laojun Shan. The two sides confronted each other for a while, and then the Silver Wolf King walked out of the herd. Huh? What does this mean? I don't understand animal language. How can I negotiate? Li Yunpeng thought to himself. He was very curious about how strong a level 3 mutant beast could be. Below level 3, he had no rivals. Holding a sword, Li Yunpeng also walked out of the team, and the man and the wolf stood 100 meters apart. Ouch! The Silver Wolf King roared in the direction of Laojun Mountain. Li Yunpeng thought to himself that he was probably asking why he had intervened, so he pointed at Laojun Shan and replied, I want to take back all the people here, so you can't go in and massacre the city. The Silver Wolf King's eyes turned cold, and he looked at Li Yunpeng with a sharp gaze. Its child was inside. If he didn't go in, how could he find it? But the man in front of him was not going to give in. It bared its fangs and growled dangerously. Snort. Seeing that it was about to attack, Li Yunpeng slowly drew out his sword and cautiously assumed a fighting stance. Chapter 156. Confrontation across the shore. The Silver Wolf King suddenly launched an attack, and his huge body turned into a shadow. Li Yunpeng's pupils shrank slightly, and he held his sword horizontally to block, but the Silver Wolf King suddenly increased his speed, avoided the blade, and bit his neck. I'll go. The speed of the Silver Wolf King was beyond his expectation, and he had no time to block it. He shifted his body slightly and barely avoided the vital points. The Silver Wolf King's fatal attack missed, and the king crashed into his chest. Li Yunpeng was knocked dozens of meters away by the immense force, his eyes filled with horror. Is this the ability of a level 3 mutant beast? He surpasses the combat power of a level 2 peak evolver, yet I can't even withstand a single blow. Seeing that their commander was defeated, the Guards Air Force Squadron opened fire instantly with 66 Gatling guns, forming a barrage between Li Yunpeng and the Silver Wolf King, blocking them. The Silver Wolf King wanted to strike again and kill the man in front of him directly, but was blocked by the fierce firepower, making it unable to pass through. It looked at Li Yunpeng fiercely as he paced back and forth. Li Yunpeng rubbed his chest and stood up. He glanced at the majestic Silver Wolf King through the barrage of bullets and turned back to the guard army. Knowing that he was no match for the enemy, he would definitely not die in vain. Fortunately, he had a strong army and a group of armed helicopters, which could pose a huge deterrent to the Silver Wolf King. No matter how powerful it is, it cannot fly and has no way to deal with an armed helicopter. When Li Yunpeng returned to the team, the machine guns in the air stopped firing. Silver Wolf King, I will definitely take away the people in Laojun Mountain. You can't do anything to my air force, so you'd better retreat. Li Yunpeng pointed in the direction of Laojun Mountain, raised his head, and gestured. Woo-woo. The Silver Wolf King let out a long howl filled with anger, and his thick silver hair exploded all over his body. They're not giving up. Seeing that it still refused to retreat, Li Yunpeng picked up the walkie-talkie and said, Helicopter group, extend the firepower and force it to retreat. The Air Force squadron immediately opened fire upon receiving the order, and the line of fire slowly moved towards the mutant beast herd. Li Yunpeng did not dare to order a direct attack. Although the Guard Army had the strength to fight, the price they would pay would certainly not be small. The Silver Wolf King had the same idea and never gave the order to attack. Under the threat of firepower, the guards drove away the mutant beasts on the pass step by step and firmly occupied their positions. At this time, the Silver Wolf King had completely lost his chance. The Guard Army, relying on the strong city, was even more difficult to resist. Although he was extremely reluctant, he glanced in the direction of Laojun Mountain, weighed the pros and cons, and decided that his own life was more important, so he slowly retreated. Call. Li Yunpeng breathed a sigh of relief. Unless necessary, he didn't want to be attacked from both sides. Fortunately, the Silver Wolf King was able to recognize the situation and did not fight to the death. Then the next thing is simple. The Leo Junction settlement, which has lost the pass, is like a beautiful woman who has been stripped of her clothes, and he can do whatever he wants. Li Yunpeng was not in a hurry to attack. While consolidating his position, he sent troops to go around to another exit of Laojun Mountain to block the retreat. This time, he sent 20 armed helicopters, 10 tanks, and 2 squadrons of soldiers to fight head-on. The existing firepower was enough. The people of Leo Junction retreated in a hurry, and even the few heavy weapons they had were left at the pass. In Li Yunpeng's eyes, Lu Jingwu and Zhu Shixuan were just struggling to survive. Just as he had made all the arrangements, he saw Ren Xiao coming out of the settlement with a sneaky look on his face. Because the situation was urgent, Li Yunpeng didn't look closely. He only saw that Ren Xiao was holding a silver-gray puppy in his arms. To be more precise, it was a wolf cub. Brotherly, look at this cub of the Silver Wolf King. Isn't it pretty? It took me a lot of effort to steal it. Ren Xiao wrapped the little silver wolf in his clothes in his arms, leaving only its head exposed, and showed off. Li Yunpeng felt a headache coming on. Brother, I'm older than you. Get back into the underground fortifications. If the Silver Wolf King gets a whiff of the little silver wolf, he'll definitely come back to kill me. Ren Xiao was so happy that he lost himself in joy. Then he realized that his age had been exposed. He sighed and thought that his life had come to an end. He shrank his neck and went into the underground bunker in shame. Li Yunpeng soon received a report from the Guard Army that had gone around to block the road and that they had arrived at the designated location. He immediately led a large force of Guard Army into the Leo Junction settlement. The originally peaceful settlement was now in chaos. Civilians no longer stayed in the designated area according to the rules, but ran around trying to escape. In fact, all this was in vain. The ridges on both sides were impossible for ordinary people to climb over, and the front and back gates were blocked by guards, so no outsiders were allowed to approach. Fortunately, people discovered that this newly arrived group hadn't indiscriminately slaughtered innocent people, not even harming a single civilian. Instead, they marched along a predetermined route, their movements meticulously coordinated and consistent, revealing the well-trained, battle-hardened troops they were. The panicked crowd gradually quieted down, staring at the army with a mixture of curiosity and fear. Li Yunpeng was sitting in the command vehicle when he suddenly saw an acquaintance. Mr. Ding. Li Yunpeng rolled down the car window and shouted. Ding Choyang, who was also gazing at the army in the crowd, suddenly heard someone calling him. He turned around and saw his nephew, who appeared to be an officer in this mighty army. You? Li Yunpeng smiled kindly. Let me introduce myself again. My name is Li Yunpeng. I am the commander of this army and also the lord of Moyang City. Ding Qiaoyang was stunned. That miserable young man in the concentration camp has turned into the lord of Moyang City? I heard that the lord of Moyang City is licentious and cruel, but he doesn't look like that. He thought to himself that he had met countless people in his life, and there was no way he could be wrong. It turned out that rumors were not to be trusted. Seeing him stunned, Li Yunpeng casually said, there is a long way to go, and led his troops to move forward. Lu Jingwu and Zhu Shixuan's men all hid on the other side of the river and blew up the only bridge to prevent the guards from crossing the river. Li Yunpeng came to observe for a while and sneered in his heart. This guy loses his mind when it comes to a crisis. He thinks a 200-meter-wide river can stop me. Cut down trees and build boats. We must kill those two old thieves, Lu Jingwu and Zhu Shixuan, today. Lu Jingwu was filled with regret. He hadn't expected the mutant beasts to attack the city, only to be replaced by the guards in the blink of an eye. If he had known this would happen, he should have led his troops on the run. Now that their retreat was blocked, they were truly in a desperate battle. Brothers, Li Yunpeng is cruel and ruthless. All those who surrendered in the past were killed by him. So we have no way to retreat and can only fight him to the death. What's more, our troops are still more than 10 times larger than his. The guards' artillery shells have been used up. We can kill him even if we outmaneuver him. Lu Jingwu stood up and said to the soldiers with full confidence. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud explosion on the battlefield, and more than 30 tanks of the guard army came from across the river. The armed helicopters had also taken off, and the confidence that the old Junshan soldiers had just built up after being encouraged by Lu Jingwu was instantly shattered. Chapter 157 Street Fighting. Li Yunpeng did not give Lu Jingwu any chance to engage in close combat. They could not even see the shadow of the guards and just stood there stupidly, enduring the artillery fire and high-altitude machine gun attacks. The originally powerful riverbank positions collapsed in just over 10 minutes, and the remaining defeated troops fled frantically. When the war broke out, the nearby civilians fled, and the entire residential area was empty. The defeated soldiers who retreated from the riverbank all hid in the houses in the residential area. After destroying the riverbank positions, the guards ceased their fire. Haha, Lu Jingwu is at the end of his strength. Broadcast to the other side that you can surrender your weapons, and you won't be killed. Li Yunpeng said. In a short while, the loudspeakers could be heard on both sides of the river. Brothers of Leo Junction, listen up. The guards have always distinguished right from wrong and will never kill innocent people. Following the likes of Lu Jingwu and Zhu Shixuan in meaningless resistance will only lead to your sacrifice. Laying down your weapons is your only way out. The loudspeaker on this side was playing the persuasion to surrender repeatedly, and the guards on the other side were mobilizing civilians to build ships and repair bridges. The old soldiers of the military mountain huddled in the residential area listened to the broadcast from the opposite side, and many of them had a change of mind. Lu Jingwu felt that every word in the surrender broadcast was like a sledgehammer, hitting his heart hard. Most of the soldiers, whose morale was already low, probably had thoughts of surrendering. Shangwu Army, listen up. Anyone who surrenders or betrays will be killed without mercy, Lu Jingwu ordered. He still had some confidence in his direct troops, but he was afraid of the officers and soldiers from the vassal settlements who had temporarily united. A surrender broadcast was being played on the other side of the river, and a warning was also coming from Lu Jingwu's side. Brothers, don't trust the guard slander. They'll turn against us in an instant if you surrender. We'll engage in street fighting with them here to render their heavy firepower ineffective. We'll definitely annihilate the guards. Then, you can divide Moyang City with me and take back everything we've lost. Both sides have their own opinions, but everyone has their own calculations in mind. Bah, that's nice of you to say, but I was still forced to be tied to your chariot. Are you still thinking about dividing up Moyang City? They've already been attacked right at home, and you're still bragging. Brothers, let's see the situation later. If the street fighting is unfavorable, then surrender immediately. Oh, what's the point of watching that? You might as well surrender now. Do you think the Shangwu army and the Liuhe army are vegetarians? Surrendering now is courting death. The surviving leaders of each settlement gathered in groups of 3 or 4 to discuss the current situation. Most of them did not believe that Lu Jingwu could withstand the attack of the guard army. After several hours of emergency repairs and construction, the guards finally built a large raft, and the broken bridge was also simply repaired. Under the cover of artillery fire and armed helicopters, the guards crossed the river in a swagger. Oh, you want to engage me in street fighting? Li Yunpeng sneered. Tanks in front, armored vehicles behind, attacking in a triangular formation. Infantry will follow the tanks to clear out the enemies on both sides and in the houses. The guard army was immediately divided into several groups and rushed into the city from multiple directions at the same time. Armed helicopters hovered in the sky, always on guard against any enemy who dared to show up. Da-da-da. As soon as the guards entered the city, they were hit by machine gun fire, and sparks and clanging sounds were heard in front of the tanks. Boom! The machine gun fire on the second floor directly in front was destroyed by a single shot from the tank. Before Li Yunpeng had time to be happy, a figure suddenly stretched out from the second floor window above the tank. Holy crap! Molotov cocktail. Bang! Boom! Li Yunpeng shot him dead with one shot, but the Molotov cocktail had already been thrown onto the tank, causing a ball of fire. Be alert above to prevent enemy suicide attacks. Li Qi shouted immediately. Fortunately, modern tanks are far less fragile than those in World War II. They not only have automatic fire extinguishing devices, but are also very well sealed. The crew members did not suffer any injuries. They took out the fire extinguisher and quickly put out the open fire, and the army continued to move forward. Tanks and armored vehicles served as the main attacking force, and the guards behind them were divided into 2 rows, guarding against possible suicide attacks from the upper side on each side. The further they went, the denser the enemies they encountered. Less than 500 meters later, a cluster of firepower points suddenly appeared. There were dozens of machine guns on the ground and rooftops, and thousands of people opened fire at the same time. The fierce firepower made the guards behind the tanks unable to raise their heads. Call for air support. As soon as the squadron leader of this unit finished speaking, 5 helicopters gathered. The powerful firepower of the Gatling heavy machine gun directly destroyed most of the enemy positions. Even the enemies hiding in the houses were not spared. With the cooperation of the ground-to-air firepower network, the enemy had no chance to launch a second attack. Boom, boom, boom. The firepower was suppressed, and the tanks fired one shot at a time, knocking down all the small houses. Just as the tank turned its turret and was about to kill the enemy in the last house, a white sheet suddenly stretched out from the opposite window and kept waving. We surrender. Don't fire, don't fire. We surrender. The captain of the guards pulled the loudspeaker and said, "Come out of the house and leave your weapons at the door. If anyone moves, we will kill them on the spot." Then a leader with a white flag on his shoulder came out first, followed by the silent, surrendered soldiers. As requested by the guards, they obediently dropped their weapons and walked towards the guards in a line. They were really frightened by the firepower of the guards. A 1,000-man army was wiped out in just a few minutes. There will naturally be a team in the rear to receive prisoners and detain and guard them uniformly. The fighting lasted from the afternoon to dusk. The entire residential area was filled with smoke, and the sound of gunfire continued. The encirclement of the guards became smaller and smaller. In a few hours, thousands of enemy troops were killed, and more than 50,000 surrendered. The riverbank behind the guards was filled with surrendered prisoners, with machine gun positions of the guards at regular intervals in front of them. They were once arrogant and domineering, but now they were all fish on the chopping board waiting to be slaughtered. The remaining troops who were still resisting were basically the direct troops of Liu Jingwu and Zhu Shixuan, and there were still generals who raised the white flag with their organized subordinates. The guards had stopped their attack and were busy receiving prisoners. When no new prisoners came out from the front, Li Yunpeng ordered the final general offensive. The entire army immediately unleashed their strongest firepower, destroying all the houses in front of them where the enemy was hiding, without bothering to search every single one. In the end, Liu Jingwu and Zhu Shixuan, with the remaining 3,000 soldiers, hid in a large cafeteria in the center of the residential area. Li Yunpeng was in high spirits. He got out of the car, lit a cigarette, and said into his walkie-talkie, "2 incendiary bombs, burn the turtle out for me." Yes. Boom, boom. 2 incendiary bombs directly set the cafeteria on fire. Liu Jingwu and others who were hiding in it ran out in a hurry. When they looked up, they saw the black muzzles of thousands of guards' guns in front of them and dozens of armed helicopters hovering in the sky. Zhu Shixuan sat dejectedly on the ground. Everything was over. There was no point in regretting it now. Liu Jingwu seemed to have aged 10 years overnight, with sunken eye sockets, chapped lips, and a gray face. He had long lost the majesty of the former Commander Liu. "Put down your weapons," Li Qi shouted through the loudspeaker. However, the person on the other side did not move. Da-da-da-da. Li Yunpeng pulled the machine gun and fired a volley of bullets, knocking down more than a dozen soldiers in the front row. I'll say this one last time. If you don't want to die, put down your weapon. Chapter 158, Death with Dignity. The sight of a dozen soldiers screaming and rolling on the ground startled everyone. As mortal enemies, the guards would not take their lives seriously and could slaughter them at will. Some people couldn't bear the pressure and dropped their weapons. Walla walla. Someone took the lead, followed by the sound of weapons falling to the ground. Liu Jingwu didn't stop him. He stumbled forward a few steps and asked, "Li Yunpeng, you killed Zhu Rong, didn't you?" "Haha, you're not that stupid. How did you do that? How did you do it?" Li Yunpeng flashed and appeared in front of Liu Jingwu the next moment. "This is how I did it." Liu Jingwu was shocked. You are a level 3 evolver? Since you're about to die, I can patiently reply to you. Although I'm not a level 3 evolver, I'm still much stronger than a peak level 2. I see. Liu Jingwu confirmed his previous guess. Zhu Shixuan, I didn't kill your daughter. Zhu Shixuan didn't even raise his eyelids and said in a low voice, What's the point of saying this now? Humph, do you think I'm the same as you? I'd rather die than bear the infamy of killing my wife. Li Yunpeng felt a headache after hearing this. All right, stop pretending to be a good guy. Do you think I just killed Zhu Rong? I know all the dirty tricks in the hearts of all of you here. Let's talk about you first. Don't you plan to find a chance to kill Zhu Shixuan and unify Liu Junxian? Then let your beautiful concubines take over. If Zhu Rong doesn't die, his life will be more painful than death. Zhu Shixuan burst into tears. Lu Jingwu, you beast, you have forgotten your roots. My daughter treated you sincerely, and you ignored the family's opposition. Li Yunpeng immediately interrupted. Stop talking nonsense. Don't you have any idea of your daughter's character? You and your family are all plotting to kill each other. Today, I'm going to grant you your wish. Commander Li, he and I are not from the same family. I have great prestige in Liu Junxian and can help you manage the settlement better. I am still useful. Zhu Shixuan was about to die, and he had no backbone at all after half a lifetime of military service, and begged for mercy in a hurry. No. It's better for a family to be together. I don't need you to manage it. I'm afraid you're thinking about how to kill me all day long. Li Yunpeng said. Seeing that Li Yunpeng gave him no chance to survive, Zhu Shixuan lowered his head in despair and was silent for a moment. Then he suddenly jumped up and rushed in the opposite direction of Li Yunpeng at an extremely fast speed. No one present had expected that the elderly Zhu Shixuan could burst out with the speed of a second-level evolver. Bang! With a dull thud, Zhu Shixuan, who had been flying rapidly, flew back at the same speed, fell to the ground, and vomited blood. Li Bai straightened the clothes that had been rashly messed up and snorted coldly. Hey, old man, you're in good shape. Li Yunpeng joked. Zhu Shixuan is old after all. Although he is already a peak-level evolver of the second level, he is unable to defeat Li Yunpeng, who is only at the middle level of the second level. Being able to burst out at such a speed is already the limit of what his withered body can achieve. Zhu Shixuan's face was pale, and a hint of determination flashed in his turbid eyes. He suddenly took out a bag from the inner pocket of his clothes, grabbed a handful of light blue crystals from it, and was about to stuff it into his mouth. Fuck! Li Yunpeng was shocked. This old man had so many level 2 evolution crystals. He exerted his strength instantly and chopped off Zhu Shixuan's head before he could put it in his mouth. The second-level evolution crystal was held in the dry hand and hung in the air, and then the whole body fell heavily. Hiss! Li Yunpeng's clean and efficient approach made everyone around him gasp in shock. He ignored the frightened looks around him and picked up the second-level evolution crystals on the ground. After a rough count, he found that there were more than a dozen of them. Whoa, old thief Zhu, you died so well. The sudden shrill cry left Li Yunpeng puzzled. A surrendered soldier next to him was looking at Zhu Shixuan's body with gritted teeth. What's wrong with you? Li Yunpeng asked. The man wiped away a tear and said sadly, My brother was originally Zhu Shixuan's #1 vanguard. He was always at the forefront of every battle, and he and his brothers sacrificed thousands of lives. In exchange, all the level 2 evolution crystals were given to Zhu Shixuan, but in the end, he didn't even get half a single one. He even lied and said he'd exchanged it all for food to help civilians, but it all ended up being here. It's a shame my brother was stuck at the first level of evolution, and he lost his life in a battle with a second-level mutant beast. What's so strange about that? Zhu Shixuan has been using others as pawns all his life. If I hadn't been more careful, I would have followed your brother's path long ago. Lu Jingwu sneered. Li Yunpeng turned to look at Lu Jingwu. Strictly speaking, we don't have a deep hatred. Lu Kai isn't your biological son, and Zhu Rong is a fierce woman who wants to kill you. Zhu Shixuan is, after all, your enemy. Lu Jingwu was stunned and looked at Li Yunpeng with hope. Oh, don't get me wrong. Since ancient times, the victors have been kings and the losers have been bandits. What I mean is that I can give you a decent treatment. Li Yunpeng said. Well, Lu Jingwu sighed and walked into the ruins alone, leaving only a lonely figure behind for everyone. As a level 2 peak evolver, he actually had no idea of resisting at all. A gunshot was heard a moment later. The most powerful tyrant in Wuzhou City was forced by Li Yunpeng to commit suicide by shooting himself, at least retaining a trace of his dignity. This also brought an end to the expedition to the Liu Junxian settlement. Next, Li Yunpeng had to face a happy trouble: how to relocate hundreds of thousands of civilians back to Muang City. The risk of moving all at once was too great. With only 6,000 guards, it was impossible to fully escort over 300,000 people. It seemed the only option was to transport them back in batches. Even if they could transport 20,000 people at a time, it would take more than half a month to complete. Li Yunpeng planned to stay in Lao Junction for the time being and return with the last group of civilians. After all, there was a lot to do here. A large amount of supplies, machinery, and equipment, and valuable things had to be counted and dismantled and brought back to Muang City. Especially the results of the autumn grain harvest some time ago. Lao Junction has a large population, and the amount of grain collected is several times that of Muang City. Li Yunpeng had nothing to do, so he entered Lu Jingwu's mountain villa for the third time. Unlike before, this time he entered through the main gate openly, and the guards were replaced by soldiers of the guard army. Apart from some extravagant and licentious things, what Li Yunpeng valued most in the entire villa was a letter. The signature was from the Nanzhou Democratic Republic, which roughly meant that they approved Lu Jingwu to join them, and required him to integrate Lao Junction as soon as possible, eliminate dissidents, and then move to the provincial capital, Nanzhou City. Another fucking idiot from Jiangwo has come. He has the same character as Huang Long. Li Yunpeng cursed inwardly and put the letter away. Chapter 159 returned to Muang City. When Li Yunpeng came to the concentration camp again, the scene was no longer the same as before. After the guards took over, they first ensured that everyone could eat until they were 80% full to prevent anyone from being unable to withstand the long journey. "Uncle, are we going to a new place?" asked the little girl who had been in the same tent with Li Yunpeng in a baby voice. Li Yunpeng rubbed her head kindly and said, "Yes, let's go to Muang City, a big city built specifically for the end of the world. Can I get enough food there? Not only can you have enough food to eat, but there are also many children to play with you and learn to read and write with you." The little girl's eyes were full of longing, but her innocent little head seemed unable to imagine what the scene was like. Ding Qiaoyang was still maintaining order in the concentration camp. Seeing Li Yunpeng coming, he quickly handed over the work in his hands to someone else. "Li, Commander Li." Li Yunpeng attached great importance to this biomedical scientist. "I hope you are well, Professor Ding." "Well, my old bones are fine. I thought this was the end of my life, but I never thought I would see this day again. What are your thoughts on your future life? How could I dare to ask for more? Now that my family is safe and the people have enough to eat, I have nothing else to ask for." Li Yunpeng took out a first-level evolution crystal and placed it in Ding Qiaoyang's hand. "Mr. Ding, you can't say that. How can you let all your life's learning go to waste? The secrets of the evolution crystal are waiting for you to unlock." Ding Qiaoyang looked at the dazzling gem, and the fire hidden deep in his heart was rekindled. This was an evolution crystal, something that was treasured by those who truly held power, and they wanted to keep it in his care. When he thought that he actually had the opportunity to study this thing, his strong curiosity about the unknown was completely aroused. Ding Qiaoyang was not a hypocritical person. "Don't worry, Commander Li. I will not waste precious resources. I will live the rest of my life for this purpose." Seeing him carefully put the evolution crystal into his arms, Li Yunpeng said, "Mr. Ding has misunderstood. This crystal is for you to become an evolver. I will provide it separately for scientific research needs." Even though Ding Qiaoyang was nearly 70 years old, he could not hide his shock. This rare item often required dozens of lives to obtain. A crystal that could make one a powerful evolver was just given to him like that. This. Don't worry, take it. Your body is the capital of revolution. Becoming an evolver will solidify your spirit, which will be of infinite benefit to your future scientific research. Ding Qiaoyang stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do. Li Yunpeng said in a commanding tone, "Remember, this is for work. You must take it." The migration of the population took more than 20 days, and the process was not smooth. The guards encountered groups of second-level zombies, groups of mutant beasts, and various obviously man-made obstacles and traps along the way. All this could not prevent the guard army from completing the population migration task. Instead, it added more than 20 million points and thousands of labor camp laborers to Li Yunpeng. This is just the population migration. Many materials and equipment in Lao Junction have not moved at all. If we want to transport them all back to Muang City, we will probably have to work until the Lunar New Year. Li Yunpeng returned to Muang City with the last group of civilians. When the familiar city wall appeared in front of him, he suddenly felt more at ease and his every move seemed more relaxed. After not returning for more than a month, the entire Muang City has changed greatly. The frames of many buildings have been basically completed, and the roads have been paved and hardened. Although the outer walls are still under construction, for the people in the apocalypse, it is not so important. They move in at night and work during the day. More than 300,000 people suddenly poured in, making the empty Muang City lively. It's not like Lao Junction where there is no freedom at all. Apart from the work that must be completed, people have a lot of time to themselves. As long as you don't go to the military restricted area, you can move freely in and out of the city, and the city guards will not exploit the people passing by. This alone is amazing. Lord City Lord, thank you for your hard work. After returning to the villa on the top of the mountain, Xiaohong, who was waiting at the door, immediately took the coat that Li Yunpeng took off. Well, are you used to it here? My lord, everything is fine. Xiaohong has not changed because of the absurd and ridiculous reputation she once had. She likes her current life very much. Although it is much busier than before, she can have the dignity of being a human being here. Brother Peng. Wang Shiyan let out a tender cry and threw herself into Li Yunpeng's arms like a young bird returning to its nest. This cry was filled with longing and attachment. Xiaohong smiled slightly and quietly left the living room, leaving the space to the two owners. Li Yunpeng picked up Wang Shiyan and walked towards the top floor with a teasing look. Outside the villa, the phoenix chirps, the grass and trees sway, the stream gurgles, the waves surge, the breeze is ambiguous, and the clouds cover the sun. In the evening, Wang Shiyan, wearing a light gauze dress and with long black hair lazily covering half of her face, leaned on Li Yunpeng's shoulder and listened to him talk about the many thrilling events during the trip. Brother Peng, when will we be able to stop putting yourself in danger? Li Yunpeng took her hand and said, in the early days of the apocalypse, I wanted to control everything from behind the scenes, and it would be best if I could never leave the city. But the rules don't allow me to do this. If I covet temporary peace, it will only lead to a more tragic ending. Now it's a battle between humans and nature, and a battle with mutant creatures. If I slow down a step, I will fall into an abyss. Wang Shiyan didn't know what the so-called rules were, nor had she personally experienced the horror of mutant beasts, but she knew that this man, who was actually not that old, shouldered the hopes of hundreds of thousands of people, and in the future that number might be millions or even tens of millions. She didn't ask any more questions, but just shrank back into Li Yunpeng's arms. Li Yunpeng hugged her tightly, and everything was said without words. Although there was not much verbal communication, they could understand each other's feelings. Compared to the charming atmosphere in the villa on the top of the mountain, the city of Moyang is extremely busy at this time. As autumn is about to turn into winter, time is more urgent. The house must be built before the arrival of winter. Medicine in the end times is more precious than food. Wang Shiyan ate a few bites of dinner in a hurry and went to the logistics department to work overtime. Now a lot of things were waiting for her. There were some things that Su Ming could not make decisions on alone because he did not fully understand Li Yunpeng's personality and preferences. Li Yunpeng had a leisurely dinner alone, served by Xiaohong and Xiaolan. After dinner, he walked out of the villa and strolled along the forest path, heading down the mountain. He seemed to be alone, but in fact, there were countless secret sentries hiding in the darkness around him. At this time, the lights in Moyang City were still on, and the construction site was bustling with activity. This was a capability that other settlements did not have at all. The power provided by the base's tanks was just enough for now. Li Yunpeng took a walk and planned to go to the military area to take a look. At this time, only Ren Xiao and Lu Zide were still living in the military area, and everyone else had moved out one after another. It was dark in Lu Zide's house, so one could guess that he was hanging around in Ren Xiao's house. But before he reached the door, Li Yunpeng heard the two of them arguing. Chapter 160 Mysterious Energy. Detsi, can you please take Xiao He and get out of here with you? Brother Xiao, you might have forgotten my nickname. If I could control it, I wouldn't be called a lackey. Li Yunpeng felt a little amused. He pushed the door open and entered the room. He saw Xiao He drooling and staring at the little silver wolf with a fierce look in his eyes. Huh? Why is Xiao He interested in you, a wolf cub? Ren Xiao held the little silver wolf and stared at Xiao He cautiously. What the hell is it interested in? It just wants to eat my little wolf cub. Are you all blind? Xiao He, do you want to eat this little wolf? Li Yunpeng asked. Woof. Xiao He finally waited for his master who understood him and nodded and barked excitedly. Look, quickly pull it away from me. Ren Xiao jumped up and down. If Xiao He likes it, just give it to him to eat. What's the point of keeping it? Bah, I risked my life to get this back from the Chongling Mountains. Listen, is this even human language? Seeing his face flushed and his neck thickened, Li Yunpeng stopped joking and said seriously, give me the wolf cub. This way of guarding against it is not a solution. Sooner or later, Xiao He will be thinking about it. Ren Xiao hesitantly handed the wolf cub in his arms to Li Yunpeng and warned, can you do this? If Xiao He eats it, I will never forgive you. Don't worry. Li Yunpeng took the wolf cub and placed it on the ground. Xiao He immediately jumped around excitedly. Ren Xiao's heart was in his throat. Xiao He, I order you not to eat this little wolf. Woo woof. Xiao He immediately hung his head with a resentful look on his face, but he couldn't help it. He walked up and licked the little wolf cub wildly, licking it until it looked like it had just taken a bath. Only then did he feel satisfied. Ren Zhao's, but had already left the seat due to nervousness, but he sat back down again after seeing this scene. Ha ha, from now on you have Xiao He, and I have Xiao Yin. Let's see who will be the stronger one in the end. Li Yunpeng felt a buzzing in his head. These two guys desperately went deep into the Chongling Mountains, took great pains to steal the Silver Wolf King Cub, and attracted a tide of beasts to chase them, and finally broke into the Laojun Mountain Pass. The guard army almost broke out into a battle with the beasts. Is all this just to compete with me for pets? You guys are busy, I'm leaving. Li Yunpeng said this casually and walked away. He was afraid that Ren Xiao would say it himself as you guessed, and then he would be so angry that he would develop high blood pressure. Li Yunpeng walked out of the room and heard the sound of two heartless idiots fighting for favor behind him. He shook his head and walked slowly along the military road. The guards passing by would salute silently without making any sound, for fear of disturbing the tranquility that the commander was enjoying. Li Yunpeng stretched out his hand, and snowflakes suddenly began to fall from the sky. What's going on? This is the south bank of the Blue Dragon River, in the southern part of Blue Dragon Country. It's basically impossible to snow at this time of year, let alone such heavy snowfall. The weather seemed to have turned into a cold winter overnight. When I walked out of the military zone, I saw civilians outside wearing thin clothes, huddled up and walking in a hurry. He looked up and saw the familiar fluorescent sky above the clouds. This isn't normal. I'm afraid something bad is going to happen again. Li Yunpeng called a meeting of knowledgeable people in the base overnight to see if anyone could see any clues. After discussing until midnight, no reliable answer was found. Some people say that global cooling is caused by the cessation of most industrial activities by humans. Li Yunpeng immediately started to curse, saying, "Do you think the Earth is a microwave oven and it will get cooler when the power is cut off?" Some people also say that the Earth will be frozen again in the Cambrian period. Li Yunpeng immediately dismissed the meeting. Most of these so-called experts were just imagining things. Did the Cambrian period just happen out of the blue? Wasn't there a gradual process? The experts shook their heads, argued with each other, and walked out of the meeting room, and then discussed the number of bricks they were responsible for moving at the construction site tomorrow. "My Lord City Lord, I have a discovery, but I don't know whether I should tell you about it or not," Ding Qiayang said. "Mr. Ding, please speak." Li Yunpeng didn't have much hope. Ding Qiayang was a scientist in the biomedical field, not an astronomer or meteorologist, so what insights could he have? Ding Qiayang gathered his thoughts and spoke. "Since the apocalypse, based on my observations of the zombies' behavior, the emergence of mutant beasts after the last sudden rainstorm, and this abnormal weather, I suspect an unknown energy source is to blame." Energy. This was the first time Li Yunpeng heard this statement, and he was a little confused. Ding Qiayang continued. "Based on existing physics and the law of conservation of energy, the evolution of zombies and the mutation of animals, these sudden surges in power must be supported by energy. Furthermore, zombies can still maintain their physical strength without eating, which is most likely due to this unknown energy." Ding Qiayang's explanation was relatively simple, so that Li Yunpeng could understand it more easily. "When you mention it, I suddenly remembered that when zombies are not disturbed, they always look up at the sky, move slowly, or simply stay still. Are they absorbing energy?" Li Yunpeng said. "Very likely." Ding Qiayang didn't have the chance to observe the large number of motionless corpses. After listening to Li Yunpeng's words, he felt that the credibility of his guess had increased a bit. "Then can Mr. Ding conduct research in this area?" Li Yunpeng looked eagerly. "If this energy and the evolution crystal share the same origin, perhaps we can actually find some clues. Right now, nothing can be said for sure. It's just speculation." "Well, that's fine. If you have any research needs, Mr. Ding, please let me know at any time. I will do my best to meet your needs," Li Yunpeng said. "We're still in the early stages, so we don't need anything right now. However, Dean Xia is quite talented in this area. I discussed some of her ideas with her, and they were very novel and gave me a lot of inspiration." "Oh, Xiaomingda." Li Yunpeng couldn't explain the feeling in his heart. He only knew that she was an excellent doctor before, but he didn't expect that she was so talented in research now. "Then I'll leave it to Elder Ding. Please take care of Dean Xia at work." Ding Qiayang's eyebrows twitched, and he agreed. After a whole night of hard work, they finally had a fairly reliable direction. It was not in vain. Li Yunpeng said goodbye to everyone and waved his hand. Li Ying walked out from the shadows. "Prepare the car and go back." Li Ying nodded, turned around, and disappeared into the darkness. In less than a minute, Li Yunpeng's exclusive car stopped in front of him. He shook off the snow on his shoulders, got into the back seat, leaned back on the specially modified soft seat, and recalled what Ding Qiayang had just said. "Commander, I have something important to report." Li Qi shouted outside the car. What's going on? Li Yunpeng lowered the car window and saw Li Qi standing beside the car, covered in frost and snow. The river is frozen, Li Qi said. Li Yunpeng was shocked. What? It's frozen? Chapter 161, The Roaring Corpse. Li Yunpeng immediately turned the car around and went straight to the city wall near the river. He jumped down and stood by the water with his hands behind his back. At this time, a layer of silver had accumulated on the surface of the river. In the history of Wuzhou, there had not been many ice formations, let alone snow. Li Yunpeng's face was filled with worry. Once the ice layer became thick, the river that originally separated Wuzhou City would instantly become a thoroughfare, and more than 1 million zombies would face Moyang City head-on. The cold wind blew on his body, just like the murderous aura emitted by the huge group of corpses hidden in the darkness. Commander, go back. Li Qi saw him standing there for a long time and reminded him softly. This man of iron will only appear cautious and submissive when facing Li Yunpeng. Well, with a long sigh, Li Yunpeng turned around and went back. At this moment, he suddenly remembered Wang Shiyan's expectation not long ago. When would he be able to stop putting himself in danger? This was destined to be just a luxury. The matter at Leo Junction had just ended, and now we are facing a more severe challenge. After Li Yunpeng returned to the base, he braved the wind and snow to drive Ren Xiao out of the city overnight, and asked him to go to the outskirts of Chongling Mountains to closely monitor the movements of the Silver Wolf King. Although the million-strong zombie army could barely withstand the battle, there was absolutely no possibility of resisting if the mutant beasts were added. Although Ren Xiao was driven out of Moyang City before he could even sit down, he was a man of great intelligence. Although he was a bit of a middle-class guy in normal times, he was not vague when faced with big things. He simply packed some supplies with a combat backpack and set off for Chongling Mountains. Li Yunpeng once again squandered all the points in his hands. The number of armed helicopters increased to 50, the number of tanks exceeded 100, and the artillery shells piled up into mountains. He obtained more than 22nd-level evolution crystals from Laojun Mountain, which directly raised his evolution level to the peak of the 2nd level and took his strength to a higher level. The special team and all squadron leaders were upgraded to the level of 2nd-level evolvers. The total number of 2nd-level evolvers in the entire Moyang City reached more than 40. In addition to Li Yunpeng, Ren Xiao, and Li Qi, who were at the peak of the 2nd level, there were 5 intermediate 2nd-level evolvers, and the rest were at the initial 2nd level. After calculating the combat power in his hands, Li Yunpeng felt more confident. Even if the 3rd-level zombies and mutant beasts were powerful, he was confident that he could fight with the support of the powerful firepower of the guard army. Li Yunpeng leaned on the railing with both hands and looked at the brightly lit Moyang City below the mountain. This was something he had fought hard for, and he would never allow any force to destroy it. Xiaolan took a fur coat and gently draped it over Li Yunpeng's shoulders. Lord City Lord, be careful not to catch a cold. Well, you go first, Li Yunpeng said calmly with his back to her, no emotion in his tone. Fortunately, the supply collection team has been busy since the beginning of the apocalypse and has collected a large amount of winter supplies. Otherwise, many civilians who suddenly encountered a snowy night at the foot of the mountain would probably be frozen to death. In the half-built house, people lit a bonfire to keep warm. Fortunately, most of the walls had been completed, and they didn't feel that cold as they wrapped themselves in quilts and warmed themselves by the bonfire. This sudden heavy snowfall came before all the surviving humans were prepared. It is unclear whether it was a local weather change, a large-scale cooling, or a global disaster. Li Yunpeng looked at the faint fluorescent light on the clouds and always felt that this was a disaster for the surviving human beings in the world. Roar! Just as he was speculating, bursts of roars suddenly came from the direction of Wuzhou City. The sounds gathered together and resounded through the heavens and earth. Everyone in Moyang City felt a pang of fear in their hearts. This roar was too familiar. It was made by hundreds of millions of zombies at the same time. Li Yunpeng moved and rushed down the mountain. The fur coat he was wearing fell on the terrace and blended with the white snow, making it impossible to tell one from the other. As the zombies roared, all the squadron leaders rushed to the military conference room. Li Yunpeng, seated at the head of the group, spoke rapidly. Immediately, enter combat readiness. Maintain half of the soldiers on the city walls at all times. Tanks on alert outside the city walls, armored vehicles on the walls, and helicopters ready to take off at any time. After quickly assigning the tasks, the squadron leaders left in a hurry. At this time, Ding Chuyang was brought in by the guards. Mr. Ding, why are you here so late at night? Lord City Lord, the energy tester in the laboratory shows that the energy concentration in the air is slowly increasing. This energy is very similar to the mysterious substance that makes up the evolution crystal. Oh, could it be that the zombies are roaring because of the sudden increase in energy? Li Yunpeng said to himself. This is probably the reason. If the concentration reaches a certain level, zombies are likely to undergo universal evolution. Ding Qiuyang had some worry on his face. Universal evolution? Li Yunpeng couldn't believe it. Wouldn't that mean that there would be fewer ordinary zombies in the future, and all of them would become evolved zombies? Of course, all this is just speculation, said Ding Qiuyang. Li Yunpeng knew that he was just comforting himself. Without being 60% to 70% sure, Mr. Ding would not bring up this matter. Then why don't humans evolve universally? Ding Qiuyang took out the level 1 evolution crystal he hadn't been willing to eat and said, humans aren't like zombies. They've mutated to absorb energy directly, but they still need to swallow it directly to evolve. If we can develop a device to extract the mysterious energy in the air, perhaps we can create an evolution crystal. Li Yunpeng's eyes lit up. What if evolution crystals could be mass-produced? If all the guards became evolvers, wouldn't they be invincible? Mr. Ding, this is of paramount importance. Even if we have to abandon everything else, we must first develop the energy harvesting device. Ding Qiuyang looked troubled. This was just an idea. Whether it was feasible or not was still unknown. I'll try my best. Li Yunpeng returned to the mountaintop villa again, lying on the sofa somewhat tiredly, resting his head on Wang Shiyan's smooth and white thighs. There was a flame burning in his heart, and he couldn't help but be curious. System, what exactly is this mysterious energy in the air? System, please explore on your own. Li Yunpeng's breathing stagnated. He glanced at the points panel and saw that there were still several 100,000 points left. He cursed, why would I ask you if I can find it? System, warning. If you continue to insult the system, the population required for upgrading will double. Li Yunpeng was startled. Didn't they agree to deduct points? I was ready to scold him for hundreds of thousands of points. But who knew the system would suddenly change its nature? The population required to upgrade to level 4 is already 1 million. If it doubles, it will be a disaster. Well, the system is still the boss. You can't mess with it. Li Yunpeng gave up completely. This system rarely provided information other than information related to the base tank upgrade. Most of the time, it only replied with a sentence, please explore on your own. The next morning, Li Yunpeng went out, followed by a group of people to the river. He stood on the ice, and there was not a single crack. He poked a hole with his commander's sword and estimated that the thickness of the ice had reached more than 10 centimeters. In a few days, let alone people, even tanks would be able to run on the ice. Boom! Suddenly, there was a roar of a helicopter. At first, Li Yunpeng did not pay attention to it, thinking it was the routine duty of the Guard Army Air Force. But when he listened carefully, he found that it was not the sound of the Guard Army Chinook armed helicopter. Chapter 162, Nanzhou Democratic Republic. The helicopter flew over Li Yunpeng's head and headed straight towards Wuzhou City. Where did this plane come from? Li Yunpeng immediately thought of the Nanzhou Democratic Republic. It was normal for a force that could make Lu Jingwu willingly submit to it to have armed helicopters. But what was Lai Wuzhou's intention at this time? He had already destroyed Lao Junshan, so was he going to take action so soon? No matter how powerful he is facing an army of tens of millions of zombies in the entire Nanzhou city. Does he still have the mind to travel a long distance to Wuzhou to cause trouble? The armed helicopter circled over Wuzhou City for a long time and finally turned back. Li Qi, the Air Force squadron is taking off. Do you think the area above my head is his backyard? I've said it. Yes. 3 Chinook attack helicopters immediately took off and flew towards the plane, obviously to prevent it from entering the airspace over Moyang City. This is the airspace of Moyang City. Please leave immediately, leave immediately. The Air Force team shouted to the other side while blocking its way. The foreign plane did not respond at all. It circled Moyang City several times, finally dropped a package, and turned away. If he wasn't in a bad situation and didn't want to cause any trouble, he really wanted to leave this helicopter behind to let these people know that not everyone can come and go as they please in Moyang City. Humph, you're hiding your true intentions. What's your plan? Li Yunpeng muttered something and turned back to the villa on the top of the mountain. Naturally, someone took the package and after repeated inspections, it was finally presented in front of him. There was only a letter and a map of Xihai province in the package. When you unfold the map, the most eye-catching mark is the former Nanjiang Command, the current location of the Nanzhou Democratic Republic. There are also some circled cities, divided into red and green, without any explanation. He's so damn confident. He even told me where his lair is without hesitation. Li Yunpeng opened the envelope and found only a piece of paper inside. It was titled Notice from the Democratic Republic of Nanzhou. The content is, according to the administrative regulations of the South State Democratic Republic, Moyang City is under the jurisdiction of our country. After the resolution of the House of Representatives, your unit is ordered to submit a vassal application to the South State Democratic Republic before the end of the month, accept unified leadership, and jointly fight against mutant creatures. A map of South State is attached. Green represents our country's forces, and red represents forces to be joined. If the application is not received within the deadline, the 500,000-strong army of South State will be at the gates of the city. The signature is the military command of the Southern Democratic Republic. After reading it, Li Yunpeng took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. He picked up a lighter and lit the notice. He lit the cigarette with the burning flame and took a deep breath. Li Qi stood aside and could not see any expression on the commander's face. Li Yunpeng appeared calm on the surface, but his heart was in turmoil. This so-called Nanzhou democratic country was not democratic in terms of its style of doing things, but its strength should not be underestimated. Of the 22 cities in Xihai province, 11 close to Nanzhou have been marked with green circles. How could anyone who has the ability to do this be a villain? The West Sea has a population of 50 million, and there are at least 5 million survivors. The Southern Democratic State controls at least 2 million people. You must know that most of the people who can survive in the end times are young and strong. With such a large population base, it seems that it is not difficult to gather an army of 500,000. What's more, the former Nanjing military region is near Nanzhou City. The strength of a provincial military region is simply not comparable to a small military base like Leo Junction. Isn't it just targeting me? Are notices being sent to all settlements in the other 11 cities that didn't join? Li Yunpeng seemed to be lost in thought until his cigarette burned out before he came to his senses. If the enemy comes, we will fight him. If the water comes, we will block it with earth. Li Yunpeng thought to himself, what do I have to worry about? Nanzhou is hundreds of kilometers away from Moyang City. I don't believe they can mobilize a large army to attack us. Not to mention how many difficulties they will have to endure along the way. There is also the risk of attracting mutant beasts and zombie armies. As for the contents of the notice, they have been mixed with the ashes in the trash can. Li Yunpeng is actively preparing for war, not for the South State Democratic Republic, but to deal with the crisis in the Wuzhou City area. Half a month passed, and there was no unusual movement from either the zombie horde or the mutant beast herd. Ren Xiao came back exhausted and full of resentment. No one would be in a good mood after living in the snowy wilderness for half a month. Li Yunpeng, are you kidding me? I couldn't even see a ghost outside the Chongling Mountains. I almost froze to death there. Haha, brother Ren, don't be so resentful. Look, Xiaoyin, I helped you get fat. Get lost. Ren Xiao was even more annoyed when he heard him being called little brother. Xiaoyin, did you name my pet? Xiaoyin, villain, what kind of a fucking name is that? No, I want to choose my own name. I'll call it Guyin. Li Yunpeng. Li Yunpeng was speechless. How could this name be so good? However, Ren Xiao had endured hunger and cold for half a month, so he felt that he should be treated better. Brother Ren, there's a place called the South State Democratic Republic. I wonder if you've heard of it. Ren Xiao snatched the valuable silver and turned away. When Li Yunpeng called him brother, it was certain that something bad was going to happen. Hey, brother Ren, Uncle Ren, don't go. Let's discuss it again. Li Yunpeng looked at Ren Xiao, who left resolutely, and shouted from behind. But all Ren Xiao left him was a desolate back in the cold wind and a raised middle finger. Li Qi, send a few people to sneak into the Southern Democratic Republic and find out the situation. Li Yunpeng failed to fool Ren Xiao, so he had to make other arrangements. Yes. Since the zombies and mutant beasts have not moved, it is time to start moving the supplies from Lao Junshan. If they are left there, there will only be more trouble. There is no rush for machinery and other materials. Moyang City has many different assembly lines of its own, and they are more advanced. The most important thing is food. There is enough food to feed hundreds of thousands of people for a year, which would make anyone jealous. The zombie army in Wuzhou City is like a sword hanging over Li Yunpeng's head, which may fall at any time. So the scale of the material transport team is not large because he dare not transfer too many troops away from Moyang City. After all, there were too few soldiers. Li Yunpeng took out the maps sent by Nanzhou Kingdom, which saved him a lot of trouble. Half of the cities marked in red were still there, and the base needed more than 500,000 people to upgrade again. If he could capture the survivors of 1 or 2 cities first, the base would meet the conditions for upgrading. If it is upgraded to level 4, what buildings and equipment will be unlocked? It should be enough to deal with the Nanzhou Kingdom. 3 days later, Li Qi hurriedly reported to Li Yunpeng with a telegram. Commander, The intelligence personnel I sent out in batches were unable to enter the city of Nanzhou. If we were to ask what small settlements fear most in the apocalypse, it would definitely be the fear of too many people and too little food, leading to starvation. One more person means one more mouth to feed. What a powerful large-scale military base fears most is a lack of personnel. A large amount of weapons and equipment without anyone to operate them is no different from scrap metal. So, there are few large settlements that do not accept young and strong male survivors to join. Now the experienced guard army scouts can't even get through the door? Chapter 163 Above 10,000 people. Li Qi quickly explained, the South State Democratic Republic isn't so much a settlement as it is a military base. The 500,000 people living in the city are all soldiers. They don't accept strangers at all. Then where do they get their troops from? Li Yunpeng asked. The 11 nearby cities have been integrated into 11 large settlements, where troops and supplies are replenished. Our intelligence agents have already infiltrated the 11 settlements. This is a simple investigation report. Li Qi replied. Li Yunpeng took it and looked through it carefully. The supreme ruler of the South State Democratic Republic was named Lu Xinghua, who called himself the Lord of the State. In addition to supplying soldiers to the South State Democratic Republic, these 11 settlements were also responsible for the production of various living and military supplies. Each settlement was responsible for a category, and the division of labor was clear. In addition to the 500,000 troops in the capital, the Southern Democratic Republic also has 20,000 troops stationed in each settlement, totaling 720,000 troops. There's something. Li Yunpeng had to admire Lu Xinghua, who was no ordinary person, for being able to achieve such results in such a short period of time. 720,000. This is not comparable to Lu Xingwu's ragtag army that claims to have 1 million people. Once they come out in full force, Li Yunpeng feels that he will not be able to stop them no matter what. Fortunately, the bigger the business, the more troops are needed to guard it. If one move is too small, the whole body will be affected. I don't think Lu Xinghua would dare to transfer a large number of troops from the territory. Li Yunpeng put down the report, feeling a little solemn. Even if he had a system, he had started from scratch and developed it bit by bit. In the early stages, he was far inferior to the local tycoons who had ready-made resources. How to overcome this level of blockade becomes the key. For the base to develop, it is inevitable to compete for population. If it succeeds, the base will be upgraded and its strength will increase. If it fails, it will have to survive in fear or even surrender. Li Qi, start investigating the survivors' gatherings in the city closest to us. Yes. Compared with other squadron leaders, Li Qi has a high level of comprehension. Needless to say, he will complete the tasks assigned to him perfectly. He will also pay close attention to many things that Li Yunpeng has not thought of. But so far, it has not been upgraded. The heavy snow stopped after a week. The weather was freezing cold, and all construction work stopped. People used some simple materials to seal up the houses, hoping to get through the harsh winter and continue building in the spring of the following year. After the heavy snow, the sky became sunny again. The sky was as clear as a mirror, and the sunlight was particularly dazzling. Li Yunpeng walked slowly on the snow on the side of the road, making a crisp, crunch sound. Commander Zhang Tao, the highest administrative officer of Moyang City, was walking towards them. When he saw Li Yunpeng, he trotted over to greet him. You haven't experienced a winter like this, right? Li Yunpeng asked. Your Excellency the City Lord, in our Shihai province, the lowest temperature in history has never been below 0 degrees, but now it is more than 10 degrees below zero, Zhang Tao replied. Well, you guys are handling it very well. I heard that in the 3 northernmost provinces of the Blue Dragon Nation, the snow is so heavy every winter that people stay indoors for the entire winter. Zhang Tao secretly speculated on the deeper meaning behind the city lord's words. When someone in Li Yunpeng's position was in a position like his, every word he said to his subordinates was unlikely to be nonsense. Li Yunpeng paused and continued. But we don't have such conditions. Hundreds of thousands of people wasting several months of their time is too extravagant. Hearing this, Zhang Tao no longer understood and no longer needed to be the chief executive. Don't worry, Lord City Lord. Everyone has been assigned manual work, and there will be no wasted time. Handmaid, knitting a sweater? Li Yunpeng asked calmly. Zhang Tao's heart trembled. The city lord was not satisfied with his arrangement. Li Yunpeng glanced at the terrified Zhang Tao and said, in the apocalypse, every stage requires significant achievements. Will the zombies' evolution stop? Will the mutant beasts' level increase stop? We can't stop. We can't slow down. It's far from the time for peace and prosperity. In the temperature of -10 degrees Celsius outside, beads of sweat appeared on Zhang Tao's forehead. In the civil field of Moyang City, He was basically second only to the emperor and above 10,000 people. He was flattered by countless people every day, which made him think of defending the city comfortably. Houses are getting bigger, food is getting more and more abundant, and even people are starting to pay attention to the brand of wine they drink. He knew very well who had given him all this. So when Li Yunpeng gave him a beating, Zhang Tao felt as if a basin of ice water had been poured over him from head to toe, and he completely woke up. My lord city lord, I propose that while the population is idle and the permafrost is not deep, we organize people to build underground fortifications. This will increase the usable area within the city and also serve as a defensive facility. Well, show me the plan after you finish it. Go ahead, said Li Yunpeng. Zhang Tao bent 90 degrees, took 3 steps back, and then turned and left. That night he moved out of his luxurious and warm home, set up a bed in the office and lived there, and announced to everyone that he would quit drinking from that day on. As long as they don't make mistakes in principle, Li Yunpeng is particularly tolerant of his subordinates who have always supported him along the way. After discovering that Zhang Tao showed signs of complacency, he gave him a timely reminder. He believed that Zhang Tao was a smart person and should know what to do. After Zhang Tao left, Li Yunpeng walked towards the military area. Before he reached the door, he met Ding Chuyang, who was hurriedly walking out. Mr. Ding, what's the hurry? Li Yunpeng asked. Lord City Lord, I just happened to be looking for you. We made a major discovery in today's experiment. Oh, Li Yunpeng piqued his interest. Is there progress on the energy harvester? Don't worry, take your time. It may be difficult to make a breakthrough in the energy collector in a short period of time, but in an experiment today, it was discovered that the mysterious molecules that make up the evolutionary crystal can split wildly under certain conditions. Ding Qiaoyang said hurriedly. Crazy split. Li Yunpeng didn't think this was a major discovery. Yes, that's right. Crazy splitting means that evolution crystals can be used as new energy materials, such as increasing the power of gunpowder. For example, with this new material, bullets can be made smaller and faster. Really? Li Yunpeng was a little excited. There were more and more evolved creatures, and they were becoming more and more powerful. If more powerful weapons could be developed, the combat effectiveness would be greatly improved. It's true. Although it can't be used on a large scale in the short term, if an energy harvester is developed, large-scale application will not be far away. Li Yunpeng and Ding Qiaoyang were talking enthusiastically about this mysterious substance when Huafeng'er came over. Brother Peng, I want to leave Moyang City for a while. Huafeng'er lowered her head, biting her lower lip, and said shyly. Huafeng'er often ran out to have fun, which had become a habit. Li Yunpeng thought she was going somewhere again. When they were talking about the key point, he said a little quickly. Go. I have something to do here, just be careful. Huafeng'er's beautiful big eyes were instantly filled with tears, and she turned and ran out of the city. Li Yunpeng did not see this scene. When he remembered it again, Huafeng'er had disappeared without a trace. Chapter 164, When the War Begins. In the following days, Li Yunpeng had to patrol the city wall several times every day. He couldn't help but be careful. Although it looked calm on the surface, who knew when it would be hit by a storm? It had been more than half a month since the notice from Nanzhou Kingdom was delivered, and the agreed deadline of the end of the month had passed. However, just as Li Yunpeng had guessed, they did not send 500,000 troops, but only a few armed helicopters. Before they even got close to Moyang City, they were driven away by the Guards Air Force Squadron. I believe that Lu Jinghua should be clear about the strength of Moyang City by now. The fact that it was able to destroy Laojun Mountain and stand tall in the suburbs of Wuzhou City is already very telling. If he forced a war, there would be no benefit, and it might end up in a lose-lose situation for both sides. Ever since Zhang Tao was reprimanded by Li Yunpeng, he has been busy with underground fortification projects all day long. It was not difficult to form a professional engineering design team from more than 400,000 people. He submitted the drawings to Li Yunpeng for final review a week ago. After looking at the huge design drawings of the project, Li Yunpeng was still not satisfied. He wrote 4 big words far-sighted on the drawings and sent Zhang Tao away. Zhang Tao thought about it and redesigned a super-large underground fortification covering the entire Moyang City. Only then was Li Yunpeng satisfied. Every block in the new plan has an entrance to the underground. Li Yunpeng has his own considerations. In future wars, one cannot rest assured with just a city wall. Air defense becomes the top priority. The advantage of underground fortifications is that they not only protect against flying mutant beasts, but also provide a safe haven for civilians in the event of an air raid. Now is no longer the time to conquer the world with rifles. The range of weapons is getting longer and longer. If civilian casualties are not taken into account, the city can be indiscriminately bombed from a few kilometers away. Due to the need to upgrade the system, he pays more attention to civilian casualties in every battle, but it does not mean that others think the same as him. In the end, the bitter fruit of war will have to be borne by civilians. Fortunately, the most important base tanks are hidden in the mountains, and the system buildings can be repaired and rebuilt after being damaged, so there is no need to worry too much. Under the leadership of Zhang Tao, most of the base managers devoted themselves to the construction of underground projects, while those who were cunning and unrepentant were dismissed or exiled. The hedonistic trend that had just emerged was quickly suppressed. While Li Yunpeng was making preparations for a rainy day, he also sent out guards to clear out the zombie groups in the nearby towns. Since the million-strong zombie army in Wuzhou City did not cause any trouble for the time being, in order to prevent the zombies inside and outside the city from gathering together, it was better to eliminate them first to prevent future troubles. Since the combat radius was not far, Li Yunpeng sent out dozens of squadrons at the same time to clean up the villages one by one. The zombie hordes, which were only level 2 evolved zombies at the highest, were completely wiped out with a crushing force under the fierce attack of the large guard army, led by more than a dozen level 2 squadron leaders. Any zombie group below level 2 that is targeted by the guard army will have very few evolved zombies that can escape, and they will basically be wiped out. The second-level evolution crystals in Li Yunpeng's hand have filled a small bag, and the first-level evolution crystals are countless. More than 300 team leaders have all reached the peak of the first-level evolvers, and the squadron leaders and special team guards have also reached the peak of the second-level evolvers. Whether it's the zombie horde or the Nanzhou kingdom, I don't think anyone can do anything to me. As his strength continued to improve, Li Yunpeng finally stopped worrying every day and his confidence soared. So what if it's a level 3 evolved zombie? I have more than 40 level 2 peak evolvers, and I can kill it with a pile of people. What's more, he still has dozens of second-level evolution crystals as backup, so he can form a team of 100 second-level evolvers at any time. Seeing that there was no movement from the zombie army in Wuzhou City, Li Yunpeng even considered whether to take the initiative to attack. If he could occupy the Wuzhou City area, then the problem would be solved once and for all. Building a city is not a project that can be done in 2 or 3 years. If he has the ability, he still has to recover the precious wealth left by his predecessors. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He wondered if there were any cities completely occupied by humans so far. Even if there were, there probably wouldn't be many. Notify all squadron leaders to assemble in the meeting hall. After Li Yunpeng said that, someone went to convey the order from a hidden place. When he arrived at the meeting hall, more than 40 squadron leaders were standing neatly around a round table. Li Yunpeng sat firmly in the main seat before he said, "Everyone, please sit down." Wow! The squadron leaders moved in unison, their chests 20 centimeters away from the conference table, their buttocks only taking up 1/3 of the chair's surface, their backs straight, and their postures upright. I won't waste any more time on nonsense. I've gathered everyone here today for one reason only, and that's to prepare for battle. In 3 days, we will officially begin the war against Wuzhou City's million-strong zombie army. I require you to make all necessary preparations for attack and defense before then. We will initially adopt the tactic of luring the enemy and annihilating them. We will lure the zombie army from Wuzhou City to the outside of Moyang City and then annihilate them by relying on the city walls. Focus on eliminating the evolved zombies. If you find a level 3 evolved zombie, squadron leaders, follow me and kill it. This battle is of great importance. All officers must be vigilant and not allow any negligence. Do you understand? Clear. The loud and clear answers from more than 40 people seemed to come from one person. Okay, in that case, let's get started. Report any problems to me immediately. Yes. After leaving the conference hall, Li Yunpeng felt a little excited and a little nervous. After all, there were more than 1 million zombies, among whom there was at least one level 3 evolved zombie, and countless level 2 and below. But how can I allow others to sleep soundly on my bed? It used to be okay because there was a big river separating them, so they could be regarded as 2 different worlds. But now the river is frozen, and the east and west banks have merged into one, becoming neighbors who couldn't be closer. What consequences will it bring about when human survivors and the cruel zombie army become neighbors? That is, only one side can survive. Although everything is peaceful now, Li Yunpeng believes that it is because the time has not come yet. Level 1 evolved zombies all have the instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm. Li Yunpeng is not sure how intelligent level 3 zombies have evolved, but thinking about the Silver Wolf King, he can make a rough guess. If there is a chance to wipe out Moyang City in one fell swoop, he believes that the zombies in Wuzhou City will never show mercy. And now, Li Yunpeng has made preparations for the decisive battle. No matter what the reason is that the zombie army is hiding in the city and is reluctant to take action, it is definitely right to disrupt its plan. During these 3 days, the tense atmosphere in the entire Moyang city continued to rise. The guards slept with their clothes on and never let go of their guns. A large amount of ammunition and supplies were piled up at the base of the wall, almost as high as the city wall. The solemn atmosphere of the impending war enveloped the entire Moyang city. People's laughter and joy disappeared from their faces, and even the children no longer had the cheerfulness of the past. 3 days have passed. Li Yunpeng, wearing armor and holding a sharp weapon, stood on the wall. Next to him was Xiao He, who looked fierce, and Lu Zide followed behind him. Ren Xiao didn't know where he had deposited the precious silver, and looked towards Wuzhou City with excitement. Looking around, Wuzhou City was quiet and eerie, with not a single zombie in sight. Li Yunpeng thought to himself that his order would immediately disrupt the relatively stable living environment. Regardless of whether this choice was right or wrong, he had to take a step forward. Otherwise, what would be waiting for him would be a million-strong zombie army that was fully prepared. Let's start. Li Yunpeng withdrew his thoughts and said in a cold voice. The messenger who had been waiting beside him for a long time immediately turned around and left. Fire! Boom, 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 boom. The continuous sound of artillery resounded through the sky. Chapter 165, Deep into the Tiger's Den. In an instant, hundreds of cannons were fired, and a violent explosion occurred in the peaceful Wuzhou city a few seconds later. Boom, 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 boom. Due to the long distance, the explosion sounded like rumbling thunder. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. The guards held their guns tightly, and the logistics supply team was always ready for the zombie tide like a tsunami. Li Yunpeng ordered the bombardment of Wuzhou City, intending to use artillery fire to lure out the zombies in the city and put the battlefield in the open area outside the city. In the city, the zombie army of more than 1 million is invincible. Even the Nanzhou Kingdom does not dare to enter the city to clear it out. Due to the complex geographical environment, no one knows where a group of evolved zombies will rush out and cause unbearable casualties to the army. The fierce artillery fire continued, but apart from the billowing smoke rising from the city, not a single zombie rushed out. What's going on? The situation that Li Yunpeng expected did not occur. He made all the preparations, but ended up hitting cotton. Send a plane to investigate the situation over Wuzhou City. Yes. Li Qi immediately arranged for 2 armed helicopters to fly over Wuzhou City. Just as the plane reached the edge of the city, a strange phenomenon occurred. Suddenly, a black fog rose from the city. Li Yunpeng looked closely and found that it was not black fog, but a black cloud composed of countless mutated flying creatures. Shit! Bring the flamethrowers over here and get the plane back immediately. Li Yunpeng raised the telescope to observe. The mutated flying creatures were not large in size, but there were many of them. Each one was only slightly larger than an egg, but they flew out from the buildings endlessly, numbering in the billions. What is this? Flying ants. Li Yunpeng was not quite sure, but the outline vaguely looked like an ant. Broken. The terrifying reproduction speed of the flying ants made Li Yunpeng despair. There were millions of zombies on the ground and countless mutated flying ants in the sky. How the hell could he fight them? The 2 planes that went to carry out the mission circled in the air and returned quickly. Trucks carrying flamethrowers sped out of the city and lined up by the river. Flames rose, forming a huge wall of fire between Moyang City and Wuzhou City. Since the first attack by flying mutant creatures, flamethrowers have been manufactured in large quantities. At this time, flamethrowers are evenly distributed in the city to prevent the swooping mutant flying creatures. Sizzle. A strange cry was heard, and the mutant flying ants chasing the armed helicopter suddenly turned around, circled over Wuzhou City several times, and then drilled into the building below. Li Yunpeng's plan was thwarted, and he was furious. It was not that there had been planes flying over Wuzhou City before, but he had never seen any mutant flying ants come out to stop them. Continue the shelling, Li Yunpeng ordered. He had no good way to resolve the situation and could only vent his anger with artillery shells. A bad feeling came over me. Zombies were like sharks seeing blood when they saw humans, but now they ignored me after I provoked them again and again. Moreover, they could even form an offensive and defensive alliance with the mutant animals. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. There must be some conspiracy waiting for me. Stop it. Li Yunpeng thought hard for a long time and gradually calmed down. Li Qi glanced at the commander and asked the messenger to issue a ceasefire order. Under the city wall, in a military tent, Li Yunpeng sat on a chair at a loss. Squadron leaders Li Qi and others stood below, not daring to breathe. After a long silence, Li Yunpeng suddenly stood up and said, Come with me to Wuzhou City to see what tricks are going on. Once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. Since war has been declared on the zombie army, it is not a solution to continue to stalemate. Li Yunpeng plans to find out what is going on. Commander, leave this task to me and you take command. Li Qi said. We are willing to go on behalf of the commander. Everyone said in unison. Li Yunpeng waved his hand. I've made up my mind. Go and get ready. The squadron leaders all looked at Li Qi, hoping that he could persuade Li Yunpeng. But as he was always by the commander's side, how could he not understand Li Yunpeng's character? Once something was decided, no one could stop it. I'll prepare it right away. Li Qi winked at everyone and led the way out of the tent. As soon as the squadron leaders left, Ren Xiao came in. My lord city lord, these beasts are hiding in the city and won't come out. I have to go meet them. Li Yunpeng glanced at him. Is there any place you dare not go? He believed that good luck would not always be with Ren Xiao, and going to Wuzhou City alone would definitely be a one-way trip. You can't go alone, so come with me. When Ren Xiao heard that Li Yunpeng was going too, he glared at him. What? You're going too? No, more than 400,000 people in Moyang City are counting on you. If there's any mission, I'll go for you. Li Yunpeng felt warm in his heart, and he felt a little guilty when he recalled that he had lived in the snow and ice of Chongling Mountains for half a month. Brother Ren, you are really righteous. Ren Xiao rolled his eyes and said, No, I just don't want to be stabbed in the back by over 400,000 people, and I definitely don't want to attend your funeral. Li Yunpeng. Li Qi quickly made preparations. All the people going to Wuzhou City this time were level 2 peak evolvers, including the special forces team around Li Yunpeng, Ren Xiao, and 40 squadron leaders. The army was temporarily commanded by the deputy squadron leader. These people represent the peak power of Moyang City, and their weapons are all cold weapons. For their skills, hot weapons are far less convenient to use than cold weapons. After all, bullets are difficult to kill second-level evolved zombies. After everything was ready, the group, led by Li Yunpeng, flew down the city wall and headed quickly towards Wuzhou City. Across the river is the familiar industrial park, the only place Li Yunpeng was still familiar with before the apocalypse. Now the park is empty without a single zombie. The company building, the park supermarket, and even the bank branch where Li Yunpeng withdrew money are still there, but they look extremely dilapidated compared to the past. Seeing the things reminded Li Yunpeng of the past. Looking at the only familiar street, he felt a little emotional. Half a year had passed since the end of the world began, and he had grown from 3 soldiers at the beginning to a huge army now. There is a section of open space across the park, and then comes the real edge of Wuzhou City. Li Yunpeng put his thoughts aside and cheered up. The Wuzhou City in front of him was like a beast with its huge mouth open, devouring any living creature that dared to approach. The outermost area is a residential area with buildings more than 30 stories high and a very high population density, but no zombies have appeared yet. Li Yunpeng lay in the green bushes and observed, feeling suspicious. Could it be that the city of Wuzhou has become a ghost town? Walk. He arrived at the gate of the community in an instant at an extremely fast speed. There were only dried bloodstains and broken glass in the guardroom. Most of the situation in the community could be seen from here. It was quiet inside, with only the breeze blowing the leaves making a rustling sound. Everyone else followed to the door, waiting for Li Yunpeng's next instructions. Search in groups of 5. Li Yunpeng said in a low voice. Chapter 166 The Wisdom of Level 3 Zombies. More than 10 minutes later, the people who were searching separately gathered together, and the entire community was empty, without even a mosquito. Won't these zombies be scared away by a few shots from you? Ren Xiao said. How is that possible? If the zombies could be scared away, I would have liberated the entire Blue Dragon Kingdom long ago. Li Yunpeng said. So what's going on? Li Yunpeng pondered for a moment. Let's keep going. If the whole city is empty, it will save us a lot of trouble. The group followed the shadows of the trees at the base of the wall, walking cautiously into the depths of the city. Bomb craters left by the guard army's artillery bombardment began to appear in sight. They were densely packed, shattering the concrete road surface and causing varying degrees of damage to the buildings. My lord city lord, it seems that all your artillery shells have missed the target. Ren Xiao said. Missed? Li Yunpeng stroked his chin and stared at the edge of the crater. Look, the footprints here are clearly left after the explosion. After he said this, everyone noticed that there was indeed a footprint on the soft dust beside the crater that did not belong to anyone present. Go and take a look around, Li Yunpeng said. A few minutes later, when they returned to the starting point, Li Yunpeng's guess was confirmed. There were indeed some fresh footprints and some dragging marks around. Brother Peng, let's go. Even Ren Xiao, who was usually fearless, was a little scared. Hee. Are there times when you are afraid? Li Yunpeng asked curiously. Well, my master has been telling me some bizarre ghost stories since I was a kid. They left a psychological scar on me. Li Yunpeng was speechless. It was really strange that you, who often seek death, were afraid of ghosts. Let's go. Let's go. I'm not afraid of anything I can see. Rin Zhao's voice was trembling. Leave. Li Yunpeng frowned, his tone suddenly turning cold. I'm afraid it's not easy to leave. Huh? What do you mean? Rin Zhao looked around and suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Li Qi and others also immediately became alert. The footprints proved that there were zombies here originally, but they all retreated when the bombardment began. The dragging marks must have been left by the zombies that were killed by the explosion. Then why are they dragging the zombie bodies? And who dragged them away? Rin Zhao said. They must be zombie accomplices. Otherwise, how could there be humans here? But I've never seen anyone taking away the bodies of their companions. That's right. As for taking the body away, I'm afraid it's because they don't want us to see it. Li Yunpeng said. No way. Which zombie can have such wisdom? Unless. Your guess is probably correct. Unless it's a level 3 evolved zombie. All this shows that its intelligence has reached a very high level, but it just doesn't pay attention to details. The purpose of doing these things is to lure us in, and then close the door and beat the dog? Rin Zhao blurted out. Li Yunpeng glared at him and said, Fuck you. You're a dog. You idiot. Rin Zhao chuckled and felt that he had said something inappropriate. I didn't expect the zombies to have the same idea as us. We intended to lure them out, but instead of luring them out, we fell into a trap. Li Yunpeng felt a little emotional. He didn't expect that the third-level zombies would use tricks. Brother Peng, what should we do? Let's retreat. We can't retreat. If you take a step back now, millions of zombies will come to you from all directions in an instant. Li Yunpeng said. Everyone turned their eyes to the building hundreds of meters away and immediately saw many fleeting black shadows. Just as Li Yunpeng had expected, they were surrounded by a million zombie hordes. Who could have thought that the zombies would play such a trick? Now that things have come to this, Li Yunpeng has become even calmer. Don't look at it. Keep walking and look for an opportunity. Li Yunpeng gritted his teeth and led his team towards the city center, while keeping his eyes on the surrounding area, looking for a possible opportunity to escape. Brother Peng, there is a subway entrance there, Rin Zhao said in a low voice. Li Yunpeng turned his head and immediately walked in the direction pointed by Rin Zhao. In this situation, escaping along the subway would be a good option. Wuzhou City has only one newly built subway that runs through the east and west. The space inside is narrow, which can avoid attacks from all directions. Li Yunpeng took the lead, and more than 40 second-level peak evolvers followed behind him, their pace getting faster and faster. Seeing that the subway entrance was just around the corner, everyone was excited about escaping, but unexpectedly, they were blocked by a person. Li Yunpeng waved his hand to stop the team. How could someone who existed among millions of zombies be a human? It just looked a little like a human. This person is about 1.7 meters tall, thin, with dry skin, and even the skin on his bald head is wrinkled. Hit, disturb me, absorb, damn it. The voice was hoarse like the friction of rough wood, and the language was dull and not fluent. Li Yunpeng's heart skipped a beat. Is this a level 3 zombie? It can actually talk. Rin Zhao took off the machete from his shoulder and was hesitating whether to take action. Li Yunpeng pressed him down. Are you a level 3 evolved zombie? An angel, said the skinny zombie. Bah, I've never seen an angel as ugly as you. Rin Zhao cursed. The skinny zombie had no expression on his face, and it was unknown whether he understood Rin Zhao's abuse. Li Yunpeng thought more broadly. Angels. He thought of the fluorescent light above the clouds during extreme weather. Could it be that the zombie virus originated from the sky? That's why the third-level zombies who had evolved simple language would call themselves angels. He did not engage in any more meaningless communication with the third-level zombie, but instead pondered whether to force his way through its blockade. Judging from its appearance, it did not seem to pose much of a threat. If you didn't look at its face, it looked like an old man on his deathbed who could fall down at any time. The two sides were in a stalemate, with more than 40 burly men with swords and a skinny old man on the verge of a fight. The scene was indescribably weird. Zheng. Li Yunpeng suddenly drew his sword and shot towards the third-level zombie like an arrow. The commander aimed his sword straight at its head. Li Yunpeng approached quickly, but there was still no expression on its face. When the tip of the sword was about to pierce its skin, it slightly tilted its head and avoided the fatal blow that was as fast as lightning. Li Yunpeng thought to himself, it's bad. He subconsciously twisted his body, and the third-level mutant zombie turned his hands into claws, barely passing through his armpits. After missing the attack, It actually had time to turn around and kick Li Yunpeng on the back. Bang! A hollow sound was heard, and Li Yunpeng felt like a cannonball, shooting uncontrollably towards the subway entrance. Bang! There was another loud bang, smashing directly through the wall at the subway entrance. Cough, cough, cough. Li Yunpeng, lying amidst the rubble, began to cough violently, his entire body feeling as if it was falling apart. "Commander!" The squadron leader shouted, and Rin Xiao and 5 other people rushed towards the third-level zombie at the same time. The others quickly came to Li Yunpeng and surrounded him. Rin Xiao and others came to its side in the blink of an eye, and 6 swords chopped down at the same time in 3 directions. The third-level zombie took a half-step back, twisted its body to face the sharp blades, and actually avoided all the blades. The angry attack of the second-level peak evolver, who was usually very skilled, was easily resolved. The squadron leaders with rich combat experience instinctively felt that something was wrong and turned their swords to chop again. But the seemingly stiff body of the third-level zombie was like a fallen leaf in the autumn wind, graceful and flexible, strolling leisurely in the garden among the swords and shadows. Li Yunpeng was on the sidelines and could see very clearly that the level 3 evolved zombies were far superior to level 2 zombies in terms of speed and ability to predict danger. The violent attacks of 6 level 2 peak evolvers could not do anything to it. Rin Xiao wielded the broad-back machete in his hand with great vigor and displayed his superb swordsmanship to the extreme, but was still perfectly avoided by the third-level zombie, and he couldn't help but feel anxious. After a long time of attack, the crowd failed and was caught by a third-level zombie who took advantage of an opportunity and kicked Rin Xiao away, causing him to fall next to Li Yunpeng. Cough, cough, cough. Brother Peng, this idea is too tough. Let's retreat. Chapter 167 Breakout. Do you think we can escape without killing it? Li Yunpeng's face was stern as he struggled to stand up. All teammates, follow me. Li Yunpeng rushed forward first. At this time, there were only 3 captains of the guard army who were besieging the third-level zombies and were still struggling to hold on. The other 2 were beaten and could not stand up for a while. The third-level zombie glanced at Li Yunpeng and others with a playful look, and with one move, it forced back the 3 remaining squadron leaders and quickly distanced themselves from them. Roar! After a roar, thousands of evolved zombies rushed out from the surrounding buildings. Boom! The sound was like an army of thousands. There were evolved zombies with the strength of a mountain, and there were also nimble and agile zombies. They were of different sizes and heights, but their goal was exactly the same, which was to completely tear the humans in front of them to pieces. Li Yunpeng stopped, and his face turned pale. He had never seen so many evolved zombies before. Moreover, there were still evolved zombies running out from various buildings. There were probably tens of thousands of them. Withdraw, he gave the order decisively and took the lead running towards the subway entrance. Li Yunpeng wondered how there could be so many evolved zombies. Could it be true, as Ding Chuyang had said, that the zombies' roars on snowy nights were caused by increased energy concentration, triggering a universal evolution? But now is not the time to think about these things, as the group of evolved zombies is approaching the subway entrance. Li Yunpeng led his men, holding their swords high, and charged forward without hesitation. There was no way to retreat now. Even if there were mountains of swords and seas of fire ahead, they had to walk through it. Otherwise, they would be buried in a sea of corpses. The group of evolved zombies were not afraid at all, and covered a distance of several hundred meters in the blink of an eye. A second-level agile zombie rushed to the front, suddenly leaped, and pounced on Li Yunpeng. Li Yunpeng held the Tang sword in his right hand in front of his chest, and pushed the handle of the sword with his left hand, piercing the jumping second-level zombie. Then he pushed it hard and split the upper body of the zombie into 2 halves, with blood and internal organs scattered all over the ground. In just a moment, the large group of zombies came into contact with Li Yunpeng and others. He drew his sword without slowing down, jumped up, stepped on the knee of a second-level power zombie, dodged the power zombie's fan-like palm, used the force to jump, and cut off half of its head with one knife. The second-level strength zombie didn't react until it died. Li Yunpeng's body was in the air at this time, and various evolved zombies were crowded below. He stepped on the shoulder of one of the agile zombies, clamped its head, twisted his waist, broke its neck, and at the same time, swept through the army with a move, cutting off the heads of all the zombies in front of him. Although he achieved brilliant results in the battle, he did not have time to dodge the claws of the zombies behind him. Li Yunpeng felt a chill on his back and had several wounds on his body that were deep enough to see the bones. Fortunately, the captains of the guard army cleared out the zombies in front of them easily, eliminating the threat behind Li Yunpeng. No one dared to stop, and with Li Yunpeng as the spearhead, they fought hard towards the subway entrance. Rin Xiao, Keep an eye on the level 3 zombies behind me. Li Yunpeng shouted. Receive. The situation was critical, so Ren Xiao agreed decisively, slowed down his pace, and stayed at the end of the team. Roar. A familiar roar sounded behind Li Yunpeng. He could only pin his hopes on Ren Xiao. Once the team, which was surrounded by enemies, stopped, they would die without a burial place. No one except him could kill the second-level evolved zombies efficiently. He fought his way out of the encirclement. Li Qi beside him had his armpits stained with blood, and the other squadron leaders were also injured. Fortunately, the second-level evolvers were immune to the zombie virus, otherwise they would have been wiped out long ago. In front of him was an impenetrable wall of zombies. Li Yunpeng felt that the subway entrance should be not far away, perhaps only a few dozen meters. Hope was right in front of him. He burst out with all his strength, and no matter whether it was a level 1 zombie or a level 2 zombie blocking his way, none of them could stand a chance against him. Just as victory was in sight, a dark shadow suddenly flew over the sky and landed in front of Li Yunpeng. Fuck, a level 3 zombie. Li Yunpeng's heart tightened. This beast actually blocked his way directly. But Li Yunpeng, who was already bloodthirsty at this time, didn't care whether it was level 3 or level 2. Anyway, it was either you die or I live. Kill. Li Yunpeng gripped his sword tightly, gritted his teeth, and slashed directly at the third-level zombie. Seeing a level 3 zombie flying over his head blocking the way ahead, Ren Xiao quickly ran over to fight alongside Li Yunpeng. Li Yunpeng, whose combat power far exceeded that of a level 2 peak zombie, managed to fight the level 3 zombie with the cooperation of Ren Xiao and Li Qi. However, the team ahead was forced to stop and got into a bitter battle. If this goes on, I will die of exhaustion sooner or later. Li Yunpeng was anxious. Without external help, it was impossible to kill the third-level zombies. It seemed that this was the only way. Li Qi, call for the guards' artillery fire and indiscriminate attacks, Li Yunpeng said when he had time. Commander. Quick. Li Yunpeng slashed with his sword, pushing Li Qi out of the battle group. Li Qi gritted his teeth and took out a walkie-talkie from the package under the protection of his teammates. Base, this is Li Qi, conveying the commander's order to cover the area 5 kilometers east of Wuzhou City with artillery fire. After receiving a reply from the base, Li Qi put away his mobile phone and joined the battle again. Artillery fire from such a long distance is indiscriminate, which means that if a shell falls among Li Yunpeng and others, they will be killed by their own people without the need for the third-level zombies to take action. But there is no way out in the current situation. If we don't break the deadlock, we will definitely die here. The shells tore through the air with a sharp sound, followed by a violent explosion nearby. Li Yunpeng was not at all flustered. He had already left his fate to God and was fighting for a chance of survival. A hint of hesitation flashed in the eyes of the third-level zombie. Just when it was distracted, Li Yunpeng stabbed it with a knife. The third-level zombie was alert and avoided the vital points, and the commander's sword pierced its chest. This stab made the third-level zombie come to its senses. It quickly withdrew and disappeared into the building in a few jumps. He actually ran away? Before Li Yunpeng could be happy, a shell landed 100 meters ahead. Boom! The blast wave directly blew away the zombies in front, but the subway entrance was also collapsed by this shell. Fuck! Ren Xiao chopped down several mutant zombies in front of him with a knife and ran over quickly. Although this shot collapsed the subway entrance, it also cleared the obstacles for Li Yunpeng and others to reach the subway entrance. Boom boom. Several more shells fell around Li Yunpeng, blowing the mutant zombies to the ground. Let's take this opportunity and go. Although the entrance collapsed, Li Yunpeng still ran over with the squadron leaders. Ren Xiao was sticking his butt out and clearing away rubble and broken wood. The level 2 zombies were hit by artillery fire and were a little panicked. Looking at the more than 40 level 2 peak evolvers covered in blood, he was hesitating whether to continue the attack. Li Yunpeng raced against time and circled around the subway entrance as quickly as possible. Suddenly, he felt a warm breeze coming from underground through a gap. Here. Ren Xiao heard his call and ran over quickly. Sure enough, there was a small entrance covered with scattered debris. Come a few people and dig open the hole. Li Yunpeng ordered the squadron leader to clear the entrance, and he himself stayed on the periphery to prevent sudden attacks from the elusive third-level zombies. Time passed minute by minute. Li Yunpeng was lucky that no second shell fell on the subway entrance. The third-level evolved zombies were extremely intelligent, but also had less courage. They did not appear again until the ruins were cleared and an entrance that could accommodate one person was created. Li Yunpeng glanced at the direction where the third-level zombie disappeared and led his men into the dark underground tunnel. Chapter 168 Dungeon. I walked up the stairs into the subway station, and there was nothing inside except a mess. Without electricity, the entire underground space was pitch black. Fortunately, Li Yunpeng and others were second-level evolvers. Although they couldn't see very clearly, they could barely make out the general idea. Logically speaking, since the subway had just been built and had not yet been put into use, there shouldn't be many people down there when the apocalypse broke out. However, the large number of footprints on the ground indicated that there were still humans living here. Don't zombies come underground? Ren Xiao asked in confusion. Li Yunpeng pondered. I'm afraid they really won't come. The underground blocks the energy and affects their evolution. Perhaps they won't go underground on their own initiative out of instinct. Okay, let's go. I don't want to stay here for even a minute. Li Yunpeng was amused. Could Ren Xiao be claustrophobic? Otherwise, why would he be afraid of invisible things and dark, enclosed environments? Knowing this weakness of his, if he gets angry again, I'll lock him in a small dark room. He'll be quiet in no time. The group walked eastward along the tunnel. There were only 2 directions, so there was no possibility of getting lost. Brother Peng, you must arrange for me to have some barbecued skewers when we go back this time, Ren Xiao said, who was walking in the middle of the team. Li Yunpeng felt a headache. He didn't know how to eliminate the zombie threat. This grandson was too heartless. But given his temper, it was normal. Making him a manager was like harming him, fearing that he would be entangled in trivial matters and lose his freedom. Sometimes Li Yunpeng envied him a little, being able to be alone and free. Okay, you get 2 mutant beasts, and I'll have Xiaohong take care of it. We'll have a mountaintop barbecue. What? Xiaohong? Your beautiful wife? Forget it. Detzi and I will grill it. You enjoy it yourself. Ren Xiao was afraid of trouble and women. When he heard that Xiaohong was going to take care of it, he shook his head like a rattle. You really don't know what's good for you. Detzi is the one who can make stainless steel kitchenware rust. You two are the ones who dare to do it, and the ones who dare to eat it. You don't understand. If you're a real man, don't worry about those details. Li Yunpeng was speechless. These 2 brothers just had the same bad taste. Smell. Li Yunpeng sniffed. Do you smell anything? The others sniffed carefully and found that there was indeed something. They followed the smell and found that it came from a maintenance passage, which was blocked by a wooden door. Li Yunpeng cut the chain with a knife and pushed the door open, only to see piles of corpses. Fuck, was this person killed by someone? Ren Xiao said. The corpses were piled up layer upon layer, at least 2 or 3 meters high, covering the entire passage and emitting a foul smell. It seems that there are quite a few stories here, Li Yunpeng said coldly. He did not stay for long. He closed the wooden door and continued walking forward, groping in the darkness. After more than 10 minutes, he approached the second platform and saw a faint fire in front of him. Touch it and take a look. Li Yunpeng is a man of great skill and courage. As long as he doesn't encounter a group of level 3 zombies, nothing can threaten him. After turning a corner, the tunnel was filled with debris, with a gap in the middle that was only wide enough for 1 person to pass through. There were braziers burning on both sides, and 2 men with earthen guns were guarding them. Stop, Toll. One of them saw that Li Yunpeng and others were not afraid at all, so he stretched out his hand and said, Toll. Li Yunpeng was a little puzzled. He asked for toll without asking where we came from. Oh, When Ren Xiao heard that the toll was collected from a group of level 2 peak evolvers, he immediately got angry. Li Yunpeng pulled him behind him and asked with a smile, What's the toll? Stop playing dumb in front of me. You don't even know the rules of the dungeon, and yet you dare to run around. The man raised his gun and said, the threat in his words was obvious. Brother, please tell me clearly. Li Yunpeng took out a bag of chocolates he carried with him and stuffed it into his hand. As soon as the man saw Li Yunpeng coming, he stuffed the chocolate into his pocket and his expression softened. I can tell you've never been out before. The toll is food. Our underground city has 18 stations divided into 18 strongholds. Passing through each other requires a toll of 1 kilogram of food. Li Yunpeng finally understood what was going on. He took out a pack of compressed biscuits and said, Do you think this is okay? It's 270 grams, but it has a high energy content and a long shelf life. The man's eyes lit up. Compressed biscuits are good stuff. Even though they are so small, they can be exchanged for more than 2 kilograms of food. He leaned closer and whispered, Brother, did you get this up there? Do you have any more? Yes, there are, but the quantity is not large. There are only a few dozen bags and each of the brothers has 1 bag to share. Hee. The man's sinister face was covered with a smile. If you do this, more than 40 people will give me 20 packs of compressed biscuits as toll. No problem. Li Yunpeng winked, and the squadron leaders took out 22 packs of compressed biscuits from their backpacks and handed them to the man. Brother, here are 22 packs. I want to ask you something. The extra 2 packs are your reward. Haha. Brother, You are an open-minded person, just ask. When the man heard that there were 2 more bags, he said with a smile. Facing more than 40 men with knives, although he had a gun in his hand, he did not want to offend anyone, so he decided to quit while he was ahead. It's nothing, brother. Just give me a brief introduction to the underground city. Hey, what was my question then? You've asked the right person. Speaking of Dungeon 18 strongholds, no one is more familiar with them than me, Old Yang. When the apocalypse began, many people hid here for refuge. Strangely enough, these zombies never took the initiative to go underground, so people kept coming down from above. The underground space is so small, and it's slowly been taken over by some big bosses and organized people. Our base is the 16th base, controlled by Brother Tao, who has a strong army under his command. Each base has a passage leading upstairs, so those who want to go to different areas of the city to collect supplies have to travel back and forth, just like you do. Do you understand? Li Yunpeng was stunned when he heard this. It was just as he had thought before. Different environments created different ways of living. When I came here, I passed by a passage full of corpses. What was that? Old Yang said nonchalantly. Some of those people died of starvation because they didn't dare go outside to collect supplies. Some were killed in conflicts at the base. Anyway, the dead in the dungeon are all there, so they have to be dealt with together. The space is closed and can't be incinerated, and the smell is unpleasant if we don't deal with them. Hey, brother, you asked too many questions about these 2 bags of compressed biscuits. If you ask more, the price will increase. Lao Yang said. Ha, I just finished asking questions. See you later. Li Yunpeng said. Old Yang was stunned. He was about to reach out, but was he done asking? But since Li Yunpeng had already said it, he couldn't stop him. He just watched the people leave, his eyes rolling. After entering the door and walking about 100 meters, the narrow space is crowded with people. There is chaos on both sides of the tracks. Most people are lying numbly with some cardboard and rags under them. Going further in, there are some tents near the platform, which can be regarded as rare mansions in the underground city. The platform was blocked off, with many armed guards standing on the edge. It should be the private territory of the leader of this stronghold. Li Yunpeng was hesitating whether to go up, when the guard at the edge of the platform suddenly raised his head and chest and made way for him. Chapter 169 Dungeon Bosses Gather. A man walked out from the middle. He had narrow single eyelids. Most of his eyes were white. He had a flat head and square face, and he was short and strong. Brother Tao. The guards on both sides shouted in unison when they saw this man. Brother Tao just nodded slightly, staring at Li Yunpeng with cold eyes. Hand it over. Li Yunpeng was stunned. What? Lao Yang squeezed out from the back and sneered. What are you handing over? Compressed biscuits are strategic materials. Shouldn't they be yours? Ren Xiao cursed loudly. You grandson, I just saw that you are not a good person. You have a life to live, but can you spend it? Brother Tao's face looked grim. In this small part of the dungeon, he was one of the 18 people standing at the top. When had anyone dared to speak to him like that? You're looking for death, right? Bring him in. After saying that, he turned around and walked back to the platform. The guard at the door immediately raised his gun, pointed it at Li Yunpeng and the others, and shouted, Go in. Li Yunpeng shook his head and smiled. Let's go. Brothers, we've been hijacked. There was a burst of laughter behind him, and he cooperated very well with Li Yunpeng, jumped onto the platform, and walked inside. Lao Yang thought to himself, these people are not idiots. How can they laugh when they are being kidnapped? Walking onto the platform, the environment here is completely different from the one below. There are shiny tiles, luxurious furniture, and a plush sofa in the middle where Brother Tao is sitting, smoking. Li Yunpeng came up to him and said calmly, Get up and let me sit for a while. Brother Tao was stunned and didn't react for a moment. It wasn't until he heard laughter from all around him that he realized what was happening. Brother Tao suddenly stood up, pointed a gun at Li Yunpeng, and shouted fiercely, Are you looking for death? Humph, I think you should be the one seeking death. Zheng. With a flash of the knife, the gun in Brother Tao's hand was split into 2 pieces. When the broken gun fell to the tile floor with a crisp sound, and everyone finally reacted. Hiss dash. This person? Is he an evolver? Fuck, that's too fast. Brother Tao felt a flash before his eyes, and the gun in his hand was cut into 2 pieces. How is that possible? He still didn't understand how the person in front of him did it. There were only 18 first-level evolvers in the dungeon, occupying 18 strongholds respectively. How could someone be so powerful? You? Li Yunpeng didn't say anything and walked straight to the sofa. Brother Tao stood there in a daze, not daring to make any rash moves. After sitting down, Li Yunpeng took out a cigarette and touched his pocket, but found that he had lost his lighter at some point. What are you looking at? Light it up. Brother Tao trembled, quickly picked up the lighter on the table, lit a flame, and handed it to Li Yunpeng with both hands. But Li Yunpeng did not move, just looked at him calmly. Tao felt his back instantly wet with sweat, and the hand holding the lighter couldn't help but tremble. The young man in front of him had a deep gaze like a pool of water, and he sat there with an imposing aura. He secretly blamed himself for having such evil thoughts towards such a person. Li Yunpeng grabbed his shaking hand, lit the cigarette in his mouth, took a deep breath, and exhaled like an arrow. A mere first-level evolver can control the dungeon. It seems that your place is not very good. Tao's heart was pounding like a drum. This man was indeed a high-level evolver. He couldn't help but bend his body even more. My lord, even the first-level evolution crystals cost countless lives to obtain. There are too many zombies outside. We dare not go out at all. Huh, Brother Tao, you're the one who evolved, but you don't dare to go out, yet you drive ordinary people to fight to the death. My lord, I can't bear this responsibility. You can just call me your Tao, but people have to live, right? There's nothing I can do about it. Li Yunpeng glared at him. All right, since you know you have to live, then I'll let you live your life to the fullest. Come on, throw him out for me. Yes. As soon as two squadron leaders came out, they were about to take action. Tao was so frightened that his legs went limp and he slumped to his knees. Sir, please don't do that. There are man-eating monsters outside. If you go out, you will die. I am still useful. I can give you food and beautiful women. Li Yunpeng didn't say anything. The captain of the second-level peak squadron came up and threw Tao up the stairs like a chicken. After a burst of zombie roars and screams, everything returned to calm. Lao Yang, who was standing at the back of the crowd, moved back inch by inch, trying to find a chance to escape. Li Yunpeng grabbed the remaining half of Tao's pistol and threw it over with a wave of his hand. Bang! Like a watermelon falling to the ground, Lao Yang's head was smashed into pieces. The other guards holding guns seemed to be under a spell and did not dare to move a finger for fear of provoking the wrath of this killer. Go and bring me the other 17 leaders. Yes. Li Qi arranged 2 people into a group to carry out Li Yunpeng's orders. A dungeon with only first-level primary evolvers is like a wolf among sheep for a second-level peak evolver who has no power to resist at all. Li Yunpeng sat on the comfortable sofa and opened a bottle of iced black tea. Life in this underground city was really hard. They had almost no fresh vegetables and fruits. They relied on some long-term preserved food found in the city to barely survive. Even the people in power in the stronghold had the same thing. Apart from some famous cigarettes and liquors, canned beef was the most luxurious food. Ren Xiao casually flipped through Tao's collection. Apart from a few bottles of wine, there was nothing else he could find. Brother Peng, you said these people would rather stay here and wait for death than run out of the city. Who would want to wait for death if they could get out? Li Yunpeng said. Ren Xiao thought about it, and it made sense. Ordinary people in the city would risk their lives just to move around the underground city, let alone cross the city, which would be a sure death. In less than an hour, those who went out to carry out the mission came back one after another, holding some people with bruised faces and noses in their hands. The bosses of these strongholds were originally enjoying themselves comfortably in their respective territories, but were suddenly overwhelmed by the uninvited guests who easily defeated their guards and beat them into submission with just a few punches and kicks. They then followed them obediently to stronghold number 16. However, these strong men were extremely respectful to the young man sitting in the middle. They were shocked that killing them would be easier than crushing an ant. Sir, how have I offended you? Speak up and I will apologize. Yes, sir, we are all good citizens. With someone taking the lead, there was immediately chaos. Bang! Li Yunpeng slammed the table and said, "Shut the fuck up." The leaders were startled and immediately quieted down as if their necks were being strangled. You are not worthy enough to make an enemy of me. Report the number of people under your command. If you dare to make up such nonsense, I will let you know what it feels like to have your head and body separated. Everyone lowered their heads and glanced at each other. The person who had just spoken whispered, "Report, I have over 2,000 people under me. My money is over 1,800. My money is over 3,200. Li Yunpeng made a rough count and found that there were still 40,000 to 50,000 survivors hiding in this underground city. Even a small mosquito is still meat. Well, listen to me carefully. From now on, if one of you dies, I will chop off one of your arms. If you don't want to be a human stick, keep an eye on the people below." The leaders were puzzled as to what this request was, but they did not dare to question it. They could only guarantee that no one would be missing as required. Only then was Li Yunpeng satisfied. Boom, 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 boom. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion. Judging from the distance, it should be in the direction of Moyang City. Li Yunpeng was shocked. Could something have happened? Chapter 170. The battle is fierce. Could it be a zombie attack? The sound of gunfire continued, and it was no small fight. Li Yunpeng was anxious and said to the dozen or so leaders, "I will be back. You'd better complete the task I assigned you, otherwise." Crack. Li Yunpeng chopped off the coffee table with a knife and said coldly, "Just like this case." Yes, don't worry, don't worry." The leaders felt a pang of fear in their hearts. They had no doubt that the dozens of young second-level evolvers under their command could easily take their lives. Snort. Li Yunpeng sheathed his long sword and hurriedly climbed to the ground with his men. There was a pool of blood and broken bones at the exit. Tao was eventually eaten by zombies. The evolved zombies scattered nearby, saw Li Yunpeng and others, and ran towards them with their fangs bared. Li Yunpeng was concerned about Moyang City, so he burst out with his highest fighting power, quickly eliminated the zombies, and ran madly out of the city. This place is close to the suburbs of Wuzhou City, and there are not many evolved zombies. Li Yunpeng and others fought all the way, leaving corpses all over the ground. They rushed out of Wuzhou City in half an hour and came to the familiar park again. The closer they got to Moyang City, the more rapid the sound of gunfire became. Li Yunpeng hid in the park and looked around. He saw that a fierce battle was breaking out in Moyang City. The invading enemy was not a zombie army, but a human army. They had planes, tanks, artillery, and armored vehicles, and their number of people was tens of thousands. Thick smoke billowed from the city of Moyang. The enemy's tanks and aircraft far outnumbered the guards. Numerous tanks were destroyed in front of both sides' positions, and numerous helicopter gunships were damaged and crashed in a mid-air battle. Smoke billowed from the sky and underground. All the soldiers of the guard army are relying on the city wall to engage in a fierce battle with the invading enemy. The towering and huge city wall has many collapsed gaps and looks dilapidated. People from Nanzhou? Li Yunpeng couldn't think of anyone other than Lu Jinghua who could mobilize such an army. It was probably revenge for his failure to surrender according to his orders. Walk. Li Yunpeng said hello and went around to the back of Moyang City, returning in a low profile. On the front battlefield, not to mention people, even flies might be hit by bullets. The battle was really too intense. Back in the city, the situation was better than expected. Although many buildings were destroyed, most people were hiding in underground bunkers, and casualties were not great. Li Yunpeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had decided to build underground fortifications. Although construction had just begun, it was fortunate that the project was in full swing and progress was very fast. It could still accommodate hundreds of thousands of civilians. Immediately return to your respective units and defend Moyang City at all costs. All the generals responded in unison. Yes. The squadron leaders left quickly, and Li Yunpeng's face turned pale. At this time, the guard army was at a disadvantage. The invading enemy had more soldiers and generals, and their weapons and equipment were no less than theirs. Since you want to fight, I'll fight you to the end. Although the situation is not optimistic, Li Yunpeng is not worried because he has the system in his hand. He has killed dozens of level 2 zombies and more than 100 level 1 zombies in Wuzhou City. His points are more abundant than ever before. He has tens of millions of points to support this battle. Li Yunpeng immediately summoned the lost soldiers, and the war factory ran at full capacity. Tanks and planes kept coming out of it, barely keeping up with the combat losses. After arranging all these, Li Yunpeng was still worried. He came to the front line under the escort of the Special Forces team. Standing at a distance and watching was a completely different feeling from being on the battlefield in person. Outside the battlefield, no matter how fierce the fighting was, it was not as thrilling as it was at this moment. Bullets rained down on the bunkers around him. There were explosions everywhere around him, and the entire position was shaking. "Commander, why are you here? Please retreat to the rear." Li Qi, who was commanding the battle, saw Li Yunpeng climbing up the city wall and said anxiously, "Bullets and artillery shells on the battlefield have no eyes." As he was speaking, a sharp sound of breaking through the air was heard, and Li Dun threw Li Yunpeng to the ground. The other members of the special team surrounded Li Yunpeng. Boom! The shell exploded not far away, and the thrown cement and soil fell all over Li Yunpeng. "Commander, please retreat quickly," Li Qi urged again. Li Yunpeng deeply felt the cruelty of the battlefield. In such a large-scale battle, personal ability was infinitely diluted. Moyang City was his lifeblood, and he would never feel at ease if he didn't come and take a look. "Li Qi, I order you to defend this city wall at all costs." Yes, the people are in the city. Although the guard army was at a disadvantage, their tenacious fighting spirit made the attacking Nanzhou army pay a heavy price, and they were not in danger of being defeated for the time being. Li Yunpeng stayed on the battlefield for a while. He found that commanders at all levels were worried about his safety, so he could not devote himself to the battle and simply returned to the city. The mountaintop villa was also bombarded with artillery fire. The main structure of the luxurious reinforced concrete mansion was basically intact, with only some door frames and glass broken. When they arrived at the base tank embedded in the mountain, Xiaohong and Xiaolan were hiding there with pale faces. Lord City Lord. Well, where's Shiyan? When the war started, I went to the logistics department to help. This girl, why would she go out in such a dangerous situation? Isn't Su Ming here? Li Dun, go and find Wang Shiyan for me. Li Yunpeng said. Li Dun hesitated. Commander, what if Miss Wang doesn't want to come back? Li Yunpeng glared at him. You're not coming back? I'll tie you up and bring you back. Yes. Li Dun shrank his neck, turned around, and ran away. Li Yunpeng looked at the information on the system panel. At this time, more than 1,000 guards had been killed, and 1/5 of the tanks and armed helicopters had been lost. This was the damage caused in just a few hours. He believed that the army of Nanzhou Kingdom was not much better. The newly summoned guard soldier Li Yunpeng was not sent to the front line, but was hidden in the military zone on standby, including the tanks and planes newly produced from the war factory. System, Li Qi has reached the level of level 3 captain. Please ask if he can be promoted. Li Yunpeng was stunned. Li Qi was promoted at this time? It was too timely. Immediate promotion. System, Li Qi, a 3rd-level captain, can command 20 squadrons, and his strategic and tactical levels have been greatly improved. Li Yunpeng was delighted. There were 20 squadrons, which meant 6,000 people. A plan gradually took shape in his mind. Go, call Li Qi back to me. The guards turned and left, and a moment later, Li Qi came running over. Although covered in dust, he was dignified and majestic, with the air of a great general. Li Yunpeng looked at it for a while and was very satisfied. Well, not bad. Li Qi, congratulations. Li Qi put his legs together and gave a standard military salute. I will sacrifice my life for you, Commander. Li Yunpeng was very comforted. He thought about it for a while, called Li Qi to his side, and whispered something. Li Qi's expression was solemn. After listening to this, he loudly promised, please rest assured, Commander. If I don't beat these bastards so badly that their mothers can't recognize them, I will bring my head to you. Li Yunpeng was stunned. The 3rd-level captain was indeed very tough. Chapter 171, surrounded on all sides. Not long after Li Qi left, Wang Shiyan came back with a reluctant look on his face, followed by Li Dun with a lowered brow. Brother Peng, this is a tense time. I need to go help. No, I have so many useful people under my command. It's not your turn to take risks. Stay here obediently. Wang Shiyan raised her moist little mouth, and she didn't dare to refute Li Yunpeng when he got serious. She could only sit on the sofa angrily. Seeing that she looked even more playful when she got angry, Li Yunpeng's expression softened, and he said gently, Shiyan, I'm not willing to let you take risks. The enemy's shells don't have eyes. Don't worry, I have a plan. Just wait for news of victory at home. Wang Shiyan felt warm in his heart and said with a smile on his face, Brother Peng, you haven't eaten yet, right? I'll go get you something to eat. Don't bother, just go and get some rest. Wang Shiyan gave a charming smile, stood up, and walked towards the kitchen. The battle lasted until dark, then gradually stopped. Visibility was poor at night, and the Nanzhou army may have felt that there was little point in continuing the fight, but the artillery bombardment from both sides never stopped. The logistics supply team took advantage of the cover of night to deliver cartloads of food to the front line. The withdrawn soldiers took turns eating, and then rested at the foot of the city wall to prevent the Nanzhou army from launching a surprise attack. Although they said they were resting, how could they fall asleep with the rumbling sound of artillery? Soldiers on both sides kept their eyes open waiting for dawn. The survivors are still hiding in underground shelters. The logistics team sent some packaged food to sustain them, but the city is still not safe. Li Qi led 3,000 guards and heavy weapons out of the city overnight under the cover of artillery fire, and eventually disappeared in the vast night, with no one knowing where he was. The next morning, the sun was rising, and the smoke from last night had not yet dissipated. Despite being tired, the Nanzhou army launched another fierce attack. Li Yunpeng ordered the guard team to make their own preservation their top priority and not to retaliate until the enemy launched an attack. The Nanzhou army was fighting vigorously when suddenly all the guards on the Moyang city wall retreated. Commander, how do we fight? Should we attack? An officer from Nanzhou asked hesitantly. A tentative attack. The commander of the Nanzhou army was a middle-aged man with a lunar face named Lu He. Yes. The officer immediately made arrangements, and within a moment, he had organized a 500-man assault team, which followed the armored vehicles and rushed towards Moyang City. Bang bang. Boom boom. The two armored vehicles in front had not traveled far when they were instantly destroyed by the tanks behind the bunker of Moyang City. Then the guards who were hiding opened fire and beat the Nanzhou Kingdom commandos so hard that they could not raise their heads. After a long stalemate, under the cover of the large force, the commando team, which had barely moved 100 meters, had no choice but to hurry back. Lu Yi's face turned pale, and he said coldly, "Humph, playing this kind of trick on me. You are too naive. Spread out and surround me, and attack from all sides at the same time." The Nanzhou army immediately stopped the attack, divided into four, and moved towards the other three sides of Moyang City. In Moyang City, there are soldiers who keep a close eye on the movements of the Nanzhou army and report any unusual movements to Li Yunpeng immediately. Report to the commander. The Nanzhou army has been divided into four parts and intends to surround Moyang City. Li Yunpeng was not afraid at all. Encirclement? You are really overestimating your own capabilities. I have enough food to last for a year, and weapons, ammunition, and soldiers are constantly replenished. With the strength of one side weakening the other, I wonder how long they can hold out. Order the guards to hold the city walls on all four sides. We will still adopt the strategy of hiding when the enemy advances and attacking when the enemy retreats. Yes. When the army of Nanzhou State was deployed, it exerted its maximum combat power. If the guard army had not received a steady supply of reinforcements, it would definitely not have been able to hold the city. The battle entered a fierce stage. The enemy did not give the guards time to rest. The attack continued. Both sides fought fiercely and their troops were rapidly consumed. At the Nanzhou Kingdom's position, an adjutant, looking dusty and grimy, ran into the command post. "Sir, something's happened in Moyang City. They originally had a third fewer tanks and attack helicopters than we do, but now they're almost on par with us." Lu Yi frowned, thinking to himself, if Moyang City had hidden so much equipment, why didn't they reveal it right from the start? The continuous consumption gave Lu Yi a headache. The guard army totaled 10,000 people, which was known long ago. At the beginning of the battle, they were completely suppressing the enemy and the casualties were basically maintained at 1:1. But when the number of guard army dropped to about 7,000, no matter how they fought, the enemy could still maintain this strength. Lu Yi called a meeting of several staff members, and after studying for a long time, they still couldn't figure out what Li Yunpeng was planning. The guard army was full of weirdness. The battle lasted all day, and as it grew darker, he witnessed the loss of soldiers in the guard army, but replacements were constantly coming in, and those who came in were veterans, not just conscripts. "Withdraw the troops and let the other three groups join us, so that the guards won't do anything in the middle of the night, and we have to defeat them one by one," Lu Yi said bitterly. "Yes." Before the sun set, the battle stopped and Li Yunpeng breathed a sigh of relief. The situation in Moyang City was far from as easy as Lu Yi had imagined. The open space, specially opened up in the city wall, was filled with the bodies of the fallen guards. Li Yunpeng, who was used to seeing life and death, was extremely heartbroken. Even the squadron leader was sacrificed, which shows how tragic the battle was. Hearing that the Nanzhou soldiers had retreated and were gathering at the base camp, Li Yunpeng sneered. "They're really courting death." Today, the Nanzhou Kingdom may have consumed too much ammunition due to the hard fighting for several days, and surprisingly did not carry out a night bombing on Moyang City. Pass the order down. Send half of the guards to take turns resting in the underground bunkers. From now on, bombard the Nanzhou army positions nonstop all night long. Boom, boom, boom. After a day of fighting, the exhausted soldiers of Nanzhou State were suddenly hit by artillery fire from the guard army. They were so frightened that they dropped their dry food and immediately prepared for battle. But I only saw artillery shells and no one, so I felt relieved. But I was confused. Why didn't our side fight back like yesterday? In Moyang City, the deepest underground fortifications were all given to the guards to rest. It was relatively quiet a few dozen meters underground, and the soldiers, tired after a day's work, could rarely get a good night's sleep. But the situation in Nanzhou Kingdom was completely different. The temporary bunkers were not very deep, and the continuous artillery fire made the soldiers, who had not slept much yesterday, still unable to sleep. After 2 days and 2 nights of high-intensity fighting without closing their eyes for a moment, some soldiers could not bear it any longer. However, the fierce artillery fire above their heads was shaking the ground, and even the simple beds were shaken to the ground. How could they sleep? Many soldiers simply gathered together to smoke. You see, the people of Moyang City really don't care about their lives when fighting. No matter how many people die, no one retreats. Yeah, and don't their shells cost money? What's the point of just blowing them up like this? Who knows? It's probably a fool who's in charge. Humph, I think we're about to lose the battle. We'll have to harass them with artillery shells to keep us awake. That way we can catch our breath tomorrow and survive another day. Damn it. After we capture the city tomorrow, I'm going to have to find some girls to take my anger out on. At 3 o'clock in the morning, each guard soldier had slept for an average of 4 hours, which greatly relieved the fatigue caused by continuous fighting. The soldiers of Nanzhou Kingdom were almost falling asleep while leaning on their guns, but they were awakened by explosions every time they were about to fall asleep. They were exhausted and dizzy, and muttered to themselves that they had to take a day off tomorrow even if they had to fight to the death. If they continued to fight like this, they would be either killed by enemy bullets or die of exhaustion or sleepiness. What they don't know is that not everyone can see the sun the next day. Chapter 172 Night Battle. At the command center behind the Nanzhou army, a large pot was set up in the open space outside the tent. The rich aroma of shu hot pot wafted from it, and the ingredients were even mutated animal meat. The soldiers standing guard within a few hundred meters around kept swallowing their saliva. Lu He picked up a piece of chewy meat and put it into his mouth, his face full of enjoyment. Several officers and staff around him had been patient for a long time, and when they saw the commander pick up the chopsticks, they started to eat impatiently. The rumbling sound of the cannons was like the most delicious dipping sauce. Lu He was immersed in the wonderful mood of the moment, just like his expectation every time he was about to break through the enemy's defense. No one spoke while enjoying the food. Hot pot was a top-notch delicacy in the apocalypse, not something most people could eat often. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Lu He put down his bowl and chopsticks, and everyone else followed suit and sat up straight. Guess what Li Yunpeng's intention is? Commander, I think they are probably unable to hold on any longer and want to drag out the battle. Lu He snorted coldly. Drag out the war? Then I'll let him do what he wants, and we'll have a truce tomorrow. Another staff officer said hurriedly, Commander-in-Chief, no. I think we must strike while the iron is hot and capture Muang City in one fell swoop. We must not give the enemy a chance to breathe. Staff Officer Wang, why are you so anxious? The Commander-in-Chief has his own plans. Staff Officer Wang was furious. There must be something fishy going on when things aren't going as planned. How can we just go along with the enemy's wishes? How can we even fight this war? Since the enemy wants to drag it out, we should just stop them. Lu He raised his hand and pressed it lightly, saying, Don't worry, Chief of Staff Wang. We are running low on ammunition. I have already informed the king that a large amount of ammunition will be delivered tomorrow. In the face of absolute power, any conspiracy is meaningless. Staff Officer Wang wanted to say something, but seeing Lu He's unfriendly expression, he didn't dare to refute anymore. He sat down angrily and thought to himself, Lu He is stubborn by nature and doesn't like being questioned by others. If it weren't for Staff Officer Wang's strategic vision, such people would have been kicked out long ago. All right, now that everyone has had their fill, let's all go to bed. I don't believe Li Yunpeng's shells were blown in by the wind. Once the artillery fire stops tomorrow, let the soldiers rest and recuperate. When the ammunition arrives, that will be the day Li Yunpeng's city is destroyed and his men are dead. Yes, the officers and staff, who had eaten their fill, were already exhausted and were ordered to disperse in groups of 3 or 5. After having a good meal and a drink, Lu He returned to his tent and lay down. While he was in a daze, he suddenly heard a loud explosion. He did not take it seriously, thinking that it was just some of the guards' artillery shells that were closer, so the noise was so loud. He turned over and went back to sleep. Just as he was about to fall asleep, a panicked guard rushed into the tent and shouted, Commander-in-Chief, this is not good. Lu He was frightened and immediately became furious. He grabbed his belt and started beating him. Did your father die? What the hell are you yelling about? The guards were just ordinary soldiers and could not withstand the whip of a second-level evolver. They fell to the ground after 2 or 3 whips, rolling and screaming. Lu He calmed down after a few calls and asked in a cold voice, Tell me, what's the matter? If it's a small matter, I will peel off your skin today. The guard, not caring about the pain from his wound, quickly crawled over and said tremblingly, Commander-in-Chief, the main force of the guards has circled behind us. Our artillery and armored units have been completely wiped out. They are now heading towards the headquarters. Let's run. Lu He was shocked. Li Yunpeng's defense was already stretched thin, and he dared to send troops to harass him from behind? But the situation was stronger than him. He grabbed his clothes and rushed out of the tent. At this time, flames were shooting up into the sky all around, and the soldiers in the camp were rushing left and right. He felt a chill in his heart. It was actually true. Stop right there. Lu He shouted, but no one paid any attention. He took out his gun and shot wildly into the air. Bang, 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 bang. As soon as the gunshot rang out, everyone stopped immediately. They all knew that Lu He was a ruthless man who would kill anyone when he got angry. Get the hell out of here. Come here. The officers of all ranks in the command center immediately formed a square in front of Lu He, lowered their heads, and dared not speak. Lu He finally calmed down and asked, "Who can tell me what's going on?" Suddenly, there was a sharp sound of a shell rubbing against the air. Boom! It exploded right in front of Lu He, and he was blown 4 or 5 meters away by the air wave. When the smoke and dust cleared and he got up again, all the staff and officers gathered in front of him had turned into fragments all over the ground. His entire staff team was wiped out by a single artillery shell. Lu He wanted to cry but had no tears, but the enemy shells were right in front of him. So if he didn't run now, when would he run? It is said that on that day Li Yunpeng ordered Li Qi to lead 3,000 guards out of the city and around the rear, planning to wait for an opportunity to destroy the enemy's artillery positions, attack from both front and back, and defeat the Nanzhou army in one fell swoop. Li Yunpeng's continuous bombing last night was for 2 reasons. One was to harass, and the other was to cover Li Qi's actions. At the agreed time, the guards in Moyang City were ready to go. When Li Qi killed the enemy artillery and armored forces, Li Yunpeng immediately led his troops to charge out. The soldiers of the Nanzhou army had not slept for 2 days and 2 nights. They were shocked by the 8 hours of artillery fire and could not walk in a straight line. Their vision was blurred and they lost their hearing. They didn't react until the guards rushed to the position. Da-da-da-da. Most of the Nanzhou army soldiers were shot to pieces while they were in a daze. The tanks rushed onto the battlefield and crushed many underground bunkers. The soldiers inside were buried alive. The soldiers who reacted had no will to fight and ran away, abandoning their equipment. The entire Nanzhou army of tens of thousands of people was in chaos, being chased and beaten by thousands of spirited guards. Many frightened soldiers knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. The battle lasted until dawn, and the battlefield was completely occupied by the guards. According to rough statistics, more than 10,000 people were killed or wounded, 8,000 surrendered, and the rest of the rebels disappeared. The guards defeated the Nanzhou army at a very small cost. The battlefield was a river of blood, with corpses floating everywhere and charred corpses and debris everywhere. Li Yunpeng was patrolling the battlefield with his guards when he suddenly saw a familiar figure. A man with a black face and covered in dust was walking around the battlefield with a gun in his hand. His arm was wrapped in gauze with a bright red patch in the middle. "Detzi, why are you here?" "Peng, brother Peng, these bastards came to bully us at my doorstep, so I went to the battlefield without your permission," Lu Zide said with his head down, like a child who had made a mistake. Li Yunpeng was stunned for a moment. Lu Zide was the kind of person who would treat you well by giving and taking action. His eyes were red and his steps were unsteady. It was obvious that he had not slept for several days. "Injured? Hee, it's no big deal. As long as we evolvers can survive, we'll fight to the death." Li Yunpeng patted Lu Zide's shoulder hard. There was no need to say much, as they both understood each other. Lu Zide had no intention of resting. Together with the guards, he searched each underground bunker one by one, looking for any possible escaped prisoners. Li Yunpeng continued to patrol the battlefield. He wanted to remember the cruelty of war, not to avoid war, but to remind himself at all times that he must be the winner in every brutal battle in the future. Otherwise, the tragedy of the soldiers of Nanzhou Kingdom would fall on his own heads. Even with such a great victory, some guards were injured, and stretchers carrying wounded soldiers were shuttled back and forth on the battlefield. "Stop!" Li Yunpeng suddenly saw a familiar face on a passing stretcher. Chapter 173, Lu He's Dilemma. The wounded soldier's head was wrapped in gauze, and he was almost unrecognizable. "Wu Gang. Point, Commander." Wu Gang raised his arm with difficulty, looking excited. Li Yunpeng felt a little emotional. Wu Gang, who had been poisoned due to trusting others wrongly and resigned from the post of chief executive of the base out of guilt, had always been ignored and forgotten by him. Even though he had made great contributions in the War of Wuyo country, he was only given the position of a small captain. The fate between people is sometimes so magical. At that time, Wu Gang's future was damaged due to a momentary thought. Otherwise, with his qualifications, the position of chief executive of Moyang City would have belonged to him. "Go back and recuperate, and be transferred back to the management department after you recover," Li Yunpeng said. Wu Gang said anxiously, "Commander, I don't want to go back. Compared to administrative management, I prefer pure military." He still couldn't let go of the mistake he made before. Because he trusted the villain, he almost put Li Yunpeng to death. He secretly rejoiced for many nights. If the commander had died because of him, how could these hundreds of thousands of civilians have such a peaceful life today? Wouldn't he have become a sinner for all eternity? Once bitten by a snake, one will be afraid of ropes for 10 years. He decided to take root in the army and fight for the city lord. Li Yunpeng asked, "Is it because of what happened in the past?" "No, I really like military life," Wu Gang said firmly. Li Yunpeng stared at him for a while and said, "Okay, let's heal your wound first." Wu Gang saluted with difficulty and was then carried away by the soldiers. Wu Gang's choice gave Li Yunpeng another layer of consideration. The upgrade speed of the guard soldiers was getting slower and slower. So far, only Li Qi had been upgraded to a third-level captain. The system did not say how to upgrade in the future, but it would definitely be more difficult. It was time to promote a group of human officers. In the future, the guard officers would serve as the main generals, and the human officers would serve as the staff officers, complementing each other, and the effect should be good. It was already noon, and the battlefield was almost cleaned up. The guards ordered the prisoners to dig a large pit and bury the enemy bodies on the spot. Li Qi, send troops to search for the defeated soldiers of Nanzhou Kingdom. Yes. Li Yunpeng then returned to the city. He had not rested for 3 days and 2 nights, and was a little tired. He returned to the villa on the top of the mountain, washed up, and lay on the bed to check the system panel. This battle consumed more than 20 million points, half of what Wuzhou City earned. The city was in ruins, with many walls collapsed, and even the villa on the top of the mountain needed repair. Li Yunpeng first repaired the city walls and the villa on the top of the mountain, and then replenished the lost troops. The battle seemed brutal, but in fact it did not shake the foundation of Moyang City at all. For the Nanzhou Kingdom, it is also a drop in the bucket. Including the prisoners, there are only more than 20,000 casualties. The threat still exists, but it should not come back for the time being. It will take some time for the generals to go back and negotiate with Lu Jinghua. Li Yunpeng calculated that there should be a period of peace. The plan to gather the survivors and upgrade the base to level 4 must be implemented ahead of schedule. The Nanzhou Kingdom will either not come, or if they do, the number will be tens of thousands. Li Yunpeng was in a state of confusion. His eyelids became heavier and heavier, and then he fell into a deep sleep. In a valley dozens of kilometers away from Moyang City, He sat on a rock in a mess, looking frightened. The temperature was cold, but it couldn't stop him from sweating. "Commander-in-Chief, what should we do? How can we explain this to the king?" One of the officers was also in a miserable state. He had barely escaped, but now he had to consider how to face the wrath of the king of Nanzhou. He was already in a bad mood, and he was immediately furious when he heard this. "What should I do? If I knew what to do, I wouldn't be staying in this godforsaken place." Although he was ruthless, he couldn't help but shudder when he thought of Lu Jinghua's cruelty. This time he led an army of 50,000 and repeatedly promised that the enemy would be captured easily before leaving, but now he is as panic-stricken as a stray dog. If he goes back like this, it would be strange if he is not skinned and torn apart. He looked around and saw that there were less than 1,000 soldiers around him, all of whom had scattered in the panic. He suddenly realized that Staff Officer Wang was there too. "Staff Officer Wang, what do you think we should do?" Staff Officer Wang was filled with 1,000 alpacas. He was drinking and eating meat with relish last night, and before we could even get our artillery resupply, we were completely routed. Now he's asking me what to do. He doesn't even know what to do. Although he thought so, he didn't dare to say it out loud. After thinking for a moment, he slowly said, "Commander-in-Chief, why don't we go back and say that we have attracted the zombie army of Wuzhou City? The third-level zombies are too terrifying, causing us to be attacked from all sides, so..." Louis's eyes lit up. Now that the army had been lost, someone had to take the blame. Zombies were undoubtedly the best targets. But when he thought about it carefully, this was not a good idea. Although there were less than 1,000 defeated soldiers around him, there were more than tens of millions scattered outside. How could he stop the gossips? This old Wang was also a useless military advisor. His newly ignited hope was shattered. He wanted to lead his men to establish their own stronghold, but without logistical support, how could he accomplish anything with only a few hundred men? If he didn't do it right, the whole army would be wiped out. He felt sad, thinking that he was a second-level evolver, but ended up homeless. Just as I was feeling melancholy, I suddenly heard the faint roar of an engine. He was frightened and rushed to the top of the mountain. He lay in the bushes and looked around. He saw a convoy of guard troops coming towards him. There were about 1,000 or 2,000 people, including armored vehicles and tanks. There were also armed helicopters hovering overhead, searching the nearby area. "Get down and take cover." He whispered an order, saying that with only a few hundred guns under his command, if they were discovered by the guards, there would be no chance of survival. When the soldiers heard that they were guards, they were like frightened birds, crawling and tumbling into the bushes, not daring to show their heads. Fortunately, there were dense forests in the mountains, and the guards did not discover Lu He and others who were hiding there for a while. Call. Lu He breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the guards crossed the valley, they would be safe. But things often go against one's wishes. When the guard army was halfway through its march, a group of defeated soldiers of the Nanzhou army suddenly appeared from the side and were running towards the hiding place of Lu He and others. Damn it! Lu He cursed in his heart, but he could only pray in his heart that these people would turn around quickly and not alert the guards. Da-da-da-da. Just as Lu He finished praying, the guards discovered the group of fleeing soldiers moving through the mountains and forests. The vehicle-mounted machine guns immediately opened fire, and the armed helicopters also turned around and flew towards this side. Fuck, these damn bastards. When the gunshots rang out, the fleeing soldiers became even more panicked and ran desperately towards Lu He. It's over. Looking at the rapidly approaching defeated soldiers, Lu He felt desperate. What the hell had I done wrong? Even God wouldn't let me go. Seeing that he was doomed, he became ruthless and suddenly jumped up, leaving his subordinates behind and swooping down the other side of the mountain at a rapid speed. Chapter 174, Winners Take All. Captain, a suspected level 2 evolved individual has been spotted on the mountaintop, heading down the other side. The team leader on the armed helicopter immediately spotted Lu He and reported it immediately. 5 people suddenly rushed out from the large guard army and chased towards Lu He at an extremely fast speed. Lu He used all his strength and ran desperately. The branches and twigs in the forest scratched his winter military uniform into shreds, revealing the cotton inside. If he was given a bowl at this time, he could just go begging without even putting on makeup. After rushing to the foot of the mountain in a few minutes, Lu He was delighted. Humph, I want to leave. Who can stop me? Before he could be happy for long, he suddenly heard a sound of breaking air behind him. Lu He turned around and was immediately shocked. 5 figures came at an extremely fast speed, forming a siege and surrounding them. Ah! Lu He was so frightened that his soul left his body. He roared and suddenly accelerated, squeezing his body to the limit, and every cell burst out with maximum strength. But even so, the pursuers were getting closer and closer. After running for more than 10 kilometers in one breath, Lu He felt as if his legs were filled with lead. There were differences among the evolvers. He was middle-aged and had been in a high position for a long time. His physical fitness was no match for the captain of the guard army. As soon as he relaxed a little, he was immediately surrounded by 5 people. Li Baiyi's face flushed as he panted slightly. Commander Lu, you're quite a runner. No wonder the brothers didn't see you on the battlefield last night. Brothers, let's talk it over. As long as you let me go, I will agree to anything you ask for. Seeing that he was no match for his opponent, Lu He tried to bribe the people in front of him. Oh, I wonder how much Commander Lu thinks his life is worth. Li Baiyi said. Hearing this, Lu He said with a fake smile, I see you're all level 2 peak evolvers, right? It's a waste of your talents to serve as a small general under Li Yunpeng. Just come back with me, and you'll easily be in command of 10,000 men. Go on. Li Baiyi pretended to be interested. Ah, of course, apart from power, everything else is even simpler. Women, 5 for each man, all top-notch. Food, even more delicious. If you want, you can have hot pot every day. Haha, anything else? Lu He frowned, thinking that these people were too greedy. They were asking for too much. You know, he couldn't eat hot pot every day. I wonder what you brothers want. As long as it is within my reach, I will definitely satisfy you. Li Baiyi smiled contemptuously. What we want is very simple. Commander Lu can do it with just a thought. Lu He raised his eyebrows. Oh? Tell me about it. We just want your life. You? Lu He finally realized that they were playing a trick on him. Humph, you want me dead? Aren't you afraid that I'll take someone down with me? Hurrah! Commander Lu, who among us looks like the scapegoat? Just go ahead. Li Baiyi said with a smile. Lu He knew that these people would never let him go, so he gritted his teeth and suddenly rushed towards a squadron leader who looked relatively thin. Bang, bang, bang. Even though Lu He had the initiative, he still didn't gain any advantage. Only after a surprise attack did he manage to draw with the thin-looking squadron leader. Li Baiyi snorted coldly. Brothers, capture him. Don't waste time. Hurry back and report to the commander. Good. The 5 men rushed forward and beat Lu He in a few moves, leaving him without the strength to resist. They pinched him by the back of the neck and returned to the main force of the guard army. At this time, the battle in the valley had ended. The ground firepower was strong, and armed helicopters were patrolling in the sky. The soldiers of Nanzhou Kingdom had no way to go up to the sky or down to the ground, so they all raised their hands to surrender. Li Baiyi and others captured the enemy leader and returned with a full load. When they returned to Moyang City, they tied Lu He to a truck for public display and happily entered the city gate. There had been a notification from the front, and people knew that the highest commander of the invading enemy had been captured by the guards. They rushed to the streets to greet him, holding bricks and tiles in their hands, and kept throwing them at Lu He. If food were not so precious now, people would have been holding rotten eggs and tomatoes. In the military zone's meeting hall, Li Yunpeng was sitting on the sofa, and Lu He was tied up and kneeling in front of him. Li Yunpeng couldn't help laughing when he saw his appearance. Lu He no longer looked like a commander at this moment. He was wearing a torn military uniform with cotton flying around, and he only had one shoe on his foot. His head was bruised and swollen from being hit by bricks thrown by civilians, and his hair was covered with dust like a bird's nest. No one would believe that he was the commander-in-chief of the army, but no one would doubt that he was the leader of the beggars' sect. Commander Lu, it's our first meeting. You look so stunning. Ha! Li Yunpeng couldn't help but burst into laughter. Lu He was already disheartened at this point, and said cruelly, "Humph, stop talking nonsense. I'll kill you or chop you up as you please." "Oh, you're showing some nerve now. I was hoping to challenge you on the battlefield, but I didn't see you last night. That's strange." Lu He's face flushed red as he said, "He's just a shameless villain who knows how to play dirty tricks. What's there to be proud of? If you have the guts, let's fight him fairly." "Fair?" Li Yunpeng sneered. "Oh, if you only had 10,000 men, I could defeat you on the front lines so badly that your mother wouldn't even recognize you. Believe it or not." Lu He did not refute. He had deeply experienced the fighting spirit of the guards. If the number of people and equipment were equal, he was afraid that they would be defeated before they could hold out for a day. "But even if I lose the battle, I won't lose the momentum." Lu He said stubbornly, "Don't think that you can sit back and relax just because you managed to win. Let me tell you, there are more than a dozen armies in Nanzhou Kingdom that are more powerful than mine. If I can say a few good words for you when the army approaches, I might even spare your life." He can't even protect himself, and yet he's trying to bully me. Li Yunpeng's face was gloomy. "Come here, drag him out. Parade him through the streets during the day and torture him at night." "Yes." The guard grabbed Lu He and left. When Lu He heard this, he was immediately terrified. He thought that such endless torture would be worse than death. He struggled and howled loudly. "Li Yunpeng, you can't do this to me. I am the cousin of the Lord of Nanzhou. If you touch me, you will have a hard time." The guards ignored him and dragged Lu He out of the military hall like a dead dog. "I didn't expect he had such an identity. Li Dun, give the order. Torture him, but don't kill him. He might be useful in the future." Li Yunpeng said. "Yes." Since the commander's order was not to allow him to die, the guards naturally tried every means to keep him alive, resulting in Lu He being taken to the interrogation room, where all his teeth were pulled out immediately to prevent him from biting his tongue to commit suicide. Lu He's screams in the interrogation room continued until dark. The dinner prepared for him was liquid food, but Lu He refused to eat and planned to commit suicide by fasting. Naturally, the guards would not be so kind as to give him an intravenous injection of precious glucose, but instead used pliers to pry open his mouth and pour the glucose directly into his mouth. Lu He's hunger strike plan failed, and he was choked to death. His face was covered with snot and tears. Looking at the narrow iron window, he really wanted to bang his head against the wall to die. However, for iron chains fixed him directly to the center of the dungeon. The ground was covered with soft sponge, so he couldn't die even if he wanted to. It was pitch black all around, just like his fate, with no light in sight. A more terrifying nightmare had just begun the next day. Chapter 175: The Beautiful Scene in Detzi's Eyes. If Lu He had not wantonly bombed civilian areas, Li Yunpeng would not have tortured him so much. Two armies can fight, and it will end with real guns and swords. It is really hateful to deliberately hurt innocent people. As a time traveler, he will never forget the pain of history. In those dark years, innocent people suffered tremendous pain. How could Li Yunpeng be lenient towards the instigator of all this? Lu He started from the next day. In the morning, he was paraded through the streets, enduring the anger of the civilians in Moyang City. In the afternoon, he knelt in the martyrs' cemetery to comfort the dead. In the evening, he had a routine trial. Even though he had confessed everything he knew, he still did not stop. The guards questioned his ancestors for 8 generations, just for the sake of trial. The look in Lu He's eyes gradually changed from the initial humiliation and anger to numbness and dullness. In the following days, the underground project in the city started again. Some people used to complain in their hearts, not understanding why the city lord would do such a thankless task. However, after this battle, those who had complained before became more enthusiastic about their work than others. In a world ravaged by war, who would complain that their own home is safer? When Li Yunpeng came back from the military zone, he passed by Lu Zide's house and saw 2 people sitting opposite each other in the yard. "Betsy, When Lu Zide saw that it was Li Yunpeng calling him, he immediately ran out. What's wrong, Brother Peng? Who is that girl? Is she in love? Lu Zide blushed and said shyly, No. How could that be? Her name is Wanru. I met her during this battle. She's in the logistics supply team. Oh, I didn't expect there would be such a pretty girl in the logistics team. Take advantage of her. Hee, Brother Peng. I just like the way she eats noodles while lifting her hair. Li Yunpeng took a look and saw that there was indeed a box of instant noodles in front of the girl. Instant noodles were very expensive in the apocalypse. People were struggling to make ends meet, and tasty food was extremely scarce. Instant noodles, which were once called junk food, have now become a rare delicacy. You kid, you know how to have fun. Li Yunpeng teased. Lu Zide didn't understand it for a moment, so how could he learn to play it? After Li Yunpeng finished speaking, he returned to the villa on the top of the mountain, leaving Lu Zide standing there in a daze. After thinking for a long time, he didn't know what Li Yunpeng meant by his last words. He smacked his lips and returned to the girl, watching her eat noodles attentively. Is it delicious? The beauty nodded shyly. Well, then eat more. Lu Zide held his chin with his hands and stared at the girl opposite him in a daze. Li Yunpeng sat in the study and thought to himself that the current situation in Moyang City was not optimistic. He did not believe that he could live in peace after provoking the highly intelligent level 3 zombies. Even if the level 3 zombie does not actively attack, Li Yunpeng will find a way to kill it. Who knows when a level 3 zombie will become a level 4? In fact, the combat power of a single level 3 zombie is not particularly terrifying. As long as there is enough time and no disturbance, dozens of level 2 peak evolvers will definitely be able to kill him. But a level 3 zombie wouldn't give himself such an opportunity, not to mention that the most troublesome thing was its intelligence. The number of evolved zombies in Wuzhou City was difficult to estimate. Since the last increase in energy between heaven and earth, it could no longer be calculated using common sense. Under the command of the third-level zombies, in a city with complex terrain, a strong attack with the current strength of the guard army is completely impractical. There is also the threat from the southern state. If hundreds of thousands of troops are at the gates of the city, the possibility of defeating the enemy by strategy will be very slim. Li Qi has been out for a few days, following Li Yunpeng's orders to explore the nearby cities, settlements near Yingzhou and Shanglong City. These two cities are about 200 kilometers south of Wuzhou City, and even farther away from Nanzhou State, so they have not yet been taken under the jurisdiction of Luzhenghua. If we can bring the survivors from these two cities here, plus the small settlements around Wuzhou City, the population should reach 1 million. Report, Captain Li Qi is back. Li Yunpeng looked up at the guard and said, Tell him to come to the study to see me. Yes. In less than a minute, Li Qi came hurriedly. Commander, it's done. Li Qi had a look of joy on his face as he came in. He saluted eagerly and couldn't wait to report the good news. Sit. When Li Yunpeng heard that there was good news, he asked Li Qi to sit down first and took out a cigarette and handed it to him. Li Qi sat upright and happily took the cigarette, but did not light it. Although he was the highest-ranking general in the guard army, he had a natural awe and respect for Li Yunpeng. A seemingly ordinary cigarette was an honor to him. Tell me, what's going on? Yes, this time, I led 10 squadron leaders to explore Yingzhou and Shanglong City. In total, we visited 2 settlements with over 100,000 people, 1 settlement with 300,000 people, and more than a dozen small settlements with tens of thousands of people, and even smaller ones. There were too many, so I didn't go. Well, good. How are their military developments going? These 2 cities have weak industrial bases, so they don't have any decent armed forces. They just rely on the equipment and homemade weapons left by their predecessors to barely survive. Yingzhou and Shanglong are equivalent to 4th or 5th-tier cities. It is not easy to have so many survivors, and the simple weapons and equipment are also expected. Hiss. Li Yunpeng took a deep drag on his cigarette, flicked the ash that was about to bend into the ashtray, and leaned back in his chair. The population of these 2 cities is easy to obtain, but the key lies in the threat we face. If we attack by force, we will have to mobilize a large number of troops. Fighting on multiple fronts is too dangerous. What if the zombies in Wuzhou City or Luzhenghua take advantage of the opportunity to make any unusual moves? Wouldn't that just add to our enemy's number? Well, if violence doesn't work, why not send a letter? Let's send someone to persuade them to surrender. Li Qi said, It seems that this is the only way for us to go. However, the other party is not stupid. They even dared to refuse the surrender of Nanzhou Kingdom. How can we get them to join us? Li Qi was in a dilemma. If he was asked to lead troops to fight, he wouldn't frown at all, but he really had no idea how to use this method of defeating the enemy without fighting. Li Yunpeng continued to mutter to himself. It's not impossible. No matter how powerful the Nanzhou kingdom is, they may not be able to reach that far. We can really pose a real threat to them. Then, who should we send? Li Qi asked. There's no rush. Let me think about it. You've been traveling all this way. You must be tired. Let's go back and rest first. Yes. After Li Qi left, Li Yunpeng stood by the platform fence and looked into the distance. The sun was setting in the west, and the sky and the earth were covered in a blanket of white, shining brightly. He was burdened with many things, which made him feel depressed. He wanted to take advantage of this beautiful scene to go out for a walk. After he went out, he found that the mountain road leading directly to the commander's residence was spotlessly clean. Li Yunpeng was wandering aimlessly, and when he looked up again, he found that he had arrived at the entrance of the military zone. Call. Let's go see what that idiot Ren Xiao is doing. Li Yunpeng let out a long sigh, no longer entangled in many problems, and walked towards the only few houses. Before arriving at Ren Xiao's house, I saw Lu Zide sitting alone in the yard in a daze. Detsi, what are you doing? Brother Peng. Lu Zide responded in a low voice, in a bad mood. What's wrong with you? Didn't you have fun playing with the girls this afternoon? Li Yunpeng asked. Oh, don't mention it. My sister looks really pretty when she eats noodles. Then what? Li Yunpeng asked. Lu Zide pointed to the table. Li Yunpeng looked down and immediately started cursing. You deserve it. A guy like you can find a girlfriend, and I'll eat shit in front of you. After cursing, he stood up and left, leaving behind only the still image of Lu Zide and 7 or 8 instant noodle boxes on the table. Chapter 176 Red Kiln City. Li Yunpeng came to Ren Xiao's house in a rage. This guy was processing mutant beast meat by himself, cutting it into pieces and skewering it, and he was enjoying it. Huh? I see you've done it pretty cleanly. How could you tolerate Detsi's dark cooking? Ren Xiao took a sip of the half-remaining erguo tu and said, We can handle both a grand banquet and a simple meal in the market. Tsk tisk, there's something there. Li Yunpeng said. Where's Detsi? Ask him to come grill together. Don't mention him. He deserves to starve to death. Ren Xiao put down the meat in his hand, took out 2 cigarettes, and smoked with Li Yunpeng. Detsi, what happened to you? Li Yunpeng said with a look of disappointment. Detsi met a girl during the war. I saw that they had a good chat. He even said that he liked watching her eat noodles. But when I went to see her again that night, this guy had eaten 7 or 8 bowls of noodles and forced her to run away. Ren Xiao was stunned, and after recalling what had happened in his mind, he suddenly burst into laughter. Oh shit, this is so funny. This is a very good thing. Just as the two were joking, Lu Zide walked in dejectedly. Brother Ren, what are you laughing at? Oh, it's okay. We were just talking about a sand sculpture. Lu Zide said absent-mindedly. Okay, I thought you were talking about me. Li Yunpeng. Detsi, go grill the meat. When you're busy, you'll forget your sorrow. Profound. Then came the smell of cooking smoke and meat, and the clinking of glasses. In the small city of Moyang, Li Yunpeng is recognized as the uncrowned king. Although the scenery is beautiful from a high place, he still has to endure the biting cold wind and holds the fate of hundreds of thousands of people in his hands. The pressure can be imagined. Only with these two idiots, Ren Xiao and Lu Zide, can he regain the feeling of being the young man he used to be. Brother Peng, I'm telling you, I have to go to Wuzhou City tomorrow. As long as the level 3 zombie is here, I won't come back until I kill it. Ren Xiao was drunk and talking nonsense. Li Yunpeng patted his shoulder and said, I won't stop you if you want to go, but you have to do something for me. You said, that's nothing. Li Yunpeng thought for a moment and said, everyone in Wuzhou Underground City, please keep an eye on them for me. There can't be any mistakes. Hey, I thought it was something else, no problem. Li Yunpeng nodded. This was because he was afraid that Ren Xiao would be too reckless and lose his life in Wuzhou City. With the mission bond, he could at least be more restrained. This guy was a weirdo who dared to steal other people's cubs in the lair of the 3rd-level Beast King. He could do anything. Li Yunpeng ate a meal of charcoal-grilled mutant beast meat, and his mouth was full of oil. It was not until late at night that he got up and left with a feeling of being unsatisfied. The next morning, Li Yunpeng convened a military administrative meeting. All the important figures in Moyang City gathered together, including the newly promoted staff officer Wu Gang, who was on crutches. The construction work in the city needs to be accelerated. We don't know when the next war will come, so we need to make full preparations in advance, said Li Yunpeng. Zhang Tao immediately stood up and assured. Please rest assured, Lord City Lord. We are working 24 hours a day, and all idle labor has been put into the project. Well, very good. Regarding the settlements in Yingzhou and Shanglong City, after much deliberation, I decided that I should personally lead the team there. This would be considered giving them enough face. If they still don't know what's good for them, don't blame me for being ruthless when the army arrives. Commander, why don't you send someone else? I'm afraid you'll be in danger without the army accompanying you. Li Qi said worriedly. I have made up my mind. In this extraordinary period, I will try to get things done in one go. There is no time for haggling, Li Yunpeng said with a firm expression. Since the commander said so, no one stood up to refute, but their faces were full of worry. Don't worry, just guard the house. I'm bringing Li Bai and 20 other squadron leaders with me this time. If anything goes wrong, no one can stop me if I want to leave. Commander, I'll go with you. Wu Gang was eager to make a contribution, so he struggled to stand up and said, For Wu Gang, who sneaked into Wuyo Kingdom that day and was able to take the city gate at the critical moment, he was indeed a good candidate. If it weren't for the urgency of time, it would have been appropriate to send him there. However, at this time, his injury had not healed and he was not suitable for a long journey. There will be plenty of opportunities to make meritorious service in the future. Your most important task now is to heal your injuries, said Li Yunpeng. Wu Gang was the first person to follow him. He has always been diligent and loyal. He even dared to give up the power above thousands of people for his unintentional mistake. After time has passed, Li Yunpeng still plans to reuse him. Li Yunpeng continued, After I leave, be sure to strictly guard against any possible unauthorized movement in Wuzhou City and Nanzhou Country. If anything happens, contact me immediately by radio. Yes, we hope Commander, City Lord, will return safely soon. Everyone shouted in unison. After the meeting, Li Yunpeng went back to pack his bags and walked out of the mansion under Wang Shiyan's concerned eyes. Li Bai and 20 other second-level peak evolvers had been waiting outside the yard for a long time, and a Chinook-armed helicopter was ready to go in the open space next to them. Set off. Li Yunpeng was the first to board the plane, followed by his entourage. The helicopter increased its engine speed, rumbled up slowly, and after reaching a certain height, it flew towards the south. A distance of more than 200 kilometers is just a few tens of minutes for an armed helicopter. It landed 5 kilometers outside Hanyao City, the largest settlement between the two cities that Li Qi was investigating. This was the largest brick kiln in Xihai province before the apocalypse, supplying building materials to the entire province. The location was sparsely populated in a desolate barren land. After the apocalypse, it was occupied by a group of people named Xingqing, who gradually grew and developed, bringing together most of the survivors from the two cities. After approaching 1 kilometer, you can see a tall red brick wall with shadowy figures on it, all of whom are guards patrolling with guns. When they arrived at the city gate, the guards saw that Li Yunpeng and others were fully armed and immediately raised their guns to warn them. Stop, who is it? Li Yunpeng raised his hand and said with a smile, I am Li Yunpeng, the Lord of Moyang City. I am here to pay a visit to Lord Xing. Please inform him. According to the rules, the guards would deliberately make things difficult for the newcomers and pluck out the feathers of the passing geese. But when they saw the people in front of them were so dignified and confident, they couldn't help but feel a little guilty. After glancing up and down a few times, he said coldly, Wait. Then he staggered towards the city. Li Yunpeng waited for nearly half an hour before the departing guard came out, followed by a middle-aged man. Oh, I didn't know City Lord Li was here. I'm sorry for not welcoming you. I'm sorry for not welcoming you. Before the person arrived, he bowed 3 degrees and greeted him warmly. Li Yunpeng bowed and said in return, I apologize for interrupting you. May I ask your name, sir? The middle-aged man was very humble and said with a smile, I am Zhang San, the captain of the city gate guard team. I am here to greet City Lord Li on the orders of Lord Xing. The corners of Li Yunpeng's smiling face twitched. Xingqing clearly wanted to intimidate me. He only sent a small team leader to greet me, and his name is Zhang San. He sounds like a supporting role. Thank you. This was not the time to be angry, so Li Yunpeng said something polite and walked into Hanyao City accompanied by Zhang San. Chapter 177 Xingqing. Most of the buildings in the city are brick and earth, and the people here live a relatively stable life, living in the wilderness and away from the world. It was several kilometers from the city gate to the central city Lord's mansion. Zhang San just smiled and said some meaningless words all the way, with no intention of inviting Li Yunpeng and others to take a ride. Snort. Li Yunpeng snorted in his heart. This was definitely intentional. It seemed that this trip would take some trouble. He was strolling leisurely in no hurry, and would remain unchanged in the face of all changes, to see what tricks Xingqing could play. It took dozens of minutes to reach the center of the Hanyao settlement. This amount of time was enough to fly from Moyang City to the Hanyao settlement. Xingqing's official residence is a red brick castle, which is built quite exquisitely, with thick walls and stacked bunkers, which is very majestic. All the way from the gate to the inside, There were endless armed guards standing on both sides, with upright postures and eyes fixed straight ahead. Li Yunpeng moved around as if he was walking among a forest of swords and axes. His expression remained unchanged, and he walked straight to the main hall. At the end of the hall, there was a wide chair, 3 feet above the ground. The person sitting on it was undoubtedly Xing Qing. Sitting on the spacious main seat, Xing Qing was short and thin, with a cold face, pits on his face, uneven skin, wandering eyes, and pouting lips. There were 2 rows of men and women sitting below with different expressions. Judging from their temperament, they should all be evolvers. City Lordly, I have heard of your great name for a long time. Seeing you today, I can see that you are truly a rare talent, Xing Qing said while sitting on a chair. No matter how well-mannered Li Yunpeng was, he became a little angry at this moment. Everyone in the room was sitting, but he and his group of 20 or so were the only ones standing in the middle of the hall. They seemed to be being polite, but in fact they were deliberately making things difficult for him. Lord Xing, your castle is so magnificent. Ordinary people are probably not qualified to admire it, Li Yunpeng said. Xing Qing was stunned. He could hear the dissatisfaction in Li Yunpeng's words. He laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. This castle of mine is dedicated to entertaining friends. Naturally, no outsiders are allowed. Snort. Li Yunpeng thought to himself. This grandson seems to know my purpose. What he meant was that I should choose to be friends or enemies. Haha, City Lord Xing. It takes a long time for friendship to be distinguished between true and false. Judging by initial impressions is not too arbitrary, right? Xing Qing stroked his chin, smiling wryly. City Lordly, look at this desolate wilderness of mine. Staying here for a long time can calm one's mind and distance oneself from all the troubles. It's more suitable for entertaining guests. If you have time, you can stay here for a few days. These words not only showed that Xing Qing was unwilling to argue with Moyang City and Nanzhou Kingdom, but also declared that he was the master here and that he was not the only one who cared about it. Haha, I wonder if City Lord Xing still remembers the old saying, once you enter the world of martial arts, you have no choice. Li Yunpeng said coldly. At this point, Xing Qing's face darkened, and he retorted sharply. Then I wonder if City Lordly has ever heard that a powerful dragon cannot defeat a local snake? Besides, you're not a powerful dragon. The people from Hongyao City in the hall all had unhappy expressions on their faces, with murderous glints in their eyes. The conflict between Moyang City and Nanzhou Kingdom had already spread to the surrounding cities. Li Yunpeng's intention was just to pick lice on a monk's head. It was obvious that if they wanted to incorporate Hongyao City, it would directly infringe upon their inherent class interests. How could they treat him well? Li Yunpeng had reached his limit of tolerance for Xing Qing's repeated humiliation. The atmosphere became tense for a moment. Both sides stopped talking and just glared at each other. After a few minutes, Xing Qing said in a deep voice, If City Master Li has nothing else to do, I can send someone to accompany you around the city. The end times are dangerous, and if anything happens to me, it would be difficult to explain to the people of Moyang City. Are you threatening me? Li Yunpeng was amused by this sentence. Xing Qing sneered. It's not a threat, it's just that things aren't peaceful here. People often disappear inexplicably, so I'm just reminding you out of kindness. Li Bai was breathing rapidly, and his face flushed. He pressed his hand on the hilt of the knife, waiting for Li Yunpeng to say a word, and then he would chop the arrogant and pretentious person in front of him into 2 halves. Xing Qing saw that Li Yunpeng's subordinates were filled with righteous indignation, but he didn't care. He looked indifferent and asked, Could it be that City Lordly wants to play some cruel tricks on me? As soon as he finished speaking, a group of armed guards rushed out from behind the screens on both sides of the hall, with their submachine guns loaded, waiting for Xing Qing's order. Li Yunpeng realized that Xing Qing had long been murderous, and the temperature in his words dropped to freezing point. You really are such a jerk. If you don't accept my toast, you'll have to drink the penalty. Xing Qing's smile froze. Stop the fucking nonsense. I'll give you some respect by calling you City Lordly. You really think you're such a big shot. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Isn't Nanzhou Kingdom awesome? Do I have to be intimidated by them? A mere Moyang City, you're overestimating your capabilities. If you don't come, that's fine. But if you do you think you can get out alive? After saying this, Xing Qing tapped the button on the armrest. Bang! An iron fence suddenly fell in front of him, isolating Li Yunpeng from the outside. Well, you forced me to do this. I thought I could have a good talk with you, but now it seems there's no need. Li Yunpeng glared at him, and Xing Qing felt as if the temperature around him suddenly dropped. You. Clang. Before he could finish his words, Li Yunpeng's figure flashed, and a knife flashed in front of him, as if it could penetrate the wall, through the steel fence, and appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. By the time he reacted, The knife was already at his neck, and a big hole had been opened in the middle of the steel fence. City Lord. Xing Qing's men slammed the table and stood up. In the 1 second when their attention was attracted by the change, Li Bai and 20 other level 2 peak evolvers had already kidnapped most of them. The armed guards on both sides were at a loss for a moment. The city lord and the main senior leaders were in the hands of the enemy in the blink of an eye. They certainly didn't dare to shoot. If they accidentally injured or killed a senior official, they would have no way to survive. They could only stand where they were and wait for orders. Xing Qing felt a chill on his neck. Despite his previous arrogance, his legs were trembling when faced with the threat of death. Are you a level 3 evolver? Li Yunpeng tightened the blade and cut the skin on Xing Qing's neck, blood flowing down. Stop talking nonsense, aren't you awesome? Li, City Lord Li, if you have something to say, just talk it over. Be gentle, Xing Qing said flatteringly. Bang! Li Yunpeng slapped him down onto the large city lord chair, then stuck his commander's sword into the armrest, stepped on Xing Qing's chest, and asked, Are you still awesome? Xing Qing was shocked and angry. As a level 2 peak evolver, he felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him, unable to move at all. Bang! Li Yunpeng suddenly slapped him hard. I'm asking you a question? Are you mute? No, don't hit me. I'm not awesome, Xing Qing said with a bitter face. Bang! Are you safe here? Li Yunpeng slapped him again. Xing Qing's eyes were full of golden stars. Safe, City Lord Li. Bang! Are you comfortable sitting and talking? Uncomfortable. Bang! You're not feeling well, and you're still sitting here talking to me. Under the watchful eyes of all the leaders of Hanyao City, Li Yunpeng slapped Xing Qing hundreds of times until he fainted. Chapter 178 Population Migration. Put the hell down your guns. Li Yunpeng shouted, pointing at the guards below. Everyone looked at each other and did not do as he was told, still holding their guns nervously. Tell your men to drop their guns and get out, otherwise I will cut your throats. Li Bai threatened with a knife on the neck of the first person. Well, the man sighed and said dejectedly, Did you hear me? Put down your guns and do as I say. The guard then lowered his gun and slowly retreated. Li Yunpeng didn't expect the situation to develop to this point. He wanted to come to negotiate with the face of the Lord of Moyang City, but he didn't expect to catch all the high-level officials of Hanyao City in one fell swoop, which saved him a lot of effort. Li Bai tied Xing Qing up tightly and poured a basin of cold water over him, and only then did he slowly wake up. Li Yunpeng sat in the main seat, with the commander's sword across his legs. City Lord Xing, you have 2 choices now. First, I kill you and I will take control of Hanyao City. Second, I choose second. When Xing Qing heard that he was going to be killed, he quickly said. The other high-ranking officials in Hanyao City just shook their heads. The leaders were so cowardly that the future looked bleak. Haha, City Lord Xing is so anxious to agree without even hearing the second condition? Li Yunpeng said with a smile. Whatever you say, just don't kill me. Well then, order your army to move with the civilians to Moyang City. Xing Qing felt disheartened. The huge red kiln city had changed hands in an instant. His weak character was destined to make him abandon everything when faced with a life-or-death threat. No. Just when Xing Qing accepted his fate and was about to agree, a loud voice suddenly rang out. Everyone turned around and saw an officer standing up to stop him. The man continued, Xing Qing, I didn't expect you to be such a coward. It's all my fault for being blind. Second brother, shut up. Xing Qing was still cold and stern to his own people. I don't have a big brother like you. If I go to Moyang City, how can I enjoy the wealth and glory of my brothers? When he said this, the people below immediately became restless. They had followed Xing Qing in committing evil and living a life of extravagance and debauchery. So how could they be willing to give up so easily? Li Yunpeng clapped his hands and stood up to him. Brother, I will take care of your wealth and glory for the rest of your life. When this person heard this, he was skeptical. Really? Of course it's true. Li Yunpeng showed a sinister smile. Crack. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Yunpeng twisted his throat. The man collapsed to the ground with an expression of disbelief and died. Li Bai, burn more for him later. I always keep my words. I will make sure he has enough money to spend down there. Li Yunpeng said. Yes, leave it to me. Li Yunpeng looked around at everyone with a cold gaze. Does anyone have any other opinions? Why don't we raise them together? Everyone was so scared that they lowered their heads and shrank their necks, not daring to say a word. They hadn't even seen how Li Yunpeng had just attacked, and resisting at this time was tantamount to seeking death. Now that we have reached a consensus, please let City Lord Xing give the order, said Li Yunpeng. The death of a rabbit makes the fox mourn, and killing a chicken to scare the monkey. The second brother who died at the hands of Li Yunpeng was the most skilled person in Hanyao City. Now that he is dead, there is really no hope. Immediately afterwards, under the supervision of Li Yunpeng, Xing Qing issued a series of orders. His troops were urgently mobilized to drive civilians out of the city. But it is not so easy to mobilize 300,000 people. They have been living peacefully and cautiously in Hanyao City since the end of the world, and they must be unwilling to suddenly rush to the unknown Moyang City. These were not things Li Yunpeng considered, so Xing Qing naturally had to worry about them. Anyway, he had said that if anyone refused to leave, he would chop off one of Xing Qing's fingers, then the toes, and then the limbs one by one until there was nothing left to chop off. Xing Qing made a bitter face and ordered the small leaders outside the hall to drive everyone out of Hanyao City at all costs. In his mind, Li Yunpeng was no different from a man-eating demon. Although people were extremely reluctant, they could not resist the threats from the ferocious soldiers. With layer upon layer of pressure, the soldiers responsible for carrying out the mission really dared to open fire. Li Yunpeng didn't want to do this, but the situation was urgent, even a matter of life and death, so he couldn't care about anything else. They wouldn't suffer any loss in Moyang City. On the contrary, it would be much fairer than here, and there would be almost no situation where the management deliberately oppressed the civilians. More than 300,000 civilians were beaten and kicked as they were hurriedly driven out of Hanyao City. This is the rule of the end times, and the weak have no right to choose. City Lord Xing, let's go. Look how sincere I am. I came directly to your house to pick you up. Unlike you, a jerk, you didn't even move your butt when I was already at the door. City Master Li, look, this person has left. There's no one guarding the gates of such a huge city like Red Kiln City. Why don't you let me stay? Stop talking nonsense and get out of here. Li Yunpeng kicked Xing Qing on the butt and kicked him out of the hall. There were more than 300,000 people in the mighty force. Before setting off, Li Yunpeng contacted the guard army to come and support them. In case of any situation during the journey, the soldiers of Hanyao City could definitely not be relied upon. The entire team stretched for more than 10 kilometers. What Li Yunpeng didn't know was that during the march, many people secretly left the team and disappeared. There are not many vehicles in Hanyao City, and the entire team is moving as slowly as a snail. It will probably take 3 days to complete the 200-kilometer distance. Li Yunpeng was anxious, but there was nothing he could do. Although there were many vehicles in Moyang City, they were not enough to transport 300,000 people at a time. Most people still had to walk for 3 days to reach Moyang City. The people who had never experienced a long journey had only walked 50 kilometers until dark and began to set up camp. 10 squadrons of the guard army had come to support them. When planes and tanks appeared in front of the people of Hanyao City, they realized what a powerful force they were facing. Although Xing Qing had heard about the strength of Moyang City from others before, and thought that he could compete with Li Yunpeng with the strength of the city and the powerful artillery, it now seemed that the outcome of Hanyao City had already been determined, and it was only a matter of time. He could not help but sigh deeply in the darkness. Li Yunpeng lay in the marching tent and calculated secretly that with the more than 300,000 people in Hanyao City, his own population should be close to 800,000. He only needed to conquer the other 2 settlements with a population of 100,000 to meet the conditions for upgrading to level 4. He fell asleep with some anticipation in his heart. At dawn the next day, the entire team was urged by the guards to get up, eat some dry food, and drink some clean water, and prepare to set off. There was a burst of complaints in the team, but after seeing the food, no one cared about anything else. This was a free breakfast, and they were afraid that if they missed a bite, someone else would snatch it away. Li Yunpeng walked out of the tent and stretched his body comfortably. Just as he looked up, he suddenly heard the roar of a helicopter. Huh? That's not the sound of a Chinook. Chapter 179, Li Yunpeng's Appeal. Fuck, it's Nanzhou Kingdom again. The ghost is still lingering. Li Bai, take down these armed helicopters for me, said Li Yunpeng. Yes. Immediately afterwards, the guard army's helicopter took off and rushed towards the invading enemy. Da-da-da-da. There was no unnecessary talk. The guards' armed helicopters opened fire immediately after approaching. The Nanzhou Kingdom's planes did not expect the guards to be so decisive and were caught off guard. Boom! The first one was blown up in midair, and the remaining 2 turned around and ran away. The captain of the guards' air force was worried that the enemy would divert their attention, so he chased them for a while and then returned to the sky above the team. This should be the reconnaissance from Nanzhou Kingdom. Li Yunpeng muttered. Whether it was reconnaissance or attack, they were mortal enemies anyway. Killing one less was one less. After the reconnaissance plane of Nanzhou Kingdom was shot away, no other incidents occurred. Under the urging of the guard army, the large army arrived outside the city of Moyang in more than 2 days. Xingqing stood at the foot of the city and was dumbfounded. The 5-kilometer-long city wall was made entirely of concrete, with densely packed firing holes and machine gun positions every few dozen meters. Countless tanks hid behind bunkers under the city wall, with only the black holes of the gun barrels and a few turrets exposed. In order to appease the people, Li Yunpeng informed Zhang Tao in advance and asked him to mobilize civilians to make some accommodations for the newcomers. After all, these people lived well in Hanyao, and it would be strange if nothing happened if they suddenly came to Moyang City and slept on the streets. Zhang Tao carried out the order, and under the banner of the city lord, he explained the righteousness of the matter to the people, and surprisingly many people responded. "Old man Zhang, where are you going?" The city lord said that he needs to make room for the newcomers. "Hey, do you know why you need to make room?" Old man Zhang glared at him and said, "You have no conscience. You still need to ask why the city lord has called for something? I think your conscience has been fed to the dogs." "Hey, old man, I'm just kidding you. Just stay home and relax. We young people must take the lead in responding to the city lord's call." "Humph, that's more like it. You're still a human being." "Why?" The young man was about to retort when his former friend urged him. "Hurry up. The quota will be full if you're any later. There aren't many opportunities to repay the city lord's kindness. If you dawdle any longer, we won't wait for you." The young man picked up his bag and left, leaving old man Zhang's sarcasm behind. Scenes like this were happening everywhere in Moyang City. People rushed to pack their bags and ran towards the underground fortifications. Those who had given up their houses were temporarily housed underground. Part of the underground fortifications had been completed, and high-power ventilation equipment was turned on 24 hours a day. There was no smell of dampness or mold at all. On the contrary, it was as warm as spring underground, and there was no need for heating at all. "Enough, enough, everyone go back. Don't catch a cold in this cold weather." Zhang Tao shouted with a loudspeaker at the door of the underground resettlement site. The enthusiastic crowd in front of him was endless. Moyang City already had vacant houses, and the plan was to mobilize another 150,000 people to give up their houses to accommodate the newcomers. As a result, most people in the city came, and the plan requirements were reached early, so he blocked the door to persuade the enthusiastic people. "Captain Zhang, has the city lord mobilized for anything else? I've saved some rations. Would you like me to donate them?" That's right. We've been blessed by the Lord's city lord and have never been able to repay him. We finally got a chance, but we haven't grabbed it yet." Quiet. Everyone, listen to me. I will convey your wishes to the city lord. Just keep the food for yourselves. The administrative department will distribute supplies to the newcomers. Go back now. After another round of persuasion, people reluctantly returned to their residence carrying their luggage. It seems that the ideological education work during this period has not been in vain, and there are some effects. Zhang Tao said to himself proudly after persuading people to leave. Based on the official management experience before the end of the world, he summed up a set of theories suitable for Moyang City. He worked during the day and instilled in people the ideas of loyalty to the emperor, love for the city, dedication, and mutual assistance in his spare time. In addition, most people who came to Moyang City seemed to have stepped back from hell to the mortal world, and they especially cherished the peaceful days here. A combination of various factors has led to the current ideological state of the people in Moyang City. When Li Yunpeng brought his men back, he successfully settled the 300,000 people without any major problems. He did not care about the people who ran away halfway. He looked at the system and found that the population was just over 800,000. "Li Qi, Zhang Tao, the city is left to you. You must calm people down," Li Yunpeng said. "Before upgrading to level 4, population is the top priority, and everything must give way to this matter. Lord City Lord, are you still going out?" "Commander, I will complete the remaining tasks for you." Li Yunpeng waved his hand. "The first time is new, the second time is familiar. I already have experience. You just need to take care of the house." After he came back, he didn't even have a meal. Under the concerned gaze of everyone, Li Yunpeng took 20 squadron leaders under his command, boarded an armed helicopter, flew towards the south, and embarked on the journey of gathering population again. This time he chose the Taoyuan settlement, located on a river island in the suburbs of Shanglong City, which is somewhat similar to the Shun Siping settlement in Wuzhou City. This time, the armed helicopters landed directly on the island. The armed forces here are even weaker. If it weren't for the geographical advantage, they would never have survived until now. It was the first time that an armed helicopter appeared in the isolated Taoyuan settlement. People were very surprised and watched secretly from a distance. The defenders here wore all kinds of uniforms and had all kinds of weapons. Some of them were afraid and surrounded the armed helicopter that landed in the center, hesitating to move forward. Li Yunpeng got off the plane and saw a man in his 30s standing in front of him, surrounded by a crowd of people. Hello, I am Li Yunpeng, the Lord of Moyang City. I am sorry to come and visit you. I would like to meet your leader. Li Yunpeng came up to him and said. The man looked confused and muttered quietly, Moyang City? I've never heard of it. Ahem, hello, City Lordly. I'm the manager of the Taoyuan settlement, Qin Xin. I'm grateful for your visit. What can I do for you? Li Yunpeng was stunned. Never heard of Moyang City. His first feeling was that Qin Xin was lying, but looking at his confused and sincere eyes, it didn't seem like that. Moreover, this man was actually the leader of the Taoyuan settlement. He was wearing worn slippers in the middle of winter, his clothes were covered with patches, and his chest and cuffs were rubbed shiny, looking sloppy. Chief Qin, would it be convenient for you to sit down and talk? Li Yunpeng saw that he was simple and unpretentious, and didn't want to use the same trick he used against Xing Qing. Oh, okay, please come this way. Qin Xin made a gesture of invitation and took Li Yunpeng to a dilapidated hut. Chapter 180 The Hope of Humanity. Chief Qin, is this your residence? Li Yunpeng was surprised that a person who controlled the settlement actually lived in such an environment. Looking around, he saw that the house was only about 30 or 40 square meters, and it was still unfinished, with daily necessities worn and simple. Yes, it's just right for me to live here alone. At least I feel at ease. Qin Xin said. Li Yunpeng nodded secretly. This person was really different from the leaders of other settlements, at least on the surface. From the looks of ordinary people along the way, it was basically certain that this was true. There is a hint of intelligence in the eyes of the common people here, an expression that can only be produced by people living in a free state. Unlike Hongyao City, ordinary people don't care who becomes the city lord. They will be exploited anyway, but it is different here. Leaders like Qin Xin are most likely elected by the people. Too many people are paying attention to his life and death, so they have to plan carefully, and resorting to force can only be a helpless move. Chief Qin is selfless and dedicated to his work, which is admirable. Li Yunpeng sighed. City Lordly, you're too kind. Survival in the apocalypse is difficult. The position of leader is just a division of labor, and it's just about living together with everyone else. Qin Xin answered in a neither humble nor arrogant manner, while thinking in his heart, this sudden visit from the Lord of Moyang City, who flew all the way here, would not be so idle just to chat with him. He didn't ask, and Li Yunpeng didn't rush to speak. The two chatted for a long time about some irrelevant topics. Since they had similar ideas about the management of settlements in the end times, the two of them had a very pleasant chat. Dinner was arranged by Qin Xion's subordinates, and Li Yunpeng was invited to have dinner together. The food was rich but not sumptuous, consisting of wild vegetables from the mountains. Only a plate of stir-fried pork with chili peppers was considered a major dish. Lordly, you have come to visit us. I am sorry for the neglect in this mountain village, as we have nothing to offer you. Qin Xian said. That's fine. Eating some light dishes has a unique flavor. Humph, you are a big shot, but I'm afraid you don't know the highest standard that Chief Qin can set. One of the subordinates said dissatisfiedly. Shut up. Get out. Qin Xian glared and shouted. Just get out. The man put down what he was holding and walked out of the restaurant angrily. Ahem, look at what happened. I'm so embarrassed. Li Yunpeng said. The Taoyuan settlement's senior administrator, who was accompanying them, was busy smoothing things over. Hey, City Lordly might not know that Chief Qin usually only has a bowl of porridge, a white flour bun, and a small dish of pickles for every meal, the same standard of food as most people. Li Yunpeng was full of admiration. He could not be so selfless. The purpose of gathering the survivors was to upgrade the system. The fair living environment in Moyang City made him not want to bear psychological pressure. Everything was for the purpose of becoming stronger. He sincerely admired Qin Xion's spirit of dedication for ordinary people. Li Yunpeng's mind raced, and an idea emerged in his mind. So he said, Chief Qin, we've been chatting for a long time, and I haven't introduced my origins yet. Why don't I give a brief account while there are so many people here? Although Qin Shinran was honest, he was not stupid. He knew that the main course was about to be served. City Lordly, please speak. Li Yunpeng said seriously, Moyang City is currently the largest human settlement in the suburbs of Wuzhou. It temporarily covers an area of 25 square kilometers, has a population of 800,000, 10,000 armed soldiers, hundreds of tanks and armed helicopters, and a complete military-industrial system with countless light and heavy machine guns and ammunition supplies. When everyone heard this, they were so surprised that they couldn't close their mouths. They wondered, is this young man just bragging? Could a human settlement of this scale really exist in the apocalypse? Li Yunpeng was not surprised at their expressions. He had obtained a lot of information during an afternoon of chatting. The Taoyuan settlement had not received any information from the Nanzhou kingdom. It was probably because it was too small and was not taken seriously by Lu Jinghua. Therefore, he was deeply shocked by the scale of Moyang City. Qin Xian put down his chopsticks and said, "Are you serious, City Lordly? I thought the nearby Red Kiln City was the largest human settlement, but I didn't expect there's more out there." Speaking of Red Kiln City, Li Yunpeng laughed out loud. "The so-called Red Kiln City you mentioned has been destroyed by me. It is now a deserted city." As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the people at the table changed instantly. Qin Xian's enthusiastic smile faded. Hongyao had 300,000 civilians. How could he destroy them so easily? His purpose in coming to the Taoyuan settlement was self-evident. Li Yunpeng was stunned for a moment before realizing he had spoken out of turn. "Oh, don't be nervous, everyone. Please listen to me carefully." Only after he embellished the entire story did Qin Xian and the others breathe a sigh of relief. It turned out that Xing Qing had ulterior motives, intending to murder Li Yunpeng during his visit, which led to his capture. But 300,000 people were relocated to Moyang City? What was going on? Something didn't seem right. Naturally, someone reacted and asked tentatively, "City Lordly, are you coming here to move the Taoyuan settlement to Moyang City?" Li Yunpeng saw that his purpose had been made clear, and any further attempts at concealment would have seemed hypocritical. He picked up a glass of wine, stood up, and said, "To be honest, I'm not very talented, but after going through many hardships, I've finally built a relatively safe and fortified city. However, in the apocalypse, humans need to stick together for warmth. Fighting alone will sooner or later be slain by evolved creatures. So I do hope that you can bring your people to join Moyang City. But don't worry, I won't force you. Regardless of whether you join or not, if you need anything from now on, I'll do my best to help you." Now that everything was said, Qin Xian and the others felt much more at ease. They looked solemn and thought deeply. After a long moment, Qin Xian asked, "If we join, what will City Lordly do?" Li Yunpeng was delighted. This was a promising prospect, but he maintained a serious and solemn appearance. "Moyang City will be divided into several districts in the future. If you all join, you can occupy a district on your own. Chief Qin, and you will still manage your own people. I will even allocate a portion of the population to you. No matter what, the big picture still needs to be drawn first. Once the people from Taoyuan settlement join, it still needs to be adjusted according to the overall strategic direction of Moyang City. Well, this is a serious matter. I need to seek the opinions of the people. I will not rashly hand their fate over to anyone." Qin Xian said, "That's understandable. Chief Qin can send someone to go back with me to investigate and make a decision if the situation is true." Qin Xian nodded, paused, and said, "Well, how about this? Tomorrow I will go back to Moyang City with you to visit this holy place that carries the hope of mankind in the end times." Chapter 181 Qin Xian's Choice. Li Yunpeng was delighted. The fact that Qin Xian was able to go there in person showed that he had already put in a lot of thought. As long as what he saw matched what he had described, then this matter would basically be done. He couldn't help but feel excited and raised his glass high. "Come, I toast to you all and welcome you to Moyang City." After that, everyone stopped talking about the two settlements, but picked up some strange stories as topics of conversation at the dinner table. When they had eaten and drunk their fill, it was already late at night, and Li Yunpeng and Qin Xian walked out of the restaurant arm in arm. "Brotherly, you must sleep at my place today, otherwise you will be looking down on me. Brother Xian, we must have a long talk tonight. No one is allowed to go to bed until dawn." The two of them gestured and took staggering steps, but they didn't go far before they were separated by the waiting subordinates. Qin Xian was carried back to his home, while Li Yunpeng was helped back to the arranged residence by Li Bai and others. Li Yunpeng woke up slowly at noon the next day, still feeling hungover, but he got up and moved around a bit before returning to normal. "Commander, you are finally awake." "Li Bai, what time is it?" "Commander, it's 10:30. "What? It's already 10:30? Didn't anyone from Qin Xian come to call us?" Li Bai said, "They are here, but they said that Chief Qin is also fast asleep. They asked when you will get up so that they can wake him up in advance." Well, Li Yunpeng understood as soon as he heard it. There was no emergency on the guard's side, so they would definitely not wake him up. So he and Qin Xian were both fast asleep, and the people below were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. "Commander, should we send someone to inform them?" "No need. Let's go together and call Chief Qin to return to Moyang City together." "Yes." When Li Yunpeng arrived at Qin Xian's residence, he had just gotten up. "Oh, brotherly, this wine is really not a good thing. It has caused a big mistake." Li Yunpeng smiled and said, "It's okay. We can get there in just a few dozen minutes by plane. If we don't stop, we can make a round trip in more than an hour. Fly a plane. Qin Xian looked troubled. What? Hey, to be honest with you, brotherly, I've never been on a plane, so… Ha ha ha. Li Yunpeng couldn't help laughing when he saw his embarrassment. He then put his arm around his shoulders and led him towards the helicopter. It doesn't matter if you've never been on a plane. This time, I'll take you to experience the charm of a luxurious private attack helicopter. The Taoyuan settlement sent a total of 5 people on this tour, including Qin Xian and 4 others. After everyone boarded the plane, the 2 propellers roared, bringing up gusts of wind. Amidst smoke and dust, the armed helicopter took off and flew towards Moyang City. Qin Xian, who had never even been on a passenger plane, sat in the even bumpier helicopter, his face pale and his hands tightly gripping the seat belt. Fortunately, the flight time was not long, and soon the magnificent scenery of Moyang City appeared in sight. The helicopter landed at the city gate, and Li Yunpeng prepared to lead the Taoyuan inspection team to take a careful tour from the outside to the inside. Qin Xian's face was still pale, and his eyes were red. It was unclear whether he was excited about seeing Moyang City or scared by the flight. Chief Qin, are you okay? Li Yunpeng said. No, it's okay. Ugh. Before he could finish his sentence, he covered his chest and started vomiting violently. Qin Xian was at least a second-level primary evolver. Although the hangover and the turbulence from his first flight caused him dizziness and vomiting, he recovered quickly after a simple cleanup. Looking at the towering city walls and the terrifying array of light and heavy weapons, Qin Xian's expression was serious. City Lord Li is truly a master of his craft. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, it would be unbelievable. Come in. Li Yunpeng brought Qin Xian in through the main gate. The entire settlement was extremely busy at this time. The ground was crowded with people, and the underground was even more crowded. City Lord Li, I see quite a few people digging holes. What's going on? I want to build an underground fortification in the city that is comparable to the surface, to provide people with a safe shelter in an emergency. Awesome. Qin Xian was like Granny Lu entering the Grandview Garden. Every place he saw was shocking. He even had the illusion of living in the pre-apocalyptic world. He couldn't believe that humans could build such a huge city in such a tragic apocalypse. In comparison, his Taoyuan settlement was like the difference between a firefly and the bright moon, and the other 4 investigators felt similarly. In the meeting hall of the military zone, Qin Xian was still thinking about the nearly 100 armed helicopters and the large number of neatly parked heavy tanks he had just seen. If such a force were to attack the Taoyuan settlement, it would only take a few minutes to destroy all defenses. City Lord Li, after all this, I can't think of any reason to refuse your proposal. You're right. Only by uniting together can we unleash greater strength. To be honest, I worry every day about when a wave of mutant beasts will attack and wipe out the Taoyuan settlement. If I could join you, I could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The other 4 nodded in agreement. Li Yunpeng said, It's all right to breathe a sigh of relief, but the burden on you is not light at all. After the division of areas, you will need to manage all matters, big and small. I'm afraid it will be even busier. Hurrah! It's okay to be busy. As long as people are happy, everything is worth it. This is a typical idea of dedication, and it is also the reason why Li Yunpeng went to great lengths to peacefully annex the Taoyuan settlement. Well, I wonder when Chief Qin plans to move his people here. Li Yunpeng asked. Qin Xian thought for a moment and said, I will return to Taoyuan immediately and tell everyone about the situation here. If nothing unexpected happens, I should be able to bring everyone to join Moyang City soon. From now on, I will have to respectfully address you as Lord City Lord. Hey, let's just talk about our own things. Don't be polite, Li Yunpeng said. Qin Xian did not change his address. Lord City Lord, since the decision has been made, it is better to do it sooner rather than later. I will return to the Taoyuan settlement now. You have to stay for dinner before you leave. Li Yunpeng said politely. We'll all be a family from now on. We'll have plenty of opportunities to eat, but it's more important to get down to business. Seeing Qin Xian's firm attitude, Li Yunpeng was indeed anxious to implement the population issue, so he stopped forcing it and personally sent them on the return plane. Just before takeoff, Li Yunpeng asked, I heard that Yingzhou City also has a settlement of about 100,000 people. I wonder if Chief Qin knows anything about it. Upon hearing this, Qin Xian's face suddenly darkened. That place is called Black Wind Village, a demonic den. The village chief, Wang Shi, and I have an irreconcilable feud. Oh, Li Yunpeng raised his eyebrows. Meeting such a person would actually make things much easier. Chapter 182 Black Wind Village. Li Yunpeng looked at the plane that had turned into a black dot in the sky and said, Li Bai, assemble the troops and uproot that damn Black Wind village. Yes. On that day, Li Yunpeng led 10 guard squadrons, 5 tanks, and 2 armed helicopters to Haifeng's High. These troops were more than enough to attack a small settlement. More armed forces had to stay in the city to ensure safety, as Nanzhou State might launch a surprise attack at any time. Haifeng's High is located deep in the mountains near Yangzhou City. It was actually a bandit camp in ancient times. Later it was transformed into a tourist attraction. Unexpectedly, it has now been restored to its former glory by Wang Shi. The mountain road was rugged, but fortunately it was paved. Although it was winding, we soon reached the halfway point of the mountain. The bandits guarding the mountain ran back early to report the news. When Wang Shi heard someone was coming to attack the village, he threw away the golden roasted mutant beast leg in his hand, gulped down the large bowl of white wine in front of him, and wiped his grease-covered mouth with his sleeve. I'm so fucking tired of living. Anyone dares to mess with me? Kill him. My lord, the enemy has tanks and armed helicopters. The sentry said tremblingly. What? There are tanks and armed helicopters. Wang Shi sat down on the stool and thought carefully about who he had offended recently. Red Kiln City? No way. They pay tribute of beautiful women and mutant beast meat every month. There's no reason for them to attack me. Besides, they don't have tanks or planes. That idiot Qin Xin from the Taoyuan settlement is even more impossible. It's good enough that I don't try to rob him. Who could it be? The situation was urgent, and there was no time to waste. Wang Shi gritted his teeth and said, Hold on. Even if missiles are launched, you can't retreat a single step. I want to see who has the guts to do this. Yes. All the little Luos responded in unison. Wang Shi sent his men away and turned back to his mansion. His face was gloomy and his fierce look was not concealed at all. Li Yunpeng had no mercy on the bandits. Once they came into range, he immediately gave the order to open fire. Boom, boom, boom. The plaque with the 3 big characters, Black Wind Village, was instantly engulfed by artillery fire, and the machine gun position below was also destroyed. Da-da-da. The ground troops and 2 armed helicopters opened fire together, forcing the bandits to flee in panic. The frontline positions were almost instantly defeated. The frightened bandits crawled back to the stronghold. Huh. Wang Shi shot the retreating soldiers dead with 2 shots and shouted, Whoever dares to desert again, I will kill him with my own hands. The remaining fleeing soldiers were so frightened that they dared not retreat a single step. They quickly looked for cover and counterattacked on the spot. Li Yunpeng defeated the small frontline troops and commanded the guards to continue advancing towards the top of the mountain. At this time, the main force of the enemy was hiding behind a pot mouth. The 2 sides were rocky and the slope was gentle, which was a natural blocking position. Moreover, the weapons and equipment in the hands of the enemy were not as simple as expected. There were automatic rifles and machine gun positions hidden behind the rocks. The equipment of Black Wind Village shouldn't be there, Li Yunpeng muttered. But no matter how advanced his guns were, without heavy firepower he could not stop the attack of the 5 steel monsters. Boom, boom, boom. 5 tanks lined up in a row and fired at the ground army positions, focusing on the machine gun positions. The bandits were also cunning. In order to protect their machine guns, they all retreated behind the huge rocks. The power of the artillery shells was limited in such a complex terrain. Although the armed helicopters were above the enemy's heads, the bandits in the stone forest often circled around the rocks to avoid the machine gun bullets falling from the sky. Push it forward. Li Yunpeng decisively gave the order to attack. It was unrealistic to flatten the stone forest in front of him with only 5 tanks, so he planned to launch a full-scale attack, rush into the enemy's position to engage in street fighting, and undermine the enemy's advantage. The tank fired its cannon and slowly moved forward, with the guards following behind and charging towards the enemy position. Hit me, Wang Shi shouted and threw the grenade out. Bang bang. Da-da-da-da. The bandits from Haifeng's High opened fire immediately. Although the bullets could not penetrate the tanks, the grenades they threw killed and injured many guard soldiers. Fuck, how come they have grenades? Li Yunpeng was a little shocked. Even in Hanyao City, not many of these things were found. A small Black Wind village not only had advanced firearms, but also had a large number of grenades. Could it be? Li Yunpeng had a bad feeling in his heart. Boom boom. 2 explosions sounded from above the guard army's position. Li Yunpeng looked up and saw that artillery fire had hit a cliff on one side, and broken rocks were rolling down from above. Take cover. Li Yunpeng shouted, and was then pulled by Li Dun to hide behind a huge rock at the bottom of the mountain road. Boom. The rubble above made a dull sound and fell on the guards' positions. Nima, it must be those bastards from Nanzhou. There are even cannons. Li Yunpeng thought of Nanzhou Kingdom at the first time. It seems that there are many spies from Nanzhou Kingdom in the Hangyao settlement. They know his movements and actually took advantage of the attack on Haifeng village to cut off his retreat. Armored squad, move up and down. Destroy the tanks at the foot of the mountain for me. The 4 tank engines roared wildly, turned around on the spot, and rushed down the mountain to search for the location of the enemy tanks. Soon, the tanks of both sides started a fierce battle. After several rounds, 7 or 8 enemy tanks were blown up, and the 4 tanks of the guard army, along with the crew members, all died heroically. Li Yunpeng's eyes were bloodshot. Nanzhou Kingdom, you guys just wait for me. Commander, let's retreat. We have no chance of winning if we are attacked from both sides. As long as we have the Green Mountains, we will have a chance of survival. Li Bai advised. Li Yunpeng was reluctant, but the reality was just as Li Bai said, retreat was the wisest choice. Take enough weapons and ammunition, blow up all the remaining tanks and vehicles, and retreat. Li Yunpeng shouted angrily. Before the enemy attacked, the guards quickly followed Li Yunpeng's orders and stuffed the ammunition in the supply vehicle into the bags. The armored team also threw a whole bundle of grenades into the tank. Boom! With a loud bang, the interior of the tank was blown to pieces. With current technology, it is impossible to repair it. Withdraw. Seeing that the soldiers had almost taken all the supplies, Li Yunpeng decisively ordered a retreat. Boom boom. A series of explosions shook the earth, and several supply trucks were gathered together and detonated. Commander, let's go. Li Bai urged anxiously. Li Yunpeng's hand holding the sword was bulging with veins. He shook his head and said, you go first, I'll follow. If you don't leave, we won't leave either. The worst that can happen is that we will die together with the enemy. Li Bai said resolutely. Go? This is an order. But what about you? Li Yunpeng looked at the Black Wind village and said through gritted teeth, I'll go get some interest back. Chapter 183 Qin Xian's Decision. Li Yunpeng shuttled through the cliffs under the winding mountain road, approaching the Black Wind village position like a clever monkey. After defeating the guards from the front and back, the bandits were extremely excited and gathered in groups of 3 or 5, talking about something. Li Yunpeng quietly approached the position. Suddenly, a bandit soldier came out with his arms swung. Seeing Li Yunpeng, he was frightened and quickly pointed his gun at him and asked, Who are you? Li Yunpeng smiled grimly. The one who wants to kill you. Puff. He cut off his upper arm with one blow, and just as the bandit was about to scream, he was beheaded with another blow. Li Yunpeng stepped on his corpse and walked into the position. The terrain was already very complicated with many strange rocks. Any bandits who saw Li Yunpeng would die. He walked around the position, hacked and killed more than 100 bandits, and when he questioned many of them, they said that they had not seen the leader Wang Shi. At this time, the Black Wind Mountain bandits already knew that an evolver had sneaked in. 20 or 30 of them stood back to back in a circle, nervously on guard against the elusive evolver. Retreat. I don't know which general shouted, and the bandits on the position leaned on each other and withdrew from the position in an orderly manner. The tens of thousands of troops from the Nanzhou Kingdom at the foot of the mountain had also arrived. Li Yunpeng was covered in blood, and the commander's sword was dyed bright red. Wang Shi, you're lucky. When I come back, I will take your head. Before the enemy's armed helicopter arrived, Li Yunpeng jumped off the cliff, moved around on the protruding rocks, and reached the foot of the mountain in a short while. He followed the traces of the guards' retreat and quickly caught up with them. Just when they were about to catch up with the main force, fierce gunfire suddenly came from the front. Li Yunpeng climbed up and saw that it was the pursuing Nanzhou army and the guard army exchanging fire. The terrain was complex and no one had heavy firepower support. The soldiers of Nanzhou Kingdom finally caught up with the guard army and excitedly opened fire, but they did not expect to be fiercely counterattacked by the guard army soldiers. For a while, they were in a mess. The 4 armed helicopters in the sky were fighting each other and had no energy to take care of the ground troops. Do you really think my army is made of paper? Li Yunpeng cursed inwardly and jumped down from the high ground, just in time to face the defeated soldiers of Nanzhou Kingdom. Li Yunpeng instantly rushed into the fleeing soldiers and chopped down the scattered and fleeing enemy troops like cutting melons and vegetables. He cooperated with the guards' pursuit troops to completely wipe out this small force. Commander, you are finally back. Li Bai said excitedly. Well, it's a pity that we didn't find the bandit leader. We only killed 100 or so bandit soldiers to vent our anger. Li Bai said, Commander, when we get back, gather our troops and annihilate the Black Wind village and the Nanzhou army in one fell swoop. Li Yunpeng shook his head slightly. For the Black Wind village, the capital of Nanzhou has sent tens of thousands of troops. I believe there must be troops deployed in the surrounding settlements as well. If they take advantage of our city's emptiness and attack us directly, we will suffer a great loss. This. Li Bai was a little troubled. Haha, don't worry, I have my own way. Order the team to return to Moyang City and send more sentries out. Be careful of an ambush from the Nanzhou Kingdom. Yes. Li Bai immediately made arrangements. Li Yunpeng led more than 2,000 people and several wounded soldiers. They were cautious all the way and finally returned to Moyang City after a detour. Fortunately, there were many evolvers in the team, and they carried their wounded comrades as if they were walking on flat ground. Otherwise, they would never have escaped the siege of Nanzhou Kingdom so smoothly. Li Yunpeng returned to Moyang City and immediately called Li Qi over. Li Qi, arrange for your men to quickly identify all the small settlements around Wuzhou City. Don't let any of them go, no matter if they have 350 or 3,500 people. Even if it means robbing them, you must get them back. Yes, but will it have a negative impact on your reputation? Li Qi said with some concern. Reputation? My reputation outside isn't great to begin with. Am I afraid it'll get even worse? Just do it. Li Qi stood with his legs together and shouted, I guarantee that I will complete the mission. In the next few days, the legend of Li Yunpeng's brutality and ruthlessness spread throughout the surrounding area, and even Lu Jinghua took the opportunity to declare that he would enforce justice on the people and kill Li Yunpeng. Although the process was not very good, the effect was obvious. Whether it was the Wutong town trading market or the small settlement of 100 people hiding underground, they were all looted by the guards. People came to Moyang City with resentful eyes, and then their solid outlook on life was instantly shattered, and then they quickly integrated into the life of Moyang City. Li Yunpeng's devilish image was mostly spread by people who escaped during the roundup. The guard army conquered the land and gathered tens of thousands of people. Taking into account the existing population, the number is approaching 900,000. As long as Qin Xin brings his people to join them, they can meet the conditions for promotion to level 4. Thinking of this, Li Yunpeng became a little worried. Would the Southern States Congress spare the Taoyuan settlement? The answer was obviously no. Li Qi, assemble the troops. Li Yunpeng shouted. I was wondering why there had been no movement for several days, but I ignored this. It must be the Nanzhou Kingdom that is causing trouble. Reporting to the commander, a large force of Nanzhou troops has been spotted 5 kilometers away, trying to stop Chief Qin Xin and his men from surrendering. MMP, I knew it. You dare to cause trouble under my nose. You are really looking for death. Li Qi, hurry up, leave 10 squadrons to defend the city, and the whole army will attack. Yes. 5 kilometers away from Moyang City, on one side are the people of Taoyuan settlement who are poorly equipped and have their families with them. On the other side are nearly 10,000 fully armed troops of Nanzhou Kingdom, with more than 10 tanks lined up in a row. Chief Qin, don't be ungrateful. Originally, a small settlement like yours was not eligible to be invited by the king. Now that the Red Kiln has been destroyed, it is your turn to have such good things happen, said the commander of the army. Qin Xin tried to appease his indignant subordinates, then said, I am honored to be invited by the Lord, but I have already promised the Lord of Moyang City in advance, so it would be a shame to break my promise. Ha ha ha, are you talking about Li Yunpeng? He's a dying man, just fighting a desperate battle. I didn't expect you to be so short-sighted. Do you think the army the king sent is only mine? I'm not afraid to tell you that Moyang City will become an isolated island and be eaten away step by step. Do you want to die with him? Everyone in the Taoyuan settlement looked at each other in bewilderment after hearing these words. Qin Xion's expression changed from gloomy to bright, and he seemed to be going through some kind of struggle in his heart. For a man like him, any decision was not for himself. He had to consider the fate of the 100,000 people behind him. Under the arrogant gaze of the military commander and the expectant eyes of 100,000 people, Qin Xion made a decision that was not worthy of himself, but was unworthy of Li Yunpeng. Chapter 184 The Choice of Taoyuan Survivors. Thank you all for your kindness in electing me as the leader of the Taoyuan settlement. Since the day I was elected, I have been working tirelessly for everyone's survival. Although I haven't done everything perfectly along the way, I have tried my best. Now I am faced with a major decision. It is up to me whether to go or stay. I promised City Lord Li Yunpeng that I must fulfill the agreement. We will see each other again in the rivers and lakes. Qin Xion said resolutely. The crowd immediately started talking, and for a moment they were at a loss as to what to do. Chief Qin, I don't like this Nanzhou Kingdom. A burly, dark-skinned man stepped out and stood beside Qin Xion. Ernie, what are you doing? This is my own choice. Qin Xion persuaded. After all, choosing Moyang City would involve higher risks. Hee hee, I'll accompany you through mountains of swords and seas of fire. You? Qin Xian felt like something was stuck in his throat, and he was unable to speak for a moment. Chief Qin, I'm going with you too. I'll go with you. Surprisingly, quite a few people responded, and Qin Xian's heart instantly felt warm. His selfless efforts were not in vain. There were still some people who were willing to follow him until death. Okay, then let's head to Muang City together. Qin Xian took a rough look and found that about 1/3 of the people were willing to follow him, which could be considered as an explanation to Li Yunpeng. Ha! The Southern State Army commander laughed uncontrollably, as if he had just witnessed the most ridiculous thing in the world. You are too naive. You think we are now before the end of the world? You are still playing this game of voluntary choice with me. Let me tell you, in this world, there is no choice. We have been ordered to seal off Muang City. How could we let you join in? What do you mean? Qin Xian glared at him. Isn't this obvious enough? Either join the Nanzhou kingdom honestly, or die. Hiss. When the beast bared its fangs, people felt the pressure deeply and couldn't help but gasp. Qin Xian's face flushed red. He was a second-level primary evolver. If he wasn't afraid that the fight would harm civilians, he really wanted to take the officer hostage when he was off guard. What? Chief Qin is not convinced and looks like he wants to hit me. The officer challenged. Snort. Qin Xian glared at him but didn't say anything. The Nanzhou army commander took off his gloves, took 2 steps forward, and said, I'll give you a chance. Defeat me, and I'll let all of you go. Qin Xian's eyes lit up. He was just worried that he wouldn't have the chance to punish this person. Are you serious? Stop talking nonsense. Do you have a choice? Qin Xian thought, no matter what, I'll just have to fight him first, otherwise it will be difficult to get rid of the anger in my heart. The 2 men took up their positions in the open area, in the middle. Qin Xian had just stood still when the opponent's fist hit him in the face. He dodged hurriedly, but because he lost the initiative, he fell into a disadvantage from the start. The commander of the Nanzhou army was indeed no pushover. His evolutionary level was obviously higher than Qin Xian's. After more than a dozen rounds of fierce fighting, he kicked Qin Xian to the ground. Good. Cheers erupted from the Nanzhou army, while the people of the Taoyuan settlement were dejected. Ernie stepped forward to help Qin Xian up, staring at the officer angrily with his big eyes. Boy, aren't you convinced? Do you want to have a fight too? Qin Xian quickly stopped Ernie, who was about to step forward. You are no match for him. Humph. The Nanzhou state's chief gave Ernie a contemptuous look, then said arrogantly, You can't win the fight, so just go back to where you came from and wait for Nanzhou state's unified arrangements. Qin Xian gritted his teeth and looked towards the direction of Muang City, sighing unwillingly. He didn't know whether the guards could discover the situation here at this distance. After hesitating for a long time without seeing anyone coming, he had to lead people back to Taoyuan settlement in disappointment. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a violent explosion occurred in the Nanzhou National Army, and several trucks turned into fireballs. Back off. Get down. Qin Xian shouted, and immediately called on people to keep a distance from the Nanzhou army and find cover to hide. Boom. The Nanzhou army was dumbfounded. There were dense black dots in the sky, coming from far away. It was a cluster of dozens of armed helicopters attacking. More than 100 tanks on the ground formed a black line and rushed forward, with flames spewing out of their barrels from time to time. Shit. Run. The officer shouted subconsciously, then looked up at the sky, feeling something was wrong. He knew he couldn't escape the situation, so he quickly changed his tone and shouted, Kidnap the people from the Taoyuan settlement for me. He immediately saw where the opportunity lay. Since these people had fled to Muang City, kidnapping them would at least make the guards cautious. However, dozens of armed helicopters flew directly over the heads of the Nanzhou army, isolating them from the people of the Taoyuan settlement. Machine gun bullets rained down like heavy rain, making the Nanzhou soldiers scream in pain. The people of Taoyuan settlement were collectively petrified. Fuck, is this the power of Muang City? Can Nanzhou state defeat Muang City? I don't believe it. With this kind of firepower, I'm afraid no one can survive. I'd better join Muang City. Only a fool would create such an opponent for himself. Fuck, this is too exciting. I can't hold it anymore. Where's the toilet? The people in Taoyuan settlement were enjoying the scene, but the soldiers of Nanzhou Kingdom were in an extremely terrifying situation. Smoke and dust were everywhere around them, and explosions were heard continuously. Their comrades fell to the ground in a hail of bullets, and bodies torn apart by heavy machine guns were flying in the air. Blood mist filled the battlefield and mixed with the smoke and dust. It was like a hell on earth was taking shape. The army of nearly 10,000 people was almost wiped out in less than half an hour. Only 100 or so people escaped, but they were quickly killed by the guards guarding the surrounding area. When Xiao He, who was as strong as an ox, threw the bruised and battered governor of Nanzhou Kingdom in front of Li Yunpeng, the battle was basically over. The officer supported himself on the ground with one hand and reached out to Li Yunpeng with the other, his eyes full of a desire to survive. Li Yunpeng stretched out his right hand. Li Dun understood and put the pistol in Li Yunpeng's hand. Bang! Qin Xian ran up to Li Yunpeng and glanced at the Nanzhou officer lying on the ground with his head shot out. Lord City Lord, it's a good thing you arrived in time. Otherwise, I really don't know what to do. Thank you for your hard work along the way. Li Yunpeng said sincerely. It wasn't hard. Although there were some setbacks, the result was good. Li Yunpeng patted him on the shoulder and said to the people of Taoyuan settlement behind him, you have all gone through hardships and difficulties and worked hard. Now that we have arrived in Moyang City, we are one family. I will do my best to protect everyone's safety. From now on, as long as I, Li Yunpeng, have something to eat, I will never let you go hungry. Good. Listen to what they say. They are 100 times more powerful than the Nanzhou Kingdom of the past. The Lord City Lord is mighty. No, I can't hold it anymore. Chapter 185 Level 4 Base Vehicle. When the people of Taoyuan settlement walked into the city, the long-awaited system prompt finally sounded. System, congratulations, your population exceeds 1 million, meeting the requirements for upgrading to a Level 4 base. Would you like to upgrade immediately? Li Yunpeng said proudly. Upgrade immediately. System, sorry, not enough points. Li Yunpeng. Puff. Damn my waist. Li Yunpeng was startled by the system and quickly checked the points panel. There were more than 10 million points left, and the upgrade required 20 million. It's a small matter. Li Yunpeng was impatient. After arranging for the reception of the people from Taoyuan settlement, he took Xiao He and ran towards Wuzhou City. The evolved zombies in the suburbs were in bad luck. A man and a dog chased and hacked at a group of evolved zombies. The originally silent suburbs of Wuzhou were thrown into chaos by them. Seeing that they were about to alarm the third-level zombies in the center of the city, Li Yunpeng retreated decisively. When he looked at the points panel again, 30 million points were lying on it. Heisey, go, let's go. Li Yunpeng harvested a large number of points and evolution crystals, and Xiao He ate until his belly was full. The man and the dog returned to Moyang City contentedly. System, upgrade the base tank to level 4. Li Yunpeng said anxiously. System, if the conditions are met, the base vehicle level will be upgraded to level 4. The transmogrification level will be +1. The electromagnetic power plant will be unlocked, and existing buildings can be upgraded to level 4. Oh shit, there's a power plant. Li Yunpeng was extremely excited. Electricity represents power and is closely related to production and life. It can not only expand the scale of industrial production, but also improve people's lives, which will make them more hopeful and increase their enthusiasm for work. The electricity consumption in the base had already reached full capacity. Even after 8 o'clock in the evening, the lights in the residential area had to be turned off to save electricity for the underground fortifications and military factories. At this time, except for the military industrial area and underground fortifications, other places would be plunged into darkness, with very few lights on. Li Yunpeng immediately built 2 electromagnetic power plants in the military zone, and the city of Moyang instantly became brightly lit. All the lights that had been on every 3 days before were now lit up. The entire Moyang city was illuminated by bright lights, like a city before the end of the world. In the residential area, many elderly people who were not suitable for heavy labor were doing handicrafts with kerosene lamps. Suddenly, the whole room was illuminated by a bright white light, which made the elderly people's eyes a little uncomfortable. Hey, we have electricity. Old Li, come out and see, the whole Moyang city is lit up. As the lights in the city came on, people rushed to their windows and doors, discussing excitedly. Ah, it feels like we're living in the pre-apocalyptic world. That's right. Light represents hope. Our Moyang city has sufficient electricity and will surely become stronger and stronger. Many people cried with excitement when they saw the gorgeous night view. The soldiers and civilians of Moyang City have paid so much blood and sweat to create today's prosperity. The scene before them not only makes them full of hope for tomorrow, but also commemorates the great sacrifices who fell on the eve of the arrival of light. The people in Taoyuan settlement were even more surprised. Their entire settlement only had a few old generators, and they had to be used in emergencies. In the past, light meant danger to them, but now, the sight of bright lights made people feel indescribably at ease, and they were even more grateful and respectful to Qin Exin, Moyang City, and Li Yunpeng. Ouch! People came out of their homes and cheered wildly in the streets. The guards were now strong and powerful, and were not afraid that the noise would attract zombies. Li Yunpeng stood on the terrace of his villa on the top of the mountain, looked at the boiling ocean below the mountain, and smiled knowingly. Then he focused his attention on upgrading other buildings. Upgrade all buildings to the highest level. Li Yunpeng ordered in his mind. System, the barracks upgrade is complete and the current level is level 4. The upper limit of the number of guards that can be summoned is increased to 50,000, and the hero level character, Tanya, is unlocked. Tanya, an ace member of the Special Forces, she is proficient in 15 methods of killing with bare hands, proficient in various firearms, and good at blasting, camouflage, swimming, etc. Fuck, so awesome. Li Yunpeng was ecstatic. If he could sneak into the enemy army and blow up all the heavy weapons, then there would be no point in fighting. He could just declare surrender. Let Tanya come to see me, Li Yunpeng ordered. More than 10 minutes later, Li Dun brought Tanya to Li Yunpeng. She was wearing a belly-exposed tactical vest, light green camouflage pants, 2 special pistols on her hips, and a black square in her hand. She had long curly golden hair, delicate and three-dimensional facial features, red lips and white teeth, and was sexy and enchanting. Greetings, respected commander, Tanya said in a charming and gentle voice. Ahem. Hello, could you please put down the things in your hands while you are talking? It feels uncomfortable to keep shaking them. Li Yunpeng said. Oh, yes, my lord commander. This is C4, my favorite. But for you, I am willing to put it away. What? Li Yunpeng shuddered. You're playing with C4 high explosives? Well, next time you come to see me, you don't need to bring C4. Are you kidding? Such a small piece of C4 can blow down half a villa. If it is installed under a tank, it can be directly scrapped. As long as there are enough of them, this thing can even sink an aircraft carrier. Okay, dear commander, as you wish. Tanya said. Brother Peng, who is this young lady? Wang Shiyan just came back and saw a charming and beautiful woman standing in front of Li Yunpeng and asked angrily. This is my subordinate. Her name is Tanya. Li Yunpeng said. Tanya? She's obviously a foreign girl. Why is her last name Tan? Wang Shiyan muttered, then extended her hand openly. Hello, Miss Tan. Li Yunpeng. Hello, beautiful lady. I'm Tanya Adams. Wang Shiyan blushed instantly. It turned out that the person's last name was Adams. Sorry, I thought you had a Chinese name. Is that a gift box in your hand? Can you show it to me? Tanya was about to hand the C4 to Wang Shiyan when Li Yunpeng rushed over and interrupted her. Stop. Hey, Tanya, go back first. I'll call you if anything happens. Yes, commander. Tanya gave Li Yunpeng a charming look and turned away. Brother Peng, why are you chasing them away? Wang Shiyan said. You're still asking if you can just play with strange things? She's holding high explosives. Wang Shiyan was stunned with fear. She could never have imagined that such a beautiful woman with a charming personality would actually hold a piece of explosives in her hand. This was too wild. Shiyan, go upstairs first. I have some things to take care of here. Okay. Wang Shiyan kissed him lightly on the face and walked upstairs with light steps. Li Yunpeng then checked the system panel and found that the war factory had been upgraded to level 4, unlocking a new piece of equipment. Li Yunpeng jumped up from his chair with excitement. Chapter 186 V3 Rocket Launcher. Level 4 War Factory unlocks equipment. V3 rocket launcher set, including rocket launcher and ammunition loader. The V3 rocket has a diameter of 0.7 meters, a total length of 6.5 meters, a range of 200 kilometers, and carries 900 kilograms of high explosives. It can destroy bridges, radars, and other large military facilities with one shot. The ammunition loader is equipped with a fully automatic robotic arm and can carry 6 V3 rockets. It can load V3 rockets into the rocket launcher within 2 minutes. Li Yunpeng's eyes were full of stars. He ignored the exchange fee of 1 million points per set and shouted, I'm going to heaven. The War Factory upgrade came with a set of V3 rocket launch vehicles. Li Yunpeng ran towards the military area in a hurry. Li Dun and others drove behind him, but couldn't catch up. The War Factory became unusually tall after the upgrade. Li Yunpeng could see the legendary V3 rocket launcher parked at the door from a distance. It looked like a heavy truck with a V3 rocket on the body pointing obliquely to the sky, looking majestic and domineering. Following behind was a wide ammunition loader with a sturdy, fully automatic robotic arm in the middle. 6 V3 rockets were neatly stacked in 3 layers on it. Overwhelmed by the immense feeling of happiness, Li Yunpeng excitedly touched his pocket and realized that he was in the end times and couldn't post on WeChat moments. The soldiers nearby also had fanatical eyes, looking at this powerful weapon from afar and commenting on it. Commander, do we have rockets? Li Qi did not have the demeanor of a general at all. His mouth was glistening and his face was flushed. That's right, This is our trump card. Black Wind Village, Nanzhou Kingdom. Wait for your death. Li Yunpeng circled the V3 rocket launcher for more than 10 times, calming down a little. Li Qi, go, figure it out, and fire a rocket towards Black Wind Village for me. Yes. Li Qi, along with his guards, boarded the cab, which was also the V3 rocket launch control center, and began to explore. As a third-level captain, he had sufficient theoretical knowledge. He only needed to familiarize himself with it through practice and, by the way, train a rocket launch crew. Li Yunpeng took advantage of this period of time to upgrade the arsenal as well. The V3 rockets appeared in the redemption list, and 10,000 points per rocket was a bargain in his opinion. Li Qi was extremely fast. In less than half an hour, he jumped out of the car with an excited look on his face. Report to the commander. Everything is ready, and we can launch at any time. Okay, can you hit the Black Wind Village with one shot? Li Qi thought for a moment and said, the onboard radar can lock onto it, but the distance is close to its limit. If it gets closer, there will definitely be no problem. Okay, go 30 miles out of the city and destroy the Black Wind Village. The guards wrapped the rocket with military tarpaulin, making it look like a tanker truck. Li Yunpeng directly climbed into the cab of the rocket launcher and drove out of the city. In a valley 30 miles away from Moyang City, the V3 rocket slowly rose and adjusted to about 60 or 70 degrees before stopping. Report to the commander. The target has been locked, requesting launch. Li Qi said loudly. Well, you have to aim carefully and don't fall into the civilian area behind the Black Wind Village. Li Yunpeng warned. If this kind of weapon of mass destruction were to fall into a densely populated area, it would surely cause hundreds or even thousands of casualties. Don't worry, Commander. There will be no problem. All the parameters have been adjusted to perfection. The landing error will not exceed 20 meters. Okay, fire. Yes. Li Qi saluted energetically, turned around and ran back to the rocket launcher, and suddenly pressed the round red button in the middle. Flames suddenly spurted out from the tail of the V3 rocket. Smoke and dust rose around the vehicle body. Solid fuel was sprayed rapidly, making a loud noise, and it flew into the sky in an instant. After a few seconds, only a bright spot could be seen moving at high speed in the air. Li Yunpeng was still not satisfied. Reload, and fire the remaining 6 rounds. Yes. The loader stopped aside, and the robotic arm steadily grabbed a rocket and accurately installed it on the rocket launcher. The whole process took only more than a minute. Continuous fire. Li Yunpeng ordered. Rockets shot into the air, whistling into the distance, and disappeared from sight. Wang Shi was taking the garrison commanders of Nanzhou State on a tour, accompanied by some beautiful women with sweet voices and graceful figures. Captain Liu, do you think the scenery of Black Wind Village is pretty good? Commander Liu touched the beautiful woman next to him and said with a lewd smile, Huh, not bad, not bad. If the Lord hadn't summoned me, I really wouldn't want to leave here, said Wang Shi. This is absolutely true. Although the stage of Nanzhou Kingdom is bigger, it is not as straightforward as being the king of the mountain in Haifeng's High. The days of having the final say are coming to an end. Commander Liu's face suddenly darkened. Captain Wang, please don't harbor any inappropriate thoughts. If the Lord gets angry, you might lose your life. There's nothing he can't get. Hee, I dare not, I dare not. I just feel a little emotional. Look at my Black Wind Village. I spent a lot of effort to build it. The lives paid for it are more than 1,000. Wow. Shooting star. Suddenly, a woman pointed at the sky and shouted. It's broad daylight. Where did the meteor come from? Don't make trouble. Commander Liu scolded. Really look. Everyone looked in the direction she pointed and saw a light in the sky, flying towards them rapidly. What is this? Wang Shi asked in confusion. Commander Liu's eyes widened, and it was not until a sharp sound of cutting through the air was heard that he confirmed his thoughts. Fuck missiles. The reason why you see the light first and then hear the sound is because the V3 rocket is flying at supersonic speed. Missile. Wang Shi was stunned. Get down. Commander Liu dragged Wang Shi into the ditch nearby. Boom. A huge explosion sounded, and the earth shook instantly. Rubble rolled down from the surrounding rock walls, and Black Wind Village instantly turned into a sea of fire. My stronghold. Wang Shi brushed off the dust on his head and howled heart-wrenchingly. Puke. Commander Liu's mouth was full of dust. He couldn't help but feel scared at the tragic scene before him. Seeing Wang Shi's useless look, he cursed. What are you yelling about? I'm going to die sooner or later. Fortunately, I got out, otherwise I would be fucking dead. Meteor. The woman who had just discovered the rocket screamed again. Commander Liu reached out and slapped her. Fuck you, you jinx. Then he reflexively looked in that direction. Fuck. Another one run. After saying that, He ignored everyone else and ran down the mountain desperately. Boom! Although he was not near the explosion site, Wang Shi was shocked and struggled to follow Commander Lu down the mountain. Boom! The explosions were like hitting Wang Shi's heart. Even though he was about to leave, this was the stronghold he had built with his own hands, representing the pinnacle of his life. Watching the Black Wind stronghold destroyed in an instant, his heart seemed to be bleeding. Chapter 187: The Power of V3 Rockets. Wang Shi ran down the mountain and looked back. Haifeng's High had turned into a sea of fire, with thick smoke rising into the sky, covering a large area of the sky. He sat on the ground in despair, not because he felt sorry for the stronghold he had built, but because it was his reliance. Among the nearly 10,000 bandits, who knew how many could survive. Without these people, he would be of almost no value to Lu Xinghua, and it is likely that none of the many benefits promised before would be fulfilled. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. A group of people ran down the mountain, about 20 or 30 of them, all covered in dust and dirt, with traces of blood on their noses and ears. Wang Shi stepped forward and grabbed one person by the collar. Where are the others? What happened? My king, it's all gone, it's all gone. Woo! The man knelt on the ground, crying loudly. Wang Shi felt his head buzzing, and he almost lost his balance. It's over, it's all over. Commander Lu looked at the distraught Wang Shi, his lips curled slightly, and he snorted in his heart. Damn it! I spent so much effort to take down the Black Wind stronghold, and it was destroyed in the blink of an eye. How can I explain this to the king when I get back? Wang Shi paused for a moment, then suddenly hugged Commander Lu's thighs and cried, Brother Lu, it must be Li Yunpeng. You have to make the decision for me. Commander Lu showed impatience, but he had to say perfunctorily, Don't worry, I will avenge you after I find out the truth. Wang Shi wiped his tears and said happily, Really? Commander Lu pulled his thigh free, casually replied, Really? And turned to walk away, scorning him in his heart. Useless piece of shit. How the hell can I beat someone with missiles? But was this missile really launched by Li Yunpeng? There's no military district near Moyang City, so how could he have gotten a missile? Commander Lu was puzzled. He would never think that Li Yunpeng had made it himself. That required a complete industrial system. Before the end of the world, most countries on this planet could not manufacture missiles independently, let alone a small Moyang City. Wang Shi waited at the foot of the mountain until dark. Seeing that no more missiles fell, he went up the mountain in fear to check the situation in Haifeng village. What he saw were collapsed houses, scorched earth, and a large number of carbonized body fragments scattered among them. He couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Why did he provoke Li Yunpeng? He would rather fight against the Nanzhou army than face this invisible killing move. But now there is no way out. He can only cling to the thigh of Nanzhou Kingdom. How could he not see the change in Chief Lu's attitude? But he could only pretend not to see it. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is now a stray dog wagging its tail and begging for mercy. If he lost the protection of Nanzhou Kingdom, Li Yunpeng would definitely kill him with the dozens of defeated soldiers under his command. Well, Wang Shi sighed, turned around and walked towards the civilian settlement behind the Black Wind village. Comforting these untouchables should be considered some achievement. In Moyang City, Li Yunpeng was in high spirits. All 7 V3 rockets hit the target accurately. He could imagine the tragic scene in Haifeng village. He finally avenged the guards who died there. Lord City Lord, I see you look very radiant today. Is there any good news? Qin Xingong asked curiously when he met Li Yunpeng. Ha ha ha. Happy event, great happy event. Oh, would you mind telling me about it? Qin Xin was very interested. Although they had not known each other for a long time, Li Yunpeng usually did not show his emotions on his face. So what was the thing that could make him happy from the bottom of his heart? Li Yunpeng said, The Black Wind village that you have a grudge against has now turned into a sea of fire. How about that? Are you happy? Who would have thought that upon hearing this? Qin Xin was immediately shocked. When did this happen? Li Yunpeng was stunned. Why did he have such an expression when his enemy was in trouble? Just a short while ago. Oh, Qin Xin stamped his feet and beat his chest. My wife is in Black Wind village. What? Your wife is in Haifeng's High? Li Yunpeng asked hurriedly. Qin Xin said dejectedly. My wife led the survivors to collect supplies, but they were kidnapped by Wang Shi and his men. They threatened me to lead the people of Taoyuan settlement to join the Black Wind village. I couldn't bear to see 100,000 people enter the Devil's Lair, so I have been in a stalemate in negotiations with Wang Shi. Fuck, why didn't you say so earlier? At this point, it is too late to regret. If the body is affected by the explosion, it is not certain that it will be found. We can only pray that Qin Xin's wife is in the settlement at the foot of the mountain and can escape. No, I want to go to Black Wind village. I want to see him alive or dead. Qin Xian turned around and was about to leave. Wait, isn't it tantamount to seeking death if you go there? There are troops from Nanzhou Kingdom stationed in Haifeng's High. Li Yunpeng said. I have found a home for the people of Taoyuan settlement. I cannot let my wife down again. Even if I die, I want to die with her. Qin Xian said resolutely. Okay, just wait here. I'll send someone over. If she's alive, I promise to bring her back to you. But, Li Yunpeng interrupted him and said, But? If you go there, not only will you not be able to bring the person back, you will also be killed. After much persuasion, Qin Xian was finally calmed down. Li Yunpeng ordered someone to call Tanya over, as she was the most suitable person for this kind of thing. After a while, Tanya came to Li Yunpeng with a combat bag on her back. Dear Commander, do you have any mission? I am happy to serve you. Li Yunpeng was relieved to see that she didn't have the C4 in her hand this time. It seemed that this wild horse could also be obedient sometimes. I do have a mission for you. Here is a map of Black Wind Village and a photo of a woman. You must go there to investigate her and bring her back if she's still alive. Tanya took the map and photos, looked at them carefully, and said, No problem, just wait for news of my victorious return. Yeah. Li Yunpeng nodded with satisfaction. Why are you carrying such a big bag? This is a hidden rescue mission. Tanya smiled and took off her backpack and opened it. Look, this is the C4 explosives I made. It's just in time for me to bring them a great gift when I go to Black Wind Village this time. Li Yunpeng was speechless. Just when I thought you were obedient, you did this to me. Is this C4 high explosive, a 3-no product, reliable? If something goes wrong with such a big bag, a part of the mountain will be blown off. Commander, if you have no other instructions, I will set off for Black Wind Village. Tanya seemed not to notice Li Yunpeng's shocked expression. Ahem, go ahead. If it's not necessary, try not to kill or injure civilians. Of course, if your life is threatened, you are not restricted by this order. Li Yunpeng said. Tanya is the only hero, there is only one, and if she dies, she is gone. Okay, Commander, with what you said, I don't have to worry about anything anymore. Li Yunpeng. No matter how I hear this sentence, it feels like something is not right. Chapter 188 Miracle. After Tanya left, Li Yunpeng remembered that the Air Force Command had not been upgraded yet, so he quickly called up the system panel and upgraded it to level 4. Air Force Headquarters, a level 4 building, unlocks the Black Hawk fighter. The Black Hawk fighter is a light fighter equipped with two 30mm machine guns, a maximum combat radius of 600 kilometers, and a maximum speed of 1.77 Mach. Although it is not a very advanced fighter, Li Yunpeng is still very satisfied. At least he no longer has to use the armed helicopter converted from a transport plane to fight the enemy. There is no missile system now, but it should be unlocked in the future upgrades. Li Yunpeng, who was used to seeing all kinds of news about the 4th-generation heavy fighter jets in his previous life, quickly controlled his excitement and began to check the upgrade properties of the city wall. The 4th-level city wall is 20 meters high and 10 meters wide, and the material has been upgraded to reinforced concrete structure. Fuck, this is awesome. Li Yunpeng thought that after upgrading to level 4, the height would increase from the current 10 meters to 15 meters, but he didn't expect it to be directly 20 meters. If calculated according to the height of a standard building, it is close to 7 floors. It's becoming more and more like a big city. Li Yunpeng felt emotional in his heart. The 20-meter high and 10-meter thick reinforced concrete city wall was difficult to penetrate by ordinary artillery. He no longer had to worry about the artillery attack from the Nanzhou Kingdom. Thousands of words finally come down to one word. Awesome. Li Yunpeng was very excited, but he still suppressed the desire to upgrade immediately. The Moyang city with a population of 1 million was now overcrowded. If it were not for the rapid progress of underground fortifications, the ground would not be able to accommodate such a large population. The city wall with a side length of 5 kilometers can no longer meet the development needs of Moyang City, so he plans to reclaim the existing city wall in the dead of night and redraw a new city wall, which is tentatively set to be 10 kilometers in length. After the barracks was upgraded to level 4, the upper limit of troops was increased to 50,000. Li Yunpeng reserved funds for the expansion of the city wall and used the remaining 10 million points directly to summon 10,000 guard soldiers. The summoning speed of the 4th-level barracks is 48 guard soldiers per hour. It will take more than 10 days to complete the summoning. Li Yunpeng is not in a hurry. He just takes advantage of this time to go to Wuzhou City to earn some points. He hopes to accumulate 30 million points after the summoning of 10,000 soldiers is completed. The city of Moyang originally had only army units, but now it has gradually developed an air force. Li Yunpeng is very proud of himself. Now that he has an army and an air force, how far will the navy be? He was in high spirits, and the direct result was that the bed creaked until late at night. Wang Shiyan fell into a deep sleep, exhausted. Li Yunpeng, wearing a velvet robe, walked out of the bedroom and went to the terrace to light a cigarette. The cold air made the smoke in his mouth particularly refreshing. After burning out a cigarette, Li Yunpeng looked at the time. It was 2 o'clock in the morning. The streets of the entire Moyang city were still brightly lit, but people had fallen into a deep sleep. Only in the underground fortifications were there still a large number of workers working. Reclaim the city wall. Li Yunpeng muttered to himself. The huge city walls gradually disappeared, and the soldiers and equipment slowly fell to the ground. The slight noise did not wake up the sleeping people. Build the wall. Li Yunpeng redrawn a city wall in his mind with a side length of 10 kilometers. Boom. The sudden appearance of the billion-ton building shook the earth, and many people sleeping in the beds were thrown to the ground. Oh shit, there's an earthquake. Hurry, wake up, there's an earthquake. People quickly woke up their companions and ran out of the room frantically. People working in the underground fortifications also rushed out one after another. But when everyone came out and saw it, they were stunned. What's going on? Where's the city wall? What the hell? Even if a wall that big collapses, there will be piles of rubble. The newcomers looked as if they had seen a ghost. Hey, I thought it was an earthquake. Everyone, let's go back to sleep, said a native resident of Moyang City. The newcomers asked curiously, how can you still sleep after such a big thing happened? The old resident yawned and said, you don't understand. Just get used to it. Whenever something strange like this happens, it means our Moyang City is bigger, the walls are higher, and the military is stronger. Go back to sleep quickly and don't delay tomorrow's work. Most of the natives said so, but the newcomers were still skeptical. Some did not dare to go back to sleep until they heard snoring sounds from the house. Some of them who could not bear it any longer gritted their teeth and returned. The next morning, people who had endured all night got up early and rushed out of the house. Fuck, that. Is that a city wall in the distance? Even the natives of Moyang City were a little unsure. At this time, the morning mist was curling up and the distance was quite far, so it was not very clear. Yes, that should be it. Let's guess here, and then we'll know when we run over and take a look. People who got up early in the morning did not rush to the canteen first, but walked towards the city wall in all directions. The people who arrived at the foot of the city wall were collectively stunned. Was this still the familiar Moyang City? The area had expanded several times overnight, and the city wall had doubled in size. This was simply a miracle. In the next few days, the natives of Moyang City conveyed the story of Li Yunpeng's myth to the newcomers in full. Word of mouth spread like wildfire, and gradually everyone accepted the statement that Li Yunpeng was a god who had descended to earth. Even many people who were obsessed with it would immediately kowtow 3 times and bow 9 times when they saw Li Yunpeng, which made him feel uncomfortable. He called Zhang Tao over and criticized him severely. Then the law enforcement team arrested thousands of people and forced them to sweep public toilets, which gradually stopped this trend. There are many things to talk about in Moyang City, and the whole city exudes vitality and hope. However, the situation in the Haifengshai settlement 200 kilometers away was completely different. The people looked dazed and were living in dire straits. Wang Shi's men were almost all wiped out, so he forcibly conscripted able-bodied men from the civilian population in an attempt to rebuild his armed forces, thus gaining the attention of Lu Jinghua. But his approach was tantamount to drinking poison to quench thirst. The thousands of new soldiers who were cobbled together were holding bamboo poles and wooden sticks in their hands, with dull expressions and no fighting spirit. Wang Shi knew that these people were not even qualified to be bandits, let alone soldiers. But what could he do? All the weapons and ammunition he obtained from Nanzhou Kingdom were destroyed. He only had dozens of guns in his hands, and they had to use them to threaten these weak young men. Wang Shi, who felt that his future was bleak, did not notice that an ordinary-looking young man had appeared in the Black Wind Village settlement at some point. This man wore the standard military cap of the Black Wind Village, had an ordinary appearance, and was dressed in a tattered military uniform, looking exactly the same as the thousands of new soldiers. There is a dungeon in the settlement, which holds the poor people who have offended those in power. After the Black Wind Village was attacked, a young woman was transferred into cell number 0 and was watched over by bandits day and night, never leaving their side. Chapter 189, An Ordinary Man. Brothers, I have some hidden goods here, specially brought them to you as a gift. The young man sneaked into the dungeon and came to the door of cell number 0, saying flatteringly. The men guarding the door were all Wang Shi's direct subordinates, and were also the ones who escaped the airstrike on Black Wind Village. Seeing a new soldier approaching with a basket in his hand, they instinctively became wary and pointed their guns at him, asking, "What is that?" The young man was frightened when the gun was pointed at him and screamed, "Hey, brother, don't shoot. There are some good wine and cigarettes in here." When they heard that it was cigarettes and alcohol, greed flashed across the faces of several guards, and they pretended to be serious and said, "Open it." The young man timidly lifted the coarse cloth covering the basket, revealing what was inside. The guard immediately smiled happily. 5 bottles of Fétian and 3 packs of Blue Dragon cigarettes. These were all top-quality goods. The gun pointed at the young man naturally returned to the guard's back when he saw the cigarettes and alcohol. "That's fine, little brother. Where did these good things come from? I haven't even drunk Fétian before the end of the world. Yeah, I can only afford 2 packs of Blue Dragon cigarettes with my monthly salary. I can't bear to smoke them at all," the young man said shyly. "Hey, I hid these secretly when I was out looking for supplies. Now, I'm bringing them out for you guys to try." No problem, little brother. I see you just joined the Black Wind Army not long ago. I understand what you mean. Don't worry. Although we were just small fry before, we have now become the favorites of the village chief Wang. If you hang out with me in the future, I guarantee you will have a good life." The young man was delighted when he heard this. "Okay, I feel relieved now that you said that." The guard opened the cigarettes and scattered them around. He had already ordered people to prepare some snacks. The sight of the delicious wine in front of him made his mouth water. In fact, there was nothing good in the settlement. Some braised eggs, peanuts, pickled peppers, and spicy bamboo shoots were considered top-notch appetizers. After opening a bottle of Fétian, the aroma of wine immediately filled the air. The guard carefully held the bottle, poured a tail of wine for each person, and put it down gently, as if he was protecting a rare treasure. "Come on, thanks to my little brother, we can enjoy a good meal and wine today. Cheers." "Drop," everyone said in unison, then drank the wine in the cup. The young man wiped his mouth and said, "This stuff is too spicy. It doesn't taste good at all." "Ha ha ha ha." The guard burst into laughter. "Little brother, this is why you don't know how to enjoy it." After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, everyone was a little tipsy, except for this young man, who seemed neither drunk nor drunk. Although his body was shaking, there was a barely noticeable clarity in his eyes. "Brothers, you are all highly regarded by the village chief, so why are you serving as jailers here?" "Bullshit." A guard slammed the table and said drunkenly, "Do you know who's imprisoned in here? This is the most important person to Village Master Wang. Otherwise, would you send us guys to guard him day and night?" "Oh, who can be so valued by Village Leader Wang?" asked the young man. "For the sake of your few bottles of good wine, I'll tell you a few things, but you can't tell anyone else." "Don't worry, I will be with you guys from now on. How can I tell anyone about this?" "Yes." The guard patted the young man's shoulder and said, "Inside is the wife of the leader of the Taoyuan settlement." The young man's eyes flashed, and he asked, "Imprisoning someone else's wife? How important is she?" "You know nothing, kid. You'll learn slowly in the future." Even before the airstrike, this person was already very important. Village Chief Wang has been using her to threaten the leader of the Taoyuan settlement to surrender, but before they could reach an agreement, our village met with an unexpected disaster. Now this person is even more important. Village Chief Wang heard that the leader of the Taoyuan settlement, Qin Xian, had surrendered to Muang City. If this person is used well, she can save Village Chief Wang's life at a critical moment. Do you think she is important? Oh, so that's the case. Then she's a woman. Why didn't we let Village Chief Wang and his brothers enjoy her first? Asked the young man. Hee, I didn't realize you're not that old. It turns out we're all from the same business. But I have to warn you, brother. You can play with any woman in the settlement, but you can't touch this person. Even Village Chief Wang hasn't touched her. When the young man heard this, he cleared his confused state, slowly stood up, and walked towards cell number 0. Hey, brother. Although we have a good relationship, we will never allow you to do anything reckless. The guards quickly stopped him. The young man suddenly changed his attitude and turned around with a cold smile. You ignorant people, you think you can get involved with me? What? You? The guards instinctively felt something was wrong because of the young man who looked like 2 different people before and after. However, their whole bodies were sore that they couldn't even lift their guns. This wine is problematic. But you drank it too? Of course there's nothing wrong with the alcohol, but these cigarettes are indeed processed. Chuckle. This ordinary-looking young man suddenly let out a charming woman's laugh. The guards, filled with regret, collapsed on the table, unable to move a finger. The young man used the key to open the door of cell number 0. There was a woman sitting on the chair in the middle of the cell. It was Qin Xian's wife Wang Yun. She was also drowsy at this time. The young man took out a plastic bottle from his pocket, poured out a pill, and stuffed it into Wang Yun's mouth. 2 minutes later, she woke up slowly. Who are you? Chill. I'm the one who's going to get you out. Wang Yun was stunned. The person in front of her looked like a man, but spoke with a female voice. Could he be a woman disguised as a man? Thinking that things couldn't get any worse than they were now, she decided to follow him. The two of them left cell number 0. The air outside was thick with the smell of secondhand smoke. The young man lit up all the unopened cigarettes, and the entire dungeon was suddenly filled with smoke. He took out the small medicine bottle from before and stuffed it into Wang Yun's hand. Give this medicine to the person you think should be saved. Wait for me to come back. After saying that, he turned around and left. More than 10 minutes later, when he came back, dozens of people had gathered around Wang Yun. The young man who had returned was carrying a backpack. He took out a number of black, square objects from it and placed them around the dungeon. Only after all the blocks were placed did he speak. I will fire a few shots outside, and you hide in the deepest part. Although they didn't know what he was going to do, everyone instinctively did what he said. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, gunshots were heard at the entrance of the dungeon, and armed bandits hurriedly ran towards this side. The dungeon was a place that Wang Shi had specifically instructed them to guard strictly. As soon as they entered the dungeon, they smelled a strong smell of cigarettes. They were all heavy smokers, so naturally they didn't care about the secondhand smoke. However, as they inhaled more and more secondhand smoke, their whole bodies became more and more sore. By the time they realized what was happening, they no longer had the strength to escape. Chapter 190, Long-Awaited Reunion. The young man led a group of people out of the dungeon, stopped, and said, I'm only taking Wang Yun with me. You're on your own. Hang on, someone will rescue you soon. After saying that, he ignored the people who were standing there in a daze and dragged Wang Yun away. The guards in the Black Wind village were lax, and the two of them quickly walked out of the Black Wind village from a secluded place. The young man took off his hat, revealing his golden hair. He then removed his bionic mask, revealing delicate features. He said to Wang Yun, let me introduce myself again. My name is Tanya. I'm here to rescue you on the orders of Lord Li Yunpeng, the Lord of Moyang City. Qin Xin is waiting for you in Moyang City. Wang Yun was stunned. This person looked like a young man, but how could he suddenly become a blonde girl with blue eyes? And what did the completely unfamiliar names such as Moyang City and Li Yunpeng mean? Qin Xin was unfazed by the threats from Black Wind Village and the Red Kiln Settlement, yet she joined the completely unknown Moyang City. Was she forced into this place, or was she willing to do so? She couldn't see the answer in Tanya's eyes. Wang Yun felt both joy at surviving the disaster and fear of the unknown. Complex emotions were brewing in her heart, and her expression on her face was not sure whether it was happiness or worry, which seemed very twisted. Lady Tanya, thank you for saving my life. Wang Yun said. No matter what, Tanya in front of her really saved her. You're welcome. I've also prepared a grand fireworks display for you to celebrate your new life. Tanya said mysteriously. Wang Yun was confused. What? Fireworks? Tanya took out a device similar to an old-fashioned telephone from her backpack and pressed a few buttons on it. The red indicator light flashed rapidly, and a beeping sound was heard. Boom! A huge flame suddenly rose up at the location of the Black Wind Village dungeon, and smoke and dust gathered into a mushroom cloud in the sky. Wang Yun shuddered with fear, and her face turned pale. This rare scene deeply shocked her, and she still remembered it vividly even many years later. Before the explosion, Wang Shi was hugging two women and living a life of drunkenness and debauchery. The sudden huge explosion directly collapsed most of the house he was in, burying a table of delicious food. Two beautiful women were buried in the rubble, crying and screaming in pain. As a second-level evolver, Wang Shi was naturally not seriously injured. He rushed out of the door before the house collapsed and was now standing in the yard with a dark face watching everything in front of him. His heart seemed to be falling into a bottomless abyss, sinking continuously. Wang Shi quickly ran to the military camp and shouted for a long time, but all that came out were timid recruits. He didn't see any of the dozens of veteran soldiers who survived the previous air raid. After asking around, he found out that they all ran into the dungeon before the explosion. Wang Shi acted like a madman. He took out his service pistol and shot wildly into the air. Bang, bang, bang. After venting his anger, it did not ease his rage, and the arm holding the gun fell down limply. This gun in my hand is my last gun, Wang Shi murmured. Looking at the thousands of weak recruits before him, Wang Shi felt even more irritated. He had thought that with the help of dozens of veterans, he could train these recruits well enough before heading to Nanzhou State, so that he would have some say. However, the few remaining veterans had been wiped out, leaving only a group of timid lambs. He was so angry that he cursed. Waste. They are all fucking waste. When the new recruits saw him getting angry, they all lowered their heads. Wang Shi almost vomited blood when he saw this. A tall and strong man is not as good as a woman. But he didn't expect what caused all this. If it weren't for his previous bloody suppression, how could these young and energetic men be turned into a group of weaklings? It is no exaggeration to say that he shot himself in the foot. Snort. Wang Shi waved his hand and turned to leave. Tanya brought Wang Yun back to Moyang City with a nervous heart. Ever since she saw the huge city, Wang Yun's brain has been in a state of shutdown. Everything she saw deeply shook her heart. Her hometown is in Wuzhou, and she is very familiar with what the suburbs look like. She used to come to the riverside to relax with her best friends every weekend. The location of Moyang City was originally a construction site to be developed. But now, there was a huge city standing before her, which must have been built after the end of the world. What kind of person was capable of developing such a huge power in the suburbs of Wuzhou City? She couldn't help but be curious about Li Yunpeng, whom she had never met before. Just as she was lost in thoughts, Tanya brought her to a stately building with the words Moyang City Administrative Center written on it in large letters. After knocking on the door of the city lord's office, a young man was sitting in the spacious room. He had a handsome and resolute appearance, and sharp eyes, as if he could see through other people's hearts. "Dear Commander, I have brought Wang Yun back to you," Tanya said. "Okay, thank you for your hard work." Li Yunpeng was secretly delighted. Fortunately, Wang Yun did not die in the rocket attack. Otherwise, he really didn't know how to explain to Qin Xin who had come to him for refuge. Now that the problem was solved, he felt relieved. "Someone, go and call Qin Xin over." "Yes." The guard outside the door took the order and left. Not long after, Qin Xin came hurriedly. As soon as he entered the door, he saw the figure he had been thinking about day and night. He had the illusion that he was in another world. "Ayun, is it really you?" Wang Yun was equally excited. She had thought they would never meet again in this life, but she hadn't expected that after all these twists and turns, they would actually encounter this situation. "Brother Xian, it's me." After saying that, they hugged each other tightly as if no one was around. "Ahem. Well, could you two please stop showing off your affection in public? If you want to be affectionate, wait until night time, then close the door and do whatever you want," Li Yunpeng said. Qin Xin finally let go of the shy Wang Yun. Suddenly, his knees weakened, and he knelt before Li Yunpeng, kowtowed heavily. "Lord City Lord, I once betrayed Wang Yun for the sake of 100,000 civilians. I thought if anything happened to her, I would arrange for her people and then go with her. I never thought you could really save her. From now on, my worthless life is yours. I will go through fire and water, just let me know, and I won't even frown." Li Yunpeng quickly helped him up and scolded him. "Since you're here, we're family. No need to be so polite. You two have been reunited for a long time. Why would you go through fire and water? If you can get out of bed tomorrow, I'll consider you a genius." Wang Yun was so embarrassed by these words that she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. The atmosphere suddenly became relaxed, but Qin Xin secretly swore in his heart that he would repay this great kindness with his whole life. The problem of the Taoyuan settlement was successfully resolved. Li Yunpeng did not delay the ill-fated couple for too long. He chatted with them briefly and sent them back. He believed that the two had endless longing for each other and endless feelings of love to each other. "Li Dun, has that grandson Ren Xiao come back?" When Moyang City was in urgent need of population, Ren Xiao brought back all the survivors in Wuzhou Underground City and then returned alone. There has been no news of him since then. Chapter 191, Li Yunpeng's Evil Interest. "Report to the commander, he hasn't come back yet." Li Dun replied. The huge Wuzhou City hides 1,000,000 zombie legions, and the proportion of evolved zombies is roughly estimated to have reached 30%. Even if Ren Xiao has omnipotent abilities, it is extremely dangerous for him to venture into Wuzhou City alone. Li Yunpeng pondered for a moment, then looked up and said, "Get ready and follow me to Wuzhou City." Yes. Li Yunpeng's reason for this action was, firstly, that he was worried about Ren Xiao and planned to go to the outskirts of Wuzhou City to see if there was any movement, so that he could provide support at any time in case of danger. Secondly, because his points were running low, he went to Wuzhou City to earn some points. Weapons like the V3 rocket launcher and the Black Hawk fighter were big spenders, and 18 million points could be used up in the blink of an eye. Li Yunpeng, accompanied by Xiao He, followed the special escort team led by Li Dun and headed for Wuzhou City. Leaving the military zone, they discovered that nearly half the city's residents were working on the newly developed open space. With a population of 1 million, Moyang City looked like a pre-apocalyptic city. Everyone had their own work, a busy and fulfilling one. People don't have to worry about security issues at all. The guards are deploying defensive firepower on the newly expanded city walls. Machine gun positions are scattered everywhere, and tanks and planes are shuttling back and forth, giving people an extremely reliable sense of security. Li Yunpeng drove out of the city in a low-key manner, and then ran towards Wuzhou City on foot. His speed was not slower than that of a vehicle, and he was more flexible and not restricted by road conditions. What surprised Li Yunpeng was that Xiao Hei's speed was not inferior to his at all. He didn't expect that even his pet had become so powerful without him noticing. If he didn't feel that riding a dog was not that easy, he really wanted to turn Xiao Hei into a mount so that he could ride on mountains and rivers as if it were flat ground. Xiao Hei, go and search the area to see if there's any unusual activity. Pay special attention to your brother Xiao. You should be familiar with the smell of him not having showered in 3 years. Woof! Xiao Hei ran away happily, wagging his tail. Roar! A small group of ordinary zombies rushed towards Li Yunpeng, but he didn't have to do anything. The special forces team around him easily took care of these bastards. We've walked so far, but we haven't seen a single evolved zombie. Li Yunpeng muttered. Commander, evolved zombies have the instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm. Maybe the noise you made in the suburbs before was a bit too loud. Li Dun reminded. Li Yunpeng was speechless. How could he get points like this? Killing evolved zombies was harder than killing people now. When they saw Li Yunpeng, they ran away as if they had seen a ghost. After wandering around for a whole day, he only managed to hunt down a few unlucky evolved zombies, and his points increased by more than 3 million. This is fucking useless, Li Yunpeng said with disgust. Commander, why don't we raid the building under the cover of night? Maybe we can gain something, Li Dun said. Li Yunpeng glanced at him and said, this method is good. Let's try it after dark. With nothing to do, Li Yunpeng ordered people to move some tables and chairs from a nearby store and place them in the middle of the main road intersection. He also put some unexpired drinks and food there and had a casual roadside picnic. This was something he had never dared to imagine in his previous life. Now, there were no traffic police, no shuttling cars, and the spacious road was completely occupied by him. Li Yunpeng was basking in the warm winter sun and eating delicious food. There were always some ordinary zombies around him who were desperately charging forward, but they were all dealt with by the Special Forces team. For a member of the second-level peak Special Forces team, 1 person and 1 sword are enough to defend an entire street. Li Yunpeng had never experienced this novel way of playing. It was like being in the center of a storm, calm and composed. He also had the feeling of being faced with a collapse of Mount Tai without changing his expression. Of course, all of this was his inner self-conceit, because in this environment, there was no existence that could pose a threat to him. In one afternoon, a thick layer of corpses piled up around him. No matter how novel it was, Li Yunpeng could not stand the stench and bloody smell. It happened that the sun was setting and the sky was gradually darkening. Li Yunpeng clapped his hands and said, it's almost done. Let's get started. Although the sun had not yet completely set, some large buildings were already pitch black. Li Yunpeng and others quietly came to a Wanda Plaza. After several months of wind and rain, this fashionable and high-end commercial center before the end of the world looked a little dilapidated. Li Yunpeng quietly walked into the first floor and found green eyes flashing in various luxury stores. Hey, these bastards are hiding here as expected. Li Yunpeng cursed in a low voice. Li Dun, the 5 of you guard the exit. I'm going to massacre Wanda Plaza today. Yes. Li Dun briefly assigned the tasks, and the 5 of them sneaked towards the main exits. Li Yunpeng slowly drew out his sword, sneered, and pushed open the door of the Zhou Jiufu jewelry store. After a scene of flashing swords, shattering glass, and flying jewels, Li Yunpeng's points panel increased by more than 3 million. The sound here was like a drop of water falling into hot oil. The whole shopping mall suddenly became boiling. Zombies kept jumping down from the upper floors and ran towards Li Yunpeng desperately. Just in time, Li Yunpeng shouted and rushed forward. He raised his sword and moved swiftly. Any evolved zombie that approached would die if he touched it, and would be injured if he touched it. After dozens of corpses fell, the evolved zombies finally became a little scared. The second-level zombies had sneaked to the edge of the battlefield and turned around and ran away while Li Yunpeng was not paying attention. Although Li Dun and others were level 2 peak evolvers, they were unable to stop the countless level 2 zombies that were charging at them desperately. Until late at night, Li Yunpeng and others gathered in the lobby on the first floor. After a thrilling battle, all the zombies in the entire mall were cleared out except for those who ran away. Cool. Li Yunpeng not only enjoyed killing to his heart's content, but also had more than 20 million points on the points panel. This tactic should be enough to gain points a few more times, but the evolved zombies have a unique way of communicating, so once the same method is used too many times, the effect will be greatly reduced. Moreover, once too many evolved zombies are lost there, the third-level zombies will soon know about it and make deployment arrangements. Li Yunpeng didn't want to fall into the trap of the third-level zombies again, so he simply packed up and left Wanda Plaza, running in other directions. Suddenly, a dark shadow chased from behind. Woof! Li Yunpeng stopped immediately. Xiao He came to him, jumping and shouting, then pulled Li Yunpeng's trouser legs towards the city center. Have you found Ren Xiao? Li Yunpeng asked. Woof! Li Yunpeng no longer hesitated and followed Xiao He towards the city center. When they were still a long way away, they heard the roar of the zombies, mixed with the familiar roar of the third-level zombies. He didn't dare to get too close and carefully climbed up a high-rise building. Looking around, he saw a figure jumping between the buildings. Who else could it be but Ren Xiao? Chapter 192, Surrounded by Enemies. Ren Xiao was being chased by a level 3 evolved zombie at an extremely fast speed. If it weren't for his tortuous escape route, he would have been killed by the zombie long ago. Even so, he was still in danger. Li Yunpeng was anxious. He looked at the direction of Ren Xiao's escape, sneaked forward quietly, and ambushed in advance on the rooftop opposite a main road, waiting for Ren Xiao to arrive. At the same time, he ordered Li Dun, hurry up and notify the city guards for reinforcements, otherwise it will be difficult to escape today. Yes. This main road was about 100 meters wide. When Ren Xiao got close, he saw no way to the left or right, so he had to leap forward with all his might. Tragically, despite the advantage of the height difference, he still fell just short of reaching the top floor of the opposite low building. His body fell straight towards the ground. The height of dozens of meters made him dizzy. He struggled for a long time, but couldn't stand up. He saw that the third-level zombie had reached the edge of the street and jumped from the top floor and pounced on him. Ren Xiao felt a chill in his heart, thinking that the little prince of the wilderness, would die in Wuzhou City today. The third-level zombie fell directly on top of him and stepped on his head. Ren Xiao exerted all his potential and barely avoided the vital points. The third-level zombie missed his attack and then kicked him dozens of meters away. A cloud of blood mist sprayed in the air and his body slammed heavily against the wall. The third-level zombie let out a strange cry, shrill and piercing, and then walked towards him step by step. Ren Xiao stared at the approaching level 3 zombie. Its slow and rhythmic footsteps seemed like the countdown to his own life. You damn it. The third-level zombies have stiff pronunciation. TSK. You, a half-human, half-ghost thing, almost died in my hands. Ren Xiao opened his mouth and blood gushed out. Despicable. You don't stand a chance, said the third-level zombie. Li Yunpeng looked at the third-level zombie stretching out its arm, about to end Ren Xiao's life. Knowing that he could not wait any longer, he quietly jumped down from the roof, pointing the sword in his hand directly at the head of the third-level zombie. His body fell rapidly, with the biting cold wind whistling in his ears. Seeing the tip of the knife getting closer and closer to the zombie's head, Li Yunpeng was secretly happy. The third-level zombie heard a strange noise from above and suddenly looked up. Seeing Li Yunpeng suddenly appearing so close to him, his pupils contracted violently. Without time to make any extra movements, he tilted his body and barely avoided the vital points. Puff! The sharp blade penetrated the flesh, directly cutting off the entire left arm of the third-level zombie. Roar! After jumping away, the third-level zombie was furious, and his hideous face became even more ferocious. Bang, bang, bang! Li Dun and others also jumped down, guarding Li Yunpeng on both sides, and being on guard against the third-level zombies in front of them. You're so bold that you dare to provoke a level 3 zombie by yourself. Li Yunpeng cursed in a low voice, wary of the level 3 zombies. Ren Xiao smiled bitterly. Just an inch. I almost killed it. Then he handed the zombie ear in his hand to Li Yunpeng. Li Yunpeng took the time to turn his head and see that it was indeed the missing ear of a level 3 zombie. No wonder the beast was so furious and was almost killed by Ren Xiao. No one could tolerate this. Li Yunpeng was well aware of Ren Xiao's madness. This grandson even dared to steal the cubs of a level 3 mutant beast, so he would naturally dare to take the head of a level 3 zombie. Stop bragging. Li Dun, carry him on your back. We can't stay here for long. Let's retreat quickly, said Li Yunpeng. Roar! As soon as he finished speaking, the third-level zombie roared, and a large number of evolved zombies suddenly appeared around him, rushing towards Li Yunpeng and others. Hurry up. I'll be the last one to go, Li Yunpeng said hurriedly. Li Dun carried Ren Xiao on his back and rushed towards Moyang City under the protection of the Special Forces team. Woo woo! Xiao He growled, baring his sharp fangs, and stayed close to Li Yunpeng. He patted Xiao He's head and said, It's time for us to fight side by side again. Woof! With the third-level zombie in command, all the evolved zombies rushed forward fearlessly. The small circle formed by Li Yunpeng and others was like a light in the endless darkness, attracting thousands of moths. Li Yunpeng rushed left and right behind the team and managed to maintain a small space. Xiaohe was responsible for killing the escaped zombies who rushed into the team. The battle was extremely fierce. The whole team was surrounded by an impenetrable army of zombies and was in danger of being destroyed at any time. Everyone tried their best. Even Rin Xiao, who had recovered his breath, swung his heavy machete on Li Dun's back. But even so, as time went on, almost everyone was injured. Even Li Yunpeng was not spared. Seeing that the attack was unsuccessful, the third-level zombie suddenly rushed out from the zombie group and punched Li Yunpeng in the back while he was defending from the side. However, the third-level zombie who lost an arm had his body coordination greatly affected. His speed and strength were not as good as before. As soon as he rushed out of the zombie group, he was discovered by Li Yunpeng out of the corner of his eye. He threw the headless power zombie in his hand forward, turned around, and slashed at the third-level zombie with a knife. The third-level zombie stopped and grabbed the first-level zombie next to him to block Li Yunpeng's sword. Puff! Li Yunpeng directly split the zombie in front of him into two halves, and the sword danced like a shadow, covering the third-level evolved zombie. A corpse and a man fought in a group, and there was no winner after dozens of rounds. The third-level zombie felt more and more frustrated as the fight went on. After losing an arm, its combat power dropped by more than half. Otherwise, it would have strangled the necks of the grasshoppers in front of it. In desperation, it suddenly let out a strange cry, and in an instant, several second-level agile evolved zombies rushed out from behind it to assist it in attacking Li Yunpeng. The balance of combat power was broken, and Li Yunpeng was in danger, with a hideous wound appearing on his chest and back from time to time. Rin Xiao turned around and saw his precarious situation. He made a decisive decision. "Brother Peng, let me go? Go." Li Yunpeng didn't have time to turn around and shouted, "Stop talking nonsense. Do you think I'm a coward? Are you going to abandon your brothers and live on your own?" Bang! Just when he was distracted, a level 3 zombie kicked him in the chest. Li Yunpeng flew backwards and rolled on the ground for dozens of times before he stabilized his body. He suddenly felt his internal organs shifted and his breathing was difficult. "Brother Peng, let's go," Rin Xiao shouted heartbreakingly. Li Yunpeng gnashed his teeth and slowly stood up, leaning on his sword. "Even if I die today, I'll take this bastard with me." The third-level zombie did not give him a chance to breathe and immediately launched a crazy attack on Li Yunpeng. The second-level agile zombies assisting it were replaced one after another, and when one died, another was immediately replaced. As the battle became more brutal, Li Yunpeng and his companions were gradually pushed to their limits. The third-level zombies even used the lives of their subordinates to make Li Yunpeng shaky and covered with wounds. Although the losses were heavy, the third-level zombie's eyes were full of pride. The people in front of him were just struggling to survive and would become his meal sooner or later. He was already thinking about whether eating the second-level peak human evolver would help him to improve his own evolution level. Chapter 193: Life and Death. The third-level zombie became more and more excited as he thought about it. His broken body burst out with extreme combat power and attacked Li Yunpeng desperately, even resorting to the tactic of exchanging injuries for injuries, just to kill these humans who repeatedly challenged his majesty as soon as possible. Li Yunpeng's wounds all over his body burst open, and his vision became increasingly blurred. With strong willpower, he barely overcame the dizziness caused by excessive blood loss. At this time, he could no longer feel the pain, and there was only one thought in his mind: to kill all the zombies that approached. Just as he was about to chop off the head of the zombie that was planning to attack him from behind, the third-level zombie seized the opportunity and kicked Li Yunpeng in the back. He turned around, but it was too late to dodge. He made up his mind and hugged the thigh of the third-level zombie that was kicking him. Although he was kicked hard, he did not let go and turned around and clamped it tightly under his armpit. The third-level zombie was horrified. It couldn't reach Li Yunpeng's head as he had his back to him. With its only remaining arm, it beat his back frantically, the sound like a drum. Boom, boom, boom. Puff! Blood gushed out of Li Yunpeng's mouth, his eyes went black, and he almost lost consciousness. He bit his tongue, forced himself to cheer up, and cut off the calf of the third-level zombie with a knife. Roar! The third-level zombie screamed, regardless of its body shape, raised its other foot, and kicked Li Yunpeng hard on the butt, thus escaping his control. But at this moment, it had lost one hand and one foot, and was completely unable to maintain its balance. It immediately fell to the ground and looked at Li Yunpeng with eyes that seemed to wish they could pull out his tendons and skin him alive. Li Yunpeng was not feeling well either. Although he didn't break any arms or legs, he suffered internal injuries. He felt like his whole body was about to fall apart, and he couldn't even lift his sword. Commander! Brother Peng! Woof! Everyone's eyes were bloodshot, and they immediately surrounded him in the center. The attack of the zombie army on the opposite side also stopped. Although the third-level zombie became crippled, the level suppression was innate, and its subordinates still obeyed orders. He ordered a powerful zombie to lift it up, and then came to Li Yunpeng and said in a stiff and emotionless voice, "You destroyed me. Even death cannot eliminate the hatred. Ahem. Beast, you are lucky today. If I were not dead, I would chop you into a human stick. No, a corpse stick." Li Yunpeng said with difficulty. He. Goodbye, humans. The third-level zombie laughed contemptuously. Then, with a unique zombie roar, the army of evolved zombies, which had just paused, instantly charged towards Li Yunpeng and the others again. The people who surrounded Li Yunpeng had their swords trembling slightly, not because of fear, but because of exhaustion. At this time, everyone was determined to die, and they only hoped to kill a few more zombies before they died, so that they would get what they wanted. Xiaohei's body was covered with wounds, his skin and flesh were rolled up, and his ribs were collapsed. He barely raised his front paws to block Li Yunpeng. Just when everyone was about to die bravely, something strange happened. Boom, boom, boom. Da-da-da-da. Intensive explosions sounded around, and machine gun bullets poured down, directly blocking the attack of the zombies. Li Yunpeng smiled bitterly and finally held on until reinforcements arrived. Then his eyes went dark and he passed out. Roar! The third-level zombie opened its mouth to the extreme, roaring unwillingly, its face full of struggle. It was considering whether to give it a try and kill the human in front of it. It can be seen that after seeing the reinforcements of the guard army, Li Dun and others immediately cheered up, struggled to stand up, and put on a brave and fierce posture. The third-level zombie finally decided to retreat. It had lost its arms and legs, and was not sure it could break through the desperate defense of the second-level peak evolver in a short time. It ordered the power zombie to lift up its broken body, turned around, and disappeared in the vast sea of corpses. When the other evolved zombies saw their leader had run away, they immediately scattered and hid back in the buildings to avoid the firepower of the guards. Soon, nearly 100 armed helicopters hovered around Li Yunpeng and others. As long as any zombie dared to show its head, it would be covered by the firepower of multiple Gatling machine guns. One of the planes landed, and before it even touched the ground, Xiao Mengdai jumped out and ran towards Li Yunpeng frantically. "Lord City Lord! Brother Peng, what's wrong with you?" Xiao Mengdai was in tears. She thought that if she devoted all her energy to scientific research and work, she would gradually forget the figure in her heart. But when she heard that Li Yunpeng was in danger, all her insistence was thrown out of the window. She had only one thought in her mind, to see him as soon as possible, and then follow him through life and death. Seeing that Li Yunpeng was unconscious, she had forgotten even the most basic ethics as a doctor, and just hugged Li Yunpeng and cried loudly. "Dean Xia, please go and see what's happening to the commander," Li Dun reminded hurriedly. Xiao Mengdai finally woke up, wiped away her tears, and hurriedly checked Li Yunpeng's injuries. She scanned his body and found dozens of penetrating wounds. If it were an ordinary person, he would have bled to death and would have been dead. Even though Li Yunpeng's vitality was much stronger than that of a level 2 peak evolver, his pulse was still weak and his breath was barely perspiring. Xiao Mengdai gently touched his body again. Her hands were trembling slightly. Almost all parts of Li Yunpeng's body had fractures or cracks. Wang Shiyan's tears were like a dam bursting, and she couldn't stop them. "Hurry, carry the stretcher. Be sure to be gentle and return to Moyang City immediately," Xiao Mengdai said while crying. Li Qi and Li Bai personally placed Li Yunpeng on a stretcher, then lifted him up and ran quickly and steadily towards the helicopter. After everything was settled, the pilot pushed the plane to maximum horsepower and roared towards Moyang City. The plane carrying Li Yunpeng landed directly in front of the hospital. "Get the hell out of the way," Li Qi shouted, then carried Li Yunpeng like a gust of wind and ran to the most advanced medical laboratory in the Moyang City Central Hospital. The equipment here is all cutting edge. Xiao Mengdai poured a basin of cold water directly on her head and forced herself to calm down. Brother Peng was still waiting for her to save him. Ding Chuyang said, "Dean Xia, you are not in a good mood to preside over the operation right now. Please leave the city lord to me and Vice Dean Su." Xiao Mengdai was stunned. As a doctor, she knew that her current mood was not up to par with the requirements for a lead surgeon, but she was also worried about handing Li Yunpeng over to someone else. Without delay, she immediately said, "I'll be watching from the sidelines." "Elder Ding, Dean Su, please excuse me. Okay, let's save the pleasantries for later and start the surgery. The door of the operating room was tightly closed. Ren Xiao sat on the ground at the door leaning against the wall, blaming himself. He secretly decided that if anything happened to Li Yunpeng, he would kill the third-level zombie first and then die with him, so as to give an explanation to the millions of people in Muang City. Li Dun and others were also reluctant to leave. Even Xiao He stubbornly lay at the door of the operating room, and even Lu Zide couldn't call him away. The doctors had no choice but to come to the door of the operating room and perform preliminary cleaning and bandaging on everyone. The entire hospital was under martial law, with 10,000 guards stationed within a radius of 500 meters. Not even a mosquito could fly in. All construction projects in Muang City were suspended, and people were ordered not to make loud noises. The hospital was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Anyone who dared to cough would be immediately expelled by the guards. As the supreme commander of the guard army at this time, Li Qi's order was that if anyone dared to make a second noise after issuing a warning, he could be executed first and reported later, no matter who the person was. Chapter 194, Blocking Wuzhou City. Although people did not know that Li Yunpeng was seriously injured, seeing the guards being on high alert as if facing a great enemy, they knew that the matter was serious, so they all acted according to the instructions, hoping that nothing major would happen in Muang City. Everyone in the hospital prayed in their hearts that the commander would be safe. Xia Mengdai stared at the data on the life support equipment. At this time, Li Yunpeng's pulse was extremely weak, and his internal organs were ruptured to varying degrees. She clenched her fists, her nails digging deep into her flesh. After a few hours, she calmed down completely and picked up the scalpel. Li Yunpeng's consciousness was immersed in nothingness, with only a glowing spherical object in front of him. Where am I? The spherical object made a familiar sound. You are in the ocean of your own consciousness. System? So this is what you look like. Why am I here? System, your body is too damaged to bear the powerful consciousness, so you fall into a coma. Only then did Li Yunpeng remember the brutal battle in Wuzhou City. When the guards arrived, he fell into a coma and had no idea what happened afterwards. Holy crap, I'm not going to die just like that, am I? System, that depends on the extent of your body's recovery. If the body dies, the consciousness will lose its carrier and will naturally dissipate as well. Li Yunpeng was speechless. He had once imagined what he would feel like facing death, fear, despair, regret, but at this moment, he felt none of those emotions. Nothing he did could change reality. Instead, he felt a state of mind where he had no desires or ambitions. System, where are you from? Why did I travel to this world? Li Yunpeng asked. The ball of light did not answer his question. It was unclear whether it was deliberately hiding it or had not figured out how to answer it. Li Yunpeng thought for a moment and then said, You must be from outside the Earth-Moon star, right? The system remained silent. Li Yunpeng didn't care and said to himself, Your silence just proves that my guess is correct. System, don't let your imagination run wild. It doesn't matter whether you know it or not. You will know it naturally when the time comes. Fuck. Li Yunpeng hated people who kept things in suspense. Oh no, it was the system that kept things in suspense. But as he watched the arcs of electricity flash and crackle above the ball of light, he swallowed the rest of his words. The system was still the same boss, without a trace of compromise. The zombie virus and you don't come from the same place, right? Li Yunpeng thought thoughtfully. System, why do you have such a strange idea? What's so strange about this? The apocalypse came suddenly, and you happened to appear a few days before it began. There must be a connection. The ball of light fell silent again, and no matter how Li Yunpeng summoned it, it remained silent. Master System, can you please be a little more polite? What does it mean to keep silent? Suddenly, Li Yunpeng's consciousness space shook, and he was shocked. Is he going to die? System, please speak up. What's going on? System, squeak. Li Yunpeng. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself lying in a white room. The pungent smell of disinfectant indicated that he was in a hospital. A group of people surrounded him, all with anxious looks on their faces, but they were silent and even breathed cautiously. Pain. He only had this one feeling, as if his tendons and veins were broken and his internal organs were displaced. Moreover, his entire body was restrained, and he was completely unable to move except for his eyelids and lips. Brother Peng, are you awake? Wang Shiyin's red and swollen eyes were filled with tears, but she shouted loudly with a look of surprise. Everyone in the room was overjoyed. Brother Peng, Commander, Lord City Lord, Ren Xiao, Lu Zide, Li Qi, Zhang Tao, Ding Qiuyang, Xia Mengdai, and others shouted in surprise. See, I told you that Brother Peng is blessed with a long life and will definitely wake up. Lu Zide was so excited that he cried and snot, but no one laughed at him. Everyone was in almost the same mood. Li Yunpeng is not only their lover, superior, and city lord, but also the hope of millions of people in Moyang City and the dawn of surviving humanity in the midst of storms and turmoil. How long have I slept? Wang Shiyan's eyes were filled with infinite tenderness. She looked at him and whispered, I've been sleeping for 3 days. 3 days? Li Yunpeng couldn't believe it. It seemed like just a moment while he was unconscious, but in reality, 3 days had already passed. Li Qi. Here. Commander, what do you want me to do? Li Qi leaned in front of him to save Li Yunpeng the trouble of speaking. Bring people, seal off Wuzhou City. Don't let the level 3 zombie escape. Li Yunpeng spoke haltingly, his breath coming out of him. He had finally managed to cripple a level 3 zombie, but it would be a huge loss if it just ran away. His hope of becoming a level 3 evolver rested on it. Yes, just rest and recover. I will keep a close eye on the level 3 zombies. Li Qi didn't dare delay. After saluting, he turned and left, grumbling to himself, You damned level 3 zombie. I'm going to chop you alive. After 2 days of intense surgery and 1 day of careful care, Xia Mingdai still did not wake up, and Li Yunpeng's vital signs did not improve. After 3 days without closing her eyes, she finally collapsed in front of the bed and was carried into the dean's office by her subordinates to rest. The noise made by Li Yunpeng after he woke up startled her instantly. Without caring about her image, she jumped up from the sofa, grabbed the clothes covering her body, and rushed out. Get out of the way. Xia Mingdai pushed through the crowd and came to Li Yunpeng. She performed detailed examinations and then breathed a sigh of relief. Although she was still very weak, she was finally alive. Then he turned to the crowd and said, Everyone, please go out. The city lord needs to rest. Xia Mingdai is the most authoritative medical expert in Moyang City. No one had any objection to her words and began to quietly leave the ward in an orderly manner. Wang Shiyan grabbed her hand and said seriously, Mingdai, Brother Peng is now in your hands. You must take good care of him. Don't worry, Shiyan, I will do my best. Xia Mingdai had a complicated expression. Soon, Li Yunpeng and Xia Mingdai were the only ones left in the ward. Looking at Xia Mingdai's messy hair, bloodshot eyes, and pale and dry skin, Li Yunpeng could hardly imagine what she had been through, as if she had suffered a serious illness. Mingdai, how did you become like this? Li Yunpeng said. Xia Mingdai was startled and quickly smoothed her hair, tidying it up briefly before scolding. It took 48 hours of surgery to save your life. How could you care about your image? Am I injured that badly? The battle was fierce at that time. Li Yunpeng fought bravely and did not care about his injuries until the moment he fell down. Xia Mingdai glared at him. It's not just that serious. Your whole body is broken except for your head. During the operation, I was really worried that you would leave us at any time, Wu. The more she spoke, the more choked up she became. As she spoke, Xia Mingdai could no longer control herself and began to cry with her hands covering her face. Li Yunpeng was deeply moved. He was unable to comfort Xia Mingdai at this time. He felt his consciousness becoming heavier and heavier, and waves of dizziness came over him. Thirsty. Xia Mingdai stopped crying and quickly poured a glass of water over. But Li Yunpeng was completely unable to move at this time and had no straw at hand. What should he do? Looking at his cracked lips, Xia Mingdai gritted her teeth, held the water in her mouth, and slowly bent down. Li Yunpeng looked at the delicate red lips so close to him, and his heart beat faster. Then, his eyes went dark and he passed out. Chapter 195 Gong Lei's Visit. When he woke up again, it was already the evening of the next day. He felt much better. Wang Shiyan was by his bedside. When she found out he was awake, she immediately called out, Mingdai, hurry up, Brother Peng is awake. Let's see how he's recovering. After checking, Xia Mingdai said, He's gradually recovering, there shouldn't be any major problems. Mingdai, I'm thirsty, said Li Yunpeng. Xia Mingdai's ears turned red, and she stood there at a loss. Wang Shiyan quickly took the water cup with a prepared straw next to it and put it in Li Yunpeng's mouth. Li Yunpeng was a little disappointed, and he didn't know whether he had tasted that sweet taste before falling into coma. How are the others now? He spoke with much more energy than yesterday. Don't worry, nothing serious. Xiao He is just seriously injured and is still under observation, Xia Mingdai said. Li Yunpeng was a little excited. He was afraid that he would never forget the loyal black shadow who stood in front of him even though he was half paralyzed. I want to go see Xiao He. After saying that, he struggled to get up. Xia Mingdai quickly held him down and said, Don't move. You've finally recovered. If you stand up now, your internal organs and bones will be at risk of breaking again. Seeing his anxious look, Xia Mingdai coaxed him. I'll go take a video for you. It'll be the same as if you went to see it, okay? Li Yunpeng nodded helplessly, then lay down quietly. After a while, Xiao Mingdai came back with the video. Xiaohei's condition was not much better than his. His whole body was also fastened with plaster, with only his dog head exposed, staring blankly in the same direction. Lying beside him was Rin Zhao's silver wolf king cub, combing Xiaohei's head fur like a servant. Li Yunpeng almost laughed out loud. Xiaohei really made him proud. He didn't know when he turned Rin Zhao's pet into his little brother. What followed was a period of eating and waiting to die to recuperate. With the careful care of Wang Shiyan and Xiao Mingdai, his recovery speed was rapid. Xiao Mingdai set a deadline of 1 month for removing the plaster, which was much earlier than that of ordinary people. However, Li Yunpeng's body had almost recovered after a week. However, the rare comfort made him pretend that his injury had not healed and stay in bed to enjoy the tenderness. The projects in Moyang City were restarted after Li Yunpeng was out of danger, but they were carried out strictly according to his schedule. As long as Li Yunpeng falls asleep, ground construction work will be stopped immediately, and everyone will have to wait until he wakes up before they are allowed to continue work. Li Yunpeng repeatedly warned them not to bother so much, but Zhang Tao and others agreed on the surface, but secretly bribed Xiao Mingdai and Wang Shiyan to spread the news after he fell asleep. The project was immediately stopped, and everyone moved to underground construction. Then, when he was about to wake up, they started the ground construction in advance. Although Li Yunpeng saw through their little tricks, he did not expose them for fear of disappointing his subordinates. Li Qi arranged for the guard army to establish 4 military bases around Wuzhou City, with 10 squadrons stationed in each base, patrolling day and night to prevent the seriously injured third-level mutant zombies from escaping. Li Yunpeng felt that his physical condition had almost reached its peak, and it would be a waste of time to lie down any longer. As the saying goes, the land of pleasure is the home of heroes, and countless emperors and generals in ancient and modern times have been obsessed with beauty and unable to extricate themselves. It was time to seek revenge on the third-level zombies. Just when he was about to ask Xiao Mingdai to remove the plaster on her body, Gong Lei, the deputy chief executive of Moyang City, walked in with a fruit basket, accompanied by a young man with ordinary looks, the kind that would not be recognized in a crowd. "Lord City Lord, how is your health?" Gong Lei asked with concern. Li Yunpeng was puzzled. Gong Lei was the kind of person who was proud of his talent and looked down on others. He relied on his abilities and would never flatter anyone, including himself. "But what's going on today?" "Master Gong, you're welcome. Is the administrative reform plan for Moyang City ready?" Gong Lei paused for a moment, then said naturally, "I'm done. I'll wait for your criticism and corrections after you recover." Humph. Li Yunpeng's heart grew colder and colder. There was definitely something wrong with this bastard. This was a serious matter. According to the normal recovery time for injuries, it would take 3 months for him to recover. How could he delay it until then? Gong Lei looked at Li Yunpeng, who was lying on the bed like a mummy, and glanced at the 2 guards at the door inconspicuously, as if he was struggling in his heart. Li Yunpeng just watched his performance, looking forward to the moment when his true intentions were revealed. "Stop." The ordinary young man brought by Gong Lei was originally standing at the door, but now he wanted to go into the room and was stopped by the guard at the door. But he pretended not to hear and continued doing his own thing. Gong Lei also didn't say anything and just stood aside pretending to be stupid. How could the 2 guards who were at the peak of the 2nd level of evolution allow him to be so presumptuous? They stepped forward to take him down, but who would have thought that the attack that seemed to be a sure thing was easily resolved by the young man? Li Yunpeng frowned. Could this person be a 3rd-level evolver? Bang bang. In less than 3 moves, the guard was knocked to the ground by the young man and passed out. "Are you a level 3 evolver?" Li Yunpeng asked. The young man's eyes turned fierce, and he said in a stern voice, "Let me introduce myself. I am Lu Feng, the #1 warrior of Nanzhou State, a level 2 mutant evolver. Today I have been ordered to take your dog head." Level 2 mutant evolver? It was the first time Li Yunpeng heard this term. "Humph, you country bumpkin, you don't even know about mutant evolutionists, yet you still dare to call yourself the city lord. How ridiculous." Li Yunpeng was not angry. "I can't help it. I only have this little piece of land. How about you come and explain it to me?" Lu Feng said. "Since you are about to die, I can fulfill your wish." A mutant evolver is someone who can devour more evolution crystals than the average person, and therefore has greater combat power. Do you understand? So, you evolvers stuck at the peak of level 2 won't understand how powerful I am. Li Yunpeng finally understood. This grandson is a mutant evolutionist? Then he must be the ancestor of mutant evolutionists. Gong Lei looked anxious. What was this grandson dawdling about? This was Moyang City. Although most of the guards had been dispatched, There were still many level 2 peak evolvers and a large number of troops in the city. Lu Feng stopped talking nonsense and immediately rushed towards Li Yunpeng, aiming for his head. Li Yunpeng, who was lying on the bed like a mummy, suddenly jumped up, and the plaster model that fixed his body exploded instantly. Bang! He kicked Lu Feng and sent him flying, smashing through the opposite wall. You! Gong Lei's eyes almost popped out. Li Yunpeng ignored him and walked straight towards Lu Feng. How is that possible? Lu Feng was shocked. It seems that your so-called mutant evolver is just SOSO. He can't even beat a seriously injured and dying person. Li Yunpeng said sarcastically. Lu Feng's face was ferocious, and he yelled at Gong Lei. How dare you play tricks on me? Chapter 196 The Integrity of Lu He. Gong Lei's mind was blank at this moment. His legs were shaking uncontrollably. He felt a heat in his crotch, and he was so scared that he peed. How many second-level evolution crystals did you swallow? Li Yunpeng asked while stepping on Lu Feng's face. Hiss hiss. Lu Feng gasped with difficulty, veins popping out on his neck, his eyes fixed on Li Yunpeng, without saying a word. Oh, the bones are still quite hard. Li Yunpeng laughed. At this time, Wang Shiyan and Xia Mengdai ran over together. Brother Peng, what's wrong? What happened? The two ignored how Li Yunpeng could suddenly stand up and asked anxiously. It's okay, Shiyan, you guys go out first and close the door. Although confused, the two women still obediently retreated, closed the door behind them, and lay at the doorway to listen carefully to the movements inside. The corridor was crowded with guards who had rushed in after hearing the news, with steel guns like a forest and bayonets gleaming. After a while, there was a noise in the ward. Ah. Li Yunpeng, fuck. Ah. You fucking. Ah. I. It wasn't until 20 minutes later that the ward became quiet. How many evolution crystals did you swallow? Li Yunpeng asked again. 7. Lu Feng's mouth was leaking and he looked at Li Yunpeng with fear in his eyes. Li Yunpeng broke out his teeth one by one. 7. Li Yunpeng pondered in his mind. No wonder he could easily defeat a level 2 peak evolver. It seemed that he must be more cautious when encountering evolvers in the future. If an evolver like him appeared and could devour 10 evolution crystals, he would easily suffer a loss if he was careless. Why assassinate me? Li Yunpeng asked. Didn't I say it? I'm just following orders. Lu Feng said with his head down. Following orders? Don't think I can't see the tangible hatred in your eyes. We have never met before, so why are you doing this? Li Yunpeng said coldly. Lu Feng looked flustered, and after thinking for a moment, he said, The Lord said that you are an unforgivable person, so? This is complete nonsense. Are you fucking retarded? Why do you believe whatever others say? Li Yunpeng cursed loudly, and then he looked at Lu Feng's face carefully. He found it somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. After pondering for a long time without any clue, he turned to look at Gong Lei, whose pants were soaked. What benefits did the Nanzhou kingdom promise you that you would dare to assassinate me? Gong Lei's heart was trembling, thinking, if I knew you were faking illness, how could I be so careless? He felt sad. At the first plenary meeting when Moyang City had not yet been named, Li Yunpeng had no regard for his face and scolded him in public. However, they were all trying to make a living in the end times. Although he could not swallow this humiliation, he had been enduring it. It was not until someone from Nanzhou Kingdom contacted him and promised to hand over Moyang City to him after killing Li Yunpeng and demonstrated the power of the mutant evolvers that although he was tempted, he was still worried. Until he received the news that Li Yunpeng was seriously injured, he knew that this was a godsend opportunity and there would be no next time if he missed it. So he hurriedly contacted Nanzhou Kingdom to implement the plan. City Lord, I was coerced. Gong Lei said cryingly. Li Yunpeng could guess the general idea even without asking. For someone with an arrogant personality like him, it would be difficult for him to advance in his position in Moyang City. He was always suppressed by Zhang Tao. If he wanted to break this situation, he had to kill himself first. He didn't expect that this grandson would look for an opportunity. If it had been a few days earlier, he might have succeeded. Gong Lei was also a smart man. As soon as he saw Li Yunpeng's expression, he knew that he didn't believe it. He looked at the direction of the window. He was on the 7th floor at this time, and jumping down would basically bring him relief. Li Yunpeng noticed his little move and said casually, If you dare to jump from here, I can forgive you for the past. Gong Lei swallowed his saliva and clenched his fists. He really wanted to jump down. Li Yunpeng would never let him off easily after doing such a thing. However, although his mind was filled with righteousness, his legs would not obey him. You useless thing. Your courage and insight don't match your ambition, and you are destined to be a tragedy. Li Yunpeng cursed. Gong Lei sat down on the ground with a completely desperate mentality. He was afraid to die, but he couldn't run away either. Li Yunpeng walked up to him and asked, "What is Lu Feng's background? Why does he look so familiar to me?" Gong Lei glanced at Lu Feng, ignoring his warning glare, and said, "His father is Lu He, and you are holding him in the dungeon." Oh, Li Yunpeng finally understood why he looked so familiar. It turned out that he was the son of Lu He, the commander-in-chief of the Nanzhou state who had failed in the attack on Muang City. However, when he saw his miserable appearance again, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Lu Feng, do you know? Not only do you look like your father, you also have the same lingering behavior as his mother. What's more coincidental is that your father's good teeth were also broken off in Muang City. Ha! How can we describe the friendship between you two? Sending steel teeth from 1,000 miles away." Ha! Li Yunpeng laughed wildly after saying this. Lu Feng's face turned blue and purple, and he was so angry that his teeth were itching. He really wanted to tear Li Yunpeng's mouth apart, but he was no match for him and almost suffered internal injuries. Suddenly, Lu Feng's body exploded and shot out of the window. Crash! I smashed the glass and was overjoyed, finally escaping. But why the hell wasn't I falling? He looked back and saw Li Yunpeng, smiling and grabbing his ankle. Seeing him turn around, he swung his arm and swung him back and forth in the air like a swing. Lu Feng did a sit-up, trying to pry Li Yunpeng's hands apart, but as soon as he bent his body, he was greeted by a fist as big as a sandbag. Bang! Li Yunpeng knocked him back with a punch, and he turned into a salted fish hanging in the air again. "Next, I find this quite fun," Li Yunpeng said. Lu Feng tried hard not to spit out a mouthful of blood, and simply relaxed his whole body, letting things take their course. Li Yunpeng shook Lu Feng, who was like a dead fish, for a while, but then felt bored, so he picked him up and said, "I'm sorry to prevent you from escaping again." Lu Feng asked fearfully, "What are you going to do?" "What? Break your legs, of course." You can't be so cruel. Are you still a human being?" Lu Feng said. Li Yunpeng was so angry that he laughed. "Am I so cruel? If I hadn't recovered so quickly, my life would have been in your hands." He immediately rushed forward and was about to break his legs. How could Lu Feng just sit there and wait for death? He burst out with combat power beyond his limit and fought with Li Yunpeng for 3 or 4 rounds. Crack, crack. Ah! Lu Feng's legs were bent more than 90 degrees to both sides. "Come in," Li Yunpeng said to the outside of the door, and the guards who had been waiting for a long time rushed in immediately. "Take these 2 men to the dungeon and keep them under strict guard." "Yes." The guard soldier dragged Lu Feng, who was not even touching the ground, and carried Gong Lei, who was windy, towards the dungeon. Li Yunpeng is looking forward to the scene when Lu He and his son meet, which must be very interesting. Chapter 197. Father and son meet in the dungeon. "Brother Peng, have you recovered?" Wang Shiyan asked. Li Yunpeng hesitated and couldn't think of a good excuse. Xia Mengdai grabbed Li Yunpeng's wrist in annoyance, checked his pulse, and was immediately speechless. She had never seen anyone with a pulse steadier and stronger than Li Yunpeng's. He was not just a patient, he was as strong as an ox. "Humph, you want to trick us into serving you again? Let's go." Xia Mengdai exposed him mercilessly, then pulled Wang Shiyan away. "Hey, Shiyan, Mengdai, please listen to my explanation." The 2 women left him with only a pair of graceful figures and left together. Li Yunpeng walked around the ward and felt bored, so he walked towards the dungeon, intending to see how lively Lu He and his son were. "Lord, City Lord." Zhang Tao came running from a distance, panting, with hurried steps and a panicked look. "What's the matter?" Li Yunpeng asked. Zhang Tao didn't have time to catch his breath and hurriedly asked, "I heard Gong Lei betrayed me?" "That's right. He colluded with assassins from the southern state to plot something evil." "This? Lord, City Lord, I'm sorry for not controlling my subordinates well. Please punish me and send me to the army to atone my sins." Zhang Tao received the news he least wanted to hear, which was like a bucket of cold water running through his body. "It's not your fault. Just take it as a lesson. You are not Wu Gang, and the army is not suitable for you." After saying that, he left Zhang Tao and turned away. Zhang Tao stood there in a daze. "Just because it wasn't suitable, you're forgiving me. The commander has no intention of blaming me at all." He couldn't believe it. Wu Gang had resigned from his post out of shame because he trusted a villain and put the commander in danger. Now, in the same position, a similar incident had occurred, and he hadn't been punished. He was instantly moved. When he first heard about this, he was almost scared to death and his heart sank in an instant. Fortunately, the commander was fine, otherwise he would have to die to atone for his crime. But no matter what, Gong Lei was his subordinate, and he was the one who recommended him personally. He could not get over this hurdle in his heart. In Li Yunpeng's opinion, there is an essential difference between the cases of Zhang Tao and Wu Gang. Wu Gang did trust a villain by mistake, while Zhang Tao did nothing wrong in recommending Gong Lei. Although this grandson's character is not very good, he is really capable and very suitable for the position of deputy chief executive, so he does not intend to punish him. In his previous life, he heard a saying, "What is power? Power is not the ability to decide the life and death of others, but when you can kill someone with just a word, yet you choose to forgive him." The dungeon was located not far outside the military zone and was guarded by a squadron of guards. It held some civilians who had made mistakes and war criminals who might be of some value, while ordinary prisoners and criminals were concentrated in labor camps. Salute. When the guard saw Li Yunpeng coming, he immediately saluted solemnly. "Thank you for your hard work," Li Yunpeng said. "It is an honor to serve you, Commander." The guard officers and soldiers were excited. Since the rapid expansion of Moyang City, it was difficult for ordinary people to see Li Yunpeng. They would be happy for a long time if they could talk to him. At this moment, Lu Feng was imprisoned in the dungeon opposite his father's cell. "Dad, how are you?" Lu He heard the familiar voice, and his body, which was bound by iron chains, trembled. "Xiao Feng, how did you get in?" Alas, the assassination attempt on Li Yunpeng failed. "You are confused. Li Yunpeng is not an easy man to deal with. He has wiped out tens of thousands of my soldiers. How can you come here alone to die?" Lu He stamped his feet in anxiety. He was forced to live like a walking corpse every day, but he never expected to see his only son imprisoned. It's hard to put it into words. Lu Feng was filled with emotion. First of all, he didn't expect that Li Yunpeng was also a mutant evolver and was much stronger than him. Secondly, he didn't expect that he was actually pretending to be sick and fooled everyone. Sometimes fate is so magical. Li Yunpeng pretended to be sick to get more care, but unexpectedly he caught a big fish. "Dad, can we still go out?" Lu Feng asked. "Alas, when I first arrived, I wanted to die. Later, when I couldn't find death, I thought I could have a new life after the Lord destroyed Moyang City. Now it seems it's difficult." Lu Feng quickly crawled towards the iron fence and asked, "Why?" "When my army laid siege to the city, Li Yunpeng only had 10,000 men. But recently, when I was parading him, I heard that the number of guards had doubled. In the past 2 days, I heard that the number of planes and tanks has also increased significantly. He seems to be getting stronger with each battle." Lu Feng didn't believe it. No matter how powerful he is just a city. How can he compare to the hundreds of thousands of troops of the king? Lu He shook his head and sighed. It's hard to say. "Oh, you two are having a great chat, aren't you?" Li Yunpeng said jokingly after arriving. When Lu Feng saw him, he was like a mouse seeing a cat. He quickly crawled to the innermost corner of the wall and curled up. Lu He, on the other hand, was much calmer. He no longer had the aura of a military commander. He looked like a beggar who was just waiting to die, with cloudy eyes and disheveled hair. "Li Yunpeng, if I still have any use, you might as well use it quickly and then kill me." "Humph, you're dreaming. Just enjoy yourself. If you don't parade through the streets 1,000 times and repent 10,000 times, you won't be able to escape," Li Yunpeng said sternly. Lu He probably knew that he couldn't hope for liberation, so he asked, "How can you let Fenger go?" "Let him go? Don't dream. If you have the guts to assassinate me, be prepared to be killed in return. Your son is stronger than you. His only target was me. He didn't cause any casualties to civilians. I will consider giving him a quick death later. You should atone for your sins with all your heart." Lu Feng suddenly said from the corner, "Li Yunpeng, I have a piece of news. Can it be exchanged for my father being exempted from parading and atonement?" Li Yunpeng turned and looked at him. "How do I know whether what you said is true or not?" Lu Feng's expression was serious. "Now you are the knife and I am the fish. You swear on your integrity that as long as the information I provide is important enough for you, you will agree to my conditions." Li Yunpeng thought about it and decided that there was nothing to lose. "Okay, go ahead." Lu Feng hesitated for a moment and said, "Some time ago, the Nanzhou kingdom captured a very beautiful woman who came from your Moyang city. The lord of the kingdom planned to marry this woman when spring comes." Li Yunpeng's pupils shrank, and he instantly thought of a figure. "What's the name of this woman?" "I don't know her name, but she's good with a long bow and never misses her target." Li Yunpeng's mind suddenly buzzed. This person must be Hua Feng. Ever since he ignored her hesitant look that day, there has been no news of her. But now he got the news that she was captured by Lu Jinghua. But the current situation is not suitable for rash action. The third-level zombies in Wuzhou City have not been dealt with yet. The third-level mutant beast Silver Wolf King in Chongling Mountains is eyeing them covetously. And there are more than 100,000 Nanzhou troops outside Moyang City, waiting for an opportunity to move. Starting tomorrow, your father won't have to go through the streets, but he still has to go to the martyrs' cemetery to repent. Li Yunpeng left a word and turned to leave. Although there were many things to do, they had to be solved one by one. The first thing to be dealt with was the third-level evolved zombie in Wuzhou City. Chapter 198 Return to Wuzhou City. Li Yunpeng couldn't describe his feelings towards Huafeng. His most vivid memory was that they had fought side by side when he was young, and there was also an ambiguous relationship between them that was hard to explain. Now she is trapped in the enemy camp, but she carries the expectations of millions of people on her shoulders. She can only pray in her heart that she will be safe, and preferably hold on until she conquers Nanzhou Kingdom. Li Yunpeng focused his attention on the crippled third-level evolved zombie and picked up the intercom to contact Li Qi. Are there any unusual movements from the level 3 zombies? Report to the commander. He has been hiding in the city and has not shown up. Li Qi replied. Okay, I'll go to your place now and prepare 50 level 2 peak evolvers to accompany me to Wuzhou City. Yes. Li Qi naturally knew what the commander was doing. If he was not required to take command, he would have wanted to personally accompany the commander deep into Wuzhou City to meet the third-level evolved zombies. As soon as Li Yunpeng walked out the door, he met Ren Xiao, who was pale. His recovery speed was much slower than his own. Brother Peng, where are you going? Take advantage of your injury and ask Detzi to have a drink with you. Li Yunpeng was speechless. Can you be any more carefree? You two drink. I have something else to do. Oh, and don't just drink. You can take some cefuroxime. Ren Xiao. Li Yunpeng did not tell Ren Xiao that he was going to Wuzhou City. If he knew, he would definitely follow him. Ren Xiao looked at Li Yunpeng's back and kept muttering. Drinking and taking cefuroxime. Are you complaining that I'm dying too slowly? When we arrived at Li Qi's headquarters, 52nd level peak evolver squadron leaders were ready to go. Li Qi, we must guard tightly against the third-level zombies and prevent them from escaping during the chaos. Don't worry, Commander. If it doesn't come, then fine. But if it comes, I will make sure it never comes back. Li Qi promised. Yes. Li Yunpeng nodded and immediately headed towards Wuzhou City with his subordinates. Li Yunpeng, who had fought his way in and out of Wuzhou City 3 times, had already been remembered by the evolved zombies. When they saw this evil star coming again, they immediately let out bursts of roars, as if they were sending signals to each other, and then quickly fled, running as far as they could. Li Yunpeng knew that the third-level zombies had probably received the news of his attack by now. If he did not fight back, he would have no choice but to hide in a corner. Humph. Even if I have to turn Wuzhou City upside down today, I will find you. The crippled third-level evolved zombies were no match for him anyway. Li Yunpeng took the lead, and his 50 battle-hardened second-level peak evolvers were invincible in Wuzhou City. All the second-level evolved zombies tried to avoid them. If a level 3 zombie showed up at this time, commanding tens of thousands of subordinates, he would definitely be able to drive Li Yunpeng out. After all, people have their strength exhausted, and no matter how powerful a level 2 peak evolver is, his physical strength is not infinite. Unfortunately, it did not have the courage. Until Li Yunpeng led his men across the city, they did not encounter any decent resistance. Some ignorant beasts were easily dealt with by them. Where did this bastard hide? Li Yunpeng muttered to himself while sitting on the corpse of a huge second-level power zombie. Commander, could he be hiding in the underground city? Li Bai said. That's really possible. Although zombies need to absorb external energy to evolve and are instinctively unwilling to hide underground where energy is isolated, the intelligence of level 3 zombies is comparable to that of humans. When their lives are threatened, they are likely to hide in more hidden underground cities. Let's go? Search the dungeon. Yes. The subordinates immediately looked for the entrance to the nearby underground city and soon found a subway entrance next to a shopping mall in the city center. The entrance was crowded with second-level evolved zombies. Seeing Li Yunpeng and others coming, they moved back in fear, but still refused to give way. This bastard is in the underground city, Li Yunpeng said with certainty. If the second-level zombie didn't run away after seeing him, there was only one possibility, that he was ordered by the third-level zombie to guard the entrance. He came to the hundreds of second-level evolved zombies, drew his commander's sword, pointed it at the zombies and said, I know you can probably understand what I mean. Either get out of here, or die. Roar. The second-level zombies let out low growls and hesitated, but still did not retreat. Humph. You're looking for death. Li Yunpeng didn't have much patience for these beasts, so he rushed forward with his sword. Behind him, 52nd-level peak evolvers drew their swords and followed closely behind him. The second-level evolved zombies had no choice but to fight head-on. The battle was about to break out, and suddenly there was a flash of sword light. Sword shadows were rampant, blood and flesh flew everywhere, and body parts were scattered all over the ground. No matter whether it was the agile zombies or the strong zombies, they were defeated at the first touch under the attack of the guards led by Li Yunpeng. Bang! Half an hour later, as the last 8-meter-tall level 2 zombie had its head chopped off by Li Yunpeng, its body fell heavily to the ground. There was no zombie left standing in the entire subway entrance. Li Yunpeng and others were covered in blood and murderous aura, like Shuras returning from hell. Clean it up, Li Yunpeng said. The ground was covered in level 2 evolution crystals. After this trip, all squad leader-level officers would be able to reach level 2 evolutionary status. Furthermore, their points were already countless, reaching 9 digits for the first time. Li Yunpeng's mouth was almost crooked with smile, but no matter how much points he earned, it was not as important as upgrading himself to a 3rd-level evolver. In the absence of cutting-edge combat power, many battles could not break the deadlock at all. Fortunately, I first launched a sneak attack and cut off the arm of a level 3 zombie, and then fought desperately to cut off its calf. Otherwise, I would have no way to deal with the zombies in Wuzhou City. Leading a large army to attack directly would surely result in heavy casualties, and a decapitation operation would be difficult to carry out among a swarm of millions of zombies. Speaking of this, we have to thank Ren Xiao. If this grandson hadn't committed suicide and angered the 3rd-level zombies, it would have been difficult to succeed in the sneak attack, and we would have had the opportunity to give Ren Xiao a good beating today. Commander, these are the collected evolution crystals. Li Bai handed 2 bags full of light blue crystals to Li Yunpeng. Okay, save it carefully, and when we get back, upgrade all my brothers to the next level. Yes. Li Bai was overjoyed. As a general of the guard army, he certainly hoped that his subordinates would be as powerful as possible. Let's go into the dungeon and search. Yes. Li Bai led a few people to walk in front, alert to possible dangers. Even if the 3rd-level zombie was disabled, it could still threaten Li Yunpeng's safety with a desperate sneak attack. The pitch-black dungeon was strangely quiet, and Li Yunpeng suddenly had a bad feeling. He wondered, a level 3 zombie is already crippled, so what else can threaten me? But this feeling seemed so real that he couldn't help but take it seriously. Li Yunpeng perked up and said, "Be careful, something feels a little off here." Chapter 199, Battle Against Level 3 Zombies. In the quiet environment, any sound will be infinitely amplified. The water droplets dripping from the cracks in the cave ceiling and the air flow through the ventilation holes can be clearly heard. My own heartbeat has become the loudest sound at this moment. And what's going on? Li Yunpeng felt his hair stand on end. He had never had this feeling when he came to the dungeon before. Commander, how about? Li Yunpeng interrupted him and said, Humph. I don't believe a cripple can accomplish anything. Keep going. After walking cautiously for dozens of minutes, everyone arrived at the center of the entire underground city. Li Yunpeng discovered something unusual. Several subway exits that he passed by had collapsed. You know, they were intact when he came here before. It must be the result of recent damage. This is obviously a trap, Li Yunpeng thought to himself. Although he was not afraid of a disabled level 3 zombie, he was not willing to be a fool. Let's go retreat first, Li Yunpeng whispered. The group turned back quietly, but before they had gone far, they suddenly heard dense footsteps in front of them. Commander, why don't we go back? Li Bai said. Li Yunpeng pondered for a moment. Return? No way back. If nothing unexpected happens, we should be surrounded by zombies. Let's prepare for battle. Clang, clang, clang. With their swords drawn, the guards immediately formed a defensive formation. Within 2 minutes, the ambushes in front and behind appeared in Li Yunpeng's sight, and level 3 zombies were among them. Humans, you are so stupid. You can't escape this time. The 3rd-level zombie was supported by his subordinates and laughed strangely. Li Yunpeng felt more at ease knowing he could see the enemy. He stepped forward and said, You think you can stop me with your horrible appearance? It's still unclear who will win. Arrogant. A voice suddenly came from behind Li Yunpeng. Fuck. He was startled. Could it actually talk? A level 3 zombie? He quickly turned around and saw that the leader behind him was a zombie with a build comparable to that of a bodybuilder, his skin glossy dark blue. Although only 3 meters tall, he gave off an extremely dangerous vibe. Is this a level 3 power zombie? Damn it. Li Yunpeng secretly thought that this was not good. He had planned everything, but he had never expected that there would be 2 level 3 zombies in Wuzhou City. With the combat power around him, he would definitely not be able to face the level 3 zombies in their prime. A layer of fine cold sweat suddenly appeared on his forehead. After a brief thought, he realized that there was only one solution at the moment, which was to kill the disabled zombies as soon as possible, obtain the evolution crystals, and reach the 3rd level of Evolver. Only then would he have a chance to escape. But this would take time, and there were also unpredictable variables involved. Although he was not completely sure, he had no other choice. Li Yunpeng gave Li Bai a look, signaling him to take people to stop the third-level zombies behind him. Li Bai nodded slightly to indicate that he received it. Then Li Yunpeng adjusted his mentality, sheathed his sword, and said casually, "If I fight to the death, you may not be able to keep me. Tell me, what conditions do you want to let me go?" The crippled third-level zombie had a cruel expression on his face, thinking, "You've already made me look like this. How can I even negotiate? Besides, if you're not a fool to negotiate with a zombie, then you're taking me for a fool." He instantly flew into a rage. Li Yunpeng was waiting for this opportunity. When the third-level zombie's emotions erupted, he instantly flew forward, unsheathed his sword, and pointed it directly at its head. The third-level zombie didn't expect Li Yunpeng to play by his own rules and actually made a feint. It pushed the second-level zombie next to it towards Li Yunpeng, and then frantically hid in the zombie group. It was terrified. If it was not far away, it would have been difficult to avoid this. Li Bai and the others attacked almost simultaneously, rushing towards the newly appeared level 3 zombies behind them. The scene became chaotic for a moment, with both sides fighting desperately. However, the level 3 zombies were far more powerful than Li Bai and the others, and several of them were knocked away almost instantly, their lives unknown. Li Yunpeng was anxious because time was limited. If the third-level zombies rushed over, there would be no way to save him. The subordinates of the third-level disabled zombie tried their best to stop him, but Li Yunpeng was like a tiger among a flock of sheep when he put all his strength into it. Any zombie that rushed in front of him could not escape the fate of being cut in half. Li Yunpeng was fighting for his life at this time. The current situation forced him to fight against time. Either you die or I die. He could clearly hear the fierce battle behind him. Li Bai and others were risking their lives to give him the chance to kill the third-level zombies. Ah! Li Yunpeng roared and used all his strength to swing his sword, smashing all obstacles in front of him. In the chaotic team, the third-level zombie couldn't run fast and was soon caught up by Li Yunpeng after stumbling. "You beast! Where are you running to?" The third-level zombie, which had lost a hand and a foot, was not even as agile as the second-level zombie. Li Yunpeng kicked it in the back and knocked it to the ground. After chopping down several second-level zombies who came forward to rescue it, he slashed its neck with a knife. "Stop it, everyone!" Li Yunpeng shouted loudly, and the entire zombie group stopped. Only then did he have time to check on the situation of Li Bai and others. Only half of them were still standing, and they were all injured. The others had all fallen to the ground or were beaten and embedded in the wall, looking extremely miserable. "Let us go, and I can spare its life," Li Yunpeng said to the third-level power zombie. Li Bai and others took the opportunity to help their companions up and quickly gathered around Li Yunpeng. The third-level power zombie stared at Li Yunpeng intently, walked forward step by step, and said indifferently, "Kill it. It's useless anyway." It was unbelievable that the third-level zombie controlled by Li Yunpeng was abandoned by his companions like this. Li Yunpeng was in a dilemma, not knowing whether what his grandson said was true or false. "Don't come over here, or I will really kill it." Li Yunpeng tightened the knife in his hand and threatened. Get started." The third-level strength zombie gave the attack order immediately, without hesitation. "Fuck! It's a beast. Stop him," Li Yunpeng shouted. At the same time, he severed the head of the level 3 zombie in his hand with a single blow. In a hurry, he didn't care about anything else and reached directly into its brain through the incision, pulled out the crystal, rubbed it on his clothes twice, and threw it into its mouth. Boom! He suddenly felt a violent force flowing through his body, directly breaking through his bones and muscles. Hold on. Li Yunpeng relied on his strong willpower to tightly control his body. If he lost control at this moment, he would be torn into pieces immediately. Facing the madly rushing evolved zombies, Li Yunpeng relied on his perseverance to wildly swing the sword in his hand, only focusing on attacking without caring about defense. The third-level power zombies were unable to break through the defense despite the desperate blocking of Li Bai and others. Even the squadron leaders who had been knocked down before struggled to their feet and rushed towards the third-level zombies fearlessly. The battle entered a white-hot stage. Although Li Yunpeng was in the process of evolution, the second-level zombies could not pose much threat to him. He felt a splitting headache at this time, and his mental power was used to the extreme. It seemed that he had made a breakthrough compared to before, and he was controlling his body more and more handy. Li Bai and others were in critical situation. Li Yunpeng chopped down the zombie in front of him with a knife, then turned around and rushed towards the third-level strength zombie. Chapter 200 Terrifying Points. Seeing Li Yunpeng rushing over, it just happened to be what the third-level power zombie wanted. It immediately focused most of its attention on Li Yunpeng. and the pressure on Li Bai and others who were in danger was suddenly reduced. Bang! The third-level zombie punched Li Yunpeng in the chest, causing his ribs to cave in immediately, but he seemed unaware and chopped at its head with a knife. The level 3 zombie was startled. This human had completely disregarded his own life, only seeking to kill the enemy. It leaned back, narrowly avoiding a vital point. Li Yunpeng's sword only inflicted a deep wound on its face. Roar! The third-level zombie suddenly became furious, steadied its body, and rushed forward again. Li Yunpeng raised his knife and stabbed it at its eye socket, but this time the third-level zombie was prepared and dodged by tilting its head, then kicked Li Yunpeng away. Ahem! Li Yunpeng coughed up a mouthful of blood, but felt a tingling sensation at the broken ribs. He looked down and saw that the injured area was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. He was overjoyed and jumped up, then fought with the third-level zombies. Relying on the super recovery ability acquired during the evolution process, he attacked the third-level strength zombie frantically. Li Yunpeng could not remember how many times he was in danger and how many times he was knocked away. He had only one will in his mind, to kill the zombie in front of him. The third-level strength zombie became more and more guilty as the fight went on. How come this guy was like an indestructible cockroach? He was obviously seriously injured, but he acted like nothing happened. Moreover, he became more and more courageous as the fight went on, and gradually he was able to withstand a few moves from it. Half an hour later, Li Yunpeng was knocked out again. He stood up and said, "You guys retreat and deal with the other zombies." Li Bai and others received the order to abandon the third-level zombies and instantly formed a circle. With their current state, they were not good enough at attacking, but they were good enough at defending against the second-level zombies. Li Yunpeng felt that the upgrade progress was nearing the end at this time. The surging power in his body filled his whole body. He shouted loudly and rushed towards the third-level zombie suddenly. His speed was more than twice as fast as before. The third-level zombie didn't expect his speed to increase so much. He hurriedly dodged the sword, but was kicked in the chest by Li Yunpeng and crashed into the subway wall with a bang. Li Yunpeng took advantage of the victory and attacked with a knife, but the opponent dodged it. Then he threw a punch, but the punch missed and hit the concrete wall. Immediately, gravel flew everywhere and the solid wall cracked. This grandson is quite capable. Li Yunpeng took a breath and chased the third-level zombie, slashing and killing it fiercely. He and the zombie fought for 300 rounds, but there was no winner. Being underground, the third-level zombies could not replenish their energy and became more and more tired as they fought. However, Li Yunpeng seemed to have taken an aphrodisiac and had endless energy. Roar! The third-level zombie acted crazy, but took advantage of the opportunity to make a feint, turned around, and ran away, leaving a group of second-level evolved zombies at a loss. Because the leader ran away so suddenly, the second-level zombies didn't react for a while and stood there hesitating. Should they fight or not? Li Yunpeng looked around with eyes filled with crazy murderous intent and stomped his feet, immediately scaring away many level 2 zombies. Soon, only Li Yunpeng and his subordinates were left in the entire underground city. At this time, after the fierce battle, the excessive consumption of physical strength finally made him unable to hold on. His body swayed, and he almost fell to the ground. "Commander!" Li Bai and others were covered in wounds and blood on their faces. They immediately supported Li Yunpeng and called out with concern. "It's okay. Level 3 zombies are really tough to deal with. Although I have been promoted to a level 3 evolver, I can only fight it to a draw. If I continue fighting, I may not be able to hold on." Li Yunpeng felt a little exhausted. "Then let's retreat quickly," said Li Bai. Li Yunpeng sat down against the wall and said, "Let me take my time. We can't retreat now. If these beasts saw me in this state, they would definitely not give in." Li Bai and the others were almost exhausted, so they sat down around Li Yunpeng to rest. "What are our losses?" Li Yunpeng asked. Li Bai looked gloomy. "Report to the commander. 10 brothers have sacrificed their lives." Li Yunpeng looked at his lifeless subordinates around him. His eyes reddened and tears welled up in his eyes, but he forced himself not to let them fall. This battle was too brutal, and the captain of the guard army was risking his life to buy time for his promotion to the 3rd level. Li Yunpeng mourned for a moment, then said hoarsely, "Let's go. Take the brothers and go home." "Yes." Li Bai and others packed up the bodies of their comrades, saluted solemnly, then carried them on their backs and followed Li Yunpeng on their journey home. The group walked out of the dungeon and returned to the ground. There was no ambush by evolved zombies. Li Yunpeng breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the situation of the 3rd-level zombies was not much better, otherwise they would not have given up such a good opportunity. When Li Yunpeng and others reached the outskirts of the city, They joined the guards who were patrolling nearby. When the soldiers saw their fallen commander, they were silent, their eyes filled with tears. They carefully took the body, put it in the chariot, and slowly transported it back to Muang City. Li Yunpeng arranged for Li Bai and others to escort him by car, and went back to recuperate. He walked towards Li Qi's command center alone. "Commander!" Li Qi ran over to greet him, his eyes filled with worry. "Are you okay?" Li Yunpeng shook his head and remembered the third-level evolved zombie that he had slashed on the face. He secretly decided that he would not give up until he had cut it into pieces. Li Yunpeng didn't talk about his experience in Wuzhou City. Instead, he looked at a defense map and changed some possible loopholes based on the characteristics of the third-level zombies. Then he said, "I'll leave this to you. If you find any traces of the third-level zombies, notify me immediately. I will prepare a plane to be on standby 24 hours a day." "Yes." Seeing that the commander's expression was always solemn, Li Qi guessed that something must have happened in Wuzhou City. Perhaps a lot of people were killed there, otherwise the commander would not be in such a mood. After Li Yunpeng finished his instructions, he took an armed helicopter back to Muang City. The plane landed directly on the open space in front of the villa on the top of the mountain and was on standby at all times. He returned to the villa and sat in the study with a grim face. He did not even bother to wash off the bloodstains on his body. His mind was full of the 10 guard captains who had died. They had followed him all the way to where he was today, but he did not expect them to stop halfway and not be able to witness the future glory of Muang City. Seeing that he didn't say a word, Wang Shiyan didn't dare to go up and disturb him. Looking at him covered in blood, he didn't know whether it was his own or the zombies, so he called Xia Mengdai over and planned to check him. Xia Mengdai was originally angry. As a doctor, she had worked hard to cure Li Yunpeng, but he was injured again just after being discharged from the hospital. But when she saw Li Yunpeng, all her emotions vanished instantly, and she felt a dull pain in her heart. What on earth had this man been through? It was as if he had crawled out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The two girls endured the strong smell of blood in the room and walked forward lightly. "Brother Peng, can I check your body?" Hearing this, Li Yunpeng turned to look at Xia Mengdai and said, "No need, my injury has healed." Wang Shiyan and Xia Mengdai were shocked. Li Yunpeng's eyes were bloodshot and cold. Being looked at by him was like a gust of cold wind blowing into the neck in the coldest days of winter. "Then, we'll wait for you outside," Wang Shiyan said cautiously, then pulled Xia Mengdai out quietly. When he was alone, he finally came to his senses and opened the points panel. His pupils suddenly shrank. A full 390 million points turned into a long string of numbers, lying quietly on it.